the Dark Phoenix Empress spared no effort to reverse the heaven's will, just to eliminate you, the unforgivable future demon lord. However, when she returned to her teenage years and came to your door to draw her sword and strike at you, she was struck unconscious and fell to the ground by the backlash of the heavens. You, who had not yet understood the situation, were directly led to the bridal chamber that night under the arrangement of your parents. They said that you must take responsibility for the romantic debts you incurred outside, or else they would break your legs. However, the Empress who originally vowed to kill you, unexpectedly cooperated perfectly with you in completing the wedding ceremony at this moment, all because the Empress awakened the peerless beauty system. The system informed her that as long as she cooperated with the wedding process, she could receive rewards to make up for her own shortcomings, and then she could crush the demon lord under her feet. What made Jiang Yuehan unable to help but feel puzzled was that the rewards given by the system were either dual cultivation techniques or teachings on how to master the classic art of seducing men. At this moment, Jiang Yuehan, who returned to the bedroom with you, even though she had never been emotional, understood the next process, which was entering the bridal chamber. She then cast her gaze upon you standing by the window, thinking fiercely in her heart, "Evil villain, if you dare lay a finger on me, I will take you down with me." As she thought this, a sense of panic crept in, as if some higher power was preventing her from killing you. Whenever Jiang Yuehan wanted to eliminate you, she inexplicably found herself unable to follow through. At that moment, you looked through the paper window at the crescent moon outside. Yes, you awakened the system, realizing that changing fate could bring rewards. With the broken illusion gods I given by the system, I understood that the unfamiliar woman beside me was the reborn Empress. Unable to defeat her future self, the Empress decided to play the game of rebirth. However, you are not worried about your own safety now, because on the verge of Jiang Yuehan's coma and imminent demise, under the coercion of your parents, you had no choice but to feed her the spirit pill given by the system, unexpectedly forming a contract with her, and as a result, your name was engraved on Jiang Yuehan's body, saving her from the calamity and gaining a large number of rewards and destiny points. Little assassin, where is your tattoo? Show me. Suddenly, you said to Jiang Yuehan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuehan widened her beautiful eyes. You understood that everything was because of that tattoo. Before my mother saw the tattoo, she wasn't so protective of the little assassin, but ever since she saw the tattoo, she was determined to make the little assassin her daughter-in-law, even immediately arranging the marriage without asking for my opinion at all. Don't come any closer, or else I will go down with you. Jiang Yuehan tightly clenched her small fists, her fingernails digging into her flesh. Stop talking nonsense. Where is the tattoo? Just as you were about to approach Jiang Yuehan, he suddenly stood up, ready to dash forward, but the next moment, he collapsed into your arms. Jiang Yuehan buried his entire head into your chest, his pretty face filled with disbelief. I'm out of strength again. Your cheeks flushed, your heart in turmoil. A beauty scheme? I admit, it did have some effect. Feels like in the lower abdomen. What you thought of instantly calmed down most of your emotions. You suddenly turned Jiang Yuehan around, letting her back lean against you, and embraced her in your arms. Next, with quick hands and sharp eyes, the person swiftly lifted Jiang Yuehan's clothes, but not too roughly, only pulling them up to the lower abdomen, revealing the extent of the tattoo. You tilted your head to take a look, and suddenly your eyes widened, leaving you stunned in place, unable to snap out of it for a long time. On the lower abdomen, that arrogant cursive script writes your name. No wonder Mom got the wrong idea. You even started doubting if you had done something foolish. Have you seen enough? Jiang Yuehan's cold questioning voice rang out. Your thoughts returned to reality, quickly releasing the embrace, awkwardly saying to the girl, you didn't have to mimic my handwriting on your abdomen just to kill me. Jiang Yuehan took a few steps forward, then turned back to look at you in disbelief. What nonsense are you talking about? You awkwardly fidgeted with your toes on the floor. Ahem. It seems like there's a misunderstanding. At this moment, you suddenly remembered the matter of the beast mark. It seemed that you had let the system choose randomly at that time. So, this little assassin didn't marry you just to get close to you. You muttered to yourself in your heart. That's settled then. I've figured out the truth behind this misunderstanding. When the time comes, I'll find a way to divorce you. Set you free. Let's keep our distance from each other. And you shouldn't think about killing me, alright? You looked at Jiang Yuehan, making a tentative suggestion. Jiang Yuehan raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with resentment. I am the majestic Phoenix Empress. How can I be toyed with? It will buy you. Today's enmity will be avenged. Just a mere demon sovereign who is not yet fully grown, only temporarily sheltered by the heavens. With the assistance of the system, I will make you wish you were dead sooner or later. Do you want Lu Chen to have difficulty breathing? Do you want his heart to beat irregularly? Suddenly, Jiang Yuehan's mind was filled with the system's prompt sound. Her eyes lit up. The opportunity for revenge had come unexpectedly quickly. I want to take revenge immediately. Stand up. Jiang Yuehan followed the system's instructions, got up from the bed, and walked towards Lu Chen. Approach him, look him in the eye. Jiang Yuehan followed the system's steps and had now arrived in front of you, standing very close, lifting her head to gaze at you without moving, gently blinking her beautiful eyes. Despite feeling a strange sensation in her heart, the thought of revenge made everything worthwhile. What is she going to do? You felt nervous, instinctively stepping back. Right now, follow her. Jiang Yuehan's eyes lit up, sticking close to your body, matching your pace as you followed along. Bang! You hit the wall with your back, with no way to retreat. But Jiang Yuehan continued to advance without stopping, closing in on you, getting closer. There was a height difference of a head between the two of you, and for Jiang Yuehan to look you in the eye, he had to tilt his head back. Just now, you violently inspected the tattoo, causing the bridal gown on Jiang Yuehan's body to loosen. As you lowered your head, you couldn't help but see a patch of snow white. Gulp! You swallowed a mouthful of saliva, your breathing becoming somewhat rapid, and your heartbeat inexplicably quickened. Success! Jiang Yuehan felt a surge of joy in her heart. She could clearly sense your breath becoming erratic. In the quiet room, she could even hear your heartbeat getting faster and faster. Sure, here is the translation of the source text, translated text. Sure enough, the system did not deceive me. If I persist like this, can I directly suffocate this demon to death? Or make its heart burst and die? Although it was regrettable to kill at this moment, I felt sorry towards Aunt Gu and Uncle Lu, but this demon had gone too far, daring to blatantly tear his own clothes. Jiang Yuehan's heart was screaming, just let me die, as her whole body pressed against Lu Chen's. Immediately afterward, she felt something being pushed against her. Ha! Little devil's counterattack? But so, Jiang Yuehan rose to the challenge, getting closer and closer. A pair of beautiful eyes stared tightly at Lu Shen. Give me death! Hiss! The scenery in front of Lu Shen was gone. A warmth and softness was felt in his chest. Though, this woman, is she crazy? Taking the wrong medication? Suddenly so forthcoming? Test me? I was born under the red flag. What could stand up to that? Can't stand it. Lu Shen reached out and pressed Jiang Yuehan's shoulder, gently pushing him away. Then he ran quickly to a chair and sat down, picking up his tea and taking a big gulp. Seeing this, Jiang Yuehan sneered, the district's little devil, Lu Shen, and it will not be a match for me. I've got you by the balls. Today, I'll spare your life for now. Killing you is just as easy as a slap in the face. Lu Shen sipped his tea, his eyes peeking at Jiang Yuehan. No, what did she have to be proud of? If it weren't for the fact that, being the decent guy that I am, I would have just given it to her. Of course, and a bit worried that she would poison herself is all. But what a surprise! The little assassin was actually so loaded. A good body of work. Who doesn't get confused when they look at it? To stay with her all the time, sooner or later, someone will get killed. No, people's lives are at stake. I'm gonna have to run early. There was still some time left for the Huaqing sect's entrance ceremony. However, you can go early yourself, just to get out of the way. She targeted herself and shouldn't be able to do anything against her parents. And she seems to have a good relationship with her mom. Let's keep her at home with mom to relieve her boredom. Yeah, that's it. Thinking of this, Lu Shen put down his teacup and quickly walked towards the house. Can't do it. Gotta grab a cool shower. Ha! District little devil. Jiang Yuehan looked at Lu Shen's figure and snorted disdainfully. Then she rubbed the small of her back. A hint of something different was felt. A twinge of doubt rose in his mind. Weird. Just now, did that little devil secretly counterattack? What did he fight back with? Chapter 10, The Thirsty Little Empress. Sweetened tea. Jiang Yuehan fell into deep thought. According to reason, he had been at the body-tempering realm until he was 60 years old. Shouldn't be able to feats in the moment to be right. Forget it, don't think about it. For once in a while, he had the upper hand. Lu Shen soaked in the tub and let the cool water go over his body. An incense stick of time passed before he finally calmed down. This little assassin has a few tricks up his sleeve. I can't believe I saw through. Ahem, where my weakness is in one go. But is this Xin Phoenix Empress proper? Why, it's like a flower girl. Is the title of her Empress a good way to come? The mold is cold. The demeanor was actually so bold. Contrast. Before the last word could be uttered, Lu Shen closed his voice in time. Either way, it's a marriage. Save yourself some thin air. Put. Lu Shen wiped his face with water. The fire in his body had been all but suppressed. He rose slowly from the tub. After the shower, instead of going back to the bedroom first thing, he went straight to the kitchen. Focused on walking the ceremony, the food did not eat a few bites. late at night is inevitably hungry. Inside the bedroom, Jiang Yuehan's sense of joy after her victory had dissipated. At the moment, keep your eyes on the door of the room. The heart was slightly apprehensive. This little devil, why isn't he back yet? She knew deep down that Lucian was a demon lord and was extremely vindictive. Originally, I thought that Lucian was young and innocent, but after being dogged and scolded, the idea then changes radically. Acknowledging that Lucian grew up bad, it was now suspected that Lucian was holding back something bad by delaying his return. I'm sure I'm being hated by that little devil. Jiang Yuehan glanced at the longsword placed in the corner. I don't know how long the heavenly Tao is going to protect that little devil Lucian. During the period of divine providence, one can only wait in silence, but never sit on the sidelines. In this life, it is still necessary to practice diligently. It is bound to return to the peak of the 3 worlds and 10 states. And there is the experience of the last life, plus a boost from the system. It will be twice the effort and half the effort. Maybe, this time, it would be able to touch the legendary immortal realm. Thinking about this, Jiang Yuehan immediately sat cross-legged on the bed. Under the moonlight, the chi of heaven and earth gradually converged towards the little ginger empress. The temperature in the entire room plummeted a few points, though she was reborn dispersing her cultivation. Nowadays, there was only the strength of the second stage of body tempering. However, in his mind, he still remembered quite a few cultivation techniques. Among them, there was a superior technique known as the ice heart technique, which had excellent compatibility with the body tempering realm. As long as one grasped the essentials of the heart technique, one would be able to raise the realm of the body tempering realm without having to invoke the dantian. Cultivating against the realm is bound to have side effects. It is extremely costly for regular people, but for the former Empress Xian Huang, it is just a trivial, a little wind and frost. Soon, Jiang Yuehan felt a breakthrough in the realm, coming to the 3rd stage of the body tempering realm. Just as she was about to continue her cultivation, grunt. Instead, his stomach made an indisputable guttural sound. The little ginger empress felt a long-lost hunger. It just occurred to me that the realm was too low today, and that he still needed to rely on eating to sustain his life. But at night, he was so focused on doing the system quests and coping with the matrimony that he didn't even eat a few bites of food. At this moment, he was already starving, and he really didn't have the strength to continue with his cultivation. Jiang Yuehan looked around with a cold expression. The only thing found was a pot of tea on the table that could barely make a meal, but there was only one teacup. It's still used by Lucian. After a moment's hesitation, she rose and came to the table. Seeing no one around, he picked up the teapot and drank directly into his mouth. Well, a sip of herbal tea down his throat, in turn, made his stomach growl more and more hungry. Turning his head to look out the window, a waning moon hung high. The night is late. I'm afraid Auntie Gu is asleep. It is not in my heart to trouble her further. Forget it. The big deal is that I'll just put up with it for one night. Jiang Yuehan secretly sighed in her heart. Turning, he prepared to return to his bed and rest. Lying down at least relieves some of the hunger. Suddenly, a lame song came from outside the house. Braised chicken wings, I love them. But your old lady says you're about to ascend. The faster you ascend to heaven, the more you should have to eat as hard as you can. If you don't eat now, you won't get a chance to eat later. Immediately afterward, the little ginger empress smelled an aroma of meat wafting into the house. She was on her feet when she saw the door to the house being pushed open. Lucian walked in with a pot of roast chicken. His lips were greasy and reflective, and he was chewing chicken in his mouth. Enjoyment was written all over his face. Oi, hungry? Lucian walked forward and placed the wooden basin with the roasted chicken on the tabletop. No food. Jiang Yuehan blankly glanced at Lucian and returned to the bed and sat down. Love it or leave it. Lucian didn't think anything of it and ate by himself. Asterisk. It smells so good. Oh, I never thought I'd be able to be so crafty one day. Absolutely. Blah 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 blah. Chew. The chickens are freshly killed. The meat is freshly fried. Lucian cooked for the first time in his life. It makes a flavor that is no less than a state dinner. It all depended on the book 360 acts, canon given by the system. As for the song, Lucian did not resort to canonical techniques. The main theme is a true one. Gulp. Jiang Yuehan secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It smells so good. The smell. How can it smell so good? But I can't eat it. Be dignified. Can't fall for this little devil's trap. Yes, it must be a trap. Hiccup. Not long after, Lucian ate and drank his fill, and slumped in his chair and burped. There was half a tub of fried chicken left. He casually picked up the teapot on the table and was about to take a sip into his mouth. Seeing this, Jiang Yuehan's beautiful eyes widened and she cried out sharply. Don't! What's wrong? Lucian moved, the teapot hanging over his mouth, and asked, Something's wrong? No. Jiang Yuehan stared intently at the spout of the teapot as an inexplicable taste arose in her heart. Just now himself, but he took a sip to his mouth. If this little devil, God's gold. Lucian glanced at Jiang Yuehan and took a big gulp into his mouth. Gobble gobble gobble. Ah, yes. Lucian let out a few unimpeded sounds, smacked his lips a few times, eyes fixed on the teapot thoughtfully. Why do you feel that the tea has become much sweeter? Jiang Yuehan looked at Lucian apprehensively. Has this little devil found something? The hallowed Empress Xianhuan was drinking tea in such a disoriented manner. If word of this gets out, the wisdom will be destroyed. Not sure. Taste again. Lucian took another sip to his mouth. The sweetness is muted. It may be a little salty from the fried chicken I just ate. That's why the first sip of tea was extra sweet. Lucian didn't dwell on the tea. Rising from his chair, he headed for the bed. After eating and drinking, it's time to get down to business. You, what are you doing? When Jiang Yuehan saw Lucian approaching her, alarm bells rang in her heart. Chapter 11 Eating chicken all night. Livestock. Seeing Lucian arrive in front of him, Jiang Yuehan hurriedly got up and quickly ran to the side. Lucian's brows furrowed as he twisted his head to stare closely at Jiang Yuehan. The eyes were bright and uncertain, and to Jiang Yuehan, it looked like a hungry wolf, staring at its prey. I'm warning you, don't mess around. Lucian cursed and turned his head to look at the mandarin duck falling red handkerchief on the bed. What did you call me? Jiang Yuehan looked at Lucian's back incredulously and questioned. Lucian said without looking back. Say another word? Jiang Yuehan's beautiful eyes widened as her heart burned with anger. Stinky. Lucian laughed when he finished. Is this little assassin sick? I can't believe I'm actively begging for a scolding. Really? Lucian suddenly thought of something unimaginable, snapping his head around to look at Jiang Yuehan, only to see. Jiang Yuehan clenched her pink fists and glared viciously at Lucian, saying word for word, you have the guts. Say it again. No more. No more. Lucian shook his head. Hurriedly, he turned around to do his business. No way. The Xianhuang Empress actually has this kind of XP. Like to be scolded? That's never going to happen. Give you a good scolding and you don't pay me. Lucian first took out a bowl of pre-prepared chicken blood from the system space. It was then splashed on the mandarin duck's red handkerchiefs. The white cloth handkerchief instantly dyed red with blood. It also permeated the new red sheets underneath. Hiss. Will the blood spill too much? I don't think so. Lucian was a bit hesitant. There's no experience in this kind of thing, either. Forget it. Congratulations to the host for changing Jiang Yuehan's destiny. For the first time in his life, he can't stop eating. Reward for martial arts and kung fu experience, 5 years. Acquired destiny value, 10,000 points. Host's current destiny value, 399,000 points. Hearing the system's sudden alert, Lucian froze. Is that a change of destiny? Various ways to change predestination. Life transitions, life lessons. Lucian suddenly realized. Expose each other to things that, in the long run of life, one could never be exposed to. It's kind of a change of destiny. Unsurprisingly, the size of this reward didn't just depend on the quality of the heavenly fate in the martial Dao realm either. There is also a relationship with the degree to which the predestination is changed. The reward for saving her life earlier was far more generous. But just let this little assassin eat a chicken. Just to be rewarded like that is already awesome. Nope. Eating fried chicken? Lucian snapped his head back to the table. Seeing that Jiang Yuehan was sitting on a wooden chair, feasting on the food, the beautiful eyes narrowed into a curved moon. At the same time, Jiang Yuehan also noticed that Lucian was looking at himself. She looked puzzled at first. Spinning around, he said with a straight face and a strong voice. Look, what are you looking at? Who told you to scold me? What's wrong with me eating something from you? After saying that, he picked up a piece of chicken with his chopsticks, as if treating the meat like a land sink. He took a big bite. Not much. Eat, take a big bite. If it's good you eat more, Lucian said with a smile. This little assassin. He's a gem. With her around, wouldn't it be easy to swipe the system rewards? Had to eat her dry, squeeze it clean and then find a way to get it dead. Another big bonus. GG. It's not good at all. It's awful. Jiang Yuehan snorted coldly. Another bite of chicken went into her mouth, and in an instant her beautiful eyes narrowed into a crescent moon. A whole pot of fried chicken to finish. Jiang Yuehan picked up the teacup, poured a cup of tea and took a big sip. Phew! So satisfying. Why is the tea so sweet? She looked to the cup in her hand. Oops. Light remembers that you can't drink tea from your mouth. I forgot that the teacup was used by the little devil. Jiang Yuehan looked at the bed warily, found Lucian actually already lying in bed asleep. Luckily, the little devil didn't see it. But, The little ginger empress's eyebrows furrowed. He took the bed? Where do I sleep? In desperation, Jiang Yuehan simply cleaned up the table, then plopped down. It's uncomfortable though, but barely a place to rest. Jiang Yuehan's gaze stayed fixed on Lu Shun. Fear that Lu Shun pretends to be asleep. After taking advantage of his own sleep, half an hour later, Jiang Yuehan watched Lu Shun roll over 3 times. Eventually the position rested, clinging to the quilt, one leg relaxed, the other resting on top of the quilt. It looks like the little devil is really asleep and isn't pretending to be asleep. The little ginger empress couldn't hold out any longer, her upper and lower eyelids fighting all the time. After confirming that Lu Shun was really asleep, finally close your eyes and get ready for bed. Jiang Yuehan snapped her eyes open and glared at Lu Shun with clenched shell teeth. You don't snore early. You don't snore late. You snore now? No. I have to sleep in a separate room tomorrow. If you're with the little devil, not waiting to kill him, he's going to be tossed first. Early the next morning, Lu Shun stretched and yawned. Hey, guess what? Twice the spirit. Just as he sat up, he saw Kong Yuehan's grudging eyes glaring over. The little ginger empress stayed up all night. It's simmering with light dark circles under my eyes. Morning. Lu Shun greeted with a smile. What do you want to eat? I'll go make it for you. Chicken. Jiang Yuehan's eyes lit up, and her resentment instantly dissipated for the most part. And eat chicken? Didn't you get enough chicken last night? Change the same. Never mind. You don't know what's good enough to eat. I'll watch and make it. Lu Shun slowly got up and took big steps toward the house. Naturally, you can't cook what this little assassin wants. It's not like she's rewarded for what she's eaten. Do it for nothing. Waste. Had to make something she hadn't eaten before. The 360 acts tome given by the system had quite a few recipes from the previous life. Chinese cuisine is profound. It can be 365 days, not a single meal. Holy, the reward for just cooking is a brush with hemp. Mom, I'm going to excel. Mom? Lu Shun exclaimed in shock. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Ms. Gu standing outside the door. How to shout in your mind. People are still there. Ahem. Gu Mingyue cleared her throat awkwardly. I stopped by to take a look. Lu Shun was dumbfounded. By the way, you and my father don't live in the West Wing. Why did you stop by the East Wing? Bastard. Where did you get all this talk? Gu Mingyue blankly glanced at Lu Shun and walked into the house with large strides. Auntie. Seeing this, Jiang Yuehan hurriedly got up to greet Gu Mingyue, but stand up for a moment. But suddenly she felt her back and limbs were sore. Subconsciously, he put his hand on his back. In her heart, she slandered. Is it because the realm is too low right now? How come it's so hard to sleep on the table for one night? However, this scene, in Gu Mingyue's opinion, read a hint of a different flavor. It seems that last night, the girl was tossed around by that brat. Ms. Gu looked at Jiang Yuehan. How she looked satisfied. Still calling auntie? It's time to change your name to mom. Jiang Yuehan was a little embarrassed in her heart. Okay, mom. Gu Mingyue smiled and went straight to the mandarin duck's falling red handkerchief on the bed. Lu Shun looked back, not caring much, and prepared to head to the kitchen. But as soon as he took a step, he heard Ms. Gu's screaming voice from behind him. Bastard! Get your ass over here. What again? Lu Shun helplessly bristled and turned around to return to his room. Gu Mingyue held up the piece of white handkerchief, dyed translucent red with chicken blood, and looked incredulously at Lu Shun. Lu Shun sucked in a breath of cool air. You've been exposed? You. Gu Mingyue's voice trembled as she pointed at Lu Shun in order to speak. It's almost like a little livestock. No amount of young firepower can. At least it shouldn't. Chapter 12 Running Away Plan. Lu's family to be wiped out? Breakfast table. Jiang Yuehan's beautiful eyes narrowed into a crescent moon as she ate the meat sandwich made by Lu Shun himself. Gu Mingyue kept on giving Jiang Yuehan dishes. Daughter-in-law, eat more and replenish. Thanks Thanks mom. The little ginger empress eats everything. The main focus is a good feeder. Congratulations to the host. Gaining experience in martial arts techniques, 3 years. Congratulations to the host. He has gained 3,000 points of destiny value. Current destiny value, 402,000. The system voice sounded. Lu Shun, however, had no time to care. It always felt like, the way mom looked at herself, with a hint of weirdness. Mom, I was pressed for time this morning, so I just made a meat loaf. If you want, I'll go to the kitchen and make you another one? Lu Shun was the first to break the silence and opened his mouth to ask tentatively. I'm bad for you? Gu Mingyue asked back in a cold voice. That. Jiang Yuehan stopped moving and looked up at Gu Mingyue. After a moment of hesitation, he lowered his head and continued eating. She was tempted to say something like, Lucian made it taste different from the cook. Much better than the cook's cooking, to be exact. But on second thought, why was he praising this little devil? Moreover, he was the only one in the house who had eaten the meat sandwich made by Lucian. To say something like that again would inevitably lead to the suspicion of getting a bargain. What's wrong, Moonchill? Gu Mingyue looked towards Jiang Yuehan and asked in a gentle tone. Jiang Yuehan gently shook her head, signaling that it was fine. Gu Mingyue returned a smile. Spinning around, he glared at Lucian again. You kid still has some conscience. You know to make breakfast for your mother. But you. Gu Mingyue wanted to speak. Let Lucian knight. In the body of Jiang Yuehan, less force such words. Can't really say. It's too hard to talk about. Still, it's not something to be taken lightly. Although this morning, the bone setter came to take Xiao Yuehan's pulse and said there was nothing serious. Just a little weak. Just take more rest. But in the long run, something will have to happen to my daughter-in-law. Mom, what are you trying to say? Lucian was dumbfounded. Why is it that since yesterday, there's something about what Mom says that she doesn't understand? Is it another misunderstanding? Wow. It's so tempting to yell. Riddler, get out of Gotham. Gu Mingyue sank her breath, restrained her emotions, and made her tone as flat as possible. From today onwards, you and Yuehan will sleep in separate rooms. When she finished, she let out another soft sigh, knowing that this is perhaps a little cruel for the newly married young couple, but it had to be done for the sake of my daughter-in-law's health. Really? That's great. Lucian agreed excitedly. Mom, is it really okay? Jiang Yuehan's beautiful eyes flashed with light as she looked at Gu Mingyue and asked. Great. Finally I can stop having to watch out for little devils. It can be done without having to put up with the snoring. You can sleep in the bed. Gu Mingyue frowned. These kids, why are they so happy? Shouldn't it be disappointment? I get it. It must be because of thin skin. Of course, in the future, Duehan will sleep in Xiaoxin's room, and Xiaoxin will sleep in the side room in the east wing. The two houses are not far apart. But I must remind you both that young men should know moderation. Especially Shun. Don't be reckless just because you're young. You'll have time to cry when you're old. Hearing Ms. Gu's words, Lucian nodded with seeming understanding. What an esoteric word. Feel like I'm going to grow a brain. The little ginger Empress nodded in agreement. Can't understand it though, but Auntie Gu is a good person and wouldn't lie to herself. That's right. Gu Mingyue smiled with satisfaction and picked up her chopsticks to eat at ease. But what she doesn't know is, Xiaolu's classmates have lived 2 lives. Never even held a girl's hand until now. Know a little though, but don't know much. Maybe the theory is rich, but as we all know, theorists are paper tigers. As for the little ginger Empress, same for both worlds. But the words spoken to men add up to a handful. All of her energy was spent on cultivation. For everything else, pure as a blank sheet of paper. Therefore, both of them listened to Ms. Gu's hints in a confused and seemingly unintelligible manner. Mom, there's still half a month left. It's the Huacheng sect's entrance ceremony. I want to go over early and familiarize myself with the environment. Eating his meal, Lucian suddenly said to Gu Mingyue, staying at home, though, can squeeze the little assassin to swipe the system rewards, but the risks aren't usually high. There's no chance of getting someone killed one day. He decided to look outside anyway. Maybe there are more opportunities for system rewards out there. This statement was made. A hint of doubt flashed through Jiang Yuehan's eyes. On second thought, he remembered that Lucian seemed to have spent some time in the Huaqing sect. According to the investigation in his previous life, the first sect Lucian worshipped when he was young was the Huaqing sect. Nay, his qualifications were too poor, and he was organized into the outer sect. Later, for theft, he had his hamstring picked off and was expelled from the clan. Together, they had spent less than a year in the Huaqing sect. When he himself arrived at the Huaqing sect, this little devil had already been expelled. To say why little Empress Ginger knew Lucian so well? Ever since her last life, her first defeat to the Demon Lord, just found a way to investigate Lucian's information. He knew Lucian's life experience like the back of his hand. Yeah, I forgot about that. You still have to go to the Huaqing sect. Gu Mingyue was a bit embarrassed, and her gaze fell on Jiang Yuehan. It's only been a short time since the wedding, and her husband has left home to practice. I don't know if my daughter-in-law will be able to take it. Yuehan, Xiaoxin is your husband. Do you think he should? Seeing that Ms. Gu was about to ask the little assassin's opinion, Lucian hurriedly interrupted. Mom, why are you asking her? I make my own decisions about my affairs. You brat, am I not thinking of you? Gu Mingyue subconsciously disliked it back and helplessly skimmed her mouth. In her opinion, Jiang Yuehan liked Lucian so much and thought of him in every way, so she definitely wouldn't refuse. Even if there was discomfort, it was bottled up inside. it's a bad time to say that. It's your birthday in a month. The result is going to the Hua Qing sect. Why don't you go after your birthday? Gu Mingyue muttered a few words, then looked up and asked for Lucian's opinion. The Hua Qing sect has an initiation ceremony once a year, and it's overdue. So how could people wait for me to finish my birthday? Lucian was speechless. That's a pretty lame excuse. Mom, the future is bright for you though. It will turn over the clouds in the 3 worlds and 10 states, become a generation of immortal emperors and be honored by all the world. The fragrance is eternal. Fascinate thousands of young girls. It is the only idol of the 3 worlds and 10 states. But now, it is still just the beginning stage. And the other Hua Qing sect will not sell their face. Gu Mingyue stammered. That. At this time, Jiang Yuehan's tentative voice rang out. Will you be 19 after your birthday? Lucian glanced at Jiang Yuehan. Yes, married young and fell into the hands of a little assassin like you. 19th birthday. Jiang Yuehan's pretty face sank. Little devil on his 19th birthday. It was also the day the Lu family was exterminated. Auntie Gu and Uncle Lu will both die. Chapter 13 8 years to realize a newly created martial art? Definitely a martial arts genius. Something is wrong. 10 to 20% wrong. After breakfast, Lucian paced back and forth alone in the side room of the East Wing, muttering under his breath. With 3 inches of tongue. Good talk. Let mom loose. Allow yourself to depart tomorrow and go to Hua Qing sect early. As for Pops, mom's all loose. Pop's attitude wouldn't matter. But, the little assassin's attitude, however, was extremely odd. Clearly seen, the little assassin's eyes flashed with worry. Yes, it's worry. Asterisk. She's going to worry about me when she can't wait to kill me? Lucian stopped and rubbed his chin. There was a sudden flash of wisdom in his eyes. I get it. This little assassin. He must be worried that he won't have a chance to get at me once I'm gone. She wasn't worried about me being in danger. Rather, I'm worried that I'm not in danger. Grass. Poisonous women. Luckily, there's the Imperial Beast Pact. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have died 800 times already. No, it's better to ask for help. If you're a vegetable, you need to practice more. Lucian quickly came to the bed and sat on his butt. Sit cross-legged. Fear not. If the Imperial Beast Pact failed one day, he should be heavily weighted himself. The ability to defend yourself must be acquired as soon as possible. With that in mind, he took out the bottle of 9-grain body tempering pill from the system space. It had long been heard that the body tempering pill was a panacea for the body tempering realm. It was greatly beneficial to the breakthrough of the body tempering realm. A single stripe of body tempering pill was already a treasure that could not be exchanged for 1,000 gold. This bottle of 9-stripe body tempering pill, wouldn't it be worth a mountain of gold? When it was too late, Lucian didn't hesitate to pour out one from the porcelain vase and swallowed it. For a moment, it felt like a wave of warmth rushed through my body. Congratulations to the host. Breaking through to the 4th stage of the body tempering realm. Asterisk. Lucian was shocked. A 9 stripes body tempering pill. He actually allowed himself to break through from 1 paragraph to 4. Wow. He shook the not-so-small porcelain vase. There are dozens of them in there, to say the least. It was completely enough to break through to the 9th stage of the body tempering realm by himself. Above the body tempering realm was the nascent soul realm. Then above that there was the chi gathering realm, the Dan conjuration realm, the God nurturing realm, the illumination scene, the void breaking, the heaven peeping, and the immortals. It was also unknown if this body tempering pill had any effect on other realms. Let's not worry about that for now. You won't know if it's effective until you use it. Brothers, eat. Lucian ate one body tempering pill after another as if he didn't want any money. Congratulations to the host. Breaking through to the 6th stage of the body tempering realm. Congratulations to the host. Breaking through to the 8th stage of the body tempering realm. Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 10th stage of the body tempering realm. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 12th stage of the body tempering realm. Congratulations to... Wait, don't you congratulate me yet. Lucian stopped moving and interrupted the system's prompt. Not dude. Isn't the body tempering realm only 9 stages in total? What the hell is 12 paragraphs? Smoked? Play? The host's physique is special. And there are 9,981 stages in the body tempering realm. Lucian frowned, hardening the body on the 81st stage. Wouldn't it be equally difficult to cultivate other realms then? In the martial realm, the first 3 realms, body tempering realm, chi nascent realm, and chi gathering realm, were just laying the foundation, grinding the body, absorbing the true chi, and condensing the true chi. This in turn opens up the Dantian space and forms the Dantian. Lucian had reason to be suspicious. If one does not have a system in place, I'm afraid that if I cultivate the Dantian by myself alone, I'll have to wait until I'm 60 years old, that's all. Anyway, now we have the system as a good big boy. Even if it was difficult to cultivate, it was still far quicker to improve than ordinary people. A strong foundation is not necessarily a bad thing. After thinking clearly about this, Lucian continued to take the 9 lines body tempering pill bottle at the bottom. The realm broke through to the 73rd stage of body tempering. Lucian felt that he was now a fierce batch. What was once a hidden 8-pack is now layered. The muscles all over his body were bony and hard. Strong enough to fight a tiger. Nope, tigers count as chicken feathers. It was so strong that it could fight a 9th ranked. No, at least an 8th ranked demonic beast. 10 years of martial arts experience. No, 1 year of martial arts experience. Added to the Tongbei fist. Lucian finished eating the body tempering pill and started hitting the martial arts again. Try the water for a year first, lest you hit the ground running. After all, it's still unknown where your talent lies. The martial art of Tongbei Quan sounds like monkeyish fist, nor may it be suitable for such a jade-like, dashing and suave young man as himself. The host began to study Tongbei Quan, and in the first year, he realized the true meaning and has become a great success. That's a big accomplishment? Lucian was a bit surprised. Granted, he hadn't been exposed to martial arts before. However, it was also known that the realms of martial arts were categorized into 6 realms: beginner, introductory, minor, major, peak, and ultimate. In just 1 year, he was able to practice the Tongbei fist to great success. Murphy himself for monkeyish fist. No, extraordinarily gifted for martial arts? Try another year? Lucian thought, adding another year of martial arts experience to the Tongbei fist. The host has been practicing for another year and has gained a lot of insight into Tongbei Quan, vaguely realizing the true meaning, but needing time to continue to experience it. 2 more years. After 1 year of realization, the host has added a few self-created moves to the foundation of Tongbei Quan. It took another year to integrate, making the power of Tongbei Quan increase greatly. Come straight to 4 years. The host has spent 3 years practicing Tongbei Quan to its peak level. The host encountered a bottleneck and accidentally realized the truth by watching monkeys, and reached the ultimate realm one day. The host combines his own understanding, refines the Tongbei fist and creates his own martial art, Chi Tian fist. Congratulations to the host. He has obtained the best martial art Chi Tian fist. Congratulations to the host's mastery of the Chi Tian fist, which has reached the realm of the ultimate. In only 8 years, he has practiced Tongbei Quan to the realm of creation, and also created his own extreme martial art, the Chi Tian fist. On top of the foundation of the middle grade martial art, the corners of Lucian's mouth were harder to suppress than even AK. Martial arts qualities are categorized as inferior, intermediate, superior, and extreme. A superb martial art. Even the top clans regarded it as a treasure. Hey, my martial arts attainments are truly extraordinary. Lucian didn't hesitate to add the 8 years of martial arts experience to the Golden Dipper horizontal training technique. He was confident that he could similarly practice the Golden Dipper horizontal training technique to the realm of ultimate creation. Maybe, one could create another extreme martial art out of his own. It's not likely that the new martial arts will remove the original drawbacks of the Hengmai Kung Fu. The host begins to study the Golden Gang horizontal training technique. The first year is like reading a book. In the second year, the host seems to have seen the way and reached the beginner's realm. In the 4th year, the host finally had a new epiphany, but still needed time to sharpen it. In the 6th year, the host was finally initiated and practiced daily, tirelessly. In the 8th year, the host is just 1 step away from reaching minor success. Plus 2 years, Lucian's face was a bit ugly as he commanded the system. After 2 more years of training, the host has reached the minor achievement level of the Golden Dipper cross-training technique. 10 years, only a small success. It's hard to believe that I only took on monkeyish fist before. No, the problem must be in the martial arts. The Golden Dipper horizontal training technique? A martial arts genius like me can't even practice you. Sure enough, it's a body-broken evil way. 10 years of experience. When fed to the dogs, Lucian quickly adjusted his mood. Zhang Yuehan's stunningly beautiful appearance appeared in his mind. GGGGGG. The district's small assassins were no longer enough to be feared. Feel free to rub and ravage her on the ground now. CH. The little ginger Empress, who was dragged by MS. Gu to shop for clothes, inexplicably sneezed. Chapter 14, Kind Pops, Bloodbath House. Noon. Luke prepared lunch. Stand in front of the mansion gate and wait. But there was a delay in seeing MS. Gu bring the little assassin home. Young master is so good to young lady. Isn't that so? Young master has never cooked before. And after young lady married into the family. This has been 2 meals already. Santon. Last night I got up and saw someone in the kitchen. I thought it was a burglar. And guess what? It's the young master? That can't be what? the young master gave the young lady fried food in the middle of the night, and not surprisingly made fried chicken. That flavor, don't mention how fragrant it is. Wow, the young master loves the young lady too much. I did hear that the young lady, yesterday, was trying to kill the young master. What do you know? Hitting is kissing and scolding is loving. Maybe this is life and death. Quite a few of the maids showed flamboyant expressions. Listen to the whispers of the underlings. Lucian had a screwed up expression on his face. What is all this? What do you know? I cooked for her just to brush up on the system's rewards. And she really wants to kill me. It's just a matter of people being sad and happy, and not connected. Lucian took another look towards the outside of the mansion. Not surprisingly, the little assassin won't be back by noon today. That said, according to Mom's strength to shop, not to shop all day and how can go home. Thinking about this, Lucian turned around and was about to go to the dining hall to eat. Mom shopping, Dad on duty. I'm destined to eat alone at lunch today. Son, give me a hand. Suddenly, Pop's Lu Dinyo's voice came from outside the mansion. Lucian froze and turned to look back, spotting Pop carrying a burly man on his shoulder, holding his face red and grimacing as he walked toward the house. Lucian hurriedly walked forward and picked up the strong man on Lu Dinyo's shoulder and carried him to his own body. Father, why are you back? Who is this man? Lucian asked curiously as he walked towards the mansion. On weekdays, Pops came home late in the evening and sometimes had to work overtime on his rounds. It's the first time I've been home at noon. Lu Dinyo froze outside the mansion and did not hear Lucian's question. Instead, he stared daggers at Lucian's figure. Not a son. I'll give you a hand. Why did you just take it watery? Take it and forget it. How does it look as if it's a breeze? No effort at all. You're making the only gold medal constable in Green Cow Town. It's very sweaty. Dad? Lucian saw that Lu Dinyo did not respond and stopped to look back. Oh, I was patrolling on the road just now and came across him injured. And seeing that it was close to home, I received him at home first to take a look. Lu Dinyo came back to his senses and explained. You arrange a place for him to rest, and I'll go get a bone setter. After saying that, Lu Dinyo was busy leaving and heading to the town's medical center to ask a bone setter to come and treat the people. What an old-fashioned way. Lucian couldn't help but sigh as he looked at his old man's figure. Pops was like that. A loyal man with a pure and good heart. It is well known throughout Greenbrier. It was precisely because of Pop's character that Mom was willing to marry. It's something he heard from a neighbor. But it seems like it's probably maybe not that simple. After all, it was not known before that Pops and Mom were immortal body demon body. Perhaps there are other untold stories. Count the balls. Don't think about it for now. Soon, Lucian found a guest room and placed the injured big man on the bed. After a moment of hesitation, opening the paradox-breaking God pupil, he observed, after all, it's a stranger, so it's better to be cautious. Name, Johu. Sex, male. Age, 36. Mandate of heaven, fierce tiger body, quality, metaphysical, medium. Realm, chi gathering, liquidizing, realm. Body tempering realm. Nascent soul realm. Chi gathering realm. Jedan realm. Spirit nurturing realm. Illuminating scenery. Breaking the void. Peeping into the sky. Immortal. Situation, bloodshed building. Ranked 12th. Originally in the middle of the Jedan realm. Received orders from the master of Bloodshed Tower to go to Dongyang Prefecture and deliver a message to the Bloodshed Tower branch. Unexpectedly, I met the peak master of Huaqing's sect and was seriously injured. In the nick of time, he used the secret technique of the bloodshed building, blood transportation, to lower his cultivation and escape. On the way to escape, he mistakenly entered the town of Qingyo and was saved by Lu Dinyo, the head constable of Qingyo town. Holy! Lucian's pupils quaked. Pops saved the day. And it was actually someone from the Bloodbath House. According to rumors, the Blood Fury House is a fearsome organization of killers. Its members are vicious as hell. All murderous beings. Momi, what kind of rewards can this Shenadal give? Lucian thought about it and ran off on a tangent. There was a touch more greed in his eyes when he looked at Johu. Jia. I would have just killed him. Does it count as a change of destiny? In fact, Xiao Lu's classmates were given the system. The idea of going against the ancestors was born in his mind. Changing destiny? The easiest thing to do. Isn't it just to give a GA? It was alive. Now it's dead. Could there be a more radical way to change than this? What's this kid thinking? Why do I suddenly feel a little chill down my back? Johu slandered in his mind. Eyes narrowed into a slit, secretly observing Lu Shun. In fact, he woke up on the way to be carried by Lu Dinyo. Wary at first, but along the way, listened to Lu Dinyo keep cheering himself up, chattering on about something. You must hold on. Brother! I will save you. You can't give up hope of living. He knew that Lu Dinyo, who had saved him, was a lousy person. So the guard was down. The intention was to use the other party's kindness to heal his own injuries, but after being taken over by Lu Xun, he actually vaguely felt a hint of bad luck in his heart. This kid is young, good looking too, but how is it so creepy when you smile? This kid, is he actually at the 9th stage of the body tempering realm? At his age, it's considered a gift. Zhou kept muttering in his heart, although he was surprised by Lu Xun's realm, but not in the least bit afraid. Even if he used the blood escape technique and his realm fell, there were still injuries, and the Qi-gathering realm could only exert the strength of the nascent soul realm, but it was also by no means something that a body-tempering realm could resist. Of course, Zhou thought, as long as Lu Xun doesn't take the initiative to provoke, and he wasn't going to do anything rash, so as not to aggravate the injuries on your body. He's not really going to make a move on me, is he? Zhou suddenly shook his tiger's body, only to see that Lu Xun was looking for something. Every now and then he picks up a bottle or can on the table and smashes it into the air a few times. Seems to be picking out a weapon while it's handy? Finally picked up the bolt and hefted it in his hand. So, were you the one who saved me? Zhou couldn't pretend anymore and simply opened his eyes and took the initiative to talk to Lu Xun. Lu Xun froze and turned his head to look at Zhou. Why isn't this pussy playing dead? Ha. Thank you lad. You're very kind. Zhou squeezed out a smile and forced the conversation to continue. I'm a merchant from the Dongyang prefecture, here to do business in Qingyo town. I met bandits on the road and escaped. I will repay you well. Snap. Lu Xun threw the bolt casually to the ground. Smiling, he walked towards Zhou. We're all buddies. Why are you so polite with me? Zhou froze. It's hard to fault him. Is this boy pure of heart? Boy, you're really. Is it true what you say about repayment? Chapter 15 You Die. Discoveries of the Little Ginger Empress. Zhou looked at Lu Xun blankly. So that was just a courtesy? He quickly calmed down and squeezed out a smile. That's natural. When I'm healed, 100 taels of silver will be given with both hands. Hearing this, Lu Xun's face stiffened and his smile dissipated. In the next second, yanking over the quilt, he covered Zhou's head. Only 100 taels? That's definitely not as good as the rewards the system gives. You might as well die a death. Woohoo! Zhou was holding his breath. There were injuries on the body originally. The struggle was so great that it tore the wound raw. But it's a matter of life and death. He couldn't care less about having injuries. Mobilizing the only true chi left in his entire body. Prepare to launch a counterattack. Kid, if you're unkind, then don't blame me. Pust. Just thinking. Lu Xun clenched his fists and ruthlessly hammered Zhou in the stomach. Zhou immediately felt that his internal organs were shattered. The drilling pain went straight to his head. Is this the 9th stage of the body hardening realm? Be honest. Don't invite people in. Lu Xun gritted his teeth and continued to press hard on the bedding. Took a stance of saying whatever it takes to cover Zhou's death. I was born under the red flag and grew up in the spring breeze as an aspiring teenager. It is not because of a little insignificant reward from the system. You're just going to kill loyalists? My tutelage won't allow me to do that. Not only do they not kill indiscriminately, I'm also cynical. There is no common ground with the evil forces of the world. What? The person in front of you is a member of the Bloodshed Tower? I, Lu, am at loggerheads with you. Dead. You die for me. Congratulations to the host. Changing the destiny of Zhou, killing Zhou with one punch. Reward, Black Iron Seal of Increase. Upgrade any weapon to good quality. Weapon grades, mundane, good, lower, medium, upper, extreme, precious, divine. Acquired destiny value, 10,000 points. Host's destiny value balance, 412,000 points. Ha, didn't you cover it up? Lu Xun loosened his grip and blinked in confusion. Lean. If I had known I could have punched it to death. I'm wasting this emotion? Son, where are you? I've got the bone setter here. Suddenly, Lu Dinyo's voice came from outside the house. Lu Xun hurriedly returned the bedding to its place, picking up the bolt on the floor in the process. After looking back at Zhou lying on the bed, opened the door and run toward the house. Father, you're finally back. That good man has been unconscious. Let the bone setter have a look. The canonization of 360 trades includes the line of the playwright. Thus, Lu Xun's acting was seamless, unbroken. Quickly, Ma Longjong is in your hands. Lu Dinyo led Ma Longjong, walking quickly towards the guest room. Lu Xun followed closely behind. Bonesetter Ma took Zhou's pulse, and just as he touched his wrist, his brow wrinkled into a pimple. How's it going, Bonesetter? Lu Dinyo asked nervously from the side. Sheriff Lu, you're asking me to save a dead man? Ma Longjong let go of his hand and looked helplessly at Lu Dinyo and asked, what about playing? himself is a groomer. It's not like it's a coroner. What? He's dead? Lu Dinyo's face showed shock. Dead. Dead through and through. The kind that the gods can't bring back. The horse groom said. Father, you did your best. People have their own destinies. It's this good man who didn't pull through. Lucian sighed from the sidelines. It's just. Lu Dinyo sighed and raised his hand to brush his eyes from Zhouhu's face in peace. Lu Dinyo had a rare noon meal at home. After he quickly picked up 2 mouthfuls to eat, he took Zhouhu's body and went back to the town yamen to deliver his report. Though the man is dead, but still, the body was to be turned over to the public. Find out who the other person is and where they came from. Lucian returned to his room alone after seeing Pops leave. From his arms he pulled out a letter. This was scavenged from Zhouhu. The canonization of 360 acts also includes the line of pickpockets. Lucian got the letter in front of his old man. Unbeknownst to him, he also unknowingly and unnoticeably passed on 50 taels of silver to his father as pocket money. This bloodshed tower. It's going to mess things up again. Lucian unfolded the letter to take a look and instantly widened his eyes. Because of the Dongyang mansion, the original subfloor owner was promoted. Dongyangfu branch building. The position of the owner is vacant. The selection of a new building owner is now open. Within a month, the one who takes the most blood spirits will be the owner of the building. The blood vampire is the essence obtained from the purification of blood. The higher the martial artist's realm, the purer the blood vampire. I had heard long ago that the Blood Fiend Tower was obsessed with collecting the blood vampires of martial artists. I'm afraid I'm not practicing any strange feats. Hiss. Lucian put the letter away. I wondered if I should report it to the police. However, the thought was quickly dispelled. Although the Great Yan Dynasty, a unified 3 worlds and 10 states, officials were set up in various places, but the government can only control the common people. A deterrent for martial artists is better than nothing. It was the major clans that really managed the martial artists. Sect, not under the jurisdiction of the court, but it has a cooperative relationship with the court, equivalent to a vassal who cuts off a party. Stay out of the people's business. Only martial artists are controlled. The sect within the jurisdiction of the Dongyang prefecture was the Huaqing sect. This matter, to be properly resolved, must be reported to the Huaqing sect, but the great clans, unlike the government offices, have the means to beat the drums and call for redress of grievances. Unless the matter was particularly big, the clan would intervene to deal with it. Otherwise it's all a wait-and-see attitude. It wasn't as if the Bloodshed Tower hadn't caused chaos in the past. Massacred the 36 members of Mr. Wang's family in Dongyangfu. None of the housekeeper's maids were spared. Even the eggs in the house shook loose yolks. The earthworms were dug up and cut into a dozen pieces. The Huaqing sect didn't make a move either. In the end, it was a non-starter. Never mind. Nobody knows. I took this letter. Zhouhu is also dead without evidence. The poor are alone. I'm just a little Karami now. It's better to keep a low profile. Lucian didn't have the heart to mind his own business. Not to mention, there's now a bag of dynamite in the house that could explode at any time. The first order of business was to deal with this little assassin. Jiang Yuehan couldn't care less. Late afternoon, Jiang Yuehan and MS Gu returned home, wandered around for most of the day. Gu Mingyue picked up dozens of sets of clothes for Jiang Yuehan, a dozen pieces of jewelry. Before going out, the little ginger Empress wore MS Gu's old clothes. It came back refreshed. At a glance, those who didn't know thought that it was some kind of young lady. No, rather, which noble lady? After all, the little ginger Empress has her hair up, young enough to be a wife. The smell of blood? Jiang Yuehan had just stepped through the threshold when she smelled a murderous odor. The heart steeped. Is it possible that the Lu family has suffered? She couldn't care less about MS Gu beside her. Nervously, he ran toward where the smell of blood was strongest. Moonchill? Gu Mingyue froze. Spinning around, she thought of something and an anti-smile appeared on her face. This girl, she's so attached to Sink. As soon as he entered the house, he couldn't wait to see Sink. At the same time, Lucian is sitting in front of the door of the house, sunbathing. His afterglow caught a glimpse of Jiang Yuehan rushing towards his side. This little assassin. He really is dying for me. Chapter 16 Land Sinking Radar. Little Ginger Empress's birthday. Lucian stood up and was preparing to receive the move. And then, he saw Jiang Yuehan running straight into the guest room. Lucian froze. What's this way? The little ginger Empress came into the room and looked around. Found to be in no danger. But she was certain that there had definitely been a fight in this room. One of them, at least, was at the Chi-gathering realm. Moreover, it was not difficult to tell from the killing aura that this person came from the Bloodshed Tower. Though the realm fell, but her ability to perceive martial artists had long been deep in her bones. In addition to that, things like the understanding and perception of the way of the sword, martial arts, and kung fu were also the same. That's what she's looking up to get back on top. The other guy. Zhang Yuehan's face stared. Can't go wrong. The one fighting with the chi-gathering realm was none other than Lu Xun. I'm all too familiar with that demon's scent. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Even if he runs to the ends of the earth. I can even follow his scent and find him. But the current Lu Xun, but only a paragraph of the body-hardening realm. How could you possibly defeat the chi-gathering realm? Just as the little ginger Empress thoughts were turning over, Lu Xun touched into the room. Opened the delusion-breaking god pupil. I'd like to see what kind of drugs this little assassin has in his gourd. Name, Zhang Yuehan. Sex, female. Age, 19. Divine destiny, Xianhuang Tianlu body. Quality, heavenly, upper. Realm, hardened body 7th stage. Situation, shopping with my mother-in-law, Gu Mingyue, and enjoying a lunch at Aloe House, where I ate the famous lamb key pastries, and experienced the warmth of home and felt happy, but also harboring concerns for the future of her in-laws and the Luck family. Lu Xun was dumbfounded. That's a little too much information. The little assassin was 18 yesterday. How come you're 19 today? Could it be that today is her birthday? Nope, that's not the point. The point is that Mom actually took the little assassin to the Aloha House, and ate lamb key pastries? Mom can't even spare it when she wants to eat it herself. It's too biased. She shopped and ate all day. Also broke through. Yesterday, you were only at the 2nd stage of body hardening. How come it's 7 paragraphs today? Is this the gold content of Empress Xianhuang? Upgrade as in drinking water? Holy, if I really didn't have a system to hang on to, I'm afraid I wouldn't be a dead ball already. Wait, what's this little assassin worried about? Afraid to bankrupt my family? Or are you afraid that if you kill yourself, your mom and dad will be sad? If the latter was the case, it was still the little assassin's conscience. What have you been doing today? Suddenly, Zhang Yuehan's icy voice rang out. What's wrong with sleeping all day? Lu Xun sniffed, his thoughts returning to reality, and responded in a mixed manner. Tell the truth. Zhang Yuehan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. The body vaguely exuded a high and mighty Empress aura. The words were like questioning the slaves who had once worked under him. None of your business? Lu Xun snorted coldly and asked back in a disdainful tone. You hoo-hoo. And tell the truth. The Xianhuang Empress tugged at her grin. What a big mouth. Never habitually sick. You. Zhang Yuehan clenched her pink fists. If I wasn't worried about the safety of Auntie Gu and Uncle Lu, don't even bother talking to you little devil. What a nice thing to do. She suddenly realized something. The clenched fist slowly unclenched. This little devil. He's already at the 9th stage of the body tempering realm? When did this happen? No, it seemed to be more than just the 9th stage of the body tempering realm. According to the last survey, this devil's physique was extremely special, just exerting the strength of the body tempering realm. It was so strong that it was enough to crush the nascent soul realm. Granted, with her natural talent, she could similarly challenge over the levels, but this devil is crushing. It was even able to cross 2 levels to defeat the chi-gathering realm. She had always suspected that Lu Xun's cultivation path was different from that of ordinary people. As a result, he had survived until he was 60 years old before breaking through the body tempering realm. But now, it seems to be getting a little different. Could it be that because of the heavenly way, this devil's destiny has produced a change? If that's the case, then will Lu Xun's growth rate be far faster than expected? Could it be that the 10 states of the 3 realms are going to be ruled by this demon lord in advance? The more Zhang Yuehan thought about it, the more frightened she became. The little face had turned as white as paper. The red lips also lost their blood color. Hey, 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 say one thing to you, as to be angry like this? Lu Xun sensed the change in Zhang Yuehan's face and eased his attitude by a few points, saying in a helpless tone, small-minded, forget it, it's your birthday today. I'm not messing with you, off to cook for you. After saying that, Lu Xun turned around and walked out of the guest room. Zhang Yuehan's face recovered a few points. What did this little devil just say? How did he know that my birthday was today? This is something that has never been known. Even the sect leader of the Watching sect, whom she regarded as her family in her previous life, as well as the major peak masters did not know about it. Even, no one asked about themselves. In addition to Auntie Gu. While shopping today, Auntie Gu even asked about her birth time. But for fear of causing trouble for Auntie Gu, I didn't inform her. Just say you don't remember. This little devil, how did he know? Later, inside the dining room, the table was filled with a dozen dishes, all from Lu Xun's hand. Lu Xun stood beside the table, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a smile. GGGGGG. Took advantage of the little assassin's birthday to make a table. The reasons are valid and sufficient. Impeccable. This shall not brush the rewards numb. What day is it? What's with all the cooking? Ms. Gu led Jiang Yuehan into the dining hall and was a bit surprised to see the sumptuous dishes on the table. It's not New Year's or a holiday. Why did the chef make such a big table? Although the Lu family is rich, but she has always upheld the principle of thrift and frugality. Never waste or spend a penny more than you have to. In addition to treating Jiang Yuehan, the understanding, well-behaved, intelligent, articulate, beautiful and moving good daughter-in-law. Mom, I made this. Lucian crossed his arms and said with confidence and pride, good boy. So it's you. Gu Mingyue glared at Lu Shun. If the cook had done it, she wouldn't have been so angry. I watched my mom rush over and raise her hand to give herself a pop. Lucian hurriedly shouted, Mom, calm down. Today is little prick. It's Jiang Yuehan's birthday. That's why I'm making such a table to celebrate. So, Gu Mingyue's hand slowly fell. 180-degree change in attitude. Good boy. You know that you love your mother. Not bad. Not bad. As she spoke, she looked back at Jiang Yuehan, her eyes filled with laughter. At this moment, the little ginger empress stood at the entrance of the dining hall, looking at the large table of food, unable to return to her senses for a long time. In his past life and in his present life, the first person who celebrated his birthday was actually Lu Shun, even though it was clear that Lu Shun's future demon dignity. Her heart, however, still couldn't help itself. A hint of an emotion called emotion was born. Ahem. Lucian cleared his throat and changed the topic. So what? When my father comes back, we'll start. Don't. I just want to swipe the system rewards. You guys are making the atmosphere weirdly awkward. Yeah, why isn't your dad back yet? Gu Mingyue furrowed her brows in confusion. Normally at this time, she should have arrived home long ago. Chapter 17 Old Dad's Heart. Relationship with Jiang Yuehan elevated. Gu Mingyue looked toward the outside of the dining hall. The mind was in a state of flux. Is the kid's dad suddenly on some big case? Jiang Yuehan similarly looked outside the house. A slight frown creased her diaphanous brow. Uncle Luck isn't in danger, is he? Lu Shun murmured. Pops he. It can't be back in the immortal world, can it? The three were of different minds. At this time, Lu Dinyo's figure appeared in their line of sight at the same time. Lu Shun, Jiang Yuehan and Gu Mingyue unanimously sighed in relief. Okay. Doesn't seem that good. All three of them accurately captured the despondency under Lu Dinyo's eyes, as well as the forced smile on his face. Oh, there's a temporary matter in the yamen. In the future, if I come back late, you guys can just eat in advance. You don't have to wait for me. Lu Dinyo came to the table with a smile and said as if nothing was wrong. What are you all looking at me for? Sit down and eat. Lucian narrowed his eyes. Delusion-breaking pupil. Open. Name, Luck Tai Ngao. Sex, male. Age, 40. Divine fate, swift immortal body, quality, broken. Realm, hardened body realm. 7th stage. Situation, bringing Zhou body back to the government office, but being interrogated by the magistrate. He was interrogated for several hours, and his heart was haggard. Lucian was puzzled. It's just a corpse. On weekdays, there were murders from time to time in Castle Peak County, and even in Qingniu town. I haven't seen the magistrate so concerned either. Not to mention not seeing Pop so bad. Can it be that the county magistrate of Castle Peak County has changed? Nope. Lucian vaguely sensed something. Lean. This magistrate of Castle Peak County can't have a ghost in his heart. Child's father. It's hard work on duty. At this time, Gu Mingyue came behind Lu Danio and gently pinched the other party's shoulders, then sat down obediently next to him and smiled again. You don't know yet, do you? But today is Yuehan's birthday. Sink did all the cooking at this table. We're kind of in our daughter-in-law's good graces. She wasn't like Lucian who had a system in place, but with years of husband and wife, it was also evident that something had happened to her husband. Wait until later and ask privately. Even if it doesn't help much, at least it's soothing to the husband. In front of the two kids, not so much, lest you worry the children. Hearing Gu Mingyue's words, Lu Danio brightened up and looked at Jiang Yuehan with a beaming smile. Good thing. Happy thing. As he spoke, he pulled out from his arms the purse that Ms. Gu had hand-sewn, and then the silver was all poured out on the table. Then he stood up, cupped the silver in his hand and handed it towards Jiang Yuehan. I'm too busy here and didn't prepare in advance. Yuehan, you take these silver and spend them. Jiang Yuehan froze, subconsciously about to refuse. Can't make it. Ms. Gu smiled and persuaded. Yuehan, it's not too much to ask, is it? You're the Lu family's daughter-in-law. All the money in the family will be yours from now on. Ha! Xiaolu's classmates, who were struggling with whether or not the magistrate had hidden his identity, were shaken by the tiger, snapping back from his thoughts. Shouldn't the family's money be mine from now on? How come it's hers? Pops, what are you doing? Why did you give her the money? All that silver. Eyeballing at least 100 taels. Your mom's right. The money's all yours. Don't be a stranger. Lu Dinyo smiled and shoved the silver hard into the little ginger empress's hand. Jiang Yuehan pursed her lips, a little embarrassed. Thank you, father. Thanks for nothing. No thanks. Lu Dinyo smiled nervously. A word of papa called out to him with immense comfort. The gloom in his heart also instantly dissipated for the most part. Jiang Yuehan looked at the silver in his hand. The heart was moved beyond measure. Stronger faith. This time, say anything to protect the Lu family, regardless of Lu Shen's identity. But the parents of this little devil are good people. Heavenly good people. It's better than the people of the Huaqing sect. It made her really feel at home. In her last life, the little ginger empress was cold and unfeeling when facing men, but it doesn't mean she cuts off her emotions and desires. At least, her desire for a family is especially valued. The attitude that was once shown towards the Huaqing sect was the best proof of this. Come on, all sit down and eat. Ms. Gu smiled and said, all of them taste Shaoshen's handiwork. Lu Dinyo took his seat. Jiang Yuehan nodded and also sat beside Gu Mingyue. Seeing this, Lu Shen moved his chair and moved next to Jiang Yuehan. Eyes on Jiang Yuehan stuffed the money into his sleeve pocket. The whole heart is dripping blood. Whoa yeah. This little assassin. He's just a bully. Forget about killing me. Money grabbing is something I can't stand. Pops. Jiang Yuehan looked at Lu Dinyo and lightly opened her vermilion lips. Wanted to ask Lu Dinyo what he had been through today. She had a hunch. The killjoys in the house today, as well as the odd behavior of Lu Dinyo when he went home. Perhaps it's inextricably linked to the Luke's murder. However, as soon as she opened her mouth, Lu Shen chopsticks a dish and put it into the bowl in front of Jiang Yuehan. Here, try this fish and meat dish. Jiang Yuehan froze. Her words came to a halt, and her eyes looked at Lu Shen in dismay. What's wrong with this little devil? All of a sudden? Can't figure it out. But the dish looks kind of flavorful, right? The little ginger empress readily accepted the good advice and savored Lu Shen's handiwork. As soon as he took a bite, his beautiful eyes narrowed into a crescent moon. Congratulations to the host for changing Jiang Yuehan's destiny. For the first time in his life, he had shredded pork with fish. Reward for martial arts and kung fu experience, 5 years. Acquired destiny value, 10,000 points. Host's current destiny value, 422,000 points. Here, try this dish again. Congratulations to the host. And this one. Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to Little Sink and Moonchill are so affectionate. Seeing this, Lu Dinyo couldn't help but sigh. Immediately afterward, he also gave Gu Mingyue a chopstick of vegetables and clumsily mimicked, son of a, you eat too. Ms. Gu was smiling like a woman. It was a bit naive and not romantic at all for my own husband to imitate. Besides, the table was cooked by his son, not him. Any more imitation is ultimately missing flavor. However, it was never romance that she valued Lu Dinyo for. Rather, it's the down-to-earth energy in the body. Though the little sink is nice, but Big Bull isn't bad either. In her mind, even the best. No one can beat that. After dinner, Lu Dinyo and Gu Mingyue left first. Jiang Yuehan sat down at the table. It always feels like I'm forgetting something. On second thought, bad. I forgot to ask Uncle Lu what happened today. To the side, Lu Shen sat paralyzed in his chair. The whole thing was numb with pleasure. A table of dishes. Frozen brushed 65 years of experience in martial arts feats, as well as 130,000 heavenly destiny values. View panel. Host, Lu Shen. Sex, male. Age, 18. Mandate of heaven, immortal in demon body, quality, heavily extreme. Realm, 73rd stage of the body tempering realm. Circumstances, bugging and swiping system rewards, which is disliked by the system. 1,000,000 points of destiny required for the next draw. Host's destiny value balance is 542,000 points. Available martial arts technique experience, 85 years. Mastering the canon, 360 acts. Mastery of martial arts, Tongbei Fist and Qitian Fist at the extreme level, Jingang Hung Tiangon at a small level. Available props, Black Iron Increase Seal, can upgrade any ordinary weapon to good quality. Imperial Beast, Jiang Yuehan, Human. Xianhuang Tianlu Body, 7th stage of body hardening. Imperial Beast relationship, hated with a passion. Lu Shen hooked the corner of his mouth in satisfaction. The system rewards are swiped. Time to get the money back from the little prick. With that in mind, Lu Shen looked at Jiang Yuehan. At the same time, Jiang Yuehan also looked sideways at Lu Shen and was the first to speak. Thank you for celebrating my birthday. Congratulations to the host. Relationship with the Imperial Beast has improved. Current relationship, abhorrence. Congratulations to the host. His cultivation level has increased to the 78th stage of the body tempering realm. Lucian froze. That's a 5-paragraph upgrade? More significant than the 9 lines body tempering pills enhancement effect? Then this money, if you want it back. Will the relationship deteriorate back? Relationships have the potential to deteriorate. So please host. Be a person. There is a possibility of deterioration? Lucian thought. And his eyes lit up. Is there such a thing as a good thing? Ahem. The money my father gave you. Take it out and use it for food. Chapter 18, Realm Breakthrough. Jiang Yuehan's XP? Jiang Yuehan looked at Lucian incredulously. Meals? He's charging me for food? Don't be a jerk. I've put a lot of work into this big table. Grab the money. Lucian waved towards Jiang Yuehan. The attitude was unmistakable. The heart is as clear as a mirror. I'm not stupid. This relationship thing is like cultivation. The more intimate you are, the more difficult it is. It's easy to brush off a relationship while it's hot and watery. Of course it's going to be repeated horizontal jumps to take advantage of the wave hard. Détente can deteriorate, but the cultivation given will not fall. This wave is called a sure thing. No. Jiang Yuehan sidled up to Lucian and assumed a protective stance. This is Uncle Lu's birthday present to me. Why should I give it to you? You little devil? I'll leave you 10. No. 5 taels of silver at most. Hand over the rest. Lucian said forcefully. Hold on tight. Don't dawdle. You. Jiang Yuehan was so angry that her face turned red. What's with this guy? Thanks to himself, the little devil had changed for the better. The heart is still a bit touched. After all, it's such a big table to cook. Hard-working. The little ginger empress's head suddenly short-circuited a bit. Seems like it's pretty hard work, and it smells good. Eat comfortably. The key thing was that Lucian was consciously cooking such a large table to celebrate his birthday. This sentiment should not be denigrated. He doesn't really think of me as a maiden. Does he? I'm the one who's going to kill him. Suddenly I feel. What's the matter with some sin in my heart? Come to think of it, the little devil hadn't done anything excessive. Even on the wedding night, he didn't touch me when I didn't want him to. The only thing wrong with it is that it has a dirty mouth, but he was only 18, and teenage brattiness was perfectly normal. Really, it doesn't seem like much of a problem. Could it be that this little devil, who was just showing off with his mouth, actually had a good heart? Yeah, Auntie Gu and Uncle Lu. They're good people. How could their children be 10 evil? Perhaps it was because of the tragic future encounters that prompted Lucian to become a demonic father. The Lu family was exterminated, expelled from the clan, went through, again. Congratulations to the host. The relationship with the Imperial Beast has improved continuously. Current relationship, general acquaintance. Congratulations to the host. His cultivation level has increased to the 81st stage of the body tempering realm. Congratulations to the host. Cultivation breakthrough. Congratulations to the host. Upgraded to the nascent soul realm. Body tempering realm. Nascent soul realm. Chi gathering realm. Jiedan realm. Spirit nurturing realm. Illuminating scenery. Breaking the void. Peeping into the sky. Immortal. The realm of Chi nascent can absorb the Chi of heaven and earth, strengthening itself and laying the foundation for the Dantian. The nascent soul realm has no grade and cannot be probed. By condensing the absorbed true Chi, one can automatically break through to the Chi gathering realm. Lucian's clueless face was in a daze. Not a sister. I've done this to you. You've changed your mind about me? Wow. Scary. I think I'm overdoing it myself. You actually think this is good? Suddenly, Lucian thought of the scene earlier, when Jiang Yuehan took the initiative to beg for scolding. Solid hammer. This little assassin really does have that XP and likes to be bullied. Half your share at most. No more. At this time, the little ginger empress took out silver from her sleeve pocket and divided half of it on the table. Count your blessings. Lucian picked up the silver as soon as he could and put it in his sleeve pocket. Okay, that's money is hush money. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone about your XP. With that, he took off in stride, getting ready to go remind Pops to beware of that magistrate. If you can't, just quit your job and count the balls. Being a constable doesn't pay anyway. I rely on my mom for the bulk of my family's expenses. Hush money? XP? What's he talking about? Jiang Yuehan looked at Lucian's back suspiciously. Why do you somehow feel that this little devil has become a lot smoother? Maybe, I could have not killed him. Just monitor him and keep him from going astray. In this way, the world would likewise be able to have one less demon lord. As for supervision, I'm hanging on to this little devil's maiden now. It's kind of a name. It looks like the marriage is a blessing in disguise. Suddenly, the little ginger empress perceived something startling. The heart made waves. Could it be that that windward system had anticipated all of this? Is that why the mandate for matrimony was given? It's worthy of the power of the heavenly Tao. I can't believe I'm counting so far ahead. It seems that in the future, it is imperative to fulfill the system's tasks carefully before doing so. The system won't screw me. When I tried to kill Lucian, and he gave me guidance, it did make it difficult for Lucian to breathe and his heart beat faster. It all nearly suffocated him at the time. If I want to seriously guide Lucian, I believe the system will also give me the right instructions, and he will make up for my shortcomings and make me much stronger. Even if Lucian didn't listen, he could still be suppressed just as well by force. Right, just do it. Thinking clearly about all of this, the little ginger empress immediately got up and walked towards the outside of the dining hall. Prepare to go to your father-in-law, Lu Dinyo, and ask what the other side has been through. Ask Lucian what the fight in the guest room was about later. As long as he patiently communicated with Lucian, he believed that the little devil would also be able to reveal his heart to himself. Lucian walked towards the west wing. On the way, he tried to inhale the true chi of heaven and earth. Discovering his own strength, he actually gained a short-lived boost. The more you absorb, the more your strength improves. Unfortunately, the boost was only momentary. At best, it would last for one move, and the true chi would dissipate into thin air. Then, if you wanted to improve again, you had to reabsorb the true chi in heaven and earth. I heard earlier that the amount of true chi absorbed is related to one's talent. Lucian muttered. At the same time, in his heart, he said, the amount of true chi I was able to absorb seems to be a bit much. It continued to absorb all the way through and didn't see a bottleneck being encountered. TSK. It's worthy of being an immortal demon syndrome body. Take a moment to try and see what the limit is for absorbing real energy. When it reaches its limit, coalesce the true chi. At that time, it would automatically break through to the chi gathering realm. The amount of true chi condensed determines the foundation of the Dantian. Naturally, more is better. I heard that back then. A friend of Pop's was the one who got carried away when he was in the nascent soul realm. After absorbing the true chi for only a few moments, he was in a hurry to condense the true chi and automatically broke through to the chi gathering realm. As a result, that uncle grudge seed, by the time he reached the Jedan realm, had only produced a mung bean-sized Jindan. This life also stops at the Jedan realm, and the strength is lame. He couldn't even beat the chi gathering realm. My lady, that's the thing. I just can't understand why the magistrate is suddenly targeting me. Husband, it's okay. Big deal. We'll quit. I'll support you. Mother. Husband. Mother. Husband. Ha! Lucian winced. Follow the voice. I saw from a distance that my mom and dad were in love in the gazebo in the yard. Mom and dad. The five senses are greatly enhanced after the nascent soul realm. Not that I want to see or hear it. Lucian took a few steps back, intending to wait for his old mom and dad to finish getting mushy before going up to talk business. But just at that moment, he found Jiang Yuehan appearing in sight. The little ginger empress was just so watery. Walking towards the gazebo. Chapter 19 Bloodshed Tower Expert. Crisis at home. By the way, child father. Little Sink intends to depart for the Hua Qing sect tomorrow. Inside the pavilion, Gu Mingyue suddenly thought of something and said to Lu Dainiu. Lu Dinyo's brows furrowed slightly as he sniffed. We'll go tomorrow. A little early for that. And Sink just got married. Can a daughter-in-law agree to that? Will it affect the relationship between the young couple? Gu Mingyue's face was helpless as she spoke again. Hey, Xiao Shen insisted on going. I couldn't argue, so I promised him. Lu Dainiu froze, and the thoughts in his mind instantly clouded over. Okay, let your son go. The kid's mom said yes, so there's nothing more to say. Father, I have something to ask you. At this time, Jiang Yuehan saucily walked into the gazebo and said to Lu Dainiu. Snap. In the distance, Lucian slapped his head and followed helplessly. This little assassin. He really has no eyes at all. Mom is really confused to like her. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices rang out from the entrance to the mansion. Lord Magistrate has arrived. Why don't you have Lu Dinyo come out to greet him? Hold on tight. If you delay things, I'll hold you responsible. Lucian was on his feet, turning his head toward the mansion gate. Seeing a middle-aged man wearing the 7th grade court robe of Great Yen, with a gloomy and thin look, surrounded by several constables, striding into the courtyard gate. It's just as well. I was looking for you, and you brought yourself to my door. Lucian's eyes narrowed as he stared intently at the county magistrate in the distance. Execute paranoia-breaking divine pupil. Name, Yin Lin. Sex, male. Age, 32. Divine fate, blood sacrifice of the earth's fury body. Quality, Xuanqi, extreme. Realm, late Jedan realm. Body tempering realm. Nascent soul realm. Qi gathering realm. Jedan realm. Spirit nurturing realm. Illuminating scenery. Breaking the void. Peeping into the sky. Immortal. Situation, Bloodshed Tower's heavenly assassin. Rank 63rd. Gag name Thousand Faces Demon Monster. proficient in the forbidden art of transfiguration mantra, which can mimic an opponent's face, voice, and physique, enough to make them look real. 3 years ago, he met the incoming magistrate of Castle Peak County on the road, intercepted him, changed his face, and took over the position of the magistrate of Castle Peak County. Taking advantage of his position as a county magistrate, he has amassed a great deal of wealth for the Dongyang Prefecture's Blood Fury building branch, collecting blood spirits and accumulating a lot of fame in the branch. He is the most promising candidate to become the next owner of the Dongyang Prefecture branch building. Today, while posing as a magistrate as usual, I found that the head constable, Lu Daniu, had brought back the body of Zhou Hu, a colleague in the main building of the Bloodshed building. Sensing something unusual and inquiring about Lu Daniu to no avail, he came to Lu Daniu's home to investigate. There really is a ghost. Late Jedan realm. Damn. Pops. No. The family is going to be hit hard. No. I have to think of a way to shade him. Lucian frowned and quietly retreated to the side, slipping away without a trace. Was Sinky here just now? MS. Gu came to where Lucian was originally standing with a puzzled look on her face. Lu Daniu shook his head, indicating that he hadn't noticed. Zhang Yuehan, however, knew it by heart. Looking in the direction Lucian had slipped away. This guy, what's he been up to? Forget it. Forget about this brat. There's Yuehan representing him. Let's go greet the county magistrate. Gu Mingyue didn't think any further and quickened her pace towards the entrance of the mansion. Lu Daniu followed along. Zhang Yuehan followed closely behind. The county magistrate made a sudden visit, and the words she wanted to ask Lu Daniu were not asked after all. Instead of asking, she came with her in-laws to greet the county magistrate. If it was in her last life, she naturally would not have put a small Green Mountain magistrate in her eyes. Even if she was reborn and returned, the Green Mountain magistrate was nothing more than an ant to her. But the in-laws can't be ignored. Whatever makes the in-laws happy. What's the harm in condescending for a moment? Approaching the gate of the mansion, the little ginger Empress sensed a hint of something wrong. How could this county magistrate have the aura of the Bloodshed Tower on him? Moreover, it was still a Jiedan realm martial artist. In theory, it was impossible for a Jiedan realm martial artist to condescend to a county as a magistrate. Zhang Yuehan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Seems to understand something. Looks like I don't have to ask Pops anymore either. And it seems like I'm getting closer and closer to the truth about the destruction of the Lu family. Lu Daniu with his wife and daughter-in-law have met the county magistrate. I wonder what the prefect's visit is about. Lu Daniu walked forward and asked tentatively. Lin stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over Lu Daniu, Gu Mingyue and Zhang Yuehan's bodies in turn. The god suddenly lurched, sensing the little ginger Empress' unusualness. This Lu family's daughter-in-law, at such a young age, is actually at the 7th stage of the body-tempering realm? Also, there seems to be a... Lin locked eyes with Zhang Yuehan. The next moment, a chill was felt welling up in his heart. This is the icy heart technique? To actually cultivate the ice heart technique at the body-tempering realm. But by the looks of it, it didn't seem like the ice fury had gotten into his body. This woman is definitely not human. It would be a great help if it was incorporated into the Bloodshed Tower branch. At the same time, a few constables had also discovered Zhang Yuehan's presence. However, they can't see what's going on. I just thought that Zhang Yuehan was a beautiful-looking woman, and she was a beautiful woman. But after just one look, then they all turned their heads aside uncontrollably, not daring to continue looking directly at each other. Several people simultaneously sucked in a breath of cold air. It felt like chills rushed through his body. If the magistrate has any instruction, speak up. At this time, Gu Mingyue stood out and said to Lin in a cold voice, "Isn't it a bit rude to keep staring at someone's daughter-in-law?" Lin withdrew the line of sight that fell on Zhang Yuehan. Turning his head, he looked at Gu Mingyue. "It's this woman again. You dare to challenge the magistrate on the basis of your distinguished family. One day when I become the master of the Dongyang Prefecture branch building, I don't care about being this county magistrate. It's your time to die. Your ladyship is overstating it. I just feel that this girl has a special physique and is a seedling for cultivation, and for a moment I have a love for talent." Lin smiled, pretending to be warm, and after explaining, without waiting for Gu Mingyue to respond, he looked at Lu Daniu. "Daniu, today you said you had brought the man back to your home and wanted to treat him, but not before the bone setter arrived and the man died. May it be so?" Lu Daniu sniffed and promised, back to the words of the county governor. "This is indeed the case, and the Ma Lanzhong in Qingniu town can testify to it." Lin waved his hand. "Which room did that man stay in? Show me." He knew well that Lu Daniu was a simple person, so naturally he did not dare to lie to him. He came to find the secret message on Zhou Hu. Zhou Hu, as the main building's messenger, couldn't easily come to Dongyang Mansion. The owner's letterhead must have been carried on his person. Maybe it fell off the road. Or maybe it was left at Lu Dinyo's house. If the letter could be found intact, that would be fine. But if this letter is read by Lu Dinyo, then the entire Lu family, not a single one of them can be spared. After all, only the mouths of the dead are the tightest and most reliable. Chapter 20. Prefect. This is the guest room. Lu Dinyo, Lin and a few constables arrived outside the guest room where Zhou had stayed during the day. Wait outside. I'll go in and search in person. No one comes in without my permission. Lin dismissed everyone and walked into the guest room alone, closing the door. Lu Danio and Gu Mingyue looked at each other. Several constables also looked at each other. The purpose is not clear though, but the order of the biggest parent official of Qingyo Town, and even Qingshan County, did not dare to disobey. Sure enough, there is Zhou Hu's scent. Lin tightened his nose, sensing that Zhou Hu had been in this room. Anyone who is a high-ranking member of the Bloodbath House, all of them practice an evil technique called the Blood Prana Mantra. It is used to refine the blood vampire. Those who had practiced this technique would have their true chi affected to a greater or lesser extent, mixed with a smell of blood that was often difficult to identify, unless it's a member of the Bloodbath House, or a martial artist who was very familiar with the Bloodshed Tower. Otherwise, the presence of this aura could definitely not be detected. Lu Dinyo didn't lie to me, but what about the letter? Lin looked around. The eyeballs were swinging rapidly in their sockets. Everything in the room fell into his eyes. Suddenly, Lin got down and looked toward the bottom of the bed, soon stood up again. Still nothing. No, the letter is not in this room. Did it fall on the road? Or was it hidden by Lu Dinyo? Phew! Lin clenched his fists tightly, restraining the killing intent to slaughter the Lu family. Now is not the time. Before he was in charge of the Dongyangfu branch building, there is still value in the position of county commissioner. Hold back. It can't be exposed yet. Lin's face returned to normal. The hostility in his body dissipated. Just as he turned, ready to leave the house, suddenly, the guest room window was opened from outside. A figure in a nightclothes leapt over with great speed. Asterisk. Your grandmother. Lin was startled and hurriedly looked back. Instead, he saw a wooden stick of even thickness, smashing straight into his face. In sight, the end of the stick grew from small to large. Not waiting for him to react, the wooden stick then struck him straight in the face. There was a muffled thud. Lin's figure shook as he raised his hand to point at Lu Xun. The next second, with a fluttering sound, he fainted straight away. What's the commotion in the house? How do I hear? And who else's grandmother? Something won't happen to the magistrate, will it? Several constables looked at each other. Lu Danio and Gu Mingyue were also worried to the extreme. Lu Xun deliberately changed his voice line. Therefore, Ms. Gu and Sheriff Lu did not hear their own son's voice. What's this guy doing? Zhang Yuahan's heart was shocked, and she secretly slandered. She was the only one present who knew that the person in the room was Lu Xun. This little devil. Does he want to fight someone in the Jedan realm? Crazy? But this little devil seems to be fine. That Bloodshed Tower member at the Jedan realm. His aura seems to have gotten weaker? Is it a fainting spell? How did the little devil do it? I'll check it out. At this time, Lu Dani was really relieved and took a step to the guest room. Stop! A constable immediately leapt out and stopped in front of Lu Daniu. The magistrate has ordered that no one can enter without his permission. But, no buts. Lu Dinyo clenched his fists. Gu Mingyue persuaded. Forget it, the county magistrate has said that in case something happens to him, he is responsible for the consequences. Hey! Lu Dinyo sighed. Since my mother had said so, I could only do as I was told. Humph. Several constables glanced at Lu Dinyo. Although this Lu Dinyo is down to earth and willing to work, been in the position of head constable for over a decade, solely known as the gold medal sheriff, but now you've messed with the magistrate. The position of the head constable, I'm afraid, is no longer secure. When Lu Dinyo is demoted, or even sacked, their chance will come. Several constables looked at each other again with the same thought. Disgust surfaced in the bottom of their eyes all over again, and at the same time thought, these guys are competitors. I have to find a chance to make a good show in front of the county magistrate. The little ginger Empress kept her eyes on the door of the guest house. A heart hung inexplicably in the air. It was actually unprecedented to feel worried for Lu Xun. This guy, did he also see that the magistrate was pretending to be someone from the Bloodshed Tower? But he had more than enough courage, but no strategy. What kind of man does that in his own house? When the other party wakes up, the entire Lu family will be implicated. No, I have to think of something. Ha! The people from the Bloodshed Tower. Dead? Inside the house. Lu Xun pulled out a pre-prepared dagger from his arms and slashed towards Lin's heart. White knives in, red knives out. Lin's body twitched a few times, and then there was no movement at all. Done. Lucian raised his hand and wiped the sweat. That was close. I couldn't hold back the cursing just now. Luckily this pussy has orders to keep people out. Bang! Lucian kicks Lin in the ass. Should be dead. It's not in vain that I've been sucking in my true chi for so long. Storing up this power can be really raw. It actually really ed over the Jidan realm. Thinking that, Lucian turned around to leave. Another sudden realization. Backed out. Pussed. Leaning down, he zapped Lin in the right side of the chest again. Gripping the hilt of the dagger, he gave it a vicious spin. Luckily, my little master is resourceful. The system hasn't prompted yet. You're damn sure not dead. In case your kid's heart grows right, I'll plant it. Pussed. Another cut. Red knives in, green knives out. This pierced Lin's bitter bile. Pussed. The third knife. Green knives in, red knives out. Pussed. A cut to the neck. Pussed. A cut below. Pussed. Congratulations to the host. Later. Busy. It is incumbent upon my generation to do justice. Pussed. Pussed. Put. In just over 10 seconds, Lucian fended off Lin for 749 slashes. Only after confirming that Lin was dead through and broken to restore his original face did he climb out along the window, close the window quietly, then destroy the evidence, briefly washed his body, changed into a dress, finally strutting out of the east wing side room. Ha! Yawning, Lucian approached near the crowd and lazily asked, Father, Mom, what's wrong with this? The magistrate is in there, saying he's searching. Lu Danio frowned, but I listen. The movement inside is not right either. The magistrate is not in danger. Is he? Lucian pretended to be surprised and hurriedly ran towards the guest room. No, the county magistrate is the parent official of Castle Peak County. I have to go and take a look. Stop. Several constables raised their hands at the same time and blocked Lucian's face. The magistrate has ordered that no one is to enter without his order. In case something happens to the magistrate, can you afford it? Ah, are you responsible? Lucian questioned with righteous indignation. Forget it, Sinky. Forget it. Lu Dinyo advised from the back. Sink? Not so much. Gu Mingyue also persuaded bitterly, fearing that Lucian would quarrel with these constables. Anything happens, I'm in charge, okay? A pockmarked-faced constable said aloud. Several other constables glared at the pockmarked face at the same time. Lean, let the kid find a way to perform first. You, hey, Lucian sighed, lost in thought, and turned around, striding back. Gu Mingyue looked at Lucian. Hey, you kids are just too kind. Lu Danio looked worried. Son, don't take what they say to heart. Got it, Dad. Mom. Lucian nodded and continued to walk forward. Prepare to find a comfortable spot to watch the show. At this time, Jiang Yuehan walked over and asked in an extremely lowered voice. You killed him? Lucian snapped his head up. Pupil earthquake. Chapter 21 Thumping the Heart. Dead man in the house. Things can be messy. Words cannot be spoken. Lucian looked at Jiang Yuehan. A hint of nervousness rose in his heart. This little assassin. Hasn't he always been with his parents? When was it discovered? How did you find out? Don't you worry. I won't expose you. Even if you don't make a move. I will. After Jiang Yuehan finished speaking, she paused and added. I did it for Auntie Gu and Uncle Lu. How did you know? Lucian asked in a low voice. I can sense you. The corner of Jiang Yuehan's mouth hooked up with a hint of smugness. No matter where you are, I can find you. Lucian's eyes landed on Jiang Yuehan's upturned nose. Dog. Dog nose? Search and rescue dogs? The little ginger empress froze and raised her hand to touch the tip of her nose. Is there something on my nose? Nothing. I'm just curious. It doesn't matter. Lucian sighed softly. I hope you don't betray me. Or I will. Or what will you do? Jiang Yuehan subconsciously took a step back. A flicker of caution flashed in his eyes. Could it be that this guy has become murderous? Highly likely. After all, the teenager in front of him had just killed someone. Lucian gritted his teeth and said, I'll stop cooking for you. Jiang Yuehan sniffed and pursed her lips tightly. A few moments later, the little ginger empress assured in an extraordinarily solemn tone. Don't worry. I definitely won't betray you. That's right. Lucian sighed in relief. Empress Xinhuang. Nothing more than that. Easy to take. I want to know how the hell you did it. Jiang Yuehan asked curiously. Also, your strength. Why did it increase so quickly? This is, obviously, not common sense. Want to learn? Bring the tuition. I'll teach you. Lucian said with a smile. No money. Jiang Yuehan blankly glanced at Lucian. This guy, he's just falling out of the money. Lucian smiled. Didn't intend to ask for money anyway. It's just a random excuse to put off this little assassin. It's not natural to say much about the system. What if it's exposed and the system fails? The system is good doll, but it's used to save lives. Once it's gone, there's no chance that one day this little assassin's sword will. Thinking of this, Lucian's afterglow suddenly glimpsed that a slender white jade hand reached out in front of him. In his palm was a silver ingot, about 5 taels. Hurry up and take it, that's all I can give you. Jiang Yuehan hummed lightly, seeing that Lucian didn't freeze in place. There was no movement. She took the initiative to take Lucian's hand and stuff the silver into it. This guy, it's good to be out of the money. At least there's a quest. It's not going to turn into a demon lord, but then I'd have to find a way to make money. If this guy is getting greedy, that's not enough money to give right now. Anan, Lucian squeezed out a smile. Hastily, he glanced his eyes aside. How breathing suddenly became a bit difficult, and the heartbeat quickened. Must have been tired earlier. It's all the fault of that bloodbath house asshole. Ludanio glanced in the direction where Lucian and Jiang Yuehan were and couldn't help but sigh. What a great bond between son and daughter-in-law. Gu Mingyue revealed an anti-smile. Who says otherwise? Into the night. Finally a constable couldn't stand it. Go up and knock on the door of the guest house. It wasn't that they wanted to disobey Yinlin's orders. Rather, these few members of the Lu family are just too deceitful. Don't even give them a sip of water. The 2 Lu family members, plus Ludanio's son and daughter-in-law, actually moved a small table and stools, and ate a late-night snack not far from the guest room. Forget the late-night snacks. Lu Dinyo's son, Lu Shun, ate and barfed. The sound is extra loud. Just the sound of the movement makes you crave it. This pussy, and fanning their side with a fan. The scent went up your nose one by one. Who can bear this? Knock knock. After a few knocks on the door, there was no unresponsiveness in the house. In his haste, the pockmarked-faced constable simply pushed the door open. Upon seeing Yinlin's body, several constables were all dumbfounded. The magistrate is dead. Lu Dinyo, the county master died in your house. You must give an explanation. What? Lu Dinyo was startled at the sound and hurriedly put down his chopsticks and hurriedly walked over. Gu Mingyue followed closely behind. Jiang Yuehan glanced at Lu Shun. Lu Shun's gaze dodged. Don't worry, I won't tell. Jiang Yuehan said softly. Well, Lu Shun gave a distracted response. He avoided the line of sight, not for fear of being betrayed by Jiang Yuehan. Instead, he now saw Jiang Yuehan. An inexplicable feeling is born in the heart. This little assassin. Why does he get prettier and prettier the more you look at him? Though, I knew from the first moment I saw her that she was a stunningly beautiful woman, but the heart felt absolutely nothing else. Just thought it was nice and eye-catching. Even last night, the little assassin came up on his own accord without thinking too much about it. But now, there was a kind of fear to talk to her. Worried about the idea of saying the wrong thing? Hiss. Weirdness. I'm afraid it's not that Yinlin's wrong spirit taking revenge on himself. You don't go over to. Jiang Yuehan stood up, but she saw Lucian still sitting in the same place and couldn't help but ask. But before he could finish his words, an icy voice suddenly sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host. He has earned the title of Thumping Heart. Reward, 1 yin-yang soul restoring elixir. After taking it, it can heal one's own internal injuries, and at the same time heal all the injuries on the Taoist's body. Receive a reward, a bottle of 3-stripe body hardening elixir. The little ginger empress was amazed. Thumping? Who? Me? Who am I with? Can't figure it out. Inexplicable. However, the other rewards are not bad. Putting aside the unknown, yin-yang soul restoration pill, the 3 stripes body tempering pill was exactly what he needed right now. She waterily took out the bottle of body tempering pill from the system space. The good thing was that it wasn't noticed by Lu Shun. Otherwise, Lu Shun must have realized that Jiang Yuehan similarly had a system on her side. By that time, Mr. Lu was afraid he wouldn't be able to sleep. Jiang Yuehan directly poured all of the body tempering pills into the palm of her hand, and then he lifted his hand to his mouth and swallowed it along with a few others. The flavor is cool and melts in your mouth. Immediately afterward, the little ginger empress realized that her cultivation had risen to the 9th stage of the body tempering realm. Well, we can break through to the chi gathering realm in one breath tonight. Body tempering realm, nascent soul realm, chi gathering realm, Jedan realm, spirit nurturing realm, illuminating scenery, breaking the void, peeping into the sky, immortal. Jiang Yuehan was satisfied with this. Sure enough, only steady pressure on this Lucian guy. It's the only way to be at ease. At the same time, an exclamation of surprise rang out from within the parlor. Bloodbath house. This person is actually the thousand-faced demon lord of the Bloodshed Tower? So, where did that magistrate go? Could it be that the magistrate has been this thousand-faced demon lord posing as the magistrate? Lu Dinyo and a few constables, after discovering Yinlin's true colors, searched him. As a result, a hidden pocket was found on Yinlin's official uniform. It contained a token of the Bloodshed Tower. Bloodbath House was inscribed on one side. On the other side, it is engraved with Thousand Faces Demon Monarch. Chapter 22, Stepping Forward. White-haired Jiang Yuehan. This is a serious matter. We must report it to the Dongyang Prefecture as soon as possible. Lu Dingyou looked grave and looked up to look around at several constables. First, send this man's corpse back to the Qingshan County Yamen and guard it closely. I'll be counting on you guys to accompany me on a run to the Dongyang Mansion. Let's take this Bloodshed Tower token and depart immediately. Fasten the horse all night long and try to bring the news at first light. The words fall. Several constables looked at each other. With that, he took an uncharacteristic step back. No one would want to get involved with the Bloodshed Tower. You guys. Lu Dingyou frowned. How much salary in silver do you get in a month? What are you selling your life for? In case you're targeted by the Bloodshed Tower, there's nowhere to cry. I'm not going. If you want to go, go yourself. I'm not going either, the constables said in a chorus of voices. With that, they all found their own reasons and left the Lu mansion one after another. Hey! Lu Dingyou wanted to call out to these fellow officers. Unexpectedly, as soon as he made a sound, the few constables all quickened their pace and were busy leaving. Fear of avoidance. Forget it, I'll go by myself. Lu Dingyou looked at the departing figures of the constables and shook his head helplessly. Then he looked to the ground again, at Yin Lin's body. These guys, instead of going to Dongyang Mansion, they brought this corpse back to the county office. Child's father, are you really planning to go to Dongyangfu? Gu Mingyue walked into the guest room and asked Lu Dingyou with a worried face. Lu Dingyou nodded heavily with a righteous face. The matter is important. The message must be conveyed as soon as possible. But, Gu Mingyue wanted to speak. In his heart, he knew Lu Dingyou's temper. Anything small is good to talk about. Whenever there is a major event that requires him to step forward, he is absolutely obliged to do so. 9 oxen can't pull it back. Then go ahead and be safe. Gu Mingyue squeezed out a smile. However, I will hire a few guards for you and have them join you. Lu Dingyou smiled nervously. Okay, listen to your mother. Father, why do you need to do it yourself? Wouldn't it be better to hire a letter carrier to send it directly to Dongyangfu? At this time, Lu Shen yawned and walked into the guest room with a lack of interest. Write another letter, explaining the benefits. No. When Gu Mingyue heard this, her beautiful eyes lit up and said, yes, child father, Xiao Shen is right. The letter carrier writing alone is faster instead. The big deal is that it's better to give people a little more silver to get them on board and provide them with a good horse than to go on our own. Seeing that Lu Dingyou was still hesitating, Lu Shen continued, Father, anyway, if you go, you're just reporting the situation, and if you want to solve the problem, you'll have to send someone over from the Dongyang Mansion. What if you leave and Castle Peak County is in chaos? You've seen the faces of those constables. How can the people of Castle Peak County and Green Ox Township live without you? The gold medal constable, sitting in their midst. This statement was made. Lu Dingyou's expression instantly became grave. My son is right. As a gold medal constable, I cannot leave at will. Yes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Lu Shen nodded and agreed. Let the letter carrier go on such errands. All right, then, Lu Dingyou said, bending down to carry Yin Lin's body. He was about to send it to the Qingshan County office first. Lu Shen saw that Lu Dingyou was about to leave and said, Father, things are urgent, so give me that token and I'll write another letter to help you find the letter carrier. Lu Dingyou looked at Lu Shen with relief and handed over the token. Gu Mingyue was on the side, smiling happily. My son has really grown up. He's all set to share his father's worries. Lu Shen smiled, took the token and quickly ran out of the guest room, heading straight to the East Room side room. Come to the house. Lu Shen's face instantly sank, looking down at the token in his hand. A touch of trepidation surfaced in his eyes. Pops and Mom are thinking too simply. The magistrates of Castle Peak County were all replaced by people from the Bloodshed Tower. No one found out for 3 whole years. Within the Dongyang Mansion, aren't there any people from the Bloodshed Tower? Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. But how can one dare to bet on such things? Once the gamble was wrong, he was bound to be targeted by the Bloodshed Tower. I'm afraid we'll invite extinction. Now really doubt. Old Dad and Mom in the end is not immortal body magic body. Even if they are, I'm afraid they only have the physique, not the strength. Phew. Hiss. Phew. Lu Shen's breathing became rapid. The vision is gradually lax. Half a cup of tea passed. Breathing finally returned to calm. The original fearful gaze became firm. This family is finished without me. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Going out on a limb. I'll deliver it myself. Relationships must be set aside. No matter what. We can't let Bloodshed House find out the clues. That night, Lu Shen pretended to deliver a letter and left the house. Inside the East Room, Jiang Yuehan sat cross-legged, noticing Lu Xun's breath leaving. This guy, what did he do? The little ginger empress frowned, but soon enough, he turned his attention back to cultivation. No time for that little devil. It was imperative to cultivate as soon as possible, to deal with the crisis that might come to the Lu family. No matter what, the Lu family must be preserved. Save the lives of your in-laws. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the nascent soul realm. Listening to the voice of the system in his head, Jiang Yuehan immediately ran the ice heart technique. Under the moonlight, the chi of Taiyin gradually converged towards the circumference of the little ginger empress. The next day, the sky was white with the color of a fish's belly. The Taiyin chi that Jiang Yuehan had absorbed had finally reached its limit. Then, she took this surging breath and condensed it at the location of her dantian. Congratulations to the host, breaking through to the chi gathering, chi condensation, realm. Jiang Yuehan did not stagnate, but accelerated the operation of the ice heart technique, continuing to refine the vast sea-like dantian that had been opened up with a whole night's time. The breath in the dantian location gradually liquefied under the prodding of the ice heart skill. Following curing, eventually the dantian will open up, after an incense stick has burned. Congratulations to the host, breaking through to the chi gathering, liquidizing, realm. Congratulations to the host, breaking through to the chi gathering, solid foundation, realm. Congratulations to the host, breaking through to the Jedan realm, early stage. The corners of Jiang Yuehan's mouth curled into a knowing smile. This, for sure, will protect. Before the words left her mouth, the little ginger empress's entire body collapsed onto the bed and fainted. Her body, long ago, was drenched in sweat. The broken hair on his forehead stuck to his jade-like skin. In one night, he broke through from the body-tempering realm to the Jedan realm. It made her physically exhausted to the limit. Even in his last life, he had never fought so hard. If she made a breakthrough in a gradual manner, casting the ice heart technique against the realm would not pose any threat to her. However, she was in a hurry to get things done, causing the side effects of the ice heart technique to also increase by hundreds or thousands of times. Even she, the Xian Phoenix Empress, would find it difficult to resist. At this moment, the side effects of the ice heart skill had completely taken root within her. Sunrise. When Ms. Gu saw that Jiang Yuehan was slow to come out of the house, she came and knocked on the door. After knocking for a quarter of an hour, there was no movement at all in the house. Gu Mingyue was worried in her heart and anxiously broke down the door. The moment she saw Jiang Yuehan, she instantly widened her beautiful eyes and ran over in panic. Moonchill? What's wrong with you? Moonchill? Don't scare me, daughter-in-law. Only to see that Jiang Yuehan's hair was all white, and even his eyebrows and eyelashes had turned the color of snow white. Hot summer day with a bone-chilling chill. Chapter 23 Little Ginger Empress's Determination. Another big crisis for Lu Xun? Ms. Gu wanted to touch Kong Wulhan, and yet, I don't dare. Fear of aggravating Jiang Yuehan's injury. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to go forward to the groom. Mom, I'm fine. Suddenly, the voice of the little ginger empress rang out. Gu Mingyue froze and hurriedly stood still, walking back quickly. With a worried expression, she said, Yuehan, still, it's better to ask a bonesetter to take a look. No mom, I'm just a little tired from practicing and have rested over. Jiang Yuehan tugged at the corners of his mouth to squeeze out a smile, signaling Ms. Gu to feel at ease. Daughter-in-law, what kind of kung fu are you practicing? How come even your hair is white? Gu Mingyue was worried, her eyes filled with heartache. Jiang Yuehan pulled her hair in front of her and looked at it, but her face didn't have the slightest ripple. Mom, this is the ice heart technique. It's just her hair turning white. There's no side effect. Hearing this, Gu Mingyue was initially skeptical. It was only after observing that Jiang Yuehan's spirit was unharmed that he finally became completely convinced. Well, it's good that there are no side effects. Where's Lu Xun? Jiang Yuehan frowned slightly and asked in confusion. She was shocked to realize that she actually couldn't detect Lu Xun's aura anymore. Could it be that guy, who has learned some kind of aura concealing technique? Or is it the acquisition of some kind of breath concealing apparatus? Or maybe he has. No, there are yin and yang concentric locks, holding them back. Can still sense the guy's vitality. It's just not clear where he went. Just as the little ginger empress thoughts were cluttering up her mind, Gu Mingyue sighed helplessly and said, This brat, he left for Hua Qing's sect early in the morning. Only a letter was left. Make it sound like the family will stop him. What a pain in the ass. Jiang Yuehan was thoughtful. You're going to the Hua Qing sect? Such a big thing has happened to the family. He also just killed a man from the Bloodshed Tower last night. This guy actually went to the Hua Qing sect regardless? Something's not right. He was nasty though. Dirty mouth. Not exactly a nice guy. But never abandon your family. That little devil. he still listens to his parents. Jiang Yuehan vaguely sensed something and looked up at Gu Mingyue, asking, I went to bed early yesterday. Can you tell me what all happened? Last night Gu Mingyue narrated. The magistrate was impersonated by someone from the bloodshed building. Lu Dinyo has already sent the corpse to the county office. Now he was on duty at the county office, waiting for someone from the Dongyang prefecture to come and preside over the situation. There was also the matter of Lucian helping to find a letter carrier to deliver a letter to the Dongyang mansion. One by one, the whole thing was told to Jiang Yuehan. In Ms. Gu's opinion, Jiang Yuehan is part of the Lu family. In the future, she will have to take over as the head mother of the family and have the absolute right to know. No good. Jiang Yuehan exclaimed in shock. What's wrong? Gu Mingyue was taken aback and asked in dismay. Lucian he. Jiang Yuehan's words reached his mouth. It was hard to hold back again. She was certain in her heart that Lucian had definitely not gone to the Huacheng sect. Instead, he went to the Dongyang mansion in person to deliver the letter. This guy, trying to carry things off on his own. However, saying these things to Gu Mingyue would only add to her worries. It would also disrupt Lucian's plans. What happened to Sink? Gu Mingyue asked curiously. Lucian he went to Huacheng's sect by himself. Alone and lonely. Jiang Yuehan said stiffly. I want to accompany him. Hearing this, Gu Mingyue revealed an I understand expression. My daughter-in-law turned out to be thinking about Sinky, and stammered and embarrassed to say it. Little girls are just thin-skinned. Of course there's no problem. Little Sink shouldn't have gone far yet. Faster should be able to meet up with him. Ms. Gu said with a smile. Yuehan, quickly go wash up. The meals are all ready. I'm going to arrange guards for you and find some powerful martial artists to escort you forward. I'll just go by myself. I don't need to bother anyone else. Jiang Yuehan hurriedly said. Riding alone. It's even faster. Then mom will go and arrange for you to have a top quality, good horse. Gu Mingyue couldn't stop smiling. I didn't realize that my daughter-in-law wanted to see Shin so desperately. What about to say it's a newlywed couple? I really don't want to be separated for a moment. Looking back, it seems like back when I was first married to Bull. After seeing Gu Mingyue leave, Jiang Yuehan laid down on the bed and tightly closed her eyes, trying desperately to recall. Information about the last life finally emerged in his mind. With information about the last life, if one remembered correctly, within the current Dongyang mansion, there were also people from the Bloodshed Tower. 1 heavenly fury, 2 earthly fury. Thinking about this, the little ginger Empress hurriedly got up. No, we have to move as soon as possible to catch up with Lucian. That guy, he seems to be at the nascent soul realm already. Last night, he had also relied on a sneak attack and won over the Jedan realm's assassin by a fluke. But what in the world is a fluke that many times, when he arrives at Dongyangfu, if he takes the risk of delivering a letter, once he fell into the hands of the Bloodshed Tower, he would die for sure. Walking briskly down the road and out of the room, on Jiang Yuehan's left and right shoulders, however, 2 tiny ginger emperors in black and white emerged. The black villain said, didn't you exhaust your cultivation and come back reborn to kill Lucian and get rid of a major scourge for the world? Wouldn't it be better if he died? The white villain said, but that little devil, his heart is still quite good. If he is guided, perhaps he won't become a devil in the future. Black villain, and you know it's maybe, what if you become a demon? White villain, I was wrong just now. As long as I keep by his side and guide him with kindness, he will not be able to become a devil. Moreover, once he is discovered by the Bloodshed Tower, he will inevitably be implicated in the family. What will happen to the in-laws then? The little black man fell silent, his body dwindling. The white villain grew a bit bigger as this went on. So, go stop Lucian from doing something stupid. Even if he makes it and isn't discovered by the Bloodshed Tower, he'll go straight to the Huacheng sect and won't return home. Don't forget who he has met in the Huacheng sect. That woman is no good. You do know how badly that woman tricked Lucian. In my last life, the Lu family was shipwrecked, and Lucian inherited the entire family fortune at a young age. As a result, the woman played with his feelings and cheated him out of his family fortune. This statement was made. The little black man instantly changed back to his original size. Yes, 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 stop it. You're Lucian's maiden now. You don't want your husband, either, to be abducted by a demonic, do you? Moreover, the future of these family properties is for both you and Lucian. That cheating Lucian is the same as cheating you. Listening to 2 little people. Jiang Yuehan, however, had a different thought in her heart. That guy's so money-grubbing, he's falling for it. In his last life, he was actually willing to spend money on another woman? I'm afraid I genuinely like each other. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuehan's heart, however, felt an inexplicable taste. Calm down, calm down. In any case, it was important to find Lucian first and save the family from disaster. As for the woman, she has to be told to get out of the way. Get as far away as you can. Chapter 24, Little Ginger Empress Chasing Husband. Awkward Reunion. White Villain, T-hee-hee. Black Villain, TSK, TSK, TSK. The two villains were in rare agreement. Jiang Yuehan was unimpressed. The beautiful eyes glanced left and right. The two little people instantly turned into smoke and dispersed. It's inexplicable. Keep that woman away from Lucian. It's just preventing Lucian from blackening into a demon. There is absolutely, positively no other intention. In his last life, Lucian was cheated of his feelings and swindled of his money. Then he was expelled from the clan. A pile of experience. A calamity. All of them were responsible for causing him to fall into the devil's path. Living a new life. For the sake of the Dawn crowd, it was natural to avoid Lucian from encountering these things again. The little ginger empress was too late to eat again. Just took the dry food that Mess Gu had prepared, and 2 large purse full of gold, and a personal letter from Ms. Gu for her son, Lucian, and hurriedly went on her way. Yuehan, it should be fine. Gu Mingyue looked worriedly in the direction Jiang Yuehan had left. Lu Daniu, who was called back aside to see Jiang Yuehan off, comforted. Don't worry, my daughter-in-law's strength is extraordinary, and when she causes trouble, it's someone else who gets in trouble. Ms. Gu froze and looked at Lu Dinyo in surprise. My daughter-in-law is now in the Jedan realm, Lu Dinyo said in a proud tone. Immediately afterward, envy was written all over her eyes as she sighed. Yesterday she was still at the body-hardening realm. What a rare cultivation genius. Hearing this, Ms. Gu however became even more worried. Yuehan is in such a hurry to make a breakthrough. Has she laid a solid foundation? Her dantian, it wouldn't be the size of a palm as well, would it? This, Lu Dinyo was momentarily speechless. Think of a deceased person. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? The outskirts of Castle Peak County. Lucian strangled the reins, his face helpless to the core. An hour ago, he saw that he was about to reach the boundary of Dongjiangfu. Instead, the system suddenly prompted, the imperial beast's life is in danger. When he learned that something had happened to Jiang Yuehan, he rushed back. As a result, we just arrived at the outskirts of Castle Peak County. The system prompted, the imperial beast is out of danger, again. What's this little assassin doing? Repeatedly jumping sideways in front of Hades? Play me. Lucian sighed helplessly, exhaustion written all over his face. Turning his horse's head, he continued to rush towards the Dongyang mansion. He stayed up all night just to deal with the constables. By special means, although it did not result in the lives of several constables, but it did seal the deal completely. Nowadays, those few wimpy constables would never betray the Lu family. The possibility of the Bloodshed House searching the Lu family through the constables was fundamentally eliminated. Sleepy and tired, he only wanted to get to Dongjiangfu as soon as possible to finish his business. As a result, he was set up by the little assassin. When we see each other again, we must get back with a vengeance, Lucian said, yawning on his horse. Another hard rub of the bearded, hideous-looking face. The refreshing effect is remarkable. Don't say it. After messing with Yin Lin, the secret art, 100 faces and 1,000 phases given by the system is deeply close to my heart. Solves a lot of puzzles. Last night, Lucian was so focused on stabbing Yin Lin that he didn't have time to check after the system issued the reward. In hindsight, I found 2 things. The secret art, 100 faces, 1,000 phases, transfiguration into any person, with no difference in appearance, body shape, physique, voice, or breath. Excellent nascent pill, within half an hour, accelerates the absorption of true chi, and at the same time, can absorb any gases such as evil chi, demonic chi, poisonous chi, etc., and purify non-true chi breaths into true chi automatically. The secret art, 100 faces and 1,000 phases is extremely useful. Lucian is using this trick, plus some small means, to force a few constables dare not betray the Lu family. As for the extreme nascent pill, Xiao Lu's classmates haven't found it practical yet. With the amount of true chi he could absorb, the increase of a mere half an hour was better than nothing. It is worth mentioning that last night a snack, but also brushed 15 years of experience in martial arts feats, and now there are 100 whole years available. The heavenly fate value had also increased by 30,000 more, reaching 572,000 points. Hiya! Xiao Lu, who had disguised himself as a pugilist, raised his horse quickly and accelerated his speed to the Dongyang mansion. Suddenly, a white-haired figure on a fast horse swept through the line of sight. At the same time, Lucian felt a chill come over him. Look up. The figure was on the verge of disappearing. Racing? Nope. Racing horses? Can I get used to your problems? Hiya! Lucian clipped the horse's belly and slammed another whip on the horse's ass. In a flash, the horse's speed instantly soared to the top. In an instant, it was about to approach the figure in front. See the other side, stop where it is. The corners of Lucian's mouth rose lightly. Looks like it's waiting for me. Sure enough, would you like to have a good, hearty horse race, too? Great. I'll make it happen for the little one. Lucian shouted towards the figure in front of him. Before the words are out, the front legs of the horse beneath him suddenly knelt. The horse that had run all night and half a day was exhausted at the moment. Because of the inertia, Xiaolu's classmates were so waterlogged that they were thrown off the horse. The good thing is that it was a timely response. After Lucian turned 720 degrees in the air, he landed only staggered and did not fall directly to the ground. Quiet. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Lucian turned his back to the white-haired woman. The heart was ashamed to the core. Lean. Faking a split. I want to find a hole in the ground. However, Xiaolu's classmates had a second thought. Now it's a state of disguise with secretary, 100 faces, 1,000 phases. Shame on you and not on yourself. Then what's there to be afraid of? Thinking this through, the mind instantly dropped its burden. Ahem. You always walk by the river. You never get your shoes wet. Young man, you and go ahead. Some other day, if we are destined to meet, my humble self will spar with you in horsemanship again, Lucian said, turning to look back. The expression was relaxed and at ease, as if he was a renowned warrior walking the rivers and lakes, as if he wasn't the one who just made a fool of himself. The little ginger Empress rode on a horse. A slight frown creased her brows. With a look at the little cutie, gaze at the pugilist in front of him. What is this little devil doing? Acting? Why are you dressed like that? When did he learn the art of disguise? At this moment, Lucian also recognized Jiang Yuehan's appearance. The calmness that he had originally put on was broken in a second. Why is this little assassin here? Why is her hair gray? When was it bleached? White is popular these days? Hiss. What is that look in her eyes? You don't think you'll recognize me, do you? Slipped and slipped. Young man, it's a long way to the jungle. See you again sometime. Lucian came back to his senses and stiffly arched his hand and clasped his fist towards Jiang Yuehan. When he said that, he turned around and walked towards the forest on the side. Lucian! Jiang Yuehan lightly shouted. Lucian quickened his pace and said without looking back, little girl, I'm not any Lucian. You've recognized the wrong person. You're Lucian. I won't be mistaken. Jiang Yuehan once again opened her mouth and shouted. She could easily sense Lucian's presence because of the yin-yang concentric lock. Moreover, even if Lucian had hidden his breath, however, in person she could still feel Lucian's devilish flavor. In her last life, she had studied Lucian for 100 years alone. Even if Lucian turned into ashes, she would still recognize it. Never admit fault. Lucian wasn't responding and drilled into the grove with a brain. A few moments later, Lucian lifted his secret technique and drilled out of the grove again. He looked toward Jiang Yuehan on the horse and put on a shocked look. Why are you here? What a coincidence. Jiang Yuehan, Lucian continued to say to himself. Just now there was a rough-looking big man, who walked into the grove, and brushed past me. Did you see him too? Jiang Yuehan, Chapter 25, Love is in the air. Love is in the air. Lucian and Jiang Yuehan looked at each other. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. The atmosphere was awkward to the core. Lucian was a bit overwhelmed. Why don't you just say something? A few seconds later, Jiang Yuehan twisted her head to the side, pondered for a moment, and lightly opened her vermilion lips. Saw it. It was a middle-aged man with a beard. I guess that's not a lie, is it? Really saw it after all. Although it is Lucian disguise. Lucian breathed a sigh of relief. As if relieved. Yeah, it still looks a little scary. Jiang Yuehan didn't pick up on this, but said, get on the horse. I'll give you a ride. It's just as well. I walked all the way here and I'm really tired. Lucian said with a smile, walked a few quick steps, leaped behind Jiang Yuehan and rode on the back of the horse. Immediately afterward, he immediately changed the subject. Little assassin, what's with the hair? Saying that, he cupped a strand of Jiang Yuehan's white hair and looked at it carefully. It doesn't look like it's dyed, either. It doesn't matter if it's because of the kung fu. It's just that the hair has changed color. Jiang Yuehan said indifferently, slightly forcefully clamped the horse's abdomen. The horse underneath gradually speed up, and soon ran on the forest path. Lucian skimmed. I don't believe it. Hearing is not believing. When the delusion-breaking god's pupil opened, Jiang Yuehan's information immediately surfaced before his eyes. Name, Jiang Yuehan. Sex, female. Age, 19. Divine destiny, Xianhuang Tianlu body. Quality, heavenly, upper. Realm, Jedun realm, early stage. Circumstances, in order to protect the Lu family from persecution by the Bloodshed Tower, he forcibly operated the Ice Heart skill and broke through to the Jedan realm in one night. which led to the entry of cold poison into the body and the invasion of the 5 viscera, giving up the idea of killing Lu Xun, and guiding him instead, to avoid Lu Xun falling into the devil's path, riding after her husband single-handedly. Rendezvous with Lu Xun at Moonjian Forest, outside of Castle Peak County. Lu Xun checked it out and fell into silence. In his mind, he tried to ask the system, what are the symptoms of the ice heart decision when the cold poison enters the body? The system didn't answer. Lu Xun simply called up the system panel. Remember the column with the status of the imperial beasts? Previously had been healthy and did not manifest. Now maybe there will be. Imperial beast, Zhang Yuehan, human, Xianhuang Tianlu body. Current relationship between beast and host, general acquaintance. Current state of the beast, cold poison in the body. When the moon sets and the sun rises, the cold poison is relieved, and the organs suffer the pain of being eaten by ants. When the sun sets and the moon rises, the cold poison is rampant, and the cold air scrapes the bones, as if they were being tortured by the death penalty. Lu Xun felt suffocated. This little assassin, of all people, has the toughest mouth. It's like this, and you're saying it's okay? It's stupid. The little master has a plan for all of them. She actually made a fool of herself. Against the cold poison. Breaking through to the Jedan realm overnight? Think anyone's going to buy you? Besides, aren't you here to kill me? Not a shred of professionalism. You ride slower. I got sand in my eyes. Is this okay? Zhang Yuehan slowed down his horse's speed and slightly inclined his head to ask. The words have just been spoken. She then felt a warmth in her back. The heart fluttered hard. Lu Xun behind you. Actually hugging up? I've been up all night. Take a nap. Lu Xun wrapped his arms around Zhang Yuehan's willow waist, used Zhang Yuehan's back as a pillow, and slowly closed his eyes. Are you drooling? The young ginger empress blushed and felt some wetness on her back where she leaned against it. It's flowing. Bite me to death. Scoundrel. Zhang Yuehan snorted coldly and focused on riding his horse, paying no more attention to Lu Xun. Congratulations to the host. He has been awarded the title of Love's First Love. Reward, 1 breathless elixir. Extends the time of breathlessness to 2 hours. It's an elixir for underwater swimming, and also works wonders if used for kissing. Congratulations to the host. Unlocking the cheat value. Current rater value 20%. After reaching 50%, it can completely avoid the Taoist couple from sinking into the devil's path. After reaching 10%, you can manipulate Lu Xun, and the host's words will be extremely authoritative in front of Lu Xun, saying one thing or another. The little ginger empress frowned. Why are you using the term dogs again? It's just that. Anyway, we're even married. So a dog is a dog. Closed air pill. Chicken props. By the time one reaches the God-nurturing realm, closing one's breath is enough to reach more than an hour. After reaching the realm of illumination, you can even close your breath for a whole day. Not to mention, the heaven-prying realm of the previous life was completely unhindered without the need to breathe. As for the rater's value, after 50% it will prevent the little devil from falling into the devil's path. This is something that is simply dear to my heart. But after 10%, what is the point of manipulating the little devils? Is it not a kind of puppetry? Not that I need to reach 10%. 5 achievements is enough. But that rater value, how do you accumulate it? Do I have to explore on my own? That afternoon, Lu Xun and Zhang Yuehan arrived at the boundary of Dongyang Prefecture. Worthy of being a prefecture, it's much more prosperous than Greenox Town. Passing by a bustling marketplace, Lu Xun couldn't help but sigh. Zhang Yuehan glanced at Lu Xun, the corners of her mouth rising slightly. Sure enough, just a playful teenager. But that's just where it's at. The district is just a Dongyang mansion. If one were to talk about the degree of prosperity, it would not even rank within the 10 states of the 3 realms. Moreover, this was only to a small town within the precincts of the Dongyang Prefecture. It's still a long way from the Dongyang Prefectural Office. What a grand building! Lu Xun looked at another tall building and exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Yuehan followed Lu Xun's line of sight. That's grand? This little devil has never seen my moon palace. That's what I call grand. It has even been immortalized. That said, the aesthetics of the little devils, even if they grow for another 1,000 years and become big devils, are not promising. His 10,000 Devil's Cave, without even a hint of artistic attainment, is a dilapidated cave from a distance. I don't know how this guy puts up with living in a place like that all the time. Sugar plums? The little ginger empress was just thinking about it when suddenly a bunch of candy canes appeared in front of her. Lu Xun held a string in each of his 2 hands with a wide smile on his face. Eat? It's not impossible to eat a bunch. Zhang Yuehan quickly took it, and after just one taste, her beautiful eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Lu Xun smiled. Empress Xinhuang, that's it? After living for 1,000 years and being reborn back, his mind was still like a little girl. I'll be happy with a candy cane. It's true, maturity is not an age. When will she become mature like me? Lucian was thinking smugly. Suddenly the voice of the little ginger empress came from beside her. Aren't you going to eat? He came back to his senses and saw that the sugar gourd in Jiang Yuehan's hand had only a wooden stick left. You want some? Nor did. Here. Jiang Yuehan took it and prettily prepared to eat the second skewer. Before she could take a bite, Lucian's fingers reached the edge of her mouth and gently wiped away the sugar crumbs that stuck to the corners of her mouth. Jiang Yuehan froze in her tracks. Immediately afterward, he saw Lucian put the sugar crumbs into his mouth and chanted, "Is it that good? It's indeed quite sweet." Who dash? The little ginger empress suddenly felt a little short of breath. The heartbeat intensified a few moments. In the line of sight, Lucian's appearance. How did he become clear-eyed? As if, this little devil originally looks quite handsome. Lucian frowned. It always feels like the flavor of the sugary crumbs is sweet but not overpowering. It looks like it was eaten before. Congratulations to the host. Relationship with the imperial beast has improved. Current relationships. Love affair. Accessed at Chapter 26, Lying to Cuties. Interesting? Junior Crisis. Acquisition of martial arts. Superb alchemy classic. Lucian froze. A love affair? Is this used to describe the relationship with the imperial beast? But how not to raise the realm? Changed to martial arts? It seemed like the nascent soul realm. There was no way to raise it. Forget it. Martial arts is martial arts. When Lucian came back to his senses, he realized that Jiang Yuehan was no longer around. Turning her head to look around, she found her in front of the candy cane stand, talking to the vendor about something. Lucian walked up and found that the stall owner was constantly thanking Jiang Yuehan and holding a small piece of gold in his hand. Lucian, here you go. Jiang Yuehan glimpsed Lucian coming this way and immediately turned around, handing over the sugar gourd she had just bought in her hand. The hawthorn on top of this skewer of sugar snap peas is big and round, from Little Ginger Empress strictly choice. Lucian glanced at the sugar gourd and didn't take it, but walked straight to the stall owner and snatched the gold back. Hey, what are you doing? The stall owner's eyes widened and his voice raised an octave as he questioned Lucian. Lying to cuties. Is it fun? Lucian asked rhetorically. The stall owner's aura instantly weakened. People are so stupid. You still have the nerve to cheat. How can you live with your conscience? Lucian pursued. The stall holder was dumbfounded. The Little Ginger Empress stood frozen with a bunch of sugar gourds in one hand. Am I being scolded? You two are. Too. After holding his tongue for half a day, the stall owner's eyes repeatedly danced horizontally between Lucian and Jiang Yuehan, and finally asked this sentence. Count on it. Lucian took out a few copper plates from his sleeve pocket and placed them on the table in front of the stall owner. This is the money for the sugar gourds. He then took out 2 more copper plates. This is considered reward money. After saying that, he pulled Jiang Yuehan's arm and left. Let's go. I told you, there's no pie in the sky. People's men are watching. The stall owner looked at the duo's backs and sighed helplessly. I should have thought that such a silly girl could not have come out shopping alone. If you're alone, it's easy to get ripped off. And how can the family be comfortable with that? Walking on the road, Lucian looked at Jiang Yuehan helplessly and said, in the future, when you buy something, ask the price first. You can't spend money like this even if you have money at home. Jiang Yuehan realized afterward. I've been tricked? Lucian took the sugar gourd in Jiang Yuehan's hand and said as he ate it. What do you think? This thing is worth a few coins. How do you think when you give someone a piece of gold? It doesn't taste the same. How come it's not as good as the candy crumbs from earlier? I just took out the money and asked him if this was enough. He just said, enough is enough. Then, the Little Ginger Empress's voice was getting smaller and smaller, growing somewhat skeptical of life. Oh, so people aren't really lying to you. At best they're taking advantage of your stupidity. Lucian glanced at Jiang Yuehan. Next time you buy something, pay attention to ask the price first. Some things can still be bargained. Jiang Yuehan was a little unsure. I know. I won't do it next time. I hope you really know. Lucian shook his head. Suddenly, he saw Jiang Yuehan take out her purse to put the gold back. Eyes widened steeply. No, where did you get all that money? Probing a glance, the purse was full of gold. This little assassin. So rich? No. She was wearing rags when she first came to the house. Doesn't look like a rich man, either. Lucian thought of a possibility. No, is the only possibility. From my mom? Xiao Lu's classmates looked at Jiang Yuehan and confirmed. It's from mom. Jiang Yuehan nodded. Then like a little fortune hunter, he quickly stowed the purse in his sleeve pocket. Lucian skimmed his lips. Look at how petty you are. I don't want yours. The teenage girl continued to walk shoulder to shoulder on the road. The teenager still had the reins in his hand. Behind him led a horse with a snow-white, fine coat. Even in Dongjiangfu, where rich people walk everywhere, the duo is no slouch either. Whether it's the fancy clothes and brocade on your body, still handsome and stunningly beautiful, both attracted frequent attention from passers-by. You have to be careful. The letter can't be sent directly. There are people from the Bloodshed Tower in the Dongyang Mansion. Little Ginger Empress whispered in Lucian's ear. There are 3 of them. 2 earthbenders and 1 skybender. And it's all ranked very high. 2 Jedan realms and 1 god-nurturing realm. Even the current me, I'm afraid I'm no match. Body-tempering realm. Nascent soul realm. Chi-gathering realm. Jedan realm. Spirit-nurturing realm. Illuminating scenery. Breaking the void. Peeping into the sky. Immortal. Lucian looked at Jiang Yuehan with a surprised expression. Either that, or how about you just tell us about the rebirth? Why don't you know anything about defense? Even if you know that there are people from the Bloodshed Tower in the Dongyang Mansion, how can you even know the number of people in their realm? Aren't you afraid of being suspected? And, what do you mean even now you? It's easy for you to get the wrong idea. Thanks to that I am aware of the truth. If it were anyone else, others, the odds are, others will think of you as a little cutie. Scared? Seeing Lucian's silence, Jiang Yuehan asked tentatively. Scared less. Just curious that you actually know what I came for. I didn't tell you that either. I'm here to deliver the mail I guess. The letter I left for my family. But I'm going to the Huaqing sect. The Huaqing sect is to the west of Qingyou town. And the Dongyang mansion is to the east. Aren't you afraid that I'll really go to the Huaqing sect and pounce? Hearing Lucian say this, Jiang Yuehan gently shook her head. No, I understand you. Lucian's heart trembled. Line. Okay, count your blessings. Lean. This little assassin. How did his combat power become so high? A random line can be titillating. She didn't seem to mean anything else. Though, it should just simply be about getting to know me. I'm afraid that in my last life, I was investigated long ago. Phew. You can't make a fool of yourself. Though I'll admit, there was that slightest bit of fondness for the little assassin. But in the midst of feelings, the one who goes first is bound to be the clown. Never be a clown. By the way, the governor of Dongyang Prefecture, isn't someone from the Bloodshed Tower, right? Lucian suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked. Jiang Yuehan thought back for a moment and said, no, that'll do. Lucian breathed a sigh of relief. If even the governor is a member of the Bloodshed Tower, what's the point of playing then? Straight up pitch counting. If you do have a plan to ensure your own safety, when do we continue on our journey? Jiang Yuehan said thoughtfully, if you're faster, you'll be able to arrive at the main city of the Dongyang Prefecture in the early hours of the morning. There's no rush. I specially investigated before I left, and there are no other people from the Bloodshed Tower in the Qingshan County Yamen. Lucian had calmed down and said lightly, so the later this letter is delivered, the safer Qingyou town will be, and the safer the home will be. Jiang Yuehan nodded slightly and said with concern, it seems that you are truly prepared, but before you act, make sure you tell me the plan so I can help you weigh the pros and cons. Confirm that you won't make any mistakes before you make your move. Hearing this, Lucian's breath caught again. That uncomfortable feeling welled up again. Got it, little housekeeper. He finished sharply, handed the reins to Jiang Yuehan's hand, and took a few quick steps forward. Long-winded. Like you're already married. Nope, either as if, or already married. Even more uncomfortable. Lucian walked ahead, adjusting his disordered breathing. Now all I want to do is find an inn and take a cool bath. Suddenly, Xiao Lu's classmates felt their hands being pulled from behind. Ice cold to the touch. Who else could it be but Jiang Yuehan? What's wrong? Lucian turned back nervously. Empress Xiao Zhang's voice, too, carried a hint of nervousness. It's getting late. Since we don't intend to rush today, let's find a place to stay first. Beside, there is an inn right next to it. As she spoke, she kept her eyes on the young girl not far ahead of her. Alarm bells ringing in my heart. Chapter 27 Raider value reduced? Xiao Balian makes his appearance. Phew, though we're already married, but wouldn't it be a little too fast? Besides, aren't you going to assassinate me? And, Lucian stammered. Jiang Yuehan didn't listen to a single word. The attention was all on the young girl. Seeing that Lucian was slow to agree, anxiously, he asked, are you staying or not? Live. Soon. Inside the inn. Stay. Lucian left the horses in the care of the shopkeeper and brought Jiang Yuehan to the shopkeeper and said, 2 rooms. Without waiting for the shopkeeper to open his mouth, Jiang Yuehan said from the sidelines. As he spoke, he took out his purse and was ready to pay. Lucian froze and turned his head towards Jiang Yuehan. Lean. So vicious. How dare you cheat on the feelings of an innocent young man like me? The shopkeeper took out 2 guest room keys and placed them on the table, saying with a smile, you 2 guests. You've come at the right time. There are only the last 2 guest rooms left. Heaven's finest guest room. 10 taels a night. A total of 20 taels of silver. Jiang Yuehan took out a silver ingot. Exactly 20 taels. After hesitating for a moment, instead of giving it to the shopkeeper, he first asked Lucian, right? Fear of being cheated. Aha. Lucian looked depressed and said casually and perfunctorily, 2 rooms is 2 rooms. What the hell was I expecting back there? Almost forgot. This little assassin just looked to be the same age as himself. But in reality, it's the old demon woman who came back from rebirth. It's over 1,000 years old. It's been a long time since I've been alive. Numb nuts. What kind of men hasn't she seen? Maybe it's time to play it all. Grass. I'm actually naive enough to have a crush on a woman like that. If I don't wake up, I'm afraid I'll have to get together with Boiling Goat, Double-Faced Turtle, Black Little Tiger, and Tom at the table for dinner in the future. Jiang Yuehan placed the silver on the counter and gave Lucian a puzzled look. This guy, why is he so low all of a sudden? Host's rater value reduced to 10%. Cancel the host's title of Love Starter. Incentive not to be withdrawn. The reward will not be issued when the title is unlocked again. The little ginger Empress' beautiful eyes were startled. It's still coming down? I'm still trying to figure out what's going on with the rater value here. How come it's suddenly lower? Boss, open a guest room. Just then, a delicate voice came. Immediately afterward, a young girl wearing a dark green luo skirt with a serene look twisted her exquisite body and came to Lucian's side. Jiang Yuehan was instantly alert. Why is this woman here too? It's just to avoid her. That's why I came to stay at the hotel. The little ginger Empress looked at Lucian with a worried gaze. Noticing that Lucian was also staring at the young girl. It's over. This guy, he's not going to treat this woman. Are some things destined to remain unchanged? TSK, Green Tea Demon. Lucian looked at the young girl with his delusion-breaking god pupil and said in his heart, name, Xiaobalian. Sex, female. Age, 19. Divine fate, born with a fox-charming body, quality, earth grade, lower. Realm, hardened body realm. Third stage. Situation, the second miss of the Xiao family in Nanyang province, who, by chance, learned the secret art of extracting yang and replenishing yin at a young age, trying to seduce the son of the king of Jinan and use him as a pot for practicing kung fu. But unexpectedly, the king of Jinan found out and came to escape from Dongyang Mansion. I wish to join the Huaqing sect and be sheltered. At the same time, in the Huaqing sect, make friends with men of notable strength, and use this to enhance their cultivation. I'm sorry, you've come at a bad time. The last 2 rooms have just been booked by these 2. At that moment, the shopkeeper said to the young girl with an apologetic face. The young girl deflated her small mouth and pouted towards the shopkeeper. I've been to all the inns in the city and they're all full, so you can help me think of a way. You can't let me sleep on the street tonight. The shopkeeper was embarrassed. The eyes fell on Lucian and Jiang Yuehan. These 2, they came together. He thought about whether to persuade Lucian and Jiang Yuehan to share a room. Make room for the maiden. Just as the shopkeeper hesitated, Xiaobalian looked at Lucian. The beautiful eyes lit up slightly. At such a young age, you're already at the 9th stage of body tempering? It might as well be the nascent soul realm. Although it was a bit worse than the Jinnan king's son. But the one in front of me is handsome and good-looking. It's not a bad idea to beat him. Moreover, before the Huaqing sect's entrance ceremony, improve your strength. The position of inner disciple is secure. Thinking about this, Xiaobalian daintily said to Lucian, little brother, can you take me in tonight? I can pay for it, and help you to equalize the cost of the room. Lucian was startled. This green tea, I'm afraid I'm not going to be used for practice. He just wanted to refuse. Jiang Yuehan, however, spoke up first and said in a tone that brooked no refusal. Lucian, you'll share a room with me and let her have the other one. Lucian froze. It's well known, Shaolu students have always eaten softly, but not hard. If it was in the past, listening to Jiang Yuehan's tone, he would have disliked it a few times. But now, I'm afraid of being refined as a furnace. So without hesitation, he nodded. Cut. So there's an owner? Then why do you have 2 rooms? Xiaobalian snorted coldly in her heart. On the surface, however, he looked at Jiang Yuehan with a grateful face and said, thank you sister. Sister, you are so nice. Jiang Yuehan rinsed Xiaobalian and ignored it. Grabbing one of the keys on the table, he turned his head toward the stairway. Lucian, hurry up and get going. Anan. Lucian ghostly followed. What's with this little assassin? Why do you have the same face all the time? Vigilance. Be sure to be vigilant. Maybe this is her way of playing with men. Maybe it's the same thing as that Xiaobalian. Perhaps the means are a little more sophisticated. If you're not careful, you'll be eaten up, and you won't even have a place to cry. Jiedan realm? Xiaobalian looked at Jiang Yuehan's back and her beautiful eyes flashed with a flash of surprise. But soon, it fell away again. Unfortunately, The white-haired woman was not a man. Otherwise, if you eat her, your power will surely increase greatly. But that handsome guy. It seems that with this woman, the relationship is not that good. It must be the white-haired woman chasing backwards. Handsome didn't want to say yes. It was only due to the disparity in strength that he had to give in. It looked like there was still a chance to eat him. Thinking of this, Xiaobilian's heart was excited. Couldn't help but lick her tongue. A color of intense longing surfaced in the beautiful eyes. That woman just now. She's no good. You stay away from him. In the room, Zhang Yuehan instructed Lu Shun. Oh, Lu Shun agreed with a lack of interest. Looking around, he observed the layout of the room. It's worthy of being a heavenly guest room at 10 taels of silver a room. It's just luxury. I can't believe there's a bathroom. It was money well spent. Lu Shun, I'm talking to you. Do you hear me? When Zhang Yuehan thought that Lu Shun might be tricked by Xiaobilian and saw Lu Shun's attitude, she was a bit anxious. Lu Shun's footsteps lurched and he looked impatiently at Zhang Yuehan. Old demoness, are you bored? I'll be with whoever I like. Do you really consider yourself my maiden? What a wide pipe. Zhang Yuehan was stunned and opened his mouth to say something, but as if his throat was blocked by something, the words came to his mouth but were slow to come out. The heart, more than anything else, felt like it had been pinched hard. The pain was suffocating her. Is it a cold poison? What? Why is it suddenly so serious? Outside the house, Xiaobilian passed by and happened to hear the conversation inside. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly. Sure enough, it was as I suspected. Chapter 28, Cold Poison Attack. Lu Shun buys medicine late at night. Alchemy? Lu Shun saw Zhang Yuehan staring blankly at himself. The heart was equally a bit clogged. Delusion-breaking pupils. If only they could see her entire situation. Unfortunately, only the most recent can be viewed. Otherwise, I would have known that those flings in her last life. Forget it. It's none of my business. Knock knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of the house. Brother, sister, are you there? Xiaobilian's pouting voice came from outside the house. Lu sank his breath, striding over to open the door. Lu, Zhang Yuehan tried to stop it. The words came out of his mouth, and he held them back hard. She clenched her lips. Forget it. Don't care about you. What's it to me if you die or not? Stinking devil. Thinking about it, she directly laid down on the bed and turned her back to Lu Shun. Sleep wherever you like tonight. This time, there's no way I'm giving up my bed to you. Cackle. The door to the house opened. Xiaobilian held a food box in her hand and looked at Lu Shun daintily. Brother, this is what I have in my hand. Knock for what? Do I know you well? Stinky, get as far away as you can. Bang! After Lu Shun cursed, he directly slammed the door to his room and hung up the bolt. Zhang Yuehan sniffed and was a little surprised in her heart. A few curses and expletives entered his ears. Instead, she felt some movement. Count on your little devil's wit. Xiaobilian stood outside the house. His person was dumbfounded. This stinking man, I'll bring him pastries. He cursed me? You wait for me. Sooner or later, I'll make you fall under my pomegranate skirt. Play you to death when the time comes. Snap. She threw the food box straight to the floor. Stride toward his room. Inside the house, Lu Shun turned his head to look at Zhang Yuehan on the bed. After a moment's hesitation, he headed straight for the table. Then sit in the chair and plop your body on the table. Close your eyes tight. Into the night. The temperature inside the house plummeted and a chill wafted through the air. Lu Shun never fell asleep. Instead, he observed Zhang Yuehan's reaction, only to see that Zhang Yuehan's body suddenly trembled. Occasionally a muffled grunt would escape. Lu Shun's heart was not in it. No matter what, this little assassin had taken that risky step for the sake of the Lu family. One size fits all. It's okay to not like it, but the conscience always has to be there. Thinking about it, Lu Shun gave Zhang Yuehan a worried look before getting up and leaving the room. Walking out of the inn, he found a healer's shop on the street, to treat the cold poison. Then I suggest you can take the qi and blood pill, which can effectively suppress the cold poison. Inside the medical center, the old bone setter heard that Lu Shun wanted to buy medicine to suppress the cold poison and recommended it to him. I'm afraid normal medicine won't work. Sheesh, how do I put this? Lu Shun pondered for a moment and said, you know the ice heart technique, right? I've heard of it slightly, and even a superb superior technique. The Cold Spirit Sect's secret book of the town, the old groom said in an old-fashioned manner. Knowing the ice heart technique, that's much better. Lu Shun sighed in relief and continued. If a person in the body tempering stage runs the ice heart skill against the odds and uses it to break through his cultivation, and then also breaks through to the Jidan realm within a day's time, then what is the treatment for this level of cold poison? The old bone setter froze at his words, and his expression became a bit huffy. Kid, at night you don't sleep at home and run here to tease the old man, right? Tell me, How does the body tempering stage come into contact with a secret book like the Ice Heart technique? Even if it's accessible, then one must at least cultivate this technique to its peak and have a profound sense of the technique before it can operate against the odds. How could a body tempering realm have a profound sense of the Ice Heart technique? Okay, even if all of the above can be done, then tell me, how do you break through from the body tempering realm to the Jedan realm in one day? Lucian frowned deeply. I was wrong. The old bonesetter sighed. That's more like it. It's a one-night breakthrough to the Jedan realm. Not a day. Q. None of that matters. Just assume someone did that and then got a cold attack. What's the cure? Lucian was deeply helpless. Such a thing, in the eyes of the general public, is indeed impossible. But that little assassin was the reborn and returned Manhwa Empress. Having come into contact with the Ice Heart technique, it was only normal to have a profound sense of it. Then there's no way he can explain this kind of thing to anyone. Healing? What the hell is healing then? Just prepare for the funeral. The old groom waved his hand. It only felt like the young man in front of him was playing a trick on him. It's probably just a chat, and it's not certain if there's any money for the elixir. Lucian was too lazy to explain further and directly said, forget it, then tell me what is the most effective elixir for treating cold poison. I'll buy it. Pure flame pill. A 3-stripe elixir. This is already the best elixir that can be purchased. In the Donyang prefecture. The old groom said. How much? Lucian said. Took out the purse from his sleeve pocket and poured out all the silver inside. The old groom froze. This kid actually wants to buy a potion? All this must add up to at least 500 taels of silver. Is that enough? Lucian asked tentatively. It was all he had. Save your allowance from childhood. Not enough. A 3-stripe pure fire pill. The old bonesetter held out 3 fingers. At least 3,000 taels. Lean. Lucian cursed in his heart. Picked up all the silver back into the purse. Then ran toward the house. Just wait. I'm going to the pawn shop to change the money. I'll be right back. Lucian said and quickly walked out of the medical center. There's a lot of good stuff on it right now. The martial arts secrets alone would fetch a good price. A copy of the middle grade martial art, Tongbei Fist, was worth 10,000 gold, if not more. Not to mention the Chi Tian Fist, the Golden Dipper horizontal training technique, the secret art, 100 Faces and 1,000 Phases, and the alchemy mythical classic. These martial arts that had already been learned were already memorized in the mind, and there was no use in keeping them on the body. Why not just sell it for? And so on. The alchemy codex? I won't buy your Dan. Just refine it yourself. Lucian stopped in his tracks. Immediately infused 10 years of martial arts cultivation in the alchemy mythical classic. The host began to study that alchemy mythical classic, and in the first year of reading the heavenly book, he found that he did not seem to have much talent for alchemy. Third year, finally read some of this wonderful book. For the first time, in the 8th year, the host has realized a lot, and alchemy has been introduced. In the 10th year, slightly touching the threshold of small success, 20 more years. In the 13th year, the host has had an epiphany and has achieved a small success in alchemy. In the 22nd year, the host is already a somewhat prestigious alchemist and continues to study and learn on the path of alchemy. In the 30th year, the host felt the bottleneck and seemed to be a little short of a great success in alchemy. 30 more years. Come on. In the 31st year, the host realizes that he is on the wrong path and pushes back again. In the 41st year, the host suddenly had a flash of light one night, and with the help of the fire chi of the pure yang kung fu to make pills, the effect of alchemy is getting more and more refined. 43rd year, the host has achieved great success in alchemy. In the 44th year, the host has fully mastered all the techniques of alchemy and is quite famous among alchemists. In the 46th year, after the host's epiphany, his alchemy was as refined as if he was on fire, and alchemy was like drinking water. Every year, the host spends 10 hours a day with the furnace, and the alchemy world calls the host a Danji. In the 57th year, the host has achieved the Tao, and the Tao of Dan has reached its peak, becoming the first peak alchemist in the 3 worlds and 10 states. Congratulations to the host's alchemy mythical classic has reached its peak. Congratulations to the host, who has reached the peak level of alchemy perception. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the pure yang kung fu. Deducing the process of alchemy, the host has practiced the pure yang kung fu to its great completion. The first peak alchemist? It seems there is no need for further study. That's it. Lucian clenched his fists, not wanting to delay for a second. He quickly ran back to the medical center. Chapter 29, Borrowing a Dan furnace to change your last name. Changing money so quickly? The old bonesetter was a bit surprised to see Lucian return. Spinning around, he took out a delicate wooden box from the drawer underneath him and placed it on the tabletop. Contained in this box is the 3 stripes pure fire pill, which is extremely precious. I bet the other medical centers in the city definitely don't have this kind of treasure. Even I have only 3 in stock here. How much do you want? Lucian quickly stepped in front of the old bone setter and said, I'm not buying it. Do you have a Dan furnace here? The old bone setter's face collapsed, frowning as he sized up Lucian and asked, I run a medical center. How can I not have a Dan furnace? Why are you asking about this? Can't it be that this kid wants to make his own pills? I want to rent this Dan furnace of yours. Make a price. I want to make my own pills. Lucian said. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's still true. Old Bonesetter immediately put away the wooden box containing the pure fire pill. Impatiently, he waved his hand and said, Get out of here. I don't have time to joke with you. Letting this brat make pills? Unless it's crazy. Does he know how to make pills? Does he know about alchemy? You can have all these 500 taels of silver, and I'll rent it for half an hour. Don't worry. I definitely won't break your Dan furnace. If there is any damage, I will pay for it. Lucian repeated his assurances. I'm short you these 500 taels of silver? Men, see off the guests. The old groom gave an order. A couple of medical apprentices then approached. Lucian wanted to say something, whisked away by a couple of apprentices, eventually stumbled and fell backward outside the medical center. Inexorably, he shouted towards the inside. I really know how to make pills. You know how to make pills. I'll take your last name. Anxiety was written all over Lucian's face. The little assassin was still at the inn waiting for help. Going to another medical center now would be a much longer delay, and the other party might not agree to use the Dan furnace on their own. You made me do it. I'm going to make you take my last name today. Inside the medical center, the old bonesetter glanced at the sky outside. Then to the apprentices he commanded. It's getting late. Close the door and close up. With that, he got up and prepared to walk towards the backyard. Suddenly, the excited voices of the apprentices rang out from the door of the medical center. Dan. Sage Dan? Wu Dan Shang. What brings you here? Wow. It's really Dan St. Wu Dowling. The old Longzhong turned to look back and saw a crane-haired, hale and hearty old man in a green Taoist robe standing outside the house. His complexion froze, and he turned his head to look at the portrait of the sage of Dan, Wu Dowling, hanging on the wall. Then he looked back to the old man standing in the doorway. What a Dan saint! In an instant, the old bonesetter was more excited than seeing his own father, and ran over at a fast pace. Student meets the Dan sage. The presence of the Dan sage really brings the student's medical center to life. I wonder if the student is fortunate enough to be able to treat the Dan sage to a cup of fine fragrant tea. If the sage of Dan can instruct the student 2 more sentences. The old man waved his hand. His voice said anxiously, I came to find you this to borrow a Dan furnace for a while. There are still a few herbs. I do not know. No problem. No problem at all. Please, Sage Dan, come with the students. The old bonesetter personally led Wu Dowling towards the backyard of the medical center. Unbeknownst to him, this Dan sage behind him, it was Lucian who used the secret technique, 100 faces and 1,000 phases to impersonate him. Luckily it was seeing the portrait on the wall. Lucian said in his heart, I'm too damn resourceful. Inside the backyard, with a few words, Lucian made the old bonesetter give away a bunch of herbs for nothing. Following the Dan formula in his mind, he refined the medicine. This is the pure yang technique? Actually using pure yang gong to increase the firepower to refine medicine? Learned. Hiss. But I don't know pure yang kung fu. Is it too late to practice at a handful of years old? These are the herbs. This temperature. This purity smells. Difficult, is it to say? You're refining the 7-striped sacred flame pill? This. Capable of refining 7-stripe pills. Beginners practice 1 tattoo. Introductory refining 2 tattoos. Minor accomplishments 3 or 4 tattoos. And major accomplishments 5 or 6 tattoos. This is the 7 stripes. Deng Feng, Dan Dao Deng Feng. I really didn't expect that you were actually already at the peak of the Dan Dao. When I saw you at the Dan Dao conference last year, you were still a Dan Dao great success then. 1 short year at, before the words are out. Lucian frowned and looked at the old bonesetter. Just look, don't keep beeping, okay? If you don't want to see it, go out and stand there. Yes. The student slipped up. The old groom stood pensively, in front of Lucian. It was like a new recruit. A quarter of an hour later, a dozen or so 7-striped sacred fire pills came out of the furnace, refining a dozen pills in one breath, and not one of them is broken. Heavens, is this the strength of the Dan Dao Ascendant? The old bonesetter chattered excitedly as he doggedly looked like he was helping Lucian fill the bottle. By the way, what's your last name? Lucian suddenly asked. The old bonesetter froze and hurriedly said, the student's surname is Wang. Dad, Mother, can you two see it from the grave? The sage of Dan actually took the initiative to ask me my last name. He must want to take me as his disciple. the sun has come out on top. Oh, you'll change your last name to Lu from now on, Lucian said in a salty manner. Lu? The old groom was uncertain, but since it was spoken by the sage of Dan, there must be a subtle truth in it. Yes, the student honors the teachings. The student will change his name from Wang to Lu from today. From now on, it's Lu Pipe. The old groomsman agreed excitedly. Lucian had a black line. So you're called Wang Guana. It's a bit inappropriate to change your last name to Lu. Counting balls. What do I care about your name anyway? Let's go. I'll see you if I need you. Lucian took the bottle of pills and walked towards the front yard of the medical center in big strides. Sage Dan. I'll see you off. The old bonesetter walked quickly by Lucian's side. The sage of Dan has given me a surname. What more could I ask for? Give me a name today. And when we meet next, I'm sure I'll have to be taught my real skills. Lucian left in stride. The old groom stood in the doorway, looking away from each other. The several apprentices looked at each other with displeasure in their eyes as they looked at the old bonesetter. Just now, the Dan sage was refining pills in the backyard, and master actually didn't allow them to spectate. Eating alone. Old Den. In their hearts, the apprentices' mouths were afraid to say so. Still smiling, he asked, Master, did the sage of Dan teach you anything? When are you going to pass it on to us? Yes, 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 even if we learn a little bit, it's enough to benefit us for the rest of our lives. Seeing Lucian walking away, the old bonesetter returned to the medical center, stroked his beard, and said in an old-fashioned manner, the sage of Dan will not teach me until he comes next time, but today there is something to be gained. Lord Dan Sage has given me a surname. From now on, your master's surname will be Lu. This statement was made. The room was silent. Luck manager? Is that good? This is not good. Chapter 30 Little Empress Ginger's Concerns. Heart Demon stalking Lucian. Inside the inn room, Kang Yuehan climbed up from the bed and looked worriedly at the door of the guest room's house. That little devil. What the hell is he doing? She had long since sensed Lucian leaving. Didn't care much at first, but Lucian was late in coming back. It's hard not to worry. This guy, he's not going after that woman, is he? The more Jiang Yuehan thought about it, the more alarmed she became. It felt like a boulder had been pressed into his chest. The pressure took her breath away. She suddenly realized. First thought. It's not whether Lucian will fall into the devil's path, nor is it whether or not the world will be inundated. Rather, they simply didn't want Lucian to come into contact with Xiao Balian. So much so, that the little ginger empress froze for a moment as she realized this thought of hers, but it was too late to think about it in detail. So he forced himself to endure the lingering pain that scraped his flesh and cut his bones, and came to the door of the guest room. The sweat running down his forehead instantly condensed into frost. Above the eyelashes, ice had long been hanging from them. The lapel robes that had been fluttering around his body froze into a fixed shape. Kang Yuehan moved the bolt and pulled open the door to the house. Stumbling down the hallway, her petite body leaned against the railing. Room 2 in the sky. She braced herself and looked sideways from room to room. The memory of staying with Lucian in the Tianjino, one room, and the other room that was initially booked, was the second in the sky. Soon, the location of the room was locked. The good thing is that it's right next to the guest room you're staying in, less than 5 steps away. Phew! Jiang Yuehan adjusted his breathing. A bitterness rose in his heart. In the final analysis, it is still his own strength that is not good. If one is peering into the heavens, even if one is breaking the void, or even illuminating the landscape, it wouldn't have ended up in this sorry state. The little ginger empress clenched her shell teeth and walked with difficulty towards the room where Xiao Balian was. Suddenly, a large hand assisted her arm. Jiang Yuehan's expression froze as she glanced sideways and realized that Lucian was standing by her side. When did he come over? Cold poison infests the body. Can't even perceive the devil's breath. What's the point of running outside? Letting off steam. Ha! Hurry back with me. Lucian said helplessly and pulled Jiang Yuehan towards the guest room. But after just 2 steps, he realized that the other party couldn't move a step at all. Lucian froze. Looking back, he saw the young girl with a bitter face, and said to him, "You go in first. I'll wait for a while." Nervous, Lucian snapped, directly intercepted the waist and picked up Princess Jiang Yuehan, striding into the room and closing the door with his backhand. All this and a hard-on? Shut up. Don't tell me you're okay. Lucian put Jiang Yuehan on the bed and took out the bottle of 7-stripe sacred fire pill from his arms. Here, eat it. It can suppress the cold poison in your body. The little ginger empress looked stunned. How do you know about the cold poison? In your words, I know you. Seeing that Jiang Yuehan did not take the elixir bottle, Lucian took the initiative to pour out an elixir from it and handed it to the other party's mouth. Jiang Yuehan lightly opened her vermilion lips. Lucian directly stuffed the elixir into his cherry mouth. Well, Jiang Yuehan swallowed the elixir in one gulp. Instantly, I felt a wave of warmth rush through my body. The cold poison was suppressed as much as possible. The body is restored to health. Immediately afterward, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. This is the 7-striped sacred fire pill. Yes, count on your knowledge. There are 12 more inside this bottle. One can be suppressed for 3 days. Lucian placed the medicine bottle on the bedside. You remember to put it away. Don't drop it. It's getting late. Go to bed. With that, he returned to the table and sat down. Relief like a sigh of relief. The Dan Dao reaching the peak had allowed his understanding of pharmacology to reach a height that was difficult for ordinary people to reach. It won't be like before, when you have to ask the old man questions to buy a medicine. Well, Jiang Yuehan agreed. The eyes still fell on Lucian's body. Disbelief was written all over his pretty face. I'm asking where the 7-striped sacred fire Dan came from. Nowadays, in this era, isn't the highest elixir only 6 lines? The Dan Saint, Wu Daoling, would not reach the peak of the Dan Dao until 50 years later. It was then that the 7-stripe pills were refined. There were also genius alchemists in later generations who reached the Dan Dao creation at a young age. And 9-stripe pills came out of nowhere. But that genius alchemist, he shouldn't have been born yet. This little devil. What's going on? Previous investigations showed that he would not break through the body tempering realm until he was 60 years old. But right now, he was at the nascent soul realm. Could it be that I have been reborn? Changing karma and having an effect on the established heavenly Tao? Lu. Hoo-ha. That's asleep? Jiang Yuehan helplessly skimmed her small mouth. Never mind. Let's ask about this sometime. The little ginger empress slowly lay down. The heart felt inexplicably solid. Finding that even the snoring doesn't feel noisy anymore. Only, the suddenly lowered radar value was slow to recover. Still at 10%. What the hell is going on here? The next room. Xiao Balian lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Full of poofs and grunts and weird noises. Angry, she stood up and pounded the wall a few times. Grass. Who? What for? Let no one sleep. It was still light in the early hours of the following morning. Lucian then woke up from his chair. A casual glance at last night's system alert. 20 years of experience in martial arts feats. Destiny value of 300,000 points. He was, however, of little interest. He only thought of delivering the letter to Dong Yangfu as soon as possible. After solving the crisis at home, go to Hua Qing's sect to worship the master. As for to Jiang Yuehan, it's impossible to say you're not thinking about it. After all, it was the first woman in a previous life. The first woman with a heart of gold. But the thought of Jiang Yuehan is thousands of years old. The men of all shapes and sizes she had met in the last 1,000 years of her life. Maybe they've married long ago. Maybe they've got grandchildren. The heart just clogs up. Especially when he thought back to the fact that he and Jiang Yuehan had gotten married. Still don't know this woman, who has been married several times. Even if it's once in 100 years, that's a dozen times. I'm afraid she got used to it a long time ago. No wonder it's so natural. There's no resistance at all. Asterisk. Grass. Lucian raised his palm and slapped it on the tabletop. In a split second, the solid wood tabletop shattered in pieces. What's wrong with you? Jiang Yuehan awoke with a start and asked in surprise. None of your business. Lucian responded in a cold voice. Stood up and walked straight towards the house. You have money on you. Watch out for yourself and buy something to eat. What about you? Jiang Yuehan asked. I'm too big to starve. Lucian moved the bolt and opened the door to the house. Jiang Yuehan frowned slightly. Where are you going? I said it's out of your hands. Lucian responded with an unenthusiastic voice. Before leaving, he didn't forget to throw down a silver ingot. This is the money to compensate for the table. With that, he left at a brisk pace. What's going on with him? Jiang Yuehan was confused. Suddenly, he realized that he didn't seem to know this little devil all that well either. To be precise, the understanding is only of what will happen to him in the future. As for the mood of his thoughts, nothing. Or, perhaps, because of his own rebirth, causing Lucian's state of mind to change as well. But last night, he was fine, and even gave me a 7-stripe elixir. Why are you early this morning? The little ginger empress frowned. Can't figure it out. Really can't. Dawn. Lucian found a random noodle shop on the side of the road to eat. Half a bowl of noodles and I've lost my appetite. Casually, he slammed his chopsticks down on the table. Clown. One might actually turn into a clown. That little assassin. He didn't say he was interested in me either. This is just mediocrity on my part. But, if it's not interesting, why did you agree to get married? Lowly, that line is true. Women only affect how fast I can draw my sword. She thought about saving my parents, which led to a cold poisoning. I also made her elixir. This favor is returned. Big deal. When we meet again, we'll refine a few more and send them to her. When her realm rises up, that cold poison will naturally be solved. By this point, there is no longer a mutual debt. The marriage thing, find a chance to explain to mom and dad. The rivers and lakes are far away, never to be seen again. Lucian exhaled a long, turbid breath, looking up at the inn not far away, and then he pulled out a few coins and placed them on the tabletop. Xiao Air, check out. After saying that, Lucian mounted the horse that he had asked for back from the inn in advance. Alone, he headed in the direction of the main city of the Dongyang Prefecture. Chapter 31, The Little Ginger Empress pursues her husband again. I'm a city manager. Sure, can't wait to get rid of that woman. At the entrance of the inn, Xiao Balian was eating her breakfast when she suddenly saw a figure on horseback flash by. She looked up, captured at the last moment. The man on the horse was Lucian. In the next second, she didn't even eat her meal and quickly walked out of the inn to the stables and mounted her own horse, chasing towards Lucian. Not surprisingly, this handsome guy cursed me last night only because he had to do it in front of that woman. Without that woman in the way. Opportunity. That's not coming. Little stovepipe. Slow down. Wait for the sister. Cluck cluck cluck. Xiao Balian chased all the way, but lost Lucian at a corner outside the city. Turning the corner, only the figure of an old man on horseback was left ahead. Where was Lucian's handsome figure? Where are the people? Xiao Balian strangled the reins to slow down, looked around, and shouted aloud. Little handsome boy, where are you? That white-haired demoness isn't there. Just my sister. Handsome. My sister is so scared to be alone. Can you come and save me? Handsome? Xiao Balian turned back again. A white-haired woman was seen appearing behind her. She was instantly startled and nearly fell off her horse. Why is my sister here? Xiao Balian took a deep breath to calm down and looked at Jiang Yuehan and asked in a soft voice. Dismount. Jiang Yuehan coldly said. Xiao Balian's heart trembled, and ghostly jumped off the horse. Jiang Yuehan walked straight up and tried to leap onto the horse's back, but at this time, Xiao Balian suddenly drew the sword at his waist and decapitated the horse's head with a single stroke. Oops. Sorry sis, my sister accidentally slipped her hand then. You don't blame your sister, do you? But it seems to be my sister's own horse, and my sister can't blame her, Xiao Balian said, looking at Jiang Yuehan with a hint of provocation in his gaze. Jiang Yuehan didn't bother and chased after Lucian in the direction he had left with steps like the wind. It didn't matter if there were no horses, the Jedan realm's footwork was enough. It's just more effort. This little devil, why did you leave without saying goodbye? It's so unsettling. Xiao Balian saw Jiang Yuehan walk away before she dared to open her mouth and viciously scolded. Damn, what's so fierce about it? Serves you right that your man doesn't want you anymore. One day, this young lady will slap your stinking face. Lucian's fast horse and whip took only half a day to arrive at the main city of Dongyang Prefecture. For the sake of caution, he left his horse in the forest outside the city, disguised himself as an old man, and blended into the ranks of the people entering the city. Moreover, he had also been opening his delusion-breaking divine pupil, always observing the people passing by in the city. Name, Li Hu. Sex, male. Age, 39. Mandate of heaven, none. Realm, flesh and flesh. Circumstances, family fell into ruin. Came to Dongyangfu to join uncle. Name, Zhang Tiniu. Name, Wang Suehua. Watching a panel emerge from a passerby, Lucian couldn't help but be a bit dazzled. The mind grew more and more irritated, just as he wanted to cancel the delusion-breaking god pupil. Suddenly, the afterglow caught a glimpse of a carriage driving slowly by. The official sitting on the carriage wearing the robes of the third rank of Great Yen was lifting the side curtains of the carriage and looking out. And Lucian saw on this person the emergence of the panel. In a flash, the eyes widened and the pupils suddenly snapped shut. Name, Liang Mo. Sex, male. Age, 29. Divine fate, Blood Ink Soul Eater. Quality, Earth Grade, Medium. Realm, nurturing the 7 apertures of the spirit, about to break through. Situation, Inspector of the main building of the Bloodshed Building. One of the 12 ambassadors of the Bloodshed Building, and the 11th in the ranking of heavenly assassins. On the surface, as the governor of the Great Yen dynasty, he asked for orders to come to Dongyangfu to inspect. In fact, as an envoy of the Bloodshed Building, he came to the Dongyang branch to select a new owner, take away the blood vampires collected in the second quarter of the Dongyang mansion on the way, and turn them in to the main floor of the Bloodshed Building. Courtiers, Bloodbath House Master Envoy, 11th in the sky. There are a total of 7 subrealms in the nurturing spirit realm, which are divided into 7 orifices. This person is already at the 7th aperture, and also, is about to break through to the illumination scene realm. Lucian's mind was in turmoil. This bird man, actually crushed himself by 3.5 great realms. In case of positive contact, I'm afraid I'll be blown away by the other party with a single move. Dead as a dregs. Grass. 81 paragraphs of quenching the body have a gross use. What can I fight with the soon-to-be illuminated scenic realm? Take the head? Even if the big head and small head are used. Can't beat that either. Damn. Why would such a great power exist in the Dongyang mansion? Shouldn't secular places be full of little people? You, a martial artist of such power, came here. Lucian thought, but he did not have any intention of backing down and followed the carriage with a stiff upper lip. Suddenly, Liang Mo twisted his head and his eyes fell on Lucian. The two just watered down and locked eyes. Lucian stiffened and looked straight ahead, putting on a show. The little people were curious about the big officials. After 3 breaths, Liang Mo lowered the side curtain. Lucian breathed a sigh of relief. Looked at me for 3 seconds. That's good. You already have a way of taking death. Positively hardcore is not hardcore. If you can't beat them, poison them. Assassination. Use all the tricks of the trade. I don't believe I can't kill you. Lucian glanced at the litter bearer. There was a secret plan in mind. He rushed off to the inside of a nearby medical center. As he did, he pretended to be Dan St. Wu Dowling and mixed into the backyard to make pills. A quarter of an hour later, Lucian took a few poison pills with him and left the medical center. Take care, Dan Sage. Have a safe journey, Sage Dan. The old bone setter in the medical center led the apprentices to see Lucian leave. The mold is hard to separate. The old groom even cried snotty tears. This Dan Sage, who has such a high status in the Dan Dao world, how is it that when a bone setter meets him, he is more dear to him than his own father? Now that the 2 medical centers know, he's reached the peak of his Dan Dao. As word spreads, won't it soon spread throughout the entire Dan Dao realm? This fame earns its hemp. Mustn't that old boy get a kick out of it? Asterisk 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 asterisk. If I have a chance to meet his original self in the future, I must find him to ask for some favor money, or else help him manifest for nothing. Lucian thought as he made his way to the outside of the Dongyang prefectural office. During this time, Lucian secretly changed his 3 disguises. Make sure you don't get targeted. He hid in the shadows and saw a couple of sedan chairmen taking a ride under a tree place outside the government office. Not surprisingly, Liang Mo had already entered the government office. Lucian waited for a short while and soon found a perfect moment. One of the bearers of the sedan chair got up and ran to the far side of the alley. Lucian quietly followed. As we approached the alley, we smelled the odor of urine. What for? He took a step and blocked the alleyway entrance. The bearer of the sedan chair was so shocked that he almost didn't pee on his hands. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell do you do? The bearer of the sedan chair lifted up his pants and questioned Lucian. Lucian didn't rush to answer, but first used his delusion-breaking god pupil to observe. That's good. Lam Tai Young, right? You're at the 8th stage of hardening, aren't you? The family lives in Xinghua County. Recognized a eunuch as godfather. Mixed up the position of sedan chairman. Right. The young master has written it all down. Borrow your identity for a moment. What for? I'm the city manager. What do you think I do? Lucian topped himself with the skin of a middle-aged, strong man and strutted toward the sedan chair. The bearer of the sedan chair, as a servant of a third-ranking official, froze without the slightest fear. Just curious, a city manager? What does a city manager do? Specializes in catching people who defecate in the open. Before Lucian's words left his mouth, raising his hand, he struck down with a muffled blow towards the back of the bearer's neck. Chapter 32 Lurking, Poisoning, Little Witchery. The bearer fainted instantly, face on the ground, a direct and intimate encounter with the urine that had just been spilled. It's not even broken? Lucian looked at the willow stick in his hand with some surprise. It was the same one he had used to knock out Yin Lin. It was picked up randomly on the road though, but seeing that he was straight and smooth, he hadn't been willing to throw it away and stored it in the system space. Is this a weapon? Is there a grade? Suddenly something clicked. Should I give him the black iron increase seal to use for a while? Mortal weapons can be upgraded to good. What if this thing can be upgraded? It's been used with affection, and there's some reluctance to throw it away. Lucian took the willow stick back into system space. A thought. Directly in the system space, he combined the willow wood stick and the black iron increase seal. However, it didn't work. Okay, at least the black iron increase seal didn't disappear. Lucian dragged the litter bearer deeper into the alley. Another one was fed to it. The 7-striped drunken heart pill that had just been refined. After taking it, you can be drunk for 77 or 49 days in a row. Freedom from hunger and cold, and elevation of the realm in sleep. This is, in a way, a small compensation for the little litter bearer. As for how much the realm can be raised, with the qualifications of this litter bearer, I'm afraid there aren't many. However, What Lucian wanted was the utility of not waking up for these 77-49 days. He had thought of refining a tattoo or two. A few days of slight intoxication is enough. Nay, strength does not allow it. A potpourri of various categories of elixirs. All 7 stripes. Who to talk to about this? Xiao Lu's classmates very thoughtfully found a cover for the sedan bearer, blocking the opponent's form. Go to sleep and refuel your practice. Bless you for not encountering rain for a few days. Lucian smiled and operated the secret art, 100 faces and 1,000 phases, transforming into the appearance of a sedan bearer. Even the clothes followed the illusion, not unlike the bearers of the sedan chair. Out of the alley and back into the shadows where the sedan chairmen were cooling off. I heard a fellow officer laugh and joked. Buddy, why is it taking so long to pee? You didn't go and take a big one, did you? Don't mention it. I met a handsome guy on the way, so I looked at him a little more, Lucian said cheekily. Then, with a pained face, he raised his hand and covered his stomach. Hey, don't tell me, when you said big, I really came to feel it. After saying that, he ran towards the Dongyang Prefecture government office. Hey, what are you doing? Looking for death. His Excellency is discussing important matters, and has specially ordered that no one is allowed in. You've let a ING hold you back? At this juncture, you ran to the government office to borrow a toilet? Hearing his colleague's voice, Lucian was not amused and leapt into the government office in 3 steps. It's a shame that you're still Unixian's godson. You don't have any eye for this. Nothing. A few sedan chairmen continued to ride the cool, not bothering with Lucian's death. Lucian had just entered the government office when he bumped into the chief administrator within the government office. It was a middle-aged man in fancy clothes with a country face. He stopped in front of Lucian and said, "What are you doing? His Excellency has ordered that no one is allowed to enter. Are you deaf or stupid? How dare you come in?" Lucian showed a sarcastic smile. "Lend me a toilet. Do me a favor. I can't hold it anymore. Go to hell if you can't hold it in. Don't pollute the air in the mansion." The butler waved his hand in a bad mood. "Get out. Get out. Get out quickly. Asterisk 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 asterisk." Lucian cursed in his heart. Unsurprisingly, this man is a head among lackeys, a bully among dogs. It's also too much of a dogfight. Why don't you get lost? The butler's eyes widened when he saw Lucian's indifference. Immediately afterward, Lucian was seen pulling out a white ingot of silver from his arms. Visualize at least 50 taels. "My lord, may I have a word?" Lucian said with a smile. The hostility on the butler's face clouded over and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Understanding. Just love the know-it-all. He looked around and saw a number of servants cleaning the courtyard, so he waved at Lucian. "Come with me." In the blink of an eye, the butler led Lucian to the outside of the outhouse used by the subordinates. Seeing that no one was around, he gently beckoned towards Lucian. "Signal to bring the money." Even the steward of the Dongyang prefectural office. "It's not much silver for a month's salary. Not to mention the fact that the war in the southern border has been tight in recent months, and the entire court has been scrimping on food and clothing. The emperor himself set an example, and the ministers all lowered their salaries. The governor of Dongyang Prefecture, naturally, was no exception. But the governor has done a good job of keeping up appearances. It is they who are the ones who are bitter. They followed and cut their salaries. As a result, the money went into the lord's purse. At the end of the day, the lords are not taking a penny less. Instead, they have to tighten their belts to get by. It's been months since I dashed off to Confronting house. It was just as well that the 50 taels of silver would allow him to go and see his old friends a few times and contact the rusty feelings. Lucian smiled and extended his hand towards the housekeeper. The butler ambled over, impatient to take it. At the same time, he was worried about being spotted, and his eyes kept glancing in all directions. "I'll you up." Suddenly, Lucian clenched his fist and slammed it towards the butler's face. There was a muffled thud. The butler stood instantly upright and fell straight back. "Dog, want my money? Do you have the life to take it?" Lucian snorted coldly, bent down and grabbed the housekeeper's ankle and dragged him into the hidden corner behind the outhouse. "Reward you with a 7-stripe heart-thirsty pill and be a good human being in your next life." A poison elixir was fed, and the butler instantly stomped his legs with remarkable effect. Lucian turned into a butler's appearance. Before leaving, he used the Breaking God pupil to learn about the butler's information. Make sure that everything is in order so that you don't show your face. We know that based on the dog's situation, the governor of Dongyang province is hosting a banquet for Liang Mo and calls him to go to the wine cellar to fetch some wine. Isn't that just right? Here comes the opportunity to drug it. What a godsend. But, where's the ING wine cellar? The little who? Go to the cellar and fetch a fine wine. The Lord wants it. Lucian came to the courtyard and casually greeted an underling. He didn't even bother to open his delusion-breaking divine pupil for a bit. This sedan chair steward, without exception, is an ordinary person. Changing their destiny only gives 50 divine destiny value. which is better than nothing. Soon, the subordinate respectfully carried a jar of aged wine. Lucian reached out to take it, but then suddenly froze. Come to think of it, where the dining room was unknown to myself. What's that? My steward's hands are tired, so carry on, and lead the way. Head on, to the dining hall. Yes. With that, Lucian fooled the subordinate into limping, followed the other party, and walked towards the dining hall. Approaching the dining hall, Lucian drove away the subordinates, put down the 7-stripe extinction pill into the wine altar. Colorless and tasteless, it melts in water. Just drink. One drink and no squeak. Drink up the Dantian instant destruction. It doesn't matter if you're nourishing your spirit or illuminating the scene, it all goes back to the drawing board. What? Want to retrain? I'm sorry. Wait for the next life. Knock knock. Lucian resealed the wine altar, knocked on the door of the house. Then in a butler's voice, he said with a sarcastic smile, Master, it's me, Lu Fu. Having said that, the heart couldn't help but be stifled. It's not easy. I've pretended to be a dog twice today to kill a Liang Mo. When we get our hands on him, we'll have to whip his corpse, no matter what. Enter. Inside the dining hall, the Dongyang Prefecture governor's tone was permeated with sullenness. Listening to that fat buildup on the vocal cords, it's no surprise that it's a big fat guy, 250 pounds less. Lucian thought and slowly pushed open the door of the house. Sheesh. Underestimated him. This main accompanying position seated, wearing the robes of the governor of the man, at least 300 pounds upwards, fat and greasy, sits there like he's nestled into a chair. Pop. The governor of Dongyang province looked at Lu Shun, who was dressed as the butler Lu Fu, and angrily slapped the table. Why are you so abrasive when it comes to getting a drink? There was a delay of some hours for picking a good wine. Lucian put on a scowling face, nor did he dare to address that governor directly. Hell knows what Lu Fu calls this fatty on a regular basis. If you say the wrong thing and reveal something, you won't have anywhere to cry. Just in time for this fat to get mad. I straight up played the wimp with one hand. The acting in 360 is flawless, simply brilliant and bad. As he was thinking, Lucian saw Liang Mo looking over. There was a vague teasing look under his eyes. LOL. Lucian's heart tightened. What the is wrong with him? Won't find me. Chapter 33 Poisoning. Illumination Realm Powerhouse? What are you waiting for? Why don't you fill it up for Lord Liang? The governor of Dongyang Prefecture looked at Lu Xin and said without a trace of anger. Liang Mo waved his hand. It's not easy for the subordinates. Don't be harsh. When the governor of Dongyang Prefecture heard this, he immediately changed his face and nodded his head, saying, Yes, what Lord Liang said. Lucian sighed in relief. It turned out that this Liang Mo was not the one who had discovered himself, just trying to dent the persona, playing up a greenhorn look. It is true that the world is full of people with 100 faces and 1,000 faces. It may not be a person or a ghost behind a kind face. There may be goodness hidden in what appears to be a vicious skin. But how many can break through the delusion to reveal the truth? But it's all just a matter of getting what you want. Lucian thought, opened the wine altar and went up to pour wine for Liang Mo. TSK. To say that this great Yin dynasty is honored by martial arts. No cups or bottles are used for drinking in the government. Use a large sea bowl. After Lucian filled a bowl for Liang Mo, he went around to the governor again and refilled the sea bowl in front of him. Here, Lord Liang, I toast you. The governor of Dongyang province raised his sea bowl and said that he would drink it all in one go. Hiss. Lucian secretly sucked in a breath of cool air. This fat bastard just drank it down with water? The breaking god pupil took a look. It's a good thing that this pussy is immortal with no cultivation, and the GP and Dan won't work. It's also good that you're not laying down a poisonous elixir that has a direct effect. Otherwise this bite would be ing exposed. Lucian observed Liang Mo with his afterimage. People have toasted you. What's the holdup? Why don't you drink faster? Suddenly, Lucian saw a small green snake drilling out of Liang Mo's sleeve. He also saw Liang Mo pick up the sea bowl and move towards the green snake. Liang Mo asked the governor of Dongyang Prefecture with a smile. Lord Wang, this official has a small pet. It is addicted to wine. Feed it some first. Do you mind? Don't mind. What's there to mind? The governor of Dongyang province smiled and then followed up with a horse's ass. Lord Liang is truly elegant. I mind. Lucian shouted in his heart. Observe that little green snake with the delusion-breaking god pupil. This green snake actually has cultivation. I'm afraid it's not a demonic creature refined with some evil technique. If this sip of wine goes down, lean, pills. Lucian hastily retreated along the wall toward the outside of the dining hall. The afterglow kept glancing at the green snake, and watched the spitting letter to lick the wine. In the next second, immediately scampered towards the outside. A ghost? Liang Yamo snapped to his feet, and after glancing in Lucian's direction, he turned his head to glare at the governor of Dongyang Prefecture. What has a ghost? The governor of Dongyang Prefecture was startled and asked in a panicked and dismayed manner. By this time, the green snake had licked the bowl. Immediately afterward, the snake's body was seen twisting, head and tail, shrinking into a ball. In the blink of an eye, it was reduced to dust and smoke. Liang Yamo was furious. Without waiting for the governor of Dongdiangfu to say anything else, directly, he threw out his big sleeve. Within the cuffs, several red phosphorus pythons actually leaped out. And I don't know how the pussy's sleeves are so loaded. Maybe there's something else going on inside. Several pythons opened their bloody mouths. They all bit on top of the Dongyang Prefecture governor's neck. The moment that the fangs penetrate the flesh, that big fat man of more than 300 pounds had lost his figure dramatically. Weight loss is significant. In a split second, the governor of Dongyangfu was then drained of his flesh and blood. All that's left is a skin. It slipped from the chair and fell to the floor. Without much delay, Liang Yamo turned around and chased out towards the house. At the same time, Lucian changed his face and ran quickly toward the outside of the government office. Suddenly, a change in breath was felt behind him. Liang Yamo seems to have broken through. Now it is the realm of the illuminated view. Nakden. No martial virtues. This is the time to break through. After illuminating the scene, it seems to be able to float in the air and fly through the sky. Wouldn't it be easy to chase me? Must escape as soon as possible and blend in with the crowd. What else is there to do with a photo view? Grass. Forgot. If I had known, I should have listened to Mr. Lecture when I was studying. Lucian's thoughts drifted. Escape soon. The gate of the mansion in front of him had strangely disappeared into thin air. The surrounding scenery has also changed its appearance. What was once a grand and luxurious mansion has been transformed into a dark and dead forest. The ground is lined with tombstones, and there were crows standing on the branches cawing. It was as if he had been transported to another area without God's knowledge. Now, there's no need to get a tutor to fill in the gaps. Lucian's heart fluttered fiercely. The current situation reminded him that the real killing move of the illumination realm. What you see and realize when you are in the realm of nourishing the spirit. Reflections into reality produce boundaries, and in the midst of the realm, his strength increased greatly. Let the enemy, nothing to hide. Now, Lucian finally panicked. In addition to this, the servants and subordinates of all sizes in the government offices of the Dongyang mansion, they were all in this gloomy realm as well. Most of the faces were terrified and didn't know what to do. Dongyang mansion. What a nerve! How dare you plot against this official? Today, this official will execute you sycophants. Liang Mo's figure floated high in the air, towering over him. Looking down on a single subordinate was like looking at a mole cricket. He didn't care who poisoned him, and not bothering to look it up to find it. The original plan was to slaughter this Dongyang mansion and collect the blood vampires to submit to the main building, to help the owner's divine work to be accomplished. It doesn't hurt to plan a little ahead. Lucian hid under a dead tree, was pondering a response. Suddenly, a scream was heard ringing in his ears. Looking up, the black fog spread around them. Poisonous, miasmatic vapors drifted. Wherever he went, the servants and underlings died when he touched them. All of them have become dried up skin. Asterisk. Lucian's eyes widened. The fog was already coming his way. It was wrapped in the pressure of the illumination realm. It was by no means something that he, a nascent soul realm, could resist. Liang Yamo quietly watched the servants and subordinates screaming in agony. The corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising. Right. That's right. The value of your pariah existence is to provide the blood vampire. More. Wait for the day when the owner's divine power is complete. In the whole of Great Yen, there will be no one to rival. I, Bloodshed Tower, will stand at the top of the 3 realms and 10 states. Suddenly, he sensed a hint of something wrong. There is one spot that is constantly attracting fog. The mist gathered in a steady stream. The concentration is not seen to increase. It was as if it was being absorbed by something. Liang Yamo narrowed his eyes. Couldn't detect any martial artist's aura. Oddities. He took a big swing. The mist within the realm transformed into dozens of black pythons that rose into the air. Turning instantly towards that spot, he pounced. The black python was just approaching, but it dissipated in an instant, losing its beastly form, changed to be no different than any other mist. Could it be that I've just entered the illumination realm? And the realm is still immature, and there are cracks? Liang Yamo thought hard and fell into self-doubt. Congratulations to the host, for breaking through to the Qi-gathering realm. Current realm, Qi-gathering, Qi-condensation, realm. Lucian heard the system's voice. I felt my ears and eyes clear. At the same time, one could also perceive that the Dantian that had first appeared was as vast as a world that could not be seen. Just in the nick of time, Lucian used the extreme nascent pill. The Comer took the poisonous miasma in this realm, inhaled it into his body, and purified it all into true chi again. An illumination realm powerhouse was truly as terrifying as it was. The poisonous miasma within the realm was originally highly purified. The true chi that was transformed into it was also all true chi of extremely high purity. If there was an immortal realm, I was afraid that the true chi of the immortal realm would be nothing more than that. Together with the extreme nascent soul pill, it greatly enhanced the efficiency of absorbing true chi. In just a quarter of an hour, the true chi was actually absorbed to the upper limit. Lucian simply gathered chi directly and took this opportunity to break through the realm. If one were to absorb it on one's own, one would not know how long it would take to break through the realm. After the breakthrough, Lucian did not stop absorbing true chi. Instead, the true chi is stored in the dantian. Prepare to build up your true chi and give Liang Mo a head-on blow. Maybe there are surprises. It was like a sneak attack on Yin Lin, a move that sealed the deal. In Boundary, the servants and underlings have been slaughtered. Dead body skins all over the place, but not a trace of blood. The blood of these people was drained by Liang Mo and condensed into a blood spirit, which was stored in a blood-colored essence stone. At this moment, Liang Mo was still staring at the direction where the black fog was gathering, slow to make a move. But patience, too, was nearing its limit. Suddenly, Liang Mo saw a figure break through the black fog and leap up. Rushing towards him, the man appeared to be holding a wooden stick in his hand. One end of the wooden stick is poised, hidden stone-cold momentum. This time, he finally perceived Lucian's realm. The chi-gathering realm? The curfew. Trying to go against the grain? Ridiculous to the core. Chapter 34 Teasing Before Dying. Little Ginger Empress rescues husband. Liang Mo stared tightly at Lucian, dropping his arm without panicking. A brush, more than 3 feet long, slipped out of his sleeve and was held tightly in his hand. The nib is as thick as the mouth of a cylinder. The tip of the pen is crimson, as if stained with blood and ink. Eyes on Lucian approaching. Liang Mo held his pen and swung it out of thin air. Just the sound of a brush. The blood ink that contained the pressure of the illumination realm splashed out in an instant. It hit Lucian's body straight away. Pust. A large mouthful of blood spurted out. Lucian was unable to strike this blow in time, and he fell at great speed like an arrow off the string. It instantly smashed into the ground, sending dust and smoke in all directions and smashing out a large pit. Overrated. Praying mantis. But it's kind of brave, Liang Mo said in a cold voice and floated down from the sky, slowly approaching Lucian. Idioms? I know them too. Proposed. Before Lucian's words fell, another large mouthful of blood sprayed out. Trying to raise his hand, he found that he could not exert any strength at all. There was a sharp pain drilling through his chest. I don't know how many ribs are broken. I don't know how many % of the 5 organs were broken. You actually know the art of disguise? Liang Mo suddenly saw that Lucian's physical appearance had changed. By a middle-aged man originally dressed in rough linen, it turned into a flamboyant young man in brocade damask. This shall be your true form. This change art of yours is akin to one of my colleagues, Thousand-Faced Demon Lord. Do you know? Liang Mo asked with a smile, continuing to approach Lucian. He eventually came to Lucian's side and stood proudly. Hey, you're young, your strength is not bad, and you know a secret art. If used by my bloodshed tower, it will certainly be able to build a great career. Liang Mo looked condescendingly at Lucian, pretending to love talent. In reality, he only wanted to ask how Lucian had survived in the middle of his realm. The stakes were so high that he couldn't sleep or eat for a day without finding out. No martial artist would want that there was a loophole in his or her jutsu. Ryomo wants to check out the shortcomings, but he couldn't find it on his own. There was no choice but to start with Lucian. Say anything to pry Lucian's mouth open. The corners of Lucian's mouth kept oozing blood outward, strongly looking at Liang Mo. I don't know what the other side is selling. Tell you what, if you tell me how you survived the party, I'll raise you into the bloodshed tower. Of course, if you don't want to enter the bloodshed tower, I can also let you go, and give you an elixir to keep you alive. Liang Mo spoke again and asked with a smile. What do you think? Meh. Lucian smiled. That's clear. This force thought that there was a break in his moves. Trying to trick me? Then you should be more sincere. Even if you say you'll leave me a whole body, I can believe it. What's this about a magic bullet? Keep me alive? What a lie. Little master is the peak of the Dan Dao. Can you not know? You're hurt like a grandma. There's also blood fury entering the body. There is no elixir in the world that can save it. Done. It's all over. Even the system isn't moving. There's no one left to save me. Ha ha ha. I can't believe that my brain was so hot that I came to poison Shogun. It's time to die. Stupid. Dumb and dumber. Father, mother, my son has no way to honor you. But don't worry, before my son dies, he can still protect you. Zhou Quan. Wanna know? Lucian opened his mouth with difficulty and spat out another large pool of blood. Immediately after that, he wanted to raise his hand to call Liang Mo closer, but found that he couldn't lift his hand. Only trembling, he hooked his index finger. Liang Mo read Lucian's meaning and bent down to Lucian's face. Say it, I'll keep you safe. Old Huan-san. I won't tell you even if I die. I proposed grandmother. Bah! Lucian finished and spat. Blood mixed with saliva, as well as crushed foam from the internal organs, spat all over Liang Mo's face. Ha! What a pain in the ass. Finally cursed out. Cool, don't you toast me. Liang Mo wiped his face and glared viciously at Lucian, gritting his teeth. Huan-san, right? If you don't tell me, I'll go kill your whole family. Lucian raised an eyebrow. Kill it. This grandson has been pissing me off since he was a kid. His parents didn't mess with my parents much. Now it has moved to the southern border. Not living in Greenbrier anymore. Go to the southern border and find them now. Feel free to kill. Speak, come on. Liang Mo held back his anger and chided one after another. Lucian, however, felt that the sounds around him were getting smaller and smaller. It gradually became inaudible. It's dying. Lucian slowly closed his eyes. Zhang Yuehan's figure inexplicably surfaced in his mind. I'm dead. The little assassin should be happy. Asterisk. You say no. Liang Mo roared with indignation. Suddenly, it felt as if the realm was vaguely showing signs of shattering. Not even waiting for a reaction, a gaping hole was seen in the realm. A white-haired young girl figure appeared in the line of sight. Mid-Jiadan realm? Liang Mo straightened up and stared intently at the white-haired girl and questioned. And who are you? Zhang Yuehan didn't respond, but looked at the dying Lucian on the ground. The heart fluttered hard. This guy. What the hell? By yourself? Facing a powerful person of the Illumination realm head-on? Sentenced to death? You recognize him? Liang Mo followed Zhang Yuehan's line of sight to Lucian, and the corner of his mouth gently rose. Then, striding towards Zhang Yuehan, come, if you help me pry open his mouth, I can spare your lives. Zhang Yuehan held his long sword in his hand and held his breath. Seeing that Liang Mo was about to approach, he instantly swung his sword. Only a dragon sound was heard. The sword chi condensed into an ice dragon and charged straight towards Liang Mo. Liang Mo's pupils shrunk. Obviously, he did not expect that a young girl at the Jiedan realm would be able to execute an extremely high-grade technique. However, in the face of absolute strength, even if the feats were strong, it would not help. Liang Mo raised his hand and waved it. The ice dragon was instantly destroyed, shattered into ice slag, and then turned into ice fog. When the ice fog dispersed, Liang Mo could not see Zhang Yuehan's figure. At the same time, Zhang Yuehan's killing aura could not be perceived. Looking back, it was found that the young girl had actually taken the teenager in her arms. So, just trying to run? Run. Can you run away? Liang Mo's face sank as he held the blood-ink judge's pen in his hand and swung it toward the void. The move to seriously injure Lucian was applied to Zhang Yuehan as it was, just in the nick of time. Zhang Yuehan and Lucian, however, disappeared into thin air. All that was left was a puff of icy mist that drifted through the air. Liang Mo froze, quickly responded. For a moment just now, he realized that the realm of the young girl had fallen from the Jiedan realm to the body-tempering realm. How similar this move was to the blood transportation technique. All of them destroyed their own cultivation and used it to escape. That young man, is that young girl's dog? In order to preserve the corpse of a teenager, he came to fight against a stone with an egg. Again, he did not hesitate to waste his own cultivation realm. It's still a real love affair. Master Liang, congratulations, Master Ambassador Liang, on your breakthrough to the Illumination Scene realm. At this time, two laughing voices came from outside the realm. Liang Mo raised his hand. The realm instantly dissipated. The mansion was back to its original opulent appearance. If it wasn't for that skin, and the blood of the land sinking on the ground, no outsider knows what has happened here. Liang Mo followed the sound. These two were the two nails of the Blood Fiend house in the Donyang prefecture. They were the 13th and 14th ranked killers in the Earth's name. Nightmare, the secret art you control. By using blood as bait, you can manipulate people's dreams. There's a pool of blood on this floor, while the man is still alive. As soon as you can, go into your dreams and ask one thing for me. Liang Mo hurriedly ordered to one of the killers, gagged as Nightmare. Nightmare, on command, hurried forward, took out a scroll from his arms, and hastily spread it on the ground. Then, he dipped a pen into Lucian's blood and wrote something on the scroll. A moment later, he raised his head in dismay. Master Liang, this person is healthy and uninjured, and has not fallen asleep, so there is no way for me to go straight to sleep. What? Liang Mo was shocked. Physical well-being? How is that possible? But Lord Liang, don't worry. I also have a secret family technique that can kill him without having to enter a dream. With his blood, you can force it to sleep and then spend your life in a dream. Then, what happens in the dream feeds back into reality. In less than a quarter of an hour, this Huan-san will turn into an old and decrepit man, and then in less than half an hour, he will become a dry bone in the mound. GGGGGG. Nightmare laughed triumphantly. Liang Mo frowned. Then could you enter the dream and ask him before he died? The nightmare smiled confidently and said, naturally, I'll wait until he's winded and at his most vulnerable to enter the dream. Chapter 35, Feelings heating up extremely fast. Lucian demonized? Dongyang Prefecture main city, 100 miles outside the countryside, deep in the dense forest. Lucian was glared at by Zhang Yuehan in his heart. Turn your head aside, not daring to look directly at it. At the same time, the heart was in a million wrong places. Shouldn't I be dead? You're all hurt like a grandma, and now there's nothing at all? Don't think about it. I used the yin-yang healing pill on you. You're already cured. The little ginger empress seemed to have sensed Lucian's thoughts and said in a cold voice. Lucian looked at Zhang Yuehan in surprise, his mouth slightly open. Yin and Yang healing elixir. Isn't this the ancient immortal elixir that was recorded in the alchemy mythical classic? The Dan Dao creation can't even be practiced. Even if you can practice, nor do they have the required materials. These days, the materials for the body tempering pill were all marketable and difficult to buy. Not to mention, an ancient elixir, worthy of being the Xian Phoenix Empress. I can't believe there's such a treasure. After Lucian hesitated for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, alright, count me as owing you a big favor. I'll definitely pay you back some other day. Returning favors? You're actually thinking of returning my favor now? Zhang Yuehan was a bit incredulous. The angry petite body trembled slightly. Not angry. Not so much as to get angry with this devil. The favor thing is whatever, and I don't need you to give it back. But I ask you, why did you leave without saying goodbye? Why did you go to the main city of Dongdiangfu by yourself? And why did you go to your death? What about your plan? Didn't you promise me that you'd tell me first if you had a plan and I'd help you weigh it? Listening to Zhang Yuehan's continuous voice, Lucian showed a look of embarrassment. It's really embarrassing to say that he is because he is scrupulous about love affairs, like a clown running away. So snorted and said, there's been a slight slip up in the plan this time. Not a big problem though. Wait till I come up with a more elaborate plan. So what? Count you in on the new plan. With your strength, you shouldn't hold me back. Let's both just let go of the past. Work together and you will get your revenge. As he spoke, Lucian's gaze became dismayed and then became blank. This was because he realized that Zhang Yuehan's current realm was actually the body tempering realm. He hurriedly used his paradox-breaking god pupil to check it out. Name, Zhang Yuehan. Sex, female. Age, 19. Mandate of heaven, the remnant phoenix's absolute breath body, quality, yellow, lower. Realm, first stage of body tempering realm. Circumstance, exhausting his cultivation. He utilized the secret art Meteor Phoenix which can reverse time and space, and brought Lucian to escape under Liang Mo. A few days ago, the party reversed time, and now it's reversing space. Frequent disobedience to the way of heaven leads to destruction of the root bones, causing irreversible damage. Lucian frowned deeply. Vitality quality. It is divided into heaven and earth. These are further divided into pole, upper, middle and lower. The little assassin would have been tops in the sky waiting on the heavenly ordained. Now it's a, yellow etc. Down. Already almost on par with, well, mere mortals. Your realm. The knot in Lucian's throat quirked. It felt like it was becoming a little difficult to breathe. I'm fine. The realm has only fallen temporarily. Zhang Yuehan said in disbelief. You can still rise back up in the future. Lucian was speechless and only laughed miserably. Before the cold poison entered the body and said it was fine. Now the fate of heaven has fallen and you say it's okay. A yellow etc. Under the mandate of heaven. Infinitely closer to being mortal. The pinnacle that an ordinary person could reach in cultivation was the ninth stage of body tempering. Yellow etc. Down. Can you achieve nativity? I'm afraid I'll just be able to gather chi. Right? It's called nothing. You call that nothing? Thinking that, Lucian raised his hand and slapped it towards his face. There was a muffled snap. Kang Yuehan was startled. What are you doing? Lucian sank. I have harmed you. After cursing himself, he raised his hand to strike again. Zhang Yuehan hastily pressed down on both of Lucian's arms and shouted helplessly. Are you childish? Lucian looked straight at Zhang Yuehan and said excitedly. How old am I? How old are you? Can I not be childish in front of you? Yes, I like you, but I'm too scared to even say it. Too scared to face it, so I left without saying goodbye. Is that answer satisfactory to you? Phew. Say it. The heart aches so much more. Zhang Yuehan blinked her beautiful eyes. You, Like me? Yes. I'm not worthy. Lucian moved his gaze aside. I'm delusional. Laugh at me. Like? Jiang Yuehan's pupils suddenly shrunk. The heart keeps beating faster. Tentatively, he asked, what is it like for you to like me? You don't know? Lucian froze. Live for thousands of years and don't know what it's like? How is this possible? If you want to know, why are you being asked? Jiang Yuehan asked rhetorically. Lucian wanted to say something. Now this little assassin, because of the cold poison, couldn't make much of an expression. The only thing that could tell her mood was her voice. But it doesn't sound like a lie. You, in your last life, assuming, you had a last life. Didn't you get married? Even find a Taoist couple or something? Lucian ghostly asked. How can you not know what like is? Jiang Yuehan frowned slightly. Why do I need a Taoist couple? Why do I need to get married? Lucian froze. So you've been married once? I told you. I didn't become. Jiang Yuehan suddenly thought of something. If you're counting, that's one time. Oh. Lucian didn't know where the dog's guts came from and suddenly asked, do you like me then? It's just that, once in a while, I think about me, breathing hard and nervous, heart beating faster and all that. After saying that, he carefully looked at Jiang Yuehan. Without thinking, the little ginger empress replied, thought about it. Lucian bristled. Trying to kill me doesn't count. Jiang Yuehan was serious, that has been thought of too. Lucian was delighted and said, then you like me. Kan Yuehan cocked his head. Then what? Lucian secretly gulped. Then you like me and I like you. So we can be together. Right. Jiang Yuehan's pretty face was puzzled. When you say like, you're saying that after you like it, you'll try to become a Taoist couple, and then get married if it's suitable, right? Lucian nodded in recognition. Jiang Yuehan frowned slightly. But, aren't we already married? If you marry a chicken, you marry a dog. Why are you still obsessing about liking it or not? If I really want to dwell on it, I like you too, but not before marriage. And then slowly. I don't know what happened, but according to your theory anyway, I fit. Anyway, it's done. Like is like, I guess. I won't run away. Lucian froze. Good point. I couldn't even refute it for a moment. Sudden realization. This Xianhuang Empress who had lived for 1,000 years. Extraordinarily conservative? I can't believe you would say something like marry a chicken and follow the chicken. Phew. So what if there's a difference of 1,000 years? Age was never an issue. A woman is a big girl. And she's holding a gold brick. A woman's 30th birthday is a gift to the world. Women's big 300 sends the golden elixir. The female great 3000 ranks among the immortals. Congratulations to the host. The raider value has increased to 20%. Congratulations to the host. The raider value has increased to 50%. Jiang Yuehan heard the beeps that kept ringing in her head. The lashes fluttered lightly a few times. That's 50%? Then Lucian won't become a demon lord in the future. Let's not get entangled. In the future husband protects you. Lucian looked at Jiang Yuehan and said gently, you protect me for a moment. I'll protect you for a lifetime. The heart of the little ginger empress trembled fiercely. The expression was still cold, but the voice was much softer. Fine, but if you want to protect me for a lifetime, the prerequisite is to take care of the Dongyang Mansion and don't ever implicate mom and dad. Lucian smiled, on the side of father and mother. Before the words are out, suddenly he fell head over heels into Jiang Yuehan's arms. Cleanser. Jiang Yuehan was first shocked, then her face showed horror. She hewed to see. Lucian's hair grew longer at a speed visible to the naked eye. Height is also growing. The breathen realm fell first, then it climbed wildly again. Body hardening realm. Chi nascent realm. Chi gathering realm. Jiedan realm. Spirit nurturing realm. Illumination scene. Breaking the void. Peeping into the heavens. A familiar devilish aura. It emanated from Lucian. The little ginger empress panicked. Lucian is going to be demonized? Her expression was cold, but she was anxious out of tears. Wasn't it agreed that Lucian wouldn't turn into a demonic father after the raider value was 50%? Besides, he's only 18 now. How come? Chapter 36 Heaven and Earth Vision. Ascending to the immortal realm. Large login. Rumble. Jiang Yuehan looked up. Just clear skies. Yet the sound of thunder kept coming. In an instant, hundreds of falling thunderbolts descended. But at a distance of tens of feet from the height of the earth, it annihilated into nothingness again. It dissipated with the sound of thunder. The sky suddenly became hazy again. Above the dome, there seemed to be the sound of a phoenix singing and a phoenix crying. Upon closer inspection, it also looks like there is a dragon's head showing in the clouds. The little ginger empress looked dumbfounded. Could it be that this was a strange appearance of heaven and earth produced by Lucian's ascent to the immortal realm? Looking down, Lucian in his arms, his realm seemed to have really made a breakthrough. Reaching, The immortal realm that Zhang Yuehan, the Xian Phoenix Empress of the previous life, had never even touched. She looked a little lost in thought, and some worry and fear, discovered that Lu Xun's appearance became more and more like the devil. At this time, a phoenix feather drifted down and fell impartially into the palm of the little ginger empress. It is? 7-colored Xian phoenix feather? Zhang Yuehan's beautiful eyes lit up. The 7-colored Xian phoenix feather. She had never even obtained it in her last life. If combined with the unsullied Xian phoenix blood, it would be possible to further perfect her Xian phoenix heavenly locust body. The quality of the heavenly equal police reached at that time. If you cultivate again, you can break through the shackles and have the possibility of ascending to the immortal realm like Lu Xun. The little ginger empress baby stowed the 7-colored Xian phoenix feather into the system space. I just don't know where the unsullied Xian phoenix blood was obtained from. Never mind. Let's not think about that. She looked down at the delicate body, subconsciously shivered. Lu Xun had become, well, no different from the previous demon lord. Zhang Yuehan was about to cry. System, didn't you say that he wouldn't turn into a demon lord after 50% of the raider value? Liar. The little ginger empress was an afterthought. Thinking about the previous system's mission. What breathing difficulties. Heartbeat accelerated. It's clearly big liar. At the same time, the heaven and earth anomaly that had lasted for a quarter of an hour gradually faded away. However, this scene was captured by the martial artists and people of the entire Dongyang prefecture. Inside the town of Green Ox, Gu Mingyue was inside the hall, looking at the soon-to-be dissipated vision in thought. Lu Daniu, who was on the side, was equally stunned. Ms. Gu and Sheriff Lu watched the whole thing. One forgotten thing came to mind at the same time at this moment. The two looked at each other. Did it just rain? Are the clothes confiscated? Huachang sect, immortal realm. What kind of high person is this? It actually broke through peeping heaven and reached the immortal realm. The clan was in an uproar. The sect master Shangwan Yun Ao immediately ordered that the Cold Mountain elders be dispatched to the center of the anomaly to investigate the situation. Inside the government office of the Dongyang prefecture, Liang Mo looked up to the sky. Thoughts drift. Immortal realm? How good it would be if it could be used for the bloodshed tower. Off to the side, Nightmare was performing a secret family technique, not bothering to look at the visions of heaven and earth. Suddenly, he stiffened, then staring wide-eyed, his mouth kept muttering, "Impossible. This is impossible. What's wrong?" Liang Mo's face was suspicious. Another member of the bloodshed tower also looked at Nightmare with a puzzled expression. This grandson, what's wrong with him again? He's awake. He actually, by his own power, woke up in a dream. My secret technique. Interrupted. This, put. Before the Nightmare's words could fall, suddenly a mouthful of blood arrows sprayed out. The body is shaking. Get off your ass and rest. And continue when you've recovered from your wounds. Liang Mo sank his breath and impatiently waved his hand. Yes. Covering his chest, Nightmare walked towards the guest room inside the government office with the support of another bloodshed tower member. At the same time, outside the main city of Dongyangfu, deep in the dense forest, Lu Xun woke up leisurely. You? Who are you? Zhang Yuehan asked with a trembling petite body. Lu Xun froze and realized that he was actually resting on Zhang Yuehan's lap. When he looked up, he saw that Zhang Yuehan's face was still as cold as ever. Only his eyes were red, still biting his lip tightly, like it's better to die than to obey. Ahem. Who am I? Lu Xun's clueless face was all over the place. I'm Lu Xun, your husband. Who else could it be? What is it? Thinking, he slowly climbed to his feet. He was about to ask Zhang Yuehan what the situation was. Suddenly found. Am I getting taller? The clothes got smaller too. Feeling empowered. Sprawl. Is this sleep so useful? Nutritional awareness? Are you here to kill me? Zhang Yuehan asked with pursed lips. No. How come you don't even recognize your husband? What am I killing you for? Are you confused? Who is this? Lu Xun said. Zhang Yuehan took out a copper mirror from the system space and lit it up in front of his eyes. Lu Xun looked at the person in the mirror, and his whole body was dumbfounded. Is this me? Seems to be. Mature version? Why do you have murder in your eyes? Doesn't look like a good guy. Roku scratched his head. What's wrong with me? With me? I just suddenly fell asleep, and then had a dream. I forgot what I dreamed. And then hearing this, Zhang Yuehan's beautiful eyes trembled. It's a nightmare. The nightmare of the bloodshed tower. He used the family secret technique on you. Lu Xun was still in a daze. Zhang Yuehan explained to Lu Xun. It was then that Xiaolu's classmates came to their senses. Is this, like, an off-site login? Temporarily on the big one? Previously, he had wondered if he was a demon lord in the future. Now it seems as if the real drop is the demon lord. This should be, however, the future without systemic intervention. In other words, it's the future before Jiang Yuehan was reborn. Let's go. Don't want to plan the fight. Lucian patted the dust on his body, then walked towards Jiang Yuehan, ready to pull him up from the ground. When the little ginger Empress saw Lucian in this state, her heart was still subconsciously fearful. The earlier scene of being slapped was still fresh in my mind. Don't be afraid. I'm still me. My soul hasn't changed. Just my shell. Lucian smiled. Say, what realm am I in now? And why can't I perceive it at all? If you look like this, you should be in the autumn of the 374th year of the Great Yu calendar. Jiang Yuehan carefully held Lucian's hand and slowly stood up, explaining. At that time, you had just broken through the immortal realm. Lucian cleared his throat awkwardly. It's really no defense against me at all. How about just telling me you're a born again? As usual, the Great Yu calendar? Lucian discovered Hua. What is the Daiyu calendar? The country of Great Yen was destroyed after 78 years and replaced by the Great Yu dynasty. Jiang Yuehan explained. Oh, Lucian nodded in thought. As expected, no matter how strong Great Yen was, it could not avoid the general trend of dynastic change. At this time, Jiang Yuehan carefully observed Lucian's appearance, seeing the murderous aura in Lucian's eyes dissipate. In its place, there was some clarity. Stupidity? That's when the heart hangs in the air. Sure enough, this was still the same husband, Lucian, that she had. Only the look was one she hated. But, now that he's married, Lucian will grow into this sooner or later, right? It's like 20s, 30s? That's what it looks like. In the future, to face such a face? I'm afraid I'll have nightmares every day. It seems necessary to overcome the demons of the mind first. Can I slap you? The little ginger Empress ghostly asked this. She froze herself after asking. So, I'm that vindictive? Seems to be a bit. That slap did traumatize me. May I? Lucian came back to his senses and replied in a confused manner. But, why did you hit me? So I hit it? Jiang Yuehan asked. Lucian nodded. Fight. Snap. Little ginger Empress slapped Lucian's face. She didn't use much force. After all, this was still her husband Lucian in front of her. Of course, even if it's dawdling, a section of the body tempering realm, hitting the immortal realm, wouldn't produce much damage. Well, just now, Lucian closed his eyes when he saw Jiang Yuehan's slap coming, but I just heard movement and no pain at all. Jiang Yuehan didn't reply, but said in a serious manner, just you, devil father Lucian? It's just garbage. This honored one will not kill you so as not to dirty his hands. Get the hell out of here. When she finished, she added, there. Lucian opened his eyes and saw Jiang Yuehan's cold and icy appearance. Those words, yes, it's the future you'll say to me. Jiang Yuehan exhaled a long breath of turbid air. I feel a lot more comfortable in my heart now that I've said it. Let's go to the Dongyang prefectural office. Lucian smiled. Kinda holds a grudge. She wouldn't just be scolded for being scolded. That's why you were reborn and came back to kill me, isn't it? It's not, is it? I don't think so. Lack of common sense in life. No relationship experience. A little dull. Is Empress Xianhuan like this? You think you've spent thousands of years of your life practicing kung fu? Go. Jiang Yuehan looked at Lucian and asked. Go. Lucian said, stopping and picking up Princess Jiang Yuehan, and then, looking up at the sky. Good. The sun hasn't set yet. I never take revenge overnight. Little master. With that, he casually waved his hand. The void in front of us ripped open a crack. Chapter 37. Liang Mo was down and out like a dog. But then again, Dongyang prefectural office. In the middle of the hall, Liang Mo suddenly sensed someone coming from outside. A body-hardening realm? Ha! Another one coming to die? The other is. Pust. Liang Mo tried to probe Lucian's realm. However, he suddenly suffered a backlash and spat out a large mouthful of blood. He felt that the odd meridian was damaged. Signs of the realm actually falling. How is this possible? Lord Liang. Outside. On the side. The 14th ranked assassin of the earthly ranking. Ma Lu also sensed the aura and opened his mouth to ask in astonishment. But before he could finish his sentence, a pang was heard in his ear. Immediately after that, he was splattered by Liang Mo's blood. The Malu people were dumbfounded. What's wrong with Lord Liang? Why did you run away all of a sudden? Or did you run with blood transportation? This secret art is also to straighten down the cultivation level and fall down the realm. Is it because you feel that you didn't sense deeply enough in the realm of nourishing spirit? Go back to the nourishing spirit realm and practice again? Suddenly, he felt that the terrifying aura outside seemed to dissipate and disappear. Dongyang Prefecture's main city, 50 miles away. Liang Mo knelt on the ground, panting heavily. Cold sweat fell from his forehead like a waterfall, and his back had long been drenched in sweat. Now it's down and out like a dog. I don't see the arrogant and cocky look of the past. Killing breath. There's killing, definitely coming for me. Vision of heaven and earth. No, it wouldn't be the one who just broke through the immortal realm, would it? Liang Yamo muttered and raised his hand to wipe a cold sweat with his sleeve. Even though the realm had fallen to 3 orifices of the god-nurturing realm. But the good news is that lives were saved. Staying green, not afraid. Thinking about it, Liang Mo's body suddenly trembled. Stiffening, he looked up to find a figure floating in the air, staring at him playfully. Big, scary. Hell no, it's the owner of that big scary aura from earlier. Why was the aura of the first stage of the body-tempering realm also there? Pung. Liang Yamo didn't have time to think about it and made an immediate decision to cast the blood escape technique again. A mist of blood exploded in place. In the blink of an eye, Liang Yamo randomly appeared in the middle of the dense forest at the border of Dongyang Province and Nanyang Province. His whole body was paralyzed with exhaustion. Continuously using the blood transportation technique was extremely taxing on the body. The fall of the realm was also more severe. This time, it was directly from the nurturing spirit realm's 3 orifices. It fell to the early stage of the Jiedan realm, body tempering realm, nascent soul realm, chi gathering realm, Jiedan realm, spirit nurturing realm, illuminating scenery, breaking the void, peeping into the sky, immortal. Coincidence? How did this high-ranking person set his sights on me? How could I possibly mess with such a character? Could it be that he had messed with that body-tempering realm beside the high-ranking person? Body-hardening realm, or a section? I really don't know where this kind of garbage gets its chances. I can't believe I've been blessed by the Jedi. If this master can be used by Bloodshed House, it would be grass. Again? Pung. Liang Yamo cast the blood escape technique for the 3rd time. When he reappeared, he was actually back outside the Dongyang prefectural office. At this moment, he was exhausted. The realm directly fell from the early stage of the Jiedan realm to the body-tempering realm. Even the Dantian was destroyed. Can't invoke true chi. There's nothing you can do if you want to use the blood transportation technique again. Lu, take me away. Back to the Bloodshed main building. Liang Yamo stumbled into the government office. Instead, he realized that Malu's breath had dissipated and disappeared. This asshole, did he run away already? Just as he was thinking about it, he saw it. Malu's corpse was lying watery in the middle of the courtyard. Dead. Liang Mo's entire body froze in place. When he came back to his senses, he realized that Lucian was holding a stick in his hand, slowly walking towards him from a distance. Liang Yamo was shocked. Subconsciously, he turned around and tried to escape. Instead, he stumbled and fell to the ground. At this moment, he had long been so drained that he couldn't even stand up. Higher power, spare your life. I don't know where I've offended the higher power. Still, please show me what the higher power can do. Liang Yamo looked at Lu Xun and said in an urgent voice. When he finished speaking, he kept his gaze carefully on the stick in Lu Xun's hand. Gulp. Couldn't help but swallow. The object in the hands of a high person must be a divine weapon. If you get hit by this, you're afraid that your soul will be scattered and you won't be able to reincarnate for eternity. Doesn't seem right. How it looks. It's just a plain old stick that couldn't be any more plain. No, the heavy sword is not a big trick. How could such a high-ranking person use a willow stick as a weapon? There must be a hidden agenda. Let me and other mortals not be able to peek in easily. The tall man, seeing that Lucian was about to come in front of him, Liang Yamo tried his best to continue begging for mercy. But just then, a white-haired figure was seen walking out from behind Lucian. He recognized Jiang Yuehan's appearance at once. It was the same young girl who had saved the teenager a few hours ago. That makes sense now. Got it all. The young man and the young girl should be the disciples of this master. The teenager was nearly killed. A young girl uses a secret technique to save a teenager, causing her realm to fall. This man of high rank has come to give his disciple a chance to make a scene. And the reason the teenager didn't die. It should be saved by this high man. Good. Not dead good. The teenager didn't die. The realm of the young girl can still be cultivated back again. Just apologize properly yourself. There is still a chance of forgiveness from the higher power. Flop. Liang Yamo thought he had figured everything out and climbed up with difficulty. Immediately bending both knees again, he heavily knelt down towards Lu Xun. Higher power. Junior Liang Yamo has no eyes and has harmed the 2 disciples of the high priest. I am truly ashamed in my heart, and I would like to offer my treasures to the higher power and turn it into something else. I hope the higher power will fulfill it. That's it. He didn't even dare to raise his head. He was busy kowtowing. Bang, 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 and I don't know where the strength came from. They were actually knocking harder than each other. This grandson seems to have misunderstood something and actually wants to offer a treasure. Lucian stood still and looked at Jiang Yuehan excitedly and said, "So, you're heartbroken?" Jiang Yuehan lowered his voice and asked in a probing tone, "What do you take me for, little assassin?" Lucian looked at Jiang Yuehan incredulously and said righteously, "I put down these blood fury tower killers for the sake of the world, for the sake of the people. Shall I let him go because he gave me the treasure? The motto that my humble servant believes in is to get rid of evil." The little ginger empress sniffed and nodded in relief. Even though Lucian was now wearing the face of a demon lord, but the heart remains pure. Not bad, not bad. It looks like there are really no evil thoughts. It's not going to be a repeat of the same mistake and fall into the devil's path. Just as she was thinking that, again, he heard Lucian continue, "But then again, he gave me the baby, and I'm not letting him go, but that doesn't mean I don't want his baby. There's a bargain to be had." The little ginger empress's hanging heart was finally dead. How could this guy? How could he say such a thing? Sure enough, still the devil's heart? At this rate, it's still possible to become a demon lord in the future. Relying on the system's rater value alone was still not safe. Phew, and I can't just sit around and wait. Gotta think of something. Sap this guy's over-exuberant energy. Gives him no time to fool around. In this way, you will not fall into the devil's way. With what? Just as the little ginger empress was pondering, Lucian came to Liang Mo's side in large strides and condescendingly questioned, "Tell me, what treasure do you have?" Chapter 38, Destroying the Body, Dividing the Spoils, Elder Cold Mountain of Hua Cheng Sect. Liang Mo's eyes lit up. The higher power's intent to spare himself? He hastily pulled a golden pouch from his sleeve pocket. This stuff is big, similar to a storage ring. The name is Rui Qiankuan pouch. It was renamed with the 10 divine artifacts of the ancient period and the Rui Qiankuan bag, but only one of many imitations. Although it is not as good as that of a divine weapon, it can hold all things in heaven and earth. However, with the subtle space inside, storing a 10,000 or 8,000 items was still not a problem. In today's 3 worlds and 10 states, it was also considered to be the same extremely rare and exotic treasure. "Senior, in this bag of mine, I have several treasures. Which are? Bring it on you." Not waiting for Liang Mo to finish his sentence, Lucian snatched the Qiankuan bag with one hand. Liang Mo froze. The mind was stunned for a moment, but he quickly came back to his senses and said with a sarcastic smile, "Since the senior likes it, then this Rui Qiankuan bag will just take it. Consider it my filial honor to the higher power and a good karma with you." Lucian coldly glanced at Liang Mo. Liang Mo's smile abruptly froze. The next moment, he felt his body on fire. Too late to react, too late to even let out a scream. The purple flame, in a breath, burned it into a ball of ashes. "Little assassin, take that." Lucian turned his head and casually threw the Qiankuan bag to Jiang Yuehan. The little ginger empress caught it in a hurry. See Lucian looking around. The movements suddenly became furtive. "What?" Wistfully suspicious. Jiang Yuehan took 2 steps forward. "I'd like to see what Lucian is up to." All that could be heard was a rustling sound. Immediately afterward, there was regret. Turned around in a hurry. The heart barely jumped out of his throat. Lucian actually unzipped his pants? In public. Small solution? Okay, so it doesn't seem like a big crowd. It's just me, but isn't he ashamed at all? Something that big. Hang on and fling it out. Can't even think about not watching. Let's see if I can't douse you. Let you seriously injure little master. And ing pretending in front of me. Fooled me, didn't you? Let you cheat. Lucian said fiercely, pouring the ashes of Liang Mo. "Now, I'll see how you live." Hiss. When he was done, Lucian winced and shivered in his urine. Just as he lifted his pants, he felt the power being drawn out of his body. The clothes that clung to his body gradually became looser. The sight slowly lowered and the height became shorter. The cultivation realm plummeted steeply. In an instant, he returned to his original chi gathering, chi condensation, realm. Asterisk. Lucian exclaimed in shock. What are you doing? What a shock. Jiang Yuehan's delicate body trembled as she questioned in shame. I. Lucian stammered a bit. I seem to have changed back. Changed back? Jiang Yuehan turned to look at Lucian, seeing that the other man was back to being a teenager. A hint of surprise also flashed in her beautiful eyes. Lucian was a bit skeptical. "I'm not getting retribution, am I? I can't be. I just peed." Jiang Yuehan was both ashamed and annoyed, so she hurriedly interrupted. Stop. That look you had just now was due to Nightmare's secret family technique. Something should have happened to Nightmare, and that's why you changed back." Hearing this, Lucian was a bit lost. Originally thought, with a cultivation, enough to ensure the safety of the home, enough to ensure the safety of parents. If anyone messes with them, they don't eat beef by the way. I didn't realize it was just an experience card. Now, it's still necessary to join the Huaqing sect. Lucian sighed long and hard in his heart. Rather, he didn't expect that he would be able to learn anything profound and sublime in the Huaqing sect. After all, the depth of a clan was far less than that of a system. The unified sun is a good big boy who, as soon as he comes up, sends a 9-stripe elixir. Don't say it's a Dan master from the Huaqing sect. Looking at the entire 3 realms and 10 states, there was currently no one who could refine the 9 lines Dan. Join the clan. But just for the sake of, well, having your back against the wall. As a citizen, my family was bullied by martial artists. Unless it touches the interests of the territorial clans, otherwise mostly ignored. But as a disciple of the clan, that's different. Even if something happens to the outer disciples' home, the clan will also come to their aid. The reputation of the clan is at stake here. If you are an inner disciple, the sect would even give the disciple's family props of refuge. A personal disciple, that's even better. The clan will secretly protect the family members of the pro-disciples. Ensure that pro-disciples can cultivate with peace of mind. Of course, if someone in the family joins the clan, ordinary martial artists would never mess with that family either. Joining a clan could be considered a matter of honor and glory. Just thinking, the system's successive voices suddenly rang in his head. Congratulations to the host, changing the destiny of the horse building. Congratulations to the host, changing Liang Mo's destiny. Congratulations to the host, changing the nightmare destiny. Lucian froze. No wonder it felt like something was missing before. Turns out Tadako never warned. Was it the transformation into a demon lord just now that gave Unity a scare? Lucian briefly scanned the rewards. All 3 combined gave more than 200,000 destiny values. Malu gave me a pair of steps to the cloud. It looks like this pussy is in the bloodshed building. A dry errand boy. The step cloud crawler that is given to you increases your stance. It even floats in the air, though it's not called prancing, but barely climbing the clouds. Liang Mo was worthy of being one of the 12 master envoys. Gave the extreme grade technique, sun, moon, and starry night technique. However, it seemed to be a technique that could only be refined at the Jedan realm. Put it in system space for storage first. We'll see how it goes when the time comes. Nightmares give. Not buddy? I didn't even see you. How the hell did your destiny change? Unico. Reminder. I didn't look closely just now. Nightmare drank the host's 7-stripe vein extinction pill, resulting in the loss of his power and becoming an invalid. Lucian suddenly realized. Feeling this pussy greedy. Drink that wine. Does this count as, well, me screwing myself over? If it wasn't poisoned, Nightmare wouldn't have drunk it. Then I won't change back. Forget it. Everything happens for a reason. Not forced. Heaven forbid. Not ashamed of me. So mature. Worthy of Empress Xinhuang. In the meantime, Zhang Yuehan was holding the Rui Qianquan bag in her hand. Lucian, who was staring blankly, sometimes dazed, sometimes giggling. Unbelievably, this childish ghost in front of me would have said something like protecting himself for a lifetime before. At that time, he was told to, first, take care of the Dongyang mansion. And there's the fact that you can't implicate mom and dad. This childish ghost, indeed, did as well. Although childish, but it's pretty reliable when it counts. Thinking about this, Zhang Yuehan's heartbeat accelerated slightly. Yet again, ghostly, he thought of Lucian's hangdog appearance. Now, the heart was beating even faster. That thing, is it a little too big? Doesn't it get in the way? The little ginger empress shook her head frantically. What was I thinking? Blame it on that childish ghost. It's almost as if he's bringing it down. Zhang Yuehan shook off the unclean thoughts in her head. She held the Qianquan bag toward Lucian. What about this? Before Lucian had a chance to look at the nightmare's reward, he came back to his senses and said, people actually gave it to us, so it's ours, so we'll decide what we want to do with it. Zhang Yuehan pursed her lips. Didn't you cheat to get it? Forget it. Liang Mo is dead anyway. Just think of it as chance and picking it up. Quickly, share the spoils. Lucian Fly rubbed his hands, licked his tongue, and sat cross-legged in place. Let's see what treasures are inside. You're more of a bad guy now than a killer from the bloodthirsty house. The little ginger empress gave Lucian a blank look. However, it was still good enough to sit beside Lucian. Open the Qianquan bag and prepare to check the stolen goods inside. Just then, a strong, mellow voice resounded overhead. Two little friends, have you ever seen a great power of the immortal realm passing by this place? Zhang Yuehan inquired, looking up. One could only see an old man dressed in navy blue robes and riding a green ox standing above the clouds. This is Elder Cold Mountain of the Huaqing sect? Chapter 39, Clearing the Sins, Huaqing sect's olive branch. Quick, put the stuff away. Lucian didn't even lift his head and hurriedly reminded Jiang Yuehan in a quiet voice. This big stupid girl, actually looking? Don't you know it's easy to be missed now that you're carrying a baby? Can you be as vigilant as I am? No, the first time. Put the baby away. Jiang Yuehan hurriedly hid the Qiankuan bag in his sleeve pocket. The mind cries out. The little devil was rather protective of his food. I'm afraid that the baby will be taken away from me. Can't even look at it. But what's he hiding that stick for? Baby, that stick too? Think Elder Cold Mountain. Would rob a willow stick? The stick seems to disappear into thin air. Where is he hiding? Phew. Seeing Jiang Yuehan put away her treasure, Lucian sighed in relief. The stick is also put away, so I don't think it's been discovered. A stick that straight and of uniform thickness can't be taken away from you. Thinking that, Lucian raised his head to the sky vigilantly, looking at Elder Cold Mountain, who was riding a green oxen slowly coming towards the ground. He opened his delusion-breaking god pupil. Name, Cold Mountain. Sex, male. Age, 72. Divine fate, condensed fire protecting Dan body. Quality, earth grade, medium. Realm, illuminating the triple sky. Situation, master of the Dandao Peak of Huaqing sect. One of the elders, on the order of Shangguan Yun Ao. Head of the Huaqing sect, he went to the center of the heaven and earth phenomenon to investigate. After arriving but no sign of the high man, realized that the high man's breath in the Dongyang prefectural government office, especially to pay a visit. Approaching the Dongyang prefectural office, but suddenly perceived that the breath of the high people to the outskirts of Dongyang prefecture, and immediately rerouted, near the outskirts of the countryside, and found that the high people have arrived. The junction of Dongyangfu and Nanyangfu, rerouting, on the way, found that the breath of the high man again appeared in the Dongyang prefectural government office. The heart cursed, once again diverted. Arriving at the Dongyang prefectural office, the breath of the high man dissipated and was no longer detected. Lucian froze. This old den. It was actually the peak master elder of the Huaqing sect. Meeting is destiny. Can we go through this elder's back door? Early entry into the clan? At that moment, Cold Mountain rode a green ox and came to Lucian and Jiang Yuehan's side. Opening his mouth once again, he asked with a smile. I am Huaqing sect elder Cold Mountain. May I ask the two young friends, have you ever seen an immortal realm powerhouse passing by here? Jiang Yuehan looked at Lucian, fearing that Lucian had told the truth. Before there was time to command, Lucian then quickly stood up and said with a smile, see, a handsome and majestic immortal realm expert from the party came here. He took care of 2 bloodshed tower thieves in 3 tries. That's a good old den coming and asking. Was worried about who to dump this on. If he didn't change back and was still in the immortal realm, it was all a moot point, but now it was only the chi gathering realm. If he was targeted by the bloodshed tower, he would be in big trouble. The best thing to do is to push the blame out and take it off yourself. Jiang Yuehan smiled in her heart as she heard this. This guy, putting himself in a good light. But things are kind of rounding out. The little devil had it in his heart. Know what to do and what not to do. Eloquent. Bloodbath house? Elder Cold Mountain frowned and asked back. That high person just now said that name? I should have heard it correctly. Lucian said in a colorful voice. That tall man shouted. Caught. Demon of the bloodshed tower. Where to run? Said the man, turning back and pointing at Malu's corpse. And then, the man died. Then, looking down at Cold Mountain's feet, there's another body that's being stepped on by you. Cold Mountain took a step back. The face steeped. This puddle. This flavor. Oh, this man was turned to dust by the higher power. When I saw that the higher power was gone, I was afraid that he would come back from the dead. So I peed on it. Sort of ruining the corpse. He shall not rise again. Lucian explained in a serious manner. The corners of Cold Mountain's mouth twitched. It's all turned to dust. How else can you be resurrected? Peeing is peeing. That's the reason you're looking for. This young man is actually at the chi gathering realm? Cold Mountain's eyes lit up, as if a treasure had been found, carefully sizing up Lucian. Hiss. At such a young age, he is in such a realm. Murphy. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but step forward and raised his hand to press Lucian's shoulder. Lucian hastily took a step back. The gaze towards Cold Mountain became wary. Lean. This old den. Can't be a can it? Young man, there's no need to panic. The old man is just testing your qualifications on a whim. Cold Mountain's gaze toward Lucian flickered with a refined light. Although it was only for a moment, he had already detected that Lucian was of heavenly grade qualification. Good seedling. Good seedling. Unavailable. It's more than enough to be a personal disciple. Lucian had a look of disbelief on his face. The vigilance in his heart had not diminished in the slightest, and he read a hint of perversion in Cold Mountain's eyes. There was a growing suspicion that there was something wrong with the old den's orientation in front of him. There are big problems. Don't be afraid. This is indeed a test of qualification. Jiang Yuehan explained from the side. Qualifications are different from realms, and it is difficult to observe them with the naked eye and perception alone. After the illumination realm, the depth of the other party's qualifications can be probed by touch. Cold Mountain sniffed and curiously sized up Jiang Yuehan. This little girl, she knows a lot, but how come she's only at the first stage of the body tempering realm? Could it be that it is also a heavenly pride with surprising qualifications, just neglected to practice? Little girl, how about the old immortal testing your qualifications as well? Cold Mountain looked at Jiang Yuehan and asked. Thanks to Elder Cold Mountain. I don't have to. Jiang Yuehan laughed bitterly in her heart, but she couldn't make any expression on her face. Still treating people with indifference. Aren't you curious about your qualifications? Cold Mountain stroked his beard and asked in an airy voice. Hearing these words, Lucian glanced at Jiang Yuehan, and his mood was suddenly complicated to the extreme. I only heard Jiang Yuehan blandly say, I know that my qualification is yellow grade, so I don't need to trouble Elder Cold Mountain. Cold Mountain froze. I didn't realize that the girl was yellow class, the worst qualification. Thought, it was also a heavenly pride. It's a shame, it's a real shame. However, it was also true that heavenly pride in the world was already rare. The Huacheng sect had not received a disciple with heavenly qualifications for nearly 100 years. How fortunate it has been to meet this teenager alone. You can't be too greedy as a human being. Young man, have you ever worshipped the clan? Cold Mountain didn't care about Jiang Yuehan anymore, but looked at Lucian with a smile and asked. Lucian was too preoccupied to hear Cold Mountain's words. Lucian, Elder Cold Mountain is asking you if you have worshipped the sect. Jiang Yuehan reminded quietly. Thinking to myself, here's the opportunity. Ha! Lucian came back to his senses and shook his head. Back to Elder Cold. I have yet to pay homage to the sect. Cold Mountain brightened up, wanting that reply. Young man, it will soon be my Huacheng sect's initiation ceremony. Are you interested in joining my Huacheng sect? Let's put it this way. You and I are destined to be together. The old immortal will open a door of convenience for you. You don't need to participate in the initiation ceremony and directly enter the sect as a personal disciple. If you join, the several peaks within the Huacheng sect are available for you to choose from. Cold Mountain said in rapid succession. The Huacheng sect was one of the top few sects. He was confident that Lucian would be moved. Elder Cold Mountain. I can join the Huacheng sect, but I have one condition. Lucian said. But there's no harm in you saying it, as long as I can. Cold Mountain agreed without hesitation. To be able to collect a heavenly qualification, heavenly pride for the clan. Not to mention one condition, even if it's 10 or 8, I can still agree. Lucian looked at Jiang Yuehan. She is my mother. If the Huacheng sect wants to accept me, they must also accept her. Otherwise, we'll have to look elsewhere. Chapter 40, Lucian protecting his wife. Little Jiang Empress second heavenly order. Actually, Jiang Yuehan wanted to open her mouth to persuade Lucian, but before I could finish my sentence, Lucian then wrapped his arms around Jiang Yuehan's fragrant shoulders. One wrapped it in his arms. Not to be outdone. No, actually. Jiang Yuehan looked up at Lucian. Seeing the other party's determined look, her eyelashes fluttered a few times, and the heart fluttered. Actually, she wanted to say, before the initiation ceremony began, she was still able to rely on certain means to raise some realms. At that time, entering the Huacheng sect would not be a problem, and one could even enter the inner sect. But Lucian has said so. It was not good for her to refute the other party's face, and it's a feeling that seems pretty good. Heart, inexplicably pleased. Congratulations to the host. Imperial Beast relationship. Lucian ignored the system's abrupt voice. Staring straight at Cold Mountain, he waited for the other party's reply. It's quite a couple, Cold Mountain said with a smile. Well said, well said. I will be able to make the decision on this matter. You'll all join the Huacheng sect together. In fact, he was tempted to persuade Lucian to give up his marriage, as a heavenly qualification, heavenly pride. In the future, even if they don't stand proudly at the top of the 3 worlds and 10 states, that was also a top martial artist, a patriarch on one side. It is inevitable that a marriage with a woman of Huang's qualifications will not be a good match. The future is bumpy. Other than that, let's talk about the longevity. The upper limit of heavenly qualifications was the heaven-prying realm. You can even ascend to the realm of the immortals. Life expectancy is greatly extended and can live for thousands of years. And with qualifications such as yellow, the upper limit was only the chi-gathering realm. Lifespan isn't too far off from the norm. When you're young and your significant other is dying, how can this taste good? This young man, when he met a good man at a young age, thought he had met the whole world. I am not aware of the size of the world and the vastness of the world, not to mention the 10 states and the 3 realms. Just within this Huacheng sect, there are plenty of girls better than this white-haired girl to be caught at a moment's notice. But Cold Mountain saw that Lucian was on top right now. These words, even if said at the moment, the other party is afraid that they will not be able to listen to them. There was nothing to do but keep it inside. I believe that one day, Lucian will figure it out on his own. At that point, something randomly leaking out of her fingers would be enough to keep a teenage girl alive for the rest of her life. Even if you remarry, it's not a loss. Then please, Elder Cold Mountain, just go back first. Lucian said indifferently. We will depart for Hua Chang's sect later. I can take you back with me. Cold Mountain said. There's no need to trouble the elder. I'm going to take my lady for another stroll. Lucian said. It won't be long delayed. Good thing too. Cold Mountain smiled faintly and mounted the green ox to take off into the air. I didn't get to meet the immortal on this trip. Instead, he met a heavenly pride with heavenly qualifications. It was not a wasted trip, and I was able to explain it to the sect leader. I will report the matter of the Dongyang mansion to the sect leader. Someone will take care of it soon. Young man, I'll be waiting for you at the Watching sect. Up above, Cold Mountain's voice gradually dissipated. Lucian shook his head and sighed softly again. Why don't you go back with Elder Cold Mountain? Zhang Yuehan asked curiously. Why don't we go to another clan? Lucian suddenly suggested. Why? Zhang Yuehan was a bit puzzled. Didn't you already promise Elder Cold Mountain? I told him to please return and then said that we would go to the Watching sect later. It's not like we said we would join. Going on a trip to hang out is also going on. Lucian tightened his embrace and said in a cloudy manner. Mainly, I don't have a very good view of that old den. I always feel that he wants to break us up. It wasn't how he felt. Instead, when he once again used his delusion-breaking god pupil to observe Cold Mountain, he accidentally saw the other party's true thoughts. The moment he learned that Cold Mountain looked down on Zhang Yuehan, it was harder to be angry than if he himself had been slighted. So much so, that it gave him the idea of defecting to another sect. Separation was impossible with Zhang Yuehan. If you say you'll protect her for the rest of her life, you'll protect her for the rest of her life. It is also necessary to do everything possible to help her get back to the qualification of heaven and so on. This is what he owes to Zhang Yuehan. If Zhang Yuehan sacrificed her life to save the Lu family, this favor could still be repaid. But the moment when Zhang Yuehan tried to save him even at the expense of becoming an invalid, he then already knows that he can't pay it back in a lifetime. Maybe there are a lot of good girls, but young enough to have met the most amazing people. Others, even if they were all good, were not as good as her inexpressive, yet determined heart. Actually, Zhang Yuehan wanted to say something. I was going to say that actually, Elder Cold Mountain was kind of nice, just stubborn. Besides, it was expected that Elder Cold Mountain would despise himself. The entire 3 realms and 10 states were all honored by martial arts. Elder Cold Mountain's contempt, or perhaps just a look that didn't directly express it, was already considered polite. But on second thought, by not joining the Hua Chang sect, Lucian seemed to be able to avoid what happened to him in his last life. In this way, at least he wouldn't encounter Xiao Balian again, nor would they be falsely accused of theft and end up in exile. Of course, in this life, Elder Cold Mountain had already checked out Lucian's qualifications. I'm afraid that the Huaqing sect would treat Lucian like a treasure. Shouldn't be able to banish him either. After thinking for a moment, the little ginger empress looked up and said to Lucian, I still want to join the Huaqing sect. When you think about it, things are looking up. I would like to meet the deceased from my last life myself, and with his own supervision. Lucian is bound not to repeat his mistakes. Then join. Lucian smiled slightly and agreed without thinking. The little ginger empress was a bit surprised. Unexpectedly, Lucian agreed so dryly. Don't you ask why? Congratulations to the host. The raid value has reached 10%. Congratulations to the host. You've received the raider value full level reward. Tai-in seed. The seed of Tai-in has been planted in the host. After 7749 days, the host will be provided with the body of Tai-in, heavenly equation, lower, heavenly fate. Hearing the voice of the system that suddenly rang out, in the heart of the little ginger empress, it was as if a groundhog was crying out. What the hell? It's not a reward at all. Now that there were 7 colored Xian Phoenix feathers, when the unsullied Xian Phoenix blood was found, it was possible to reshape the physique into a heavenly equal extreme, Xian Phoenix Emperor Dao body. Letting go of the perfect version of the Xian Phoenix Heavenly Locust body, Xian Phoenix Emperor Dao body. Why did I turn into a Tai-in body? And what do I need a Tai-in body for? Isn't that a hearth body? You want me, the Queen of Xian Huang, to be a cauldron? Even if they were to be a furnace, under the link of concentric locks, they could only be a furnace for Lucian. Do you want me to give Lucian? Neither is. Phew, it just doesn't work. No way. The host doesn't have to worry. The effect of the Tai-in seed is to re-establish a heavenly destiny for the host. It does not conflict with the host's current remnant Phoenix Absolute Breath body. Oh, Double providence? That's kinda rare. Alright. The little ginger empress has also become submissive under the cultivation and gradual influence of Xiaolu's classmates. It seemed to just accept the whole taiyaki body thing. It also seems to have forgotten that the Taiyin body is an excellent stove body. Let's go. Find an inn and see what's in the Qiankuan bag first. At this time, Lucian said to Jiang Yuehan with a smile. The little ginger empress pursed her lips, thinking about the 10% raider value thing. Remember, the system said yes. Let Lucian do anything. The other party will not oppose to come. Is it really that amazing? That. I'd like to have a candy cane first. Good. Suddenly I don't want to eat. I want cinnamon cake. Good. Why don't we go directly to the Huaqing sect? Yeah. Let's not go to the Huaqing sect. Or let's look at the Qiankuan bag first. Well. How long are you going to hold me? Let go. No. The little ginger empress bristled. Sure enough, raider value, this is a half-truth. To prevent Lucian from falling into the devil's way. It can't be all about raider value. I still need to come up with a way to drain his excess energy soon. Chapter 41, Probing the Qiankuan bag. Jiang Yuehan initiates dual cultivation. Into the night. Lucian brought the little ginger empress to buy sugar gourds and osmanthus cakes from the marketplace, and a large pocketful of refreshments later. Found an inn and took a room. The two sat opposite each other in front of the table. The little ginger empress began to take things from her Qiankuan bag while eating the pastry. Lucian, on the other hand, took this opportunity to enter the system space. Start taking inventory of the rewards that haven't been opened yet. The relationship between the beasts has increased continuously to bathe in love. Confirmation of post-realm elevation. Are you sure that this really describes the imperial beast relationship? Xiaolu's classmates sensed something was wrong. However, the wrongness served him well. Confirmed. Congratulations to the host. Upgraded to the Qi gathering, liquidizing, realm. Lucian felt the power surging within his body, but found it to be mediocre. Hey! After experiencing the realm of the immortals, the matter of raising the realm again was already tasteless. Xiaolu's classmates continued to line up. Congratulations to the host. Changing the fate of the nightmare. Reward, 1 bottle of secret pill, dream entrance pill. You can infiltrate your opponent's consciousness and have a wonderful experience. Greatly increases the effect of the double fix. Lucian subconsciously glanced at Jiang Yuehan. The knot in his throat rolled gently a few times. Dual study. What an uplifting way to practice. I don't know. If the little assassin can agree, shouldn't be a problem. Only, now on hand, there is no dual cultivation technique. Xiaolu's classmates suddenly glanced at the 1 million heavenly fate values that had been saved up. Drawl. Lucian did not hesitate to draw. The system? Don't they always give you a pillow when you fall asleep? So he was certain. This round of raffle could definitely draw a dual cultivation technique. And it's superb. Congratulations to the host. A new destiny has been added. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the new heavenly fate extreme yang body, heavenly equation, lower. Dual cultivation excellent providence. Also known as the stovepipe providence. Combined with the Taiyin body, it can dramatically increase the effect of dual cultivation. Current host's destiny value balance, 72,100 points. Required destiny value for next draw, 10,000,000. Tun-chan, you disappoint me so much. Give a feat instead. Hey, Lucian sighed inwardly. Forget it. Kung Fu is easy to get, but heavenly destiny is hard to find. However, the little assassin wasn't a Taiyin physique either. In the future, if one were to double cultivate, there was no way to bring the extreme young body into perfect play, but there's no need to dwell on it. Is there any way to be happy in this world? Plus, there's no telling how long it'll take to double up. By the way, should we try double cultivation? Suddenly, the voice of the little ginger empress entered his ears. Lucian snapped back to his senses and looked at Jiang Yuehan incredulously. What's the situation? The little assassin can read minds? The little ginger empress put down the Qiankuan bag in her hand, blinked her beautiful eyes, and asked, "What are you looking at me like that for? I happen to know the yin-yang heart technique, which is a dual cultivation technique. Aren't you in the Qi gathering realm now? Dual cultivation can help you stabilize your breath and build a good foundation. I might be able to follow suit and raise my realm." Of course, the most crucial point she didn't make. After dual cultivation, they interacted with each other's breath. She hoped to use her righteous aura to subtly change Lucian. Moreover, double cultivating up could be a good way to drain the little devil's energy. Keeps him from rambling. Then forget it if you don't want it. When Jiang Yuehan saw Lucian froze and delayed in responding, she said helplessly before continuing to look at the Qiankuan bag. Yes. Suddenly, Lucian shouted excitedly. Only his face reddened to the roots of his ears. Nodding frantically again like a chicken pecking at rice. Why are you yelling so loud? Jiang Yuehan was taken aback and gave Lucian an angry look. Yes, No problem. Lucian lowered his voice and repeated another sentence. Neither could believe that happiness came so suddenly. I thought that, with her cold and icy look, Jiang Yuehan would be very resistant to this kind of thing. But to my surprise, instead of resisting, she was horribly proactive. No wonder she said before that marrying a chicken follows the chicken. Rather, he was too conservative. Oops, this is a mess. Hey, there's more room on the bed and couch. Go there in a minute. Jiang Yuehan faintly said. Word to the wise. Lucian nodded in agreement. Swallowed heavily. For something like double cultivation, it was natural to go to the bed. Reasonable. By the way, the things in the Qiankuan bag, I have found them all. There is a bottle of 4-stripe body tempering pill. And, Jiang Yuehan spoke again, and before he could finish his words, Lucian then immediately said, For you, I can't use it myself anyway. It just so happened that the little assassin was now at the body-hardening realm. Jiang Yuehan nodded and continued, Other than that, there are more than 3,000 spirit crystals, more than 4,000 tails of gold, as well as Liang Mo's weapon, the judge's brush, which should be a top-grade weapon. That's it? No more? Lucian was a bit surprised. Jiang Yuehan nodded and handed the Qiankuan bag to Lucian. Lucian took it, glanced at it, and skimmed his lips. The Bloodshed Building's main ambassador. So poor? Jiang Yuehan asked rhetorically. What nonsense are you talking about? More than 3,000 spirit crystals. Although it's not too much, it's not so bad to use the word poverty, right? Spirit crystals? Worth a lot of money? Lucian asked in disbelief. Jiang Yuehan was a bit surprised, but it was quickly responded to. This little devil. He is still young. He hasn't joined the sect. Naturally he doesn't know what a spirit crystal is. And so, the little ginger Empress class was in session. Spirit crystals are the currency that circulates among martial artists. One is worth 10,000 gold. Smelt weapons of medium grade or higher. Drive the chariot. And, all require spirit crystals. Xiao Lu's classmates seem to understand. But it's enough to know that it's worth a lot of money. $1 million apiece. More than 3,000. Wouldn't that be? It's developed. Sure is a little rich. When Jiang Yuehan saw Lucian's excited appearance, she laughed in her heart and made a slanderous comment. You keep this bag. Don't drop it. Lucian took the Qiankuan bag to Jiang Yuehan and said, You give it to me? Jiang Yuehan was a bit surprised. What's mine isn't yours. Lucian was still in a somewhat agitated mood. I'm mainly afraid that, if I'm not careful, I'll spend it all. Jiang Yuehan's expression was cold, but his voice was permeated with a hint of joy. Alright, then I'll keep it for you. After saying that, he stowed the Qiankuan bag into the system space. Lucian swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he looked at the stunningly beautiful and devilishly built Jiang Yuehan. So what? Things are busy. Want to go double? After saying that, he raised his hand and touched his nose. Luckily there was no nosebleed. Go. Jiang Yuehan nodded slightly and took the lead to get up and walk towards the bed. Lucian hurriedly stood up and followed close behind. Eyes unconsciously, measured the perfect body of Jiang Yuehan. Tell my mother I'm not a coward. Chapter 42 Dual Cultivation. Effective Dream Entry Pill. Let me tell you about the tricks of the Yin-Yang Heart Technique. The little ginger Empress took a step ahead of her and came to sit by the bed. And then he turned around and looked at Lucian. In the next moment, puzzled, he asked, What are you undressing for? Ha? Lucian stopped his movements of unbuckling his belt and after swallowing the dream entry Dan, he replied, Aren't we double cultivating? Jiang Yuehan's beautiful eyes were puzzled as she asked. It's double cultivation, but there's no need to take off your clothes for double cultivation, right? Lucian froze. Seems to have found some kind of point. What the little assassin called a double fix. Will it be the same as what you think it will be a double fix? Not a thing? So, what do you mean by double cultivation? How do you double cultivate? He asked tentatively. It's when we sit on the bed with our hands folded over each other and swap breaths. Jiang Yuehan said. Even though I'm at the body tempering realm now, I have a method to invoke my breath, so you don't have to worry. Ah yes, that's how it's double-crossed. Exactly as I thought it would be. LOL. Lucian laughed awkwardly. I undressed. Mainly because I thought, I'll bathe first. You wait for me for a while. When you double cultivate, the dirt on your body will turn into turbid chi and float away. Why do you still bathe? Jiang Yuehan stared straight at Lucian. Does he even know what dual cultivation is? I don't bathe to be clean. It's mostly ritual. Burning incense, bathing and dressing. Forget it, just leave it. Suddenly I don't want to pursue the ritual. Lucian said, came and sat down beside Jiang Yuehan and said stiffly, Let's begin. Jiang Yuehan carefully observed Lucian's expression. Why does he feel like he has something on his mind? The face is still so red. A ghost in your heart? However, the little ginger Empress didn't think deeper. Patiently, he taught Lucian the tricks of the yin-yang heart technique. Soon, the two of them were sitting cross-legged opposite each other, hands held together. Lucian couldn't help but gently squeeze. It's slippery and feels pretty good in the hand. Behave yourself. It's about to start. Jiang Yuehan's eyelashes fluttered lightly as she softly reminded. Well, Lucian slowly closed his eyes. Following the method taught by the little ginger Empress, she mobilized her breath and poured it into the other party. Soon, he also felt Jiang Yuehan's true qi with a cool feeling, surging towards his body, while savoring the experience. Suddenly, the mind buzzed. The next second, Lucian heard a burst of children's voices in his ears. Little beggar, stay away from us. We're not playing with you. Get out of the way. You stink. Lucian frowned lightly. The voice, so real. It seems to be very close. He tightened his nose again. A faint scent of plum blossoms. Finally, Lucian couldn't help but open his eyes, only to find that he was not in the inn. Instead, they are in the countryside somewhere. It was white as far as the eye could see. Seems like there was just a winter snowfall here. But now, isn't it late summer or early fall? How come it's snowing? Even in the north, snow doesn't come this early. Can't it be that this is the effect of the dream entrance pill? It's amazing how real it is. Though, what you see and feel is like being in reality. Lucian was thoughtful and followed the children's voices. Found a couple of kids, bullying a little beggar. As an aspiring teenager who grew up under the red flag and was born in the spring breeze, how can this be left unchecked? Lucian hurriedly walked up and gently scolded. Whose kids are you? Why are you bullying at a young age? Sue your parents. This statement was made. The children looked at Lucian. Run! I don't know who shouted first. In the twinkling of an eye, the children were scattered. Only the little beggar was left, still stupidly squatting in place, minding his own business or something. Lucian looked down and realized that it was a girl, picking up the buns that had fallen on the ground. The buns were covered in dust, and the girl didn't care, gently patting them a few times before biting right into them. Then he took it in his mouth and rose slowly. Hey, the buns are dirty. They'll spoil your stomach. Lucian took out a silver ingot from his pocket and went up to hand it to the little beggar. Take this money and buy something to eat. The girl looked up at Lucian with indifference in her eyes, but her mouth said thank you. However, she did not take the silver from Lucian's hand, but turned around and walked towards the broken temple in the distance. Holy, that's so personal? Lucian smiled playfully and quickly followed the little beggar. Little girl, do you not recognize money? These silver are enough to keep you full for a year's time. Your idol? Without turning her head back, the girl asked Lucian in a cold voice. Lucian sucked in a breath of cool air. I can't believe I got pouted at by a little girl. Can this be tolerated? No wonder. You're being bullied. Lucian said helplessly. With this foul temper of yours, I want to bully you. The girl didn't speak again, picking up the dead branches on the ground as she walked towards the broken temple. When she came to the temple, she skillfully lit the firewood and sat down under the mud sculpture to eat the dirty buns and roast the fire for warmth. Every now and then she looked up at Lucian standing in the doorway of the broken temple. A quarter of an hour later, finally relented and asked, why are you still here? I'm actually a bad guy who specializes in catching little girls. I'm on to you, to sell you to traffickers, to the mountains. Lucian narrowed his eyes and stared at the girl with a bad smile. Childish. The girl blankly glanced at Lucian and pulled out a book from her arms and read it. Lucian looked at the girl awkwardly. It feels like I'm here to sweep the floor of this broken temple, but instead of a broom, use a face. Forget it, this girl is small. Don't talk to her. Lucian came across to the girl stiffly. Slowly, he sat down and warmed himself by roasting a fire as well. Curious, he asked, where is this little girl? Stone River Village. The girl responded without looking up. Stone River Village? Lucian always felt that he had heard this name somewhere. Come to think of it, this Stone River Village is next door to Castle Peak County in Balochingshi County. But I think I heard that something happened 8 years ago and the whole village was slaughtered. Hiss. Lucian thought carefully. It's the ING dream, Dan. I'm afraid it doesn't give people nightmares. What year is it? Little girl? Wistfully guessing, Lucian asked another tentative question. Great Yin Calendar 872. The girl looked at the book and responded casually. Asterisk. It was really 8 years ago. Lucian's eyes widened. It's hard to believe that it's not the dream entry pill. Instead, when you were double cultivating with the little assassin, you went off the deep end and crossed over? Traveled back 8 years? The little assassin. Is he there too? Where is she now? Thinking of this, Lucian couldn't be bothered to jest with this girl. Rushing to his feet, he ran towards the outside of the temple while shouting, Little assassin? Moonchill? Jiang Yuehan? Where are you? Suddenly, The girl looked up at Lucian and shouted, "Are you annoyed? I'm right here. What are you screaming for?" Hearing this, Lucian jerked back to look at the girl. "What are you looking at? How do you know my name?" "You? Name? You're Jiang Yuehan?" Chapter 43 Painting on a Boulder. Touching little hands. Little Jiang Yuehan glanced at Lucian. This man is simply inexplicable. They've already called out their names and asked if they are nerves? You're really Jiang Yuehan. Lucian smiled and quickly approached to the girl's body. Take a closer look. Though this girl is gray, but the frown did reveal the little assassin. By the looks of it, it's not a crossing. It should be the effect of the dream entry pill. Who are you? Little Jiang Yuehan looked at Lucian vigilantly and asked. I am you. Lucian's word husband hadn't even been uttered yet. Suddenly it felt like the sky was spinning. The scenery around us changed rapidly. It was as if time had sped up its flow. As far as the eye could see, it looked like it was playing at double speed. Lucian watched as the girl, her face puzzled, became impatient again and ran out of the broken temple. Outside, time passes. The sun sets and the moon rises. The moon rises and the sun sets, and so on and so forth, until a fire burned in the distance. The village of Stone River is in flames. It was only when the flow of time finally returned to normal. When Lucian came back to his senses, he suddenly realized that he was no longer in the broken temple. Instead, it's in the town of Green Cow. Green Cow Town 5 years ago? Lucian saw it at a glance. In the distance, the peach tree of the neighbor old Zhang's house was slowly cut down. The scene impressed him. That happened 5 years ago. It was 13, soon to be 14. Also had a hard time for a couple days because I ran out of peaches to eat. Jiang Yuehan? At this time, Lucian saw the girl again. The girl had grown a little, and was clad in a gray robe, barefoot, and walking slowly forward. Girl, what's wrong with you? A familiar voice sounded from behind him. Lucian turned around to see his old mom, Gu Mingyue, walking quickly towards the little Jiang Yuehan, smilingly accosting the other party. Girl, I see that you have weak feet. Is your body not feeling well? Little Jiang Yuehan froze and said to Gu Mingyue, Sister, I'm just hungry. I'm not uncomfortable. Gu Mingyue smiled and said, Here you go, take these pastries and eat them. And here's some silver, take it. Sister, I can't have. Take it if you're told to. I'm glad you called me sister. Sister, I'm off. Girl, live your life. MS. Gu gently touched little Jiang Yuehan's head, and without waiting for the other party to respond again, she quickly left. Little Jiang Yuehan stared blankly at Gu Mingyue's figure, not knowing what to think. Lucian walked up and took out a piece of pastry surreptitiously from the craft paper bag carried by Xiao Jiang Yuhan and stuffed it into his mouth. He didn't seek out the little ginger moonchill to speak to. Instead, he ate his pastry and took it in stride. I really didn't expect that once Jiang Yuehan had come to Qingniu town. What's more, she didn't expect to meet her old mom. No wonder. When I was 13, Mom broke her promise and didn't bring home any pastries. Turns out it was given to the little assassin. Thinking about it, he saw little Jiang Yuehan run past him with quick steps. Little Jiang Yuehan's mouth was still chanting, I have to get out of here quickly. I can't involve that kind sister. Lucian did not understand. Accumulation? What's that supposed to mean? He was about to go and ask the question. Suddenly, time speeds up again in this moment. When Lucian came back to his senses, he realized that he was on top of the summit of a high mountain. Asterisk 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 asterisk, where did this come back to me? As he was wondering, he noticed a stone monument on his right-hand side, which read Huacheng Sect. Huacheng Sect? Lucian's face showed surprise. This is outside the gate of the Huacheng Sect? Just thinking, only to see a familiar figure hurriedly walking from the distance. Jiang Yuehan? But it's not little Ginger Moonchills anymore. Instead, she's about the same age as she is in reality, holding a 3-foot blade in her hand. Jiang Yuehan arrived in front of a huge rock and quietly watched. Lucian narrowed his eyes and followed Jiang Yuehan's line of sight. The boulder was found to have a graffiti carved into it with a sword. The graffiti draws a family of 3. Which master made this? The painting skill is actually somewhat similar to mine. Lucian looked shocked. It seems that there are confidants in the Huacheng sect. Wait until you get to the Huacheng sect. Be sure to get acquainted with the one who did the painting. Really like. I can't believe I understand my stream of consciousness style of painting. This man definitely deserves a deeper friendship. Elder sister Yuehan. At this time, a flamboyant young man in a white robe ran towards Jiang Yuehan with quick steps. Yesterday's trial was hard work. I just happened to stumble upon a 9th grade snake demon and killed it to make soup for you. The teenager was holding a tile jar in his hand, and as he spoke, he approached Jiang Yuehan. Asterisk 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 digging in? Lucian's eyes widened, and he was suddenly on fire. But before making a move, he saw Jiang Yuehan pick over the tile jar in the teenager's hand with his sword. Snap! The tile jar fell to the ground and shattered, spilling soup all over the place. Elder sister Yuehan. The teenager looked embarrassed. Jiang Yuehan, however, did not have the slightest intention to pay attention to the other party, putting away his sword and turning around, walking towards the clan. The teenager wanted to catch up, but hesitated. In the end, he just stood in place, looking at Jiang Yuehan's back and clenching his fists. Bitch, acting high and mighty, you know how to stare at this crappy rock all day long? What's there to see? Sooner or later, I'm going to show you what I'm made of. In bed. As soon as Lucian heard this, he couldn't hold back and rushed up towards the teenager with big strides, but after just a few steps, there was a sudden blackness. The efficacy of the dream entry pill seemed to be coming to an end. Lucian slowly opened his eyes. Find yourself back in the present world. Looking out of the window, he realized that the sky was already turning fish-belly white. Jiang Yuehan, on the other hand, still had her eyes closed and seemed to still be concentrating on dual cultivation. Noticing Lucian's aura withdrawing, the little ginger empress opened her beautiful eyes and asked, "What's wrong? Not practicing anymore? We just practiced all night?" Lucian asked. Jiang Yuehan nodded slightly. "You actually managed to hold out patiently, which is somewhat surprising to me." Lucian was a bit embarrassed. Ahem, it doesn't require much persistence. The whole thing was like falling asleep and having a dream. Time passes in a flash. Didn't feel tired at all. Moreover, it is effective for strength enhancement. In just one night, the realm was able to make a breakthrough, reaching the chi-gathering, solid foundation, realm. Perceiving it carefully, the Dantian was like a small world. When condensing chi, only breath existed within the heavens and earth of that small world. When the liquid was transformed, the waves within the heavens and the earth surged, and the world was an ocean. Now the solid foundation, the world is fully formed, the land and rivers are distinct. Only nowadays, in the world of Dantian, there was only earth, but no heaven. The force is not yet complete. I'm afraid that it is only when one reaches the Jiedan realm that one can glimpse the heaven within the Dantian. Lucian was very satisfied with this, and the foundation had been firmly laid. Looking at the younger generation of the 10 states of the 3 realms, I'm afraid that there are no more rivals. Have you touched it enough? Jiang Yuehan's sultry voice entered his ears. Touch what? Lucian realized that he had been rubbing Jiang Yuehan's small hand, and awkwardly said, "We're all already married, so it's only reasonable to touch a small hand." Jiang Yuehan looked straight at Lucian. Her tone was filled with helplessness. "But you've been touching like this for the whole night." "Ha?" Lucian drifted off for a moment. "Yes?" The little ginger empress nodded affirmatively. "And I don't know what's wrong with this guy." The hands were not honest, and it was surprising that it didn't interfere with the double practice at all. This description, Lucian was trying to make up a reason to explain. Jiang Yuehan suddenly asked, "You like touching hands a lot?" Lucian froze. "I'm a decent man. I'm only touching my hand for." "You can touch it normally if you like," the little ginger empress said in a serious manner. "Then I like it," Lucian replied without hesitation. Jiang Yuehan's beautiful eyes lit up. It seemed to have found a way to sap his energy. "If you like to touch your hand, then just give it to him." Chapter 44, The Initiative of the Young Ginger Empress, The Wrongdoer. Dongyang Prefecture Main City. Lucian and Jiang Yuehan strolled down the street holding hands. Every now and then the teenager rubbed a circle with his thumb. The back of the young girl's white, smooth hand. "The corners of my mouth are harder to press than AK." The little ginger empress was helpless in her heart. "It's just a hand, isn't it? As for being so happy, sure enough, it's still childish. Shall lose classmates. However, we're thinking, holding hands is just a small step, but a big step in bringing the relationship closer. I was able to rub my hands today. I'll be able to rub my feet tomorrow. The day after tomorrow you can dish out thunder. The day after tomorrow." She didn't want me to black out, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to blacken her first. However, the little assassin had cold hands and a cold body. "There will not also. I'll go. It's dangerous." "Little assassin, can that cold poison of yours be eradicated?" Lucian looked at Jiang Yuehan and asked nervously. The little ginger empress was unhappy in her heart. "Why are you still calling me a little assassin? You'll remember this for the rest of your life, won't you?" However, she didn't show it, but patiently explained, "It can't be eradicated for the time being, but the 7-stripe sacred flame pill you gave me is enough to suppress it for a while." "Why do you say temporarily?" Lucian pursued. "Does it mean that there is a way to completely eradicate it?" "No," Jiang Yuehan replied without thinking. "The way to eradicate it is, in fact, there. But the conditions are extremely harsh. One must perform conjugal acts with a man who has perfected the pure yang kung fu for a period of 77 and 49 days. Although the pure yang gong was only a superior gong method, it had long been lost. Even if it hadn't been lost, there was no way she'd do that kind of thing with anyone else. The only thing you can do as a couple is to do it with Lucian. After all, it's married. AI. Alright, then I'll just have to refine more 7-striped sacred flame pills for you. Lucian sighed. Zhang Yuehan looked at Lucian. Those pills? You made them yourself? Ha! I won't hide it from you, but I've actually reached the peak of the Dan Dao. Lucian led Zhang Yuehan with one hand and put his other hand behind his back, pretending to be an expert. Awesome. No. Zhang Yuehan nodded. Lucian was a bit surprised. You're not surprised? What's so surprising about that? I know you, and with your natural talent, it's no surprise that you'd do anything. Zhang Yuehan said faintly. I'm afraid that in his last life, it was only an accident when he broke through the body tempering realm at the age of 60. Hiss. Lucian sucked in a breath of cool air. What's with the feeling of being happy and upset at the same time? Happy because the little assassin trusted unconditionally. It's upsetting because, well, pretending needs to be done before it's done. How can she pretend in front of her in the future if she believes so much? The joy of pretending is gone. The joy of removing the word loaded is not there either. Luckily, though, the latter is only temporary. The heart was somewhat comforted. Soon, the duo arrived outside the main city of the Donyang prefecture. Where's my horse? My horse is gone? Lucian let out a sharp pop. The horse, tethered in the woods on the outskirts of town, was gone. How long has this been going on? The horse is gone? Which man stole the old man's horse? You damn well better not let me catch you, or I'll skin you to the bone. Lucian gritted his teeth in anger. Zhang Yuehan listened on the sidelines, secretly worried in her heart. This guy, why is he so cranky? You're not going to go dark at the drop of a hat, are you? Here, hold it. The little ginger empress held out her small hand, hoping to use this to demoralize and distract Lucian. The effect is remarkable. Lucian's attention was all attracted by the jade hand and gently kneaded it. Forget it, go into town and buy a new horse. And so it was. Little ginger empress funded it. The younger two own a new horse. Riding on the same horse, Zhang Yuehan was in the front, and Lucian held the reins in the back. The two of them headed in the direction of the Huaqing sect. At noon that day, the duo arrived at the next stop of the city, Pingshui County. Walking down the road, Lucian was surprised to find the horse that originally belonged to him and Zhang Yuehan. Holy! Lucian raised his hand and pointed, not far away, to the horse tethered outside the restaurant, and asked Zhang Yuehan in surprise, Little assassin, did you see it? Zhang Yuehan nodded calmly. That's the horse we have. Let's go. Damn it. Find the field. Lu sank his breath, and with one hand holding the reins and the other holding Zhang Yuehan, he walked towards the entrance of the restaurant. Calm down. On the street, don't start a fight with someone, Zhang Yuehan said, following Lucian's example and gently rubbing Lucian's hand. Okay, I'll reason with him. Lucian nodded in agreement. In his heart, he was thinking, let's see if I can't scold him to death. That's right. Zhang Yuehan's expression was cold, but her heart was pleased. It looked like his own guidance, after all, was working. Lucian tethered his horse outside the tavern. Then he led Zhang Yuehan towards the restaurant. Find a spot near the door. While eating, he stared. Which one had stolen his horse? What would you like to order? Sir? The store assistant came to Lucian Zhang Yuehan's side and asked with a smile. My maiden point. Lucian didn't even look at the shopkeeper and directly said. The store assistant had a look of understanding and handed the menu to Zhang Yuehan. The little ginger empress glanced at Lucian. This guy, in private, calls himself a little assassin. How can you call yourself a lady in front of others? Can't really figure out what the thinking is. The little ginger empress ordered a few random dishes. I don't know why, but when I eat out, I don't always have much of an appetite. Kind of missed Lucian's cooking. After returning the menu to the shopkeeper, little ginger empress's afterglow spotted a familiar figure. Xiao Balian? Why is this guy here? There was a man sitting beside him. Something looks familiar. What's it called? The name doesn't ring a bell. Just the fact that he's annoying. In his previous life, during his cultivation in the Huaqing sect, this person often found various reasons to harass him. Never ignored him, and he's still coming up for air. It's almost more annoying than flies. However, these two are a good match. Lock it up. Save yourself from wreaking havoc on Lucian again. At this time, Xiao Balian also discovered Zhang Yuehan. The gray hair was particularly noticeable. The little ginger empress saw Xiao Balian gaze over, even subconsciously, took the initiative to hold Lucian's hand that was placed on the table. He then gave Xiao Balian a look, and then he eyed ahead, no longer paying attention. Not far away, Xiao Balian sneered. This woman, She really did catch up with that handsome guy after all. Hey, handsome is really pitiful too, being pestered by this kind of woman. That woman should have stayed away from the handsome man if she knew what she was doing. Didn't see her offer to hold someone's hand. Do people even look at her? That little handsome guy. The realm seems to have risen again. Xiao Balian didn't look at Jiang Yuehan anymore, but carefully observed Lu Shun. When she sensed that Lu Shun was about to reach the Jiedan realm, she couldn't help but lick her fragrant tongue. White Lotus, what are you looking at? The teenager on the sidelines asked curiously. It's nothing, Brother Zizhen. I was just curious as to why that woman's hair was white. Xiao Balian retracted her gaze and looked at Zhou Zizhen, who was sitting beside her, and said in a pouty tone, the mouth says so, but the heart thinks so. This Chuko is really a good stove. At such a young age, he was already at the 8th stage of the body tempering realm, though nowhere near as good as that handsome man, but it's also extremely rare. It must not be taken lightly. Just shared a night and squeezed hard a couple times. Her realm then broke through from the 4th stage of body tempering to the 5th stage of body tempering. White hair. That's the old lady, isn't it? Zhou Zizhen smiled. Originally, all of his attention was on Xiao Balian. Once he heard Xiao Balian say this, his heart inevitably became curious as well, so he turned his head to follow the line of sight of Xiao Balian Fong. The moment he saw Jiang Yuehan, Zhou Zizhen's heart trembled violently, and his pupils plummeted to the size of pinpricks. I can't tell you how excited and thrilled I am. How could there be such a beautiful woman in this world? What about gray hair? Instead, it added a little more flavor to her. Brother Zizhen? Xiao Balian's voice transmitted a hint of jealousy. Ah, what's wrong, Sister White Lotus? Zhou Zizhen looked back at Xiao Balian. After saying this, but he couldn't help but glance towards Jiang Yuehan. Was it good? Xiao Balian asked meaningfully. What's good or bad? I didn't really look closely. I just focused on her hair and how it was so white. Zhou Zizhen said awkwardly, it's whiter than even my grandmother's. Oh, I'll leave you to take your time then. Xiao Balian let out a petulant snort as she got up and headed out of the tavern, straight towards the horse that Lu Shun had lost. Chapter 45, Jia Jia Jia. In order to atone for your sins, will you really do anything? Lu Shun saw Xiao Balian appear in sight. A hint of disgust couldn't help but rise in his heart. He had no love for such women who wanted to go to Egypt and pull weeds all day long. Immediately afterward, another teenager appeared in the line of sight. The other party quickly chased towards Xiao Balian, and he shouted, White Lotus, wait for me, TCH. No surprise, this is a poor tomcat who was trolled into warbling by green tea. Xiao Lu's classmates did not want to pay any attention to these two. Unexpectedly, they watched them, watery, walk toward the horse. Asterisk. Lu Shun immediately shot up. Jiang Yuehan was also a bit surprised. I didn't realize that the horse was actually stolen by Xiao Balian. Is this karma? What's wrong with being a little upset? Seeing Xiao Balian undoing the reins tied to the stake, he was about to lead his horse away. Lu Shun rushed out of the restaurant and scolded in a stern voice. Stinking cousin, leave the horse for me. Xiao Balian froze. I'm cursed? Immediately after, she realized that it was Lu Shun who had cursed. The mind was even more surprised. Did I get yelled at by him again? Why did he suddenly scold me? What did I do to him? Asshole, did you just curse White Lotus? Without waiting for Xiao Balian to react, Zhou Boiling Goat Zizhen stood out and blocked in front of Xiao Balian, pointing at Lu Shun and questioning. Canon. It's too canonical. Lu Shun was all angry and laughing. It had been predicted that this two-faced turtle would stand up and protect his little Mai. Who stole? Lu Shun spoke in a cold voice. But before I could finish the sentence, I'll scold whoever steals my horse. Xiao Balian then pushed Zhou Zizhen away and rebuked. Zhou Zizhen, watch your quality. There must be a misunderstanding in this. You haven't gotten to the bottom of it yet and you're scolding people. Is that decent? Zhou Zizhen stumbled and looked at Xiao Balian in dismay. Balian, wasn't he the one who scolded you first? When he scolded you, he was quite straightforward. Didn't say anything about getting to the bottom of it either, did he? Xiao Balian ignored Zhou Zizhen, and instead delicately said to Lu Shun, handsome brother, there must be some kind of misunderstanding between us. To her, Lu Shun was much more important than Zhou Zizhen. Besides, she had already gotten Zhou Zizhen, reuse it to great effect, and Lu Shun hasn't gotten it yet. Strength, too, was stronger than Zhou Zizhen. It must also be more powerful when it comes to picking up the yang and replenishing the yin. White Lotus, you know him? Zhou Zizhen asked incredulously. You're calling me handsome brother? So, what am I? You count as a dick. Lu Shun chided. Zhou Zizhen instantly red-warmed and glared angrily at Lu Shun, but found that Lu Shun scolded Xiao Balian. Do we have a relationship and have misunderstandings? Lu Shun looked at Xiao Balian with contempt. No, There is a relationship. You stole my horse. We are the relationship between the plaintiff and the defendant. Ha! Xiao Balian was in a trance. Surprised, he looked toward the horse beside him. She hitchhiked all the way on a hitchhiker's carriage, chasing Lucian's hoofprints all the way to the main city of Dongyang Prefecture. Instead, he found a good horse in the forest outside the gates of Dongyangfu. So go along for the ride. Oh no! Take the horse. And it turned out to be this handsome man's horse? Later, after searching around Dongyangfu, he failed to inquire about the news, but accidentally befriended Zhou Zizhen. Learning that Zhou Zizhen was also going to the Huaqing sect to pay homage to his master, he paired up. I didn't expect to meet this handsome man. It's fate, I guess. The thought of it was like a cloud on her mind. Since God has given the opportunity, say what you will and take advantage of it. Must eat this handsome man, grab the horse and return it, and pay me 810 taels for moral damage on the way, and this will be over. Lucian continued. Otherwise, I will report to the authorities. Xiao Balian glanced at Jiang Yuehan, who was sitting in the restaurant. In his heart, he said, this handsome man must have been threatened by that woman. How else could he resist my charm and be so mean to me in public? With that, she sympathized and put on a pitiful face, slowly spreading the reins in her hand. Brother, you can have the horse, and I'll give you the money. Immediately afterward, he pulled his wallet out of his sleeve pocket and rummaged through it. A moment later, she looked at Lucian with tearful eyes. Brother, I don't have that much money. No money? Lucian narrowed his eyes. Are you kidding me? I saw it all just now. This watch has a gold ingot in her purse. Xiao Balian bit her lower lip and blinked towards Lucian. Then I'll have to use other methods to atone for my sins. How close are you? Lucian asked rhetorically. I only have a few coins in my purse. Almost too many. Xiao Balian sniffled, deflated her small mouth and pretended to be aggrieved. Brother, you say it, I'll do whatever you want me to do, as long as I can atone for my sins. That's what you said. Whatever I ask you to do. You promise? Lucian's eyes narrowed and his tone was vaguely agitated. Xiao Balian nodded timidly. Inside, he was shouting with excitement. It's a done deal. Haiyan hunters are known as hunters of prey. Ha ha, I knew it. No one can resist the charms of the old lady. Zhou Zizhen, who was on the side, had astonishment written all over his face. White Lotus, you cannot be like this. I have money. I will help you. Brother Zizhen, I can't take your money. Xiao Balian said ostentatiously. My childhood tutelage told me to accept no reward without merit. It was my fault for stealing my brother's horse. This is all my retribution. I must atone for it myself. Zhou Zizhen stomped his feet anxiously. But, Xiao Balian clenched her teeth. There's no buts. Brother Zizhen, there's no need to persuade me anymore. Will you cut the ing out of me? The old lady is about to catch a kaiju. Can you afford to interrupt my plans? Follow me. Lucian quickly walked down the stone steps and walked past Xiao Balian. Okay brother. Xiao Balian nodded and followed closely behind Lucian. White Lotus. Zhou Zizhen jumped anxiously and hurriedly tried to catch up. The afterglow, however, suddenly caught a glimpse of the white-haired girl walking out of the tavern. He was on his feet. How could you forget about this great beauty? This one is much prettier than Xiao Balian. And the temperament was so cool that just looking at it gave people the desire to conquer. Thinking about it, Zhou Zizhen glanced towards Lucian's back. Little cutie. With such a beautiful woman by his side, he still goes to Xiao Balian. Picked up the sesame and lost the watermelon. Xiao Balian is for you, but this big beauty can be mine. Girl, the man you were with took White Lotus to the inn. In my estimation, he should be. Hey, girl, we two are kind of in the same boat. I'll buy you a drink. Before Zhou Zizhen could finish his words, he saw Jiang Yuehan walk quickly past him. Didn't even give himself a proper look. Girl? Zhou Zizhen was dumbfounded. Did that man drug this great beauty? Or does that man know some kind of sorcery? How is it that every single woman is so obsessed with him? This little devil. Does. All married and still so dishonest. Jiang Yuehan's heart was in turmoil as she quickly walked towards Lucian. Then, he watched Lucian take Xiao Balian and walked into the next to the inn. A greenhouse? What? Jiang Yuehan stood still. Suddenly I feel that my head is spinning a bit. Chapter 46, The Little Ginger Empress's Favoritism. Is this something people can do? Jiang Yuehan stood not far from the greenhouse. It's not a good idea to go in. And it's not a good idea not to go in. The good thing was that it wasn't long before Lucian walked out from it. An extra bag of gold in his hand. The little ginger empress hurriedly walked forward and looked at Lucian in surprise. For a moment, it was hard to know what to say. Lucian smiled and took the initiative to explain. That woman stole my horse. I asked her to pay for it. She obviously had money. She had to say she didn't have any, and said that she would let me do whatever I wanted to her. Jiang Yuehan's eyebrows frowned slightly, unable to hear some of the doorways, and innocently asked, "And then what?" "And then? Then I sold her to the greenhouse." Lucian raised his eyebrows. "Don't say. It's quite valuable. Sold for 1,300 taels of gold." Jiang Yuehan's beautiful eyes widened. Just sell the guy? Don't worry. It's legal and can't catch me in the act." Lucian smiled and stuffed the cloth bag with the gold into his sleeve pocket. Then it was put into the system space. The little ginger empress was speechless. "Legal. But it doesn't make sense, does it? Let's go. Back to dinner." Lucian smiled and held Jiang Yuehan's hand as he walked towards the restaurant. At this time, Zhou Zizhen came face to face. "Beauty." Jiang Yuehan flinched at Zhou Zizhen. Gulp. Zhou Zizhen's words came to a halt and he subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. What's wrong with being a little cold? This woman. Isn't she only in the first stage of the body tempering realm? Where did you get such a strong aura? Lucian held Jiang Yuehan's hand and walked past Zhou Zizhen, looking at the other party a few more times and inexplicably feeling some heartache for this black little tiger. But looking at it, he suddenly felt that the other party looked somewhat familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere. But for a moment and then, nope, I've seen it in my dreams. This pussy is, in the dream, the one who gave the little assassin the snake demon soup. Little assassin. That kid is not a good person. You need to stay away from him. Lucian couldn't help but remind Jiang Yuehan in a low voice. In his dream, he had heard it, the shadowy speech behind Zhou Zizhen. This grandson, I'm afraid, is not a sinister villain. Name, Zhou Zizhen. Sex, male. Age, 19. Divine destiny, white tiger bone penetrating body, quality, earth grade, medium. Realm, hardened body 8th stage. Situation, after the Zhou family, a famous family in Donyang. He is violent but good at hiding, narrow-minded, and a womanizer. On the way to the Huaqing sect's entrance ceremony, he met Xiao Balian and fell in love with her at first sight, and had the honor of kissing her. Unbeknownst to me, Xiao Balian has taken the yang to make up for the yin, resulting in a deficiency in body mass. I met Jiang Yuehan by chance and fell in love at first sight, but I have some plans in my heart. When he met Lucian by chance and saw the two women's attitude towards him, he became jealous and wanted to replace him. Facing Jiang Yuehan's indifference, he decides to recover Xiao Balian first and then think about it in the long run. Take a look by casting the paranoia breaking God's pupil. Fruity, villainous stone hammer, even if the heart knows it. But when it was seen that Zhou Zizhen had designs on Jiang Yuehan, Lucian still hated it. No, we have to find a reason to get him. I know, don't worry. Jiang Yuehan nodded gently, responding earnestly to Lucian's instructions. Where is the slightest bit of coldness left in his body? The tone backfired with some tenderness. When Lucian heard this, the fire in his heart instantly dissipated. He was still at ease with the little ginger empress. Don't think she talks to herself a lot on a regular basis. But when facing other people, it's cold as ice. Hiss. This little assassin is reborn back. Wasn't it to kill me? Instead, it was to pick me up? Forget it. Don't think about it. It's useless to think too much. If it's really about hitting on me, then let's just say, she made it. Hey. Lucian looked at Jiang Yuehan and giggled. The little ginger empress was confused in her heart by this smile. Subconsciously, he raised his hand and touched Lucian's forehead. He's not sick, is he? This scene was accurately captured by Zhou Zizhen. Give the kid back teeth to hate. Such a great beauty, loving on herself. To that man, but cared. What's so great about that man, anyway? It's not just growing taller than you are. Handsome looking. Realm cultivation is a bit higher. By the looks of it, it's not too bad. Other than that, what's left of him? He's still a what? Wait, kid, sooner or later, one day, I'm going to get you killed. Zhou Zizhen looked at Lucian's back and spoke viciously. Lucian was holding Jiang Yuehan's hand and walking towards the restaurant. The ears suddenly twitched a few times. I heard. That's good. I'm worried I have no reason to get you. You already have the way to take your death. You don't want to get back at that guy, do you? Suddenly, Jiang Yuehan's worried voice sounded in Lucian's ears. Lucian looked at the little ginger empress in surprise. This little assassin? Can you read minds? Like I said, I know you, and by the look on your face, I know what you want. After Jiang Yuehan finished speaking, she pursed her lips and stared at Lucian closely. Lucian bent down to pick up the horse's reins and casually tied it to the stake, smilingly saying, we'll both have a horse each in a while. Changing the subject? The little ginger empress gaze was like a torch. Are you planning to poison him? Sneak up on him? Or give him a beating in the street? Lucian said in a serious manner. What poisoning? What sneak attack? Talking as if I'm sinister. I'm a decent man, a decent young man, and I'm like fire and water with the evil in the world, and I'm incompatible with it. Jiang Yuehan sighed helplessly. Do it covertly, don't expose it, and try not to lay a deadly hand on it. In case it's exposed, it's not easy to explain. Lucian smiled. Good grin. Jiang Yuehan shook her head. That's all. Who let that Joe something or other falsely accuse Lucian of stealing the jade pendant in his last life? If it wasn't for this Joe so-and-so, Lucian wouldn't have had his arms and legs picked off and wouldn't have been expelled from the division. Lucian's late stage darkening into a demonic father. This surname Joe has a great deal of responsibility. Besides, that kid was no good and deserved what he got. The bottom line is that land's sinking. Never mind. Too lazy to give him a reason. He can do whatever he wants. Anyway, I'll supervise and guide him. I won't let him become a demon. Just as Xiao Lu's classmates and the little ginger Empress were eating at the restaurant, Zhou Zizhan found the greenhouse. Just as he entered, he saw Xiao Balian and the pimp arguing. Xiao Balian was furious. I didn't agree to sell my body. Why are you being unreasonable? The pimp looked disdainful. Little girl, why didn't you say that just now? You can't wipe your face in front of that little hottie. Dainty, one bite at a time for anything. How come you flip out when people leave? Furthermore, the deed of sale has been signed. Even if you sue to the government, you have no reason. If you want to leave, you can. Take the money. Xiao Balian stomped her feet anxiously. Where does she get that kind of money? 1,300 taels, or gold? She really hadn't dreamed of it. Let Lucian do whatever he wanted to her. Lucian would actually sell her to a greenhouse. Is this something a human being could do? Just then, Zhou Grieving Seed Zizhan stepped forward with great strides and said aloud, how much is it? I'll give it. Chapter 47 The Grudging Seed Gives Redemption. I have an uncle, who has been given a surname by the Sage of Dan. Brother Zizhan. Xiao Balian de ran a few steps to Zhou Zizhan's side. Intimately, he wrapped his arms around the other man. Sister White Lotus, don't be afraid. I'm here, Zhou Zizhan said righteously. Then, he looked at the pimp and questioned. How much? I'll ransom her. Gold. 3,000 taels. The pimp stretched out 3 fingers and said to Zhou Zizhan with a cold smile. What? Xiao Balian's eyes widened. When I sold my body just now, it was only 300 taels. It's been less than a quarter of an hour and the price has more than doubled? I'm open for business. I have to make some silver, right? The pimp snorted coldly. No money? Don't ransom without money. Brother Zizhan. Xiao Balian looked aggressively at Zhou Grudge Seed Zizhan. Zhou Zizhan was a bit embarrassed. Although the Chao family is rich, but he couldn't come up with 3,000 taels of gold with all his body right now. Brother Zizhan, are you going to stand by and watch me stray into this windy place? Xiao Balian spoke again, looking at the teenager beside her with tearful eyes. At the same time, he tightened his embrace hard, pressing his entire body against the teenager's. Gulp. Zhou Zizhan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Feeling the soft touch, her cheeks flushed to the roots of her ears. Vaguely, the body odor of Xiao Balian's body could be smelled again. The aroma is so intoxicating. As if by magic, it can deprive a man of his ability to think. In an instant, Zhou Zizhan's big head was controlled by his small head, and he pulled out a bunch of silver bills from his sleeve pocket. These count up to 2,000 taels of gold. Saying this, he unclasped the jade pendant at his waist. This jade pendant, too, is worth more than 1,000 taels of gold. The pimp saw this and took it in a hurry. While counting the silver bills, he couldn't help but smack his lips. This girl, she's really good at this. The price is going to be less. Where's the deed of sale? Xiao Balian asked. Take it. The bod pulled out the deed of sale from her sleeve pocket where the ink was still dry. Xiao Balian loosened his embrace, snatched it up, and tore it to shreds. White Lotus, how do you? Zhou Zizhan took Xiao Balian away from the greenhouse and walked down the road, hesitantly asking, why did you come to the greenhouse? I blame that man, Xiao Balian said in an aggrieved voice. He wanted to dominate my body. I would rather die than give in. So he sold me to the greenhouse. Zhou Zizhan sighed. Ai, Balian, don't you think there wouldn't have been any of this if I had paid for you at that time? Xiao Balian inhaled her nose. People are not thinking to stand on their own feet, do not want to take advantage of Brother Zizhan. The result in the end. White Lotus, you're a good girl, but it's easy to be bullied when you're so kind. Zhou Zizhan sighed. It's still Brother Zizhan who understands me. Xiao Balian took Zhou Zizhan's arm again and said daintily, I promise Brother Zizhan that I will definitely not try to be strong in the future. Zhou Zizhan gulped. There is an inn next to it. White Lotus, you are also tired. Why don't we go? Take a rest? Brother Zizhan, I'm not a casual person. Xiao Balian immediately let go of Zhou Zizhan's arm and pulled away from him for a distance. Didn't we? Yesterday? I was impulsive about what happened yesterday. I'm sorry Brother Zizhan. White Lotus, tell me, is it because of that man? Zhou Zizhan was a bit angry. Lucian's appearance could not help but appear in his mind. It must be because of that man that the White Lotus sister has changed. It was the man that compelled her. Yes, it's him, Brother Zizhan. I'll be honest with you. He's my dowager. And yet he began and abandoned me. Xiao Bailian's voice suddenly became choked and she hung her head to wipe her tears. It's not really his fault. It's that white-haired woman who seduced him. Sure enough, Zhou Zizhan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Sister White Lotus, what I'm most displeased with is the kind of man who starts and stops things. I shall help you teach him a lesson. Lean. On what grounds? There's a beautiful woman like Xiao Bailian already. And she's still looking for other women. Find even more beautiful ones. How can you take advantage of everything? There has to be a price to pay. Brother Zizhan, that bad woman is at your disposal. Can I have that man? Xiao Bailian said pitifully. Just help me tie him up. I want to personally deal with the grudge between us. No problem. Zhou Zizhan agreed without hesitation. I'm worried about the presence of Xiao Bailian. I don't know how I'm going to sleep with the white-haired woman yet. Wanted the white-haired woman, because the other person is really good looking. But I can't let go of Xiao Bailian's sister either. The face is a little less impressive though, but good personality. Can be pampered. This is now the time for Xiao Bailian to settle her grudge against the man. Just in time for myself. You're so nice, Brother Zizhan. Xiao Bailian pouted. In his heart, however, he also laughed. Borrow Zhou Zizhan's hand and kidnap that handsome guy. I can't wait any longer. Don't have the patience to spend any more time. Why don't we just go straight to the hard stuff? Little handsome, don't worry. My sister is delicious. You're guaranteed to want to eat it again after you've had it once. Wanted it once. Wanted it a second time. White Lotus, go ahead and get 2 rooms at the inn. I'll deal with that man. The corner of Zhou Zizhan's mouth rose as he said to Xiao Bailian. Xiao Bailian sniffed and instantly understood what Zhou Zizhan meant. It seems that this Chuko really has something in mind for that white-haired woman. As much as I hate to admit it, that woman does look pretty. It's hard for a man not to be attracted to her. Only, that woman's strength seemed to be extraordinary. I remember it was the Jiedan realm. Hard and fast. I'm afraid. Thinking, Xiao Bailian said tentatively. Brother Zizhan, you have to be careful. That former Dao mate of mine. Her strength is extraordinary. And that woman. Zhou Zizhan confidently interrupted. Don't worry. I won't get tough with him. My Zhou family has family and friends all over Dongyang province. Let's not talk about the distant ones. Let's talk about this Ping Shui County. The biggest Dan master in the county is my distant uncle. This uncle originally ran a medical center in the main city of Dongyang province. But recently, I have gained some fortune. And I was fortunate enough to be appreciated by the sage of Dan, Wu Daoling. And I was also given a surname. As it happens, he went back to the county to pay homage to his ancestors. And by the way, he changed his genealogy, and changed all the surnames on the genealogy to the ones given by the sage of Dan. It's kind of like letting the ancestors follow suit. I'll ask him for help, and if he casually gives me a few pills, it'll be enough to deal with that brat. Hearing this, Xiao Bailian's beautiful eyes brightened. Dan Sage bestowed his surname? What an honor this is. I really didn't think that there was such a powerful person in Brother Zizhan's family. Zhou Zizhan was a bit fluttered by the words. So, you can rest assured, brother, I've got my hands full. GGGG. Chapter 48, Returning to Qingyo Town. Reunion of the Family of 4. Zhou Zizhan traveled to that uncle's house to beg for an elixir. Xiao Bailian went forward to get a room at the inn and waited for the good news of Zhou Double-Faced Turtle Zizhan. At the same time, Lucian and Jiang Yuehan ate and drank their fill and left the restaurant, mounted on 2 fast horses, and left Pingshui County in such a watery manner. The two are neck and neck. Jiang Yuehan asked in disbelief. Didn't you want to take revenge on that surname Zhou? Lucian yawned. I've suddenly figured out when the injustice is done. The little ginger Empress was indifferent on the surface, but she laughed in her heart. You even said before that revenge never comes overnight. Lucian smiled and snorted. In fact, it's just a matter of not wanting to fool around when you're full. Furthermore, that Zhou Zizhan would go to the Huaqing sect sooner or later, so it wouldn't be too late to get him then. The bottom line is, hell knows where that Chao guy is. Looking all over town to get him? Little cutie. That's why they do things like that. Later that evening, Lucian and Jiang Yuehan arrived at Qingyo Town. Zhou Zizhan and Xiao Bailian, however, were still within Pingshui County. Brother Zizhan, why are you alone? Hiss. I didn't find the kid. I'll go look for him again. Give me a night's time. I'll find him no matter what I say. Master, ma'am, young master and young lady are back. Lucian and Jiang Yuehan had just entered the house when the maid excitedly went forward to inform them. Little Sinker, Moon Chill, why are you guys back? Gu Mingyue came out of the hall, and when she saw her son and daughter-in-law, she quickly greeted them with quick steps. "Mom, don't you want us to come back?" Lucian said with a smile, taking 2 steps forward. Gu brushed past Lucian and came straight to Jiang Yuehan's side, asking painfully, "Yuehan, is your body not feeling well? You say your body is still not well, and you went after that brat. Mom is worried to death." "Mom, I'll be fine." Jiang Yuehan tried to squeeze out a smile but still couldn't make an expression, but her voice vaguely carried a hint of joy. "Mom, I'm not feeling well." Lucian was on the sidelines, trying desperately to find presence, trying to awaken motherly love. "Go inside and lie down if you're not feeling well." Gu blankly glanced at Lucian, took Jiang Yuehan's hand, and headed towards the hall. "Yuehan, have you eaten yet?" "Not yet," the little ginger empress said truthfully. "If you want to eat anything, ask the family cook to make it for you." Gu said with a smile. "I want to eat," Jiang Yuehan said and looked back at Lucian. Gu smiled awkwardly. "Wait until the evening. Ahem. This kind of thing, you 2 youngsters discuss it yourselves." Jiang Yuehan blinked her beautiful eyes, then said to Lucian, "I want to eat your cooking." Gu froze. "Ha? So the daughter-in-law just wants to eat her son's cooking? Oops. Look at me. This little sink. Hurry up and stir-fry the vegetables for Yuehan." Line. Lucian sighed. What a forgetful mom this is. Convinced. Later that night, a family of 4 gathered around the table to eat the handiwork of Lu's classmates. "My son has made a fortune. Come on, I'll toast you." Lu Dinyo personally poured wine for Lucian. Lucian's clueless face was in a daze. He glanced at his mom, who was vigorously giving food to Jiang Yuehan. Another look at Pops, who was looking at him, all smiles. Sure enough, a father's love is like a mountain. There are still people at home who love you. "Father, what are you talking about? I salute you." Lucian picked up his wineglass and drank it down. "Good boy. I really didn't expect that you would actually be appreciated by Elder Cold Mountain of the Watching sect. Not bad, not bad." Lu Dania raised his hand and patted Lucian's shoulder. "Dad, how do you know about this?" Lucian was puzzled. At this time, Gu Mingyue spoke up. "Elder Cold Mountain came to the house, and even went to the county office. I really didn't expect that the corpse was actually someone from the Bloodshed Tower. Luckily, our family didn't get implicated." With that, she looked at Lu Danio and said helplessly, "In the future, don't bring everyone to the house. It's fine to save people, but you have to ask for a clear identity first." "My lady is right. I'll punish myself with a drink." Lu Dinyo laughed awkwardly and picked up his wineglass and drank it all in one go. Lucian suddenly realized. It turned out that Elder Cold Mountain had come to the house. This old dang is afraid that he will not go to Hua Cheng's sect, ran to the home to do work. Now take down your old mom and dad, and you'll have to go if you don't. Something's not right. Lucian suddenly thought of something and looked at Lu Daniu. "Didn't you say you were honoring yourself with that glass of wine just now? How come you're punishing yourself with a drink?" At this moment, Lu Daniu and Gu Mingyue united their fronts and also gave Jiang Yuehan dishes and shushed her. "Got. A father's love is like a mountain. That was just an act, wasn't it? You only have eyes for your daughter-in-law, not your own son? So I'm leaving?" Of course, Lucian only spat in his heart. He was still quite happy to see that his old mom and dad cared about the little ginger empress. Come to think of it, if it weren't for the kindness of mom and dad, especially mom, the little assassin wouldn't have been so considerate of his family. You can't pick up such a good wife for nothing yourself. After dinner, Jiang Yuehan went to rest. Lucian was about to leave as well, but he was called back by Lu Danio and Gu Mingyue. "Sink, you and Yuehan, what happened?" Gu frowned and asked. "Not much, it's fine," Lucian said indifferently. "Not telling the truth?" Gu Mingyue asked rhetorically. "Son, when Xiao Jiang was leaving, I looked and she was at the Jedan realm, but when I looked at her just now, she was at the hardened body realm." Lu Dinyo sighed. "You call that not happening?" Lucian froze, and his expression became a bit bewildered, then became grave. "I was arrogant and got into trouble, and she caused her own realm to fall in order to save me." Gu sniffed, raised her hand and pointed at Lucian, frowning in anger. What do you want me to say about you?" Lu Dinyo asked with concern. "Has the trouble been solved yet? There won't be any more?" "It won't." Lucian forced a smile. "The trouble has been completely solved. Brat, I'm warning you, you can't fail Yuehan no matter what." Gu Mingyue said to Lucian in a serious tone. "I've known for a long time that she's a good girl, but I really didn't expect that she would even give up her own cultivation in order to save you." Lu Daniu echoed. "Yes, in the future, even if Yuehan is disabled, you'll have to take care of her for the rest of her life." "Bah, Gu Mingyue spat at Lu Dinyo. What are you babbling about? Blah, 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 blame me. I can't talk. Lu Dinyo raised his hand in embarrassment and lightly slapped himself. Oof. MS. Gu snorted coldly, knowing that Lu Dinyo's mouth was stupid, so she didn't count on it. Instead, he continued to instruct Lu Shun. Son, your father's words are not harsh. You must do it. Lu Shun nodded solemnly. Pops, Mom, don't worry. I told her, if she protects me for a moment, I'll protect her for a lifetime. You can't just say it. You have to do it. Next, you will be going to the Hua Qing sect to cultivate. When we get to the Hua Qing sect, my daughter-in-law will definitely have to be bullied. You have to protect her from anything you say. Don't let her suffer. Got it? MS. Gu's eyes reddened as she spoke, and she raised her hand to wipe the corners of her eyes. Mom, why do you say that? Lu Shun heard a hint of something unusual in Gu Mingyue's words. Was it that old man? Cold Mountain. Who said something to you? Chapter 49, Can't Pretend a Little. Unsullied Phoenix Blood? Son, Elder Cold Mountain is an elder of the Hua Qing sect. Address him with respect. Lu Dinyo said helplessly. MS. Gu sniffled and said with a choked voice, that old thing said that our little Yuehan's qualifications are not good. Although he didn't say so explicitly, I can hear what he meant. He doesn't want Yuehan to go to the Hua Qing sect. Lu Dinyo froze, took over and continued. But son, don't worry. We didn't listen to that old piker. Just say that the child is older. We as parents can't make the decision. Gu Mingyue wiped her tears. Little Yuehan will definitely have to be bullied when she arrives at the Hua Qing sect. What will she do if she is assigned to the outer sect? Lu Daney aside. So son, you must protect your mother. Gu Mingyue deflated her mouth and said to Lu Shun, if you really can't, you can go to the outer gate as well. Yeah, it's really not. Lu Dinyo's words came to a halt as he looked at Gu Mingyue incredulously. No mama. Shaoshan he has already internalized the family heirloom. That's not good, is it? You can't ruin your son's future just because. Lu Shun would smile. It's fine for me to go to the outer gate. I just said that. And you're really going? Gu Mingyue's beautiful eyes widened. Can't you talk to those elders of the Hua Qing sect and let Yuehan go to the inner sect? Lu Danio quickly nodded his head and said, right. That Cold Mountain elder of Hua Qing sect thinks so highly of you. Your words should carry some weight. Pops, Mom, stop acting. Lu Shun put his hands on Gu Mingyue's and Lu Danio's shoulders respectively, and said solemnly, Zhang Yuehan is my woman, and I will protect her without you guys saying anything. Gu Mingyue's mouth hardened. Brat, who acted? Lu Shun smiled and turned to leave. I'll go check on her. Gu Mingyue also smiled, looking at Lu Shun's back and side. I feel that my son has grown up. Lu Dinyo nodded slightly. It is a bit different. East Wing, main house. Zhang Yuehan sat on the bed, holding the bottle of the seven-striped sacred fire pill in her hand, hesitant to eat it. Suddenly, the door to the house was pushed open. Lu Shun walked in. He looked at Zhang Yuehan and snickered. Why is it so cold in the middle of summer? Zhang Yuehan looked up at Lu Shun, and without hesitation, she poured out a seven-striped sacred fire pill and swallowed it. Then as if nothing had happened, he asked, when are we going to the Hua Qing sect? If you want to stay at home for a few more days, let's not rush off and just arrive before the initiation ceremony. After Lu Shun finished speaking, he looked at the medicine bottle in her hand, spoke again, and asked, this elixir, is it still effective? The previous effect was remarkable, but at that time, the little assassin was at the Jidan realm. Now that her realm had fallen, she was worried that the effect of suppressing the cold poison would be reduced. It's pretty good. The medicine is good. Zhang Yuehan squeezed out a smile. It really seems to be quite good at making faces. Lu Shun's hanging heart was slightly relaxed. He walked over to Kang Yuehan and sat down. It was natural to take the little ginger empress's hand. Eat when it's hard. Don't give up. Didn't shed. Zhang Yuehan lowered her head and looked at the small hand being held by Lu Shun. This guy, he's really getting good at it. Lu Shun frowned slightly. Still talking tough. If I hadn't come, were you planning to tough it out for the night? The little ginger empress nodded. Well, there is that. Don't be sophomoric. You must be. Lu Shun wanted to say something and looked at Zhang Yuehan in surprise. Just admit it outright? Shouldn't it be loaded? You're making this very difficult for me. What's wrong? Zhang Yuehan asked. Lu Shun smiled awkwardly. Nothing. I appreciate your honesty. Zhang Yuehan said to Lu Shun in a serious manner. Let's go to Hua Qing sect tomorrow, so as not to make Elder Cold Mountain wait impatiently. That Cold Mountain elder. He looks generous, but he actually has quite a small heart. I'm worried that if I put it off long enough, he'll make another trip to the house. In case it affects Mom and Dad, It's not worth it. Lucian sighed. Gotta sort of look out. He himself was selling out to the Hua Qing sect. If he backs out and doesn't go, I'm afraid it won't end well. Don't worry. I know the Hua Qing sect and won't let you suffer. Jiang Yuehan gently patted the back of Lucian's hand and comforted him. Lucian glanced at Jiang Yuehan. In the next second, the body collapsed and fell across the bed on all fours, and seeking to play the overlord for a moment and comfort his little petite wife. It turned out to be great, and in turn, I was comforted by the woman. Can't fit a bit. It's better to be yourself. Being called childish, so be it. Jiang Yuehan also slowly lay down. She lay beside Lucian. Push your elbows against the bedpan and rest your palms on your chin. Looking at Lucian, he asked, scared? I'm afraid of a hammer? Lucian sighed. In fact, it's also a bit scary, but it's not because I'm afraid of the Hua Qing sect, but because I'm afraid that there's no way for you to recover. Don't worry, I've got it covered. The little ginger empress said and took out the 7-colored Xian phoenix feather from the system space. It is? Lucian looked at the gorgeous and eye-catching feathers and asked in confusion. This is the 7-colored Xian phoenix feather, and with more unsullied Xian phoenix blood, I'll be able to restore my original heavenly destiny. Jiang Yuehan explained without reservation. Not only will I be able to recover, but I will also be able to make my heavenly destiny more complete. Lucian's mouth opened slightly in shock. You just told me directly like that. Aren't you afraid that I will harm you? Would you? Jiang Yuehan asked rhetorically. Lucian, I won't. Jiang Yuehan, then it's not? But defense is not an option. Lucian sat up and decided to have a good chat with Jiang Yuehan. This little assassin's character was, at best, simple, at worst, stupid. It's easy to lose out. It's a good thing she's been alive for over 1,000 years. She's lucky she didn't get screwed over. But before Lucian could teach Jiang Yuehan, the little ginger empress then spoke first. I don't have to defend myself against you, with your qualifications. You can't see this much in me. Besides, you can't use it if you take it. You have no reason to take it, much less a motive to take it. Besides, we're already married, and I can help you when I get stronger. So why would you want to hurt me? Unless, of course, you're hopelessly stupid to do something that's stupid. Apparently, you're not that stupid. Or maybe I'm looking the other way and you're actually stupid? Lucian opened his mouth and after a moment of hesitation, he said, I am not stupid. The little ginger empress said, returning to what she started with. So, I'm not afraid you'll harm me. Lucian wanted to say something. Am I getting sidetracked? Scratch your head. No, I'm the one who has to instruct you. Lucian said with a straight face. It doesn't matter what you tell me. But this society is very complicated. If you tell other people about this, the little ginger empress furrowed her eyebrows slightly. Why would I tell anyone else about this? It's not like I'm stupid. That. Lucian stammered and was speechless for a while. Jiang Yuehan stared straight at Lucian. It's late. Rest. I'm sleepy. Lucian got up violently and strutted out of the room. Good night, he said, slowly closing the door to the house. The little ginger empress cocked her head. This guy. What's wrong with him? Outside the house. Lucian pressed his back against the door of the house and looked up at a curved moon in the sky. Seems like he's overthinking it. The little assassin was not without defense. Outside. It's not even a good look for anyone. It's just not in my defense. Lean. Woman. Are you trying to pin me down so much? That's good. You made it. Hey. Lucian could hardly hide his smile as he walked briskly towards the outside of the mansion with light steps. Unsullied metaphysical phoenix blood. Ask around and find out where to get this stuff. Chapter 50 Eating Mouthfuls. An invitation from Mr. Lu. Early the next morning, the sky was just turning fish belly white. Kang Yuehan was lying on her bed when she heard a rustling sound. When he opened his eyes and looked, he saw Lucian holding a large box and sneaking into the house. What are you doing? The little ginger empress asked in disbelief. You're awake? Lucian looked up and saw that Jiang Yuehan had sat on the bed at some point. Just in time. I've prepared some 7-striped sacred flame pills for you. Bang! With that, Lucian placed the box on the ground, and then ruffled his hair behind him, smiling at the maiden on the bed. You put it away in your Qiankuan bag, so don't be reluctant to eat it later. After working for a small part of the night, he refined these pills. Should be enough for the little assassin to eat for a year and a half. It was a pity that, after inquiring from many directions, he failed to inquire what the unsullied Xian phoenix blood was. However, Qingno Town was a small place after all. When we get to the Hua Qing sect, maybe someone will know. This box is all 7-striped sacred flame pills? Ginger asked, looking at the wooden box in dismay. Hearing Jiang Yuehan's bewildered tone, Lucian raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but feel some pride in his heart. It was the first time I had seen the little assassin look like this. Empress Xianwang? Stupid? You wouldn't have never seen so many 7-stripe elixirs, would you? You're lucky to be married to me. That's right, Lucian said, opening the box, only to see that the wooden box was piled high, all of which were round, crimson, 7-striped sacred fire dan. Jiang Yuehan's beautiful eyes widened again. That's true, a 7-stripe elixir, even if it was placed in the future after 1,000 years, was an existence worth against 10 million gold. Nowadays, it is even more valuable and has a market without price. This box. Oh, I almost forgot. The little devil himself can make pills. But, even if the elixir is expensive in the process of refining, the value of the raw materials is far less than the value of the finished elixir. Such a large box full of 7-striped dan. Just the price of the raw materials. It would be astronomical. What? Too surprised to speak? Lucian asked with a smile. The little ginger empress returned to her senses and asked in dismay. You sold all the spirit crystals? Lucian stumbled and steadied himself. What's with that? What am I doing selling spirit crystals? Besides, aren't you the one who keeps the Qiankuan bag? And all that money you brought in? Jiang Yuehan suddenly realized, asked Mom for it? The family was lost by you? No. These pills can also be sold for quite a bit of money. Still earning. Lucian rolled his eyes. Empress Xianwang? This is clearly a housekeeper. Okay, little fortune. Didn't spend a penny. It's the G*** on medical center owner in Qingniu town. Free sponsorship. Lucian explained. Oh, that's good. Jiang Yuehan nodded. Lucian shook his head and said fervently. Hey, I thought you would be touched. After all, it was a mistake to pay. Touched. Very touched. I didn't think you'd go to this extent for me. Jiang Yuehan looked at Lucian and opened her arms. Hug. Lucian sniffed and instantly widened his eyes. He suspected his ears were broken. What did the little assassin just say? Cuddles? Though the tone was a bit cold. But the pronunciation is standard. Talk about a hug. Jiang Yuehan saw that Lucian did not respond. The mind is skeptical. Is the Book of Love reliable or not? Yes. Little Ginger Empress read that book. Yesterday, before going to bed. She tossed and turned, wondering what else she could do to drain Lucian's energy. Just when I was worried, the system suddenly reminded that there was also a book, erotica, that was able to be referenced. And say what you will, a man in love has his heart set on a woman. Pressure doesn't have the energy to think about anything else. It made some sense to her, so she tried to look through it. She remembers the book as a way to reward a Taoist or a husband. Among them are cuddles. Cuddles? The little ginger empress tried to speak again. Lucian swallowed his saliva and went forward to hold Jiang Yuehan in his arms. Jiang Yuehan, on the other hand, wrapped her arms around Lucian's waist in a raw manner. One of the two stood and the other sat on the bed, embracing each other for a long time. During this time, Lucian also used his delusion-breaking god pupil to look at Jiang Yuehan. It's good to know that it hasn't been taken over and can be hugged without fear, though I don't know what happened to the little assassin all of a sudden, but it was a change that he relished. After a long time, Lucian took the initiative to release his embrace. He placed a light kiss on Jiang Yuehan's forehead. Well, it's time for me to go make you dinner. With that, he turned around and casually flicked his hand. Adjust the machine position and take it in stride. The little ginger empress looked at Lucian's back and gently blinked her beautiful eyes. Then, ghostly, he raised his hand and touched his forehead. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise in an arc. Lucian just walked out of the house. A system beep was heard ringing in his head. Congratulations to the host. The relationship with the beasts has improved. Current relationships. Together in a mound. The current relationship has reached its limit. Congratulations to the host for raising his realm to the Jiedan realm. The land sinker was dumbfounded. Holding hands. Hugged. I haven't even gotten my mouth on it yet. That's a joint grave? Even if the little assassin had a cold poison in his body, there was no way that blah blah blah, but it shouldn't affect the mouthpiece. Should it? Ice cold? Consider it a shivering popsicle. Appropriate for a popsicle in the middle of summer. Before departing for the Huaqing sect, I shall eat my mouth. Lucian made a big table full of food. He's now beyond the point of making new dishes. Instead, it was mainly what Jiang Yuehan loves to eat. For the next drawing, it's 10 million points. Brushing up on your destiny value by cooking is better than nothing. A family of 4 gathered around the table. Sink's handiwork has grown again. Yeah, it's better than anything the cooks at home make. Hey, once Shun leaves, we won't be able to eat. Gu Mingyue and Lu Daniu were talking and laughing. Lu Shun, however, didn't listen to a single word. From time to time, his eyes looked at Jiang Yuehan's lips. It looks tender. It must be delicious. Do I, have something on my mouth? Jiang Yuehan noticed Lucian's gaze and took out a handkerchief to wipe the corners of her mouth. No, no. Lucian hastily avoided the line of sight, and suddenly felt his heartbeat speed up a few points. Jiang Yuehan frowned her eyebrows. Just now, the guy seemed to be staring at his lips. Thinking that, she also looked at Lucian's lips. It looks oily. It might be delicious. Why would I eat his mouth? I blame that erotica for all the harm. The heartbeat of the little ginger Empress, too, became faster. Ms. Gu and Sheriff Lu looked at each other, noticed that between the two children, the atmosphere was somewhat ambiguous, and so it was that both of them unanimously chose to remain silent. Now, the atmosphere became more ambiguous. Master, ma'am, young master, young madam, Boss Lu of Ji Shi Tang sent an invitation. At this time, a maid came inside the dining hall and reported in a respectful voice. Boss Lu? Gu Mingyue's eyebrows furrowed, and she looked at Lu Dinyo in surprise. I remember the shopkeeper of Ji Shi Tang. It's not your own family, right? Ji Shi Tang is the property of the Wang family in Donyang province? Lu Dinyo pondered. The person in charge of the branch of Ji Shi Tang in Qingniu town is also surnamed Wang. With that, the two of them looked at the maid in unison. All thought it was a slip of the tongue by the maid. Unexpectedly, the maid insisted. Master, ma'am, it's Boss Lu. The person who came just now said it was Boss Lu. And it's also Boss Lu who was written on the invitation. Chapter 51, Busted XP can't be contagious, can it? Ahem. Lucian gently voice, Father, Mother, maybe Dongyangfu Wang. Think the Wang surname is not good, so they all changed their surnames to Lu. Gu Mingyue gave Lucian a blank look. Brat, what nonsense are you talking? Lu Dinyo also said. There is no such thing as changing one's surname without authorization. That would be a great disrespect to one's ancestors. Lucian smiled awkwardly. What if they even changed their ancestors' surname together? Gu Mingyue sighed helplessly and turned her head to Jiang Yuehan. Yuehan, discipline your husband well in the future. If you really can't do it, then hit him. I won't let him hit back. Just hit him hard. Lu Dinyo also said to Jiang Yuehan, daughter-in-law, you have a steady character, so you must bring this brat along. Okay, father, mother. Jiang Yuehan agreed obediently. Not. The land sinker was dumbfounded. I'm not lying either. Last night, disguised as Dan Saint Wu Dowling Whitehorning G***************************** Ang's medicinal herbs. Ahem. It doesn't matter. It is important to learn that Jezebel is a chain. Jishir Hall in Qingniu town, and Wang Guan, the treasurer of Jishir Hall in the main city of Donyang prefecture. Oh, it's called Land Pipe now. They are distant brothers. I also learned that the entire Dongyangfu Wang clan, now, has changed its surname. Even the genealogy was changed from the Wang family genealogy to the Lu family genealogy. This is a true story and the nail in the coffin. But Lucian didn't expect. The Wang family can be shameless to this extent in order to flatter Wu Dowling. Let's see. Lucian waved towards the maid and asked for an invitation. Unfold it. Hiss. To celebrate. The Sage of Dan made pills last night at Jishir Hall and hosted a banquet to celebrate? What is there to celebrate? It's not to collect a share, is it? Lean. It's possible. He hoarded out so many herbs yesterday for nothing. That old boy is afraid of a flesh wound. Trying to recoup the capital. What does the invitation say? Ms. Gu asked curiously. Nothing important. Just looking for a reason to collect a share. Big no-no. Lucian casually put the invitation aside and said indifferently. Gu Mingyue gave the maid a look. The maid nodded slightly and immediately picked up the invitation and handed it to Gu Mingyue. Lu Dinyo patted over. The couple viewed it together. With just a glance. Ms. Gu couldn't help but exclaim out in shock. What a great fortune for shopkeeper Wang to have the Sage of Dan making pills in his medical center. Lu Dinyo concurred. Yes, we must attend. Dip our hands in the blessings. And the share of money can't be less. Put. Lucian just drank a mouthful of kanji. And when he heard this from his mom and dad, he couldn't help but spray it out directly. What's going on here? Gu Mingyue asked with concern. Lucian waved his hand. Cough cough cough. No, it's fine. Gu Mingyue observed for a few moments before continuing to study with Lu Dinyo on how much money should be given for the portion. Embarrassed, Lucian looked around trying to find something to wipe his mouth with. At that moment, Jiang Yuehan handed over the handkerchief. Thanks. Lucian took it, wiped the corner of his mouth, and casually put it aside. The little ginger Empress glanced at the handkerchief on the table. He also looked at Lucian, who was staring at his old mom with a desire to speak. Secretly, he put his handkerchief back. Mom, let's not be a fool. It's not worth it. Lucian said helplessly. Who knows what that Dan Saint is? Whether it's true or not. Look at what you're saying. The Dan Sage is a saint of the Dan Dao. And unless the G asterisk 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 on is crazy and doesn't want to die, it would only collect money under the guise of the Dan Sage. Gu Mingyue skimmed her lips as she spoke. If it's a fake, the Dan Sage will never be able to lightly spare the Jishur Hall. Lu Dainio nodded his head in agreement. Yes, and this invitation of his is for the entire Dongyang prefecture. If it's really fake, how dare he do that? The Sage of Dan would definitely come to the door in public for the sake of his honor and smash the signboard of Jishur Hall. Cough cough cough. Lucian choked on his spit. No, not really. Little Sink, this is where you're being lonesome. The Dan Sage Wu Daoling's reputation is all over the Great Yin Dynasty, and he's famous in all 10 states of the 3 realms. Gu Mingyue patiently explained. He's still the only one whose Dan Dao has reached the peak of great accomplishment, and there are quite a few of his disciples among the royal alchemists. Lu Dainio added. I heard that the official family has repeatedly asked Wu Daoling to come out and make pills for the royal family, but he politely declined, saying that he wanted to concentrate on his cultivation and strive to reach the peak realm of the Dan Dao in his lifetime. Yeah, MS. Gu and Sheriff Lu sang in unison. Even if Dan Sage Wu Daoling, his old man, doesn't appear in person, his disciple will appear for him. Right. Sheriff Lu suddenly thought of something. I remember that Elder Cold Mountain of the Huaqing sect, apart from martial arts, is also quite knowledgeable about the Dao of Dan. The Dan Dao peak of the Huaqing sect is run by Elder Han Shan, who is still old friends with the Dan Saint Wu Daoling. Anan, so powerful it. Lucian skinned his face and smiled. In his heart, he had already silently lit 3 sticks of incense for Jithan's hall. The little ginger Empress glanced at Lucian. This guy's got a ghost. There's definitely a ghost in the heart. Courtyard. Lucian stood with his hands folded. The god looked off into the distance. Hey, Sin. I'm afraid there'll be no Jezebel Hall in Qingyo Town from now on. Am I changing the destiny of Jeet Kyun Do? Jezebel so many chains. I'm going to make a fortune in rewards. Aren't I? G. Dan Saint? Suddenly, Jiang Yuehan's voice sounded from behind him. Lucian was startled and turned around to cover Jiang Yuehan's mouth. But no nonsense. Don't talk nonsense. The little ginger Empress's eyebrows smiled into a crescent moon. Xiaolu student froze and let go of his hand. It's okay, recovering so quickly. The cold poison won't affect the expression? I ate 2 7-stripe sacred fire pills, and the effect was remarkable. Jiang Yuehan said to Lucian with a smile. Thank you, Dan Saint. You're welcome. Lucian laughed awkwardly. Jiang Yuehan took a step forward and came to Lucian's side, looking up at him and asking, so, what does the Dan Sage plan to do? To resolve this matter? I went there in disguise and didn't reveal my identity. He couldn't find me here if he tried. Lucian said calmly, Heaven knows, you know, and I know. There won't be a third person who knows. Jiang Yuehan nodded. Makes sense. So let's do it. Ha? Lucian unexpectedly looked at Jiang Yuehan. I thought that you were here to morally kidnap me. Jiang Yuehan laughed. You? Moral? How do I kidnap a mojo? You? Lucian just wanted to dislike a few words back. Jiang Yuehan took the initiative to hold Lucian's hand and said softly, marrying a chicken follows the chicken and marrying a dog follows the dog. As long as the little devil doesn't fall into the devil's way, any way is good. Besides, that Dongyangfu Wang family is not a good thing. It's good to get rid of it by mistake. Though you seem to be scolding me. Lucian smiled, but scolding me is quite comfortable. After saying this, Xiao Lu's heart trembled. XP isn't contagious, is it? Chapter 52, Going to the Banquet Alone. Old thing you infringe, no? The outskirts of the town of Green Cow. A carriage slowly drove into the boundaries of Green Ox Town. Sitting in the car were Zhou Zizhan, Xiao Balian, and Lu Tube. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Lu, Zhou Zizhan said with a smile. This time, you have to perform well. You might even be able to bond with the Sage of Dan. Lu Pipe stroked his beard, smiling on the surface, but in his heart, he was a mum. Unexpectedly, the Sage of Dan actually visited Qingyo Town in person. It was also in Wang. Oh no, Lu Shuang's medical center, where he had refined the Dan for the night. But that old boy Lu Shuang was so happy. Lu Shuang turned his head and invited all the famous families of Dongyang Prefecture to go to Qingyo Town with him to celebrate. You're going to charge a lot of money for this. Abominable. It's not just the portion money. This old boy makes such a big deal out of it. Maybe, it could even lure the Dan Sage, his old man, here. Even if the Dan Sage didn't come, the Dan Sage's disciples would definitely have to attend. After all, it was in the name of the Sage of Dan, so someone had to come and watch. The Dan Dao water is so deep. He's a small town of Qingyo. Can he grasp such a big event? I'm the one who should be in control. Yes, Uncle Wang. I will definitely make good use of the opportunity. Zhou Zizhan politely said. Zizhan, have you been staying up late these days? Lu Pipe looked at Zhou Zijian's thick dark circles under his eyes and instructed bitterly. Cultivation is important, but the body is the capital. You can't wear out your body just because you're cultivating. What Uncle Lu said. Zhou Zijian smiled awkwardly, but these dark circles under his eyes, where he stayed up all night. It's clear that he was looking for Lucian all night long. I was thinking that I would catch Lucian and teach him a good lesson. How? 2 all-nighters in a row to find it. It took a lot of money to hit the ground running and hire someone to find it. But not even a hair. Uncle Lu, is that Dan Sage really that powerful? More powerful than you, Uncle Lu? At this time, Xiao Balian, who had been silent all this time, found an opportunity and daintily opened her mouth to ask Lu Pipeline. Hearing this, Lu Pipe could not hide his laughter. You girl, you can't talk nonsense. Where can I compare to the Dan Sage? He said so with his mouth, but in his heart, he was giving him beauty. Some people compare him to the Sage of Dan. What a great honor for him. The Dan Sage is actually more powerful than Uncle Lu. How powerful must it be? Xiao Balian looked at Lu Guan with a smile and said, however, I don't have much attainment in the Dan Dao. I'm already content to know someone as powerful as Uncle Lu. It doesn't matter anymore if I can recognize the Sage of Dan or not. Lu Pipe sniffed and his mouth was almost crooked with laughter. Xiao girl, look at what you're saying. To be able to make a good connection with the Sage of Dan is something that many people have been begging for. You're just too low-key and humble. Tell you what, if I can meet the Dan Sage, I will definitely introduce you to him. You're a good girl, kind and humble. I like it. I'm sure the Sage of Dan will like you too. Xiao Balian heard this and was overjoyed. That's the effect to have. Don't look at Lu Pipe at his age, but it's better fishing than a rash youngster. 3 days later, Green Ox Town. Inside the largest restaurant, Lu Shuang organized a great feast. To celebrate, the Sage of Dan spent most of the night making pills at his medical center. Student Xiao Lu, on behalf of MS Gu, Sheriff Lu, and Little Empress Ginger, came to the banquet. The in-laws took their daughter-in-law and went to pick up household items, prepare for the trip to the Hua Qing sect. Lucian was too lazy to follow. The result is, Pops and Mom, mouthing off about the greatness of the Dan Sage. Come on then, you guys, how come I'm allowed to represent? So befriending the Sage of Dan is not as important as buying something for your daughter-in-law, is it? Lucian walked breathlessly along the road. Upon seeing the red banner on the door, the whole thing is silly. If I had known this day would come, I shouldn't have let that Wangguan change his surname to Lu. Now seeing them bearing the same last name as themselves and doing such cheeky things, it gave Lucian the feeling of being so embarrassed that he was digging his feet out of a 3-room apartment. The king managed to change his own last name even though, I can't believe I changed my entire family tree. What a departure. Lean, gotta find a way to take the Wang family name. Say nothing. Let them take the last name of Lu. Holy, why are they here too? Injustice. Leave your share of the money and slip away. Lucian suddenly caught a glimpse of Zhou Zijian's trio and hurriedly walked quickly towards the entrance of the restaurant. A table was set up inside the door to keep track of the amount of the portion that the visiting guests had given. Qingyou Town. Lu family, 20 taels of silver with your share. Lucian reluctantly took out his purse. From the 200 taels given by MS Gu this morning, a 20 silver ingot was picked out. With a clench of his teeth, he placed it on the table. Finish up, turn around and leave. Suddenly, the puzzled voice of the apprentice of the Green Ox Town's Jishir Hall resounded behind him. The Lu family? Which Lu family? Lucian's footsteps lurched and he looked back in surprise. How many other Lu families are there in Qingyou Town? That apprentice proudly said. Not to mention Qingyou Town, even if it's the entire Donyang prefecture, I only know the healing Lu family. Which Lu family are you? Hey, inverted Big Dipper. Lucian clenched his teeth in anger. Never in a million years would I have expected a boomerang to hit me. Lu took a deep breath. Mental note, good people don't mess with dogs. Then he said, Green Ox Town Gold Medal Constable. The Lu family where Lu Dinyo is located. Now you know. The apprentice frowned. Gold Medal Constable. Never heard of it. Lu Dinyo I do know. Lucian was momentarily speechless. Didn't Pop say that his reputation as a gold medal sheriff is known throughout Green Ox Town, and no one knows about it? Thick-browed Pops and blowing awesome too? Wouldn't it have been better to have said Lu Dinyo? The apprentice blankly glanced at Lucian. Lucian had 10,000 Mamma Mia pies to say in his heart, but too lazy to stay longer. Turn around and walk away. Which ungrateful family actually dares to bear the surname Lu? Lucian was about to leave when he suddenly heard a vicissitude voice enter his ears. Frowning, he looked away, and his eyes fell on Lu Pipe. It's you? Beside Lu Pipe, Zhou Zijian recognized Lucian's appearance and exclaimed in shock. Xiao Balian, on the other hand, subconsciously pulled away from Zhou Zijian. Daintily, she threw up her wings towards Lucian. Zijian, You know him? Lu Pipe asked Zhou Zizhen. Zhou Zizhen approached Lu Pipe and lowered his voice. Uncle, a few days ago, I approached you for the poison pill just to deal with this brat. What? Lu Pipe's face sank. He had heard that Lucian had sold Xiao Beilian to a greenhouse. Such a nice girl to give him as a Taoist couple. Let's just say this kid doesn't cherish it. I can't believe I did such a cheap thing. What? Lucian's face similarly sank. Xiao Lu's hearing is good. Lean. This pussy is going to use a poison pill on me? Can I sue him for copyright infringement? Nope. What kind of class are you in? Using the same tactics as me? Kid, are you the one who failed the White Lotus girl? Lu Pipe glared at Lucian and questioned in a stern voice. Lucian froze, followed by another lean. Not only does it violate my copyright, and violating my honor, can this be tolerated? Chapter 53, Why are you eating so fast? Xiao Beilian was startled and hurriedly took hold of Pipe Lu's arm, persuading, Uncle Lu, it's fine, let's go in quickly. The Dao couple and all that was all made up by him to fool Zhou Zizhen. Wouldn't it be revealing to say that in front of a handsome man? Although she wanted to eat Lu Shen, but it's a crowded place. Saying too much would, in turn, also cause Lucian to become wary. It's still White Lotus who knows what he's doing. Lu Pipe gently patted Xiao Beilian's arm, and the fire dissipated a few points. Let's go, Lu Pipe said, and led Xiao Beilian towards the inside of the restaurant. Uncle Lu, just let him go? Zhou Zizhen was surprised. Lu Pipe gave Zhou Zizhen a blank look. Confused. Are you trying to cause trouble at a banquet held for the Dan Sage? Nephew wouldn't dare. Zhou Zizhen gave Lucian a resigned look, but there was nothing he could do about it. The people who came to the banquet were all prominent figures in the Dandao world of the Dongyang prefecture. It's rumored that Elder Cold Mountain of the Huaqing sect will also come. Even the sage of Dan, Wu Daoling, might be there. It can't be a small loss. Good to know. Let's go. Lu Pipe sank his breath and led Zhou Zizhen and Xiao Beilian towards the interior of the restaurant. Just go. Lucian looked at the trio's backs and was dismayed. I shouldn't be greeted with all kinds of obscenities. Then there was a lot of bickering. Do I end up manifesting myself in front of people and slapping them in the face? That's not true. You three just went in? You don't have to pay for it? Three, wait. At that moment, the voice of the bookkeeping apprentice rang out. He shouted toward the three Lu Guan people. Three of you. The visitor is a guest, and the gift is not in the expensive or the lowly. Land Pipe was on his feet. The old face reddened with embarrassment. It was clear in my mind that this was pointing them out. I was so angry, I almost forgot about business. Okay. Lucian sighed in relief and turned to leave. Just give the gift money. Soon after, Lu Pipe folded back and took out a 1,000 taels silver ticket, handing it to the apprentice, Dongyang Prefecture. Ji-Shir Tang Lu Pipe. The apprentice's eyes lit up. So it's Master Lu. Long time no see. Lu Pipe stroked his beard and was about to put on a show. Suddenly, Zhou Zizhen shouted at the top of his voice. Zhou Zizhen of the Zhou family of the Dongyang Prefecture. A gift of 10,000 taels. Lu Pipe was startled and slapped Zhou Zizhen on the back of the head with his backhand. What are you yelling so loudly for? Lucian lazily ignored it and quickly walked out of the restaurant, completely not giving Zhou Zizhen a chance to compare. Want to play hard to get? Not even the door. You. Zhou Zizhen wanted to say something and looked at the apprentice and asked, that person just now, how much gift money did he give? Not much, 20 Rio. The apprentice answered truthfully. 20 taels? Zhou Zizhen snorted. District 20. Before the words are out, another sudden. Lu Pipe exclaimed out in shock. Dan Sage? The apprentice covered his ears and frowned. How could you be so nice just now? Lecturing your juniors? Lu Guan quickly ran in the direction of the restaurant's entrance. Dan Sage? It's Dan Sage. Master, you actually came in person. Dan Sage? Zhou Zizhen froze. A hale and hearty old man was seen coming inside the restaurant. In the next second, he hurriedly and excitedly introduced himself to Xiao Beilian beside him. This is the Dan Saint Wu Daoling. The words were not yet finished. Xiao Beilian then ran out first. Zhou Zizhen froze and hurriedly followed. Master, Lu Pipe came to Wu Daoling's body and greeted him excitedly. It's you. Ludan Shengshan stroked his beard and his face suddenly became serious. I heard that you changed your surname to Lu? Yes, respectfully following my master's teachings. I've even changed my genealogy. Now there is no Wang clan in the Dongyang province. There is only the Lu clan. Land Pipe said excitedly. Not bad, very obedient. Change your last name back, Lucian said indifferently. Ha? Land Pipe was flabbergasted. I asked you to change your last name with the intention of seeing if you were obedient. And now that you've done so well, there's no need for the last name Lu. Lucian said. You are limited to change your surname back within 3 days. Yes, I honor the master's teachings. Lu Pipe's eyes brightened up and he said respectfully. Well done. Then won't the Sage of Dan teach me something real? Thinking about this, his afterglow caught a glimpse of Zhou Zizhan and Xiao Balian walking over. Lu Pipe hurriedly added, "By the way, master, let me introduce you. This is my family's distant nephew, Zhou Zizhan. This is Xiao Balian, Miss Xiao." Zhou Zizhan smiled sarcastically and stepped forward. Dan Saint. Before the words are out, Lucian pulled out an elixir from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Zizhan. "I didn't prepare any gifts for our first meeting, Ho Shang. This elixir is for you." Zhou Zizhan's eyes lit up and he busily took it. "Many thanks to the Dan Sage. Many thanks to the Dan Sage." With that, he swallowed the elixir without hesitation. Immediately after that, the whole thing fell to the ground, waterlogged and fainted. The results are extremely fast. Xiao Balian was taken aback. "Uncle Lu, what is this for Brother Zizhan?" Lu Wangtube also showed surprise and asked Lucian, "Master, how is my little nephew?" Lucian slapped his thigh. The 7-stripe vein extinction pill. I gave it to him for his defense. Why did he eat it directly?" Butler Wang was dumbfounded. 7-stripe vein extinction pill? Xiao Balian's beautiful eyes widened. "Then, wouldn't Brother Zizhan become an invalid?" Wang Pipe stammered. This. Lucian sighed. Lay it on me. It's all my fault for not stating it in advance." Wang Pipe busily said. "No, Master Teacher. How can I blame Master Teacher for this? Master Teacher is well-intentioned. It's all because my little nephew is impatient. He's harmed himself." With that, he then said to Xiao Balian in a hurried voice, "Balian, you quickly go and take Zizhan to the side to rest." Yes, Xiao Balian could do nothing about it. She would love to stay and befriend the Sage of Dan and make a good connection. But in this situation at the moment, in order not to give Dan Shang a bad impression, he could only obey and do as he was told. With the assistance of Wang Guan, Xiao Balian assisted Zhou Zizhan and reluctantly walked to the side. "Master Teacher, look at." Wang Guan glanced in the direction Xiao Balian had left and turned his head to continue chatting with the Sage of Dan, only to realize that the Sage of Dan was not in the same place. Looking around, he then saw the Sage of Dan accosting the bookkeeping apprentice. "How much gift money have you received?" Lucian asked tentatively. Back to the words of the Dan Saint. "A total of 57,020 taels have been collected." The apprentice replied excitedly. "Mom, I'm getting ahead. Speak to the Sage of Dan." "Oh, where's all the money? Let's see." Lucian asked. Yes, the apprentice was busy producing a money box. Most of it was filled with silver bills and only a few silver ingots. "Alright, since it's a token of appreciation from Boss Wang Shuang, I'll take it with a smile." Lucian smiled and held the money box in his arms. "Ha!" The apprentice man was dumbfounded. "Ha!" Lucian also let out an ah. "This money, isn't it collected to honor me?" Chapter 54, Old Den vs. Spray. "You guys should stop fighting." "Yes, it's a filial honor." Suddenly, an excited voice came from the side. Immediately afterward, a middle-aged man with a big belly was seen running over quickly. Lucian recognized the other party's appearance at once. It was none other than the treasurer of the G******** Ong in Qingniu town, the organizer of the banquet, Wang Shuang. "In that case, I'll smile." After Lucian finished speaking, he backhanded the money box into the system space. It should be. Wang Shuang concurred. "The money is gone, and the heart is more or less in the right place. But what's the harm in meeting the Sage of Dan again, even if I earn less silver? Okay, I have things to do. I'll see you some other time." Lucian raised his hand and patted Wang Shuang's shoulder, turned his head and walked away. A dashing batch. Wang Shuang man was dumbfounded. This is leaving? Why do you feel that the Sage of Dan came here just to ask for money?" No. The fact that Elder Dan Sage could make a trip here is already a blessing for me in 3 lifetimes. Moreover, how could the Sage of Dan lack this amount of money? Must have left because something came up. "Master, you're leaving?" When Wang Guan saw Lucian leaving, he hurriedly greeted him. "I'll see you off." "No need." Before Lucian's words left his mouth, the afterglow caught a glimpse of a figure that slowly walked into the restaurant. Wu Daoling. ********. Wang Guan also saw Wu Daoling and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. This statement was made. The few disciples behind Wu Daoling immediately showed displeasure. "Old thing, what do you mean? Are you slandering the Dan Sage?" Wu Daoling also frowned. "I've heard that someone has been impersonating his name and going around soliciting. That's why he condescended to come over and take a look. I didn't realize that I'd just come and get scolded. It's really outrageous. This. Wang Guan looked at Wu Daoling and then at Lucian. The brain short-circuited for a split second as he looked at the two people who looked exactly the same. Wu Daoling also discovered Lu Xun's presence and was a bit dumbfounded for a moment. A disciple was outraged. Master, someone is impersonating you with a disguise. I saw it. Wu Daoling narrowed his eyes and took a big step forward, pointing at Lu Xun. Who the hell are you? How dare you impersonate the old man? Seeing this scene, Xiao Lu's classmates panicked a bit. To be honest, Lu Xun had lived for 18 years and had never seen any big scenes. He tried to sneak away, but the road has been blocked. There was no choice but to take it head on. And so, ahem, you really have a lot of guts. How dare you impersonate the old man? More talk, more mistakes. Simply, just give it back in its original form. It made it impossible for Wu Daoling to find a break. You learn from me? Wu Daoling's beard arched in anger. This banquet, who hosted it? Blind? Actually invited an imposter. Wang Shuang sniffed and spun in place anxiously. It was already surrounded by guests. He, as the organizer, really didn't know what to do. At the same time, Wang Guan repeatedly observed between Lu Xun and Wu Daoling. Hiss, how it feels. This later one has more pizzazz. More like the real thing then. Even if the Sage of Dan himself is a fake. But a disciple of the Sage of Dan can't be a fake. Right? That's right. The later one is the real one. Thinking about it, Wang Pipe quickly came to Wu Daoling's side and said, Master, who is your master? Wu Daoling interrupted in a cold voice. Wang Pipe froze. Master, a few days ago you were in the Dongyang mansion. When did I go to Dongyangfu? Wu Daoling interrupted again. What are you babbling about? Don't try to climb up the ladder with me. I don't even know you. When Wang Guan heard this, he immediately lost his respectful attitude and pointed at Wu Daoling's nose and shouted, Fake! You're a fake! The words have just been spoken. The Wu Daoling disciple then pushed Wang Guan. Why are you yelling so loudly? After staggering a few steps, Wang Pipe steadied himself, not panicking in the least, and loudly disliked back. Asterisk. What's wrong with me yelling at you? You're nothing but a hooked 8 hair. Blinding your dog's eyes and recognizing this fake as a master. Lu Xun was secretly shocked in his heart. This old guy can fight. I recognize your strength. You can be taken as an apprentice. Not teaching alchemy, though. It's teaching cursing. The spraying world has a successor. Wu Daoling couldn't bear it, pointing at Wang Guan and cursing. Old piker. I think it's your dog's eyes that are blind. You dog coin thing. For the old. Your grandmother. Lu Xun quickly looked at Wu Daoling again. And the masters? This old deng scolds people. And he's also a man of many words. It also has the qualifications to be my disciple. KingTube, asterisk. Wu Daoling, at $% hashtag. And hashtag, KingTube, hashtag star. Hashtag dollar. Asterisk hashtag. Wu Daoling hashtag. Hashtag % and, 2 old men, swearing in public. The originator, Lu Xun, was watching from the sidelines. Alright, you guys stop fighting. At this time, Wang Shuang rushed forward and blocked in front of Wang Guan and Wu Daoling. Who's real and who's fake? Won't we see the truth just by alchemy? Wang Shuang shouted. This statement was made. Wang Guan and Wu Daoling were instantly quiet. Right, alchemy will show the real thing. Wang Shuang, prepare 2 Dan furnaces to come. Piped Wang was excited. Letting the old immortal refine pills in public. You guys are worthy of it? Wu Daoling said in a chaste manner. Wang Guan was delighted. Goon, I knew it. How can a fake make pills? Wu Daoling's face sank. Come on. A quarter of an hour later, the lobby of the tavern was emptied. The tables, chairs and benches were moved aside. Inside the large space, there were 2 Dan furnaces, and next to them was a pile of medicinal herbs. Lu Xun and Wu Daoling each stood in front of a Dan furnace. The spectators surrounding them were all big names with dignities in the Dongyang prefecture. Holy, why have things come to this? Why is Wu Daoling really here? Lu Xun muttered in his heart. A casual glance at the system space. Changing the king's pipe fate. Change Wang Shuang's destiny. Changing Zhou Zizhen's destiny. Hiss. There have been so many rewards since the system was muted that I forgot to claim. Maybe, it will open up a good deal. Thinking that, Lu Xun glanced at Wu Daoling. This old man, claimed to be the Sage of Dan. Changing his destiny. The reward should be much better than those of Wang Guan. Dry. That. Fake. If you're wimpy, you can admit defeat early. Suddenly, Wang Guan opened his mouth and said to Wu Daoling. Old man will lose? Joke. Wu Daoling snorted disdainfully. You guys set it up. I'll be there for whatever Dan you make. Just don't say I'm a bully. Master, you said, what kind of Dan do you want to refine? Wang Guan asked Lu Xun curtly. Whatever. You name it. Lu Xun said calmly. I don't think there's any need to compare. My master is so confident. It definitely can't be fake. Wang Guan raised his hand and pointed at Wu Daoling. There is only one truth. You are a fake. Wu Daoling was furious. Mother asterisk 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 you're sick, aren't you? Wang piped in. Open your mouth and swear. You fake. Wu Daoling's old face reddened. Hashtag percent end. KingTube asterisk 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 asterisk. Wu Daoling at $% hashtag. And hashtag. Wang Shuang rushed up again. Alright, you guys stop fighting. Chapter 55 Cold Mountain's Arrival. True or false Dan Saint ends. Just as Wang Guan and Wu Daoling were quarreling, Xiao Lu's classmates had quietly left. Onlookers focused on the duo's argument for a long time before anyone noticed. Where's the other Dan Sage? Is it hard to believe that it was cowardly and fled? King Pipe sniffed and stopped arguing. Stunned, he looked in the direction of the other Dan Furnace. Master, where is my master? Wu Daoling sneered disdainfully. The fake has fled in cowardice. What do you have to say now? Wang Pipe loses not lose. Backtracked and cursed again. Stinky. Wu Daoling was dying of anger. You, Wang Pipe said disdainfully, didn't you ask me what I had to say? I said, stinky. Wu Daoling took a few steps back, pointing at Wang Guan's body trembling non-stop. You, now that the truth is revealed, you still dare to scold this honored one. You must be that impostor's accomplice. It must be because my master didn't care to listen to your filthy words that he left. How can you be the Dan Sage himself with a lousy export like you? Wang Guan identified Lucian as the Dan Shang. Where does the confidence come from? That night he had witnessed, with his own eyes, the process of refining a 7-stripe elixir. Wu Daoling gritted his teeth. You said that I'm a dirty exporter. So what good are you? Wang Pipe sneered. I'm not a Dan Sage. I'm just an old man. What's wrong with cursing? I have no quality. I admit it. It's not like you, having no quality and pretending to be a Dan Sage, discrediting the Sage of Dan's reputation for a lifetime, for being old and disrespectful. Put. Wu Daoling spewed out a mouthful of blood arrows and staggered a few steps, narrowly missing the ground. It was a good thing there were a few disciples to assist. Wu Daoling raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Unable to bear it, he revolved his true chi around his body and burst out a powerful pressure. These assholes are really bullying the old man. He was, besides being a great success in the Dan Dao, it was even a strong person with 6 apertures of the nurturing spirit. Not to mention dealing with Pipe Wang, even if he slaughtered the entire tavern, it wouldn't matter. Nurturing God realm? Wang Guan was shocked and hastily took a few steps back. The crowd of guests all instantly panicked as well. Elder Brother Wu, what is the reason for your anger? Suddenly, a laughing voice came. Immediately afterward, a hale and hearty old man was seen striding into the restaurant. Cold Mountain buddy? Wu Daoling's eyes lit up and he withdrew his true chi. There you go. An old acquaintance came. No need to argue with these fools. Just a few words from Cold Mountain would shut these blind guys up. Without waiting for Wu Daoling to say anything else, Wang Guan ran over in a flash. Elder Cold Mountain, you've come just in time. Do us justice. Someone has impersonated the Dan Sage and even pissed off the real Dan Sage. What? Cold Mountain froze and looked at Wu Daoling in dismay, then smiled and piped up to Wang. You've got it wrong. This one in front of you is my old friend, Wu. Elder Cold Mountain, have you been bluffed as well? He is indeed pretending. Just now, Wang Guan informed Cold Mountain of all the things in a row. Hiss. Cold Mountain sucked in a breath of cold air. How can there be such a weird thing in this world? He was a little disbelieving. If the alchemy competition is a competition, then really why did you fall away? Is it obvious that you are afraid? Thinking that, he came to that Dan furnace of Lucian's. Slowly, he opened the lid of the Dan furnace. At this time, Wu Daoling came over and said excitedly, Cold Mountain buddy, you don't want to be by them. Before the words are out, Cold Mountain struck towards Wu Daoling with a palm. Only a muffled thud was heard. Wu Daoling spat out blood and flew backwards, falling heavily to the ground. His whole body was dumbfounded. I got hit by Cold Mountain? Bold demon, how dare you impersonate my old brother Wu? Cold Mountain was furious. What was in the Dan furnace was a 7-stripe elixir. In today's world, the only one who could refine a 7-stripe elixir was Wu Daoling, who had reached the peak of the Dan Dao. The alchemist, therefore, must be the real elder brother Wu, and he was pissed off. The one left behind is definitely an imposter. A 7-stripe elixir. This is a 7-stripe elixir. The melon eaters gathered around and exclaimed in shock when they saw the 7-stripe sacred flame pill in the furnace. I've heard before that the Wu Dan Sage has reached the peak realm of the Dan Dao, so it seems to be true. The one who walked away is a real Dan Sage. This person in front of us is a fake. Absolutely fake. Wu Daoling's eyes widened. No, it's impossible. How can he? Cold Mountain didn't give Wu Daoling a chance to speak at all, interrupting in a stern voice. Fake? Shut up. I know. You must be from the Bloodshed Tower. Bold fanatic. How dare you impersonate the Dan Saint Wu Dowling to beckon? Say, what exactly is your plot? The words fall. A disciple of Wu Dowling came forward, bewilderment written on his face. Elder Cold Mountain. My master he. Cold Mountain interrupted once again. You guys are really confused. You can't even recognize who your true master is. Think about it. When were you approached by this impostor to replace your master? Hearing this, several disciples were not confident and subconsciously pulled away from Wu Dowling. You guys. Wu Dowling opened his mouth, and the words just clogged up in his throat, hesitating to come out. For a while, the fire surged up, and he even directly fainted from anger. Cold Mountain glanced at it, unimpressed, and said to Wu Dowling's disciples, I'd like to thank a few of my nephews and nieces for bringing this impostor over here, and I'll bring it back to the Hua Cheng sect and hand it over to our sect leader for punishment. A few disciples carried Wu Dowling and brought him to Cold Mountain's side. Elder Cold Mountain. Thank you. You must do it for our master. Don't worry, several virtuous nephews. Your master and I are like brothers. His affairs are my affairs. I will definitely investigate today's matter and return justice to the real elder brother Wu. Snap. After Han Shan finished, he backhanded Wu Dowling and slapped him, saying angrily, Imposter. Letting you impersonate elder brother Wu. I'll make you pay. Wu Dowling's figure shook and turned around leisurely. Chill, brother Cold Mountain. Snap. Cold Mountain threw up another slap. How dare you get close to me? You imposter. Watching Cold Mountain leave with Wu Dowling, Xiao Lu's classmates who were mixed up in the crowd were dumbfounded. Now it just feels like scalp numbness. Hiss. It's a big game. Don't panic when things go wrong. Look at the system rewards first. Congratulations to the host. The rewards for everyone else in this wave except Zhou Zizhan and Wu Dowling were better than nothing. A few tens of thousands of providence values to get rid of. Zhou Zizhan's reward was still a decent one. A bottle of 5-stripe body tempering pill. Although the Dan Dao was now at its peak, it was enough to refine the 7 stripes body tempering pill. But the raw materials of the body tempering pill are very precious, and there is a market without a price. Even if one wanted to refine it, there were no corresponding materials within the secular medical center. Though I can't use it myself now, but it's okay to save it for a little assassin. And Wu Dowling gave. Lean. Worthy of the Sage of Dan. Chapter 56, An Active Kiss. Stinky brother, you're weak. Congratulations to the host, who has acquired the divine technique Samadhi True Fire. Samadhi fire cannot be extinguished unless it is made of 10,000 years of ice. It's an alchemy technique. Xiao Lu's classmates' eyes lit up. Samadhi? A divine grade technique? Aren't there only inferior, intermediate, superior and extreme martial arts techniques? However, this Samsara True Flame doesn't look like a technique from this world either. Could it be that it's a special favor from Tadako? The other side. The little ginger Empress was following him as Gu and Sheriff Lu as they rested at the tea house. At that moment, Mr. Storyteller changed shifts, and with a slap of the alarming wood, said in a hoarse voice, Ladies and gentlemen, a new play will be said next, The True and False Dan Saints. That said, in our town of Green Cow, Mr. Storyteller narrated. Ms. Gu laughed at this. The banquet held by Boss Lu for the Sage of Dan hasn't been dispersed yet, has it? So how come there's even a commentary on it? And the real and fake Dan Saints? How can there be anything that outrageous? Ludania laughed and chimed in. Yes, in order to make money. These storytellers really dare to talk. Suddenly, Jiang Yuehan stood up and awkwardly said, Father, Mother, I'll excuse myself for a moment. Ms. Gu nodded gently. The little ginger Empress hurriedly ran towards the outside of the tea house. The people are really happy today. Lucian walked along the road, humming a little song on his lips. Suddenly, Jiang Yuehan's voice sounded from behind. Finished working? Lucian froze and hurriedly turned back, his mouth immediately drooping as he quickly walked a few steps and took Jiang Yuehan's small hand. Little assassin. I almost planted it today. Jiang Yuehan rolled her eyes. Were you happy just now? Change your face in a second? What happened? The little ginger Empress asked calmly with a calm face. I'm telling you. Today, Lucian pulled Jiang Yuehan to the side of the road and quietly told him all about what happened today. After listening to Lucian's narration, Jiang Yuehan said calmly, Just now, I was having a tea break with my parents at the tea house, and when I heard Mr. Hearing story tell about this, I guessed it was you who did it. Lucian blinked. Know me that well? Jiang Yuehan nodded slightly. Other people aren't as detrimental or powerful. I'll take that as a compliment. Lucian smiled. He held Jiang Yuehan's hand and chatted while walking towards the tea house. By the way, there's one more thing. Zhou Zizhan is ruined. Zhou Zizhan? Who is it? That's the one who was with Xiao Balian in Dongyi Yangfu before. Their names. You remember them so well? You're the one who's too stupid to remember. I never memorize these meaningless things. So what's in your head? What's in your head? Remember it's all. The little ginger empress said. And suddenly her footsteps lurched. She realized that the only thing left in her mind besides the Gongfu heart secret was something related to Lucian. The key events that Lucian had experienced from the age of 18, all the way up to over 1,000 years old, were all memorized by her. Remember what it's all about? Lucian saw Zhang Yuehan's silence and also stopped and asked curiously. Zhang Yuehan still didn't answer. Lucian moved a few points closer and asked again. What's wrong? No. The little ginger empress returned to her senses and turned her head to look at Lucian. He was about to respond when he realized that Lucian was close at hand. The tips of each other's noses brushed against each other. Lucian instantly widened his eyes. Zhang Yuehan was also shocked. However, the little ginger empress quickly came back to her senses and slowly closed her eyes. Lucian, however, took a step back and asked in confusion. What's wrong with you? Zhang Yuehan opened her eyes in dismay and immediately shook her head when she saw Lucian's puzzled look. Nothing. Father and mother should be waiting. With that, he quickened his pace towards the tea house. Xiaolu student blinked and followed quickly, muttering unaccountably, inexplicable. Did she just try to kiss me? Lean didn't react. Time is fleeting. Lucian and Zhang Yuehan stayed at home for a few more days. It was close to the Hua Qing sect's initiation ceremony that he departed from his home. Farewell to Ms. Gu and Sheriff Lu. Xiaolu's classmates and the little ginger empress rode on the carriage to the Hua Qing sect. Inside the car, Lucian held Zhang Yuehan's hand, observing her still cold expression from time to time. There was just one word in his mind: regret. For the past few days, he had been looking for a time to eat his mouth. However, he realized that Zhang Yuehan was avoiding himself intentionally or unintentionally. If we meet, the little hand is still given to hold. But the words were much less than before. Hey! Lucian didn't hold back a sigh. Zhang Yuehan looked towards Lucian, her eyes flashing with curiosity. Lucian glanced at Zhang Yuehan and sighed again. AI. The little ginger empress frowned her eyebrows. Just say what you want to say. What's with the old size? Come here. I'll tell you. Lucian moved his butt and moved closer to Zhang Yuehan, waving at the other party again. Zhang Yuehan looked puzzled. What is there to say that can't be said directly? Shoo. Lucian made a silent gesture. Secret. Can't let outsiders hear. Zhang Yuehan would believe it and moved closer to Lucian's side, putting his head over and lowering his voice. Say it. Lucian looked at Zhang Yuehan, who was close by, and the knot in his throat gently squirmed a few times. The brain was a mess. We're already married. Is a kiss okay? But what if I suddenly kissed her and was offended? The relationship between the beast and the emperor is so deep. And you're afraid of this? You melon goat. What's the point of having a relationship with a royal animal that's not a ing couple or a husband and wife? Just tell me, do you want a kiss or not? Think. Then go to. Just thinking about it, all of a sudden, the wagon lurched. Lucian and Zhang Yuehan's lips were so watery that they collided together. The two stared at the same time, and immediately separated, each covering their mouths in unison. Slammed so hard that my tooth hit my lip and it hurt like hell. Zhang Yuehan looked at Lucian, her beautiful eyes filled with aggression and a few points of anger. Lucian, on the other hand, was filled with embarrassment and smiled sarcastically. Zhang Yuehan asked helplessly, what is the matter you want to talk about? Lucian's eyes dodged. I have nothing. Before the words are out, Zhang Yuehan yanked Lucian's collar and pulled hard towards himself, followed by a direct kiss. Lu's eyes are wide like his age. Instantly, he made a big red face. It's as if a train is speeding by in your heart. Lean. A few seconds passed. The little ginger empress gently pushed Lucian away from her and asked while taking a deep breath, did you just want to do that? Lucian froze and nodded furtively. Zhang Yuehan smiled. Sure enough, the younger brother is all mouth and bravado. It's just a matter of having the heart but not the guts. Thinking so in his heart, he didn't realize that his pretty face had already reddened to the roots of his ears. You, how? Lucian stammered, disbelief written all over his face. Stinky brother. The little ginger empress snorted coldly and gave Lucian a "you're weak" expression. Ever since the little ginger empress's attempted kiss, she had buried her head in practicing hard and had already made a small achievement in the erotica codex. Nowadays, Xiao Lu's classmates were like a new recruit in front of the little ginger empress. This. Lucian was incoherent. Was this the same little assassin he knew? Kong Wulhan avoided the sight, even with the added tricks of the erotica book. But the shyness in his heart was no less than Lucian's. She changed the subject and said, why isn't the carriage moving? Yeah. Why did the carriage stop? Lucian froze and lifted the curtain to take a look. Found that there was no sign of the car driver. Chapter 57, Coming to Hua Cheng Sect. choosing an elder to worship. Lucian's nose tightened and his face instantly became grave. Jiang Yuehan asked vigilantly, Lucian, do you smell a bloody odor? Smell. Lucian nodded and gently clutched Jiang Yuehan's small hand. Wait for me in the car. I'll go down and take a look. Jiang Yuehan worriedly said, let's join together. Lucian shook his head. It's fine. I'll take care of my own safety. Just wait for me in the car. Jiang Yuehan pursed her lips and didn't say anything more. After all, right now, there was only the strength of the body tempering realm. Even if you follow Lucian, I'm afraid you'll only drag your feet. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Lucian finished and sank heavily. He then lifted the curtains to get out of the car to see what was going on. But as soon as he poked his body out of the carriage, suddenly, a figure stood out of the grass on the side of the road. Upon closer inspection, it was the coachman. Lucian froze. The driver awkwardly ran over, tying his belt while saying, I'm sorry, young Master Lu. Suddenly my stomach got upset and I went to take a. As he spoke, the carny had a pained expression and rubbed his ass with his hand. Not surprisingly, it should be hemorrhoids. Lucian rolled his eyes breathlessly. Grabby. Yes, Lu Xiao. The coachman didn't wait to finish his sentence when he was suddenly penetrated by a sharp arrow through his chest. In an instant, the body fell straight down. Hiss. Lucian's heart tightened and he raised his head to look toward the distance, only to see a group of bandits emerge from the bushes. A one-eyed man opened his mouth and cursed. Mother asterisk 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 her. I'm squatting here. Mother asterisk 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 her come over here pouting his ass and pulling. Grass. It stinks of your grandpa. What happened? In the car. Jiang Yuehan asked suspiciously. Sit tight. Lucian got out of the carriage, then grabbed the reins, held the whip, and hit the horse's ass. Hiya! The wagon was on its way again. In the twinkling of an eye, he distanced himself from the group of bandits. What just happened? Jiang Yuehan, who was in the carriage and failed to hear the words outside, asked Lucian suspiciously. Where's the driver? Dead. Lucian responded awkwardly. Jiang Yuehan was shocked. Dead? How did you die? Lucian had some difficulty saying, urinating and defecating anywhere. Let the bandits kill them. Ha! Jiang Yuehan couldn't believe it. Hey! I wouldn't believe it if I heard that. Lucian sighed. But this world is so epileptic. Jiang Yuehan didn't think much about it, but said thoughtfully, no wonder. I smelled blood just now. Air. Lucian didn't know how to explain it. In fact, the smell of blood just now is lean. I'm getting psycho. It's better not to let her know. The carter's body is not far away. Xiao Balian and Zhou Zizhan burrowed out of the grass. Young master, the man has escaped. One Eye said helplessly to Zhou Zizhan. This asshole, running away. Zhou Zizhan gritted his teeth and fumed. Brother Zizhan, we have to hurry and make our move before they get to the Huaqing sect. Xiao Balian's brows knitted tightly. If we arrive at the Huaqing sect, with the shelter of the sect, it will be difficult to make another move. I know. Don't worry, White Lotus. I will definitely avenge you. Zhou Zizhan's eyes narrowed, a touch of gloom coming through his gaze. Brother Zizhan, you're the best. Xiao Balian shook Zhou Zizhan's arm and pouted. Even though Zhou Zizhan is now wasted, even after arriving at the Huaqing sect, he was only an outer disciple. However, the Zhou family is a big family, and if you want to force Lucian, you can't do it without Zhou Zizhan's help. It wouldn't be too late to get rid of this punk Zhou Zizhan after sleeping with Lucian. Sister White Lotus, don't worry, I will definitely destroy that Lucian. Zhou Zizhan took Xiao Balian's hand and said with deep emotion, then look for the sage of Dan and cure my body, and in this life and in this world, we'll be a pair of immortal couples. Xiao Balian forced a smile. Brother Zizhan, there are still 2 days left in the initiation ceremony. Lucian and that woman will surely land in the Wild Bull County, the closest to the Huaqing sect, just like everyone else. That's our last chance. Zhou Zizhan nodded heavily. Understood. Don't worry. I will never let them leave Bison County. If they can leave, it will be unless I die. Evening. Lucian drove the carriage and left Bison County with Jiang Yuehan Shui Lingling. Aren't you tired? Do you want to find an inn in the county to rest and wait for tomorrow morning to catch up? In the car, Jiang Yuehan asked with concern. Tired, yes, but I'm even lazier. One breath to Huaqing sect balls. Too lazy to pack my bags again, Lucian said rather emotionally. There were quite a few luggage packages in the carriage for this trip. If you are staying at an inn, you will have to take your luggage to your room. I'll have to move my luggage back again as soon as I leave in the morning. Rather, it would be better to go directly to the Huaqing sect, not bothering to bother with that twice. Okay, just watch yourself. Without saying anything more, the little ginger Empress lifted the side curtains of the carriage and looked out at the scenery outside. The little devil's right. It's almost time anyway. An hour later, Lucian and Jiang Yuehan arrived outside the Huacheng sect. Just as he stopped the carriage, he saw Elder Cold Mountain welcome him and said with a smile, "Little Lu, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Other than that, several other elders of the Huacheng sect and even the patriarch came to greet them. The deck gives full. Elder Cold Mountain. It's been a long time. Disciple is late. Lucian brought Jiang Yuehan down from the carriage and immediately exchanged pleasantries with Cold Mountain. Huacheng sect master, Shangguan Yun Ao, and a few elders were observing from a short distance away. Everyone's faces were beaming with joy as they quietly murmured, "Jiedan realm? Not even joining the sect yet, and already in such a realm. Worthy of being a heaven's proud son with heavenly qualifications. Don't anyone grab it from me? I'm going to take him as my personal disciple. This kind of heavenly pride. I still have to grab it. It's a pity. The quota for my name's protege is full. By the way, sect master, can I ask for one more quota?" Sect leader, "Don't agree to him. You can't break the rules." Shangguan Yun Ao laughed and interrupted the conversation of several elders. "Alright, look at what you all look like. It's up to this Tianjiao to decide who he wants to worship." After saying that, he came in front of Lucian and Jiang Yuehan and said with a smile, "I am Shangguan Yun Ao, the sect master of Huacheng sect. From now on, you are disciples of my Huacheng sect." Disciple greets the sect leader. Lucian arched his hand and clasped his fist. Jiang Yuehan also bowed. "Greetings to the sect leader." Shangguan Yun Ao asked nonchalantly, "Little Lu, this sect leader promised before that as long as you come, he would let you be a personal disciple. Now that several elders are here, do you see who you want to worship under?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Cold Mountain immediately took over. "Little Lu, I wonder if you are interested in the Dan Dao, if you have any interest in it?" These words were already considered explicit, allowing Lucian to choose his Dan Dao peak. In Cold Mountain's opinion, no matter what, he was the one who introduced Lucian, and he had the grace of Bole to Lucian. It's only right that the other side throws in the towel. Elder Cold Mountain, "I'm too interested in the Dan Dao that," Lucian said with a smile. Cold Mountain brightened. "That," but before he could get his words out, he saw Lucian ask several other elders, "I wonder which elder is willing to accept both me and my mother as personal disciples?" Chapter 58 Zhongli, the eldest elder. "Hi, a demented woman? This." Several elders looked at each other. They were all eager to accept Lucian as their personal heir. Divine fate qualifications. Already at the Jiedan realm at a young age. The future is unlimited. But Lucian had to be with him. The lady. And Lucian this mother. Although the age and Lucian similar, but only quenched body realm a paragraph. At this realm, not to mention being a pro-disciple, being an inner disciple was a struggle. However, it's not likely that it's just late in the practice. If her talent is good and she cultivates diligently, it is not impossible for her to be a personal disciple for Lucian's sake. "Little girl, what are your qualifications?" At this moment, Duan Tai, the elder of Xinbing Peak, took a step forward and took the lead in asking Jiang Yuehan, "Elder, my mother he." Lucian was just about to explain that Jiang Yuehan had fallen from the heavenly ranks of heaven, and that sooner or later, she would return to the heavenly ranks in the future. But before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Yuehan said truthfully, "I am now Huang waiting for the mandate of heaven." TSK. Duan Tai smacked his tongue and silently retreated. Several elders showed disappointment. If a heavenly destiny such as Yellow was any more inferior, it would be no different from an ordinary person. This girl is in the first stage of the body tempering realm, and I'm afraid that she's a lower grade of Yellow, not to mention being a pro-disciple. Even an outer disciple couldn't make it. There are handyman disciples in the sect instead. Elders, is this matter difficult? Lucian said tentatively, "If it is difficult." Ahem. Suddenly, Shangguan Yunao coughed a few times. He then looked at Lucian and said with affection, "Little Lu, don't be offended. It's not that the elders aren't willing to oblige you. It's just that each of them has a limited number of pro-transmission slots under their hands." Understand. Lucian nodded. It wasn't like he didn't know the rules of the clan. More than anything else, he understands the importance of a pro-disciple. But negotiation? It's natural to raise the terms when you come up. Ask for what you want and pay for what you get. It would be best if he promised to make the little assassin a personal disciple. If he didn't agree, he should also arrange a position as an inner disciple for the little assassin. I'm practically a genius. Then, since pro-disciples won't work, Lucian had a smile on his face and was about to bargain. Suddenly, a disoriented voice came from inside the mountain gate. You old dens, what are you doing here?" Lucian and Jiang Yuehan froze at the same time and looked up. Shangguan Yunao and a few elders, too, all turned around and turned back, only to see that a woman in a strong suit, tall and stunningly beautiful, with a shaky figure, picked her way down the stairs. If it's not an accident, it's going to be an accident. Before the sect leader and elder could say anything, the woman then stepped off the stone steps and rolled down. Taishan elder, Shangguan Yun Ao and a few elders were shocked. Not caring about Lucian and Jiang Yuehan, they hurriedly ran towards the woman. Taishan elder? Lucian's face was stunned. This young and beautiful woman was actually a Taishan elder of the Huaqing sect? Name, Zhongli. Sex, female. Age, 29, 1229. Divine destiny, Xianhuang Tianlu body, quality, heavenly, upper. Realm, nourishing spirit realm 6 orifices. Body tempering realm. Nascent soul realm. Qi gathering realm. Jiedan realm. Spirit nurturing realm. Illuminating scenery. Breaking the void. Peeping into the sky. Immortal. Circumstances, originally a princess of Deso state. After the destruction of Yen state in Su, she fled and was adopted by the third generation of Huaqing sect's master. With a secret technique, one cycle of a year will bring back youth and youthfulness. Wayfarer, often lost and disappeared, due to an overdose of easy pill, resulting in confusion of consciousness, lost his way to the entrance of the Huaqing sect's main hall, and fell down from the Huaqing sect's 10,000 step ladder. Lucian took a look with his delusion-breaking godpupil and couldn't help but be shocked by the tiger's body. I'm a tart. This woman is actually high. As a Dan sage ascending peak, Xiao Lu's classmates naturally knew what the easy Dan was. In this world, it's the equivalent of manual silencing. Her name is Zhongli. She's a Taishan elder of the Huaqing sect. Jiang Yuehan said quietly to Lucian from the sidelines. It's an out-of-the-world master whose realm is hard to figure out, often appearing and disappearing. In her last life, when Demon Father Lucian came to Huaqing sect, Zhongli had made a move, and the original nurturing spirit 6 orifices actually erupted into the peeping heaven realm. However, it was still no match for Lucian, and was sent flying out 100 miles with a single move, and then later appeared, actually 3 years later, when the Huaqing sect had already been exterminated. Originally thought, Zhongli would find Lucian to take revenge. Who would have thought that Zhongli just went back to Huaqing sect to get something, and after that, she left, never to be seen again. There were rumors that she had, elsewhere, rebuilt the Huaqing sect. However, whether this is true or not is unknown. God out of the blue? Lucian froze. I'm afraid it's not because you're a roadie and can't find your way around the other side. Zhongli learned about Lucian and Jiang Yuehan from Shangguan Yun Ao and several elders. Zhongli, who was originally lying on the ground, looked at Lucian. In the next second, it directly jumped up from the ground with a carp. Immediately after that, he quickly came to Lucian's front. Lucian looked at Zhongli, who was circling around himself and observing with a demented female face, and goosebumps rose on his body. He stiffly took Jiang Yuehan's hand and said, I'm already married. What do I care if you get married? Zhongli gave Lucian a blank look. Lucian's heart trembled. The little ginger Empress also stared at her beautiful eyes. What does this mean? To steal a man from yourself? A married man? Little brother, you know how to make pills? Zhongli circled around and suddenly stood still in front of Lucian, narrowing her eyes and raising her diaphanous eyebrows as she asked. Lucian's tiger body shook. Good eye. Can you even tell? She also has paranoia-breaking pupils? Or does she have a system too? Zhongli laughed and raised his hand to wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth. Hey, I can smell the Dan fragrance on you. Dan Xiang? Lucian sniffed himself and looked at Jiang Yuehan in dismay and asked. Yes, a little. Jiang Yuehan nodded. But it's not obvious. Ordinary people can't smell it. That'll do. Lucian breathed a sigh of relief and vaguely sensed something in his heart. This supreme elder, he's not looking at my skills, is he? Fancying my alchemy skills and wanting me to make her easy pill? Lean, you think I'm some kind of a master? It's not a crime, is it? Little sister, you smell so good. Elder Jiang, please respect yourself. Jiang Yuehan shook off Jiang Li's hand and took a step back and said. Jiang Li's expression steeply became serious, carefully sizing up Jiang Yuehan. Little girl, why do I feel as if I've seen you from somewhere? Chapter 59, Secret Disciple. Undercover agent of Bloodshed Tower. Little sister, so it was in a dream. Hey. Jiang Li took a step closer and wrapped her arms around Jiang Yuehan's fragrant shoulders. Then, shouting at the top of his voice, he said, this means that you and I are destined to be together, so I'll take you, husband and wife, as my personal disciples. After saying that, he came to Jiang Yuehan's ear again and said quietly, when the time comes, will you let your husband refine pills for me? Refining. Dan? Jiang Yuehan was a bit puzzled. That's it. That's the getaway, Dan. Suck it up. Ha. Jiang Li threw an eyebrow towards Jiang Yuehan. Look, you're also surnamed Jiang. I'm also surnamed Jiang. We're from the same family, so help your sister out. You should. Then, go straight to Lucian. Kan Yuehan hadn't even waited to finish his sentence. Zhongli then snatched. I may not be good at talking, you have to do it. Jiang Yuehan glanced at Lucian and gently pursed her lips. Lucian's head was full of questions. What are they talking about? Supreme Elder, you really want to take on a disciple? At this time, Shangguan Yunao ran over with a group of elders and asked in dismay. One should know that the Supreme Elder Jiangli had been in the Huaqing sect since the third generation of the sect's head. It has gone through more than a dozen masters during that time, but never took on an apprentice. What? Exactly. Had given her the idea of taking on a disciple? Could it be, it's because of Lucian? But 100 years ago, the Huaqing sect had also had disciples with heavenly qualifications. At that time, Jiangli also did not accept a disciple. 1,000 times true. This Supreme Elder's word is a bond. Can it be false? Jiangli cleared his throat and said with a straight face, alright, my will has been decided. You don't need to say anymore. In the future, little Jiang and little Lu will follow me to cultivate in the Sunset Peak, and be personally coached by me. Yes, I honor the teachings of the Supreme Elder. Shangguan Yunao and the group of elders responded in unison. Xiaolu student blinked, looked around suspiciously, and asked tentatively, then are we considered pro-disciples? Within the Huaqing sect, the rank of a disciple could be related to the amount of heavenly treasures he could receive each month. It may not be as good as what the system gives, but even if it's the leg of a fly, it's still meat. More than just a personal disciple. To be accepted as a disciple by the Supreme Elder would be a secret disciple, with the same status as the sect leader. Shangguan Yunao explained. Lucian was shocked. Sohan? Shangguan Yunao and a few elders were embarrassed. How presumptuous of you. Snap. Zhongli patted Lucian's back and laughed loudly. Worthy of being my disciple. Talking is fast. That's right. Follow me. It's just hanging. It'll definitely give you awesome badassery. Ha ha ha. Lucian's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhongli in amazement. Fellow traveler, I, the Jetman clan, have added another fierce warrior to my ranks. Master is above. Accept my disciple's salute. Lucian excitedly arched his hand towards Zhongli. Wahahaha. Well said. Zhongli also returned the bow with an arch. The corners of Lucian's mouth rose slightly. In the future, won't I, then, be able to walk sideways in the Huaqing sect? Zhongli's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her heart ecstatic. In the future, then won't I have an endless supply of easy pills? Xiaolu's classmates and Zhongli wolfed out as they picked up the steps and walked towards the interior of the Huaqing sect. The little ginger Empress followed behind the duo, shaking her head helplessly. Shangguan Yunao and a few elders followed close behind, looking at each other. Always had a bad feeling about it. The Xianfu Peak Elder, Yin Wudao, walked at the very back, a flash of viciousness in his eyes. Qualifications such as heaven. If my son Yin Lin were still alive, how good it would be to take him over. At the thought, he clenched his iron fist. This kind of heavenly pride should never be used by the Huaqing sect. It must be made to work for the Bloodshed House. The little ginger Empress looked back at Yin Wudao from time to time. This person is an undercover agent of the Bloodshed Tower, lurking for more than 50 years. The information from the investigation revealed that when Lucian entered the sect in his previous life, it was Yin Wudao who tested his qualifications. As a result, the test came out yellow and so on, placing Lucian in the outer disciples. A year later, Lucian was caught stealing, had his arms and legs picked off, and was expelled from the clan. It had occurred to her before that there must be something strange about this, even if Lucian was only at the body tempering realm at that time. But based on the qualifications alone, being a personal disciple is more than enough. I'm afraid, it's this Yin Wudao, who's making trouble out of it. There had to be a way to keep Lucian away from Yin Wudao. In this life, we must not let Lucian repeat the same mistake. Otherwise, he might fall into the devil's path again after enduring the blow. Hey, it's a long way to go. Hopefully, this guy will behave himself and play nice. The other side. Lucian walked along, occasionally glancing at the few elders at the back with his afterglow. Mom, yeah, the vast majority of the elders are okay. At best, it's a little thing like being careful and greedy for money. But in such a pot of soup, a big rat turd was mixed in. No, can't even be considered a rat turd anymore. Stinking, the big bad seed. Name, Yin Wudao. Sex, male. Age, 56. Divine fate, blood sacrifice of the earth's fury body. Quality, Xuanqi, extreme. Realm, illuminating the 5 heavens. Situation, the third of the 12 ambassadors of the bloodshed building. Lurking in the Huaqing sect for more than 50 years. Secretly collecting blood vampires for the bloodshed building. Covetous of Lucian, the new heavenly pride disciple of Huaqing sect. wanting him to work for Bloodshed Tower. Lucian took another look with his delusion-breaking god pupil. Hiss. No mistake. Dang, that's an extremely bad seed. Mastermind. Lucian looked at Zhongli. Ha? Zhongli looked towards Lucian with a confused face. No, it's fine. Lucian smiled awkwardly. Getting high. Lost. This master isn't very reliable. Moreover, her realm was not as high as that bad seed. I'm afraid there's no way to back myself up. Thinking that, he looked at Shangguan Yun'ao and the others again. Among them, Shangguan Yun'ao's realm was higher than Yin Wu Dao. A few other elders, the realm Yin Wu Dao was vastly different. But these old denizens, they may not be able to trust me. It's better to observe first. If I really can't, I'll give that Yin Wu Dao a poisoning package, and fix him myself. Thinking about it, Shaolu student's pace slowed down and came to Zhang Yuehan's side. Be careful of that elder from the Xianfu sect. You have to watch out for Yin Wu Dao. The two spoke in unison, lowering their voices to instruct each other. With that, the two nodded in unison again. Don't worry, I'll be careful. I know, beware. Once again in unison, followed by a silent nod. Nothing more was said. A quarter of an hour later, the group arrived in front of the Huacheng sect's main gate. Lucian's afterglow caught a glimpse of a large rock. Couldn't help but stop and watch. This stone, dreamt of in a dream. The little assassin is still watching from in front of this rock. Only, there were paintings on the stones in the dream. Now this rock, how come it's bare and there's nothing on it? The little ginger empress's line of sight, too, looked towards the stone. A look of doubt surfacing in her beautiful eyes. How come it's empty? What about the painting? Chapter 60 Moonwatch Pavilion of Lakha Peak. The whereabouts of the unsullied Xian Phoenix blood? Neither Lucian nor Zhang Yuehan thought much about it and followed Zhongli into the Huacheng sect's boundaries. At the top of the Sunset Peak, the Moonwatch Pavilion. After greeting Shangguan Yun'ao and a few elders, Zhongli brought Lucian and Zhang Yuehan to this place. Zhongli yawned and pushed the door open. Shaolu students and the little ginger empress were close behind. You will, from now on, live here with me, and by the way I will live on the first floor, so you will live on the second floor. It's livable? Lucian looked at the mess all over the ground and the corners of his mouth gently twitched a few times. Zhang Yuehan was also frowning. In 2 lifetimes, it was the first time I had ever been to the Falling Cloud Peak. It was said that the Moonwatch Pavilion of the Sunset Peak was the holy land of the sect. It's even a rare place for a retreat. Sacred and unsullied. The aura is dense. I didn't realize that it was actually so. The little ginger empress looked at the bottles of wine and potion bottles all over the floor, as well as the mountains of dirty dishes and chopsticks and dirty clothes. I really don't know what words to use to describe it. The impression of Zhongli in his heart was slightly shaken. Hey, it's a bit of a mess. That what? Zhongli smiled awkwardly. Lucian rolled his eyes and before he could open his mouth, he saw Zhongli pull out a Qinkuan bag from his sleeve pocket. Immediately afterward, the entire trash in the room was absorbed into the Qinkuan bag. The Lucian people were dumbfounded. It still works like that? Not buddy. If you can use it like this, what have you been doing? This bag of garbage. I'll be obliged to the 2 apprentices, to help master throw it away. Zhongli said and threw the Qinkuan bag to Lucian. Then, subsequently, she smoothly touched the Dan bottle on the table containing the Easy Dan and headed towards her own room. Throw it where? Lucian asked with a light shout. With the bag and the trash. Just dump it anywhere, Zhongli said without looking back. Lucian and Zhang Yuehan were left alone in the wind. Come on, stroll around first. Lucian shook his head and casually threw the Qinkuan bag aside, holding Zhang Yuehan's small hand as he strolled around the Moonwatch Pavilion. Inside the Moonwatch Pavilion, it was fully equipped. Even if it has not been used for a long time, it does not get dusty. Perhaps it was due to the abundance of aura in this place. The young couple was holding hands, strolling around the second floor of the Moonwatch Pavilion. A sudden sharp pop was heard. Lucian was shocked. What the hell is the commotion? Zhang Yuehan's eyebrows frowned slightly. It seems like, Master? Not waiting for the 2 to say more, Zhang Li's excited voice came from downstairs again. Apprentice, my good apprentice. Little Zhang, you come quickly. Help Master. Master teacher is going to die. Dying. Lucian looked disgusted. Lean. What the hell is this worship? Huacheng Sect's Supreme Elder. That's it? I'll go check it out. Zhang Yuehan said helplessly. Lucian sighed. Silently, he followed behind Zhang Yuehan. Zhang Li was at the stairway, quietly observing the duo of Lucian and Zhang Yuehan. Hey, I knew it. Roku peeked at Ginger every now and then, and that look was almost drawn out. This kid, he's definitely a pussy listener. What's wrong with you? Zhang Yuehan came in front of Zhang Li and asked in an indifferent tone. Xiao Jiang, don't be so cold. Master needs you. Zhang Li smiled and moved closer towards Zhang Yuehan, itching to put her entire body on Zhang Yuehan's body. Please behave yourself. Zhang Yuehan took a step back, his expression still cold. Lucian watched vigilantly from a short distance away. This dirt egg? There's no way that XP is weird, is there? Luckily, the little assassin is straight, cold as a bone with everyone else except me, and offered to kiss me. Hey. Zhang Li saw that one plan did not work. Another plan, Xiao Jiang. Master is about to die. You have to save me. Zhang Yuehan's eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and a flash of suspicion flashed under her eyes. She viewed Jian Li also did not look like she had a disease or disaster. What's in the gourd? Suddenly, she thought of something. Tentatively, he asked, you want the easy Dan? Jian Li's dying look instantly dissipated when she heard this. She hurriedly pulled Zhang Yuehan aside and whispered, I've run out of my easy pills and thought to beg my good disciple to help refine a few. Little Jiang, as long as you help me with alchemy, I'll teach you everything I've learned in my life. I don't know how to make pills. Zhang Yuehan said in a cold voice. You girl? You won't. But, Jian Li raised her eyebrows and nudged her mouth towards Lucian's direction again. Zhang Yuehan glanced at Lucian and shook her head helplessly. The south is the opposite of the north. If you want pills, just go directly to Lucian. Why do you want to find yourself? It's not the other way around. Things are troublesome. Looking for Xiao Lu, he may not be willing to do it. You help me say something. Zhang Li lowered his voice and said, I'll tell you a secret as long as you help me get the 6th stripe. No, the 7th stripe easy pill. Zhang Yuehan's expression was icy. I don't like to talk about conditions. You directly talk to me about the so-called secret. Zhang Li said with a straight face. I am the supreme elder of the Huaqing sect. Will I be subjected to others? Zhang Yuehan glanced at Zhang Li and turned around. Hey. I'll tell you okay. Zhang Li hurriedly grabbed the corner of Zhang Yuehan's coat. Then moving his small broken steps, he came to Zhang Yuehan's side and said with his ear, I know the whereabouts of the unsullied Xian Phoenix blood. Hearing this, Zhang Yuehan's heart trembled. Is this true? When have I ever lied to you? We've only just met, so naturally you haven't had a chance to lie to me yet. You girl. Okay, I'll vouch for my credibility. I hope so. Zhang Yuehan finished speaking and walked towards Lucian. Seeing this, Lucian hurriedly took a few steps forward and pulled Zhang Yuehan's small hand. What are you whispering about? And you have to carry me behind my back? She wanted me to find you and refine a few easy pills for her. Zhang Yuehan said truthfully, Get away Dan. Lucian frowned. That thing? It needs to be refined for 77 hours. It is one of the most time-consuming and labor-intensive of the elixirs. Before refining her, thinking about it, Lucian used his delusion-breaking god pupil to observe Zhang Li. I'd like to see what this old poisonous thing, in the end, said to the little assassin, to ask for an elixir, not to find yourself, and to talk for so long. I'm afraid it's not a ghost. But when he looked at it this way, he realized that Zhang Li had used the matter of the unsullied Xian Phoenix blood to make a deal with Zhang Yuehan. Okay, I'll be a. Phew. Lucian took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Li. Master, Lucian, do not share the same fate as gambling and drugs, but just this once. I hope you'll keep your word about what you promised my mother. The words fall. The heart of the little ginger empress trembled fiercely. Then, it felt like a wave of warmth rushed through his body. Subconsciously, he tightened his grip and held Lucian's hand. No problem. Refine more. Zhang Li agreed without thinking. Promise first, and later. I don't have much credibility anyway. Jia. Chapter 61 Shallow Bedfellows. Lucian looked at Zhang Li helplessly. This Huaqing sect's Taishan elder was also a bit too unreliable. And secret disciple. She can pass a hook 8. It's just a matter of joining the clan anyway. Just to have a big tree on your back and let the clan bless the family. No anger. Thinking of this, Lucian turned around and was going to go to the Dan Dao Peak to borrow a furnace and herbs to make pills. At this time, Zhang Li asked suspiciously, Good disciple, what are you doing to go? Lucian's footsteps lurched and he turned back helplessly. Of course I'm going to refine pills for you. Refining pills in the backyard. Why go to the front yard? Come. Zhang Li waved and couldn't wait to head towards the backyard. Lucian and Zhang Yuehan looked at each other and followed closely behind. The backyard of the Moonwatch Pavilion. In the center of the large open space, a large-sized Dan furnace was placed. There were piles of medicinal herbs all around, all of which were ingredients used to refine the easy pill. Other than that, it was overgrown and barren. What about during the weekdays? I make my own pills. Zhang Li crossed her arms and smiled as she explained. I'm also quite accomplished in the Dan Dao, and I'm able to refine the 5-stripe easy Dan. Lucian looked at Zhang Li in disgust. Not. What are you so proud of? Also, this furnace and herbs, is it a damn good way to get here? Good disciple, refine the pills. Zhongli hemmed and hawed towards Lucian. Master is optimistic about you. Yo, when I am refining pills, I don't like to be disturbed by outsiders, so please recuse yourself, Lucian said helplessly. Okay, well call me. Without saying anything more, Zhongli turned around and headed towards the house. Zhang Yuehan is also leaving together. Lucian, however, was quick to take Zhang Yuehan's hand. The little ginger empress froze and asked in confusion, "Don't you dislike outsiders disturbing you?" Lucian cleared his throat and cocked his head. "You're not an outsider." The corners of Zhang Yuehan's mouth lifted slightly as she sniffed. "This Moonwatch pavilion of mine, why does it have the sour odor of love? It's really strange." Zhongli looked back at Lucian and Zhang Yuehan, smiled and flirted a bit before returning to the house, leaving space for two good disciples. Lucian carefully glanced at the closed door of the backyard house. "No alchemy?" the little ginger empress asked curiously. "Hiss, you say this dirt. You say our master. How did you know that I can make pills?" Lucian asked tentatively. Zhang Yuehan replied thoughtfully. "Zhongli has lived for so long, so it's not uncommon that he might know the heavenly diffusion technique. I've also heard that in the ancient times, there was a divine skill called the delusion-breaking divine pupil, which was able to see through all falsehoods and make all disguises invisible. But that ancient divine skill was lost 10,000 years ago. Unsurprisingly, she should know the heavenly diffusion technique and projected your past." Lucian was shocked. Asterisk 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 then wouldn't she be? Hell, I don't know anyone who knows this stuff. Wouldn't that be caught in the act? Lean, should we silence her? At this time, Zhang Yuehan pacified. "But you don't have to worry. Heavenly secrets cannot be divulged. What the heavenly diffusion technique has projected must not go with others, or else you will be condemned by heaven." "That's good." Lucian breathed a sigh of relief. "You just wouldn't be trying to Zhongli." Zhang Yuehan frowned her eyebrows slightly and asked tentatively. Lucian instantly looked like a cat that had its tail stepped on and said with wide eyes, "I didn't want to kill her." "Don't talk nonsense. Don't slander me. I believe you." Zhang Yuehan pulled the corner of his mouth. The heart was helpless. "I didn't say you were going to kill her either. You're not beating yourself up." Soon after, Lucian began to refine the pills, but after waiting for less than half an hour, he had run out of patience. Tired and hungry after a day's carriage ride, it was dark. "I'm still here making pills?" A quarter of an hour later, Lucian moved 2 chairs, bringing Zhang Yuehan around the Dan oven to roast skewers. The original aroma of Dan in the backyard was replaced by the aroma of grilled meat. The little ginger empress ate with arched eyebrows and oily lips. "By the way, little assassin, you're related to that our master, are you?" Lucian asked curiously while jerking the skewers. Zhang Yuehan swallowed the meat in his mouth and asked rhetorically, "No, why do you ask? She has the same destiny as you and the same last name as you. I thought she was related to you." Lucian said truthfully, "That seems to be just a coincidence." "The same destiny?" Zhang Yuehan was thoughtful. "Heavenly destiny is born with a fixed number, and the way of heaven cannot be violated. I actually have the same destiny as Zhongli. Could it be that it really is related to her by blood? However, isn't it true that things like heaven's mandate can only tell the grade and determine the level of qualification? How can you tell that Zhongli and I have the same destiny?" But if he said so, there must be a way. With the little devil's ability, it shouldn't be difficult to do such a thing. The little ginger empress had inexplicable confidence in Lucian. It was as if whatever was placed on Lucian was extremely reasonable. "Since it's not your relative, it's fine." Lucian yawned. "Let's go rest when we're full, and when we've had enough sleep, we'll refine pills for that scruffy egg." Dirtball? Zhang Yuehan froze. "Not to mention, it's quite an apt title. But before the little devil, wasn't he calling out to his master in one breath? What's with the sudden change of address? Eat and drink." Lucian and Zhang Yuehan moved their luggage to the second floor, only to find that there was only one bedroom on the entire second floor of the Moonwatch Pavilion. Other than that, it's all grocery rooms. And, in the bedroom, there was only one bed. Lucian couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and glanced nervously at Zhang Yuehan. "There's no way around it. We'll just have to sleep together." Zhang Yuehan placed her luggage in the corner. "It's getting late. Let's rest first and wait until tomorrow to pack." With that, she came and sat down beside the bed and slowly took off her shoes and socks. Looking up, he realized that Lucian was still frozen in place. She asked, "Aren't you sleepy?" Sleepy. Lucian hurriedly threw his luggage on the floor and took a few quick steps towards the bed. By this time, Zhang Yuehan had already sat on the bed and moved her body to make room for Lucian. Gulp. Xiaolu's classmates swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Eyes watched as Zhang Yuehan undressed one by one. In the end, all that was left on the body was the liner. The lining style is very conservative though. The parts that should be covered in shouldn't be are covered tightly with fabric. However, in Lucian's eyes, there was no small amount of killing power. Take an early rest. Tomorrow is the initiation ceremony. All disciples must attend. Also, don't forget that you still owe the Taishan Elder the 7-stripe easy pill. Good night. After Jiang Yuehan finished speaking, she took out 2 7-stripe sacred fire pills and took them, and then he slowly lay down and closed his eyes. After Lucian took a deep breath to calm down, he also laid down. At that time, Bison County, Zhou Zizhen used all his strength to coax Xiao Balian to be happy. White Lotus, don't be angry. I really have been looking for that guy with all my might. But the whole county has been searched, and there's no sign of him. Don't worry, if you really can't, when we get to the sect, I'll get him just the same. Big deal. Chapter 62, Mistakenly Entering the Entrance Ceremony. Early the next morning, Jiang Yuehan woke up from his bed, but there was no sign of Lucian. She sat up and raised a hand to caress her delicate lips, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. This little devil, last night, hesitated for a long time by the bedside. It took more than half an hour of mental construction before I dared to sneak in a kiss. You're already married. Why are you so shy? Should I, show him the book of love? 2. Never mind. It would be bad if it was misunderstood. How about I take the initiative? Just a little bit? Thinking about this, the little ginger empress hastily shook her head. Think about what? Wasn't I born again to oversee him? How do you still? It's all because of the erotica. I'm not forcing you to read it. Jiang Yuehan clenched her pink fists. Humph. Too lazy to bother with you. With whom? Suddenly, the door to the house pushed open and Lucian walked in with breakfast. Jiang Yuehan looked up at Lucian and was instantly a little flustered. No, nothing. Lucian came to the bedside with faint dark circles under his eyes and placed his breakfast on a side table. Then he yawned and said, hurry up and eat. After you're full, go ask that scruffy egg about the matter of the unsullied Xian Phoenix blood, and then go to the initiation ceremony. Jiang Yuehan froze. You went to refine pills alone at night? Lucian pulled out a Dan bottle from his sleeve pocket and held it in his hand and shook it. Yesterday, I really couldn't sleep, so I thought it would be good to be idle. So I went to the backyard to refine pills. A furnace came out with a full 7 bottles of pills. Give a bottle to Zhangli later and bring it in exchange for information on the unsullied Xian Phoenix blood. As for the rest, save it for negotiating other terms in the future. I'm simply a day. Before the words are out, Jiang Yuehan suddenly moved closer, wrapped her arms around Lucian's neck and kissed him directly. Xiao Lu's classmates instantly widened their eyes. The Dan bottle in his hand fell off and shattered. The Prosperity Dan tumbled to the ground. After a few seconds, Jiang Yuehan ended the kiss. She looked at Lucian with a reddish pretty face and spread a smile. It's been hard on you. Lucian turned around and scratched his head. Why? All the several brothers are married. What's the point of talking about this? After saying that, he took out an empty potion bottle from his system space. Bending down, he picked up the Easy Dan on the floor. You can't waste it. It's not dry. You're not sick if you eat it. Anyway, it's not like I'm eating it. Gigi. Apprentice, you really know how to make 7-stripe pills. Gigi, what a treasure to pick up. Come on. Let me taste it. Is it authentic? When the sun rose, Zhangli finally woke up from her sleep, and after learning that Lucian had already refined the easy pill, she excitedly went up to grab the pill bottle in Lucian's hand. Hey, wait. Lucian sidestepped and dodged, shaking away Zhangli, and said with a straight face, we had an agreement before. I'll refine the pills for you, and you'll tell me the information. Good deal. 7 days after the introductory trial, the Back Mountain Forbidden Land will be infested with Xian Phoenix. That blood is the blood of the unsullied Xian Phoenix. Zhangli smiled. The intelligence has told you. Can you give me the Easy Dan now? Take that. Lucian threw the pill bottle into the air. Zhangli instantly jumped up and took it in her hand. Then he couldn't wait to open the potion bottle and brought it under his nose to smell it. The purity. It's just so authentic. Good apprentice. You. Saying that, Zhangli looked up. However, they realized that Lucian and Jiang Yuehan had already disappeared. She poured an easy pill into her mouth and chewed on it, taking out a jade box from her arms. Still thinking about chewing, giving this baby, chewing. To you guys, what's the hurry to leave? The initiation ceremony begins. Before the Huaqing sect's main hall, the disciples were divided into 3 teams, pro-transmission, inner sect, and outer sect. Each wore brocade, kudzu, and linen. Distinctly, above the plaza in front of the temple, hundreds of teenage girls in different dresses gathered. All of them were looking forward to being chosen by the Huaqing sect and becoming its registered disciples. Even if it was only an entry-level disciple, It was enough to honor the ancestors. Meanwhile, Lucian and Jiang Yuehan held hands and walked side by side towards the line of protodisciples. And then, the two of them arrived so watertight next to the queue of protodisciples. Holding hands, they formed a separate line. Lucian looked at the following crowds, people quite a lot. Jiang Yuehan nodded, echoing Lucian's nonsense in a very cuddly manner. Indeed, Lucian looked again to the not far away. On top of the high platform, the bloated divine soldier peak Elder Duantai. What do you say to this big fat guy? How did he climb up there? The little ginger Empress said faintly. Probably he can fly. Yeah. Oh, the shining view realm. Before Xiaolu's words left his mouth, suddenly a serious scolding voice was heard. What are you two doing? Why are you here? Lucian glanced at the sound. Name, Zhang Zhou. Sex, male. Age, 25. Divine fate, innate rune composing body, quality, earth grade upper. Realm, Jedan realm, great success. Circumstances, personal disciple of Elder Cold Mountain of Dandao Peak. Impatience, no room for error. At the initiation ceremony, he saw that some newcomers who had not yet passed the initiation ceremony had mistakenly entered the ranks of the registered disciples of the Huaqing sect, and he became enraged. Ahem. Lucian cleared his throat, put his hands behind his back, and said with a straight face, Little brother, you misunderstood. I am. Go down you. Zhang Zhou suddenly struck out a powerful qi. Lucian stumbled a few steps and stumbled toward the bottom of the stone steps as his feet stepped on the ground. Land sink? Jiang Yuehan was shocked and fiercely gouged Zhang Zhou and hurriedly ran towards Lucian. Xiaolu's classmates were halfway there before they finally stopped and stood still. He immediately turned around and pointed at Zhang Zhou. I'm ing convex, dish, your ass. Just after the words, suddenly the chapter boat disappeared from sight. To be exact, the entire Huaqing sect was gone. The scene in front of him turned into a pure white space. Jiang Yuehan came to Lucian's side and inquired with concern. Are you alright? I'm fine. Lucian looked around. The initiation ceremony has begun. And this is Elder Duantai's realm. Jiang Yuehan explained with a slight frown on her eyebrows. During the weekdays, he smelts iron and smelts weapons within the realm. And during the initiation ceremony, it's used as a trial ground. In her last life, she had experienced this once. Within the realm, there are 3 separate gates, ranging in distance from far to near. Those who were able to pass the first gate would be qualified to be a registered disciple of the Huaqing sect, but only as an outer disciple. If you pass the second gate, you can be an inner disciple. The third gate is for pro-disciples. In her previous life, she easily made it to the third gate and became a Huaqing sect progenitor. But in this life, relying on their own strength, want to walk through the third door. I'm afraid. Suddenly, Elder Duantai's voice resounded within the realm. There's no need for you all to panic. Huaqing sect's entrance ceremony officially begins. Chapter 63, Passing the Trial in Seconds. Jia. I have to knock him hard. Elder Duantai's words fell. The originally boisterous crowd instantly quieted down. Kan Yuehan clenched her pink fists. The mind is torn. How do you get past the trials yourself? If stopped at the second door, lean north. I'm a secret disciple, and I actually have to participate in a trial. Lucian said indignantly and picked up Jiang Yuehan in a princess hug. Kan Yuehan was shaken and stumbled. At first faces were shocked. After realizing that she was in Lucian's embrace, her emotions instantly calmed down. In the blink of an eye, Lucian led Jiang Yuehan out of the third door, back to the real world. Phew! Lucian placed Jiang Yuehan on the ground. Now, the little assassin wouldn't have to worry. There was no way to pass the trial. The main idea is a surprise. It made her too late to be sad. More than that, it eliminates the possibility of other people chewing on it behind their backs. I'm such a genius. Thinking about it, Lucian turned his head to Jiang Yuehan and said, Don't mind it. I'm in a hurry and pushed that grandson of mine for revenge. After saying this, he ascended the stone steps and walked toward the line of registered disciples, breaking into a loud voice. Hey, which one pushed me just now? Jiang Yuehan looked at Lucian's back and gently shook her head. As the person who knows Lucian best, how could she not know what Lucian was thinking? This guy is really. You wait for me. Yeah. At the sound of Lucian's voice, he immediately stopped and looked back. In the line of sight, Jiang Yuehan came against the light. The sun shone on her body, her skin like jade and her long hair like snow, beautiful as can be. When the crowd of registered disciples saw Lucian and Jiang Yuehan ascending the stone steps hand in hand and walking towards them, all of them were astonished. Out so soon? And it's the third door? Whether it was the inner disciples or the outer disciples, it was as if they had seen a ghost alive. They had never seen a disciple who had passed the initiation trial in such a short period of time. Even the few pro-disciples revealed sweaty expressions. People will die, and goods will be thrown away. there is also a gap between the pro-disciples. Where did this heavenly pride come from? Doesn't he have heavenly qualifications? Ha! When Zhang Zhou saw this, his jaw dropped even more. He was a little sorry now. Did you use too much force just now? Shangguan Yun Ao and a few elders, on the other hand, were dumbfounded. No, the two secret disciples. How come they're also participating in the trial? Xiao Lua, how do you? Shangguan Yun Ao walked quickly towards Lucian and Zhang Yuehan. These two, nowadays, were the favorite disciples of the Supreme Elder, with a status like that of a sect master. Even he, the true sect leader, had to treat him politely. But before Shangguan Yun Ao could finish his sentence, Lucian made a silent gesture. Shoo! Immediately after, he held Zhang Yuehan's hand and went straight to the chapter boat. Came to the front of the chapter boat, open-mouthed cursed, "Mom's a son of a, just now you girl push me ah?" Swish! A line of sight instantly landed on Zhang Zhou's body. Several elders looked at each other. What's going on here? Especially Cold Mountain. His heart fluttered fiercely. Is this his favorite disciple in trouble? It's not good to mess with anyone. Why did he mess with the disciple of the Supreme Elder? Zhang Zhou was looked at in his heart and forced to smile to Lucian. Sorry, I just said, hug your mom's ass. Lucian interrupted in a stern voice. If apologizing is useful, why do you need the government to do anything? You have to pay compensation. If you don't blackmail someone for such a great opportunity, you'll wake up crying in your dreams. Zhang Zhou frowned. Not buddy. Lucian interrupted. Who's buddies with you? Zhang Zhou wanted to say something, and after sinking a heavy breath, he said in a resolute manner, even if you have the strength, then you should participate in the trial and follow the rules. I pushed you. Yes. The words fall. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. A crowd of disciples on the roster. They were talking about it. Yeah, this newcomer is too arrogant. It's just a higher natural talent. As to float like that? That's right. Her mouth still stinks. She opens her mouth to curse. She has no education. Shangguan Yun Ao ran quickly. All shut up. The cacophony of voices subsided instantly. For a moment it was quiet as a pin drop. Cold Mountain also took a big step forward and questioned Zhang Zhou. Zhang Zhou, what the hell is going on here? Master, before the grand ceremony began, he and that woman came together next to the line of registered disciples. Zhang Zhou hurriedly explained. When the disciple saw him standing in the wrong place, he was angry and pushed him. Lucian said in a cold voice, was that a push? You were riveted enough to hit a palm. If it wasn't for my good physique, I would have been ruined. Zhang Zhou's eyes widened. I didn't. Lucian snorted coldly and said nothing more. Of course I know you didn't. But how do you blackmail more if you don't? Besides, that's not a lot of force. If it had hit any other newcomer, it would have been hurt. Cold Mountain's face sank. Zhang Zhou apologized to Lucian. Zhang Zhou was incredulous. Master, I did wrong. Why should I apologize? Now that it's come to this, you're still talking tough? I've damn well already joined the sect. It's not like I need to participate in the initiation ceremony, and you're indiscriminately making a move without giving me a chance to speak. Lucian questioned. You call that right? Zhang Zhou froze. You've joined the sect? That's right. These two are the secret disciples of the Supreme Elder. They have already joined the sect yesterday, and the sect leader has licensed them without the need to participate in the entrance ceremony. Cold Mountain said aloud so that every registered disciple could hear, lest any more unintelligent ones mess with the Supreme Elder's beloved disciple. Secret disciple? Or two? Boom! The crowd of registered disciples instantly exploded. Chapter Boat, on the other hand, swallowed heavily. Now he realized that he had kicked the bucket, or a cranky iron plate. There's no mercy in cursing. Master, disciple is being abrupt. Zhang Zhou stammered. Disciple saw that these two were not wearing the Hua Qing sect's. In theory, the first thing you should do after entering is to change into the Hua Qing sect's attire. Lu, you see this is indeed a misunderstanding. Cold Mountain took over and looked at Lucian to plead on behalf of Zhang Zhou. Logically speaking, you guys should also change your clothes to come. It must have come as a surprise and been forgotten. Ha ha ha, but it does not matter. Before there are also many disciples. Forget to wear the clan's robe. In the future as long as the habit of. Lucian ignored Cold Mountain and looked at Zhang Yuehan. What kind of clothes? Has Master said anything about clothes? The little ginger Empress shook her head. It was never mentioned. This, Cold Mountain was dumbfounded. Hey, look at the mess this has made. Found the source. Blame it on my master. Lucian sighed. Elder Cold Mountain. Zhang Zhou, don't worry you too. I'll call my master to come and apologize to you. After saying that, he took Zhang Yuehan's small hand and turned his head away. Cold Mountain was shocked and hurriedly followed. Hey. Request for power generation. Chapter 64, I'm not being human. Xiao Lu wait. There's something to be said for that. There's something to be said for that. Cold Mountain called out to Lucian, making the Supreme Elder apologize? Unless it was because he didn't want to hang out in the Hua Qing sect anymore. At this time, Shangguan Yun Ao opened his mouth to make a roundup. The Supreme Elder must have had a hard time cultivating in seclusion and couldn't care less about these trivial matters. This matter is also my fault to say the least. It's me as the sect leader who didn't think it through well. Cold Mountain's eyes lit up and he hastily agreed. Right. Shangguan Yun Ao glanced at Cold Mountain. Cold Mountain froze, an embarrassed look on his face. Sloppy, barely resting on his laurels. How did you lose your emotional intelligence? Ahem. Cold Mountain cleared his throat and said with a sarcastic smile, Xiao Lua. This matter actually can't be blamed on the sect leader. The sect leader is in charge of everything day to day. The responsibility should be on us as elders for being out of the loop. This statement was made. The remaining few elders all looked mournfully at Cold Mountain. This old dang. His own disciple made a mistake and he wants all the elders to pull him down? Leaning north. Wanted to hit him so bad, but couldn't do it in this situation right now. Let's put it this way. Xiao Lu is not an unreasonable person. Shangguan Yunao said with a straight face. Elder Cold Mountain. Your disciple has made a mistake. It is you, as a master, who has failed to discipline him. You should make amends to Xiao Lu. Cold Mountain was a bit stunned. Just make amends? That's it? Shangguan Yunao violently tugged on Cold Mountain's arm and lowered his voice. You can talk less. Cold Mountain laughed awkwardly and looked at Lu Shun. Little Lu, as long as you can forget about the past, compensation gift just take your pick. Really cannot. Directly to my Dan Dao Peak. Look at the random take. Shangguan Yunao blared towards Lu Shun. That's pretty much it. Give a step down. Since Elder Cold Mountain is so sincere. Lu Shun grinned. Then the late generation will be respectful. Good talk. Cold Mountain nodded and said with a smile. Little Lu, today is the important day of the initiation ceremony. I don't have much time. If you go to the Dandao Peak, you can let Zhang Zhou entertain you. It was just right to take this opportunity to let Lu Shun and Zhang Zhou put their differences on ice. I'm still really old-fashioned. Then, Senior Zhang, I'm counting on you. Lu Shun put an arm around Zhang Zhou's shoulders and said with a smile. Zhang Zhou's eyes lit up. This was forgiving himself? Must be good. Zhang Zhou hurriedly backhanded Lu Shun's neck. Master Lu is polite. Self-brother. Zhang is obliged. Lu Shun, ha ha ha. Chapter boat, ha ha ha. Hiss. Cold Mountain sucked in a breath of cold air at the sight. Why do you suddenly have a bad feeling about this? A quarter of an hour later. Dandao Peak, Pill Field. Master Lu, my Dandao Peak doesn't have many exotic treasures. It's just that medicinal herbs are predominant. But all of these medicinal herbs are worth thousands of dollars when they're placed on the market. Zhang Zhou walked in front to lead the way, patiently introducing Lu Shun Zhang Yuehan behind him. Senior brother Lu, senior sister Jiang. What's planted in this area are all ambergris flowers. It's, Zhang Zhou looked back at Lu Shun, then smiled as he prepared to continue the introduction. Turning his head, he realized that the ambergris flowers in the field had disappeared for the most part for no reason. This is. The chapter boat people were dumbfounded. What the hell? Senior Zhang, there's no need to panic. Lu Shun raised his hand and gently patted Zhang Zhou's shoulder. Chapter boat looked back in bewilderment. Seeing Lu Shun with a smile on his face, the Zhang Yuehan by his side had an icy expression. Hands on. I wonder when there was an extra Chin Kuan bag. Zhang Zhou's face was suspicious as he continued to walk deeper into the medicinal field. Master Lu, this is the fruit of this tree. It's called. Zhang Zhou walked while watching the herbs disappear and pressed to finish the introduction. Halfway through the medicine field. The field is out of a good portion of the medicine. If this strolls any further, hiss. These two are really daring to take it. I'm afraid I'm not here to eat grievances, but they are the secret disciples of the Supreme Elder, and the Master has explained that he has to be well entertained. There's no way to say it directly. One can only be euphemistic. So what? Senior Lu, tired of shopping? Zhang Zhou hardened his head and squeezed out a smile, taking the initiative to say soft words once in his life. Lu Shun said fervently, Senior Zhang, what kind of words are these? You and I are disciples of the Hua Qing sect. If we get tired after only a few steps, I'm afraid we'll bring shame to the sect. Chapter boat froze at his words. Good point. I can't believe I don't have a rebuttal. Thinking for a moment, Zhang Zhou carefully asked, Then, Senior brother Lu, do you feel your mouth is dry? Should we go and drink a cup of tea first? Lu Shun didn't answer, but instead looked at Zhang Yuehan. The little ginger empress shook her head and said, Not thirsty yet. When Lu Shun saw this, he then smiled and said to Zhang Zhou, Senior Zhang, we are not thirsty yet, so we won't bother you. Master Lu, Zhang Zhou was really out of options and was close to kneeling down for Lucian. Senior Zhang, I can see that you must be tired. Why don't we stroll around another day? Lucian took the initiative to open his mouth and said with a smile. Zhang Zhou's eyes lit up. The eyes that looked at Lucian instantly became clear. Senior Lu, I'll see you two off. Oh heavens, oh earth. They finally have a conscience. In that case, Lucian wasn't too much. Yeah, not too much. At this time, Lucian once again opened his mouth and asked tentatively, by the way, Senior Zhang, I don't know what Elder Cold Mountain said about the compensatory gift? Chapter boat froze. Those herbs just now. It adds up to tens of thousands of stones. Reparations? What's the point of making amends? Lucian saw that Zhang Zhou was hesitant to speak, so he turned his head to Zhang Yuehan and said, Mother, you say that Elder Cold Mountain won't go back on his word, right? Zhang Yuehan frowned her eyebrows. He also heard Lucian continue. You and I are fine. It doesn't matter if we want to make amends or not, but it's not easy to explain on the side of Master. Of course, we won't take the initiative to tell the Master what happened today, but paper can't wrap fire. I'm afraid that the Master will find out. Until then, the little ginger Empress pursed her lips. Good tea. Why did I see Xiaobailian's shadow from this little devil's body? But while she thought this in her heart, her mouth echoed. Husband has a point. Zhang Zhou really couldn't hold his breath. After 368 seconds of silence had passed, he snapped his head up and said, Reparations, reparations, whatever Master Lu has his eye on, feel free to take it. Aha, I don't do people anymore. Anyway, Master Chief has spoken. What's the point of me stopping? Take it all. I'm just a little pro-disciple. Why are you messing with the Elder's disciple? This wave, it was borrowing something from the Dandao Peak to make friends with the secret disciples. Lean, figured it out. I'm not losing anything. Come, Senior Brother Lu. Senior Brother will take you to the depths of the Pill Garden for a stroll. Zhang Zhou took the initiative and grabbed Lucian's wrist, striding towards the place where the strange treasures were planted. Half an hour passed. Lucian man was numb. I can't believe him reflecting on it. Did I go a little too far? Chapter 65 A man who has endured too much. Not a man? Sunset Peak. Moonwatch Pavilion. Zhang Yuehan looked at the piles of medicinal herbs in the backyard and looked a little dazed. Did you go a little overboard? 2/3 of the ordinary medicinal herbs of Dandao Peak, 3/4 of the exotic medicinal herbs, and Elder Cold Mountain's suppressed medicinal herbs. All of them were moved by Lucian. No exaggeration. Today's Dandao Peak's medicinal material heritage was completely inferior to that of Falling Cloud Peak. Calling Dandao Peak again seems somewhat inappropriate. That's not true, Lucian said indifferently. Zhang Yuehan froze and looked at Lucian. Where's the difference? Lucian said in a serious manner. You should be asking if we've gone a little too far. Zhang Yuehan pursed her lips, so tempted to retort, but couldn't find a reason. Indeed, it was she and Lucian who went as a group. Moreover, she was the one who took the Qiankuan bag and collected herbs all the way in the back. Don't tell me, it's a pretty good feeling. Nope, it's all because Lucian brought me down. Lucian sighed, put his hands behind his back, and said righteously, in fact, it's right for us to do this. It's just that the truth is in the hands of a few, and it's not easy to be understood. Hey, whoever made me good, I'm willing to take the blame. It doesn't matter. Zhang Yuehan opened her small mouth wide and looked at Lucian in dismay. What nonsense are you talking all of a sudden? Lucian asked softly. Little assassin, who do you think is better at alchemy between Elder Cold Mountain and I? Zhang Yuehan replied without thinking. Naturally, it's you. Lucian asked again. Since that's the case, is the grade of the pills that Elder Cold Mountain makes with these herbs not as good as mine? Zhang Yuehan always felt that something was wrong, but couldn't tell what was wrong. Nodded. Indeed. So, I had no choice but to do this in order to avoid these medicinal herbs being dusted in the Dandao Peak and spoiled by amateurs. Lucian sighed. It's just a pity that the world doesn't understand me. I've endured too much on my own. So that's it. Zhang Yuehan's eyes lit up, as if she understood Lucian's good intentions. So, you're planning to take these herbs, refine them into 7 stripe pills, and then return them to the Dandao Peak? Lucian froze and asked rhetorically. I'm sick? Zhang Yuehan was momentarily speechless. All right. What was I expecting? Most of the day passed. The trial in the square in front of the sex hall was finally nearing its end. Of the original 1,000, only 100 or so remained. There was only one person who had passed through the 3rd gate and gained the qualification of a pro-disciple. Most of the rest were outer disciples. There were less than 20 people who had the qualifications to be inner disciples. Xiaobailian was among them. White Lotus. I passed. I passed the test. Zhou Zizhan spent more than an hour and finally walked out of the first door, excitedly coming to find Xiaobailian to celebrate. Zhou Zizhan. Congratulations, Xiao Balian said with a smile. Zhou Zizhan? Zhou Zizhan looked stunned. On weekdays, Sister White Lotus calls me Brother Zizhan. Now, why call me by my first name? Sister White Lotus. Who is this? Beside Xiao Balian, a young man dressed in Damascene silk with a circumspect look asked. Xiao Balian took the teenager's arm and said with a smile, Brother Ouyang, Zhou Zizhan is really my fellow countryman. Thanks to him taking care of me on this journey here. Ouyang Honglu raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhou Zizhan. Young Zhou, right? Thank you for taking care of Sister White Lotus before. Since you are a friend of Sister White Lotus, you are a friend of me. Ouyang Honglu. In the future, if there is anything, feel free to come to me. By the way, I am this year's Hua Qing sect, the only one of the personal disciples, under the door of Elder Yin Wudao Yin of Xianfu Peak. Zhou Zizhan looked bewildered. Pro disciple? Yeah, Brother Ouyang is awesome. Xiao Balian looked at Ouyang Honglu adoringly, then smiled at Zhou Zizhan and said, By the way, I worshipped the Dan Dao Peak, so you can also worship the Dan. Before the words are out, Ouyang Honglu jumped the gun and said, Sister White Lotus, I saw that Brother Zhou came out of the first Dao Gate. I'm afraid he's an outer disciple. Outer disciples, who don't seem to have the qualifications to worship the peaks, are unified by the Hall of Performing Arts and learn boxing and kung fu. Hearing this, Xiao Balian pretended to be disappointed. That's so. How could she not know that with Zhou Zizhan's current strength, he would be an outer disciple at the top? Even, in her opinion, it was already a miracle for Zhou Zizhan to pass the first gate and become an outer disciple. Thinking in his heart, Xiao Balian said in a fake and sympathetic manner, Brother Zhou, don't be discouraged. There's nothing wrong with being an outer disciple, and it's possible to enter the inner sect by passing the trials at a later stage. So you have to cheer up. Since Zhou Zizhan stayed in the Hua Qing sect, there was still value in utilizing him. For the time being, there was no need to tear him apart, and by keeping him, he could also put pressure on Ouyang Honglu. Let Ouyang Honglu know how sought after I am. Yes, I will try, Zhou Zizhan said excitedly. Originally, when she saw Xiao Balian so close to Ouyang Honglu, she thought that she was going to be abandoned. But now it seems that Xiao Balian still has herself in her heart. One must work harder to recover his body and try to enter the inner gate. When the time comes, join the Dandao Peak as well and double up with Sister White Lotus. I believe in you. Cho, go for it. After Xiao Balian finished speaking, she turned her head to look at Ouyang Honglu. Brother Ouyang, the banquet is about to start. Let's hurry over. Okay, Sister White Lotus. Ouyang Honglu responded intimately and turned around to take Xiao Balian away. Zhou Zizhan quickly followed. Ouyang Honglu's afterglow caught a glimpse of Zhou Zizhan's figure and sneered. Brother Zhou, it seems that our banquets are not in the same place. The banquet for inner disciples and pro-disciples is at the Hua Qing sect's main hall. The outer disciples were numerous and were arranged in the square. Just wait where you are. Zhou Zizhan's footsteps lurched. Watching Ouyang Honglu and Xiao Balian leave, the mood was complicated to the core. Sister White Lotus, what are you looking for? Inside the main hall, Ouyang Honglu saw Xiao Balian looking around and couldn't help but ask curiously. I saw that this great hall was majestic and unusual, so I couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Xiao Balian replied with a smile. After saying that, he continued to look for Lu Shen. That's not true. According to that handsome man's qualifications, he definitely had the qualifications to be an inner disciple. Moreover, that handsome man was even higher than Ouyang Honglu's realm. Ouyang Honglu not Chi realm have all become pro-legacy. The dude should be pro-transmission as well. But why didn't he come to the feast? Could it be that he didn't worship the Hua Qing sect? Impossible. He was from the Dongyang prefecture. He should have worshipped in the Hua Qing sect. But him, why didn't he come? Where did the man go? At the same time, Shangguan Yun Ao and several elders, too, had the same question. No? Where's Lu Shen and Jiang Yuehan? Where did the man go? Shangguan Yun Ao quietly said to Cold Mountain. Quickly, you quickly go to look for it, so as not to fall into the mouth, so as not to upset the Supreme Elder. Chapter 66 Willowwood Stick Upgrade. What the hell is old Dragon King doing? Is he sick? Snap. Falling Cloud Peak, the second floor of the Moonwatch Pavilion. The applause was loud and clear. Lucian smiled and said to Jiang Yuehan, congratulations, we must have a good meal tonight to celebrate. I can't eat anymore. I'm already full just from eating the body tempering pill. Jiang Yuehan laughed and pulled Lucian's arm to stop the other party's childish behavior. She looked at Lucian's gray face and her eyes were filled with emotion. Bringing back so many herbs from Dandao Peak. This guy, it's not about the money. Rather, it was to make body-hardening pills for himself. A full dozen bottles of 7-stripe body tempering pills had hardened his realm, raising it to the 9th stage of the body tempering realm. You What's that look in your eye? Lucian was a little embarrassed by Zhang Yuehan's look. The little ginger empress looked at the innocent older boy in front of her and smiled knowingly. Thank you. Why are you thanking me? All a few brothers. All married. Lucian cleared his throat and said in a fake cloudy manner. Don't misunderstand. I'm not refining pills specifically for you. I had an idea before. Seeking to rely on the elixir. Could I eat my way into a generation of masters? It's a pity. Little master. I'm so gifted that I don't need to resort to this kind of external power. It's a dream that will have to be counted on to come true. After saying that, Lucian observed Zhang Yuehan's expression. He was secretly relieved to see his eyebrows smiling. With that said, I'm sure she won't have a deficit mentality. I'm a real genius. Zhang Yuehan suddenly thought of something and said to Lucian, by the way, after the entrance ceremony, the clan will organize a banquet. Should we go over there? In her last life, she had only joined the Huacheng sect next year, as the only personal disciple of that year. This entry into the clan was a year early, and I nearly forgot the process of entering the clan. Banquet? Lucian froze, and no one was notified. In theory, it should be notified by the Master Peak Master, but our master is. Zhang Yuehan smiled helplessly. In her previous life, she was the personal disciple of the sect master Shangguan Yun Ao. In this life, he became a secret disciple of the Supreme Elder, although the status of the Supreme Elder was higher than that of the sect leader. But this Supreme Elder of the Huaqing sect didn't seem to be very reliable. Forget it, no notice is no notice. It's not our fault. Besides, the party was rowdy and noisy, and you don't like that kind of occasion. It would be better to stay in the Moonwatch Pavilion and properly prepare for the upcoming trial. I don't know yet if what Jiangli said is true or not. Xianhua is so coincidental that he came to Huacheng sect? If it's true, then how should I take this unsullied Xian Phoenix blood? Lucian thoughtfully held his chin and gazed at Zhang Yuehan, blinking at her. The little ginger empress also blinked her beautiful eyes. In the next second, it was understood what Lucian meant. This guy is pointing at me. I'm not sure if the Xian Phoenix can come, but if you want to hurt the Xian Phoenix to get blood, you have to use at least a precious blade or above. Zhang Yuehan answered truthfully. In his last life, he arrived at the Huaqing sect a year late. Indeed, it was unclear that Xian Huang had ever come to the Huaqing sect. However, how the Xian Phoenix blood was taken was still known. In his previous life, he had had the opportunity to take the blood of the Xian Phoenix and use it to refine his heavenly destiny. Nay, it was preempted by the demon lord Lucian. That guy, he directly killed the great Yu dynasty's sacred bird, the Xian Phoenix, to make stew, floating fragrance for miles. The emperor of the kingdom of Dayu was enraged and sent troops to conquer Lucian. He himself has been invited by the emperor of the kingdom of Dayu. That's how I met this Lucian guy. As a result, the army of Dayu, without even seeing Lucian's silhouette, was completely wiped out. Great Yu's heaven-prying mirror experts all perished. The only one who survived was himself, the outsider. Weapon grades, mundane, good, lower, medium, upper, extreme, precious, divine, rare or above blades. Lucian frowned. Immediately after that, a willow stick was pulled out from the system space. Zhang Yuehan's face was stunned. This thing? Why do you still have it? Lucian was serious. This is a treasure. Of course I have to keep it. Zhang Yuehan had a head full of questions. Baby? Where's the baby? Lucian stood the willow stick on the ground and said with a straight face. Look at this stick. Is it straight? Is it long? Is it thick? Zhang Yuehan was unsure. And then what? Lucian asked in astonishment. And then? Where is there any then? Isn't a stick of this level precious enough? Zhang Yuehan sighed. All right. You say baby, then baby. Zhang Yuehan suddenly realized something. A devilish aura was faintly emanating from this willow stick. Suddenly, she remembered. Previously, Lucian had temporarily reached the future immortal realm due to a secret technique in his nightmare home. In the beginning, it had used this wooden stick as a weapon and had poured its true chi into it. I didn't realize that the true chi was actually still there. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Suddenly, Lucian exclaimed in shock. He looked at the willow stick in his hand with his delusion-breaking god pupil. Information detected, magic weapon mortal willow stick. Earlier, it had been tried with the black iron increase seal. There's no way to upgrade this thing. Now that I look at it again, it's actually mortal. Lean. What's the principle of this? Whatever. Then, Zhang Yuehan saw Lucian watery and spiritually pulled out the black iron increase seal from his pocket and stamped it on the willow wood stick. Immediately afterward, a dazzling golden light was seen flashing from the willow stick. After a few moments of subsiding, the willow stick actually produced a change, turning into a black iron stick. What? The little ginger empress man was dumbfounded. The black iron increase seal she did know, passed down from ancient times, A rare treasure in the world. It seems reasonable that Lucian could have something like this. It seems reasonable. But it actually works for willow sticks. That thing? It's a mortal weapon? Is that reasonable? What's the principle of this? Congratulations to the host. You've acquired the magic soldier, good black iron stick. Lucian couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from rising when he heard the system's beep. Sure enough, it's upgraded. In the future, upgrades can continue to be made. Sooner or later, you'll be drying up to a god product. Stick, you're in for a real treat when you're with me. You wouldn't want to take this stick and cultivate it into a divine product, would you? At this time, Jiang Yuehan asked in dismay. Lucian was shocked. You know all this? Jiang Yuehan drawled helplessly. It's true, isn't it? What the hell was the idea of taking a rare treasure and using it on a stick? Forget it, it's Lucian's own stuff anyway, so he can use it however he wants. But hitting Genghis with a stick, the little ginger empress couldn't help but shiver as she spoke. The images are too brutal. That won't do. I only have a black iron increase seal in my hand right now. It's still far from being a rare item. Lucian pondered. Before the trial begins, I have to go to Divine Soldier Peak to find Elder Duan Tai and ask for a weapon that is handy. Tai. I don't know if that old Dragon King is willing to give it. If he does, I'll ask him to send another set of cloak by the way. The little ginger empress looked at Lucian in confusion. What old Dragon King? What sends a cloak? What the hell is Tai again? What's this all about? Chapter 67, The Reversal of the Dream? Boys, I'll be right back. After Lucian finished speaking, he stood up and quickly ran out of the house, ready to go to Divine Soldier Peak to get his weapons. Kids? Jiang Yuehan looked around. Where are they? What the hell is a child again? It's hard to believe that he's ordering me around. Want kids? Thinking about it, Jiang Yuehan's pretty face suddenly blushed to the root of her ears. Cackle. The door to the house was suddenly pushed open again. In less than half a tea, Lucian turned back. Why? I forgot. The clan is holding a banquet. Elder Duan Tai is definitely not at Divine Soldier Peak. We'll go back to blackmail tomorrow, and get the weapons tomorrow. Jiang Yuehan sat on the bed, stealing a glance at Lucian. He looked out the window again. It was getting dark and the moon had risen. It's getting late. Let's rest. At this time, Lucian said calmly. Jiang Yuehan's heart trembled and she stammered. Okay, then take a break. Rest. The words have just been spoken. Lucian had then come to the bedside. Jiang Yuehan was shocked and quickly moved to the inside position. The mind starts to do the thinking. It's no problem. It's no problem. We're married anyway. It makes sense to have children. At this time, Lucian took off his shoes and socks and slowly laid down on the bed, then took out the dream entry pill and swallowed it, and then held Jiang Yuehan's hand. Duplicity. Bar. Holler 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 holler. After saying that, Lucian fell asleep and died. The dream entry elixir, taken in advance, was remarkably effective. It's just as well. The same bed at night, mind drifting in and out of sleep. The double practice went into a dream, and the night passed as soon as his eyes opened and closed. Totally solves the problem of being embarrassed to take a break. At the same time, the double practice cleanses itself and saves on bathing. 2 for the price of 1. Lucian fell asleep, snapped his mouth a few times, and dreamily said, I'm such a genius. The little ginger empress was full of questions. The shyness of the heart was gone. Instead, I felt a twinge of regret. I took the initiative. You just went to sleep? Jiang Yuehan frowned. Suddenly something comes to mind. Just now, before he fell asleep, the purple pill he ate was a dream entry pill? What was the effect of the dreaming elixir again? Although, the little ginger empress didn't use it. However, he is quite knowledgeable about all types of weapons, elixirs, and gongfu martial arts. Talented and hardworking. The king of the 3 worlds and 10 states roles is not her. Jiang Yuehan thought for a moment before remembering. After taking the dream entrance pill, the effect on dual cultivation is greatly enhanced. And, never wake up until the double take is over. Muttering quietly, she silently operated the yin-yang heart technique and entered a state of dual cultivation with Lucian. Lucian's eyelashes fluttered gently for a few moments as his consciousness entered the dream world. Jiang Yuehan, however, still had her eyes open and slowly sat up while maintaining her dual cultivation state. She gazed at Lucian and scrutinized. Didn't look too closely earlier. Now that I look at it, that's when I realized that he had such good skin, fine skin, and long eyelashes. The little ginger empress held Lucian's hand with one hand, while her other hand gently touched Lucian's eyelashes. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Feeling Lucian's nostrils, she didn't hold back for a moment and directly kissed him. Dreamland. This is the forbidden land of the Huacheng sect? Lucian frowned lightly as he looked at the stone monument in front of him that had the word Forbidden Land written on it. When he looked up, The fog ahead was horizontal and visibility was extremely low. In a few days, it's going to be a trial here? Asterisk 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 asterisk. That feels so dangerous. Luckily, it's a dream world, so it'll be fine. Even if you die, you'll just wake up, right? Muttering, Lucian took large strides toward the Forbidden Land. Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation coming from his mouth, at his tongue. In an instant, Lucian's eyes widened. Lean, this dream feels so real. Raised his hand and touched his lips. So numb. Could it be that the mist in this forbidden land is poisonous? Gulp. Lucian swallowed. Why does it smell so sweet? This mist, with a sweet flavor? Hiss. It seems like you have to be careful and watch out during the trials. As it happens, the dream entry Dan brought me to the Forbidden Land. I'll take this opportunity to do some good scouting in the Forbidden Land to be prepared. With this in mind, Lucian continued to explore the Forbidden Land. The strange feeling grew stronger. Phew. Good thing it was a dream. If this were reality, I'm afraid I'd be poisoned to death. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why is the body so hot too? I'm going to have to write all of this down. Wait until just before the trial begins so that the little assassin can be warned ahead of time and be prepared. Early the next morning, Jiang Yuehan ended her dual cultivation and stopped the operation of the yin-yang heart technique. She got off of Lucian and lay down on her side, taking deep breaths to adjust her breath. Oops. One didn't pay attention and kissed all night. Hiss. Finished. She glanced at Lucian. It was found that Lucian's mouth was obviously swollen. There were so many other places that were planted with strawberries. Thinking about it, Jiang Yuehan took out a mirror from the system space and looked at herself. Luckily, with the cold poison from the ice heart technique, I was fine at all. The lips stay cold and don't swell at all. Just, how should I explain this to Lucian? So shy. It's all the fault of that broken system, giving what the Book of Love for a good reason. Bringing me down. Forced you to watch it? The little ginger Empress automatically ignored the system's dislike. Raising his hand, he touched his cheek. How can you have cold poison and your face still burn? Did I forget to take the holy fire pill? Why? The cold poison didn't kick in. It's kinda weird. How did I, now, become like this? Follow the little devil around, close to the ink. And the system? It's no good. Blame it on land sinking and the system. But, is that what falling in love turns out to be like? Kinda. As Jiang Yuehan's thoughts drifted, Xiao Lu's classmates woke up leisurely. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why is my mouth still so numb? Lucian slowly opened his eyes and subconsciously touched his mouth with his hand. Is my mouth swollen? Lean. Backfired by the dream. I didn't expect that forbidden place to be so terrifying. Little assassin. I'm telling you. Lucian hurriedly got up and wanted to inform Jiang Yuehan, but before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Yuehan first winced and looked at Lucian with a tense face. Reacting greatly, Lucian blinked and asked with concern, Little assassin, what's wrong with you? Jiang Yuehan twisted her hands together in a knot and stammered. No, nothing, last night Lucian interrupted sharply. Yes, I almost forgot the main thing. Last night I dreamed of the Huaqing sect's Forbidden Land, and that Forbidden Land was extremely foggy. It will also leave your mouth red and swollen and your mouth numb. What happened in the dream backfired on reality. Look at my mouth. Is it swollen now? Chapter 68. Master has labored for so many years. What's wrong with enjoying himself now? Jiang Yuehan pursed her lips and gently nodded. Since the misunderstanding. Well, then, let's keep the misunderstanding going. The truth is really hard to tell. Hiss. Lucian raised his hand to touch his neck and felt a rustling pain. Walked up to the brass mirror and saw strawberry prints all over my neck. Tugged the lining down. On the collarbone. On the chest. I'll go. Lucian was startled and hurriedly looked at Jiang Yuehan. The little ginger Empress's delicate body trembled. Done. It must have been discovered. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The fog of this forbidden land is so poisonous. I'm actually allergic to it. Just the backlash of a dream is so powerful. And wouldn't the toxicity be, if you went in reality? Luckily, Into Dreams scouted ahead. Early preparations must be made. Lucian made one slander after another in his mind and pondered over the antidote to the poison again. It's just that it's not clear. The principle of toxicity of the miasma in that forbidden land. It's just a matter of keeping all the antidote pills on hand, so it's better to be prepared. There are plenty of herbs anyway. Forget it, don't think about it. Let's eat breakfast first, Lucian said, walking quickly toward the house. Kang Yuehan cocked his head. Things, just like that? The little ginger Empress breathed a sigh of relief. The heart that was hanging in the air was finally put at ease. After she had calmed down, she realized that her body had developed a slight abnormality. The Taiyin seed seems to have shown signs of germination. Doesn't it take 79 days? Could it be that? Lucian headed to the kitchen and passed by the door to the backyard, where he found Zhongli standing by the Dan furnace with her hands folded. Master? Lucian pushed out the door and asked suspiciously, why are you here? Zhongli slowly turned back to Lucian and said with a serious face, Cold Mountain came last night, but I didn't say much when I saw that the two of you had rested. Lucian frowned lightly. Sure enough, Senior was looking at those herbs. If I had known, I would have put it away earlier. He also saw Zhongli's gloomy expression and had a bad feeling in his heart. It was the first time I had seen that this immodest master teacher had such a decent side. Is it hard to believe that it was just a disguise before? You're not really a silly fool. Is your smile just a protective color you wear? Little Lu, you went to ransack Dandao Peak yesterday? Zhongli frowned and turned toward Lucian. Ah, this. Lucian's heart trembled. Ransack the word. So ing apt. Look at this. It's time to teach yourself a lesson. The herbs are stacked in the backyard. Even if you want to renege, you can't. Hee. Master, this is where I have to say a few words about you. Zhongli came to Lucian's body and said in a serious tone, don't you know that the Dandao Peak stand furnace is also a rare item? Lucian sniffed and was confused for a second. Immediately after that, Zhongli was heard to hate it again. If you just take the herbs and don't bring back an elixir furnace, with the broken elixir furnace in our courtyard, how long will you have to refine it? But I don't blame you for this. After all, it's the first time you've done it, so it's inevitable that you've been negligent. Master has already notified Cold Mountain and asked him to personally deliver the furnace. This afternoon, we should be able to get the arrangements in place. Besides, I've already carried the matter for you, and Cold Mountain won't blame you for taking the herbs. Yesterday, you and little Jian were absent from the banquet without any reason, so I'll help you out with that as well. Shouldn't that, you show the same? After finishing her sentence in a row, Zhongli raised her eyebrows towards Lucian. So, Master wants the easy pill? Lucian asked rhetorically. Zhongli's eyes lit up and she raised her hand and pressed it on Lucian's shoulder. It's just easy to talk to a smart person. My good beloved disciple. When can we arrange for it to be in place? Lucian shook off Jiang Li's hand and said in a difficult manner. Hey, this easy pill. It needs to be refined for 77 and 49 hours, which is time-consuming and laborious. But since Master has asked, then I'll reluctantly refine another bottle for you. But one size does not fit all. These herbs are Elder Cold Mountain's reparation. As for the banquet, people pressed us without informing us. If we really want to pursue the matter, we should also blame the one who should deliver the message for his malfeasance. The disciple hasn't done anything wrong, Zhongli said with a smile. The disciple has a point. Take the time for me to criticize Shangguan Yunao. I really don't know how this child works, and the hospitality is too poor. Lucian froze. Immediately afterward, it came to his mind that the young-looking master teacher in front of him was actually more than 1,000 years old. It seems reasonable to call the Shangguan master's child. At this time, Zhongli noticed the abnormalities on Lucian's lips and neck. A meaningful expression appeared on his face. Lucian noticed Zhongli's line of sight and took the initiative to explain. Master, I fell into a dream last night and was revolted by the miasma in the Forbidden Land in the back of the mountain. By the way, Master, the miasma in our Forbidden Land, what exactly is its toxicity? Zhongli was a bit confused by the question. Forbidden Land, miasma, toxic? The backcountry is just a bit foggy. Where is it considered a miasma? Not to mention the toxicity. Is the kid stupid? Oh, I get it. It's all about making excuses. That said, the younger two are young and thin-skinned. Understood. Master understood. Ho ho ho. But it's okay. Master has lived for thousands of years. What haven't you seen? You don't have to be shy, Zhongli said with a smile. Lucian frowned at Zhongli. What's this all about? Too many pills? Forget it. Master has no form all day long. I'm afraid it's useless to ask. It's better to wait until before the trial and prepare some more pills to save your life. If you can't, you can explore the Forbidden Land yourself. Returning to his senses, Lucian said to Zhongli, Master, you're busy. I'm going to cook. In a moment, Mother and I will make a trip to Divine Soldier Peak to borrow a few rare weapons. Let's make a report to the Master first, so that we don't have to. The words have not yet been spoken. Zhongli then interrupted with a smile. Apprentice, this Hua Ching sex things, you can just take them as you please. There's no need to be so polite. Lucian smiled and said, I'm not polite, but I'm afraid that the elders will be rude to me. So before I'm not polite, I have to be polite. Apprentice, you're still too polite. Zhongli put her hands behind her back and squinted at the sky at 45 degrees. You don't know, 1,000 years ago, the Huaqing sect was just a small sect. Because of this honored one, the Huaqing sect has been able to grow so much. It's a long story. It was a dark and windy night in the Moon 200 years ago for the Master. Then in the year 1170 years, the master again. For what it's worth, 850 years ago. Oh, to be the most interesting, it was 570 years ago. So, the treasures of the several great peaks are all looted by master from the great sects during these thousands of years. After so many years of laboring for the master, there is nothing wrong with enjoying yourself now. Jian Li finished with intent. Turn around and look. But there's no sign of Lu Xun. Chapter 69, Slander me for cheating? Have the guts to show proof. People talk a lot when they're older. It's a good thing the young master had anticipated this. When Jian Li said it's a long story just now, Lu Xun had already slipped away. By the time Jiang Li finished speaking, Lu Xun had already finished breakfast with Jiang Yuehan and set off on the road to Divine Soldier Peak. On the road, Jiang Yuehan looked at Lu Xun's red swollen lips and the obvious strawberry marks on his neck. It's tempting to suggest that Lu Xun finds something to cover up, but then he stammered, too embarrassed to speak as a thief. Borrow a rare weapon. Then prepare the antidote potion. Wait for the trial to start. Get the unsullied Xian Phoenix blood. By then, the little assassin's heavenly destiny will be restored. It's okay, it's okay, it's a quick recovery. There wasn't much delay. Once this matter is settled, we can focus on cultivating and swiping the system rewards. Lu Xun walked while secretly slandering in his heart. The matter of the little ginger empress had long since become his heartache. If it is not resolved soon, it will be difficult to sleep or eat. Handsome? What a coincidence! Suddenly, a pretentious voice entered his ears. Lu Xun returned to his feet, seeing Xiao Balian walking quickly towards him. Lean, shouldn't this woman be in a greenhouse? No, it seems like she was ransomed by Zhou Zizhan, and the last time I saw her was at the Dan Shang's banquet. Jiang Yuehan also saw Xiao Balian. The pretty face instantly turned cold. Handsome guy, you've also joined the Huaqing sect. In the future, we will be fellow disciples. Handsome, how come I didn't see you at the party yesterday? Which peak did you worship? Xiao Balian came to Lu Xun and Jiang Yuehan's body and asked in a continuous stream of questions. Not waiting for Lu Xun and Jiang Yuehan to speak, Ouyang Honlu walked over and said before him, Sister White Lotus, are these two your friends? They should be outer disciples, conscious that the rough linen clothes of the outer sect have lost face, and have only worn their own clothes. However, there are rules in the sect, so I will not speak to the elders and sect leader on account of you being friends of the White Lotus. You'd better go back and change your clothes as soon as possible before the others find out. Lu Xun followed the sound and looked towards Ouyang Honlu. Isn't Zhou Zizhan beside Xiao Balian? Who the hell is this? Changing so soon? Took a look with the paradox-breaking god Pupil. The only one of the Huaqing sect's personal disciples this year. You've joined old dog Yin's gang? To say that this Xiao Balian did have some tricks up his sleeve. Hooking up with a pro-disciple so soon. No brother Honglu. Brother Lu Xun, he has extraordinary talent. There's no way he's just an outer disciple. Without waiting for Lu Xun to open his mouth, Xiao Balian even took the initiative to help Lu Xun explain in order to bring him closer. Ouyang Honglu's face was puzzled. Then he invoked his true chi to probe Lu Xun's realm. For a moment, jaws dropped. Jiedan realm? Could it be? It's the clan's senior brothers? Out of respect. However, there are rules in the sect. Even if you are a senior brother, you should still dress appropriately. Ouyang Honglu eased his attitude by a few points and said to Lu Xun. Lu Xun frowned. By the north. These two guys, why are they both so self-conscious? Forget it, just deal with it. Go to Divine Soldier Peak and ransack it. Borrowing weapons is important. But without waiting for Lu Xun to speak, Xiao Balian again took the initiative again. Brother Honglu. Brother Lu Xun is a disciple of the same class as us, not a senior brother. After saying that, she looked at Lu Xun with a smile and was about to continue to strike up a conversation. But she suddenly sensed something and her smile instantly froze. Brother Lu Xun, this mouth of yours, and on your neck, what's going on? The little ginger empress's originally icy complexion suddenly became a little shaken. Glancing aside, Lu Xun, on the other hand, had a wary look on his face. By the time of the trial, all but the little assassin will be competitors. Cootie. It was only then that the matter of the forbidden miasma was brought out. At this time, Ouyang Honlu exclaimed out in shock. I see, the two of you won't be cheating here, right? With that, he looked at Jiang Yuehan beside Lu Xun. For a split second, jaws dropped again. What a beautiful woman. It was as if a fairy had descended to earth. Abominable. A flower. Stuck on top of cow dung. Cheating? Xiao Balian looked incredulously at Jiang Yuehan and said in feigned surprise. You mischievous woman. You actually seduced brother Lu Xun. Are you guys not clear about the rules of the Huaqing sect? If you're not a Taoist couple and you're cheating on your wife, you'll be expelled from the sect. Even if you make your own death, why do you want to involve? Before the words are out, Lucian backhanded him with a slap. There was a muffled snap. Xiao Belian was directly jerked over to the ground. Steal your grandmother's love. Nonsense. I don't want to talk to you guys. And you keep yakking. You're saying one thing and I'm saying another. What's the comic relief? Do we know each other well? It's annoying as hell. Hearing this, the corners of Jiang Yuehan's mouth lifted slightly. The alarm is deactivated. It seemed that in this life, the little devil would not be deceived by Xiao Belian. This brother, you actually. Ouyang Honlu stepped forward and was about to persuade a few words when Lucian's slap hit him. After a crisp sound, Ouyang Honlu fell to the ground. Even if they are pro-disciples. But the strength was still a distance away from Lucian. Almost forgot about you. You're the one who started the bloodshed. What proof do you have of this nonsense? Still cheating. I think you two hanging out together is what I call cheating. Lucian had just finished speaking. A figure was seen walking quickly. Subconsciously, he raised his palm to strike. Slowly. The other party spoke in a hurry. Lucian's slap hung on the side of the visitor's cheek, just less than 2 inches away. When he saw the face, he was shocked and hastily put his hand back. Elder Duan Tai, why are you here? Lucian laughed awkwardly. Ahem. Duan Tai cleared his throat and straightened his coat. I found out on the mountain that someone was clamoring at the foot of the mountain. So I came to take a look. I didn't expect it to be Lu Mijuan and Zhang Mijuan. What is the matter with the two of you visiting? The words have just been spoken. Ouyang Honglu, who was sitting on the ground, was the first to get agitated. Elder Duan Tai, they were caught cheating on us here, and instead of being unrepentant, they even beat them up. Lucian was shocked and condescendingly questioned. Leaning north, talking nonsense again. Do you have any evidence? Ouyang Honglu gritted his teeth. Evidence? Isn't it obvious? As long as one is not blind, one can see it. Zhang Yuehan pursed her lips and turned around, turning her back to Lucian. It's over. Joke. Go ahead. Where's the proof? Lucian sneered. Bring it out if you have the guts. Don't spit blood. This. Duan Tai stood in the center of the duo, his gaze awkwardly looking into Lucian's mouth. Immediately afterward, the line of sight moved down and fell on the strawberry mark on Lucian's neck. Chapter 70, Married? Borrowing a weapon. Duan Tai's face showed embarrassment. Lean. What conspicuous evidence? Are these two really cheating on each other? I can't. It's broad daylight. It's clear. As a disciple of the Sunset Peak, the Supreme Elder, he lived in the Moonwatch Pavilion and had a separate room. The entire huge Moonwatch Pavilion was only inhabited by the Supreme Elder and the two secret disciples. The conditions are several times better than even a personal disciple. Do they still need to go all the way to the foot of Divine Soldier Peak to cheat on each other? That doesn't make sense either. Hardly. It's thrill-seeking. No. People are already married young couple. Steal a hammer love. Elder Duan Tai. The evidence of these two cheating on each other is overwhelming. Please follow the sect rules and dispose of them according to the law. At this time, Ouyang Honlu rose from the ground and said with righteous indignation. Ahem. Duan Tai cleared his throat and said lightly. Ouyang Pro-Transmitter, you've misunderstood. These two are already married and legally married. It's not considered cheating. The so-called evidence was probably left behind last night, just not covered up. Ouyang Honlu's face was stunned. Most of the disciples of the sect are dedicated to cultivation, and there are not even a few pairs of Dao couples. They're actually married? Evidence? Lucian looked puzzled on the side. Evidence of a hammer? What the hell are they talking about? Elder Duan Tai. What evidence? Not waiting for Lucian to get the question out, Zhang Yuehan was startled, and pulled out the marriage contract from her sleeve pocket in a watery manner, saying sharply, here's the proof. Lucian looked away. You're carrying a marriage contract with you? Seeing Lucian's attention diverted, the little ginger Empress sighed in relief and silently put the marriage contract back. Well, that'll finally put an end to things, won't it? Even if you're not cheating, but you're not wearing the sect's uniform. That's still against the sect's rules. It should also be punished. Ouyang Baking Oven said through clenched teeth. Lucian froze. Lean. Is this guy a mad dog? Chase me and bite me? What did you do to him? Nonsense. Duan Tai let out a stern bark towards Ouyang Honglu. These two are the secret disciples of the Supreme Elder. And as for the attire, the Huaqing sect has never had a precedent of accepting secret disciples, and thus was unable to get around to preparing the corresponding attire. It's a shame that you're still a pro-disciple, but you actually threw dirty water on a fellow disciple without knowing what was going on. What crime should you be held responsible for? Secret disciple? Ouyang Honglu was dumbfounded. Xiao Belian was at the side, and her beautiful eyes widened as well. Unexpectedly, Lucian actually became a secret disciple. It's okay. It's okay. It was Ouyang Honglu who caused all the trouble just now. I didn't say anything. Even if they did say it, it would be words toward Lucian. Guess there's still a chance. However, it was even if Lu Xun became a pro-disciple. What is that woman capable of? In her hands, she must have gotten hold of Lu Xun's brother. By doing so, he threatened brother Lu Xun. Hatchet to the table. You must be kept away from brother Lu Xun. Ouyang Honglu, this elder will punish you to face the wall in the confinement room for 5 days. Duan Tai spoke again. You do well for yourself. Ouyang Honglu was startled and quickly begged for mercy. Elder Duan? I can't. It's almost time for the sect trials. If I face the wall, how will the sect trials be good? I'm the only one who is a personal disciple this year. If, Duan Tai interrupted sternly. Shut up. If you bargain again, you'll be punished by facing the wall for a month. Ouyang Honglu was momentarily speechless. Duan Tai didn't pay any more attention to it, but turned his head to Lu Xun and Jiang Yuehan and said, Lu Michuan, Jiang Nichuan, since you've come to my divine soldier peak, do you want to go up and sit down and have a cup of tea before you leave? Lu Xun's eyes lit up, and he was worried about how to speak. Since Elder Duan has said so, then the latecomer can only be respectful. Saying that, he took Jiang Yuehan's hand, and smilingly made an invitation gesture towards Duan Tai. Elder Duan first. Duan Tai's heart trembled. I'll just make a guest post. How did Lu Xun react so much? Hiss. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? As he watched Lu Xun and Jiang Yuehan follow Duan Tai up the mountain, Ouyang Honglu's back teeth were gnashing. He had thought that he would be a star-studded existence as the only pro-disciple this year. However, he never expected that on top of the pro-disciples, there were actually 2 secret disciples. Going through the history of the Huaqing sect, there had never been a precedent. For a while, a kind of resentment arose in his heart, both of which had been born. Brother Ouyang, it's all my fault. I shouldn't. Xiao Beilian came to Ouyang Honglu's side and falsely wiped her tears. Indeed, it's your fault. If it weren't for you, how could I have messed with that secret disciple? Ouyang Honglu's figure flickered, avoiding Xiao Beilian's hand that reached out to grab his arm. Brother Ouyang? Xiao Beilian looked stunned. Don't call me brother. I don't have a sister like you. Ouyang Honglu let out a cold snort, and then with a wave of his big sleeve, he left the divine soldier peak straight away. Woman, do you really think I can't see your tricks? It's just as well to play along. I can't believe you're trying to use me. The way you looked at that secret disciple just now, you were on the verge of straining your eyes, and now he's still calling out to his brother in one breath. Disgusting. Hey, originally, it was to come and find a weapon, but now it seems that things will have to come to an end for the time being. Brother Ouyang, do you really not want me anymore? Xiao Beilian quickly caught up with Ouyang Honglu, but Ouyang Honglu simply ignored it. His steps quickened and he disappeared without a trace in an instant. Stinking man, actually saying he's leaving. Xiao Beilian stomped her feet in place anxiously. When I get together with Lu Xun, I'll make sure you kneel down and apologize to me. On the divine soldier peak, Lu Xun and Jiang Yuehan sat across from Duan Tai. The 3 of them sipped their tea, looking at each other without words. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Finally, Duan Tai couldn't help himself and took the lead. Smiling, so what? With Lu Mijuan and Jiang Mijuan resting here, I suddenly remembered that there's still one more blade that hasn't been forged. Lu Xun followed Duan Tai and stood up. Elder Duan, it just so happens that I have some interest in forging blades, so can I go with Elder Duan to take a look and open my eyes? Good talk, good talk. Duan Tai nodded without much thought and led Lu Xun and Jiang Yuehan towards his personal smelting workshop. Along the way, there were countless smelting workshops of various sizes, and the sound of gold and iron clanking continuously entered the ears. This divine soldier peak's cultivation method is quite peculiar. Lu Xun looked around and kept observing the grade of the weapon. It was found that most of the weapons built by these disciples were of mortal and good quality, the occasional couple of lower quality pieces, and the best ones are only medium quality. Taking Xian Phoenix blood would require at least a precious weapon, but this precious weapon, divine soldier peak wouldn't be without it, right? As he was thinking about it, he came outside Duan Tai's personal smelting workshop. The large open space in front of the door was filled with weapon racks. The weapons on it were, at the very least, of medium quality. There are even a few top quality and extreme pieces. Sure enough, the good stuff still has to be here in Elder. GGGG. Chapter 71, Gifts and Returns. The Divine Soldier's Cave takes weapons. Lu Michuan, Jiang Nichuan, please make yourselves at home. I'll go smelt the weapons first. Duan Tai smiled and said as he walked towards the smelting workshop. Elder Duan, wait. Lu Xun hurriedly said. Lu Michuan, is there anything else? Duan Tai's footsteps lurched and he turned back to ask. Just now at the bottom of the mountain. Thanks to Elder Duan for helping out. Lu Xun arched his hand and then looked at Jiang Yuehan again. Before anything more could be said, Jiang Yuehan pulled out a few spirit crystals from his Qiankuan bag. Lu Xun froze. I'll go. You know me so well? Soon after, Lucian came back to his senses and took the spirit crystal from Jiang Yuehan's hand, handing it to Duan Tai. Elder Duan, a little thank you gift. No honor. This is a spirit crystal? Duan Tai's eyes lit up. Send me? This spirit crystal is a treasure. It's worth a lot of money. Even he, who was an elder, didn't have a few pieces in his hands. Of course, there were quite a few in the Huaqing sect, but that belongs to clan property. In general, it cannot be called. Naturally, Elder Duan has helped us as a couple, so it's only natural that we should say thank you, Lucian said with a smile. The little ginger empress stood beside Lucian. Although he didn't speak, he did squeeze out a smile, nodding lightly in agreement. Ouch, 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 ouch. Duan Tai said with a smile and quickly took the spirit crystal in Lucian's hand. 3 blocks. It's a full 3 pieces. Used to smelt weapons, it can greatly enhance the grade of the weapons. Generous. Worthy of being a disciple of the Supreme Elder. It was generous. To say that Cold Mountain is also really. People are not just take him a little bit of herbs. What was all the crying about yesterday? And dragged me to drink and complain until midnight. Now look. Cold Mountain. This old man. Really no belly. Elder Duan. You helped me. A thank you gift is in order. Lucian smiled in a harmless manner. Moreover, you are an elder. And the most revered senior of my mother and I. You're so polite. You're really discounting us. There's no need to say anything. In the future, Lu Mijuan and Jiang Mijuan will be the guests of my Divine Soldier Peak. Duan Tai couldn't hide his smile. If there's anything you need from me, just ask. Lucian slapped his palm. Elder Duan, when you say it like that, I really do have one thing that I need to ask for your help. Duan Tai's smile instantly froze. Hiss. Total feeling. Did I fall for it? Luck Michuan. You're not going to ask for a lion's share, are you? I'll go. It's possible. He had, yesterday, taken away most of the medicinal herbs from the Dandao Peak. Today won't take away. No, it's useless to take so many weapons. Ha! False alarm. It seems I was being petty in my thinking. Thinking of this, Duan Tai regained his smile and said, Lu Michuan, just ask. As long as I can do it, I'll do my best. Elder Duan, isn't it true that the trial is just around the corner? And my mother and I would like to come to Divine Soldier Peak and borrow 2 handy weapons. Lucian said with a smile. I thought it was something. Why do you have to be so polite? Lu Michuan. Duan Tai sighed in relief and said, our Huaqing sect's weapons were originally provided by my Divine Soldier Peak, and according to the requirements, new disciples should also come to my Huaqing sect to get their weapons. It's kind of following the rules. Where's my help? You're welcome. Lu Michuan is really too polite. Lucian froze. Everyone gets a weapon? Duan Tai nodded. Naturally, no matter if you're a pro-disciple or an inner or outer disciple, or even a miscellaneous disciple, you can come to Divine Soldier Peak to receive your weapons. Lucian sucked in a breath of cool air. Holy, playing with hawks, letting them peck you in the eye? Lean north. Did you miss the notice because you didn't attend the banquet? If I had known, I wouldn't have given the spirit crystals. It's not right. Can the little assassin not know about this? In her last life, she didn't attend the banquet either? Thinking about this, Lucian turned his head to look at Jiang Yuehan. Jiang Yuehan gently shook her head and lowered her voice. No loss. Lucian nodded slightly when he saw this. Don't understand why it's not a loss though. But since the little assassin says it's not a loss, it's not a loss. Duan Tai looked at Lucian and then at Jiang Yuehan. What's this little couple talking about? How is it completely unreadable? Signaling in public? Is that a good idea? Elder Duan, can we pick up our weapons now? At this time, Jiang Yuehan's pretty face was icy cold as she took the initiative to ask Duan Tai Dao. May. Duan Tai nodded and frowned as he sized up Jiang Yuehan. This girl, why did she suddenly become cold? Then please, Elder Duan, take us to the Divine Soldier Cave. Jiang Yuehan spoke again. Duan Tai was startled. This girl, isn't she new? How do you know about the Cave of Soldiers? The Cave of Divine Soldiers. What is it? Lucian also wore a curious expression. The little ginger empress looked at Lucian and her tone became gentle. The place where the Huaqing sect stores blades of top grade and above. According to the rules of the Huaqing sect, after being ranked as an elder, you can go to the Divine Soldier Cave to get your weapons. So it is. Lucian raised an eyebrow. No wonder it's not a loss. So it's the little assassin who knows a handful of inside information about the Divine Soldier Cave. GG. Elder Duan, take the money and do the job. The rules of the jungle. Don't you push your luck. God. The Divine Soldier Cave. I'm afraid it's not right. Duan Tai's face showed embarrassment as he looked at Jiang Yuehan with a touch of surprise in his gaze. This girl, sure she's new? The matter of the Divine Soldier Cave. But even the personal disciples were not clear about it. How does she know so much? Lucian smiled and said, according to the rules of the Huaqing sect, isn't the status of a secret disciple equal to that of a sect leader? So going to the Divine Soldier's cave to get a weapon makes sense, doesn't it? Duan Tai was a bit hesitant. Lucian sighed. Elder Duan, if it's difficult, then forget it. We can't force it. Besides, Mother and I are not children anymore and know what adults mean in their words. Words like do your best are just courtesy between adults. We are not going to take this seriously, nor are we going to have a problem with Elder Duan. Elder Duan, just give us a few random mortal grade armaments for us to use first. Duan Tai's old face reddened with embarrassment. Lu Michuan, Zhang Nichuan, I'm not being polite with you. That was all in my mind before. You've misunderstood. When I say it's not right, I'm not saying I won't let you go, but I'm afraid you'll be in danger. The precious weapon within the Divine Soldier Peak comes with a killing aura. If that's just it, I'll personally escort you into the Divine Soldier Cave and choose your weapons. After saying that, Duan Tai made a gesture of invitation. Many thanks to Elder Duan. Thank you, Elder Duan. Elder Duan, you're so nice. Lucian was all smiles as he brought Jiang Yuehan along and followed Duan Tai towards the Divine Soldier Cave. Chapter 72. What? Elder Duan is warming up? Divine Soldier Peak, the back of the mountain. In front of the cave known as the Divine Soldier Cave, there were dozens of bull-thick iron chains across the floor. Yellow forbidden talismans were affixed to it, isolating martial artists below the god-nurturing realm. Duan Tai led Lucian and Jiang Yuehan to the outside of the Divine Soldier Cave and introduced them with a smile. Lu Mijuan, Jiang Mijuan, this is the treasure of Huaqing sect's Divine Soldier Peak, the Divine Soldier Cave. Lucian secretly nodded his head and walked forward, about to move the chains that were in the way. The moment the hand just touched the chain, suddenly I felt a strong electric current drilling into my fingertips, accompanied by a crackling sound. Lucian hastily retracted his hand. My brotherly Saw Gang, a gentleman is also defensive? Ha ha ha, Lu Michuan, don't be in a hurry. If you want to enter this Divine Soldier Cave, you need to uncover this forbidden spell first. Duan Tai stroked his beard and said in an old-fashioned manner. But he didn't rush to reveal the talisman. Jiang Yuehan glanced at Duan Tai. Why is Elder Duan indifferent? Is this an attempt to play a trick on Lucian? No, he's showing off. In his last life as well, Elder Duan Tai was most pleased to manifest himself in front of people. Anyone who forged a rare weapon needed to make it known to the entire Huaqing sect. He had once had the honor of forging a divine weapon, for which he had hosted a banquet for a full 3 days and 3 nights. The chain was made by his own hands, and the charm was set by him. He was afraid that he didn't want to hear Lucian say a few words of bragging. Only then would they happily remove the charm and release the person into the cave. So it is. I'm grateful for Elder Duan's reminder. At this time, Lucian smiled and stepped forward, reaching out to uncover the talisman. Jiang Yuehan stepped forward to try to stop it, but he saw that Lucian had already grabbed the talisman and was not affected in the slightest. Her hanging heart dropped a few points, and she silently retreated, waiting to see what would happen. Elder Duan Tai froze. By rights, Lucian should have been electrocuted. Then I stepped in and explained the subtleties of the charm, and then to personally step in and reveal the talisman. It's only when you end up reaping a wave of bragging rights. How is it that Lut Michuan didn't get electrocuted? Thinking that, he observed Lucian's realm. It was still at the Jedan realm, not yet at the god-nurturing realm. I'm also confused. A newcomer who just joined the sect, even if his natural talent is no matter how smart, how could he be in the god-nurturing realm? But if that's the case, why is it not affected by the charm? I know. It must be that Lu Mijuan's solid foundation and extraordinary natural talent made him resist the electric shock. But he is by no means, until he reaches the god-rearing realm. Just as he was thinking about it, Duan Tai saw Lucian harden and rip off the talisman. It's kinda sturdy. Lucian clutched the talisman and stumbled backward a few steps, barely missing the ground. Fortunately, it was Jiang Yuehan who was quick to assist. Duan Tai man was dumbfounded and stared blankly at Lucian. Just watered down and revealed the spell? Moreover, just now, he didn't feel any true chi fluctuations at all. Just by relying on brute force alone, giving the ability to stop charms below the nurturing spirit realm from being torn up? How solid is that foundation? Dozens of stages of the body tempering realm? Oh, what a joke. I'm simply crazy to think that the body hardening realm can have dozens of segments. There must be something wrong with the charm. That must be it. Elder Duan, to actually be able to set up such a raw talisman. You deserve it. At this time, Lucian held the talisman in his hand and said to Duan Tai, Secret Agent Lu is overpraised. Let's go in. Duan Tai laughed awkwardly, not feeling the slightest bit happy in his heart. Instead it sounded like sarcasm. As he spoke, he was ready to uncover the other talismans and take Lu Xun and Jiang Yuehan into the Divine Soldier Cave. The moment he reached out, Duan Tai had a sudden thought. It would be interesting to see what had gone wrong with the charm. Thus, he forcefully suppressed his realm to the body-tempering realm revealing symbol. But the moment his hand touched the talisman, he felt a powerful electric current surging through his body. Xiao Lu's classmates and Xiao Jiang Empress watched Duan Tai bounce in place, their bodies shivering. The hair also defied gravity in general and stood up at the roots. Elder Duan Tai he. Lu Xun wanted to say something and looked at Jiang Yuehan, saying in a shocked tone, "It's just revealing a talisman. Is it actually so ritualistic?" "Maybe." Jiang Yuehan's eyebrows knitted slightly as she looked at Duan Tai suspiciously. "This Elder Tai, what the hell is he up to? Help! Help! Help!" Duan Tai's body was still twitching, and with great difficulty he looked back at Lu Xun. "Help! Help! Help!" Lu Xun was confused and tentatively asked Jiang Yuehan, "Elder Duan is singing? Looks like practicing to me." Jiang Yuehan seriously analyzed. "I know a technique called drawing thunder technique, which is to draw the power of thunder and lightning to quench the body." Lu Xun frowned. What is Elder Duan suddenly practicing for? He's already at Shining King strength, so why does he need to quench his body? Jiang Yuehan pondered. Inside the Divine Soldier Cave, the killing aura of the blades is too heavy. Elder Duan can easily deal with it single-handedly, but with the two of us brought along, the situation will be different. I see. Elder Duan is warming up. Lu Xun looked at Duan Tai with reverence. Elder Duan is really a good elder with a fine heart. Duan Tai wants to cry. "Help! Help! Help!" Jiang Yuehan froze and exclaimed. "No! Elder Duan is electrocuted." "What?" Lu Xun made an instant decision, took out his black iron rod, and directed it towards Duan Tai's body. There was a muffled thud. Duan Tai detached himself from the thunderbolt and sat on the ground with a peer. Phew! Lu Xun pestled his stick on the ground and quickly walked towards Duan Tai. "Elder Duan, are you alright?" "No, it's not in the way." Duan Tai waved his hand and hurriedly restored his suppressed realm, opening his mouth and spitting out a puff of black smoke. Lu Xun bent down and tried to assist Duan Tai. Duan Tai waved his hand again and got himself up from the ground. Turning his head, he asked Lu Xun and Jiang Yuehan, "Lu Mijuan, Jiang Mijuan, did you see the scene just now?" Hearing this, Lu Xun's heart trembled. "Lean, Elder Duan isn't going to kill us to silence us, is he?" "Elder Duan, we didn't see it. We didn't see anything," Lu Xun hurriedly said to Jiang Yuehan. As he spoke, he vigorously glared at Jiang Yuehan. Jiang Yuehan pursed her lips, then shook her head. "Didn't see." The corners of Duan Tai's mouth twitched awkwardly a few times. These two unlucky kids, why don't they follow the rules? Unable to do anything else, he could only continue with a stiff upper lip. "I purposely demonstrated it to you all in order to remind you of the power of this talisman, so don't touch it so easily." "Ha? Anan." Oh, Lu Xun suddenly realized. So that's it. Then we saw it. Elder Duan is deeply righteous. Take the law into your own hands. I am impressed. You are simply the best elder of the Huaqing sect, bar none. Chapter 73 Got an egg. Xiao Balian wants to make false accusations? Stay low. Stay low. Duan Tai laughed out loud and took the lead toward the Divine Soldier Cave. "Lu Mijuan, Jiang Mijuan, please follow me." Lu Xun pulled out the black iron rod that was pestled on the ground with one hand, and with the other hand, he took Jiang Yuehan's small hand and quickly followed. Inside the soldier's cave, it's bright as day, even though it doesn't see the sun. Its light was actually a spontaneous outgrowth of the divine and precious weapons in the cave. A blade was glorious, its light flickering non-stop, like a fight. Duan Tai stepped into the Divine Soldier Cave and introduced himself with a smile. "Lu Mijuan, Jiang Mijuan, this 10,000 feet of light is." Before the words are out, the cave full of weapons was eclipsed, and they all lost their luster in an instant. For a while, inside the Divine Soldier Cave, it was black as pitch. Duan Tai man was dumbfounded. What's going on? Elder Duan, what were you talking about? What glow? Lu Xun walked over to Duan Tai, holding a torch. Duan Tai smiled awkwardly and said, "No, it's nothing, the weapons are all here. You guys see if there are any suitable ones." Lu Xun nodded uncertainly and led Jiang Yuehan to pick out his blades. The little ginger empress looked around with a suspicious expression on her face. Something's not right. In his previous life, he had also come to this Divine Soldier Cave. The cave was brightly lit then, not as dim as it is now. Could it be that these psychic treasures and divine blades are not welcome to me and the little devil? That said, our realm is low, so I'm afraid we won't be able to get into the eyes of these blades. Bang! Lucian pestled the black iron rod on the ground, palmed the torch, and took a closer look at the blades in front of him. Before he could take a closer look, he suddenly heard a pinging sound, as if someone was shaking his sword. Lucian looked up at Jiang Yuehan. The other party was found on the other side, illuminated by torches. Picking out blades, he looked at Duan Tai again. Elder Duan was standing not far away, smacking his lips vigorously as if he was pondering something. Hey, where's that weird movement coming from? Lucian frowned and held his breath, carefully exploring the direction of the sound source. Looking down, he realized that it was a few top-grade swords on a shelf beside the black iron rod, trembling on their own. So knowledgeable? Lucian's eyes lit up. What's the difference between that and going into a pet store and actively wagging your tail and begging to be taken away? It's cute as hell. Thinking about this, Lucian reached out for his sword. But in the next second, that top-grade longsword, it suddenly flew out from the shelf and instantly nailed to the wall. Lucian had a head full of questions. Jiang Yuehan heard the commotion and followed the sound to check the situation. Lu Michuan, what happened? Duan Tai also rushed over and asked with concern. Lucian raised his hand to point at the long sword nailed to the wall and said in amazement, Elder Duan, that sword flew out of thin air. It's so amazing. Duan Tai followed the pointing to see, looked first a blank stare, then stroked his beard, said Lu Michuan, this is what you do not know. This divine soldier cave within the weapons, all have a spirit, which are, before the words are out, all that was heard was a crunching sound of a snap. Originally on that shelf, a narrow knife placed next to the long sword, even shattered out of thin air, the blade breaking into dozens of segments in an instant. Duan Tai was shocked and hurriedly looked down, instantly glaring into a bull's eye. This, Lucian sked. I'll go. This knife is really psychic. Is this considered self-killing? It is. But why all of a sudden? Duan Tai bent down and picked up the hilt of the knife, his lips trembling lightly as his thoughts drifted away. This blade, named Xiao Chang, was a top-quality blade he made while drunk on his 60th birthday. It's not as good as a rare product, and it's nowhere near as good as a divine product, but the emotion poured into it was nothing less than any weapon. Xiao Chang, you died a terrible death. Duan Tai couldn't help but weep. Ha, little John? Lucian looked at the hilt of the knife in Duan Tai's hand in dismay. Duan Tai froze, hastily wiped his tears, casually threw the hilt of his sword on the ground, and laughed awkwardly. It's the old man's temperament. On his 60th birthday, he made a total of 12 blades. Xiao Chang, Xiao Hong, Xiao Li. Break one. No harm done. Half an hour later, after Duan Tai's repeated requests, Lucian and Jiang Yuehan left the divine soldier cave. Jiang Yuehan got a precious longsword named Qingyin. The sound of the sword is light, graceful, and soft, most suitable for women to use. And Lucian got an egg. Nothing fell. Returned empty-handed. Lucian looked at a weapon that was either broken or cracked. In the end, he was driven out of the divine soldier cave by Duan Tai with coaxing and persuasion. It was close to getting down on my knees and begging him. Those weapons, how come the quality is so bad? On the way back to Sunset Peak, Lucian descended the mountain with a black iron stick as a hiking staff. Still the divine soldier cave. Not as good as this stick of mine. We haven't seen the promised killing chi either. Do you think Elder Duan is not swindling us? It can't be. Elder Duan seems quite nice. The point is, the paradox breaker pupil observed that he is also a good person. Jiang Yuehan sniffed and glanced at the black iron rod with a thoughtful expression. Suddenly, Lucian asked curiously, by the way, little assassin, suppose now that several hundred years, or even thousands of years have passed, what kind of weapon would I use? Without thinking, Jiang Yuehan replied, without ever using a weapon. In her last life, she had never seen Lucian use a weapon. Folding a branch casually, in Lucian's hands, it was more powerful than a divine weapon. Even if a picked-up stone is thrown, it is comparable to the world's most powerful hidden weapon. But all of these, Lucian used and discarded, and could not be called a weapon. Lucian was a little guilty. If you don't use weapons, then fight with your bare hands? Chicken's devil. It's a little too low. Outside the divine soldier cave, Duan Tai set up a dozen stone monuments. Buried in the earth were all the top-quality blades that had shattered earlier. He was also carrying a bamboo basket behind his back, which contained cracked and precious weapons that he was going to bring back to the smelting workshop for repair. Damn. Sinning. That afternoon, Lucian and Jiang Yuehan returned to Sunset Peak. Just after climbing to the top, he noticed a sneaky figure outside the Moonwatch Pavilion. Xiao Balian? Lucian frowned slightly. What is this woman doing here? It is? Jiang Yuehan's beautiful eyes narrowed as she spotted a jade pendant held in Xiao Balian's hand. The mind was in a state of flux. Could it be that she wanted to put this jade pendant, secretly, in the Moonwatch Pavilion, and then backhandedly framed Luke for theft? What a familiar tactic. In his last life, Lucian was falsely accused in this way. Only then did he end up being expelled from the clan. Just thinking, Lucian directly scolded. Oi, little cousin, what are you doing here? Xiaobalian was startled and turned her head to look, squeezing out another smile. Brother Lucian, you're back. After saying that, he quickly ran towards Lucian. Don't get so close, don't know you well. Lucian held the black iron rod and raised it, blocking Xiaobalian's path. Xiaobalian put on a pitiful look. Brother Lucian, I know you have a hard time. Let's talk alone, okay? Chapter 74, The Little Ginger Empress is Sneaky. Name, Xiaobalian. Sex, female. Age, 19. Divine fate, born with a fox-charming body. Quality, earth grade, lower. Realm, hardened body realm. 6th stage. Situation, the second miss of the Xiao family in Nanyang province, who, by chance, learned the secret art of extracting yang and replenishing yin at a young age, trying to seduce the son of the king of Jinan and use him as a pot for practicing kung fu. But unexpectedly, the king of Jinan found out and came to escape from Dongyang Mansion. He has joined the Watching sect and begged for asylum. After being dumped by Ouyang Honglu, he is searching for a suitable pot to practice his kung fu within the clan. Infatuated with Lu Shun, he searches for an opportunity several times to no avail, and takes his anger out on Jiang Yuehan, waiting for the opportunity to hide the personal jade pendant in the Moonwatch Pavilion. Framing Jiang Yuehan for stealing it and driving the other party out of the Watching sect, Lucian used his delusion-breaking divine pupil to observe Xiaobalian, wanting to see what kind of medicine the other party was selling in her gourd, only to find out that this thing that wanted to go to Egypt every day to pull weeds was actually going to falsely accuse Jiang Yuehan of stealing the jade pendant. It's really a thief's heart. Why don't we trick her into going to the middle of nowhere and feed her an extinct vein pill? Or just strangle the counting ball? Or maybe, what are you thinking? At this time, Jiang Yuehan tightly gripped Lucian's hand and asked vigilantly. She somehow had a, well, ominous feeling. Lucian smiled awkwardly, thinking about what to eat tonight. Go inside and think. Jiang Yuehan pulled Lucian into the Moonwatch Pavilion. Bang! The courtyard door was closed tightly, shutting Xiaobalian out. Humph! Xiaobalian was furious and stomped her feet in place. This stinking woman, blocking me and Lucian 3 times. I'll never spare you. You be careful. I'm worried that woman will come after you. Jiang Yuehan looked at the tightly closed courtyard door with a grave expression and turned back to Lucian with concern. Granted, this life has changed a lot of things. The Lu family's crisis was lifted, and Lucian went from being an outer disciple to a secret disciple. But things are easy to change, but people's hearts are hard to change. And those who harbor evil intentions will still be foolish. Lucian's status as a secret disciple nowadays just made them not dare to be blatant. And, I know what I'm doing. Lucian smiled and shook Jiang Yuehan's small hand. You be careful too. Jiang Yuehan sighed and admonished again. Also, don't be too impulsive in everything. There are some things that aren't necessary. Hearing this, Lucian's eyelids fluttered hard a few times. What does that mean? Mind reading? I'm just thinking about it too. It's not like I'm going to actually do it. Later that evening, Jiang Yuehan quietly left from the Moonwatch Pavilion. Lucian stood on the 2nd floor, holding onto the railing, and captured the scene with precision. Hiss, this little assassin, what's he going to do? Lucian thought and quietly went downstairs, trailing behind Jiang Yuehan. To prevent detection, he also disguised himself, changed his face, and suppressed his breath. The two of them, one after the other, arrived at the Divine Soldier Peak from the Sunset Peak. Lucian hid in the distance and saw that Jiang Yuehan was chatting about something with the Divine Soldier Peak disciple. After a few words, he turned away and headed down the hill. The disciple was left alone in his spot. What is the little assassin doing at Divine Soldier Peak? What did you say to that disciple again? Lucian carried a puzzled mood as he observed Jiang Yuehan's position. Seeing that the other party didn't notice this side, he quickly leapt out with an arrow step. In an instant, he arrived in front of the Divine Soldier Peak disciple who had just spoken to Jiang Yuehan. Big bro, let me ask you, did a pretty girl approach you just now and what did she talk to you about? Lucian asked tentatively. She asked me if our elder was in. The Divine Soldier Peak disciple's voice trembled, and there was a hint of afterthought in his tone. That's it? Lucian will be skeptical. What am I lying to you for? The Divine Soldier Peak disciple asked rhetorically. Lucian sized up the disciple and asked suspiciously. Ask you if the elder is there. Why are you so scared? The Divine Soldier Peak disciple recalled for a moment and winced. Holy, you didn't see how scary that woman was. Hey, can you talk? Lucian frowned. Where is she ugly? It's obviously a great beauty alright. In the entire Hua Chang sect. No, in the entire 3 realms and 10 states, there is no one this beautiful. What are you getting excited about? I didn't say she was ugly either. She's got swagger. Swagger, you know? She just came over and I thought she was going to get me killed. Scared to death. Forget it. You don't understand even if I tell you. If you have the guts to talk to her, it'll scare the piss right out of you. The Divine Soldier Peak disciple finished in a bad mood, and regardless of whether Lucian responded back or not, he directly turned around and left. His mouth also muttered, "Dead licking dog. It's not your lover. What are you excited about? With that woman around, cold chickens can't even be used. So what's the use of being pretty?" Lucian looked helplessly at the Divine Soldier Peak disciple and lightly shouted, "So is your elder here or not?" The question sank without a trace, and Lucian saw that Jiang Yuehan was about to walk away, so he had no choice but to quietly follow him. The two went down the hill one after the other. The little ginger Empress suddenly looked back. Lucian was shocked and quickly pretended to be fine as he squatted down to look at the ants on the ground. When his afterglow caught a glimpse of Jiang Yuehan continuing to move forward, he hurriedly got up and continued to quietly follow behind. As he walked, Jiang Yuehan suddenly ran fast and drilled into a small forest on the side with a brain. Lucian hastened to speed up his pace to chase after him, but he realized that Jiang Yuehan had already run away without a trace. Weird. It can't be that they've found me, can it? Lucian looked around, his scalp tingling. That's how you find out? You're that good at counter-surveillance? Snap. Suddenly, a small, slender hand clapped on Lucian's shoulder. Lucian turned his head to look and realized that Jiang Yuehan was looking at him with a smile on her face. His heart couldn't help but tighten, but then quickly responded. Using the 100 faces and 1,000 phases to change his face, he also pressed his realm to the body-tempering realm. The little assassin should be unrecognizable. Perhaps. Just think of yourself as a trailing demented man, but being treated like a demented man seems worse. Just thinking, he heard Jiang Yuehan helplessly open her mouth and ask, "Lucian, you followed me all the way. What exactly do you want to do?" Lucian was shocked and said with a stiff upper lip, "Girl, you've recognized the wrong person. I'm not Lucian." Jiang Yuehan sighed and raised her hand to point to the woods to the side. Lucian's face was puzzled. Jiang Yuehan shook her head and said in a tired tone, "Go in. You'll be Lucian when you come out in a while." Lucian suddenly thought of that day when he left home alone, pretended to be a big man, and attempted a horse race with Jiang Yuehan. His face instantly reddened to the roots of his ears in embarrassment. Immediately afterward, he made a serious move toward the woods, cancelled the change and came out of the woods watery again. The little ginger Empress was very facetious and shouted in mock surprise, "Yeah, why are you here?" Lucian just wanted to find a crack in the ground right now. If I hadn't heard the tone so raw, I'd almost believe it. Chapter 75 Secrets. Little ginger Empress prepares birthday gift. Lucian didn't know how to answer and simply chose to be an ostrich and not face it. Throwing the question straight back, he asked rhetorically, "What are you doing here in the middle of the night?" "Secret," Jiang Yuehan said without thinking. "In 2 days, it will be Lucian's birthday. To prepare gifts and surprises for him in advance. Since it was a surprise, naturally he couldn't be told." "Since when do you have secrets?" Lucian was curious. This little assassin. But he would even tell himself about future happenings without a word. "I can't believe there's a secret. It's still a rarity." "Okay, a secret is a secret. I respect your secret." Lucian smiled and took Jiang Yuehan's hand. "Let's go. It's getting late. Go back. Go to the Dandao Peak. I'm looking for Elder Duan for something." Jiang Yuehan said faintly. Fawn just asked. Duan Tai went to Dandao Peak and looked for Cold Mountain to drink. She wanted to go to the Divine Soldier Cave again and pick out a gift for Lucian. Looking for Elder Duan. Lucian became increasingly curious as to what the secret Jiang Yuehan was talking about was. Couldn't help but want to check it out with the paradox-breaking god pupil. But after thinking about it, I'll pass. Having chosen to honor, then respect it to the end. Alright, then go find Elder Duan. Do you need me to accompany you? Lucian asked. Would you not follow if I said no? Jiang Yuehan asked rhetorically. Lucian said decisively. Of course. A quarter of an hour later, Lucian and Jiang Yuehan passed through the crossbridge between Divine Soldier Peak and Dandao Peak and arrived at the top of Dandao Peak. Dandao Peak Chief. Outside the old hall, Lucian was stopping to wait. Alone, Jiang Yuehan went forward to look for Duan Tai. What's the secret that I can't be let in on yet? Lucian looked at Jiang Yuehan's back and helplessly skimmed his mouth. Suddenly, his eyes widened, followed by a sigh. Forget it. If you say you won't look, you won't look. Hold on. Hold on. At this time, Duan Tai and Cold Mountain were drinking in the hall. Two old men, half 100 years old, hobnobbing and tearfully talking to each other. Old chill. I can finally understand you now. Duan Tai raised his glass high. I'm not afraid of your jokes. Today Lucian came to my Divine Soldier Peak to take weapons. As a result, within my Divine Soldier Cave, 13 of the top-grade weapons were broken, and 3 of the treasured weapons were cracked, and I was heartbroken to death. Cold Mountain sighed and raised his glass as well, saying, "Don't say anything, it's all in the wine." The two tilted their necks and drank at the same time. Elder Duan. Suddenly, Jiang Yuehan's voice rang out. Duan Tai froze, looked around at the sound, and immediately stood up. "Jiang Mijuan, why are you here?" Cold Mountain glanced at Duan Tai. "Shouldn't I be saying that? This is Dan Dao Peak, my Hall of Elders." Cold Mountain also stood up, taking a step earlier and clearing his throat. Cough, cough. "Jiang Mijuan, at this late hour, what is it that you've come to see old me for?" Jiang Yuehan said. "Elder Cold, I'm here to find Elder Duan." Cold Mountain retreated silently. Jiang Yuehan looked at Duan Tai with a polite attitude. "Elder Duan, I would like to enter the Divine Soldier Cave again to fetch an item. I don't know if you can agree." Duan Tai was a bit surprised. It was the first time I had seen this girl. Such a peaceful side. Treating me, and treating Cold Mountain. That's very different. Duan Tai's heart was inexplicably a little proud, but quickly calmed down. Inwardly, he grunted. "Today, you and that husband of yours have broken so many of Lao Fu's weapons. Also want to go to the Cave of Soldiers." Mendo. Just as he was thinking, Duan Tai saw Jiang Yuehan take out a dozen pieces of spirit crystals from a bag. It was a moment of clarity. The thoughts that he had just had instantly vanished. The gates of the Cave of Soldiers are always open, waiting for you with open arms. Ahem. Jiang Mijuan, what do you mean by that? Duan Tai pretended to be puzzled. The corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising, and his eyes kept glancing at the spirit crystal. So many spirit crystals? Cold Mountain was a bit dumbfounded on the sidelines. One must know that the sect's monthly quota of spirit crystals given to each peak was only 2 handfuls. A portion is also to be rewarded to meritorious disciples. Few fell into the hands of their elders. These spirit crystals are the cost of buying weapons. Jiang Yuehan said, "If it's not enough, I have more here." After saying that, she placed the previous spirit crystals on a side table and grabbed another handful of spirit crystals out. Gulp. Duan Tai swallowed his saliva. What kind of elder could stand up to that kind of temptation? Jiang Nichuan, I wonder when you will enter the cave, and what kind of blade do you need? Duan Tai asked with a smile. "I don't need a blade. I want to take Elder Duan's bronze increase seal for a while," Jiang Yuehan said bluntly. During the day in the Divine Soldier Cave, she saw Lucian staring at the bronze increase seal for a long time, looking like he wanted it. Even, Lucian observed Duan Tai's position from time to time. There was a clear urge, with small hands, to be unclean, but in the end, Lucian gave up and did not take the bronze increase seal alone. However, since Lucian wanted it, he simply begged for it and gave it to him as a birthday present. Bronze increase seals, there are only 3 of them in the entire Divine Soldier Peak, and they are treasures passed down from the ancient times. Duan Tai sighed. "Its preciousness." Jiang Yuehan interrupted with a voice, "Elder Duan, this is not true. The bronze increase seal can only elevate a good grade weapon to a lower grade, and the lower grade blades, with Elder Duan's strength, he would be able to build them casually. Even the disciples of Divine Soldier Peak are capable of forging lower grade blades. In this day and age, bronze increase seals no longer have any practical use value and only have a collector's value. According to the market price, a bronze increase seal is just 10,000 gold. Converted, it's only 1 spirit crystal." Saying that, Jiang Yuehan gently pushed the spirit crystals on the table forward. "These are 12 spirit crystals, as compensation for damaging the blades of Divine Soldier Peak today, as well as to buy the bronze increase seal in Elder Duan's hand." As she spoke, she took out another 10 spirit crystals and placed them on the table. Looking towards Han Shan, "Elder Han, these are the compensation for taking away the medicinal materials from the Dandao Peak earlier, and I'll make amends to you, on behalf of Lu Shun. By the way." Cold Mountain smiled from ear to ear. You're this, too polite." Jiang Yuehan glanced at Cold Mountain and did not say anything more, but asked Duan Tai, "Elder Duan, tomorrow at the hour of the day, you will bring the bronze increase seal, as well as the clothing of a secret disciple to the Sunset Peak. Is there any objection to this?" Duan Tai said with a straight face. "No, promise to complete the mission." "With pleasure." Jiang Yuehan said that and turned to leave, leaving Duan Tai and Cold Mountain with a dashing back. Duan Tai and Cold Mountain saw that once Jiang Yuehan left, they rushed forward and each collected the spirit crystals with quick hands. Old Cold, why do I feel that Jiang Mijuan is like our leader?" Duan Tai asked thoughtfully after properly storing the spirit crystal. "Oh, our sect master is not that generous." Cold Mountain laughed, but suddenly also looked puzzled. "However, Jiang Mijuan, where does she have so many spirit crystals?" Duan Tai narrowed his eyes. "These 3 worlds and 10 states, those who can be so generous, but only a few dozen big families within the royal family. Cold Mountain said, there is also the Bloodshed Tower, the Bloodshed Tower Master, and the spirit crystals in the hands of the 12 Master Envoys, which can be counted by the thousands. Duan Tai glanced at Han Shan. What's the point of mentioning Bloodshed Tower? The spirit crystals in those guys' hands are all ill-gotten gains scavenged from all over the world. And my Huaqing sect's treasury was even stolen by the Bloodshed Tower's thieves before. Chapter 76 Psychic Skill. All things have spirits. Little White and Little Black are pursuing Little Flower. As Jiang Yuehan and Cold Mountain Duan Tai communicated, outside the Hall of Elders, Lucian was squatting on the ground, happily observing the ants moving. Suddenly, a rustling sound was heard in his ears. It's going to rain soon. Come on. Screw it. Report. I found a piece of broken meat not far ahead. Lucian looked up and around. Who's talking? The sound continued. Perceive it carefully, but realize that it doesn't seem to be human speech. Instead, it's a heartfelt message that goes straight to the head. Inferring from the conversation, the heartbeat was feared to have come from the ants. Lucian slowly lowered his head and tried to communicate with the ant, and the other party actually stopped. The two sides just communicated. You talk. It wasn't until Jiang Yuehan walked out of the Elders' Hall that Lucian reluctantly got up and found food to leave for the ants before he left. The food scraps were placed directly in the ant holes and the service was excellent. On the way back, what were you doing? Jiang Yuehan asked tentatively. She saw Lucian squatting on the ground just now, giggling from time to time. It always felt like the other person's mental state was a bit worrisome. Oh, I was just talking to the ants. Learned some gossip about Dandao Peak. You know, just yesterday in one night's time, Xiao Balian slept with 3 of them. That woman is also awesome. A proper time management guru. Lucian shared gossip with Jiang Yuehan. Jiang Yuehan's face sank. You were chatting with the ants about Xiao Balian. Are you that curious about her? Lucian completely did not see that Jiang Yuehan was jealous. Said with a big grin, I'm curious about a hammer. The ants took the initiative to say. They said that they saw someone sneaking around in the middle of the night yesterday, scurrying back and forth within a few rooms, and some of the ants had heard of Xiao Balian, and with that kind of back and forth, I didn't just know. That's more like it. Jiang Yuehan hummed lightly, took the initiative to hold Lucian's hand, and said thoughtfully, now, you can actually chat with ants. Could it be that you've learned the psychic skill? The psychic skill? Lucian froze. I'm a living, breathing human being. Pass a chicken spirit. Sure this isn't cursing? Jiang Yuehan's beautiful eyes flickered with different colors as she secretly observed Lucian. The Tongling skill was a secret art from the ancient times. Everything has a spirit. After acquiring the psychic skill, one would be able to communicate with all things. Lucian has learned another ancient secret art? Seems normal for him too. Reasonable. Lucian, on the other hand, was puzzled. Little assassins don't lie. I know the psychic skill? When did this happen? Thought. Pulling up the system panel to check it out. Host, Lucian, sex, male, age, 19, mandate of heaven, immortal and demon body, quality, heavily extreme, extreme yang body, heavily lower, realm, early Jidan realm, situation, bored, observing ants moving, and accidentally discovering that I can communicate with ants. Host's destiny value balance 155, 000 points, 10, 000 points of destiny required for the next lottery. Available martial arts technique experience, 175 years. Mastery of the canon, 360 acts. The wonderful canon of alchemy. Mastery of martial arts, Tongbei fist and Qitian fist at the extreme level, Jingang Hung Tiangong at a small level. Mastered technique, sun, moon, and stars not yet realized. Pure yang technique completed. Mastery of secret arts, 100 faces and 1,000 phases. Psychic decree. Available properties, Cloud Walker. 1 bottle of dreaming elixir. Fire shield. Imperial beast, Jiang Yuehan, the host can fight with the beasts. The contract is in effect. The host and the beast cannot harm each other. Current relationship between the beast and the host, a common mound with a branch. Lucian was startled. The balance of the divine destiny value is quite a bit more than it was after the last draw. There is also the experience of martial arts feats that have grown. Lucian realized it afterward. Turns out it's been too long since the system was muted to keep an eye on the rewards being handed out. The destiny of Zhangzhou, Cold Mountain, Duan Tai, and Ouyang Honglu, all of them were changed to a greater or lesser extent, with varying degrees of incentives being handed out. There's also daily cooking and alchemy for the little assassin. Even the little assassin's daily consumption of the holy fire pill to suppress the cold poison had rewards generated. There's also a real psychic tree. The reward offered after changing the destiny of the Elder of Cold Mountain. The Dandao Peak pills were taken for the most part. Elder Cold Mountain cried for a long time because of this. Looks like this has hit it pretty hard. Take the time to make up for it. By the way, brush up on your rewards twice. GGGGGG. Fire shield? If you carry it with you, it's invulnerable to fire. Using this thing to make iron, it could casually carry the fiery backlash from the forging of a divine weapon. Build divine weapons with ease. Oh, so it's the reward given for changing Elder Duan Tai's destiny. Elder Duan broke a few swords and actually dropped small pearls as well. I really do know the psychic skill. Lucian came back to his senses and smiled at Zhang Yuehan. Little assassin. You know so much. You're practically a walking encyclopedia. Follow me. Suddenly, Zhang Yuehan thought of something, grabbed Lucian's hand and quickly rushed towards the outside of Hua Cheng Sect's mountain gate. A quarter of an hour later, the two came to the huge rock outside the mountain gate. Look at this stone. Is there anything subtle about it? Zhang Yuehan pointed at the boulder and asked Lucian. In her previous life, it was through comprehending this huge stone that she had gained a great deal of martial Dao enlightenment. After only half a year of joining the sect, he had broken through to the God-nurturing realm. When he was in the God-nurturing realm, the object he viewed and realized was also this huge stone. This stone, it means a lot to her. Without this stone, she would certainly have taken a lot of detours in her last life. But for some reason, the others couldn't observe any sense. Just think of this stone as a common stone. Even the Shangwan sect master couldn't see anything. Arcane place? Lucian propped his chin up with one hand. This stone, isn't it the one I saw in my dream earlier? In his dreams, the young assassin had stared at the stone. I remember there were paintings on it. As for the esoteric, there's no painting on this piece? Zhang Yuehan spoke again. You know the psychic skill, do you want to try to talk to the stone and see? I'll try. Then, Lucian concentrated, his eyes narrowing slightly as he tried to communicate with the stone. Soon after, stone gave a response. I'm the stone left over from repairing the clan's stone steps. It's been here for 500 years. 2 dogs passing by today, peeing on me? It's so annoying. It's a piece of stone left over from repairing the steps. 500 years old. 2 dogs, today, have peed on the rocks. One is a little black one raised by Elder Cold Mountain. The other one is little white, raised by Elder Duan Tai. These 2 dogs, both pursuing, the little flower raised by Elder Sean Yin of Lingyin Peak. Is this metaphysical? Lucian scratched his head and gave a truthful account. Chapter 77 Karma. Zhang Yuehan's jaw dropped as she looked at Lucian. What the hell was he talking about? Didn't you ask for spirit stones? How do you ask about a love triangle between dogs? Lucian stroked his chin and said thoughtfully. The stone said that it is more optimistic about Elder Cold Mountain Xiaohei, who often steals pills for little flower. However, I beg to differ. Licking a dog licks nothing at the end of the day. Not to mention the fact that this licking dog is a real dog now. Unsurprisingly, I should be able to win the final victory and woo little flower. The corners of Zhang Yuehan's mouth twitched a few times. That stone, didn't it say anything else? Lucian shook his head. No, it only has 3 friends in its world. Little white, little black and little flower. So that's all it talks about. However, now it seems to recognize me and treats me as a friend. Since it's a friend, I'm going to give him a gift. Okay, well, Zhang Yuehan sighed softly. What the hell is going on here? In my last life, I actually realized the great Tao on this stone? It's hard to believe that it's not the same stone, but apart from the lack of paintings, it's no different from the last stone. Thinking about it, little Ginger Empress realized that Lucian was sneaking around in front of the boulder doing something. She took a few steps forward and realized that Lucian was using a black iron rod and drawing on the stone. Take a closer look. It was discovered that what Lucian had painted was actually the same as the painting on the stone in his last life. Zhang Yuehan came to a realization. In the last life, the painting on the stone was made by none other than Lucian in the previous life. I joined the sect a year later than the little devil. When he entered the sect, the little devil had already been expelled from the sect. Therefore, he had not been seen in the middle of the sect in his previous life, only to see the paintings he left behind. Lucian is still drawing. In the last life on the rock, it was as if it was a family of 3. But now Lucian drew a family of 4. Zhang Yuehan looked at the painting on the stone and became mesmerized. Vaguely, on top of the stone, a trace of true chi was actually sensed. Does it mean that, in my last life, it wasn't the stone that I was viewing enlightenment from? Instead, it's a painting of Lucian. Finished, Lucian retrieved the black iron rod into the system space. Satisfied, he looked at the stone and nodded slightly. He turned his head to Zhang Yuehan and asked, does it look good? Pretty good. Zhang Yuehan felt that her brain was a bit confused. In her previous life, she was able to become the Xian Phoenix Empress, standing proudly at the top of the 10 states in the 3 realms. Credit for the insights gained on the stone, but now I'm being told. Are all those epiphanies due to the scribblings of Lucian in his last life? This is my mom and dad, this is me, and this is you. Lucian smiled and introduced himself to Jiang Yuehan, our family of 4, all of them are here. Well, Jiang Yuehan froze and nodded. In her last life, she observed the stone and could feel a sense of sadness in it. But now, it feels very different. Not only is it not sad, it's cheerful. The true qi on the stone was also much more abundant than in the previous life. Into the night, Lucian and Jiang Yuehan returned to the Moonwatch Pavilion. The duo also brought back the boulder and placed it in the backyard of the Moonwatch Pavilion. Xiaolu students during cooking. As usual, the little ginger empress studied the Book of Love tirelessly. After eating and drinking, it is customary to have a double practice session. Do you still have the dream entrance pill? Before Jiang Yuehan's dual cultivation, she suddenly asked. Naturally, Lucian took out one and handed it to Jiang Yuehan. The bottle given by Altered Nightmare Predestination, in a bulk pack, was hundreds of dan. If you finish eating, go find the Nightmares people and talk to them. Jiji Jaiji, Xiaolu's classmates and Xiaojiang Empress, each took the dream entrance pill, lying on the bed, holding hands and falling asleep at the same time. Lucian was influenced by his obsession and came back to the forbidden area at the back of the Huaqing sect to continue exploring the mystery of the miasma. Jiang Yuehan, on the other hand, arrived outside the Huaqing sect. She stood in the distance and saw a familiar figure with a knife carving something into a boulder. As he approached, he realized that it was Lucian. The face is no different from reality, but the smile was gone from his face, and it was thick with sadness. The paintings made are also only of a family of 3. This is the little devil from the last life? Jiang Yuehan frowned. What man? Lucian spotted Jiang Yuehan and turned back, asking in a panic. Jiang Yuehan was about to explain. Lucian carefully and tentatively asked after him. You? What exactly are you and why are you here? Jiang Yuehan sighed darkly. Don't recognize me. Sure enough, it's the little devil from the last life. Slightly sensing for a moment or two, he realized that the other party was only at the 3rd stage of the body tempering realm as well. I'm afraid, he had just joined the sect not long ago, and what he was wearing was also the clothes of an outer disciple. Lucian saw Jiang Yuehan's silence and shouted stiffly. This place is outside the sect, and by definition, no, it's not subject to the sect's constraints. I'm carving on this boulder, and the sect can't control me, so don't even think about meddling. Don't worry, I won't say anything more. Jiang Yuehan faintly said. I hope you keep your word. After Lucian finished speaking, he quickly ran inside the sect, not daring to say another word to Jiang Yuehan. Kang Yuehan took a few steps forward, looking at the previous life, the familiar stone. The look was thoughtful. I'm afraid, it's Lucian who misses his parents. It's what carved this into the stone. I think, he must miss his parents. Wanted so much for my parents to be alive. Wanted so much to stop the extermination. However, since Lucian had such an idea, after he became a devil in his latter life, couldn't he? Thinking about this, Jiang Yuehan's small mouth slightly opened, and a strong color of disbelief surfaced in her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, the view in front of me multiplied and accelerated. In her last life, the calamities that Lucian had suffered played out quickly in front of her eyes like a walking light, until Lucian became a demonic father. Seeing my last life self, getting that familiar slap in the face, repeatedly and repeatedly, he called battle with the demon lord. Repeated defeats. In the end, his last life self had to come up with the next best thing, self-destructing his realm to be reborn. Then, Jiang Yuehan saw a scene he hadn't seen before. In her last life, she was in a comatose state, traveling through the long river of the heavenly Tao, but it was countered by the heavenly Tao. On the verge of death, Devil Emperor Lucian appeared in the long river of the heavenly Tao and fended off the attack of the heavenly Tao at the cost of himself. The moment before Lucian died, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a smile. That smile, as if it had been earned. In reality, Jiang Yuehan woke up with a start and sat up violently. On the side, Lucian was still asleep. She looked around in dismay. Just feel dizzy in the head. No recollection at all of what had just happened in the dream. Eventually, the gaze landed on Lucian's face. Lean down for a gentle kiss. Then look out the window. The sun rises. It's dawn. Chapter 78. Xiaobalian finally did it. I'll go. Lucian suddenly woke up, sitting up sharply. His back was wet with cold sweat. Just now, he was exploring the forbidden land at the back of the Huaqing Sect's mountain in his dream. Suddenly, out sprang a man. And then, all the time, Jie laughed. And then, to do it, It was clearly the same Jiedan realm, but it was a fierce batch. Press can't be beaten. And being chased by the other side like a mad dog. What's wrong with you? At this time, Jiang Yuehan's concerned voice sounded from the side. No, it's fine. Just a bad dream. Lucian gently waved his hand. The heart was in thought. This dream. I'm afraid there will be accidents at the trial. It seems that one has to hurry up and practice. Land's sinking. You have to work hard. We can't go on being so lazy. Even if one's natural talent is strong, if one doesn't work hard afterward, sooner or later one will be compared to others. It's okay. Jiang Yuehan nodded slightly as she continued to study the erotic love treasures in her hands. Lucian was silently pumping himself up in his mind. Suddenly, glancing at the books in Jiang Yuehan's hand, attention was diverted for a moment. Curious, he asked, "What are you looking at?" Jiang Yuehan was startled and hurriedly hid the book under her hip, saying nervously, "No, it's nothing, just an unimpressive technique." "Okay, take your time then." Lucian yawned and slowly laid back down. "I'll take another nap." Jiang Yuehan breathed a sigh of relief and glanced quietly at Lucian, seeing that the other party had already closed his eyes, before carefully taking the book out, just getting ready to continue studying. Suddenly, a familiar and nauseating sound could be heard coming from outside the Moonwatch Pavilion. "Sect leader, elder, you must do right by me." Jiang Yuehan frowned slightly. As expected, Xiao Balian was still a thief and wanted to falsely accuse Lucian of stealing. What the hell? Is it even possible to sleep? Lucian impatiently lifted the covers, got up and put on his shoes, and walked quickly toward the house. I had thought that I would definitely cultivate seriously after I had a good night's sleep. As a result, it was Xiao Balian, this idiot, who disturbed his dreams. Now, to his own detriment, he had to sleep all over again. Wait for me. Jiang Yuehan retrieved the treasure codex back into the system space and hurriedly climbed out from within the bed, putting on her shoes before quickly following. Outside the Moonwatch Pavilion, Shangguan Yun Ao stood with his arms folded. Dan Daopeak Elder Han Shan helplessly looked at the inner disciple Xiao Balian beside him. This female disciple, early in the morning, approached him, saying that the family heirloom jade pendant had been stolen, and asked the Dan Daopeak to do it for her. So then, he had little Black sniff what Xiao Balian had given him. Find the whereabouts of the jade pendant through Black as astonished as a heavenly dog knows. Results, all the way to find the peak of the sunset. Outside the Moonwatch Pavilion, please, master and sect leader, do something for my disciple. Xiao Balian cried out in aggravation. Ahem. Cold Mountain cleared his throat awkwardly. Ah, White Lotus girl, what do you think about this matter? Could there be some kind of misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Never, Xiao Balian said with certainty. I trust Xiao Hei's nose. How could it be a misunderstanding? I took advantage of Jiang Yuehan's woman's absence last night, but I specially found someone to sneak into the Moonwatch Pavilion and put the jade pendant into Jiang Yuehan's duffel bag. Now, even if Jiang Yuehan jumped into the Yellow River, she couldn't wash herself away. Ji, handsome Lucian, you're mine. Cold Mountain was speechless and awkwardly looked towards Sect Master Shangguan Yun Ao. Shangguan Yun Ao blankly glanced at Cold Mountain, disgusted to death. You old dang, you just know how to cause trouble for me. First it was Zhang Zhou, then Xiao Balian. How is it that this disciple of Dan Daopeak is looking for the favorite disciple of the Supreme Elder to mess with? Last night, when they invited the Supreme Elder for a drink, the Supreme Elder had praised Lucian and Jiang Yuehan to the skies, especially to Jiang Yuehan. The Supreme Elder also said that Jiang Yuehan had the same physique as her, so she might be a relative or something like that, though odds are it's a drunken rant, but it was enough to prove that the Supreme Elder valued Jiang Yuehan. Ah, my fault. Cold Mountain circled around behind Shangguan Yun Ao and squeezed his shoulders. Sect Master, take it easy take it easy. Shangguan Yun Ao coldly snorted. Humph, this matter, if it's a misunderstanding, then you'll just wait to make amends and apologize to Lumishwan again. Hey, Cold Mountain's brow furrowed into a pimple and his features squeezed into a bun. Thinking about the elixir that was taken away by Lucian, his heart was just like that. It's as sweet as honey. Cold Mountain's brow instantly relaxed. The corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising. Although Lucian took the medicine without mercy, but Ginger knows what she's doing. She'll make up for it afterward. Those spirit crystals were enough to buy those herbs, and there's money to be made. Outsiders don't know, but he, the Dan Daopeak Elder, is in the know. Is it worth the herbs? No. It's worth it for the medicinal seeds. Lucian and the others took away just the medicine and left the seeds. These are herbs that are perfectly capable of being replanted. The big deal is that it takes a little time. As for time, the growth of the herbs could be accelerated by using spirit crystals to buy heavenly spring water. Getting those herbs to grow back is just a matter of sprinkling. No way. Never a misunderstanding. Sect leader. Master. You must believe me. Even if you don't believe me, don't you still trust Blackie? Xiao Balian stomped her feet in place anxiously. Palmers are even. I didn't expect that even Master Teacher would be so biased in favor of Jiang Yuehan, but that being said, Jiang Yuehan was a secret disciple after all. But, she was taking advantage of Lucian. As long as today's matter was confirmed, it would definitely be possible to drive Jiang Yuehan out of the Huaqing sect. The Huaqing sect had strict rules, and the eyes of the Shangguan sect master had always been unable to tolerate sand. Isn't believing in Blackie and you believing the same thing? You dog woman. At this time, Lucian's voice came. Shangguan Yun Ao, Cold Mountain, and Xiao Balian looked up at the same time. They only saw the door of the Moonwatch Pavilion open, and the figures of Lucian and Jiang Yuehan appeared in their line of sight. Brother Lucian? Xiao Balian's face was stunned. Lucian actually scolded me again? This is being brainwashed by that Jiang Yuehan. Damn. She saw that Lucian's mouth was still a bit swollen. The strawberry mark on my neck has not gone away. The resentment in his heart instantly climbed to the top. It must be Jiang Yuehan, who seduced Lucian. Brother Lucian, why don't you know how to look at me? The woman is cold and must be like a log in that area. You deserve better. Thinking of this, Xiao Balian threw a wink towards Lucian and stretched out another leg, pulling the robe upwards by a few inches. Ha! Lucian gave a disgusted blank look and looked down at Xiao He again. I'm sorry Xiao He, I shouldn't have compared you to this woman just now. You. Xiao Balian flung her arms out anxiously. Jiang Yuehan hid her face and snickered. Shangguan Yun Ao cleared his throat. Alright, get down to business. Cold Mountain urged. Yes, White Lotus girl. You must hurry. I'm okay with that. Don't delay the sect master. Chapter 79. I'm just a sleuth. I lost my heirloom jade pendant. Blackie searched all the way and found you here. Ken. She must have stolen it. Xiao Balian finished with a succession of words and raised his hand to point at Jiang Yuehan. Swish. 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 Same time. Three gazes fell together on Jiang Yuehan's body. Lucian, Shangguan Yun Ao, and Cold Mountain, all had puzzled faces. Obviously, none of them believed that Jiang Yuehan was someone who would do something to steal. Me? Jiang Yuehan let out a cold laugh. It turns out that this life is not a false accusation against Lucian. Is it time to frame me? Woof woof woof. At this time, Xiao He quickly ran inside the Moonwatch Pavilion and ran straight towards the main house. Quick! Follow and see. The evidence is in there. Xiao Balian's heart was overjoyed, and he hurriedly followed with quick steps. When the evidence is conclusive, let's see how you, Jiang Yuehan, can still deny it. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Lucian took Jiang Yuehan's hand. Jiang Yuehan had wanted to say, what's there to be afraid of? But the words came out of his mouth, but he swallowed hard. It was replaced by a soft aha. As he spoke, he also clutched Lucian's hand. The secret of overcoming green tea, more tea than green tea to break it. Moonwatch Pavilion. Second floor attic. Xiao He was in front of Jiang Yuehan's duffel bag and kept woofing and woofing. The corners of Xiao Balian's mouth rose slightly. Seeing Lucian, Jiang Yuehan, Shangguan Yun Ao and Cold Mountain walking over, she immediately put on a shocked look. Master. Sect leader. Brother Lu. Look. Little Black it's found. As he spoke, Xiao Balian was about to squat down, ready to open Jiang Yuehan's duffel bag. Slow down. Suddenly, Lucian chortled. Xiao Balian's delicate body trembled, stopped her movements, and looked back at Lucian with an aggrieved look. Brother Lu, you're scaring people. Brother Lu, now that the evidence is clear, you wouldn't want to harbor her, would you? I was afraid you'd get your hands dirty. Get out of the way. I'll do it, Lucian said in a cold voice. If you come, you come. What's the point of being mean? Xiao Balian snorted delicately and stood up to make way. Stinky man, don't know what's good for him. Shouldn't you? Can't you wait for Jiang Yuehan to leave? I'm helping you and you're still so mean. You come as you are. The jade pendant was in there, and no matter who came, it wouldn't change that fact. So confident? Lucian glanced at Xiao Balian. Then he bent down and pressed his hand on the duffel bag. Hiss. It's not a ghost. I'm afraid. Whether Blackie's nose works or not is not to be discussed for the moment. The way this little cousin swore, one had to be wary. Unsurprisingly, the jade pendant should be in this duffel bag. But it was never the little assassin who stole it, but this cousin who framed him. It's hard to do. What are you grumbling about? Hold on tight. Xiao Balian snorted out coldly. Let you be mean to me. What's the rush? Rushing to get an abortion? Lucian finished without any good humor and opened the duffel bag with a jerk. Just to see. The jade pendant was lying watery right above the duffel bag. Jade pendant. Sect leader. Master. Look at this. This is my jade pendant. Xiao Balian jumped up in excitement. The moment he landed, he raised his hand and pointed at Jiang Yuehan. It's her. She's the one who stole my jade pendant. This. Shangguan Yun Ao and Cold Mountain looked at each other. Unexpectedly, this jade pendant was really in the Moonwatch Pavilion. Jiang Yuehan, what else do you have to say now? Xiao Balian looked at Jiang Yuehan and asked aggressively. Jiang Yuehan blankly glanced at Xiao Balian and wrapped her arms around her chest, pressing down on her laziness. Slow down. How do you know that it was my mother who stole your jade pendant? Suddenly, Lucian straightened up and questioned in a cold voice. Xiao Balian froze. Testimony, the evidence is overwhelming. What else is there to say? This room, the two of us, my mother and I, live together. Let's just assume, for the moment, that the presence of this jade pendant can be used as evidence of theft. But what makes you so sure that it was her who stole the jade pendant and not me? Lucian looked at Xiao Balian with a smile on his face and asked, is there any need to ask? Because the jade pendant was inside her duffel bag. Xiao Balian pointed to the duffel bag on the ground and said, on this duffel bag, embroidered with flowers. You are a big man. How can you be? Lucian interrupted. Slow down. This is still my duffel bag. Before I left home, my mother thought the flowers were too ugly, so she switched bags with me. What's in this bag at the moment is my luggage. What? Xiao Balian's face was dismayed. Well, wouldn't that be framing the wrong person? 2. If Lucian was expelled from the division, what would be the point of doing all this? Jiang Yuehan frowned slightly and looked at Lucian with a puzzled look on her pretty face. What is he talking about? That's clearly my duffel bag. Besides, mother embroidered the flowers herself. When did I say they were ugly? Suddenly it's a little hard to keep up with this guy. Don't worry about it yet. Check it out. So, it was Lu Michuan, who stole my disciple's jade pendant. Cold Mountain looked at Lucian in surprise and asked, why did you steal it? I'll steal a hammer, Lucian said helplessly. Cold Mountain was shocked. And you stole the hammer? Lucian raised his hand and was speechless for a moment. Shangguan Yun Ao gave Cold Mountain a blank look. Shut up. Cold Mountain hastily lowered his head, mentally pondering, how did Xiao Balian have a hammer on him? It's hard to believe that it's stealing from Dandao Peak, but Dandao Peak didn't drop the hammer either. What? You haven't even figured out whose duffel bag it is, and you're flat out certain that my lady stole it? What? Do you have a ghost in your heart? It's not right. There's no embroidery on this duffel bag. How did you know? Oh, so the embroidered side is on the back, but it's covered. So how did you see it? Know so well. Been here before? Oh, this jade pendant. You didn't put it there, did you? You're trying to make a false accusation. Lucian connected with a burst of output. Xiao Balian completely panicked. I didn't. You, don't talk nonsense. Lucian questioned. Then let me ask you, when did you lose this jade pendant? Xiao Balian, yesterday. Yesterday evening. Lucian, bull *******. Yesterday evening my mother and I went to Divine Soldier Peak and then went to Dandao Peak to look for Elder Cold Mountain. Cold Mountain stepped forward. Yes, I can testify that Xiao Jiang returned me and Lao Duan. Shangguan Yun Ao saw that Cold Mountain wanted to speak. What was given to you? Nothing. Cold Mountain moved his eyes aside. You can't talk nonsense about spirit crystals. Wealth is not exposed. Xiao Balian changed her words. I remembered wrongly. It was yesterday noon. Yesterday morning until evening. I was with my mother in the Divine Soldier Peak's Divine Soldier Cave to fetch weapons. Lucian said. Dry shattered over a dozen top-grade weapons. Don't believe me? Ask Elder Duan Tai. Shangguan Yun Ao froze. There's still this? Cold Mountain spoke again. I know this too. Old Duan came to complain to me. Xiao Balian added. Then I remembered wrongly again. It was the day before yesterday. Lucian sneered. The day before yesterday? The day before yesterday. My mother and I were at the Dandao Peak, ransacking. No, taking the compensation gift from Elder Cold Mountain. This matter Zhang Zhou senior brother knows. Cold. I can also testify to this. Taking 2/3 of my Dandao Peak's medicinal herbs. Cold Mountain said, giving a sarcastic laugh. But I don't mind anymore. He. Shangguan Yun Ao man was confused. It's only been 2 days since I joined the clan. These two are really not doing much. After wreaking havoc on the Dandao Peak, he wreaked havoc on the Divine Warrior Peak. Where's the time to steal? Moreover, a mere jade pendant wasn't enough for them to steal it. At this time, Han Shan said righteously, Xiao Bai Lian, Lu Mijuan and Zhang Mijuan, the two of them, all day long, they are just like Siamese twins getting tired of each other. How can they have time to steal? You give me a truthful explanation. Lucian was startled and looked at Cold Mountain in surprise. Not. You talk and you talk. Why are you still cursing? Master, I don't know. Anyway, the jade pendant is right here. The evidence is overwhelming. Please master, please sect leader. You must do right by White Lotus. Seeing that she couldn't argue, Xiao Balian simply bit the bullet. Anyway, you guys have no proof. And this jade pendant, it's in the Moonwatch Pavilion. I'd like to see how you guys can explain it. Be the lord of the twist. Lu Xun chortled, bent down and tugged at the corner of Xiao Balian's coat, and with a forceful tug, tore off a piece of rag. Since you're determined to falsely accuse my mother, don't blame me for disregarding the friendship of my fellow disciples. Blackie, smell it. Look at this smell and where else it appears. Xiao Balian panicked when she saw Lu Xun holding pieces of her clothes for Xiao He to smell. You know, she spent the last 2 days in more than one place. Chapter 80, dragging someone into the water. Xiao Balian wanted to stop it. Instead, Blackie suddenly turned his head and barked furiously at her. When you call it, you go to work immediately. And you execute it very well. Blackie called you a Tai boy. Lu Xun glanced at Xiao Balian in disgust and quickly chased after Xiao He. Jiang Yuehan, Shangguan Yun Ao, and Cold Mountain followed close behind. Broken. Xiao Balian looked flustered. How did things get to this point? In case the dead dog goes where it shouldn't. That's hard to explain. Blackie ran all the way, bringing Lu Xun and the others to the Dandao Peak. He ran straight into the room of a Dandao Peak disciple. Why did Blackie bring us here? Cold Mountain asked, somewhat dumbfounded. Why? That's because, of course, there is the scent of Elder Cold Mountain's beloved disciple here. Lu Xun smiled and quickly came to Xiao Hei's side. After looking around the room, he found a few long hairs on the bed. This length, unsurprisingly, should be Xiao Balian's. Seeing this, Zhang Yuehan said faintly, no surprises, it's definitely hers. Lu Xun said with certainty. Zhang Yuehan's eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at Lu Xun. You know a lot about it. Ha, that's for sure. Lu Xun said confidently. Xiao Hei's nose is famous and astonishing as a heavenly dog. Blackie, woof woof. That's more like it. Zhang Yuehan muttered in a small voice and quietly approached Lu Xun and took the other party's arm. Humph. What an indiscretion. Suddenly, Shangguan Yun Ao gritted his teeth and shouted. Zhang Yuehan froze. Hurriedly, she spread her hand that was holding Lu Xun's arm. Shangguan Yun Ao blared at Cold Mountain. Look at you. You really taught a good disciple. The little ginger Empress froze again. So it's about Xiao Balian. What the hell am I so nervous about? She was secretly relieved. It was back on Lu Xun's arm again. Lu Xun gave Zhang Yuehan a puzzled look. This little assassin. What's he up to? Why did you use Big Thunder and attack my arm repeatedly? Master Sect Leader. Words can't be said like that. This has only just been held after the initiation ceremony. I haven't even started teaching yet. Cold Mountain said awkwardly. Technically, she can't be considered yet. Before the words are out, Blackie leaped out again and ran to the other rooms. After them, Shangguan Yun Ao was the first to run towards the house. A quarter of an hour's work. Blackie entered the rooms of 5 different disciples. Counting the one at the very beginning, there were 4 inner disciples and 1 proctor. Dandao Peak, Hall of Elders. The gates are closed. Inside the parlor, Lu Xun, Zhang Yuehan, Shangguan Yun Ao, and the 4 of them, Cold Mountain, stood proudly. On the opposite side were kneeling 5 disciples who had an affair with Xiao Balian. Xiao Balian stood on the sidelines, her head hanging low, her hands almost twisted into twists, brain racing, thinking of ways to deal with it. It's over. It's all over. Why does that dead dog have such a good nose? And those smelly men? Why don't they clean up their tracks? Even if you don't clean your hair, how is it that there are still assholes out there, stealing and hiding their low socks? This is not pushing me into the fire. Tell me what's going on here. Shangguan Yun Ao looked condescendingly at the few Dandao Peak disciples kneeling on the ground and angrily questioned. Several disciples looked at each other. The mind was surprisingly consistent. It's hard to believe that the news of me cheating with senior sister White Lotus has been exposed, but the 4 of them, what are they doing on their knees? Then, it should be something else, but what is it again? As for alarming the Palmers, Lu Xun said to Shangguan Yun Ao, Sect Leader, you're asking too hastily. There's no head or tail. Let me ask. Shangguan Yun Ao sank his breath and nodded. Alright, then I'll leave it to Lumi Chuan. Ahem. Lu Xun cleared his throat, took a step forward, and chided in a cold voice. Cheating and messing around with men and women within the sect. What crime should you be guilty of? Swish, 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 swish. The 5 Dandao Peak disciples looked up in unison as their gazes landed on Lu Xun's face, on the lips, on the neck. Immediately afterward, their expressions all became odd. Not a body. You're the one who looks like you're having an affair, aren't you? How dare you interrogate us? What are you looking at? Do I have something on my face? Lu Xun asked rhetorically. The 5 Dandao Peak disciples froze at the same time. Isn't there anything? Playing dumb? Ha? Lu Xun sighed. Alright, then don't blame me for disregarding the friendship of fellow disciples. According to the investigation, Xiaobalian has been in and out of your room. What explanation shall you give? This statement was made. Immediately, someone was unconvinced. White Lotus is my Taoist couple. Going in and out of my room is more than normal. What's wrong with me? What kind of bull **** are you talking? White Lotus is clearly my Taoist. ********. What are you two babbling about? White Lotus he. Percent at hashtag. And ********. Hashtag. Holy, this is a fight? Lucian shrugged and stepped back to Shangguan Yunao's side. Pretty good. It saves a lot of effort to review. The clan is unfortunate. Shangguan Yunao clenched his iron fist, and his face was so gloomy that it could almost drip water. Cold Mountain was on the sidelines, and he was also infuriated. Unexpectedly, these disciples actually did this kind of thing right under his nose. Among them, there was another one, a personal heirloom that he held in the highest regard. Sect leader, elder, I am innocent. They're framing me. Xiaobalian staggered and knelt in front of Shangguan Yunao. Please, sect leader, do it for Balian. Humph. Shangguan Yunao let out a cold snort and fiercely waved his sleeve, directly bringing Xiaobalian flying several feet away. Xiaobalian, now that the matter has come to a head and the evidence is overwhelming, how dare you deny it? Cold Mountain said angrily. Today, none of you will escape. All of you will be dealt with by the patriarchal law. Lucian smacked his lips. This watch, finally, is going to roll off the tongue. You can avoid a lot of trouble in the future. Done. Go back and catch up on your sleep. After you get enough sleep, you must practice seriously. Thinking of this, Lucian took Jiang Yuehan's hand and turned to Shangguan Yunao and Han Shan. Sect leader, Elder Han, since the matter has been resolved, there's nothing left for us to do, so we'll go back first. Shangguan Yunao nodded slightly. Good, then you guys go back, and bring my regards to the Supreme Elder for me. Cold Mountain said. And me, definitely. Lucian nodded and was about to leave with Jiang Yuehan. Suddenly, Xiaobalian shouted like he was mad. Sect leader, master, I know my sins, but one size does not fit all. The matter of Lucian stealing my jade pendant has yet to be resolved. He can't go. He will also be subject to the patriarchal law. As she spoke, Xiaobalian's hair was scattered and she glared viciously at Lucian. You don't make it easy for me, then I won't let you get away with it either. If we're going to die, we're going to die together. Chapter 81, Xiaobalian's ambush. Eve of trial. What's gotten into you? Think Sect Master Shangguan and Elder Han are stupid? Before, instead of looking for those men, Blackie found the Moonwatch Pavilion. Doesn't that tell you enough at a glance? Lucian said as he looked at Xiaobalian speechlessly. That cousin, trying to drag someone down when he's dying. Not even the door. Say, what does it say? Shangguan Yunao looked at Cold Mountain in dismay and lowered his voice to ask. Elder Cold Mountain smiled awkwardly. No, I don't know. Lucian scratched his head. These two, kinda. At this time, Jiang Yuehan stepped forward and said sternly to Xiaobalian. The smell on your jade pendant is not the smell of your body. Rather, it's a flavor that you prepared separately in order to frame me. That's right. Lucian agreed. If you don't have a ghost, the stench on the jade pendant should be from yourself. But you don't dare to do so, because you know in your heart that if you give Xiaohei a sniff, Xiaohei will go to more than just the Moonwatch Pavilion. That's why you specially prepared other flavors. One on your jade pendant and one on top of what you gave Blackie to smell. The purpose is obvious, deliberate and planted. The words fall. Shangguan Yunao and Cold Mountain both revealed expressions of dawning realization. So it is. You. Xiaobalian clenched her shell teeth and squeezed her voice out from between her teeth. This is all you two. Talking nonsense off the top of your head. There is no evidence at all. You're the ones who are falsely accusing. After saying that, she fiercely looked at Shangguan Yunao and Cold Mountain. It was Jiang Yuehan and Lucian who stole my jade pendant. Sect leader, elder, you must do right by White Lotus. According to the clan law, the stealer should be expelled from the clan. Before the words are out, Jiang Yuehan quickly stepped forward and slapped Xiaobalian in the face. Only a muffled snap was heard. Immediately afterward, Xiaobalian screamed miserably and fell to the ground, his entire body prostrate on the ground. Lucian was dumbfounded. Holy, the little assassin won't be a domestic abuser in the future. Will he? You actually dare. Xiaobalian looked up at Jiang Yuehan in disbelief and was about to be vicious when she received another slap. This palm was struck by Shangguan Yunao. Lucian was surprised again. When did the master go over there? Not bad for a master. You think that if you die denying it, This honored one won't be able to convict you? Shangguan Yunao said, with a wave of his sleeve. From the Qiankuan bag in his sleeve, he took out a precious mirror and held it in his hand. Void mirror? Cold Mountain froze. I didn't expect that senior sect leader would actually take out the sect's secret treasure in order to deal with this matter. Lucian was also stunned. What is a void mirror? This mirror, see through time, the person who is illuminated, the experience within 3 days, all have nothing to hide. Shangguan Yunao said in a cold voice, Xiao Balian, I'll see what else you have to say. After saying that, he was about to use a mirror to shine a light on Xiao Balian's blue face. No, don't. Xiao Balian hurriedly got down on the ground and buried her face underneath her body. Humph, do you think you can hide just by hiding? Shangguan Yunao snorted coldly. I'll use this mirror to shine a light on Jiang Mijuan or Lu Mijuan, and as usual, I'll be able to clear their suspicions, as long as they didn't steal your jade pendant. It's a false accusation. This statement was made. Little Ginger Empress immediately did back to Lucian's side. Immediately after that, he hid behind Lucian and buried his face into his back. Lucian was a bit dumbfounded. Little assassin, what are you hiding for? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Jiang Yuehan gently pinched the soft flesh around Lucian's waist. That's if it's photographed. That night was exposed. Hiss. Lucian sucked in his cool breath. Sure enough, the little assassin is domestically abusive. Noon. Things are finally settling down. Xiao Balian instructed others to place the jade pendant in Jiang Yuehan's duffel bag to frame a fellow disciple. His heart is punishable and his crime is unforgivable. She, along with a few disciples who had been messing around, were all deprived of their cultivation and expelled from the sect. Lucian and Jiang Yuehan returned to the Moonwatch Pavilion. Xiaolu student lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling, pondering, this punishment, it's a bit too light. The little Ginger Empress sat on a chair to the side, flipping through the treasure cannon, and said indifferently, after they are expelled from the sect, they will still have to go to the Dongyang Prefecture to be tried. Lucian sniffed and sat up violently. Dongyang Prefecture? Didn't the governor GA long ago? Is it still reliable? The little Ginger Empress stared unblinkingly at the books as she replied, the court will make its own arrangements. That's not something we can worry about. Lucian laid back again and yawned. Alright, I'll take a nap. And when I wake up I'll definitely cultivate seriously. A quarter of an hour later, Jiang Yuehan saw Lucian sleeping and snoring loudly, so then she quietly left the room. Go forward to Divine Soldier Peak and pick up the gift prepared for Lucian. Granted, Lucian's birthday would have to wait until after the trial, but it's a little more prudent to get the gift in hand ahead of time, lest Elder Duan go back on his word. Gee, I can't believe I doubted that. Really learned from Lucian. The time turned and it was a few days. Soon it was the eve of the trial. In the past few days, Lucian explored the forbidden area in the back mountain in his dreams every night. Nowadays, one knows the forbidden places in the back of the mountain like the back of one's hand. It is a living map of the forbidden land. Lucian had also refined quite a few antidotes to poison. Be prepared. The little Ginger Empress, on the other hand, also benefited a lot from the dual cultivation. The realm had already broken through to the nascent soul realm. In addition to this, the Book of Love is well known. Getting ready for the second brush. Evening. Lucian stood by the window with his arms folded, his face grave. You're, preoccupied? Jiang Yuehan put down the books in her hands and asked with concern. I've been at the Jiedan realm for some time now, but no matter how I cultivate, I can't go any further. Lucian sighed. I'm afraid, I've hit a bottleneck. There's such a thing? Jiang Yuehan was surprised. I didn't expect that the titular little devil would also encounter a bottleneck. Moreover, it was still at the Jiedan realm that the bottleneck was encountered. You come here. The little Ginger Empress waved towards Lucian. Lucian walked over with a despondent face and stood in front of Jiang Yuehan. The little Ginger Empress placed her hand on Lucian's abdomen, ready to probe Lucian's dantian. Lucian instantly made a big red face. I'm talking about something serious. This little assassin. How all of a sudden? That's fine. Then, it's your initiative. I'm just cooperating. Thinking about this, Lucian closed his eyes, bent down, pouted, and moved closer towards Jiang Yuehan. Jiang Yuehan froze. I'm probing your dantian. What are you doing? Lucian snapped his eyes open, his face embarrassed to the core. Jiang Yuehan smiled helplessly, and then, she got up and used her lips, lightly touching Lucian's lips. Smiling sweetly, she said, good boy. I'll help you check out the problem, you just stand still. At the same time, inside the Xianfu Peak confinement room, Ouyang Honglu is still kneeling on the ground wall. Suddenly, the door to the confinement room house opened a crack. The narrow shadow shone on Ouyang Honglu's body. Chapter 82, The Book of Treasures mistakes me. Afterwards the holy is Buddha. Master? Ouyang Honglu snapped his head back and saw that the visitor was Yin Wudao, so he hurriedly greeted him with a respectful voice. Yin Wudao came behind Ouyang Honglu with a flash and gently put his hand on Ouyang Honglu's shoulder. Apprentice, these past few days, I've wronged you. No, not aggrieved. It is the disciple who has violated the clan law and should be disciplined. Ouyang Honglu held back the indignation in his heart and said with a trembling voice, it's just that, tomorrow is the trial, and I'm afraid that disciples will be delayed in their cultivation these days. Yin Wudao smiled. Are you worried that you won't get a good ranking? Ouyang Honglu said fervently, personal honor and disgrace is a small matter. Xianfu Peak's honor and disgrace is a big matter. My disciple is only worried about it. Disgracing Xianfu Peak and disgracing my master's face. How could Yin Wudao not know Ouyang Honglu's small mind? He had long since seen through Ouyang Honglu's nature. He is headstrong and has a high regard for his personal face. Ben was the only personal disciple to enter the clan this year, thinking that they are high up in the world and have access to unlimited scenery. Unexpectedly, there were two other secret disciples that pressed him. The original fantasy of 10,000 people blowing up has become a dream. All the attention was stolen by Lu Xun and Zhang Yuehan. Nonetheless, it is not valued. Instead, he was punished with confinement for clashing with Lu and Zhang. I'm afraid, in his heart right now, he already hated Lu Xun and Zhang Yuehan, but the strength is not good. Can only temporarily this hate? Buried in the bottom of the heart. In that case, why not utilize it and let it work for Bloodshed Tower? Worthy of being a disciple of my Xianfu Peak. Worthy of being a good disciple that I value. Yin Wudao let out a loud laugh. Good, good. My Xianfu Peak has you. Why worry about not prospering? Ouyang Honglu's face was difficult. Master. The disciple is ashamed of the master's respect. I'm afraid that this trial. Yin Wudao waved his hand and interrupted. There's no need to worry. Shifu will help you. As he spoke, he took out a crimson-colored talisman from his sleeve pocket. This is a secret talisman refined by this honored one. After using it, one's power can be greatly increased in a short period of time. You are now at the Qi-gathering realm, and with this talisman, you can reach the strength of the God-nurturing realm. But remember, you only have one incense stick to burn. Moreover, during its use, it will burn essence blood and produce certain side effects. Do not sacrifice this talisman unless it is absolutely necessary. Ouyang Honglu received the talisman with both hands, his eyes bubbling with light. Disciple honors the teachings of my master. Bedroom on the second floor of the Moonwatch Pavilion. Lu Xun and Zhang Yuehan kissed and hugged and lifted high. Zhang Yuehan felt that the Taiyin seed in Fang's body had become extremely fast growing. Originally, it took 79 days for the seed to mature. It is now showing signs of breaking ground. One could only break through to the Qi-gathering realm after obtaining the Taiyin body, or to perfect the Xian Phoenix heavenly locust body and break through the Qi-gathering again. In any case, with the current heaven's mandate, it was categorically impossible to break through easily. A heavenly fate of the yellow equation, even at the Qi-gathering realm, was only a palm-sized dantian, with great limitations. Thinking about it, the little ginger empress frowned slightly. Dantian? Yeah, just now I was giving Lu Xun a probe of the dantian. As a result, an 8-pack was touched, and then, inexplicably, the erotica maneuver was performed. Finally Zhang Yuehan's pretty face blushed. Let Lu Xun cooperate obediently. Instead, he himself, the treasure trove was wrong about me. Lu Xun was lying on the bed, looking at the ceiling with a confused expression. Who am I? Where am I? When did the little assassin become such a tease? Aha! Lu Xun suddenly found Hua Dot. Hastily turning his head to look at Zhang Yuehan, he asked in surprise, Little assassin, just now, it can't be, the unorthodox technique you've been refining, right? Zhang Yuehan was shocked. Discovered? Just a watery discovery? Yeah, but don't get me wrong, this kung fu it's, in fact, pretty decent. The little ginger empress stammered and said with a stiff upper lip, Lord, it's mainly used to nourish the meridians. Yes, that's a technique that helps the blood veins to flow smoothly. Ha! Lu Xun sighed heavily and turned his back to Zhang Yuehan. Cold poison misdirection. It's a cold poison gone wrong, even though the body is strong and fiery. But the little assassin has a cold poison. Hiss. I can't help it. Actually, Zhang Yuehan moved closer to Lu Xun, her small hands on Lu Xun's shoulders, her body pressed up against her back, and she murmured a few words quietly in Lu Xun's ear. The words fall. Zhang Yuehan steeply widened her beautiful eyes. What on earth am I talking about? My hallowed Empress Xianwang? Blame it on that treasure trove. It's so crooked that it should never be read again. I was just babbling. You, don't take it seriously. It's getting late. Rest. As soon as she did, Zhang Yuehan pulled the quilt over and wrapped herself up tightly. By the way, there's no problem with your dantian. It's just that because it's too large, it's delayed in forming the dan on its own. As for the way to conjugate the dan, you still need to comprehend it on your own. That's it. I'm sleeping. After saying that, the little ginger empress closed her eyes tightly. After waiting for a long time, Lucian did not respond before he finally sighed in relief. Lucian quietly turned his head and saw that Jiang Yuehan had already fallen asleep. The heart that was hanging in the air just finally landed. He slowly got up and stepped over Jiang Yuehan, tiptoeing to the next shower room. A long time. Lucian returned to the bedroom satisfied. Lay back down on the bed, looking at the stunning beauty beside him. The heart is sacred as Buddha. Sure enough, there are some things that you should not bother others with when you can do them yourself. Especially troublesome little assassins. I have the heart to do it myself, but I don't have the guts. Just be afraid of becoming disposable. I'm even more afraid of scrapping it directly in place. So I won't even have a place to cry when the time comes. Damn cold poison. Is there really no solution? What's the difference between that and being a widow? No, it should be called being a widower? Suddenly, Lucian thought of something. Xiao Balian was expelled from the clan. It was reasonable to assume that he had changed her destiny. There should be a reward for that. The woman's reward, I'm afraid, is not related. It's quite possible. Thinking about this, Lucian immediately closed his eyes and explored the system space. Unmute the system by the way. Fruity. Aside from Xiao Balian, the 5 disciples who were expelled from the sect were given rewards. The 4 inner disciples, all of whom were Xian-level heavenly fate, were not high in their own realm and were given only heavenly fate values. However, the numbers were pleasing, adding up to 400,000. And the only personal disciple, Earth-level heaven's destiny, middle stage of the Jiedan realm. The loss of all cultivation and expulsion from the clan had a great impact on the destiny. The rewards, naturally, are quite generous. Chapter 83, Once Enlightened. The Jiedan realm was perfected. Congratulations to the host. You've obtained the 9 revolutions pill. After taking it, it can form a golden elixir in the dantian. After 749 days, the Jindan will be complete. A 9-turn elixir? Was worried about the lack of conjugation. It's almost like a pillow for a sleepy head. After 49 days, the Jindan was complete. Wouldn't it be, then, possible to break through from the Jiedan realm, directly to the God-nurturing realm? It's just a pity that the trial is tomorrow. However, the entrance trial, the participants were all the new disciples who had joined the sect this year. Even if he couldn't reach the God-nurturing realm, but only the Jiedan realm, there wouldn't be any enemies in the same class. Again, the ranking is irrelevant. The important thing is to get the Xian Phoenix blood for the little assassin. The strength is refined. The certainty is a little greater. Thinking of this, Lucian swallowed the 9 turns Dan without hesitation. The next second, the consciousness was uncontrollable and forcibly disappeared into the dantian space. There's no light. There's no sound. There's no flavor. There's no touch. Lucian only felt that his feet were hanging in the air and he was in the middle of a chaos. Suddenly, a point of light floated above. After a breath, the light spot suddenly expanded and turned into a ball of light. Within a few breaths, the ball of light expanded rapidly. In an instant, it became huge. Its shape is like inflammation. Its light burns, its nature is fierce, and its power is limitless. It was like a big sun, hanging high in the sky. It is now so large. It was hard to imagine what it would be like after 77 or 49 days. Lucian looked at a large sun and pondered in his heart. For an ordinary person, the Jiedan realm could only form 1 Jindan. However, one's own body-tempering realm alone had 81 stages. This conjugation, surely, was not just a Jindan either. Unsurprisingly, the first golden Dan was a great sun within the dantian. Conjure another Taiyin for the second Jindan. There are 365 stars in the circumference of the sky. I'm afraid I'll have to knit another 365 golden pills. Sun, moon and stars. In Lucian's mind, a thought popped up out of nowhere. That was to immediately enroll in the sun, moon, and starry night technique. This technique was obtained from changing Liang Mo's destiny earlier. The treasure exploded by one of the 12 master envoys of the Bloodshed Tower must be mysterious. Previously, due to the lack of realm, it had been placed in the system storage to eat dust. Now at the Jiedan realm, one is able to study it. The sun, moon and stars merit must be related to the sun, moon and stars of this conjugation. I'm a genius. Lucian made an immediate decision and directly smashed 10 years of Gongfu experience on the sun, moon, and starry night Gong. The host begins to study the sun, moon and stars Kung Fu. The host familiarized himself with the Kung Fu and learned that he needs to observe the sun, moon and stars before he can study it. So I spent the whole day watching the sun, moon and stars, tirelessly. 10 years have passed. And the host's eyesight is impaired from years of sunwatching. Wang Defa? The Lucian people were dumbfounded. System, you're afraid you're not playing with me. Would Master be so stupid? It's hard to look at the sun, so you don't know not to look at it? You've been looking at it for 10 years and you've lost your eyesight? Besides, this stuff is mapped to reality. I'm afraid I'm not going blind. 10 more years. The host observes day after day for 10 years, loses his eyesight and becomes blind. Grass. Really blind? Lucian exclaimed in shock. Consciousness returns to reality. It's hazy in front of my eyes. Can't see a thing. This is not the end of the ing now? Practicing kung fu has ruined myself. Instead, there are elixirs that can restore your eyesight. The name is Bright Eyes Elixir. A 7-stripe elixir. Even the congenitally blind can be cured. But it's killing me. It's yourself that's blind. The only person in the world who can make this elixir is also himself. But how can you make pills if you're blind? What's wrong? Suddenly, Zhang Yuehan's voice sounded from the side. No, it's nothing. Lucian lay flat with a desire to cry. It's a dead horse at this point. 10 more years. Host is blind. Life is frustrating. 5 years later, accidentally developed extraordinary hearing and reflexes. Another year has passed, and the host, with his extraordinary hearing and reflexes, is living like a normal person. The host has restored his eyesight by making the pill of bright eyes. In the 7th year, the host revisits the kung fu, recalls memories of a previous life, a planetarium viewing experience. I've had an epiphany. Once enlightened, the sun, moon, and stars kung fu has soared to the ultimate realm of creation. Unexhausted experience and feats. Returning 3 years of experience to the host, Lucian's eyes lit up. The mind has never been clearer than at this moment. It seems that the party's guess was wrong. Where the sun, moon and stars are knotted together one by one, Dantian is the universe. How can there be only one great sun and one Tai-in in the universe? To conjugate the Dan, much less to conjugate the Dan with the help of external forces, there's no need to wait around for 79 days. The right thing to do would be, with this in mind, Lucian sat cross-legged and his consciousness dived into his Dantian. Between breaths, the original round of great sun within the Dantian suddenly expanded. In an instant, the great sun had swelled to its limit. At a certain moment, the great sun exploded silently within the Dantian, blasted out all the stars, blasted out the Milky Way bright, blasted out countless stars, planets. Congratulations to the host, who has reached the completion of the Jedan realm. Phew! Lucian exhaled a long, turbid breath. Success! I'm a genius. Cross your arms. Give yourself awesome bad. The change in Lucian's aura awakened Zhang Yuehan, who was at the side. She looked at Lucian in amazement and asked, You're already at the Jedan realm perfection? There's no need to panic. It's easy as pie. Lucian laughed and put his hands behind his back, pretending to be an expert. Your Dantian. It's obviously so vast. How did you do it? Zhang Yuehan still couldn't believe it, and in her excitement, she directly pounced Lucian on the bed. Then he reached out and touched Lucian's abdomen. Hey. Lucian's hands were pressed behind his back, unable to move. Calm down, little assassin. Calm down. But now, where was Zhang Yuehan to calm down? She sensed Lucian's Dantian and her beautiful eyes looked at Lucian in shock. These Jindans, although the quality varies, but the number, it's too many to estimate. Moreover, these Jindans seem to have, as well, a tendency to become powerful on their own. How, exactly, did you do that? Where could the decent student Xiao Lu stand this kind of offense? Immediately stand at attention and talk about respect. The little ginger Empress sensed some great terror that had suddenly appeared. The mind cleared a few moments later. She got away from Lucian in a hurry and sat down. Reddening her pretty face, she asked, Tell me, how did it work? Ahem. Lucian took his hand behind him and said with a straight face, Because I believe in science. Science? Zhang Yuehan was uncertain. Lucian asked rhetorically, Do you know about the Big Bang? Zhang Yuehan shook her head. Lucian said in a serious manner, Let me narrate to you. And so, during the latter part of the night, the little ginger Empress had been listening to her little Lu class, tells of the wonders of the origin of the universe. Early the next morning, Zhang Yuehan still couldn't get enough of it. Lucian, however, had already had a dry mouth. Then the wonders of the origin of the universe. I'm more interested in exploring the true nature of the origin of life with the little assassin. I was so focused on trying to cultivate that I almost forgot about business. Xiaobalian reward hasn't checked it out yet. Suddenly, the door to the house was pushed open. Zhongli walked in and laughed brightly. 2 good disciples. Today is your initiation trial. Master give you kind of treasure. Chapter 80 for the truth about the Book of Love. The name of this object is branded Soundbit. You only need to pour each other's true chi into it to make it recognize its owner. Even if they are thousands of miles apart, they can still use this item to communicate. The method of using it is also very simple. Use your true chi to catalyze it and brand what you have to say. On top of the jade wall, the other jade disc, thousands of miles away, reacts in an instant, and the sound is conveyed instantly. Zhang Li held a jade in one hand and introduced it to Lucian and Zhang Yuehan. Old, Ian, Van? Lucian's clueless face was in a daze. That's right, it's the branded sound wall. Zhang Li nodded and said in a serious manner. These are, however, the secret treasures of the former Desu, and today I give them to you. Wishing you prosperous martial arts. What kind of person names a secret treasure? Lucian muttered, but still stepped forward to take it and said with a smile. Thank you, master. Rarely, this master actually relied on him for once. Not easy. I wish you all good luck in your trials. The master will go back to catch up on his sleep. Gingerly, she yawned and turned around. The meet and greet gift that didn't go out a few days ago finally did. Lucian handed a jade to Zhang Yuehan. Both sides left their respective true chi on top of the two jade pieces. Seeing the jade flickered a few times with yellow light, it was considered to have recognized the master. There's still an hour left before the trial starts. When do we leave? Zhang Yuehan looked at the sky outside and said to Lucian. There's no rush. I'll inventory the supplies first. Lucian said, taking out the potion bottles one by one from the system space and setting them on the table. The clear heart pill, antidote, the fire preventing elixir, imperial water potion, the wind fixing pill, black iron rod, walking cloud crawler. This thing needs to be worn. Lucian took off his shoes, intending to change into the step cloud crawler, but after half a dozen sets, I realized that the shoes were a few sizes too small. Holding his face red and pressing through, the little ginger Empress was sitting beside the bed, and seeing Lucian's anxious appearance, she reminded, what you're going to wear. It seems to be a woman's style of shoes. Yeah, I'm telling you, how come I can't get it on all the time? Lucian smiled awkwardly and turned his head to look at Zhang Yuehan's small feet. At the moment, Zhang Yuehan hadn't put on her shoes or luo stockings. The two jade feet were just hanging in midair in a watery manner, white and delicate, like gelatin. Lucian looked a little mesmerized for a while. Hiss, why hadn't I realized before that the little assassin had such nice feet? No, it's not right. Very much there is something 120,000 times wrong. Why am I attracted to a pair of feet? I'm obviously a decent person. The touch, slippery and a little cold. I'm afraid it's also the cold poison at work. Fun? Suddenly, Zhang Yuehan's puzzled voice came out. Lucian was startled and came back to his senses. He realized that he had, at some point, squatted beside Zhang Yuehan. When did I come over? How did it get on? Actually, I'm studying the Tao, Lucian said in a serious manner. Zhang Yuehan was uncertain. Footpaths are also paths. Lucian smiled awkwardly. Okay, I admit, I was measuring your feet to see if they fit. If it fits, then the shoes will be for you. Does that fit? The little ginger Empress gently shook her little feet and looked straight at Lucian and asked. Lucian's tiger's body shook and stiffened as he twisted his head to look at the luscious little feet that were close at hand. Subconsciously, he tightened his nose and swallowed heavily. Damn it! Why do you have an uncontrollable urge to get up there? Meanwhile, the little ginger Empress looked at Lucian with a reddened face. The little feet were getting constricted as well. Why am I, all of a sudden, doing this? The treasure trove was wrong about me. What's next? Suddenly it just froze. Thinking about it, Zhang Yuehan observed Lucian, and seeing that the other party did not react, she secretly took out the treasure book of love, preparing to find a countermeasure. This time, Lucian ghostly looked up. Shui Lingling saw the four big words on the book in Zhang Yuehan's hand. The treasure of love. Xiao Lu's classmates were shocked. Isn't this the secret sauce the little assassin has been working on? What's with the ing name? What's in it? Lucian subconsciously activated the paranoia-breaking god pupil. Hurrah saw that the four big words, erotic treasure, dissipated into clouds of smoke. In its place is the book's real name, the Phantom's Raising Manual. No matter how cold your heart is, even if you are an iceberg, after studying this book, your temperament will change and your state of mind will be no different from that of a chimera. Listening to the system's beep, Lucian dropped his jaw in shock. No wonder the little assassin has become unusually proactive lately. Phantom, lean, as a 5 good youth born under the red flag. Didn't read a lot of books and newspapers, so I know quite a bit about the Phantom clan. If it is really the chimera that I have in mind, then Shaobilian's small means, in front of the little assassin, are all considered as small as a firefly compared to the white moon. What's more, the little assassin had the added benefit of cold poison, which was far more terrifying by several times than an ordinary chimera. The average chimera is a long-winded and slow-moving victim. On the contrary, the little assassin, that's a spike. Besides, this chimera thing, isn't it not picky? That little assassin wouldn't. Lucian snapped his head up and used his delusion-breaking god pupil to observe Jiang Yuehan. Name, Jiang Yuehan. Sex, female. Age, 19. Mandate of heaven, the remnant phoenix's absolute breath body, quality, yellow, lower. Realm, nascent soul realm. Circumstances, study the handbook for raising charmed devils 3 times, and your state of mind will change drastically. Under the influence of the yin-yang concentric lock, she will only have feelings for Lucian alone. To be the only one in the 3 worlds and 10 states who was a pure love chimera. Lucian's hanging heart slowly fell. Inexplicably, there was a sense of celebration. That's not true. I'm celebrating my ass. If I'm the only one who gets screwed, then I'll have to get hit hard. The host does not need to worry. Jiang Yuehan is influenced by the body of the Xianhuang. The degree of charm is shallow. Rationality still exists. Jiang Yuehan was holding the erotica book, and the more she looked at it, the more wrong it became. The book says absolutely nothing about what to do to alleviate the awkwardness of the situation. The words are teaching people how to go further. At this time, Lucian's voice rang out. We'll split the pills in half. Let's set off. The little ginger empress came back to her senses and realized that on her feet, at some point, she had already put on her step-cloud shoes. There's still half an hour left before the trial begins. Lucian opened his mouth again and reminded. Jiang Yuehan hurriedly took the book back into the system space. He also stowed the pill bottles on the tabletop into his Qiankuan bag. Finally standing up, he followed Lucian towards the house. From time to time, he observed Lucian with a glance. The treasure trove was wrong about me. One look inexplicably makes you lose track of time. The little devil didn't see it just now. What kind of book he was reading, right? Little assassin. There are some books that have to be viewed appropriately, but not obsessively. Chapter 85, so fierce. Have these two stayed in the Acacia sect? Jiang Yuehan's footsteps lurched and her pretty face sank. You just now saw the books in my hands? Lucian was momentarily speechless. This little assassin. Why is he so fierce for no reason? What's the deal with looking a little scary? Nope. I'm scared less. Little Master Jiedan Realm Grand Circle. The little assassin was only at the nascent soul realm. Goon, it doesn't exist. Yes, I saw it. Lucian's complexion steeply became serious as he said with a straight face. It is better to read fewer books on such love affairs in the future. And I hope you can restrain yourself a little in the future. After all, as disciples of the Huaqing sect, we should be practicing. Before the words are out, Lucian was yanked over by Jiang Yuehan and pressed against the wall. Before she could react, little ginger empress made a wallop and kissed Lucian on the mouth. Now that we've been discovered, there's nothing to pretend. Anyway, it's a marriage. His own husband, no matter what he did, it was all in line with common sense. Convergence? It doesn't exist. Lucian instantly widened his eyes. Can't be beat. It's not even close. Half an hour later, the little ginger empress took Lucian's arm and jammed her way to the forbidden area in the back of the mountain. As soon as the duo arrived, the gazes of Shangguan Yun Ao, several elders, and dozens of newly promoted disciples looked over in unison. Above Lu Michuan's neck, why is it full of red rashes? Could it be allergies? A few days ago, I observed that his mouth was puffy and swollen, and recently there have been some signs of dissipation. So why is it swollen again? Why is the expression on Lu Michuan's face so lifeless? Several elders were talking. The disciples, on the other hand, gritted their teeth. Damn. All waiting for you guys and you end up playing like this, right? Even if you get tired of being together every day, you still have to have enough fun before the trial? It's dog abuse. Among the crowd, there was a touch of grimness in Ouyang Honglu's gaze as he looked at Lucian and Jiang Yuehan. I'd like to see how much longer you guys can show off. Today's trial, the forbidden place in the back of the mountain, is where you will be buried. Ahem. At this time, Shangguan Yunao cleared his throat and withdrew the gaze that had fallen on the younger two. The scope of this initiation trial is limited to the area in front of the endless peak in the back of the mountain. Remember, don't set foot in the area behind the endless peak. There are many crises there. It's not something that you and the others can handle right now. And in front of the endless peak, 300 ninth-grade demonic beasts have been released in advance. The content of the trial is to kill demonic beasts and collect their horns. Today, at the hour of 5 o'clock, ranked by the number of horns collected, the top-ranked person will receive a spirit crystal. Without further ado, the trial begins. The words fall. The disciples scrambled towards the forbidden area in the back of the mountain. For the sake of the spirit crystals, fight. In the blink of an eye, only Lucian, Jiang Yuehan, and Shangguan Yun Ao and a few elders were left outside the Forbidden Land. We're not going? Jiang Yuehan asked tentatively. There's no hurry first. There's something odd about this forbidden place in the back of the mountain. I've been in a dream, exploring it for many days. I can't act rashly, Lucian said vigilantly and carefully walked towards the forbidden area in the back of the mountain. Jiang Yuehan took Lucian's arm and followed closely. Shangguan Yun Ao, as well as the many elders, looked at the duo with a dumbfounded expression. Master Sect Leader, what is the situation with Lu Mijuan and Zhang Mijuan? Cold Mountain couldn't help but ask. Duan Tai stroked his beard. When a lion fights a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. Lu Mijuan has reached the Jedan realm, participating in the entrance trial, yet he is still so vigilant. This kind of mentality is really rare and precious. When these words came out, the elders all revealed expressions of sudden realization. I really didn't expect Lucian to be so calm, worthy of being a secret disciple of the Hua Qing sect, worthy of being the favorite disciple of the Supreme Elder. Cold Mountain frowned. This vigilance, will it be a bit too much? Yin Wu Dao narrowed his eyes. I didn't expect that this guy, Lucian, would act so carefully. He was also thinking of taking advantage of the introductory trial to refine him and Jiang Yuehan into a blood vampire and offer it to the owner of the building. This looks like it's going to be a little difficult to make a move. I'm afraid. In front of the Forbidden Stone Monument, Lucian looked at the fog in front of him and tried again and again. The little ginger Empress sighed. She really couldn't look at it anymore and explained. Don't try. The forbidden area in the back of the mountain is just foggy. It's not poisonous. Lucian looked at Jiang Yuehan and said bitterly, how can it not be poisoned? That night. That's my kiss. Jiang Yuehan interrupted. Ha? Xiaolu's clueless face was all over the place. The day you went into a dream. I had nothing better to do than kiss you all night. And your mouth is swollen from my kisses. Jiang Yuehan said in a serious manner. On the neck, on the chest, there are also marks left by me. When she finished, she raised her eyebrows. It's amazing that there's no psychological burden at all in saying it. Sure enough, this kind of thing, it's no big deal. It's all been married, and the little devil should fulfill his obligations as a husband. So who is he to deny it? Even if I don't give it, it's reasonable for me to ask for it. What can Lucian do to me? Sue the government? Sue your parents? Who cares about him? Idol? You. Lucian looked at Jiang Yuehan incredulously, unable to speak for a long time. No wonder. Just now, I felt that the little assassin was so skillful, and wondered if she practiced behind her back. It turned out to be quite a practice. The little ginger Empress yanked Lucian's collar in a domineering manner. It was followed by a hard kiss. After a long time, he pushed Lucian away, and the corners of his mouth raised in a nice curve. A brother is a brother. The district's little devil, casually kissing a few times, made him unable to find his way. Looking at Lucian, who was dumbfounded in place, Jiang Yuehan slightly knitted her eyebrows. What? Are you unhappy? Saying that, a touch of anger surfaced on her pretty face. Could it be that you don't have the slightest idea about me? Lucian clenched his fists. I've long thought of giving this little assassin a good eating. Nay, if you have the heart of a thief, you don't have the guts. The cold poison wronged me. Think what you like, but remember, we're married, and don't you dare think of anyone else. Before Jiang Yuehan's words fell, Lucian directly picked her up in a princess carry. A mere little assassin. To be so arrogant. You should have said so. If I knew what you were thinking, would I have put up with it for so long? Really think I'm a decent guy? As Lucian spoke, he carried Jiang Yuehan into the forbidden area in the back of the mountain. The silhouettes of the two disappeared into the fog in an instant. Remind the host that you still have an unclaimed reward from Xiao Balian. Shangguan Yun Ao as well as several elder people were dumbfounded. Cold Mountain looked at Shangguan Yun Ao in wonder, and ghostly asked, Senior Sect Master, the two of them stayed in the Acacia sect? Shangguan Yun Ao gave Cold Mountain a disgusted blank look and said, wasn't it you who found the talent? Where would I know to go? Chapter 86, One Chapter of Eating Mouthfuls. System Store Opening. Lucian was carrying Jiang Yuehan in his arms when he suddenly heard the system sound a beep. I almost forgot. Xiao Balian's reward has not been claimed. I'm afraid it's not something to do with love. Congratulations to the host. Opening the system store. Wang Defa? Lucian was shocked. Changed the destiny of Xiao Balian's little cousin. A big one? With a thought, Lucian opened the system shop. Immediately afterward, the whole thing was silly. The items in the store are all modern QQ items. QQ underwear, buzzing eggs, Fiji cup. There were even vicious-looking things that looked like torture devices. All of them can be purchased with the destiny value. Not a body. Are you serious about this system? The host has a significant impact on the destiny of a key character, and can restock the system store. Props related to key players. Lucian never dreamed of it. That Xiao Balian is actually still a key person. What's the point? Indeed, she hadn't given herself or the little assassin much trouble. And what's in this store? Rather fitting for that woman. Persona. I can't use it here. Though, the cold poison is as fierce as a tiger. Can't do anything with this thing. Imagine, dressing up the little assassin. Then I was alone on the sidelines, using the Fey. Lean, isn't that just asking for trouble? Nothing. What's wrong? At this time, Zhang Yuehan saw Lucian standing still and asked curiously. No, nothing, let's go to Endless Peak. Lucian placed Zhang Yuehan on the ground. The two of them walked side by side, heading towards Endless Peak. The foot of Endless Peak. Ouch. Gently. The little ginger Empress sat on Lucian's lap and wrapped her arms around Lucian's neck with a pained expression on her face. Weird. Lucian stared at Zhang Yuehan's neck, puzzled. Tried to grow strawberries, but ended up with numb lips and couldn't grow them. Is this physique of the little assassin so impervious to leaving marks? Your hands. Zhang Yuehan looked helplessly at Lucian and said, this little devil. I don't know which one of his tendons is wrong. Before cringing and being too shy to lie in the same bed. Now it's a good thing. The initiative is like a different person. Hands? Lucian froze. Finding his hand, he wondered when he had climbed the hill. Automated enemy claiming? That's weird. Well, Zhang Yuehan asked once again. Well, Lucian hastily moved his hand away. Eyes couldn't help but glance more. So magnificent. Can't be called little assassin from now on. This is obviously the big assassin. 2 lifetimes without a relationship. Talk about having a state dinner for once. God has really treated me well. It's just a pity that the little assassin has a cold poison. Doomed to not make it to the final step. At the same time, Empress Xiaojiang pursed her vermilion lips and slightly knitted her eyebrows as she also observed Lucian. I've been watching erotica for so long. Surprisingly, not as much as a finger of a gifted player. It's worthy of being a demon lord. Sample pass. Connecting kisses are insightful. Oddly addictive. It's just a shame that that's where it stops with the little devils. Without the pure yang kung fu, there was no way to be destined to the final step. What's the matter with me? The titular Empress Xian Huang. Suddenly losing my mind a bit? It's all the fault of this broken treasure tree, which has caused a lot of harm. The two looked at each other. Couldn't resist the urge to kiss again. That's enough of you. Suddenly, a bellowing cry came from not far away. Lucian and Zhang Yuehan froze and looked over at the same time. Seeing that Ouyang Honglu was glaring this way with an angry face. I've been watching you guys, chewing on this for half an hour. Are you guys here for the trial? Have you no shame? You guys are. Simply degrading the clan in the daytime. Shame on the clan. Ouyang Honglu cursed in rapid succession. At this time, Lucian took out the marriage contract from the system space. Watery. We're both legal. It's just a mouthful. None of your business. Moreover, this is the back area of Endless Peak. We made it a point to avoid people. You're the one who found us. Where did you get the face to be the first to complain? Hearing this, Ouyang Honglu gritted his teeth. You. Lucian saw that Ouyang Honglu had just joined hands and directly interrupted. You what you? Open your eyes and see clearly. The Taoist marriage contract. Do you damn well know what a Taoist marriage contract is? A marriage certificate that goes up to heaven, down to earth, and up to the 9 heavens. Dawn endowed all beings with the metaphor of the 3 worlds, witnessed by the ancestors of the heavens. Heaven and earth as a guide. The sun and the moon are of one mind. If the secretary is not in favor of his beloved, he is deceiving heaven. For the crime of deceiving heaven, one's body will die and the Tao will be extinguished. And if a beautiful woman is negative to her, she will defy the will of heaven, be removed from the 3 realms, and will never be reincarnated. If the 2 of us have a problem, we'll have our own heavenly harvest and 5 thunderbolts. Now God didn't say anything, so how can you push and push and push? If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here and get out of my way. Go back to the front area and do your trial honestly. We don't have time for you. Ouyang Honglu's face reddened. You, Lucian interrupted again. And you, climb for master. Put. Ouyang Honglu sprayed out a large mouthful of old blood, covering his chest, his tiger's eyes cracking. Asterisk. That spitting blood? Bumper sticker? You're afraid you don't, yourself, have some kind of disease, are you? As Lucian spoke, the little ginger Empress looked at Lucian with a face of adoration. It's worthy of being a demon lord. Cursing is so great. It can just give a person a scolding and spit blood. It's really all over the place. You're looking for death. Ouyang Honglu covered his chest and stood up straight. Suddenly, he heard a voice in his head. Apprentice, kill them. Ouyang Honglu froze. Hearing it, it was the voice of the Xianfu Peak Elder, his mastery in Wu Dao. In a flash, his face was gloomy to the extreme, and a fierce look emerged in his gaze. my disciple obeys his master's orders. Saying that, Ouyang Honglu drew the sword at his waist. This sword was a top-grade weapon taken from the Divine Soldier Peak. It also contained the power of runes and spells, and was no less powerful than a rare item. Seeing this, Lucian hurriedly carried Jiang Yuehan off his body and reminded him in a low voice. Little assassin, be careful, I think this pussy is going to jump over the wall. Jiang Yuehan faintly said, not afraid, the district chi gathering realm. No, he's already at the early stage of the Jiedan realm, but the Jiedan realm, it's not your opponent either. Yes? Ha. What if we add to that this talisman? Ouyang Honglu said viciously, pulling out the red-colored secret talisman gifted by Yin Wudao from his bosom and waving it with a big hand. The secret talisman instantly burned out in the air, and a red-colored true chi surged into his body. In an instant, Ouyang Honglu's muscles surged and his realm improved significantly. Lucian was shocked. This is the God-nurturing realm? You're damn open ah. Chapter 87, come up if you have the guts. The Shin Phoenix appears in the world. This is the Blood-Bane Talisman. By burning the essence blood of the bearer of the talisman, the power can be greatly increased in a short period of time. Jiang Yuehan said vigilantly, but this secret talisman of the bloodshed building, how did he get it? Before the words left her mouth, the little ginger empress came to a realization. It must be from Yin Wudao, this master envoy of the bloodshed tower, who had been lurking in the Hua Cheng sect for decades, was finally showing his fangs. At this time, the secret talisman took complete effect. Ouyang Honglu's strength had been temporarily raised to the third aperture of the God-nurturing realm, although it was not a true God-nurturing realm, but one move exerts power. However, it was completely comparable to the God-nurturing realm. Not in the least. Harpies suffer death. Ouyang Honglu didn't talk much and directly chopped out a sword chi that contained 10% of his power. He vowed to take down Lucian and Jiang Yuehan in one fell swoop. Look out! Lucian was quick on his feet and stopped in front of Jiang Yuehan, activating his entire body's true chi. He formed a barrier to protect his body. In a split second, the sword chi blasted on top of the barrier, instantly damaging it, and the true chi barrier dissipated into clouds of smoke. The aftershock shook the surrounding sand and rocks. Lucian staggered back a few steps. Fortunately, there is Jiang Yuehan at the side of the support, and only managed to stabilize his body. At the same time, all three of them had a look of dismay on their faces. Xiao Lu's classmates were shocked. This son of a is so fierce? I can't believe you knocked me back? Hardened body 81 stages. Conjured small universe. Is this practicing loneliness? A mere sword chi that could only barely be defended against? The little ginger empress looked at Lucian in surprise. The heart was in a state of afterthought. How dare the little devil to actually go straight up and take the full force of the nurturing god's three orifices strike hard? It's only a realm away. However, the strength of the God-nurturing realm and the Jiedan realm were a world apart. Before you nourish your spirit, you are just laying the foundation. Only by reaching the God-nurturing realm could one be called a true cultivator. After nourishing the spirit, the view of all things cultivates its own infallibility. It is only then that one can truly utilize true chi and exert its full power. But the little devil, just watered down and caught it? Not bad for him. Ouyang Honglu, on the other hand, revealed an expression of living hell. His own full-force strike had not even injured Lucian, just knocked it back a few steps. How could it be? A moment later, Lucian was the first to come back to his senses, pulling up Jiang Yuehan's hand and running. No, it seems like we can't beat them. Let's sneak away. The little ginger empress quickly followed by her side and anxiously asked, you still know you can't beat it? How did you dare to take it just now? Don't all protagonists fight across levels? I thought I could too. Damn. Fell for the scam. Lucian said helplessly. Past life memories of the novel comics mistake me almost got screwed. I'll see where you run to. Ouyang Honglu clenched his longsword, and with his backhand, he chopped over with a sword chi. Lucian hastily urged his true chi, and with a lot of effort, he blocked the blow once again. The aftermath of the sword chi swept in all directions, and several large, hugging trees around them collapsed. Lucian staggered a few steps, barely falling to the ground, and barely managed to stabilize his footing. Still blocking? Ouyang Honglu gritted his teeth in anger and quickly chased after him. Lucian glanced back, seeing that Ouyang Honglu was about to catch up, and in his haste, he thought out of the blue. Little assassin. Step cloud crawler. Fly. Let's fly. Jiang Yuehan understood and immediately stopped and picked up Princess Lucian. He was busy using his true chi again, urging the footsteps of the cloudwalkers under his feet, only to see that a gleam of light flooded underneath the feet of the little ginger empress. Stepping in the air is like climbing stone steps, 3 steps at a time. In an instant, he hugged Lu Xun and arrived several feet in the air. Ouyang Honglu stood on the ground with his head held high as he looked at Jiang Yuehan and Lu Xun who were hanging high in the sky. What the hell? How did these two get into heaven? He backhanded a sword chi toward the air. Jiang Yuehan's body was agile, sidestepping and continuing to step on the air to ascend to the sky. Within a short time, the little ginger empress carried Lu Xun to a position a few dozen feet above the ground. Looking at Ouyang Honglu on the ground again, his figure was already like an ant. Ouyang Honglu swung several sword chi in a row, but not waiting to touch Jiang Yuehan and Lu Xun. It just dissipated into a cloud of smoke in the air. With nothing else to do, Ouyang Honglu could only curse. Damn it, two shrinking turtles, have the guts to roll down to me. Lu Xun wrapped his hands around Jiang Yuehan's jade neck, looked down towards the bottom, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Come up if you have the ing guts." After saying that, he carefully asked Jiang Yuehan, "He can't come up, can he?" Jiang Yuehan said indifferently, "With the help of the Blood Fiend Talisman, he has temporarily gained the power of the God-nurturing realm, but he is not truly in the God-nurturing realm. As such, it is not yet possible to travel in the air like the God-nurturing realm. Moreover, even if one is truly in the God-nurturing realm, one can only be dozens of feet off the ground. You can't fly that high, much less do a hover." Hearing Jiang Yuehan say this, Lu Xun sighed in relief. "That's fine." After thinking for a moment, he asked again, "Say, this short period of time in which his power has increased greatly, how short is the short period of time?" Jiang Yuehan said indifferently, "At most, it's an incense stick of time." Lu Xun frowned, "One incense burner? How thick is the incense? It can't be the kind in the temple." The little ginger empress was a bit speechless. "Just ordinary incense. That's fine. I didn't realize it was so short." Lu Xun was completely relieved and kissed towards the side of Jiang Yuehan's face. "Little assassin, you're practically an encyclopedia. You know everything." Jiang Yuehan's pretty face slightly reddened. "Still, okay. Grass." Ouyang Honglu's teeth were almost clenched. Jiedan realm cultivators with superior eyesight. He could see perfectly well every move of Lu Xun and Jiang Yuehan high up in the sky. Damn, even if you can't hit it, you still have to watch them show their love. Put. Suddenly, Ouyang Honglu spat out a large mouthful of blood. He clearly felt that his own vitality was rapidly dissipating. The side effects of the bloodbath talisman were eating away at his vitality. How? Ouyang Honglu was upset. With a few big jumps, he went crazy and swung his sword energy towards the high sky, and all to no avail. Rush! He's in a hurry. Lu Xun smiled and looked at Ouyang Honglu on the ground as if he was watching a monkey watching a play. Jiang Yuehan gazed deeply at Lu Xun, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Childish ghosts. One incense stick later, Ouyang Honglu's power dissipated. In the twinkling of an eye, he returned to the physique he had before driving the bloodshed talisman. Up to this point yet it wasn't over. The muscles on his body continued to dry out. After a few breaths, it became as thin as a dry bone. He pinned his sword to the ground, barely able to stand still. Disbelief was written all over his face, but it was too late to think about it. His head suddenly buzzed and he fainted straight away. That's the end of it? Lu Xun frowned and was about to take a closer look, fearing that Ouyang Honglu was committing fraud. Suddenly, a phoenix sound entered his ears. Looking at the sound, he saw a Xian phoenix flying in the valley in the distance. Chapter 88, The Xian Phoenix Descends. Startling the great Yan imperial court, the phoenix song resounded through the 9 heavens. The entrance to the forbidden area in the back of the mountain, Cold Mountain, Duan Tai, and a few other elders, their faces were stunned. Cold Mountain was the first to sink in, and said to Shangguan Yun Ao in astonishment, "Sect Master, the Xian Phoenix has appeared." The Genghis Khan. Yin Wu Dao's eyes narrowed slightly. "If I can take the Xianuan blood spirit and offer it to the owner of the building, then the owner of the building will be able to accomplish his divine power in a matter of days. It will greatly shorten the progress of my bloodshed tower. The unification of the 3 realms in 10 states. Duan Tai said excitedly. "Sect leader, I observed the Xian Phoenix. It should be in the area behind Endless Peak. Should we go and find out?" The female elder of Lingyin Peak, Shang Yin, also said. "Senior brother, if we can recover the Xian Phoenix and use it for my Hua Qing sect, my Hua Qing sect will leap to become the #1 sect in the 10 states of the 3 realms." Several other elders, too, were excited. They had never dreamed that a mere introductory trial would usher in a chance of such magnitude. Just as the crowd was preparing for this splash of riches, Shangguan Yun Ao's attitude, however, was extremely cautious. "You'll stay here and wait for the end of the trials for the newly promoted disciples in order, and no one should move Xian Huang's mind." Cold Mountain froze. "Senior brother, why is this?" Confused, Shangguan Yun Ao glanced at Han Shan and said, The Xian Phoenix is the divine bird totem of the former Desa dynasty. Now that the Xian Phoenix has descended into the world, what does it mean? Aren't you aware of that? Cold Mountain frowned and was puzzled. Shang Yin exclaimed in shock. Desa's luck hasn't dissipated yet? Shangguan Yun Ao nodded slightly. That's right. Since this is the case, the royal family of Great Yan will definitely try to find a way to strangle the last vestige of Great Su's national fortune. If you and I were to participate in this, we would only be inviting calamity for the Hua Cheng sect. Never chance. Consider, nothing has happened. Shen Huang has nothing to do with my Hua Cheng sect. Hearing these words, the restless hearts of the group of elders settled down. It's a good thing it's the palm that sees things through. If he acted rashly and was targeted by the Great Yan imperial clan, the consequences would be unimaginable. The only one who was still confused was Cold Mountain, who said, "Senior brother, a while ago, hasn't the Xian Phoenix already appeared once, and that Great Yan imperial clan didn't do anything?" Duan Tai helplessly explained. Old Cold the last time the Xian Phoenix appeared in the world, it was an anomaly invoked by a great power in the immortal realm, so you can't generalize. Shang Yin said. Yes, even the Great Yan imperial clan doesn't dare to take liberties with the immortals. They can only choose to turn a blind eye. Shangguan Yun Ao sighed. Yes, but my Hua Qing sect doesn't have the blessing of an immortal. As the elders and the sect leader were discussing, Yin Wudao hid in the back, secretly clenching his fists. Is this how it's going to be? Missing out on a great opportunity? It's really a bit of a bummer. It's just a matter of getting Lucian's and Jiang Yuehan's blood vampires, so it can be considered a great gift for the owner of the building. I just don't know. That kid Ouyang Honglu, how is it now? Central State, Great Yan Imperial Court. Prince Lu Zhong was practicing his swordplay when he suddenly noticed something strange and leapt to the roof of the house, stepping on the glazed tiles with his feet and peering out to the southeast. At this time, a pretty-faced maid came walking quickly. She looked around in a circle and sensed Lu Zhong's aura high above her, and hurriedly reported with her head held high, "Crown Prince, the Qin Tian supervisor seeks an audience." Lu Zhong did not look askance, and said in a deep voice, "I am trying to find the Qin Tian supervisor. Quickly let someone come in." Not long after, a tall, beautiful young woman wearing a palace dress came to the Crown Prince's East Palace courtyard with her maid. Lu Ningxue, the supervisor of the Qin Tian supervision, pays his respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. Lu Ningxue said, wanting to salute. Lu Zhong waved his big hand and said, "No need to be polite." Just now, Lone perceived the appearance of an aura that disturbed Lone in the southeast direction of Great Yan. Lone now orders you to immediately probe the source of that aura. Lu Ningxue sniffed and said with a straight face, "I have come precisely to report this matter to Your Highness the Crown Prince. I have detected that in the boundaries of the Huaqing sect of the Dongyang Prefecture, there is a Xian Phoenix in existence." Genghis? Lu Zhong's pupils shrunk. No wonder that scent. It made me feel uneasy. It was actually the divine bird Xian Huang of the former Desu. Now father is in seclusion, impacting the heaven-prying realm. The government is in the hands of one man. I didn't expect that this would come out of nowhere. What can be done about this? The maid at the side of the face, Your Highness, the Crown Prince, the Huaqing sect supreme elder Zhongli, but the princess of the previous dynasty. The matter is not a secret one. Princess Zhongli of the former dynasty, a genius in the world. 100 years ago, he was already a rare void-breaking 9-realm powerhouse in the world, half a foot in the heaven-prying realm. Nay, for a man who was a Menglang, when the late emperor of Great Yan attacked the palace of the former dynasty, she's still hanging out in the land of smoke and willows. The country of Great Yan was broken, and when she learned of the news, she actually left the former royal city without saying a word. The world knows that Zhongli is a loose cannon, but it can't be ruled out that she's hiding something. For every armor of Zhongli, the realm would go through a cycle. This was, perhaps, her way of hiding her clumsiness. Now that the Xian Phoenix had descended into the world, in case the Xian Phoenix was used by Zhongli, allowing him to perfect his heavenly destiny and ascend to the realm of the immortals, Great Yan could be in danger. The maid informed Lu Zhong of her concerns in full. That's exactly what Lone was worried about. Lu Zhong frowned. Set up a fight. Lone will personally go to the Huaqing sect. If the Huaqing sect recognizes the times, then it will continue to be retained and allowed to continue to sit in the southeast for my Great Yan. If the Huaqing sect doesn't recognize the time, then there's no need for it to exist. Huaqing sect, back area of Endless Peak. The Xian Phoenix is traveling the sky. Lucian lay in Jiang Yuehan's arms, looking up at the Xian Phoenix hovering above his head, and asked Jiang Yuehan, "Little assassin, can it go any higher?" Jiang Yuehan helplessly replied, "No, this height is already the limit of the stepping cloud crawler." Lucian asked tentatively again, "Do you think we can throw our swords at her?" Jiang Yuehan angled his head towards Xin Huang. "I'm not sure. and there's no way for me to exert force in this position. Why don't I give you my sword and you try? As she spoke, little Ginger Empress conjured up the Chang'an sword and was about to pass it into Lucian's hand. I'm not sure, Lucian said awkwardly and suddenly thought of something and took out the black iron rod from the system space. Afterward, he gripped the black iron rod tightly, aimed it in the direction of the Xian Phoenix, and shouted out in a neutral voice. Long. The words fall. Nothing happens. Zhang Yuehan looked at Lucian suspiciously. You're talking to a stick? Anan. Lucian's toes curled in embarrassment. Silently, he retrieved the black iron rod into the system space. Lean. I can't believe there's no way to make it longer. I was overthinking it. Zhang Yuehan wanted to say something else, but suddenly, he glimpsed Xin Huang going back towards the valley. He couldn't help but exclaim. No good. The Xian Phoenix is going to fly away. Lucian's heart trembled as he looked at the Xian Phoenix and shouted. Don't be in a hurry to fly away first. Please stay. The little Ginger Empress frowned. First, you talked to the stick, and now you want to communicate with the Xian Phoenix? Little devils are silly. Just as she thought, she watched. Xian Huang really flew back. Chapter 89 Nirvana Stage? The lowly version of the little Ginger Empress. Who is it that calls to the honored one? The Xian Phoenix went and returned, returning to hover above Lucian and Zhang Yuehan's heads. Were you just using the psychic technique? Zhang Yuehan looked at Lucian in surprise, even though he couldn't understand what Lucian was saying. However, looking at Xian Phoenix's reaction, Lucian should have used the psychic skill. I didn't expect that this psychic skill could even communicate with the Xian Phoenix. Not bad for a little devil. Yes, it looks like it worked. Lucian brightened up and hurriedly continued to use his psychic skill to try and strike up a conversation with Xianhua. Xianhua, look down. I'm here. The words fall. The Xian Phoenix hung its head. Its phoenix eyes faintly froze. Who are you that you can talk to my father? I'm. Lucian pondered a little and said with the psychic skill, I am of immortal descent. When you go out, you give yourself an identity. If he said that he was from Qingyo town, I'm afraid that Xian Huang would not pay any attention to himself. Even the identity of a secret disciple of the Huaqing sect would probably not make Xian Huang stop for a moment. Immortal descent should still be reliable. It's a big deal to check. Immortals and demons in one body. It's not too much of a stretch to say immortal descent. The bag really. I was originally thinking of saying that it was the immortal emperor's heir. I'm afraid that the karma will be too great for me. The status of immortal descent should probably be barely enough. Immortal descent? The Xian Phoenix chirped lowly, and a haze of light swirled around it. The light accompanied the Xian Phoenix's aura and reflected on Lucian and Zhang Yuehan's bodies, slightly sensing it for a moment or two. Xian Huang was shocked in his heart. It's really immortal descent. I didn't realize that there were still immortal descendants in the 10 states of the 3 realms today. The other day, a demonic being was perceived to have descended into the world. I'm going to be there to help out. It was meant to be good karma. Let the devil's honor lift you up a bit. As a result, the demon lord didn't even pay attention to me. When I returned to the mountain, I was still depressed for some days because of it. Unexpectedly, he turned his head and encountered another immortal descendant. This phoenix has really gotten lucky. In a flash, the Xian Phoenix's stance descended and circled around Lucian and Zhang Yuehan. His attitude also became respectful. I wonder what the Supreme Immortal has called me for. Lucian's heart was delighted. Is the name of the immortal descendant so good? Even Genghis has snubbed it. Lean, told you I was a genius. Blackie speaks. Returning to his senses, Lucian communicated with the Xian Phoenix with the psychic skill and said, there is no need to be courteous. I need your unsullied Xian Phoenix blood for a while. I wonder if the Xian Phoenix would be kind enough to give it a try. After saying that, Lucian narrowed his eyes slightly and quietly took the Qingyin sword in Zhang Yuehan's hand. If you don't give it, it's self-help. GG. The Supreme Immortal is overstating the case. It's just a matter of lifting a finger. I still hope that the Supreme Immortal will put in a good word for little Phoenix after he ascends to the immortal realm. The Xian Phoenix chirps again. Lucian had the psychic skill with him, and when he listened to the voices in his ears, they all turned into human speech. But the little Ginger Empress listened, but she didn't know what Lucian and Xian Huan were gabbing about. Just as she was surprised, she suddenly saw that in the Xian Phoenix's mouth, several streams of essence blood flew out. Unsullied Xian Phoenix blood? Zhang Yuehan's entire body was stunned. Did the little devil make some kind of deal with Xian Huang? How did you obtain the unsullied Xian Phoenix blood so easily? Or is Xian Huang very nice to talk to? She didn't have time to think about it and hurriedly took out the 7-colored Xian Phoenix feather. Use your true chi to catalyze the Xian Phoenix feather. The Xian Phoenix blood floating in the air was actually attracted to it and came straight towards Zhang Yuehan's brow. Seeing this scene, Xian Phoenix's expression was startled. This young girl is carrying my Xian Phoenix bloodline? Unexpectedly, This immortal descendant in the arms of... Nope. The young girl holding this immortal descendant was actually carrying the Xian Phoenix bloodline. The Xian Phoenix blood, which the young man of immortal descent sought for this young girl? Good. Good. The human race of my Xian Phoenix lineage has come out on top. It's even possible to climb up to the immortal descent. The unsullied Xian Phoenix blood didn't enter Zhang Yuehan's brow. The seven-colored Xian Phoenix feather flashed out at once. It instantly transformed into a strand of true qi, which also surged towards Zhang Yuehan's body. In a flash, the little ginger Empress was surrounded by golden light. Lucian was shaken so much that he couldn't open his eyes. Wait until you get used to the glow over. Lucian realized that he had actually come to the ground at some point. Zhang Yuehan, standing in front of the little assassin. You are now. Lucian wanted to ask Zhang Yuehan how she felt at the moment, but as he watched, Zhang Yuehan's height became shorter at a speed visible to the naked eye. Big Thunder also shrunk suddenly. The original teenage figure turned out to be a lowly in the blink of an eye. The little assassin was less than 6'7" before, and it's still developing. But now it looks like it's 5 feet 5 inches at best. I'll be damned. I'm afraid I'm not drinking fake blood. Lucian hurriedly used his delusion-breaking god pupil to check. Name, Zhang Yuehan. Sex, female. Age, 19. Divine destiny, Xianhuang Di Dao body. Quality, heavenly extreme. Realm, in flux. Circumstance, bearing the bloodline of the Xian Phoenix. Fortunate to have the blood of the immaculate Xian Phoenix and the seven-colored Xian Phoenix feathers to reshape the destiny of heaven. Nirvana. Nirvana will be complete in 7 days. Lucian's jaw dropped. So, the little assassin got smaller because he was in the middle of Nirvana? Then after Nirvana is over, it should change back, right? I think it will. Dare hasn't even disked a couple times yet. It can't just be gone. Zhang Yuehan felt the changes in her body. At the same time, he noticed that there was a powerful Xian Phoenix true qi swirling around him. Take this opportunity to direct nativity. In an instant, relying on this Xian Phoenix true qi to nourish him, he directly absorbed up to the upper limit. With a burst of energy, he broke through to the qi-gathering realm. The Xian Phoenix true qi was still pouring into his body. Condense the gas. Transform the liquid. Solidify the base. Qi-gathering realm perfection. Break through the Jedan realm. Zhang Yuehan wanted to take this opportunity to utilize the Xian Phoenix true qi to form a Dan, but he found that he had hit a bottleneck. The host is in the Nirvana stage, and is unable to perform conjugation for the time being. 7 days later, Nirvana will be complete, and the Xianhua true qi will form the Xianhua true Dan by itself. So please wait patiently. A quarter of an hour later, the light dissipated and everything returned to calm, accompanied by the Phoenix Song. The Xian Phoenix returned to the valley and disappeared into the clouds. Lucian looked at the lowly version of Zhang Yuehan in front of him, wearing wide and ill-fitting clothes. For a while, there were some mixed feelings. What's that look on your face? Zhang Yuehan frowned her eyebrows and walked towards Lucian in large strides. The next moment, it was stepping on the hem of a dragging skirt. Stumbling violently, he lunged forward. Lucian was quick on his feet and hurriedly embraced him in his arms. The little ginger Empress looked at Lucian with her head held high and couldn't help but skim her little mouth. Originally, one only needed to raise his head slightly to see Lucian's face. Now, as a result, it's a bit awkward to have to make an effort to crane your neck. Say, do you resent me? Zhang Yuehan narrowed her beautiful eyes and questioned. Lucian quickly said, no, although I'm not a lowly controller, but if the object is you, it's not impossible to control it for a few days. Zhang Yuehan gave a petulant hum. Suddenly jumping up, she clamped her legs around Lucian's waist. His arm smoothly wrapped around Lucian's neck. It's only 7 days. I advise you to endure it. Gulp. The knot in Lucian's throat quirked. I didn't realize that the little assassin had even changed his voice line to a lowly sound. Seems like it's probably maybe. And pretty good too. Put. Suddenly, a sound of blood spurting came. Lucian and Zhang Yuehan froze at the same time and looked at the sound in unison again. Seeing not far away, Ouyang Honglu who was spitting blood. Lucian was startled. This pussy's still alive? Chapter 90, True Fragrance arrives although late. Little assassin, this is called twin ponytails. Something's not right. Lucian looked at Ouyang Honglu and thought, granted, the guy isn't dead, but it's all this granny stuff. It's amazing that the system didn't give out rewards. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do that. Ouyang Honglu had it coming. The host didn't intervene to change his fate. Hearing the system's voice, Lucian smacked his lips. That doesn't make sense. I was at least involved. At least there should be a participation prize. Just now, what the hell happened? Suddenly, Ouyang Honglu, who was lying on the ground, opened his mouth to question. You saw it all? Lucian's eyes narrowed steeply as he held Zhang Yuehan on the ground as he spoke. She is from the Xian Phoenix, obtaining some heaven-defying great chance? Why did you break through directly to the Jedan realm after a burst of golden light? And what about the changes in her body? Ouyang Honglu asked with a trembling voice, disbelief written all over his face. It's got nothing to do with you. Am I your father or your grandfather? I have to tell you if you ask. Lucian replied in a continuous stream, taking out the black iron rod from the system space. He walked towards Ouyang Honglu. You? What are you doing? Ouyang Honglu was so shocked that he hurriedly climbed up from the ground and staggered backward, covering his chest. Slow down. At this time, Zhang Yuehan pulled Lucian's arm. Xiao Lu's classmates had a footstep and looked back in confusion. Ouyang Honglu's eyes lit up. She actually saved me? Could it be she likes me? But now she's gotten so short and doesn't have much of a figure. It grew on my aesthetic before. But now, it's not my type at all. I'll have to think of a reason to say no when I get out of this. Just when Ouyang Honglu was at war with heaven and man, Zhang Yuehan came to Lucian's side, trying to get to Lucian's ear to say something. But after standing on his tiptoes, he realized that his head only reached Lucian's shoulders. A fire inexplicably rose in Zhang Yuehan's heart, and puffing out her cheeks, she said to Lucian, "Can't you lower your head a bit?" Lucian froze and hurriedly bent his head. "Speak, that's more like it." Zhang Yuehan tiptoed to Lucian's ear and said quietly, "If you do it directly, after he dies, the clan will definitely investigate. And then if the sect leader uses the void mirror, things will be exposed." Lucian sniffed and revealed an expression of sudden realization. "That's a good point. Why did I forget about that mirror?" As he spoke, Lucian again showed a difficult look. "But this kid knows too much. I'm afraid he'll talk nonsense with his big mouth and cause trouble for us at that time." Zhang Yuehan spoke again and lowered his voice. "Stupid. Can't you not just do it?" Lucian frowned and pondered on a countermeasure. The little ginger empress narrowed her beautiful eyes. "For example, the elixir that makes people mute, the elixir that cripples them, or if you use the psychic decision, you can find the demonic beasts to discuss the matter." And then, Lucian was shocked. "So cruel? Who exactly is the demon lord?" "No wonder. They say that the most poisonous women are the most poisonous people." Lucian couldn't help but mutter. The little ginger empress froze and quickly retorted. "Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I call this marrying a chicken and following the chicken and marrying the dog. All because I learned from you." Lucian skimmed. How is it that at the nirvana stage, even the personality has become so grumpy? Piss off. It's getting late. Catch up on business. Zhang Yuehan looked up at the sky and urged Lucian. "Roger that." Lucian responded in a serious manner. And then he turned his head to look at Ouyang Honglu. The corners of his mouth curled into a meaningful smile. Gulp. Ouyang Honglu met Lucian's line of sight and subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "This guy, does he still want to kill me?" Woman. That didn't persuade either. Just as he was thinking, he saw Lucian holding Zhang Yuehan's hand and leaving in a watery manner. Watching the two disappear from sight, Ouyang Honglu was so relieved that he sat on his butt. Fortunately, it looked like the woman's persuasion had worked. Blanche, only just breathing a sigh of relief, Ouyang Honglu suddenly went crazy and pounded the ground again. "My hallowed Hua Cheng sect's only personal disciple was treated like this. If I don't take this revenge, I'll swear not to be a human being." Was declaiming loudly. Ouyang Honglu's afterglow suddenly glimpsed that a 9th grade demonic beast, Fierce Tiger, was running towards him at a fast pace. On the other hand, Lucian was holding Zhang Yuehan's small hand as he strolled through the dense forest of the forbidden area in the back of the mountain. "Little assassin, I don't know if that Fierce Tiger is reliable or not. There shouldn't be any problem. That person was seriously injured. His life was already hanging by a thread. Not to mention the Fierce Tiger. Even an ordinary person would be enough to deal with him." Just now, Lucian and Zhang Yuehan hadn't traveled far before they encountered a demonic beast, the Fierce Tiger. In 3 words, a deal was struck with the other party. Fierce Tiger helped to deal with Ouyang Honglu. Lucian, on the other hand, was in charge, saving the lives of hundreds of 9th grade demonic beasts. As a demonic beast, even the 9th grade has opened its spirit. It can be the bottom of the barrel as a demonic beast. Most can't escape being used as a tool beast. Good luck hiding and practicing. It could also advance to become an 8th, 7th, or even higher grade demonic beast. Those who were unlucky were captured by the major sects and placed inside the trial grounds. The group of demonic beasts from the Hua Cheng sect had originally deliberated and planned to escape. Fierce Tiger as a pathfinder turned out to meet Lucian. What Fierce Tiger said, "This should be the place." Lucian led Zhang Yuehan to a huge rock. "This is where the Fierce Tiger said the demonic beasts gathered." The words fall. Lucian sat down on the boulder, and then he bent down slightly and held Zhang Yuehan in his lap, cradling her in his arms. "That's more like it." The little ginger empress's beautiful eyes curved into a crescent moon. The heart was very receptive to Lucian's initiative. Lucian looked at the little guy in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. I'm kind of like practicing how to bring up kids ahead of time. Suddenly, Jiang Yuehan turned her head and glared at Lucian. Are you imagining things? Lucian was startled. It's not, is it? That's fine. Mind reading? Jiang Yuehan opened her mouth once again, humming delicately. If you put it before, your hands could never be so honest. You must be disliking my current body. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lucian immediately raised his hand and grabbed it in order to prove himself. As a result, catching air, the atmosphere was suddenly awkward. Lucian wanted to open his mouth and say a few words in defense, but Jiang Yuehan blocked her mouth with her delicate lips. Lucian's eyes steeply widened. A strong feeling of guilt rose in his heart. Hastily persuaded himself. But the little assassin is 19. Even if it's a loli, it's a legal loli. A quarter of an hour later, Lucian's mind conjured up the face of his late friend, Sakazawa. Sure enough, the real incense arrived, albeit late. Little assassin, your hair is messed up. Let me recomb it for you. This one is called Twin Ponytails. Chapter 91, Demonic Beast Broken Horn. Imperial Court comes? Lucian was combing Jiang Yuehan's hair. By the way, in the system store, pick out some suitable clothes. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard. The sound grew louder and louder from far away. Following the sound, smoke and dust rose in the distance, startling the birds and beasts to flee in all directions. It's those demonic beasts coming. Jiang Yuehan also looked towards the direction Lucian was looking and said faintly. Seeing the demonic beast approaching, Lucian carried Jiang Yuehan off his body and slowly stood on the boulder, shouting aloud with his psychic skill. Everyone be quiet and listen to my words. The words have just been spoken. A voice came from the group of demonic beasts. I'll listen to your grandmother. Ha! Lucian's eyes sank as he followed the sound and saw that it was a 9th grade wolf demon. Without saying anything, he directly took out the black iron rod, rushed forward, and swung the rod. With a muffled snap, the wolf demon was knocked to the ground, his original grumpy voice replaced by a whimpering wooing sound. The crowd of demonic beasts instantly quieted down, their gazes looking at Lucian in shock. A flash of dismay also surfaced in the beautiful eyes of the little ginger Empress. What happened? Is this so sudden? Good. That's quiet. Lucian nodded in satisfaction and returned to standing proudly on the boulder. Subsequently, the fierce tiger's explanation was fully informed to the group of ferocious beasts. All of a sudden, there was a chorus of voices from the group of ferocious beasts. We are being chased by that group of Hua Qing sect disciples who don't want to lose their lives. Can you really protect us? Yeah, those guys are crazy. Our 9th grade demonic beasts, but equivalent to the 4th stage of the human body hardening. We're no match at all. They're outnumbered, and they'll use weapons, so even if you're good, you won't be able to defeat a group of them. Hearing the questioning voices of the demonic beasts, Lucian just smiled faintly and communicated with the Tongling decree. Gentlemen, do you know why the Hua Qing sect disciples want to kill you? That's right, it's for the initiation trial. This initiation trial is ranked according to the number of demonic beast horns collected. If you guys want to live, it's actually quite simple. You just need to break your horns. After saying that, Lucian looked around at this one demonic beast with horns. In the 10 states of the 3 realms, wild beasts cultivated into demonic beasts, both male and female, would grow horns. The horns, on the other hand, are not the key to cultivation, but only serve as decoration. Probably the biggest role is that in courtship, the one with the bigger horns has priority in choosing a mate. This, much the same as the human race. If the human man horns, so the Hua Qing sect's initiation trial is to collect our horns? Really? Who are we to believe you? What he said should be true. I once witnessed a Hua Qing sect disciple kill a fox demon and then take away its horns. Cruel. Just cruel. A demon's life is also a life. Slap. Lucian slapped his palm, interrupting the demonic beast's discussion, and then said in a serious manner, "It is precisely because I am not accustomed to seeing this kind of bad behavior of theirs, that I cooperated with Fierce Tiger. Please, gentlemen, break your horns quickly, so that you can save your lives. Time is running out. If we don't act soon, in case the disciples of the Hua Qing sect find out, the consequences will be unimaginable." The words fall. The female demonic beasts immediately broke their horns on their own. There were demonic beasts slamming into the trees. There were demonic beasts smashing into the ground with their horns. The scene was extremely spectacular. In the blink of an eye, the ground was filled with the horns of 9th grade demonic beasts. The male demonic beasts, however, were still hesitant and indecisive. What should I do? I'm a little reluctant to part with it. It won't look good without the horns. Yes, if I have the chance to take human form in the future, I still want to keep these horns. Transform my ass. Your life is about to be lost and you're still thinking about taking human form? That's right. If the horns are broken, the big deal is that they will grow again, just for a longer time. But if the life is gone, then there is nothing left. After the male demonic beasts conferred a bit, they also began to break their horns. A quarter of an hour later, hundreds of demonic beasts had their horns broken. Lucian pointed out a path for them to head to the back area of Endless Peak. Once the hour of 5 o'clock has passed, we can go back to the boundary in front of the mountain, and we can save our lives. Seeing that the demonic beasts were far away, Lucian touched Zhang Yuehan with his elbow. What are you still standing there for? Quickly collect these horns on the ground. They can still be exchanged for a piece of spirit crystal. Anan. Zhang Yuehan snapped out of her daze and took out her Qianquan bag, storing up as many of the horns on the ground as she could. Although he couldn't hear what Lu Xin and the demonic beasts were saying, but 3 words actually made these demonic beasts break their horns on their own. This little devil is too good. The little ginger empress didn't even know that she had already changed from Lucian's #1 enemy to her #1 fan in a subtle way. It's still several hours before the hour of 5 o'clock. Lucian raised his head and looked at the sky, and said indifferently, should we call it a day early, and talk to the sect masters and elders, as well as let those fellow disciples, so that they don't have to work for nothing anymore. Zhang Yuehan, then you're still weirdly nice. Lucian sniffed. The little assassin seemed sarcastic, but again, I have no proof. Come on, get back. Zhang Yuehan took Lucian's hand and smiled sweetly. After the initiation trial, it's time for each peak to cultivate on their own. So just wait for 7 days and wait peacefully for the nirvana period to pass. Lucian nodded slightly and was about to agree. Suddenly, the voice of sect master Shangwan Yun Ao came from the sky above the Forbidden Land. All disciples, come quickly to the sect hall to gather. The trial is suspended. Come gather at the clan hall quickly. Hearing the voice, Lucian smiled and said, Sect master is well informed enough. I just cleared the field. His side already knows. I'm afraid that he's not using some secret treasure to keep an eye on us. Zhang Yuehan's brows frowned slightly, but she felt that things were a bit unusual. There is no such secret treasure within the Watching sect, and the level of the introductory trial is too low. It's still far too low to allow the sect leader and elder to keep an eye on it. I feel that I'm afraid that there is something going on, and the probability is that it's because of Xianhuang. Lucian pondered, but Xianhua are already gone. If it's because of Xianhua, then the sect leader and elders should have come to the Forbidden Land in the first place. Zhang Yuehan clutched Lucian's hand. I suddenly have a bad feeling. In the previous life, when the Xian Phoenix appeared, the Great Yen Imperial Court had, at the very first moment, dispatched elite experts to the Xian Phoenix descending location to investigate the situation. The Xian Phoenix was a divine bird of the previous dynasty, an existence that carried the national fortune of the Deso dynasty. To the Imperial Court of Great Yen, that is an ominous sign, and they want to get rid of it. Now that the sect leader was in such a hurry to suspend the trial, I'm afraid that it was someone from the Imperial Court side. The little ginger empress informed Lucian of the conjecture. Lucian gave Zhang Yuehan a reassuring smile. Don't worry, isn't the heavenly fate only able to detect the grade? It doesn't directly detect the specific heavenly fate. Even if you, right now, have obtained the chance of the Xian Phoenix, the Imperial Court side won't be able to see it. And the Xian Phoenix is already gone, so they won't be able to find it if they want to. The little ginger empress sniffed, but shook her head. The current supervisor of the Qin Tian supervision, Lu Ningxue, is armed with the secret art of being able to probe specific heavenly destinies. If she is also here. Chapter 92 Princess LV Qingxian of Great Yen. Lucian sniffed and immediately Princess hugged Zhang Yuehan. The little ginger empress was startled. What's wrong? Run for it, Lucian said sharply. Didn't you all say that the Great Yen Imperial Court hates Xianhuang to the bone, and will definitely not let you off the hook when the time comes? If you don't run now, when the time comes, it will be too late to run. What if that what's-her-name Lu Ningxue comes too? We can't bet on this. Zhang Yuehan sighed softly and said, running is definitely not possible. At the moment is the period when Great Yan's power is at its peak. There is nothing that is not the king's land under the whole sky. And once we run, won't that prove we're weak-minded? What's more, today's Great Yen Crown Prince Lu Zhong is a ruthless person. According to his character, he would rather kill 3,000 people by mistake than ever let one go. Definitely going to hunt me down to the ends of the earth. Lucian frowned. Then we can only take the initiative and find a way to get him killed first. Zhang Yuehan's pretty face was shocked and she hurriedly persuaded. Don't you dare. Something almost happened when you dealt with that Liang Yamo before. That's still just a court governor. The ones we're facing now are from the Imperial Court. Even if it's not Lu Zhong coming, then it's an expert from the Imperial Court arriving. Lucian sighed. What then? We can't just sit around and wait for death, can we? The little ginger empress was thoughtful. I do have an idea. Lucian's eyes lit up. What way? You say? The words. Jiang Yuehan wrapped her arms around Lucian's neck and kissed him directly. The glimmer of hope that Lucian had just ignited was instantly dashed. That's what the little assassin said to do? Isn't this just going out on a limb and enjoying your last moments? Hua Chang Sect. Sect Hall. Princess LV Qingxian of Great Yen sat at the upper seat. Sitting beside him was Lu Ningxue, the head of the Qin Tian supervisor. Behind them stood several imperial court experts. The least is also the 7th rank of the illumination scene. Among them was also an expert of the void-breaking 3rd realm. Looking at the entire 3 realms and 10 states, they were all existences at the top of the strength scale. My royal brother had a matter that prevented him from being there, so he sent me to represent. Lu Qingxian looked at Shangguan Yunao, who was standing below, as well as several elders, and asked with a smile or not. The purpose of me coming here must be clear to all of you, so there's no need for me to expound on it too much, right? It's clear to me. Your Highness is here for the Xian Phoenix, Shangguan Yunao said with a smile on his face, without being humble. However, I do not know why the Xian Phoenix has appeared in my Hua Qing sect's territory, and we did not go to see that Xian Phoenix. At this moment, the Xian Phoenix has flown away. I, Hua Qing sect, have not had even a single moment with Xian Huang. The words were not finished. Lu Qingxian waved her hand and interrupted. There's no need for the Shangguan sect leader to rush to testify against himself. This princess believes that hearing is believing and seeing is believing. As she spoke, she looked around, her eyebrows slightly furrowed as she asked, why? There are only a few of you in the entire clan. Why don't you see any disciples? Or that supreme elder of yours, Zhongli? As she spoke, Lu Qingxuan's voice steeply raised a few degrees. Could it be that she has already left the Hua Cheng sect with Xian Huang? As soon as the words fell, the jade palm slammed on top of the table. Snap! The glass of water on the table trembled. The tea that had just been poured spilled most of the way. Several elders were silenced. Even Yin Wudao sucked in a breath of cool air. I've been lurking in the Hua Qing sect for so many years. It took so much energy. We can't just lose it because of a sit-in, can we? That would be really ed up. Only Han Shan rolled his eyes and muttered in a low voice. A mere Jiedan realm. A young girl at the age of 28, with such a big temper. Really uneducated. This statement was made. An expert behind Lu Qingxian stood out and sternly questioned towards Cold Mountain. Old thing, what are you muttering about? Duan Tai hurriedly pulled Cold Mountain with a hand and said with a sarcastic smile. He said that the princess has an extraordinary aura, worthy of being a royal family of Great Yen, and that he admires her to the core. Shangguan Yunao blankly glanced at Cold Mountain and said to the expert, this senior brother of mine has hurt his brain since he was a child, so I hope I'm not to blame. That expert snorted coldly. Humph. I didn't expect that a retarded and demented relation could become an elder of the Hua Qing sect. With that, he stepped back and stood back. No, you special. Cold Mountain just opened his mouth. Duan Tai immediately covered Cold Mountain's mouth. You can say less. Want to die? Unexpectedly, Cold Mountain violently broke away from Duan Tai, pulled his voice, and shouted breathlessly, you're wimpy a hook ada. We didn't do anything to Xian Huang. When the Xian Phoenix appeared just now, didn't the sect master say that he wouldn't allow us to make contact and let the Xian Phoenix fly away on its own? We haven't done anything wrong. We're not afraid of the shadow. You. Duan Tai pointed at Cold Mountain and almost didn't spit out blood. Shangguan Yunao was also speechless to the extreme. After glaring at Cold Mountain with hatred, he was about to explain to Cold Mountain by wiping his ass. Unexpectedly, he saw Lu Qingxian with a stunned and bewildered expression. It was as if saying, did I really misunderstand the Hua Qing sect? Shangguan Yunao froze and held the words he wanted to say back in his stomach. Another unexpected glance at Cold Mountain. Hell no. This old boy who can't keep his head above water. That speech just now. It's actually a positive thing? Clearing his throat, Shangguan Yunao looked at Lu Qingxian and said with a straight face, Your Highness, the Hua Qing sect is not just a few of us. It's just that your Highness came in a hurry, and the disciples are still practicing at the peaks. The old man has called them over, and the disciples should be on their way. There's also a group of newly initiated disciples who are currently in the Forbidden Land in the back of the mountain, conducting their initiation trials. Elderly monks have also suspended the trial and told them to come to the Great Hall to meet Her Highness the Princess. As for the Supreme Elder, he is resting in the Moonwatch Pavilion and does not know about the Xian Phoenix. I have also sent Elder Shang Yin to invite. My Hua Qing sect is at the disposal of the princess to investigate whether it's an elder, a supreme elder, or a disciple. I believe it won't take long to prove my Hua Qing sect's innocence. Hearing this, Lu Qingxian looked towards Lu Ningxue. Lu Ningxue nodded her head slightly and said, Don't worry princess. I've already prepared properly and will never be able to look at any of them wrongly. Yes. Lu Qingxian nodded with satisfaction and turned her head to Shangguan Yunao. Elder Shangguan, your Huaqing sect has meritoriously defended Dongdiangfu for my great yin, and this princess also hopes that your Huaqing sect is innocent. Not much longer. The disciples are arriving one by one. Lucian and Jiang Yuehan also came above the main hall. The elders of each peak counted the number of people. The number of people at Lingyin Peak was counted by Shangguan Yunao himself. Eventually, it turned out that only one person, Ouyang Honglu, had not yet arrived. Shangguan Yunao looked at Yin Wu Dao and asked, Elder Yin, Ouyang Honglu should be your personal disciple. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Yin Wu Dao's remaining light glanced toward Lucian and Jiang Yuehan's direction. Oops. It's amazing that these two are still around. Doesn't that mean that Ouyang Honglu has failed? Chapter 93, Life Watching Bone Mirror. Meng Lang's Zhongli. Perhaps this disciple of mine encountered something during the trial. Yin Wu Dao withdrew the gaze that had fallen on Lucian and Jiang Yuehan and said to Shangguan Yunao in a pretense of calmness. Shangguan Yunao's face revealed a look of suspicion. A mere introductory trial. What can I encounter? At this time, Shangyin assisted the drunken Zhongli to come inside the sect hall. Seeing this, Shangguan Yunao couldn't be bothered to think about Ouyang Honglu's matter anymore and rushed to welcome him. What's going on with the Supreme Elder? Shangguan Yunao looked at Zhongli, whose face was flushed red, and asked Shangyin with concern. When I arrived at the Moonwatch Pavilion, the Supreme Elder was drinking, Shangyin said with a difficult face. To be precise, it should be alcoholism. When I went to look for Zhongli, I saw Zhongli reclining on the floor, with a full dozen empty wine altars beside him, and I was grasping one in my hand, drinking it while shouting loudly. But this matter, she can't dare to speak out of turn. The hall of the Supreme Elder makes such a monstrous move. It is really damaging to the reputation of the clan. Shangguan Yunao sighed and said with a great deal of emotion. It must be Elder Zhongli, who sensed that the imperial court was coming, and that's why he was drinking to drown his sorrows. Shangyin froze before revealing an expression of sudden realization. I see. That makes sense now. I should have known how it was possible for the Supreme Elder to behave in a monstrous manner, but it turned out to be an extenuating circumstance. That being said, the Supreme Elder was after all a princess of the former dynasty. It was inevitable that the Great Yin Imperial Court would be in a depressed mood when they came, but there is nothing to do but to get drunk on wine to relieve your sorrows. Take good care of the Supreme Elder. Shangguan Yunao instructed Shangyin, and then, he went forward to resume his orders to Lu Qingxian. Meanwhile, Lucian and Jiang Yuehan stood in the corner of the hall. Lucian looked worried. Little assassin, are you sure you really have a solution? Jiang Yuehan responded calmly. Try it and you'll see. Hearing this, Lucian's hanging heart almost didn't die. Is it reliable? It's a matter of life and death. Is this something you can try? Don't die trying again. Just as the two were whispering, Lu Ningxue took out a copper standing mirror from her Qiankuan bag with a watery look. The corners of Jiang Yuehan's mouth rose and her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Sure enough, this tactic was employed. Lucian was dumbfounded. What do you mean? Jiang Yuehan quietly explained. That mirror is a secret family treasure of the Lu clan, called the Fate Viewing in Bone Illuminating Mirror. Anyone who is illuminated, the fate of heaven will be mapped in the mirror. Lucian sniffed and his dumbfounded face became even more dumbfounded. If the other party has this kind of artifact, don't you have nothing to hide? In this situation, why are you still laughing? Jiang Yuehan took Lucian's hand and said soothingly. Don't panic, just wait and see what happens. Lucian man was numb. Not bad for 2 lives. An old comrade with over 1,000 years of experience. It's amazing how calm and collected they all are at the point of death. No more waiting. If you're one short, you're one short. Let's start. At this time, Lu Qingxian said to Lu Ningxue. Yes, Your Highness. Lu Ningxue responded with a respectful voice, then looked at Shangguan Yunao, sect head of Huaqing sect. Let everyone from your sect walk in front of this mirror one by one. Lu Qingxian said in a commanding tone. Let Zhongli come first. Yes, Shangguan Yunao promised, then gave Shangyin a look. Shangyin understood and assisted Zhongli to go forward and came to the life-viewing bone mirror. What? What the hell is this? Zhongli stretched her neck and took a look at the life-viewing bone shining mirror, and immediately sidled up to Shangyin and said, You girl, why did you bring me here to look in the mirror? Did you think I was drunk? I'm not drunk. Shangyin said awkwardly. Taishan Elder, please cooperate. Lu Qingxian slowly got up and came to Zhongli's side, asking with a smile or not. What? You don't dare to take a look at this bone mirror. Could it be that you have a ghost in your heart? Zhongli followed the sound and smiled as she sized up Lu Qingxian. Sister, nice figure. Do you want to accompany sister for a drink? As he spoke, Zhongli reached out towards Lu Qingshuan's face. LV Qingxian took a step back. A few experts stood out and chided at Zhongli. How dare you be wanton and disrespectful to my highness, the princess of Great Yen. Lu Qingshian waved her hand. No harm done. I'd like to see what tricks she plays. After dismissing the experts, she looked at Zhongli again and said, Zhongli, don't pretend to be crazy. Don't think you can get away with this. This princess orders you to come to the mirror and observe the order immediately. Guan is just that. Sister, don't be so mean. Zhongli smiled and turned her body to face the life viewer bone mirror squarely. In the next moment, the crowd saw that the life viewing bone illuminating mirror swirled with ripples. The image in the mirror emerged, not in the form of Zhongli. Instead, it was a young Xian phoenix bird, soaring between the mountains and forests. What kind of providence is this? LV Qingshan knitted her eyebrows and asked Lu Ningxue, who was at the side. This is the Xian phoenix heavenly locust body. Lu Ningxue replied truthfully. Jiang Li's original heavenly destiny was none other than the Xian phoenix heavenly locust. The unsullied Xian phoenix blood of the Xian phoenix will be ineffective if not used in the first place. Jiang Li's heavenly destiny has not changed, which means that he has not used the power of the Xian phoenix to change his destiny against the heavens. At those words, Lu Qingxian frowned and looked at Jiang Li. Originally, he thought that Jiang Li was pretending to be crazy to hide something. I didn't realize that she hadn't come into contact with Xian Huang, so it really was just drunken nonsense. Count yourself wise and stand down. Lu Qingxian waved her hand. Shangguan Yun Ao was relieved and immediately said to Shang Yin, still not quick enough to bring the elder Tai Shang back to the Moonwatch Pavilion to rest. Yes, Shang Yin respectfully agreed. Before leaving, it was also tested in front of the life-watching illuminating bone mirror. After confirming that there was no mistake, he led Zhongli out of the main hall. In the next few moments, Shangguan Yun Ao and several elders tested one by one. Immediately after that, there were the disciples of the Huaqing sect. Each person stays in front of the mirror for a moment. The destiny of each was visible in the eyes of Lu Ningxue. Lu Qingxian kept looking at Lu Ningxue. Lu Ningxue, on the other hand, kept shaking her head slightly. As the disciples in the Great Hall became fewer and fewer, Lu Qingshuan's hanging heart also dropped most of the way. By the looks of it, it was a genuine misunderstanding of the Huaqing sect. In the blink of an eye, all previous disciples have finished their tests. None of these people had a heavenly destiny that was related to the Xian phoenix. Even if he took the Xian phoenix blood, it wouldn't serve any purpose. There was even less, not a single trace of Xian Huang's breath on his body. Inside the hall, the elders yawned. Cold Mountain even simply moved his chair. Boredom stared at the life-viewing and bone-illuminating mirror. Only Shangguan Yun Ao was still in high spirits. The more the disciples were okay with it, the more he was confident. He was even thinking of taking this opportunity to ask for some compensation from the imperial court. After all, it can't be that much of a toss for nothing. Ahem. Shangguan Yun Ao cleared his throat, looked at Lu Qingxian, and said, next, it's our Huaqing sect's newest disciples this year. Newly minted disciples. There's no need to test them, right? After Lu Qingxian finished speaking, she raised her sleeve to cover her face and yawned. She was tired of watching it get dark. It should have been expected that since Jiang Li was fine, the rest of the Huaqing sect, even more so, would not have any problems. Any further tossing is pure delay. Not to mention, the newly promoted disciples, at most, were at the nascent soul realm. Even if one was a genius, it was impossible to obtain the chance of the Xian phoenix. Shangguan Yun Ao smiled and asked, Your Highness, since this is the case, is that not proof of my Huaqing sect's innocence? Lu Qingxian nodded wearily. That's right. Your Huaqing sect does. Before the words are out, an agitated voice came from the entrance of the Great Hall. Wait, Chapter 94 Ouyang Honglu is still alive? It's going to kill me to identify it. The gazes of the crowd all looked towards the door of the Great Hall, only to see a withered figure, leaning on a wooden stick, limped into the main hall. Lucian recognized the other party's appearance at a glance and instantly widened his eyes in shock. Isn't this Ouyang Honglu? Zhang Yuehan also frowned slightly. How is he still alive? The two looked at each other. A hint of foreboding rose in his heart at the same time. Lucian, in particular, was numb. Such a big and ferocious tiger didn't even give this pussy a chance to die. What the hell do you do for a living? At this time, Ouyang Honglu discovered where Lucian was, and his gaze glared viciously over. Oldme was chased for more than half an hour by a ferocious tiger of the 9th rank in the forest. In the end, he relied on climbing trees and escaped the demonic beast attack. Spend time in the tree until the ferocious tiger leaves. That's what saved his life. A great misfortune must be a blessing. Land's sinking. I can't beat you, old man. But it is possible to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Didn't you guys get the chance of the Xian Phoenix? It just so happened that the Great Yin Imperial Court's greatest taboo was the Xian Phoenix. Today, I must use the hand of the Princess of Great Yin to kill you. Ji. Just as Ouyang Honglu was secretly fuming in his heart, a sudden chortle rang out, startling him back to his senses and making him wince. Bold beggar, how dare you interrupt Her Highness? The one who spoke was the expert behind Lu Qingxian. The expert was pointing at Ouyang Honglu with an angry face, ready to put him on the spot. Not. Ouyang Honglu scared face pale, hastily to explain. No harm done. Lu Qingxian waved her hand, signaling the expert to step back, before looking at Ouyang Honglu and asking, "Who are you?" Ouyang Honglu sighed in relief and said with a sarcastic smile, "Back to your highness. I am the only personal disciple of the current session of the Huaqing sect, a personal disciple under Elderine of the Xianfu Peak." Ouyang Honglu. As he spoke, he leaned on his wooden stick and walked towards Lu Qingxian under the puzzled gazes of the crowd. "Dare I ask your highness, is it for the Xian Phoenix?" Lu Qingxuan's brows knitted tightly as she asked vigilantly, "What are you trying to say?" Ouyang Honglu suddenly took a step and shouted at the top of his voice, "Your highness, I'm reporting this under my real name. Huaqing sect's secret disciples, Lu Xin and Jiang Yuehan, have obtained the Xian Phoenix chance." The words fall. The whole room was shocked. Shangguan Yun Ao and a bunch of other elders and disciples, in unison, they looked in the direction of Lu Xin and Jiang Yuehan. "Is it true what you say?" Lu Qingxuan's beautiful eyes narrowed as she asked in a deep voice. "It's true. I saw it with my own eyes," Ouyang Honglu said, raising his hand to point at Jiang Yuehan, his voice aggravated by a few points. This woman was originally graceful and tall, but now her body type has become incredibly short. And this change is ironclad proof. Short as hell? When Jiang Yuehan heard this, he instantly became furious. She clenched her pink fists and rushed up with great strides, about to teach Ouyang Honglu a lesson. "Calm down." Lu Xin was quick on his feet and picked up Jiang Yuehan from behind. Jiang Yuehan's feet left the ground and quickly stomped her legs, indignantly saying, "Let go of me. Let me go slap his mouth." Calm down," Lu Xin hurriedly persuaded. Although this Ouyang Honglu was really hateful, but the first order of business was to solve the crisis of the royal court coming to investigate first. Keep a low profile if you can, but you can't be the head of this. How come the little assassin got shorter? It's getting Tigger too. This. Shangguan Yun Ao's face showed dismay. The crowd of elders also dropped their jaws in shock. Only then did they realize that Jiang Yuehan had actually changed her appearance at some point. It's hard to believe that it's really related to the Xianhuan? How dare you talk tough at the end of your life? Ouyang Honglu coldly snorted. You guys dare to say that you don't have a relationship with Xianhuan? Woman, though you saved my life, but I really don't like short people. For the sake of revenge, you have to be sacrificed. Just as well, I'll save myself the trouble of trying to think of something to say to turn you down. You're making false accusations and slandering. My mother became shorter due to her cultivation going off the rails. What the hell, Xian Phoenix? Never even heard of it. Lu Xin hugged Jiang Yuehan tightly and shouted stiffly towards Ouyang Honglu. This time, Lu Qingxian snapped. All shut up. What's the truth? We only need to take a look in front of the life-watching bone mirror to find out. Lu Xin was immediately embarrassed. Take a look at the chicken hair. This photo, not to reveal it. If you're not afraid of the shadow, just shine. Jiang Yuehan gently patted Lu Xin's hand, signaling Lu Xin to put her down. Lu Xin, however, was full of worry. Little assassin. Jiang Yuehan looked back with a faint smile. Don't be afraid. I know what's in my heart. Lu Xin will be skeptical. Fruit? Fruit really? Lu Qingxian stared closely at Jiang Yuehan and impatiently questioned. What are you still dawdling about? Can it be that you really have obtained the Xian Phoenix chance and are afraid that things will be revealed? As soon as the words left her mouth, she was watery to see Jiang Yuehan turn her head and wrap her arms around Lu Xin's neck and kiss him. Lu Qingxian was dumbfounded. You are shameless, actually sticking your tongue out. Elder Shangguan, is this the ethos of your Huaqing sect? Ju, actually so lewd. Ouch. Lu Qingxian hastily raised her hand to cover her eyes. The fingertips peeked out another crack. She is young, just the age of love. Where can she stand this kind of stimulation? Lu Nituan, Jiang Nituan, Shangguan Yun Ao was also embarrassed. I didn't expect that Lu Xin and Jiang Yuehan would actually be so unavoidable in front of a large crowd. Not even a sign, just a watery kiss. Ouyang Honglu gritted his teeth and fumed. Sect leader, I have one more thing to report. The two of them are in the forbidden area in the back of the mountain. As well, moving around, they kissed together. This is simply daydreaming. Shangguan Yun Ao interrupted sternly. Shut up, have you guys kissed enough? At this time, Yin Wudao shouted in a cold voice. Don't go to the mirror yet. Jiang Yuehan didn't think so and continued to hug and kiss Lu Shen. Lu Shen was very cooperative. At the moment the heart is as good as dead. That's all. Little life is going nowhere. A little more kissing is a little more. Men. Separate them. Bring it to the life-watching bone mirror for testing. Lu Qingxian ordered in a cold voice. She was now extremely skeptical that what Ouyang Honglu had said was true. Yes. A few experts got the order and hurriedly took big steps towards Lu Shen and Jiang Yuehan, but not before coming to the duo. Kang Yuehan then voluntarily loosened his embrace. After she gave Lu Shen a reassuring smile. Righteously, he walked towards the life-watching bone-shining mirror. Seeing this, Ouyang Honglu's entire body became excited. It's this woman that obtained the Xian Phoenix chance. That man, who is her accomplice, must not be spared either. Uing. Lu Shen's eyes were hard as he took out the black iron rod and clutched it tightly in his hand. Even if I die, I'm going to drag a few down with me. At least this one, surnamed Ouyang, can't be spared. Thinking that, he looked at Lu Qingxian again. No, we should hold this princess hostage first. There might be a chance of survival. Just as Lu Shen was thinking. Suddenly, Ouyang Honglu's incredulous voice resounded throughout the hall. How? No, it can't be. I really saw it with my own eyes. She clearly obtained the Xian Phoenix chance. Chapter 95, Taiyin Body. Extreme Yang Body, Yin Wu Dao Strikes. Lu Shen came back to his senses and looked towards Ouyang Honglu in surprise. Immediately after that, he followed Ouyang Honglu's line of sight and looked towards the life-viewing bone illuminating mirror. The image in the mirror was of a lake with light blue lotus flowers blooming on the surface, surrounded by clouds. A bright full moon hung high in the sky. Just one look, and it sends chills down the spine. This is the Taiyin Body. Lu Ningxue exclaimed in shock. Taiyin Body? LV Qingxuan's face was dismayed. This white-haired woman in front of her was actually an excellent hearth physique? Shangwan Yun Ao and a few elders also revealed shocked expressions. They all knew that Lu Shen was a heavenly pride with extraordinary qualifications such as heaven's equal destiny. But I didn't expect that Jiang Yuehan was likewise waiting for heaven's destiny. It was also thought that Jiang Yuehan became a secret disciple because she dipped into Lu Shen's light. But now it seems clear that people are living up to their names. Cold Mountainside. Aya. Jiang Mijuan. You even said before that you were a yellow equivalent physique. This. Low key. Too low key. Shangwan Yunao froze and looked at Han Shan. You jumped to conclusions without testing it earlier? Cold Mountain smiled awkwardly. Shangwan Yunao disliked, confused. You believe whatever you say? Don't you understand that hearing is not believing and seeing is not believing? Cold Mountain nodded his head and bowed. Yes, Master Sect Senior Brother's lesson is impossible. This is never possible. How could she be a Taiyin Body? Ouyang Honglu couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing, and suddenly, as if he thought of something, he raised his hand and pointed at Lu Shen. That's right, there's also him. It's not likely that he was the one who obtained the Xian Phoenix chance. Yes, only the two of them were there, either Jiang Yuehan or Lu Shen. Lu Shen was planning to use his delusion-breaking god pupil to observe Jiang Yuehan. Thoughts were interrupted at the sound of a voice. Raising his hand towards Ouyang Honglu, he raised his middle finger. It was not clear, though, what the little assassin had used to muddle through, but the crisis is over. What am I afraid of? You love to dance, don't you? There'll be a time for you to cry later. Soon, Lu Shen came to the fate viewing in bone illuminating mirror with great generosity, and stood in the same position as Jiang Yuehan's party. In his heart, he was also curious to see what kind of image would appear in this mirror when immortal and demon homeopathic bodies were in it, only to see that the mirror surface of the life-viewing bone-shining mirror rippled. In the twinkling of an eye the picture emerges. A great sun shines brightly, and there is nothing else. This is the extreme yang body. Seeing this, Lu Ningxue once again exclaimed in shock. Extreme yang body? Lu Qingxuan's beautiful eyes were startled. Another hearth body? There are actually masters. Shangguan Yun Ao and a few elders looked at each other. They all knew that Lu Shen was heaven waiting for heaven's destiny. However, it was not clear that Lu Shen's heavenly destiny was the extreme yang body. One extreme yang, the other two yin, and each other became kin again. No wonder these two, their realms had risen so quickly. A flash of dismay similarly surfaced on the little ginger empress's pretty face. Extreme yang body? According to the results of the investigation in the previous life, the little devil didn't have this kind of heavenly destiny. Could it be that, in this life, he also had an additional heavenly destiny? Nothing. Lu Shen glanced at the life-viewing bone-shining mirror in disgust. You can't tell with the immortal and demon syndrome. The bias reveals an extremely yang body. Now it's good that so many people know that I have a hearth body. There's no telling how much trouble we'll be inviting in the future. No way. That's impossible. Suddenly, Ouyang Honglu shouted as if he were crazy. Sect leader, all the elders, Your Highness, I clearly saw the two of them in Xianhuang. Before the words are out, without waiting for Lucian to react, Yin Wudao took the lead and stood out, interrupting with a loud shout. Bold and sinful disciple. How dare you falsely accuse a fellow disciple even now? Ouyang Honglu looked at Yin Wudao incredulously. Master, I didn't. Shut up. I don't have a disciple like you. Yin Wudao violently dodged and arrived in front of Ouyang Honglu's body, drawing his sword without warning. Put. Ouyang Honglu was directly stabbed in the heart. Lucian's tiger body shook. Jiang Yuehan was also taken aback. It happened so suddenly that Shangguan Yun'ao and a few elders, along with a few people from the imperial court, as well as many newly promoted disciples, all froze in shock at this scene. In full view of everyone, Ouyang Honglu wowed as blood flowed all over his jaws. He just stared straight at Yin Wudao. His body turned limp and died in peace. Yin Wudao shook off the blood on top of his long sword and slowly turned around, calmly saying to Shangguan Yun'ao, sect leader, this son has been slandering Lu Michuan and Zhang Michuan, which has given me an ominous feeling in my heart. Therefore, I probed his aura and found that he had actually used the Bloodbane House's talisman. The Bloodbane talisman. I was worried that he had something else from the Bloodshed Tower on him and struck out in the heat of the moment, so I hope the sect leader won't be offended. This statement was made. The first to react was behind Lu Qingxian, the strongest person in the void-breaking realm. He arrived at Ouyang Honglu's side in a flash. After carefully sensing the situation, he turned to Lu Qingxian and reported, Your Highness, this person has indeed used the Blood Fury talisman of the Blood Fury building. LV Qingxuan's pretty face shook with anger as she glared at Shangguan Yun'ao and asked, Sect Master Shangguan, how is it that there are still people within your Hua Qing sect who have colluded with the Bloodshed Tower? Shangguan Yun'ao had no choice but to arch his hand and say, In this matter, it is my Hua Qing sect that is not clear in distinguishing people. I hope that your highness will be chastised. Lu Qingxian said with a straight face, Today, just because you guys handled the Xianhuang matter properly, I'll let you off the hook for now, but if there's a next time, you'll never be spared. Thank you, your highness. Shangguan Yun'ao sighed in relief. The group of elders also showed expressions of relief. In their opinion, thanks to Yin Wudao's proficiency in the art of talismans, this prevented a calamity from occurring. If Ouyang Honglu were to lay his hands on Princess Lu Qingxian, the Hua Qing sect would be devastated. Unbeknownst to him, the bloodbath talisman was gifted to Ouyang Honglu by Yin Wudao. Yin Wudao's move was only because he was afraid that Shangguan Yun'ao would investigate Ouyang Honglu and follow the trail to him. Old. Lucian gazed at Yin Wudao and secretly slandered in his heart. The old thing reacted pretty quickly. Without waiting for me to make a move, I actually went ahead and silenced them. This one is devious and cunning. It's a little hard to deal with. Maybe at some point, just stab me in the back again. I have to find a way to get him killed. Otherwise I can't rest easy. If you use the void-breaking mirror to shine a light on this Ouyang Honglu, it's not likely that we'll be able to see it. The image of Yin Wudao giving Ouyang Honglu the bloodshed talisman. But if that were to happen, the Xianhua matter would be exposed. No, 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 no. Gotta do something different. There it is. Gigi, Yin Wudao, right? Let's see if I can't get you killed. The little ginger empress suddenly winced. What's going on? I got used to the cold poison a long time ago. Why do I suddenly feel a chill? She looked at Lucian suspiciously. Could it be that this little devil, again have some ghost ideas? Chapter 96, but the creativity is still palatable. For the sake of caution, LV Qingxian still had the newest disciples of the Hua Qing sect take turns to look into the life-observing bone mirror. Lucian and Jiang Yuehan were cleared of suspicion. While they left early, before leaving, he didn't forget to take out a demonic beast horn and exchange it for a spirit crystal. A stunned crowd of disciples. On the way back to the Loki Peak, Lucian held Jiang Yuehan's small hand and observed the other party from time to time. What? Do I have something on my face? The little ginger empress raised her head to look at Lucian and asked with a smile. Lucian stole a sense of extremely heavy look around. See no one around? Quietly asked. Little assassin, you are not all I've got the unsullied Shin Phoenix blood. How can it be Tuing body? The corners of Jiang Yuehan's mouth rose slightly, knowing that the little devil was curious about this, and there was nothing to hide, so he said truthfully, what about a while ago? I got a tie-in seed, which originally took 77-49 days to germinate, but I have discovered a way to accelerate the growth of the tie-in seed, so the time was moved up by that many dozens of days, I guess. Lucian listened in wonder. What way? The little ginger empress would smile, tiptoeing up towards Lucian's lips to kiss him. Immediately after that, it became clear that there wasn't enough height. Helplessly, she tugged on Lucian's collar and made him lower his head. Boogie. After a kiss, Jiang Yuehan smiled and said, "That's the way." Lucian caressed his own lips and blinked in seeming understanding. "I couldn't figure it out before, but now I understand. It must be your extreme young body that accelerated the growth of the Taiyin seed, and my original heavenly destiny was at the stage of nirvana. What the life-viewing bone mirror maps out is naturally the Taiyin body." As Jiang Yuehan spoke, a hint of despondency surfaced in her beautiful eyes. It was a pity that even the extreme young body couldn't dissolve the cold poison. If he wanted to completely eradicate it, he had to let Lucian learn the pure yang kung fu before he could do so. The extreme yang body combined with the pure yang technique was able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Maybe it won't take 49 days to be able to eradicate the cold poison. However, without the pure yang technique, having the extreme yang body alone would in turn harm the little devil. So, Lucian couldn't figure it out. The little assassin shines out of the Taiyin body or extenuating circumstances. How is it that you are illuminating an extremely yang body? Immortals and demons have no such thing as nirvana. Is it hard to believe that it's because it's so great? The mirror, it doesn't show? It's possible. In the moment, that was the only explanation. Lu Michuan, Zhang Nichuan, today's matter has caused the two of you to be aggrieved. Suddenly, Yin Wu Dao's voice came from behind him. Lucian and Jiang Yuehan were startled at the same time. Again, they looked back at the same time. Seeing Yin Wu Dao was walking slowly with a smile on his face, Lucian subconsciously protected Jiang Yuehan behind him. Vigilantly, he asked, "Elder Yin, there's no need to be polite. What is it that you've come to find us for?" Yin Wu Dao froze, looked around a few times, and smiled. "I was about to return to Xianfu Peak, and I was passing by, so I happened to meet the two secret transmitters. In that case, we'll leave if there's nothing else." Lucian took Jiang Yuehan's hand and turned toward the direction of the sunset peak, his steps getting faster and faster. Yin Wu Dao looked at the duo's backs, his eyes narrowing slightly. "There's something odd. Could it be that it was these two? Who discovered my identity? No, it can't be. That's never going to happen. The old man has been lurking in the Huaqing sect for decades, and even that old man, Shangguan Yun Ao, has never found out. The two newly promoted disciples in the district, even if they were secretly transmitted, did not have that kind of ability. It must be that they were scared by Ouyang Honglu today, during the trial." Yin Wu Dao suddenly thought of this and nodded deeply, although he did not know what means they used to escape from Ouyang Honglu's hands, but just the power of the bloodbath talisman surely brought a great shock to their young hearts. After suffering such a shock, it makes sense to become a little more cautious. However, you got away with it once, you will never get away with it a second time. Soon, I will refine you all into blood spirits and offer them to the master of the house. Soon, I'm going to screw that old Biden. Yin Wu Dao. On the other side, Lucian said quietly to Jiang Yuehan, "You have an idea?" Jiang Yuehan cautiously asked, "It won't still be like last time, poisoning people, right?" "No, poisoning is the lowest form of tactics. In case that old Biden, Yin Wu Dao, like Liang Mo, also keeps a snake to test the poison, won't I be planted again? There's no way I'm going to make the same mistake twice," Lucian said, and then tried his best to lower his voice, informing the plan in full. After listening to Lucian's narration, the little ginger Empress froze in place, unable to return to her senses for a long time. In the mind's eye, a scene like this comes to mind: the darkness of the moon and the wind. Lucian pretended to be Shangguan Yun Ao and bumbled his way to the peaks to report that the great elders would go to Xianfu Peak at 1 minute past midnight. Then he pretended to be an elder of Cold Mountain and farted to Shangguan sect leader, asking him to go to Xianfu Peak at a quarter of an hour. Finally, pretending to be Ouyang Honglu, he went to Xianfu Peak to look for Yin Wu Dao at the full hour. Yin Wu Dao would definitely be surprised. You kid are actually still alive? Ouyang Honglu, master, you've caused me so much harm. The talisman you gave me is actually a talisman from the Bloodshed Tower. Yin Wu Dao, damn it. Since you've been discovered, I can't keep you. Just as I was about to make my move, Shangguan Yun Ao and a few elders appeared. Good you Yin Wu Dao, you're actually a spy of the Bloodshed Tower. The scene shifted and Yin Wu Dao was subdued by the sect leader and the elders teaming up. As Jiang Yuehan was thinking about it, she suddenly heard a strange laughter, coming from her side. G. Lucian laughed until his body trembled, raised his eyebrows and asked Jiang Yuehan, "How about it, little assassin? This plan of mine, is it seamless?" Jiang Yuehan frowned slightly and said awkwardly, "First of all, the sect leader and the elders communicate with each other by using voice transmission feats, and they won't go directly to the peaks to find them. Even if you go, you'll send disciples. It's impossible to make a personal trip." Lucian's smile instantly froze, and the plan was dead in the water. Jiang Yuehan held Lucian's arm, soothing, although this plan, not very able to implement. But, but your creativity, or can be point, ha ha ha, do not be discouraged. At night, LV Qingxian stayed at the watching sect. After bathing, she sat alone on her bed and took out a mirror, driving it with his true qi. The mirror rippled a moment later. Immediately after that, the figure of Lu Zhong emerged. Imperial brother, I've already carefully investigated. The watching sect released the Xian Phoenix, and Zhongli didn't use the power of the Xian Phoenix to change the heavenly fate. Lu Qingxian said to the mirror, as I expected, the Huacheng sect really does know what's right. Shangguanyin Ao deserves to be the most cautious amongst the successive sect leaders of the Huacheng sect. On the other side of the mirror, Lu Zhong, who was far away from the imperial court in Central State, said indifferently, tonight, you will rest well in the Huacheng sect, and when tomorrow morning comes, you will depart and come back. By the way, royal brother, I have made an unexpected discovery. There are two disciples within the Huacheng sect, one with the extreme yang body and the other with the Tai-yin body. Chapter 97, Sick to Death? Needs to lose the fire. Tai-yin body, extreme yang body? Within one clan of the Huacheng sect, there are actually two heavenly qualification celestial pride at the same time. Lu Zhong instantly came to life, his eyes shining brightly. Imperial sister, don't come back first. Tomorrow I'll personally go to the Huacheng sect and meet those two heavenly pride. Now these two, they are still young, the same as you and I, of the age of 20 yet to come. Get acquainted as early as possible. It might become a great help for you and me in the future. Moonwatch Pavilion. After Lucian came back, he had been lying on the bench in the backyard, looking up at the starry sky and pondering on ways to deal with Yin Wu Dao. The little ginger empress, on the other hand, was observing the large stone that had been moved from outside the clan. The breeze is blowing and the years are still. After a long time, Lucian opened his eyes blankly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. When did I fall asleep? Looking down, he realized he was covered in a blanket. Jiang Yuehan just sat aside and asked softly, you slept for less than an hour. Did you think of any good ideas? Lucian sat up straight and looked ahead with a wooden face, kind of sleepy and confused. What am I doing here again? Jiang Yuehan gave a timely reminder. Yin Wu Dao. Lucian sniffed and sobered up a few points. Oh yeah, dealing with Yin Wu Dao. But this guy is a bit difficult to deal with. I have to think about it more carefully. This pondering went on until dawn. When Lucian woke up, he found himself lying on the bed in his bedroom. Kang Yuehan sat in front of the dressing mirror with her ponytail. Something's not right. Lucian sat up and looked around in bewilderment. How did I fall asleep again? Did someone use some secret technique on me and screw me in the dark? Hearing these words, Jiang Yuehan stopped her hand movements and looked at Lucian thoughtfully. You mean, the Nightmare family's secret technique? Most likely. That nightmare didn't die. It's not likely that it went back to the Bloodshed Tower to ventilate the situation, and then found a relative or friend or something to take revenge on me. The more Lucian thought about it, the more alarmed he became. Jiang Yuehan didn't dare to be negligent either. The duo didn't wait for breakfast before rushing to Linging Peak. Elder Shang Yin, as the Huacheng sect's #1 divine doctor, was a top-notch medical practitioner when looking at the entire Dongyang province and even the Great Yan dynasty. Linging Peak, moreover, is the place of apricot forests within the Huacheng sect, and the mountain breath alone has the effect of nourishing the body. Inside the Hall of Elders, Shang Yin took Lucian's pulse and probed with his true qi, his frown deepening. Nervousness was written all over Lucian's face. It's a well-known fact that the more the old herbalist keeps quiet, the bigger things get. Elder Shang Yin had been silent for a long time, opening his mouth several times without speaking. Done. I'm afraid I'm not very sick anymore. Lucian immediately put on a dying look and looked towards Jiang Yuehan, saying in a weak voice, Little assassin, inside my duffel bag, there is a compartment in which 500 taels of silver tickets are hidden. Cough cough cough. From now on, that money is yours. Live it up. The little ginger empress was playfully confused. Why are you suddenly blowing your own nest egg? Something's not right. The little devil is so greedy for money that he's actually willing to give it to me. Is his body, indeed, dying? Elder Shang, can you save him? Jiang Yuehan looked at Shang Yin and said eagerly. The always arrogant Empress Xuanuan's attitude at this moment was polite to the extreme. Shang Yin froze. Save him, are you sure? Jiang Yuehan nodded heavily. Please also ask Elder Shang to make a move as soon as possible and make sure to cure him. That's not appropriate. Granted. I'm over 50 and still have a lot of style. But, before the words are out, Lucian hurriedly interrupted. Elder Shang, wait. Apparently, Xiao Lu's classmates had sensed something was wrong. Jiang Yuehan also sensed something was wrong and asked Shang Yin. Elder Shang, what kind of disease does Lucian have? Sick? Shang Yin froze. Who said he's sick? He's not. Not sick? Lucian asked blankly. Then why do I always somehow fall asleep and feel tired? Oh, You just have a bit too much fire recently, but you can't get it out, resulting in mental depression and lack of energy and fatigue. It wouldn't be like this if you were an ordinary person, but aren't you an extreme young body? So the situation has become much more serious, Shangyin said with a big smile and looked at Zhang Yuehan again, smiling. After you go back, you and he will just have a few more lives. This kind of thing, you can't let other people help you out. Question marks grew on Lucian's head. Zhang Yuehan was at the side, also with her small mouth slightly open, speechless for a long time. Elder Shang, this is it? Lucian asked breathlessly. Then why did you keep frowning just now? Shangyin picked up a cup of tea aside and took a sip, saying calmly, you're fine. Yet early in the morning, you came to me in a panic to see a doctor. So can I not be curious? Lucian was momentarily speechless, so reasonable that it leaves one speechless. This time, Shangyin suddenly thought of something. I see the two of you, usually quite loving how can you still hold the Lumi Chuan on fire? This way, I give you two. Open some cheer. It's not necessary, Zhang Yuehan said sharply, and as soon as she dragged Lucian up, she left without looking back, disappearing without a trace in the twinkling of an eye. Shangyin gave an anti-smile. Shy, to say you're still young. There were no words along the way. As soon as he returned to the Moonwatch Pavilion, Lucian found a room and shut himself up. Half an hour later, Lucian first went to the bathroom and took a shower, then returned inside the bedroom refreshed. Lean, day-to-day kisses. It's not like I can do anything. Can you not be on fire? Hey, it's better to ask for help than to ask for help. Just entering the door, Lucian saw that Zhang Yuehan was not there and furtively found out the duffel bag, preparing to hide the silver tickets in a different place. A few moments later, a groundhog squealed and rang out from inside the bedroom. Money! My money's gone! Lucian rummaged through the entire duffel bag, but did not find any trace of the money bag, the whole person as if emptied, breathless, paralyzed on the bed. What's wrong? At this time, Zhang Yuehan looked over and asked curiously. Nothing. Lucian closed his eyes and pretended to be strong as he replied. Ha! Little assassin. And a real housekeeper. Obviously holding so much money and spirit crystals in my hand, but still went after my petty cash. Sure enough, women are all the same. You're looking for the money bag? Zhang Yuehan spoke again. After the Xiaobelian thing happened before, I felt that the money bag was not safe to put in the duffel bag, so I put it in the drawer with a lock for you. And this is the key. Lucian's eyes snapped open and he sprinted to the drawer as soon as he picked up the key. The money bag was really in there, but it seems to have gotten a little more bulgy. When I opened it, I found that there were a lot more silver checks, in addition to gold ingots and silver dollars. Zhang Yuehan explained. These are all the money given by mother. It's useless for me to take them, so let's put them together. Lucian relocked the drawer and waved towards Zhang Yuehan. What's wrong? Kan Yuehan walked up suspiciously. Lucian hugged Zhang Yuehan and was about to kiss her right afterward. Little Ginger Empress was quick on her feet and hastily covered Lucian's mouth. Wait, aren't you afraid of catching fire? Lucian moved Zhang Yuehan's hand away and said with a smile. Not afraid. I'll refine a few fire-defeating pills to eat in a while. Zhang Yuehan's breath hitched. Then, why don't I find a way to defeat the fire for you? Chapter 98, It's Really Eating. Inside the Moonwatch Pavilion. I'll go. Lucian constantly sighed in his heart at the greatness of the treasure book of love. You even teach this kind of trick? Moreover, it can actually make the cement-sealed heart, cold and indifferent Xianhuang female emperor, become so. 10,000 words omitted. 3 rods in the sun. LV Zhong, LV Qingxian, Lu Ningxue, and a group of imperial court experts, led by Shangguan Yun Ao, arrived outside the Moonwatch Pavilion. Your Highness, Crown Prince, Jiang Mizhuan and Lu Mizhuan, live here, Shangguan Yun Ao calmly introduced. Instead, the heart was beating a drum. I originally thought that LV Qingxian was leaving. Instead of going away, it ended up inviting the prince. The matter of the Xianhuang had clearly been resolved. How the royal court still looks like. Well, it's not going to let up. It was hard to believe that they were eyeing the special providence of Lu Mizhuan and Zhang Mizhuan. The providence of Taiyin and Extreme Yang is indeed special. It's no surprise that the imperial court wants it for themselves. But no matter what, Lucian and Zhang Yuehan were both disciples of the Huaqing sect. There had to be a way to protect the duo. Shangguan Master? Lu Zhong repeatedly shouted. Only then did Shangguan Yun Ao come back to his senses, squeezing out a smile and asking, Crown Prince, what's the matter with calling the old man? Lu Qingxian spoke in a helpless tone. My royal brother asked you to lead the way. We're going to meet those two heavenly prides. Then please. Shangguan Yun Ao made a gesture of invitation and took the lead to walk into the Moonwatch Pavilion. Lu Zhong led the men right behind him. Lu Qingxian sighed. Is the Shangguan sect leader old? Why is he still taking away gods? Lu Ningxue chimed in. He must have been shocked by the crown prince's aura. Lu Zhong didn't think so. At the moment, all he could think about was Lu Xin and Jiang Yuehan. Already couldn't wait to see just how heroic the heavenly qualification's heavenly pride was. Soon, the crowd came to the second floor. Close to Lu Xin and Jiang Yuehan's room, LV Qingxian was the first to notice that something was wrong. Curious, she asked, "Royal brother, did you hear the sound of eating popsicles?" Lu Zhong nodded slightly. "I hear you." Lu Qingxian looked curious. "Summer has long passed, why is it still?" Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Xin's voice came from inside the bedroom. "Little assassin, you eat slowly. No one is stealing from you." Shangguan Yun'ao stopped violently, his old face suddenly reddening to the roots of his ears. He awkwardly turned around and turned back, squeezing out a smile and said, "Can't let your highness the crown prince and your highness the princess condescend? Or wait for the old man to call Lu Mijuan and Zhang Mijuan to receive the driver?" Lu Zhong waved his hand. "Hey, there's no need to be polite." Lu Qingxian chimed in. "Shangguan sect leader, my royal brother is a man of courtesy, so there's no need to care about all that red tape." Shangguan Yun'ao glanced towards the door of Lu Xin and Jiang Yuehan's bedroom house not far away. A faint sense of death suddenly arose in his heart. In broad daylight. Actually, if His Royal Highness crashes through, does the Huaqing sect still want to lose face? "What's wrong, Shangguan master?" Lu Zhong noticed a hint of something wrong and asked with a frown. At this time, Lu Ningxue stood out and rounded off the scene. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, Your Highness the Princess, the two heavenly prides of the Huaqing sect are still practicing. Should we wait for a moment?" When Shangguan Yun'ao heard this, he immediately looked at Lu Ningxue with gratitude. "It seems that there are still people in the room who understand." Lu Ningxue glared at Shangguan Yun'ao. "The princess is young, and although the crown prince has performed the coronation ceremony, however, he was drunk on martial arts and did not marry. If I hadn't had the experience, I would have seen right through what was going on, and kindly stand up for you. Today, you, Huaqing sect, will have a hard time ending this, practicing in the morning. These two heavenly prides, they are really diligent." Lu Zhong sighed. "Also, just wait for them." Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a cackle. The bedroom house door opened. Lu Xin held a popsicle in his hand and looked at Shangguan Yun'ao and his group suspiciously. "Just now I heard a commotion outside the door and came out to see why so many people had gathered. What's the matter, master?" Lu Xin asked tentatively. As he spoke, a small head emerged from behind him. Jiang Yuehan also held a popsicle in her hand with a puzzled look on top of her pretty face. It was only that she was wearing the robes issued by the clan and had a rabbit ear's hair accessory on her head. Lu Xin looked down. In a hurry, he took off the headdress of the little ginger empress and hid it behind his back. Shangguan Yun'ao was uncertain. The others didn't see the point. However, Lu Ningxue did blush with a pretty face. "Thanks to me for stepping up to the plate. Turns out these two, they're really eating?" Lu Zhong's eyes lit up as he stepped forward and asked Shangguan Yun'ao. "These two, they are the heavenly pride of the Huaqing sect?" "That's right, they are the celestial pride bearing the extreme yang body and the Taiyin body, the secret disciples of my Huaqing sect." When Shangguan Yun'ao said the words secret disciple, he bit down extremely hard. It was to emphasize the fact that the duo, Lu Xin and Jiang Yuehan, were extremely important within the clan, even if you are the crown prince. But if you want to touch the secret passages of the Huaqing sect, you will have to weigh them. Lu Xin recognized behind Shangguan Yun'ao, Lu Qingxuan's appearance. "Isn't this the princess of what's her name that we saw yesterday?" The young man in front of him, who looked similar to his own age, was an unfamiliar face. What's his story? Just as he was thinking, he saw Lu Zhong clasping his fists and took the initiative to introduce himself. "Pleased to meet you. I am Great Yan's Crown Prince Lu Zhong. I heard that the Huaqing sect has produced two heavenly prides, and I've come here to get acquainted with them." Disrespectful. Lu Xin nodded in a cloudy manner. The heart was hanging in the air. "I say I'm getting acquainted, but do I have that much face? It wouldn't be under the guise of making acquaintances to investigate Xianhuang, would it? Luckily, though, the little assassin is still in the nirvana stage. Even if you take a life-viewing bone mirror, you will only be able to see the Taiyin body. Don't let them in the house." The little ginger empress gently tugged on the corner of Lu Xin's coat and quietly reminded him, her voice slightly hoarse. Lu Xin looked back at the messy house and responded awkwardly. "That's natural." With that, he looked at Lu Zhong and said with a smile again, "So what, Your Highness the Crown Prince, is it? You see, this is also quite sudden, and we didn't have the time to prepare. Please wait downstairs for a moment, and when my mother and I have simply cleaned up a little bit, we'll go ahead to welcome the Emperor." Good talk, good talk. Lu Zhong smiled. "Then we'll see you in a while." After saying that, Lu Zhong led the people downstairs. "Lu Michuan, Zhang Nichuan. The situation in the imperial court is complicated, and this crown prince has just assumed the throne not long ago. His character is inscrutable, so I hope that you will be careful with your words. Shangwan Yun'ao gave a bitter and quiet instruction and quickly followed the pace of Lu Zhong and the others. Lu Shen sighed in relief and looked down at Zhang Yuehan. You go. Quickly. Stop. The little ginger empress interrupted sharply. Chapter 99. Do you know your brother is your sister? Lu Shen cleaned his room. Zhang Yuehan, on the other hand, washed herself carefully. It was only after confirming that there was no more heathery, strange flavor in his mouth that he was finally relieved. Not long after, the two of them came to the first floor in company and went to meet with Lu Zhong. Where is the prince? Lu Shen saw that all the people in the hall were gathered, but only Lu Zhong's figure was missing, so he couldn't help but ask curiously. Imperial brother is waiting in the side room. There are some things he wants to talk to the two heavenly prides alone. Lu Qingxian said and made a gesture of invitation. Both of you, follow me. Good talk. Good talk. Lu Shen wore a smile on his face as he observed Lu Qingxian with his delusion-breaking god pupil. Name, LV Qingxian. Sex, female. Age, 17. Mandate of heaven, Hokuto subterranean dragon body. Quality, heavenly upper. Realm, early Jidan realm. Situation, on behalf of his brother Lu Zhong came to Hua Qingzone to investigate the present world of Xin Huang. Accidentally found two heavenly prides. Temporarily cancelled the plan to return to the imperial court. And waited for his brother Lu Zhong to come. And was about to talk to the heavenly prides of Hua Qingzone to plan great things. Xiao Lu's classmates were a bit surprised. Shouldn't there be, like, some amazing conspiracy? Hiding some great secret? Why it looks so harmonious? With doubts in his mind, Lu Shen followed behind Lu Qingxian and walked towards the side room. At this time, Zhang Yuehan held Lu Shen's hand and gently squeezed it, signaling Lu Shen to feel at ease. She lowered her voice and said, From what I've been told, this Lu Zhong is still considered a decent person. But, it's just that the death was a bit gruesome. Lu Shen sniffed and instantly widened his eyes, as if he smelled a hint of something unusual. Little assassin, tell me more about it in a moment. I almost forgot. The little assassin was reborn back, regardless of whether it was to the sect or the imperial court. I'm afraid that I have learned more information than the system. Instead of observing and inferring with the divine pupil, it was better to ask her directly. It's twice the work for twice the effort when you judge the two together. Good. Zhang Yuehan obediently nodded, then gently hooked the corner of her lips and quietly said, However, I have a condition. Lu Shen froze. Learned the hard way. It's all about the terms and conditions. First the conditions. Lu Shen was a vigilant batch, afraid of stepping into a hole. Zhang Yuehan beckoned. Lu Shen attached his ear. Immediately afterward, there was a big red face. Ahem. I promise. Fair and square. Inside the side room, when Lu Zhong saw Lu Shen and Zhang Yuehan arrive, he immediately got up to greet them, without the slightest hint of any princely demeanor. The two heavens pride, please sit down. Saying that, Lu Zhong even personally poured tea for Lu Shen and Zhang Yuehan. The level of attentiveness was jaw-dropping, and Lu Shen didn't hold back an extra glance. Name, Louis Chung. Sex, female. Age, 1. And so on. Lu Shen narrowed his eyes and scrutinized. Look left. Look right. Look up. Look down. Look any way. It's the word female. Lumi Tuan right. Do I have something on my face? Lu Zhong was a bit uncomfortable being looked at and asked awkwardly. When I looked at His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, with his extraordinary valor, I couldn't help but pay more attention. Lu Shen casually made up a lie and said with a smile. Continue reading the information below. Age, 19. Mandate of heaven, Hokuto subterranean dragon body. Quality, heavenly upper. Realm, Jedan realm perfection. Circumstances, this is a daughter's body. Why the mother consort is ambitious. From childhood as a male child raised, with secret techniques to hide people's ears, not able to peep into his real body. He is a man of great ambition, but the complexity of the situation in the imperial court, a few brothers are eyeing, coveting the position of the crown prince for a long time, because of disdain for party politics, isolated in the dynasty, looking forward to a high person under his command to assist. After learning that the Huaqing sect has a heavenly pride in the world, especially come to make friends with it, hoping that in the future to help their own arm. Lu Shen frowned. Subconsciously, he looked back at Lu Qingxian. Do you know your brother is your sister? Lu Qingxian looked puzzled. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly looking at me? On the side, Zhang Yuehan pursed her lips. This little devil, is he onto something? Suddenly a little curious as to what's going on? Your Highness and the Crown Prince are. Lu Shen didn't dare to ask directly and was prepared to make some side comments first. Oh, Qingxian is my sister from the same mother, Lu Zhong said with a smile. Lu Qingxian proudly said, That's right, I share the same father and mother with my royal brother, and grew up together since we were young. Our feelings are very deep. So, Lucian pulled the corner of his mouth awkwardly. And a royal brother. You don't even know your brother is your sister. Feelings aren't that deep. Lu Michuan, Zhang Nichuan, the two of you don't need to be formal. When Lu Zhong saw Lucian stammering, he thought that the other party was afraid of his and Lu Qingxuan's royal status, so he said with a smile, and from the Qiankuan bag in his sleeve, he took out an exquisite wooden box, holding it with one hand, and slowly placed it on the table. A small token of appreciation. I hope you two heavenly pride will accept it. Lu Zhong said politely. Your Highness, I knew at a glance that you were a good man. Lucian came to Lu Zhong's side with a sliding shovel and raised his hand to hook his shoulders, but in the next second, suddenly thinking of something, he immediately retracted his hand again and laughed. You are simply too polite. Lu Zhong was shocked by Lucian's sudden seizure and took a step backward, saying awkwardly, Lumi fax disposition. Lucian stared at the wooden box and asked, what's in here? Might as well open it. Lu Zhong smiled. Then I'll take it with a grain of salt. Lucian Sanwei rubbed his hands together and opened the wooden box without hesitation, seeing the spirit crystals full of spirit crystals laid out inside. Not bad for a prince. The outgoing is just generous. This is a friend I've made. Mother, take it. Lucian closed the wooden box and picked it up and turned to hand it over. Zhang Yuehan immediately stepped forward to take it. Without a moment's delay, it was collected into the Qiankuan bag. Royal brother. At this time, Lu Qingxian gave Lu Zhong a look, signaling that it was time to get down to business. Lu Zhong nodded slightly, and after pondering for a moment, he opened his mouth and said, Lu Michuan, Zhang Nichuan, today I came. There is no need to be formal. Your Highness the Crown Prince, as the saying goes, take someone's money and do something for them. From now on, we're friends. I, for one, believe in one thing. A friend's business is my business, as long as it's not too much. Ask away. If the Crown Prince looks up to me, I, Lu, am willing to be your Highness's right-hand man, Lucian said righteously and in a continuous stream. All of them had already seen it with the paranoia-breaking divine pupil, and they couldn't be clearer about Lu Zhong's claims. Isn't it just to help her in the future? It's a good thing to talk about this kind of thing. Naturally, the future, that's still a long way off. But at the moment, befriending the Crown Prince brings benefits that are real. After all, this background of the Crown Prince was much bigger than the Huaqing sect. You'll be able to get away with anything in the future. Looking at the 3 realms and 10 states, no one dared to mess with them. I, Lu, am also getting better. Ji, Lu Mi Tuan. Lu Zhong was so moved by Lucian's words that there were tears in his eyes. Qing Xian, loan has come to the right place. As expected, if you're looking for help, you have to look for it among the people. There are no hooks in the courtroom. Only true love. Touching, just touching. Lu Qingxian nodded heavily and couldn't help but raise her hand to wipe the corners of her eyes. You too, there's no need to be so excited. Lucian vainly pressed his palm a few times and said with a smile, I didn't realize that both the Crown Prince and the Princess were actually so simple. That's great. You'll have someone at the top in the future. As he was thinking, he suddenly felt someone tugging at his coat. Looking back, he saw Zhang Yuehan looking at himself with tightly knitted brows. What's wrong? Lucian, you're in trouble. Chapter 100, Ask and you shall not be told. Lucian glanced at Lu Zhong and Lu Qingxian. Seeing that the two were still immersed in moving, he leaned over and asked Zhang Yuehan, what is it? Don't scare me. Zhang Yuehan sighed lightly and said, go back and talk. For the rest of the day. Lu Zhong expresses his grandiose aspirations. He sincerely hoped that Lu Xin and Zhang Yuehan would be able to assist him and become his right-hand man, although they were young now. With their superb natural talent, their future ceiling was extremely high. This wave of Louis Chung also belongs to, I'll bet today on tomorrow. Well. Lucian had always greeted him with a smile and agreed to whatever was said first. In his heart, he kept thinking about why Zhang Yuehan had said that he had stalled. The feeling of having something on your mind. That is called a difficult to feel all over the body. Hard and Lu Zhong nagged for 2 hours before finally ending. You two secret transmitters. In these few days, I'll be staying at the Huaqing sect, so we can talk more. Lu Zhong took the initiative to stand up and said with a smile. Good talk. Lucian wore a smile on his face. Then we'll go ahead and get busy. Yes. Lu Zhong made a pleased gesture and watched Lucian and Zhang Yuehan leave. Seeing the two of them leave, Lu Qingxian walked over and frowned as she said to Lu Zhong, Imperial brother, why do I see that those two heavenly prides are not very excited? Although Lu Michuan struck up a conversation, his attitude was slightly perfunctory. As for that Kong Michuan, didn't say a word the whole time. His eyes were more like he didn't care about anything. The way she viewed Zhang Yuehan's gaze, no matter what she looked at, It was like she was looking at trash. Even if you look at the prince. But that, she didn't have the heart to point out. After all, it's the first time we've met and we don't know each other on both sides. And since we're asking for something, we have to show our sincerity. Lu Zhong picked up his teacup and took a sip, not caring that the tea in the cup had already cooled. His attitude was extremely calm. But Emperor brother, you are the crown prince after all. Before Lu Qingxuan's words left her mouth, Lu Zhong waved his hand and interrupted. It is precisely because I am the crown prince that I just should show my sincerity. Or else I fear that I might be suspected of using my power to oppress others. It's not that much trouble. Lu Qingxian bristled. The other emperors are followed by quite a few experts, and I've seen them often bossing around the people around them, and those people don't sell their lives just the same. LV Zhong just smiled meaningfully and did not say anything more. After solemnly patting LV Qingxuan's shoulder, he took big steps towards the outside of the house. Poof! LV Qingxian hummed delicately, raising her hand and gently stroking her shoulder. A touch of adoration surfaced in her gaze towards LV Zhong. The second floor of the Moonwatch Pavilion. The younger two sat at the tabletop. What's wrong? What's wrong? As soon as Lucian returned, he anxiously inquired about Jiang Yuehan's situation. What a mess. Why does this sound so scary? That's just it. Since you've already chosen, there's nothing you can do about it now. Jiang Yuehan poured a cup of tea and gently pushed it in front of Lucian. And then she poured herself a glass, too, and clouded it up for a sip. Don't be a riddler. Scratch that and tell me. What's the choice? What's the mess? Don't you do that. I'm scared. Lucian was in a streak of curiosity like never before. You really don't know? Jiang Yuechun looked at Lucian unexpectedly. It was thought that Lucian had made his decision after deep thought. But looking at this now, how does it look like you know nothing about it? Should I know anything? Lucian's clueless face was in a daze. Jiang Yuehan glanced towards the door of the house and saw that no one was outside the house before she lowered her voice and said to Lucian, Lu Zhong this month will die thing you don't know? What? Lucian was so shocked that he directly took a big jump and flew up from his chair. Jiang Yuehan's small mouth was slightly open, unable to speak in surprise. You really don't know anything, do you? Before, didn't the little devil boast that he had planned well, seamlessly and without a drop of water? How is it that plans are a thinly veiled mess when it comes to things like this? Daring to wade into the muddy waters of the imperial court without knowing anything? Is this the confidence of a demon? Not bad for him. How did it die? Lucian came back to his senses and asked in dismay. Jiang Yuehan said indifferently, half a month from now, the quadrennial Hidden Sword Conference will be held in the Dongyang Prefecture, and Lu Zhong died on top of the conference. Ran. And then what? Lucian cocked his head. What then? Jiang Yuehan asked in disbelief. The details? Of course. How did they die? Who did it? What was the process? Lucian asked with a frown. Unclear. Jiang Yuehan shook her head. I just happened to learn that there was such a thing. As for the details, I don't know anything. In her previous life, at this point in time, she had not yet entered the Huacheng sect. While Lucian was within the Huacheng sect, he had not yet been expelled from the sect. She had learned this by investigating the Lucian experience. The Huacheng sect, as a sect of the Dongyang Prefecture, also participated in the Hidden Soldier Conference. Lucian, on the other hand, was working as a handyman sent out by the Huacheng sect to do odd jobs within the Hidden Soldier Assembly. As for the deaths of Lu Zhong and the others, she didn't care. After learning that Lucian had finished his odd jobs and returned to the Huacheng sect ahead of schedule, haven't paid much attention to the follow-up since. Think back and maybe come up with the details. Lucian said as he looked at Jiang Yuehan expectantly. It can't be that hasty, can it? Organize a conference. The prince died at the conference. There has to be a killer. There are processes. There's a follow-up, right? I look back at. The little ginger empress pursed her lips in thought. Xiaolu's classmates waited quietly on the sidelines. By the looks of it, the little assassin was thinking with his heart. Maybe, recall key clues. By utilizing the clues and seeing what is going on, you will surely be able to defuse the crisis of Lu Zhong. When you think about it, it's not a lost opportunity. If you save the prince's life, based on this favor, you will be able to walk around in great yen in the future. I remember. Suddenly, Jiang Yuehan exclaimed in shock. That's right. Lucian's eyes lit up. Quick, tell me. You broke a rib before the start of the conference. Zhou Zizhan hit you, but Zhou Zizhan is already wasted, so you don't have to worry. Jiang Yuehan said in a serious manner. Moreover, even if he wasn't wasted, he wouldn't be able to beat the current you. Lucian stumbled and almost didn't fall. No, sis, what are you thinking? The details about Louis Chung. The details of the convention. Lucian scratched his head anxiously. Jiang Yuehan returned very calmly. That I don't know. Then rhetorically, do you have a clue? I've got a deuced head start. Lucian wanted to cry. I thought I was hanging out with the prince and had someone to cover me. I didn't realize that this was a Hades for me. Is it too late to back out? That's not right. Didn't Lu Zhong bring that whatchamacallit with him before organizing a big event? Doesn't the Qintian supervisor always have to do the math? So capable of counting that you can't count on all this, that someone is trying to harm her? Lucian suddenly thought of this and excitedly asked Zhang Yuehan. Zhang Yuehan's attitude remained the same. I don't know. Lucian was a bit devastated. Then what do you know? Zhang Yuehan proudly said. I know everything about you. Feel free to ask. Chapter 101 End of Nirvana period. Imperial Sister Ginger Empress. I don't believe it. Lucian incarnated as a certain famous host from his past life's memory and inexplicably got into a fight with Zhang Yuehan, until from the mouth of Zhang Yuehan heard, the neighbor's yard door that peach tree, is their own childhood a handful of urine care grew up? The neighbor learned that the peach tree was cut down this after the incident. Lucian had to believe it. And deeply shocked. Lean, you even know this kind of privacy? The little assassin from his previous life was so handy that he could even find out such things, but it's also really sick, even checking this kind of thing. Aha! Zhang Yuehan picked up his teacup and took a sip, deep in his heart. I'm a little angry to say this, and I was doing it for the good of the tree. The neighbors thought it was a dog peeing before, a blessing in disguise. Turned his head and flipped out when he learned it was me, meaning I'm not as good as a dog. No, what am I talking about? Lucian suddenly realized Hua Point and hurriedly stopped in time. Shouldn't we be discussing how to save Lu Zhong and get through this calamity? There's no rush. There's still 6 days to go. Zhang Yuehan pinched her fingers and a stern color emerged in her beautiful eyes. 6 days? The Hidden Sword Conference is not half a month. Lucian suddenly realized. 6 days. The little assassin was talking about the Nirvana stage being 6 days away. After that, the little assassin was a complete Xian Phoenix Emperor Dao body. Lucian's eyes narrowed. Little assassin. Could it be that you have the means to turn the situation around after Nirvana? Zhang Yuehan nodded. This is natural. When Nirvana had passed, the Xian Phoenix Emperor Dao body stepped into perfection and the Jiedan realm became a reality. The feats and martial arts of the previous life in his mind would be able to be performed. At that time, it was enough to have the ability to protect the safety of Lucian alone. As for the others, it's none of my business. Wouldn't you have said so earlier, causing me to worry for so long for nothing? Lucian breathed a sigh of relief and revealed an expression of relief. Getting up and taking a few quick steps, he directly laid down on the bed. It's a relief to have a piece of mind cleared. Time flies. Soon it was the last day of the Nirvana period. In the past few days, Zhang Yuehan hadn't practiced the Treasure of Love a lot. Lucian had also repeatedly deduced the Battle of Red Cliff many times during the night. Lu Zhong has approached Lucian a few times. Xiao Lu's classmates were completely relieved after learning that the little ginger empress had stone particles. He also agreed to Lu Zhong's invitation to the Hidden Sword Conference. 2 days ago, Lu Zhong left the Huaqing sect with his people and went to the location of the conference to set up preparations in advance. It's night. In the little 2 rooms. Coming. Is it coming? Lucian looked at Zhang Yuehan, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed with her eyes tightly closed, and his mood was also uplifted by it. A burst of golden light opened up around the little ginger empress at first. For a moment, Lucian shook his eyes open. After a full quarter of an hour, the glow subsided. Lucian tried to open his eyes, but Zhang Yuehan was nowhere to be seen. I'll go. Where is everyone? Little assassin? Lucian was puzzled when he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. Hastily looking back, his eyes widened, only to see that a stunning beauty with a tall figure, long white hair draped over her shoulders, and an imperial appearance, was standing behind her, her eyes brimming as she looked at herself. Little assassin? Lucian asked tentatively. Zhang Yuehan pulled the corner of his mouth helplessly. I thought to myself, can't we call it something else? But she agreed. It's me. Hearing the imperial-like voice, Lucian's eyes widened. In the next second, the eyes automatically claimed the enemy and looked where they should. I'll go. Bigger than before. Earn numbness. It was a long time before the Ginger Empress spoke up and asked, have you seen enough? Lucian came back to his senses and was about to respond. The eyes locked unconsciously downward again. I'll go. These big white legs. Longer than my life? Watch it and say when you've seen enough. Zhang Yuehan said helplessly, wrapping her arms around her chest. The corners of her mouth unconsciously raised slightly. It seems that the little devil is enjoying this. It just so happens that this is what I, Empress Xinhuang, will eventually look like. Even after 1,000 years in the last life, the looks were the same. I didn't realize that after the heavenly mandate was perfected, it could actually cause changes in looks. It was a bit of a mystery to be 19 years old at the moment and have the face you had when you were in your 20s. A quarter of an hour later, Lucian didn't just watch it. he got his hands on it. Another hour later, beside the bed, Jiang Yuehan straightened his clothes. Lucian lay next to him, his face still unimaginable. Numb. That's a lot of money. How does a little assassin know? I like the big sister type. It went straight to my XP. It won't change back later, will it? Lucian looked at Jiang Yuehan and asked in a ghostly manner. The ginger empress smiled and her pretty face sank. You really dislike the way I looked when I was in Nirvana. Lucian was shocked and quickly defended. What words? What is this called? Don't talk nonsense. No dislike. Just what? Jiang Yuehan pursued. It's just so easy to feel guilty about it. Lucian sighed. Face a loli every day. Do that kind of thing. Every day it feels like I'm guilty as hell. Several times I dreamed that I was running ahead with a police car chasing me. It was only after waking up in shock that it occurred to me that there are no police cars in this world. Then after falling asleep again, the one chasing after him or her becomes a constable. And then, just woke up scared again. Inexplicable. Jiang Yuehan blankly glanced at Lucian before calmly saying, hungry. I'm going to make dinner. Lucian got up from the bed with a carp, put on his shoes and left the room in 3 steps. Jiang Yuehan silently took out the gift she had prepared for Lucian. I'm afraid this little devil himself has forgotten what day it is. At the same time, Xianfu Peak. Yin Wudao was alone within the secret room and was talking to the Bloodshed Tower's owner, who was thousands of miles away. Only a vertical bronze mirror was placed in front of him. What emerged in the bronze mirror was not Yin Wudao's appearance. Instead, it was a man wearing a blood-colored robe and a ghostly face, sitting on a stone chair. Why haven't you collected yet the blood spirits of the 2 you mentioned? The man in the mirror asked in a hoarse voice. Owner, Yin Wudao just opened his mouth to try to explain. The man in the mirror then interrupted sternly. You? As far as I know, no matter what the newly promoted disciples of that clan, they all have to participate in the initiation trial, to receive weapons, to take kung fu martial arts, and to practice their fists and feet within the martial arts hall. So many opportunities. How come you can't capitalize on any of them? Why can't you even do this little thing? Hearing this, Yin Wudao wanted to cry. Patriarch, those 2 participated in just one initiation trial, and the Huaqing sect's initiation trial is still closed. They don't receive weapons, nor do they take kung fu martial arts, let alone practice fisticuffs. These past few days, they've been staying in Sunset Peak and haven't come out. Chapter 102. Hanging is not this open, is it? Are you kidding me? Join a clan. Don't cultivate. What are they joining a clan for? The man in the mirror clearly didn't believe Yin Wudao's words. In his opinion, Yin Wudao was just looking for a way to say that he was not doing his job well. Yin Wudao stammered and said stiffly, they seem to be here to talk about love. Bull ********. Do you believe that? I'm warning you, the Hidden Sword Conference is in a week. On top of the Hidden Sword Conference, Lu Zhong and the others will all be refined into blood spirits. At that time, I'm only missing the blood and soul of those 2, and then I'll be able to accomplish my divine work. You must not drag your feet. After saying that, the bronze mirror rippled, and the figure of the man in the mirror was replaced by a bitter face of Yin Wudao. They really do talk about love all the time. Yin Wudao had a bitter feeling, clearly did not speak. Is this outrageous? Off the charts. But the outrageous thing was the daily routine of the duo, Lucian and Jiang Yuehan. The little 2 occupied the position of secret transmission, and froze from the time they entered the clan until now. They did not cultivate. Who to talk to about this? No, even so, I have to find a way. If it drags on like this, I'm afraid that the position of the 12 master ambassadors will be lost. Yin Wudao clenched his fists and made a sound like a soybean bursting, and a fierce color came out of his eyes. Here comes the chicken soup. Lucian was carrying a tray with freshly boiled chicken soup. There were also a few small plates of vegetables, and freshly baked rice. Drink lots of chicken soup to replenish your body. Lucian placed the tray on the tabletop and said with a smile, it never made it to the final step, though, but I'm afraid that just being like this now will also hurt my body. There is still a need for tonic. Necessary. The words have just been spoken. He suddenly sensed a hint of something wrong. Looking closely at Jiang Yuehan, his heart snapped. Name, Jiang Yuehan. Sex, female. Age, 19. Divine destiny, Xianhuang Didao body, quality, heavily extreme, Taiyin body, heavily lower. Realm, nourishing spirit realm. 5 orifices. Circumstances, after the heavenly destiny of nirvana. One day the wind and clouds rose. With the experience of the previous life, the realm soared, and the cultivation was no longer shackled. You've been cooking for a while, and you're in the god-nurturing realm? That's not the way to hang up, is it? Aren't you going to eat? Jiang Yuehan held up her rice bowl, and when she saw Lucian frozen in place, she couldn't help but ask, It doesn't matter if I eat it or not. Lucian hurriedly gave Jiang Yuehan a bowl of chicken soup and said with a smile, "You have to eat more. It's enough for me to eat soft food." When the Hidden Sword Conference is held, it's time for the little assassin to show off his skills, show off his grandeur, and kill. Why are you delayed in breaking through to the god-nurturing realm? During the meal, Empress Ginger couldn't help but ask. One must know that the little devil has been in the Jedan realm for a long time. With his qualifications, breaking through the realm shouldn't be difficult. There's been no breakthrough. Could it be something? Good question, Lucian said with a straight face. Then the question arises, how can I break through to the god-nurturing realm? Hearing this, Jiang Yuehan frowned her eyebrows. Why does the little devil ask that? Could it be that you want to test me? From within the heavens and the earth, one cultivates one's own infallibility by observing all things, and one realizes from observing. Jiang Yuehan answered correctly, and then asked, so, what is it that you have been observing lately? Lucian shifted his sight downward. It landed on top of the two raging masses of the Ginger Empress. Kang Yuehan noticed the sight and couldn't help but sink his breath. Immediately afterward, he saw Lucian's sight continue to move downward. Jade legs, jade feet. Stop. Jiang Yuehan hurriedly interrupted. This kind of thing, let's talk about it at night. Lucian waved his hand and said in a serious manner, I didn't mean to joke. The nurturing spirit realm lays the foundation for the illumination scene, and the future realm is inextricably linked to the observation during the nurturing spirit realm. So I was thinking, if I observe. Not really, Jiang Yuehan interrupted with a voice. Just hear me out. I think it's worth exploring. This one's for you. Jiang Yuehan took out the bronze increase seal and handed it to Lucian, once again interrupting Lucian's tiger and wolf speech. It is? Lucian blinked. Presents. It's your birthday. Jiang Yuehan slipped the bronze increase seal into Lucian's hand. It's my first time to celebrate someone's birthday. I don't have much experience. Don't mind if you don't. It's not too much. How could it be? Lucian's eyes lit up as he observed the bronze increase seal for a moment and took out the black iron rod from the system space. Raising his hand, he just wanted to use the increase seal on the black iron stick, but his movements gave way, and his heart was suddenly a bit reluctant to give up. Anyways, it's the first gift from the little assassin to himself, so just use it straight away. Never mind. Let's bookmark it. Thinking about it, Lucian put away the black iron rod and properly put away the bronze increase seal into the system space. Jiang Yuehan blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion as she watched Lucian's actions. Always wondered how the little devil stowed the stick. It's hard to believe that he has other Qiankuan bags? Lucian's voice resounded again. Let's continue to explore the question just now. If eat. Jiang Yuehan gave Lucian a large chopstick of food, while then she looked down and said, there is no if you make any more wild observations, from now on, the evening's activities will be cancelled. Lucian's heart was shaken, and he immediately changed his words. I suddenly feel that the idea is a bit lacking. It's better to observe something else. Jiang Yuehan looked up at Lucian and hummed softly. Lucian couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth as he looked at Jiang Yuehan's imperial sister's pretty face. Sure enough, it's better to look at a little assassin like this. I just don't know how to explain it to the sect leader and the other elders. If you can't, say she's gone off the deep end again. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside the house. Lucian and Jiang Yuehan looked up at the same time. Immediately afterward, Jiang Li's voice could be heard again. The two love disciples aren't in love, are they? Can Master go in? Jiang Yuehan's pretty face blushed. Lucian also looked embarrassed. Come in. Cackle. The door to the house was pushed open. Jiang Li walked in with a smile. Eating, love disciple ah. Before the words are out, Lucian took out a bottle of Easy Dan. Master, take it. Is there anything else? Nothing. Remember to bring the door with you after you go out. Jiang Li's eyes brightened up, quickly snatched it over and cleared his throat. You child. I'm looking for you guys, just for this mouthful of elixir? What do you take Master for? Lucian asked suspiciously. What else? What can you be up to, Master? Jiang Li blankly glanced at Lucian, and her gaze fell on Jiang Yuehan. A satisfied nod followed. It seems that your heavenly destiny, little Jiang, has come full circle. Nice. Today, Master has come to give you another chance. Hearing this, Lucian saw a serious expression for the first time from Jiang Li's face. Chapter 103, is Jiang Li really an expert? Jiang Li said, taking out a jade pendant from her bosom. This is the Xian Phoenix Jade, a secret treasure of the Xian Phoenix lineage. Wearing it can conceal the Xian Phoenix heavenly fate. Even the fate viewing in Bone Illumination realm can't pry into it. As she spoke, Jiang Li was about to hand the jade pendant to Jiang Yuehan. Slow down. Suddenly, Lucian reached out to intercept. Take a closer look. Xianhuang Jade can hide the fate of Xianhuang. It can't be viewed by the delusion-breaking pupil. Lucian made sure that the jade pendant wasn't something weird before handing it over to Jiang Yuehan with confidence. Zhongli looked at Lucian incredulously. Disciple, you don't believe in Master? The one I revere the most is you. Master, Lucian said in a serious manner. How could I not believe you? Just slightly skeptical. Zhongli and the little assassin were of the same Xian Phoenix lineage, and an old goblin who had already lived for 1,000 years. In case the one given is some rare and evil jade pendant. After letting the little assassin wear it, it sucked the little assassin's chi for years. In the end, Zhongli would then sit back and reap the benefits. Finally, Zhongli jumped out and let out a loud laugh. I didn't expect it, but I'm actually the big boss behind the scenes. You're just a graft for me. Jia. So, it was necessary for Lu to confirm the authenticity of something, and to avoid the possibility of this kind of drama. Witty batch. Really? Zhongli looked at Lucian in disbelief. But I see that you just don't believe me. I even saw it in your eyes that you suspected me of being a bad person, intent on harming Ginger. Are you still thinking that I'm going to sit back and reap the benefits or something like that? Lucian was shocked. It's not, is it? You can see it in your eyes? No wonder they say the eyes are the windows to the soul. These two eyeballs are revealing everything that's going on in my mind. The next second, Lucian closed his eyes. How can that be? Master, you've misunderstood me. I'm not afraid of shadows when I'm upright. Zhongli blankly glanced at Lucian, too lazy to pay any more attention to the silly disciple with brain problems. Turning his head, he prepared to instruct a few words to Jiang Yuehan. No matter what, Jiang is still much more mature than Lu. But before she could speak, Jiang Yuehan then took the jade pendant and took the initiative to ask Lucian. This jade pendant is indeed okay, right? Lucian opened his eyes and said with a straight face, no problem, wearable. Jiang Yuehan nodded. That's good. When he finished speaking, he didn't forget to say to Zhongli, I'm sorry for your concern, Master. Only the manner of speaking was extraordinarily official, without the slightest trace of emotion. Hey! Zhongli sighed and put his hands behind his back, pretending to be an expert. That's just it. The teacher is a broad-minded person, so how could he be general with his disciple? Lucian narrowed his eyes. Something was wrong. Very much 1,200,000% wrong. This Zhongli in front of her was a different person from the Zhongli in her impression. There was no dead look at all of dying for the easy Dan. Instead, he carried a hint of the air of a man of the world. A fake? Lucian's heart trembled, boldly guessing at one possibility. It's possible that this Zhongli is someone from the Bloodshed Tower pretending to be someone else. Name, Zhongli. Sex, female. Age, 29, 1229. Divine destiny, Xianhuang Tianlu body. Quality, heavenly, upper. Realm, nourishing spirit realm 6 orifices. Body tempering realm. Nascent soul realm. Qi gathering realm. Jiedan realm. Spirit nurturing realm. Illuminating scenery. Breaking the void. Peeping into the sky. Immortal. Circumstances, originally a princess of Desu country. After the destruction of Yen country Su, fled outside. Was adopted by the third generation of Huaqing sect master. With a secret technique, one cycle of a year will bring back youth and youthfulness. The Hidden Sword Conference was about to be held, and his heart was hung up on his two disciples, especially Jiang Yuehan. Worrying about the exposure of Jiang Yuehan's heavenly destiny, he specially found out the Xianhuang jade in the bottom of the box and gifted it to Jiang Yuehan to protect himself. After Lucian used his delusion-breaking god pupil to observe the situation, the surprise in his heart increased instead of decreasing. Surprisingly, it wasn't someone else pretending to be Zhongli himself. That's even more wrong. Paranoia breaking god's pupil. It's a bit interesting. Suddenly, Zhongli said with a smile. Lucian didn't know how many times he had been surprised. Master, you really aren't simple. Lucian sucked in a breath of cool air, his voice dripping with awe. Ha! When Zhongli heard this, a look of bewilderment surfaced on her pretty face. This silly disciple. What are you saying all of a sudden? Jiang Yuehan also looked at Lucian and blinked in confusion. Master, it's late today. We should rest. You should also go to bed early. Lucian urged Zhongli to leave and close the door of the house before letting out a long breath of relief. It's not simple. This Zhongli is not simple. Thought she was crazy before. Now I'm afraid I'm hiding something. Little assassin. Master is not an ordinary person. He can actually tell my delusion-breaking divine pupil. Lucian took a deep breath to calm down and said to Jiang Yuehan in a serious tone. It looked like he would have to treat Zhongli with some respect in the future. Thinking about the way Zhongli was treated before, would it be a bit hasty? Hey, it's true. You can't judge a book by its cover. Young, still young. Empress Jiang frowned her eyebrows slightly, and for a moment, she didn't even know what Lucian was expressing. She had long known that Lucian knew the ancient secret art of breaking delusion divine pupil. After all, When the divine pupil was cast, the pupil would emit a golden light. It was a flash, but not hard to spot if you paid attention. The next day, Lucian dogged Sneaky out of the moon pavilion. Every step is extra cautious, constantly looking around to observe. Jiang Yuehan followed behind him, the suspicion above her pretty face unable to be quelled for a long time. Since the morning, Lucian had said he was going to do something big, but it took until noon to finally get out the door. Raise your hand, but it looks like you're a thief. Now, it was really getting hard to guess what the little devil was really thinking. All the way from the Moonwatch Pavilion to the back of Sunset Peak, Jiang Yuehan finally couldn't help but ask, "You're following Master?" "Shoo." Lucian made a gesture of silence. "On Master, there are secrets. She is an expert. Don't scare the snakes." "Yes." Jiang Yuehan nodded heavily, convinced of this. "I'm afraid that the little devil was using the delusion-breaking god pupil to perceive Jiang Li's secret. No wonder last night, he had been looking so preoccupied that he hadn't even touched himself. And the thought that, with my body back in shape, I'd be able to be more comfortable with it. After all, the previous body was too young to really be able to do anything about it." Mouth 2. The ginger empress shook her head. "What kind of stuff am I rambling on about? The treasure trove was wrong about me." Lucian and Jiang Yuehan, the two of them, dog Sneaky, trailed Jiang Li all the way to a hidden cave outside. Sure enough, there must be some unknown secret hidden inside. Lucian's eyes lit up, watching Jiang Li walk into the cave. He also brought Jiang Yuehan to follow. Chapter 104, He knows the pure yang kung fu? Hold on tight, don't dawdle. I'll take you to task if you can't refine the Dan today. Lucian had just arrived at the entrance of the cave when he heard Jiang Li's stern scolding voice from inside the cave. He looked at Jiang Yuehan beside him in horror. Empress Jiang frowned her eyebrows. "Inside this cave, there is someone imprisoned. I'm afraid it's from the Dandao realm." Lucian nodded and analyzed with a serious expression. "I didn't expect that Jiang Li, who is so big-hearted on the surface, is secretly refining pills. I'm afraid she wants to use the elixir to cultivate a group of dead soldiers." Hiss. "Treason. This is treason." Xiaolusan showed a pained expression. Jiang Yuehan nodded. "So that's how it is." Empress Jiang, who knew clearly that Lucian had the delusion-breaking god pupil. There was no doubt in Lucian's words. "So, what do we do?" Jiang Yuehan asked with a grave expression. Lucian said in a serious manner, "Of course we're going to have a good relationship with Master." Jiang Yuehan's pretty face was stunned. Suddenly, he couldn't understand the deep meaning of Lucian's words again. "Little assassin. Think about it, now that we're on the prince's side, are we on good terms? Let's make things right with the Master's side again. In case the Master's treason succeeds, we'll have the credit of being subordinate to the dragon. In the event that Shifu doesn't make it, then we'll be credited with quelling the rebellion. Blocking at both ends. How not to lose?" Lucian said, and the sound of Jia Jiajia's laughter had already resounded in his heart. "Okay." Jiang Yuehan was speechless. "Forget it. It's good that he's happy." Soon, Lucian and Jiang Yuehan arrived in the cave. Xiao Lu, who was preparing to take a cast, recognized the poor old man who was being used by Jiang Li at a glance. It was clearly the Dan sage Wu Daoling. "Hold on tight. You can't refine a 7-stripe easy Dan, and you're still so abrasive when you're told to refine a 6-stripe one. With you, you still have the face to pretend to be a Dan sage, let alone a Dan sage. You can't even compare to my little disciple." Jiang Li was still hyperventilating. Wu Daoling pitifully stood beside the Dan furnace. "I really am a Dan sage." "Forget it. Don't curse. Already refining." Ever since Wu Daoling was brought to the Hua Qing sect, he was targeted by Jiang Li. Jiang Li brought him to Sunset Peak and locked him up in the back of the mountain, refining the easy Dan every day. Although today's Wu Daoling, who carries the name of a fake, but nah, this old boy, he's got a few real skills in him. Jiang Li didn't care if his identity was real or fake. True Dan saints and false Dan saints. Those who can make free Dan are good Dan saints. Lucian awkwardly looked at the scene in front of him. Empress Jiang, on the other hand, inclined her head towards Lucian and snorted out a laugh that she couldn't hold back. Now, Lucian was even more embarrassed. Some brilliant reasoning just now, unbearable in the face of today's reality. Seconds to clowns. Lean, dropped the adults in front of the little assassin. Jiang Li, who heard the laughter, followed the sound and his complexion was abruptly startled. "Two disciples, why are you here?" Lucian said in a serious manner. "Oh, we casually wandered around to familiarize ourselves with the environment of Sunset Peak, and inadvertently walked here. Master, you continue to be busy, don't worry about us." Jiang Yuehan echoed from the side without any mental pressure. "That's right, little Lu, you've come at the right time. Teach this imposter Dan sage how to concoct pills." Jiang Li waved toward Lucian and turned his head to Wu Daoling again. "You fake Dan sage, learn well and see how my disciple makes pills." Wu Daoling glanced sideways towards Lu Xun, and then his face showed displeasure. Immediately afterward, the fan slammed down. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I wouldn't dare. You're insulting. Insult my character. Being treated as a fake is even worse. And you want me, the great sage of Dan, to learn alchemy from a brat. Does he know how to make pills? Can he make pills? What does he know about alchemy? Wu Daoling was thinking. Lu Xun just walked up to the Dan furnace and cleared his throat. Listen carefully. I'm only going to teach you once. Ha! Wu Daoling sneered, completely disregarding Lu Xun. Alchemy. The first thing is to master the fire. Look at you, this furnace fire is not working. A few pills will have to be refined until the monkey years and months. Lu Xun pointed at the stove and said in a serious manner. You have to use samadhi fire. Wu Daoling heard, as if he had heard the most laughable joke in the 3 worlds and 10 states. Samadhi, true fire. The ancient period of the divine merit. You say it is light. You want to be able to use it. This Dan Sheng's name. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Lu Xun Shui Ling release the samadhi flame. A crimson flame erupted from Lu Xun's fingertips, instantly engulfing and replacing the flame under the Dan furnace. Wu Daoling was on the sidelines, and his entire body was dumbfounded. No, you really know how to do that? Zhongli was also dumbfounded. It's not a disciple. Wait a minute. Ancient times, divine feats, said to use them? You look like a loser for a teacher. Zhang Yuehan, on the other hand, was on the side, observing the scene in front of him with a calm demeanor. Make a mental note. A new addition to the little devil's notebook, the ability to know samsara. Don't just stand there. Learn. Lu Xun glanced at Wu Daoling and urged. I. Wu Daoling was suddenly a bit rushed and awkwardly looked for his head all over the ground. Let me learn. You teach instead. Is this stuff something you can learn just by looking at it? No learning to count balls. Move on to the next step. Lu Xun didn't care what Wu Daoling thought, and continued with a big smile. Also, this alchemy. How can you make it more pure? You have to use pure yang gong. What the hell? Pure. Wu Daoling was just about to retort, but the words that came to his mouth immediately retracted, and he said instead, you wouldn't even know pure yang kung fu, would you? This kid can even do samadhi fire. Maybe the long-lost pure yang kung fu as well. Pure yang gong? Zhang Yuehan heard the words that were on her mind and looked up sharply, looking at Lu Xun with a shocked face. He knows pure yang kung fu? He can know the pure yang kung fu? If it does, wouldn't it be? You wouldn't? At that moment, Lu Xun asked Wu Daoling rhetorically. From memory, that thing was nothing more than a middle-ranking technique. It wasn't like it was a rare thing. A Dan saint who doesn't even know how to perform a pure yang kung fu? But that being said, the Dan saint might not be able to think of this step of refining pills with the pure yang gong. There was no deliberate effort to learn, and justifiably so. I don't know how. Please sir, teach me. Wu Daoling said as he looked at Lu Xun excitedly, his attitude becoming much more polite. He had long since realized that he could refine his alchemy method with the pure yang gong. Nay, the pure yang kung fu had been lost for a long time, and even if one wanted to learn it, there was no way to do so. As a result, this led to his Dan Dao realm, which had been stuck at the grand completion and was slow to break through. If he could learn the pure yang technique and break through to the peak of the Dan Dao, he would be able to reclaim everything that belonged to him. Sooner or later, he would make that fake Dan Shang pay the price. Chapter 105 An unexpected pleasure from Wu Daoling. Want me to pay for it? Lu Xun saw that Wu Daoling's reaction was a bit odd, so he used his divine pupil to take a look. Perceiving the present situation of Wu Daoling and his future plans, then I shall not be able to teach you. You Egyptian bar will not bar, Lu Xun said in a cloudy voice. When Wu Daoling heard this, his chest became stuffy and he almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. Zhang Yuehan looked puzzled on the sidelines. Will the little devil or won't he? Zhongli, on the other hand, had a look of secrecy and saw through everything. How could Lu? If that were the case, Xiao Zhang's cold poison would have been cured a long time ago. It's not like it's dragging on. This silly old dang. Who was fooled by Xiao Lu? Do you know the pure yang technique or not? At this time, Zhang Yuehan came to Lu Xun's side and lowered her voice to ask. Instead of guessing, it's better to just open up and ask, so you don't get caught up in self-inflicted internal conflict. Lu Xun smiled and said, yes, do you want to learn? I'll teach you. Needless to say, the little assassin is just the right height now, 5'7", and women are already tall. Visually it looks taller than it really is, by a bit. It's much easier to talk, to bow your head a little, and to eat your mouth. Not, you really do? Zhongli heard this from the side and asked in dismay. Zhang Yuehan, on the other hand, had her beautiful eyes shining brightly. Unexpectedly, the little devil actually did know the pure yang kung fu. If I had known this, I should have just told him the solution to the cold poison, which needs to be dragged out for so long. Will do. Lucian looked at Zhongli blankly. Isn't it just a middle grade technique? Why are you so excited? Then you know the pure yang kung fu. Why don't you F*** K Xiao Jiang? If you had F*** Ket him earlier, then where would she have needed to be corrupted by the cold poison? Is it hard to believe that you, boy, can't F*** K? It doesn't look like it though. You two have been F*** King, F*** King, and F*** King for the past couple of nights. How could you hold back from F*** King? Zhongli opened her mouth to a burst of tiger and wolf words, which came out of her mouth without the slightest psychological burden. Lucian was dumbfounded. Zhang Yuehan closed her beautiful eyes tightly. It's over. I was worried that I didn't know how to talk to the little devil. Unexpectedly, Zhongli said it so directly and nakedly. Now that's even harder to say. Never mind. It's just the right time for menstruation these days. We'll figure out how to talk to the little devil when we get over there. Wu Daoling, who was on the side, stared blankly at the three people in front of him. Are these words for me, an outsider, to hear? They're not planning to kill me to silence me, are they? Just as the atmosphere was drifting toward awkwardness, the jade pendant at Wu Daoling's waist suddenly flashed with a red light. The red light flickered on and off, very rhythmically, and it was hard not to notice. Oops. Wu Daoling's heart trembled. He hurriedly covered the jade pendant with his robe, fearing that he would be noticed by the three Lucian people. But in this time, Lucian had already discovered Hua Point. He stared intently at the jade pendant that was glowing with red light, and an inquisitive look emerged in his gaze. This thing, it's very similar to the branded sound wall given by Master. However, there are some detailed differences. Thinking that, Lucian quietly walked over and approached Wu Daoling. Hiding something? What's so unseemly? Take it out. Zhongli also sensed the situation and chided towards Wu Daoling. It's nothing, just a mediocre piece of ancestral jade pendant. Wu Daoling smiled sarcastically. Plain and simple. I see this jade pendant. It looks like it has a great deal to offer. Lucian held the jade pendant in his hand and observed it while saying. Mentally, he also sighed. 360. Stealing saints. It's true to its name. Where? Just a piece of. Wu Daoling's words came to a halt as he looked down at his waist and realized that it was empty. Looking up, he realized that the jade pendant had actually reached Lucian's hand at some point. The old guy was instantly anxious and reached out to snatch it. Give it back to me. Lucian shifted away with a flash and returned to Zhang Yuehan's side. Little assassin. Take a look. What is this thing? With just a glance, Zhang Yuehan recognized the jade pendant. It's called a transmission wall. Different from a branded sound wall. It can only be contacted in one direction to obtain information, and it doesn't have to be recognized as the owner. Lucian was stunned. Beeper? Ginger Empress playfully wondered. What's a beeper? It's something that can't be explained at a moment's notice, so I'll talk to you slowly when it's later. Lucian said, injecting aura into the beeper, into the transmission wall. In a flash, the jade projected its light onto the ground, mapping out a line of text. Lucian, Zhang Yuehan, and Zhongli looked down together. Come to the Dongyang Mansion, attend the Hidden Sword Conference, and get ready for the Jedi Pill. When this is accomplished, you'll be made master of the state. After reading the text, the three of them again, almost at the same time, looked up at Wu Daoling in unison. Since you guys found out, I won't pretend anymore. Wu Daoling cleared his throat and said with a straight face. That's right. I'm the real Dan Sage. The message within the wall of transmission was sent to me by the fifth prince of the dynasty. Old man. It's none other than the fifth prince's man. As he spoke, the tone of his voice grew higher and higher. His hands were behind his back at some point, his chin slightly raised, and arrogance was written all over his old face. Lucian looked disgusted. Who the hell asked you? Zhang Yuehan looked at Lucian, slightly frowning her eyebrows, and lowered her voice. However, when he said that, he blew his own cover, and confessed that the mastermind behind the scenes was the fifth prince. Lucian, with hindsight, brightened up and said, that's how it is. When he asked Little Assassin earlier, it turned out that Little Assassin didn't know the inner workings of the Hidden Sword Conference either. It was all planned, straight up, to face blast. Now it's good to see a turnaround from Wu Daoling. Zhongli couldn't interject at all and couldn't understand what Lucian, Zhang Yuehan and Wu Daoling were saying. Simply finding a large rock and sitting down, he silently ate the easy pill on the sidelines. Hiss. That's the flavor. Phew. Hiss ha. What are you whispering about? Since you know I'm the fifth prince's man, don't release me yet. Wu Daoling chiseled. I didn't want to move backstage so as not to spook anyone. But now, the fifth prince needed him to go to the Hidden Sword Conference while he was stuck in the Huaqing sect. Under the body. You have to show your bottom card. Lucian smacked his lips and looked at Wu Daoling. It is rumored in the outside world that the Sage of Dan, Wu Daoling, does not care about fame and fortune, but I didn't think that it was a rumor. That is just, for the sake of false fame used small means only. You will not really think that the old man is good to mess with, right? Wu Daoling simply stopped pretending and stroked his beard. The fifth prince is the future crown prince, the emperor of Great Yen, while I am the future master of the state. One person under 10,000 people. If you are sensible, then teach me the Samadhi True Flame and the Pure Yang Kung Fu, together, and I will be able to forget about the matter of your Hua Qing sect imprisoning me. If you don't know what you're doing, before the words are out, Lucian went up and punched Wu Daoling in the eye socket. Damn, I'm sick of pretenders. Chapter 106, finished. Elder Cold Mountain is just a pure fool. Wu Daoling's eyes were pitch blue, and he was kneeling on the ground in a quiver. And having been fed the vein extinction pill, the realm fell to be no different from that of a mortal. However, this did not affect his alchemy. I won't kill you, but you'll refine pills properly for me in the future. Do you hear me? Jiang Li condescended and looked at Wu Daoling, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, I'm the fifth prince's person. You guys treat me like this. Aren't you afraid of the fifth prince? Oh. Before Wu Daoling's words left his mouth, Jiang Li took the sock and stuffed it directly into Wu Daoling's mouth. Lucian frowned. Zhang Yuehan also furrowed her eyebrows. While Jiang Li was teaching Wu Daoling a lesson, the two of them left the cave silently. I thought that, as the former princess's master, there had to be a bit of a desire to restore the country anyways. Lucian sighed. I didn't expect to be so salty, but it's good to have more than one thing to do. Hearing this, Zhang Yuehan looked at Lucian suspiciously. So all of this before was your guess? Could it be? Wasn't it seen with the delusion-breaking divine pupil? Gee, it's hard to guess wrong. Lucian forced to salvage his respect. I saw that my master could detect my delusion-breaking divine pupil, and thought that she really thought it. Zhang Yuehan interrupted. Actually, I've also sensed it. Lucian froze. Suddenly another flashy spot was discovered. Could it be that detecting the delusion-breaking god's pupil was an easy task? Seeing Lucian's expression, Zhang Yuehan probably guessed what was on the other party's mind and asked helplessly, don't you know that when you cast your delusion-breaking god pupil, your pupil will light up? Lucian was shocked. There is actually such a thing? Zhang Yuehan forced out a smile. Okay, sure enough. I don't know. Holy. Lucian sucked in a breath of cool air. Previously, he hadn't used his delusion-breaking god pupil in front of a large crowd. Luckily no one noticed. We'll have to be more careful in the future. The consequences would be unimaginable if they were targeted by someone with an axe to grind. Gotta do something. Get some sunglasses. Urgently needed. Dandao Peak. Cold Mountain looked at the uninvited duo of Lucian and Zhang Yuehan with bewilderment written all over his face. Lu's secret pass. Ginger. Cold Mountain was about to speak, and carefully sized up Zhang Yuehan for a few moments. You're Jiang Mijuan? Aha. Zhang Yuehan responded indifferently. Tall in stature. She was a bit taller than Cold Mountain. It caused Cold Mountain to have to raise his head slightly to look at Zhang Yuehan. My mother, she, went off the deep end again practicing her kung fu. At this time, Lucian sighed and said in a helpless tone, Oh, so that's it. Cold Mountain nodded with an expression of dawning realization, tentatively said, Jiang Mijuan, you really can't do this work. Just don't practice it. It's only been a few days and it's gone off the rails twice in a row. It gets smaller one time and bigger the next. If it weren't for the white hair that stood out, I almost didn't recognize it. Zhang Yuehan didn't respond, only slightly frowning her eyebrows. As the four eyes met, Cold Mountain immediately felt a chill in the bottom of his heart and hastily moved his eyes away. What's with that look in Kong Michuan's eyes? How is it like looking at a waste of a molehill? Am I some kind of a elder cold? Are you close to Wu Daoling? Lucian suddenly said this. The purpose of his and Zhang Yuehan's visit was that they were worried that Cold Mountain and the fifth prince were also colluding. After all, Wu Daoling was the fifth prince's man, and Cold Mountain had a great relationship with Wu Daoling, and they were brothers. If Elder Cold Mountain also colludes with the fifth prince, and the enemy is within, then it will be bad luck. Before he came, Lucian also asked Zhang Yuehan about Cold Mountain. He thought that if Cold Mountain was the fifth prince's man, he might be exposed in the future. Unsurprisingly, the Ginger Empress still didn't know if the Cold Mountain elder she would come into contact with in the future had any hidden identities. But that doesn't mean Cold Mountain isn't suspect. Xiao Lu's main focus is to be careful. When necessary, be wary of everyone except Zhang Yuehan, relationship that's definitely nothing to speak of. Old Wu is my good brother. We're 8 friends, Cold Mountain said without hesitation. There was also pride in his tone. Lucian narrowed his eyes. There are oddities. but not many. What's the matter, Lumi Tuan? Cold Mountain was a bit surprised by Lucian's reaction. Then Elder Cold, do you know that Wu Dowling? Lucian wanted to speak and raised his eyebrows towards Cold Mountain. Cold Mountain looked confused and raised his eyebrows back twice before asking, what do you mean, Elder Cold Mountain? Behind you, there are people too, right? Lucian said meaningfully, ready to swindle the old comrade in front of him. Cold Mountain froze and looked back, then turned to Lucian and asked suspiciously, there's no one there. Lucian raised his hand and spread his 5 fingers wide. 5. The 5th prince. Such an obvious hint. If Elder Cold Mountain had a weak heart, he would definitely reveal a crack. Just thinking. A snap was heard. Cold Mountain raised his hand and gave Lucian a high five. The next second, Lucian took Jiang Yuehan's hand and turned his head. Let's go. Full delusion breaking divine pupil observation. Detection complete. Elder Cold Mountain is not suspected. It's just a purely stupid fool who made a bad friend. Just leave? Cold Mountain looked at Lucian and Jiang Yuehan's back as they left with a dumbfounded look on his face and raised his hand to scratch his head. What's the point? Wasn't that supposed to be a high five? Little assassin. What do you know about this 5th prince? On the way back to La Capique, Lucian thoughtfully asked the high-cooled imperial sister beside him. Now, the identity of the person behind it is known. Again, the possibility of an undercover agent on the inside was ruled out. All that remains is to develop a strategy to deal with it. Know your enemy and know yourself, so you can fight 100 battles. The 5th prince. Jiang Yuehan slightly frowned her eyebrows and fell into thought. Granted, she doesn't pay much attention to anything else, but news related to dynastic change is received passively, if not deliberately. If I remember correctly, the fallen king of Great Yen, when he was a prince, was also ranked 5th. When Great Yen was destroyed by the remnants of Desu, it had nailed this 5th prince to the pillar of shame. To this former 5th prince, he was labeled as a dim-witted tyrant. Later, the remaining party of Desu established a new dynasty and changed the name of the country to Dayu, still worshipping the divine bird Xianhuang as a totem. In the same year, Lucian reached the heaven-prying realm and did not compete with the world, still practicing in the mountains and forests. Well, Lucian saw that Jiang Yuehan had been thinking, and her gaze flashed with anticipation. Have you thought of anything yet? Jiang Yuehan looked back and shook her head. Not familiar. Those generalized messages don't really help much with the impending crisis. Lucian wasn't too disappointed, narrowed his eyes and said with a straight face, it seems that I can only rely on myself. Jiang Yuehan narrowed her beautiful eyes at the same moment. You intend to, pretending to be Wu Dowling, approach the 5th prince? Chapter 107. This look is not right. Is it hinting at me? Lucian looked at Jiang Yuehan with a touch of surprise in his gaze. Why would I do something so dangerous? Little assassin? If I want to know the identity of the 5th prince, wouldn't I just ask Lu Zhong directly? Hearing this, Jiang Yuehan blinked her beautiful eyes, as if, that's the point. That afternoon, Lucian and Jiang Yuehan greeted Shangguan Yin Ao and headed to the main city of Dongyang Prefecture. In addition to that, more than 20 inner disciples, as well as more than 30 outer disciples, as the handymen of the Hidden Sword Assembly, followed them and went to the assembly venue one step ahead of time to set up the work. The following day at noon, Lucian and Jiang Yuehan set foot in Dongyang Mansion once again after a month. After settling the inner and outer disciples, the two of them went straight to the Dongyang prefectural office where Lu Zhong was temporarily staying. The 5th prince? Inside the hall, Lu Zhong was personally pouring tea for Lucian and Jiang Yuehan, and when he heard Lucian mention the 5th prince, his movements paused, and a flash of dismay flashed across his eyes. Why are you suddenly asking about the 5th prince? Could it be that old 5? 2, has sought out the 2 heavenly prides, wanting to draw them into work? Lu Yicheng put the teapot aside and was thinking. Lu Qingxian, who was on the side, couldn't hold back first and said with a puff of anger, the 5th prince is a sinister and cunning villain. He hasn't done a lot of backstabbing against my royal brother in his day-to-day life. Lu Zhong froze and quickly made a wink to try to stop it. Qingxian, the past is in the past. There's no need to bring it up again. But Emperor brother, I just can't swallow this bad anger. LV Qingxuan's pretty face was furious, and she said in a continuous stream, LV Wenshu, the 5th prince's name, has not been a good thing since he was a child. He broke his father's glazed marigold and framed his royal brother for it. And he also snatched away his father's heavenly treasures that he rewarded his brother for many times. And when he was 15 years old he put a parasitic spell on his royal brother, which caused his brother to fall ill, and he almost died in the Yellow Springs, as well as. Lucian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as he listened to Lu Qingxuan's narration. This 5th prince, he's really a big bad seed. Lu Zhong is also tolerant enough. If it were me, I'd have killed him. But is the emperor blind, and doesn't he know how to control it? Sheesh. Messy. Your circle is messy. I wonder what Lu Michuan, suddenly inquiring about the fifth prince, is up to? Taking advantage of the gap between Lu Qingxuan's words, Lu Zhong finally found a chance to speak up and asked Lu Shen. By chance, I came into contact with the sage of Dan, Wu Daoling, and got a jade pendant, Lu Shen said and took out Wu Daoling's transmission wall. It is? Lu Yichan looks puzzled. Lu Shen injected his true qi into the jade pendant, and the writing was immediately projected onto the table. When Lu Zhong saw the words, he was shocked. Old Five is trying to harm me? Right. Lu Shen showed a look of relief as he placed the jade pendant on the table and pushed it in Lu Zhong's direction. Crown Prince, since you already know about it, then be more vigilant. Also, this fifth prince must be afraid that the people of the Qin Tian supervisor will calculate his plot, and the probability is that he will lay his hands on the Qin Tian supervisor, so you can be on guard in advance. When Lu Zhong heard this, he said gratefully, thank you, Lu Michuan. If you hadn't told me in advance, I'm afraid I would have really been poisoned by Old Five. Well. Lu Shen smiled and got up. If there is nothing else, we will leave first. See you on the day of the Hidden Sword Conference. I'll see you both off. Lu Zhong sent Lu Shen and Jiang Yuehan all the way out of the government office. It was not until the duo disappeared from sight that they withdrew their gaze. His face turned serious all of a sudden. Qing Xian, bring a few experts and make sure to ensure the safety of Lu Ningxue. Yes. Lu Qingxian responded with a respectful voice and immediately went forward to do her job. Lu Zhong clenched his fists and squeezed his voice out from between his teeth. Lu Wenshu, how dare you hit the Hidden Sword Conference? I'll let you have no return. After leaving the government office, Lu Shen and Jiang Yuehan strolled through the streets of the main city of Dongyang Prefecture. Just a report? Jiang Yuehan asked in disbelief. I had thought that the little devil had further plans. I didn't expect it to end just by informing Lu Zhong of the matter. And you're going to do it yourself? Ha? Lu Shen asked in surprise. What's the difference between that and looking for death? The priority now is to specialize, scratch that, and be meticulously upgraded. Haven't gotten to the point of not eating beef yet. I had no such plans. I thought you were going to go down yourself and crush the fifth prince's plot. Jiang Yuehan said. How big an ass? How big a pantsuit? I'm not that big, Lu Shen said in a serious manner. Besides, I'm not the hero in a playbook. Much less do I want to be any kind of savior. There's a taller one to hold the sky when it collapses. Lu Zhong is the crown prince and has so many experts by his side, so there's no need for us to make a move. In these few days, let's just stroll around the Dongyang prefecture, and a few days later, meet the Hidden Sword Conference to open our eyes. Finish up and hit the road. If a fight breaks out, pick up a few heads along the way and brush up on your system rewards. Jiang Yuehan looked at Lu Shen, her eyes bright and uncertain. There was always a feeling that the little devil's thoughts were not that simple. 4 eyes. Lu Shen was a little furious in his heart. What's the situation? Why do you suddenly have the feeling that you're being looked at? Ahem. Little assassin. Light, I said. What do you think of this arrangement of mine? Lu Shen asked tentatively. Jiang Yuehan came back to her senses. Love welled up under her eyes, and smiled sweetly. Quite good. Just do as you say. That'll do. Lu Shen said, taking out his sunglasses and putting them on as he walked towards the marketplace. Looking around, he observed the pedestrians passing by. As they approached the Hidden Sword Conference, people from all the major clans had already arrived at the Dongyang mansion one after another. The streets became noticeably more crowded. It's possible that there's a little brother of the fifth prince's son of a hiding among them. Had to be on guard. When Jiang Yuehan saw this, her pretty face blushed all of a sudden. Isn't this the CEO uniform that the little devil made me wear the other day? The matching thing called sunglasses? According to his words, wearing the clothes he gave them was a little spousal fling. I don't understand it, but I can feel that it does work. Makes the little devil so much more powerful. He's suddenly wearing sunglasses now. It's hard not to want to. In broad daylight. Now, it's not appropriate, is it? Jiang Yuehan lowered her voice and said quietly to Lu Shen. Lu Shen froze and looked at Jiang Yuehan in confusion. Seeing his blushing face, the doubt in his heart grew stronger. What's that? A hint? It's not impossible. 2 hours later, Jiang Yuehan washed up in her room at the inn. Lu Shen walked out of the room with a tired look and came to the lobby of the inn, casually moving a chair to sit down. He looked up at the sky obliquely, the vicissitudes of life written all over his face. The little assassin had her period. What was a turn-based game became a one-sided offense. The setting sun that is about to fall is like my weakening body. The book of love is horrible as hell. Chapter 108, Grievous Grievers. Who wants San's appearance? Lu Shen opened the system store. Watch carefully. Found the same QQ stuff. Give me a tonic instead. The next lottery for the divine destiny value is also a long way off. But even if I did, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to draw a supplement. The most crucial thing was that the little assassin's realm had now skyrocketed, and he was already in the sixth orifice of the nurturing spirit realm. This eye is about to shine a light on the scene. I, on the other hand, am still at the mediocre Jedan realm. Now is still barely suffered. Can be after the realm gap once increased. I am afraid that will be unilateral crushing. No, practice can't swing anymore. Gotta find a way to break through. The extreme young body in Tai-in engaging in true dual cultivation could, on the contrary, enhance their strength. Nay, the little assassin's cold poison was in his body. He only dared to rub the edges, and could not really get up. Just as Lucian was at war with heaven and man, suddenly a surprised voice rang out from the side. Land Sync? It's really you. Lucian came back to his senses and followed the sound of the voice, his eyes landing on the young man in the brocade fancy dress. Huan-san. He recognized the other man's appearance at once. It's none other than a childhood enemy. Huan-san. Earlier, when he was seriously injured by Liang Mo, he had even used this kid's name. I was thinking of bringing trouble to the east and undermining him. As a result, Liang Mo was screwed. Humi Chuan. Who is this? Beside Huan-san. A pretty-looking woman looked at Lucian and asked curiously. He, is a deceased friend of mine. Huan-san introduced with a smile. With me was once a fellow villager in Qingyo town. I haven't seen him since I moved my family out of Qingyo town. With that, he looked towards Lucian, his tone a little more provocative. By the way, Lucian, introduce yourself. I am now a secret disciple of the Wanxiang sect, and this one beside me is my prospective Dao couple, Xiao Qinglian. Xiao Qinglian? Lucian looked at the woman suspiciously, and actually saw a few shades of an acquaintance on the other's face. He couldn't help but ask, who is Xiao Balian to you? Xiao Qinglian's pretty face froze, and she immediately replied, Your Excellency recognizes my sister? Shed's sister? Lucian narrowed his eyes and slowly put on his sunglasses, using his delusion-breaking god pupil to observe Xiao Qinglian. Name, Xiao Qinglian. Sex, female. Age, 21. Divine fate, born with a fox-charming body. Quality, earth grade, lower. Realm, Qi gathering, liquidizing. Realm. Circumstances, Miss Xiao of Nanyang Province. Personal disciple of the Wanxiang sect of the southern border. A year ago, he was pursued by Huan-san. Now his heart is shaken, impressed by his sincerity, and he is considering whether to say yes or not. The Hidden Sword Conference is approaching, with Huan-san and others, on behalf of the Wanxiang sect to participate. First arrived in Dongjiangfu, Lucian frowned. Although they are sisters, their personalities are very different. This woman, on the contrary, is much better than Xiao Balian. Thinking about, he turned his head to Huan-san again. See what's going on with this pussy. I can't believe it's mixed up as a secret transmission as well. I'm afraid things aren't simple. Name, Huan-san. Sex, male. Age, 20. Divine fate, bloodshed body. Quality, heavenly, lower. Realm, nourishing spirit realm. One whole. Circumstances, secret disciple of the Wanxiang sect of the southern border. 2 years ago, he was chosen as an experiment by the Bloodshed Tower, and after successfully surviving, he was able to reverse his destiny. On the orders of the Bloodshed Building, lurking in the Wanxiang sect, because of his extraordinary destiny, he was regarded by the Wanxiang sect as a pride of heaven, and was appreciated by the Wanxiang sect's supreme elder, becoming the only secret disciple of the Wanxiang sect, attending the Hidden Sword Conference as a representative of the disciples, first arriving at Dongjiangfu. Hiss. No wonder. This simpleton who flung big snot all over his face when he was a child could become a secret disciple of the Wanxiang sect. It turned out to be a chance to get the Bloodshed Tower. The Bloodbath House is also starved for food, choosing anyone and everyone. It's easy to get the feeling that the Bloodshed Tower is not enough to be feared. What the hell are you carrying here? Huan-san looked at the sunglasses on Lucian's face in disgust and snorted. No face to meet people? It's no eyes for you. Lucian sighed. Good people don't. Had to be a dog for the Bloodshed Tower. What nonsense are you talking about? Huan-san frowned, consciously skipping over the unintelligible words, and then assumed a superior posture, saying to himself, Lucian, I heard that you've gotten married? That being said, you don't have much talent for cultivation. It's good to get married early, knowing that living an ordinary life honestly is also considered self-awareness. By the way, where is your wife? Why didn't you bring her along? Oh, I see. I'm afraid I can't hold it. After all, what good girls can there be in a small, poor, backwater town of Qingyo? Ha ha ha. Huan-san said and laughed. Xiao Qinglian glanced at Huan-san, a hint of incomprehension flashing under her eyes. How come the originally graceful Huan-san has suddenly become like this? Seems like a villainous face. Lucian blankly glanced at Huan-san. What's with this kid all of a sudden? Side effects of the Bloodbath House test article? God's gold. Lucian didn't bother with Huan-san. Xiao Qinglian also subconsciously pulled away from Huan-san. For a while, the atmosphere became a little awkward. Huan-san silently put away his smile, cleared his throat and said, Lucian, we are also considered half of the same hometown, and since we have met today, it's fate that I can give you some pointers. The key to the body tempering stage is, who asked you? Lucian interrupted. Xiao Qinglian said from the side, Hu Mijuan. This male is already at the Jiedan realm, so it seems that he doesn't need instruction. Jiedan realm? Huan-san froze, his face showing disbelief. How is this possible? He clearly doesn't have much talent and, how is he still really at the Jiedan realm? After a moment of surprise, a haughty look surfaced on his face again. But so what if it's the Jiedan realm? Nowadays, I'm in the spirit nurturing realm, so you can't compare to me as usual. Lucian frowned. Who's comparing with you? Huan-san froze, gritted his teeth and said, Don't think I don't know. You're just pretending to be calm. In fact, in your heart, you're jealous of me, jealous to death. Jealous that I am the secret heir of the Wanxiang sect. Jealous that I have such a beautiful looking Taoist couple. Jealous that Hu Michuan, I haven't agreed to be your Taoist partner yet. This time, the one who interrupted Huan-san was Xiao Qinglian. Today Huan-san's performance was too contrasting. She was already thinking about it. The rejection. A flash of fleeting embarrassment flashed under Huan-san's eyes, and he changed his words. Jealous that I have such a beautiful looking prospective Taoist couple. Yes. Lucian responded perfunctorily. In his heart, he was thinking about the bloodshed tower. Beware of the internal struggles within the royal court. Almost forgot. There's the bloodbath house. Unsurprisingly, I'm afraid that the bloodshed tower will have to intervene as well. TCH. Just go remind LV Zhong later. Sure enough, I was right about you. Huan-san once again opened his mouth to sneer, but halfway through his words, his attention was attracted by an absolutely beautiful figure. Chapter 109, Nightmare Complaint, Owner I'm so miserable. The stunningly beautiful woman wearing a luo skirt with shoulder-length hair walked towards Lucian with lotus steps. A head of black beautiful hair swinging with the wind. Knit the brows of the soul to capture the soul. Is really a special thing on earth. Huan-san looked frozen. Suddenly, he saw the woman's vermilion lips lightly open and shouted in Lucian's direction. Chen! Huan-san's body shook as he looked at Lucian in disbelief. A sweet cry directly called Huan-san to break his defense. No way. That's never going to happen. How could such a beautiful woman be your maiden? That's crazy. That's just crazy. Just now a wave of brains mocked Lucian. It turned out that the other woman was a stunning beauty. The face value was even slightly better than the most beautiful Xiao Qinglian in the Wanxiang sect. Then what's the difference between me and a clown? Sir, this is, your lady? A flash of dismay also appeared above Xiao Qinglian's pretty face. She viewed that beauty, one in a million, of national color. I really didn't think that there would be such a stunning beauty in Qingmiao town. Beauty to see beauty, and was again gaudy, slightly inferior, which made her heart actually inexplicably rose a trace of jealousy. Lucian pushed up his sunglasses and similarly looked toward the woman. It was just a glance, and then he moved his eyes away. Who is this guy? Not recognizable. Frost. At this time, behind Lucian, a young man standing at the entrance of the inn turned around and smiled in response to the woman's call. The woman took a few quick steps to the youth's side, and the two of them left in a companionable fashion, holding each other's arms. There was a pervert just now that kept staring at me. It was really going to scare me to death. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Huan-san heard the pair whispering before they left, and his face twitched a few times in embarrassment. The heart that hung in the air, however, settled down. I told you, how could Lucian's maiden be this stunning? Does he deserve it? Thinking about it, Huan-san laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Lucian. Lucian. I misunderstood just now. I knew it. How could you? As he spoke, Huan-san looked towards Lucian, and when he saw the white-haired woman sitting beside Lucian, his words came to an abrupt end. Beside her, Xiao Qinglian's envious mutterings resounded. What a beautiful woman. Really, isn't she a celestial immortal descending from the heavens? The black-haired woman just now made her jealous. As soon as the black-haired woman left, this white-haired woman came to take a seat beside Lucian. Looking at the white-haired woman whose face value was 100 times better than the brunette's, she was so ashamed of herself that her heart couldn't even entertain the thought of comparison. A glowing fire will only worship the light of the white moon and cannot possibly attempt to compare itself to it. These two are your friends? Zhang Yuehan glanced at Huan-san and Xiao Qinglian, pulled her chair closer to Lucian and asked softly. Lucian shook his head. Not familiar. Zhang Yuehan nodded slightly. Let's eat then. I'm hungry. Lucian immediately shouted softly. Xiao Air. Hu Wansan was ignored and stood frozen to the side, his eyes repeatedly glancing at Jiang Yuehan. Lean. This woman is not Lucian's wife, is she? What can he do? Sir, who is this? At this time, Xiao Qinglian asked what Hu Wansan wanted to ask but didn't dare to ask. The words have just been spoken. Before Lucian could respond, Jiang Yuehan looked up at Xiao Qinglian first, wrapped an arm around Lucian's arm, and asked alertly, I'm his mother. Who are you? Don't get me wrong. I'm a disciple of the Wanxiang sect, and I just happened to meet this gentleman. Xiao Qinglian hurriedly explained. Not a single mention of Hu Wansan. Jiang Yuehan's eyes were slightly cold as she turned her head to look at Lucian and asked with a smile or not. What about the first time she met you? She addressed you with a mouthful of gonzi. Lucian's heart tightened. Vinegar flavor? What happened to having a little bit of tea? I can't control what I say when my mouth is on someone else, but I'm really not familiar with it. Lucian pretended to be relaxed as he explained. Just in time for Junior to come over. He immediately turned his head toward her and was out of touch with the world. Lucian, you're really out of your league. I didn't expect that. But you're actually eating soft food. Hu Wansan stared tightly at Lucian and said viciously, his back teeth almost crunching. Lucian held up a finger. You finally got it right. You're just a soft touch. What's there to be proud of? Hu Wansan snorted and turned his head to Jiang Yuehan. Fairy, I grew up with Lucian since we were young and know his virtues well. He is by no means a good match. You must keep your eyes open and never let him. Kang Yuehan looked up and Rined. The moment the line of sight was met, Hu Wansan instantly felt as if something was blocking his throat, opened his mouth, but couldn't spit out the words. That paramour of yours, she's already gone. Not following? Lucian glanced towards the outside of the inn and said to Hu Wansan. Hu Wansan turned his head to look, and seeing that Xiao Qinglian's figure was about to walk away, he hurriedly chased after him with quick steps. Before leaving, he didn't forget to put down a cruel word. Lucian, you wait for me. I absolutely can't spare you. Hey, it's still the same flavor. It's so punchy. It hasn't changed a bit after all these years. Lucian looked at Hu Wansan's back, shook his head, and couldn't help but sigh. He's Hu Wansan? The ginger empress suddenly asked. Lucian froze, looked at Jiang Yuehan in surprise, and asked, you recognize it? The enemy you grew up with later joined the Bloodshed Tower, and after more than 100 years of hard work, he became the Bloodshed Tower's owner. Jiang Yuehan replied indifferently. Later, Hu Wansan mobilized the entire Bloodshed Tower to turn on Lucian. Then later, the Bloodshed Tower was destroyed. This kid is actually going to become the Bloodshed Tower's owner? Lucian was a bit surprised, but the mood quickly calmed down. Although Hu Wansan is a master of annoying people, but it's still a twofer. Defy strategically, but still pay attention tactically. We need to find a way to screw him before we leave a mess later. It wasn't long before the meal was served. Let's eat, and then we'll go to the government office afterward. The Bloodshed Tower will also go after the Hidden Sword Conference, so let Lu Zhong know in advance. At the same time, 10 states in the 3 realms. The far north, a cave, hidden in the middle of a 10,000-foot mountain. This place was exactly where the main building of the Bloodshed Building was located. Clad in a blood-colored robe and wearing a ghostly face, the Blood Fiend Tower's owner sat on top of a stone seat. Underneath was one of the 12 chief ambassadors who had come to report. Reporting to the building master, I've already planted our Bloodshed Building's strength in the middle of the Hidden Sword Conference. In addition to that, our test subject, that secret disciple of the Wanxiang sect, Hu Wansan, is also among them. I believe that on top of the Hidden Sword Conference, this test subject will not disappoint the owner. The ghost-faced man nodded slightly, his voice cold and low. You did well. This Hidden Sword Conference will help me achieve my divine power. The words have just been spoken. A subordinate's report sounded. Report. Reporting to the building master. Nightmare is back. Immediately afterward, the wail of a nightmare was heard. Owner, I'm so miserable. I mistakenly drank water laced with the vein extinction pill, and I'm wasted. It's all because of that Hu Wansan. The owner of the building must do something for me. Chapter 110, Cleaning Up the House. Hu Wansan. Hearing that name, the heart of the master envoy who had reported just now trembled. For his part, the Bloodshed Tower's owner narrowed his eyes and urged Nightmare in a cold voice. What exactly is going on? Tell me in detail. Nightmare stumbled a few steps to the stone seat and bent both knees. Kneeling, lamentably, he said, Ma Lu and I are following Lord Liangimo, going to the Dongyang mansion on business. As a result, I met a guy who didn't know how to die. He tried to kill Lord Liangimo and was seriously injured. With a sniffle and a tear, Nightmare told all about what had happened to the Dongyang mansion. On that day, when Liangimo seriously injured Lucian, he learned from Lucian that Lucian's name was Hu Wansan. And when Liangmo and Nightmare recounted it, they were also talking about Hu Wansan. Nightmare hadn't seen Lucian again, and only knew the name Hu Wansan from beginning to end. Therefore, now to report to the owner. Words and words, did not have half a word mentioned Lucian, said all Hu Wansan. In other words, this Hu Wansan made a move on Liang Mo even though he knew that Liang Mo was the mastermind of my bloodshed building. He also put the Jedi Pulse pill in Liang Mo's wine. Liang Mo didn't drink it, but in the end, it made you drink it. Yes, I see. This Hu Wansan is a spy planted into my bloodshed tower by other forces. The owner gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He, Bloodshed Tower, has always been known for his insidiousness and cunning. What he was best at was planting spies in various sects, and even in the imperial court. As a result, in the end, it's someone else who is shady. It's no good floormaster. This Hu Wansan. I'm afraid it will affect our plans at the Hidden Sword Conference. That Master Envoy suddenly thought of something and said in surprise to the Bloodshed Tower Master. The Bloodshed Tower's floormaster said sharply, "You, immediately, rush to the Dongyang Prefecture. Say whatever you have to kill Hu Wansan for me. Never let him affect the big picture." Yes, the Lord makes the order to retire at once. Not long after, a figure was seen flying out of the high mountains, hurrying towards the Dongyang mansion. Hu Wansan, you wait for me. If you dare to pit me against Blood Fury House, I will never be able to forgive you lightly, and death will not let you feel pain. Achoo! The Wanxiang sex group had just arrived at the inn and were about to check in when Hu Wansan suddenly sneezed. For a while, the Wanxiang sect disciples were concerned. Hu Michuan, are you catching a cold? Hu Michuan, you must take care of your health. Yes, Hu Michuan, for the competition at the Hidden Sword Conference, we're all still counting on you to add glory to my Wanxiang sect. Hu Wansan rubbed his nose and said with a smile, "Thank you all for your concern. It's just that his nose is suddenly a bit itchy. It's not a major problem." At twilight, the young couple ate and drank their fill, and held hands as they headed for the government office, ready to tip off Lu Zhong. A quarter of an hour later, the two came outside the government office, but they saw that the door of the house was tightly closed, and from time to time a miserable scream came from the partition wall. Lucian's heart was startled. He looked sideways at Jiang Yuehan and lowered his voice. Lu Zhong wouldn't be, by that Lu Wenshu, making the first move, would he? Jiang Yuehan's pretty face was grave. It's extremely likely. The fifth prince, Lu Wenshu, is a future tyrant. He is said to be a brutal and unkind person, and under his rule, the people of Great Yan are not happy. Developing a tyrannical personality is never something that happens overnight. As a young man, he was feared to have been no good. Snap! Ah! In the walled courtyard, there was another scourging sound, followed by a murderous scream. The voice sounded like a woman. Lucian sniffed, couldn't help but shiver and said in broken words, "I'm going. I can't control my voice. This Lu Wenshu is ruthless enough. Even if it's not born from the same mom, it's still considered a sibling. It's true that the most ruthless emperor's family." "What are you talking about?" The ginger empress face was puzzled. Lucian quietly said, "That movement just now, odds are it was Lu Zhong's." Jiang Yuehan frowned her eyebrows. "That is clearly a woman's voice. How could it be Lu Zhong's?" Lucian said, "Lu Zhong is a woman. Don't you know? She's a woman?" Jiang Yuehan's beautiful eyes trembled as a look of disbelief surfaced on top of her pretty face. "Yeah, I used my paranoia-breaking god pupil to look at it. It's definitely not wrong," Lucian said as he leaned over the wall, trying to listen a little more closely. Jiang Yuehan stood on the side, her eyes bright and uncertain as she looked at Lucian. In his mind, unconsciously, the image of Lucian and Lu Zhong talking and laughing came to mind. "You know it's a woman and you're still so close? Ha! Little devil. The mind is not right. Still too much energy, it seems." Hiss. Lucian ghostly sucked in a breath of cool air. Suddenly it felt a little cold, as if it had suddenly cooled down. Unintentionally glimpsing, Jiang Yuehan was staring intently at himself. Puzzled, he asked tentatively, "What is it, little assassin?" "Nothing. Let's go. It's good that Lu Zhong is dead. It's the royal court's own business anyway. Nothing to do with us. Gone." Jiang Yuehan said to himself and turned around to leave. Lucian was confused. What's this about the little assassin? Oh, in the next second, it dawned on him. It's normal for menstruation to be messy and emotionally unstable. Lu Zhong, I won't let you go even as a ghost. Suddenly, a hoarse roar came from within the walls. Lucian sniffed. Jiang Yuehan also stopped and looked towards the courtyard wall. Immediately afterward, the younger two looked at each other. So it wasn't Louis Chung who was beaten? Lucian leaped and climbed up the wall, looking towards the courtyard. Hearing that Lu Zhong was holding a steel whip, behind him stood Lu Qingxian, Lu Ningxue, and the several experts accompanying him. There were several people kneeling and lying in front of them, and they were cloaked, covered in blood. and looked wretched. One of them, with particularly flashy clothes and a gilt hair crown that fell by his feet, was exclusive to the great Yen Emperor. Not waiting for Lu Xun to take a few more looks, Lu Zhong and the others then discovered his presence. Lu Zhong's gaze immediately looked away, and he questioned in a cold voice, "What kind of person?" The moment she saw that it was Lu Xun, she breathed another sigh of relief. "So it's Lu Michuan of the Huaqing sect. Lu Michuan, come into the house for a moment? Good talk, good talk." LV Zhong wore a smile on his face and signaled LV Qingxian to open the door of the mansion. Before Lu Qingxian could make a move, Lu Xun just so hydraulically climbed over the wall and came into the courtyard. Then, he saw Jiang Yuehan arrive like a shadow. She landed steadily by Lu Xun's side and took Lu Xun's arm affectionately. The duo headed towards Lu Zhong. "Prepare tea." Lu Zhong turned his head and instructed Lu Qingxian. Then he raised his sword, stepped forward, and directly wiped Lu Wenshu's neck. Lu Wenshu fell to the ground and died. Lu Zhong's face did not change color, as if he had done a small and insignificant thing. While wiping the blood on her hands with a handkerchief, she smiled and said to Lu Xun and Jiang Yuehan, "I'm in the process of cleaning up the door, so I made you two laugh." Chapter 111 Pure Yang Kung Fu can cure cold poison? Why didn't you say so earlier? Lu Zhong took the first step and walked towards the hall. Lu Xun and Jiang Yuehan followed closely behind. Xiaolu's classmates glanced toward the ground with their afterimages. Unsurprisingly, the corpse with a face full of shock and blood still gurgling out of his neck was the fifth prince Lu Wenshu. After taking a look with the paradox-breaking god's pupil, it was not unexpected. "I didn't realize that the man behind the curtain had been eliminated so quickly. Lu Zhong is really fast." Inside the parlor, Lu Zhong ordered people to clean up the mess in the courtyard and personally poured tea for Lu Xun and Jiang Yuehan. The three of them took their seats and drank tea and talked. Lu Zhong asked, "Lu Mijuan, Jiang Mijuan, you two visit at night, but what is the important thing?" Lu Xun put down his teacup, looked around, and said cautiously, "A handful of news. The Blood Fiend House is going to be at the Hidden Sword Conference." The words came to an abrupt end. Lu Zhong was a smart person. She instantly understood the meaning of Lu Xun's words. Her face suddenly changed. These damned bloodshed tower killers. How dare they be so rampant? Do they really think that there is no one in my great Yen? The existence of the bloodshed tower was undoubtedly like a fish in the throat for the great Yen dynasty. They are secretive, hard to find, and kill in an invisible way, leaving people defenseless. The Hidden Sword Conference. Absolutely no room for error. If there is an accident, then she, the crown prince, will surely be reduced to the world's laughingstock. Thank you both for informing me of such important information. I owe you another favor. After Lu Zhong calmed down, he said solemnly. Lu Xun's complexion was correct and he said in a serious manner, "The crown prince's words are too serious. Getting rid of demons and defending the way is everyone's responsibility. As a member of the Huaqing sect, I should do my bit for the world's living beings. Lu Mi passes on Gao Yi." Lu Zhong heartily praised him and once again poured tea for Lu Xun. "The crown prince is too kind." Lu Xun picked up the tea and drank it. "In the back of my mind, I'm thinking, don't just give me a hard compliment. Do me a favor. Bloodbath House is secretive and indefensible." Lu Zhong was thoughtful. "I wonder, what insights does the Lu secret Chuan have to resolve this crisis?" Lu Xun was speechless for a moment. This Louis Chung, does he really think he's Superman? It would be nice to give you information. No favors at all. And ask. Lu Mi Tuan, but say so. Seeing Lu Xun's silence, Lu Zhong once again opened his mouth and asked tentatively, "I'm not going to hide it from the crown prince. I'm dull-witted and really don't have much of an idea." Lu Xun frowned and said, "If I insist, this Hidden Sword Conference simply won't be held." Lu Zhong sniffed. "No more?" "That's right, no more. The meeting is gone. Where else can the Bloodshed Tower haunt?" Lu Xun said calmly. "As for the reason for not doing it, just say that the fifth prince is missing or something is going on in the court. You can just find it? Anyway, you are the crown prince. You have the final say." Hiss. Lu Zhong cupped his teacup and turned it gently in his hand. Thinking hard. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Xun and Jiang Yuehan left the Dongyang prefecture office. Walking on the road, Lu Xun turned back towards the direction of the government office and lowered his voice to Jiang Yuehan. "Little assassin. This Lu Zhong is a ruthless person who kills without blinking an eye. Maybe she won't harm us now, but it's better for us to stay away from her. The bottom line is, delivered significant and critical intelligence on 2 occasions, and not a single benefit was gained. Louis Chung only knows how to give verbal recognition. What's the difference between this kind of person and a CPU-only leader? If you follow her work, you will be UFO'd sooner or later." Hearing these words, Jiang Yuehan somehow produced a trace of pleasure in her heart as she gently nodded her head and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you on all counts. Hey, I admit, I was a bit lucky before, but now I think about it, can be the crown prince, which is not a ruthless character. Follow the mix, not to mention the benefits. In the future, I'm afraid that not even the life will have to take. Lucian sighed. Cunning rabbits die. Traitors cook. How could I have forgotten about this? At this time, Jiang Yuehan calmly said, there's no harm. He can't move you. Lucian froze and looked toward Jiang Yuehan in confusion, only to hear the Ginger Empress speak again. I'm here. Worthy of being the Xianhuang Empress. Domineering. Lucian shifted his sight downward. From now on, I'll have to hold on to my big white legs. Jiang Yuehan noticed Lucian's gaze and a hint of color flashed under her eyes as she cleared her throat and asked, you do know the pure yang technique, don't you? Lucian snapped his head up. Yeah, what's up? He'd wanted to ask before. How is it that no matter if it's Zhang Li or Wu Daoling or the little assassin, they all repeatedly mention the pure yang gong? Isn't it just a middle grade technique? What's so rare about it? Jiang Yuehan moved her gaze aside and forced down the tension in her heart, pretending to be calm. I forgot to tell you before. Using the pure yang gong can eradicate the cold poison. Lucian's eyes lit up. How does it work? Run the pure yang gong. Then, Jiang Yuehan moved to Lucian's ear and exhaled. I star. After she said that, she was like a frightened kitten, pulling away from Lucian at fire speed. Lucian froze in place. Those two words rang in his head repeatedly. It was like a magic sound that could not be calmed for a long time. The heart was more like a volcano erupting. A wave of warmth rushed through his limbs. The knot in his throat wriggled hard a few times before he opened his mouth to say something. The next second, it seemed like some kind of liquid ran into his mouth and tasted like iron. Asterisk. Lucian raised his hand and touched it. Lean. Nosebleed. When Jiang Yuehan heard this, she turned around violently and said to Lucian in shame, I know, don't shout it out. Not. Lucian wanted to say something, and helplessly tilted his head back to look at the sky, stopping the nosebleed from flowing as much as possible. It was just an auxiliary, not a verb. Why are you still so fired up? Jiang Yuehan sensed the difference and quickly walked back to Lucian's side, taking out a handkerchief to stop the bleeding. Lucian covered his nose with a handkerchief, and from the system space, he found the heart-cleansing pill that he had previously prepared for the introductory trial. After taking the entire bottle, the nosebleed finally stopped. He glanced at Jiang Yuehan beside him, and the other party's expression seemed to be asking as far as that goes. At this moment, he was tempted to reply. A celestial-looking nymph with a devilish body, 2 big white legs longer than life, and 2 big thunders has a lethality comparable to a nuclear weapon when she utters those 2 words. Be sure to be careful with your words in the future. After a long time, watching Lucian's mood calm down, Jiang Yuehan spoke. The menstruation. There are still a few more days to go by, but if you want to eradicate the cold poison, you need to do it for 49 consecutive days. Consecutive. 49 days. Wait, something's not right, little assassin. There's a bug in this, Lucian said in a serious manner. Jiang Yuehan's pretty face was puzzled. 8 frames? Lucian said calmly. It's just a loophole. Just a word. It's not important. The point is, 49 days, not to mention whether or not I can eat. You will definitely still have your period during the course of the 49 days. Is it going to be a bloodbath? Jiang Yuehan froze. Instantly spotted the wa point. Yeah, what a big hole. How come I didn't realize it before? Chapter 112, The Hidden Sword Conference begins. What about the promised friendly match? In the inn room, Lucian and Jiang Yuehan were wide-eyed. Well, figured out what the problem is? After a long time, Lucian asked tentatively. Empress Ginger frowned slightly as she gently shook her head. Lucian opened his mouth to speak. The little assassin had lived a new life, and it was fine if he didn't know the key events of the future. How come you can't even figure out the kung fu? Never mind. Married all the time. Can't discriminate against cuties. Little assassin. The cold poison on your body. Where did it come from? Lucian asked tentatively. Prepare to rely on your own wisdom and dig step by step to find out what's at stake. Run the ice heart technique. Jiang Yuehan answered truthfully. To be exact, it's running the ice heart technique against the realm. Lucian patiently asked. Then the question arises. Where did the ice heart technique come from? Jiang Yuehan said. The ice heart technique is the secret book of the Bai Chi sect. I had been kind to the patriarch of the Bai Chi sect, and she used the secret book in return. Lucian nodded slightly, already having an idea in his mind. Good. Then let's go directly to ask this Acacia sect's patriarch. We might be able to find the answer. At the Hidden Sword Conference, all of the major clans would be present, and when they found this Acacia sect and asked about it, the problem would be solved. Jiang Yuehan frowned her eyebrows. It's not the Acacia sect, it's the Bai Chi sect. Lucian froze. Bai Chi? It's almost the same meaning. Jiang Yuehan looked puzzled and muttered in a low voice. How can this be a meaning? It's far from good. A few days later, the day of the Hidden Sword Conference, Lu Xun and Jiang Yuehan, early in the morning, rendezvoused with the crowd from the Huacheng sect. Those who came on this trip were sect leaders Shangguan Yun Ao, Dan Dao Peak Elder Han Shan, Shen Fu Peak Elder Yin Wu Dao, Lingyin Peak Elder Shang Yin, and Supreme Elder Zhang Li. For each elder, they brought 2 of their personal disciples along with them. As for the inner disciples as well as the outer disciples who had come earlier, after setting up the venue, they had already taken a step ahead and returned to the sect. Lu Michuan, Zhang Nichuan, you 2 have worked hard these past few days. Shangguan Yun Ao came in front of Lu Xun and Jiang Yuehan and said with a smile, "You're welcome, sect leader." Lu Xun wore a smile on his face. His surface clouded over. "This is all what mother and I should do. The truth is that the heart is guilty. Except for the day I first arrived. I reported to Lu Zhong twice. After that it's been a lot of shopping, lantern viewing and touring with the little assassin. Do what little 2 people do at night." Of course the Ginger Empress menstruation hadn't gone completely clean yet, and it was all a one-sided attack on his part. An in-depth study and discussion was conducted on mouth-eating and mind control. In addition to this, a cordial and friendly greeting was launched to Jade's leg and Jade's foot. A certain Lucian student, who wishes to remain anonymous, said that he already knows what a happy planet is. The days of innocence and simplicity are gone. There's no going back. Not at all. Lu Mijuan and Zhang Mijuan are truly a model for my Huacheng sect disciples. Zhang Zhou chimed in. They arrived at Dongyang Prefecture ahead of time and actively participated in the layout of the Hidden Sword Conference, reflecting the commitment of my Huacheng sect disciples and highlighting the style of my Huacheng sect disciples. Lucian looked towards Zhang Zhou, a deep realization of what it means to have the opposite of what you want. The original cranky old man is now open-mouthed with flattery. Well said, worthy of being my disciple. Suddenly, Cold Mountain drew cold and clapped in place. The crowd winced in unison. Shangguan Yun Ao gave Cold Mountain a disgusted look and cleared his throat. "Gentlemen, go ahead and take your seats." Not long after, Lu Xun and Jiang Yuehan followed Shangguan Yun Ao and the others and sat on the seats of the Huacheng sect. Looking around, the venue was ridiculously large, with seats from all the major clans, laid out in an arc, and in the center of the venue was a ring, which was particularly eye-catching. "Why do we have to compete later?" Lu Xun came close to Jiang Yuehan's ear and asked quietly. "The Hidden Sword Conference is to have a competition between clans? But the rankings are not that important, and the competition is only used for spectacle." Jiang Yuehan patiently explained to Lu Xun. In her previous life, her Moon Palace had participated in the Hidden Sword Conference many times. Moreover, he has repeatedly come out on top in the conference competitions. So, it looks like it's just a friendly. Lu Xun nodded thoughtfully. As soon as the words were said, a mountain of voices could be heard ringing around them. Wanxiang sect will win. Falling Cloud sect will win. Jianxia sect will win. Must win. Must win. Lu Xun was startled and looked at the disciples of the various clans that were like chicken blood. A strong look of astonishment appeared on his face. Looking at this situation, all the great clans are going to play for their lives. What happened to the promised friendly? Huacheng sect will win. Suddenly, Elder Cold Mountain howled. The other elders and personal disciples, too, perked up. Only Lu Xun and Jiang Yuehan were quiet as chickens. Lu Xun asked awkwardly, "Little assassin, didn't you say that the rankings don't matter? It's just a viewing board?" Jiang Yuehan responded with a pretty innocent face. "It's viewing I remember correctly In her previous life, when she attended with her Moon Palace disciples, all the major clans were humble and courteous. They backed off from each other and invited disciples from other clans to compete with her Moon Palace disciples. There was even one instance where all abstained from voting. Could it be that, between the 2 lives, the Hidden Sword Conference had deviated? Or, did those clans from the previous life simply not want to compete with the Moon Palace? Scared of losing? Lu Michuan, Zhang Nichuan, are the 2 of you interested in participating in this tournament? At this time, Shangguan Yun Ao looked at Lu Xun and Jiang Yuehan in high spirits and said, "As long as one ranks in the top, the Imperial Court will not only give out rewards to the clan, but also to individuals, all very generous. Not only that, the winning clan can also receive direct support from the Imperial Court, and the ranking of the tournament shapes the ranking of the clan to a certain extent." Lu Xun sniffed and gave Jiang Yuehan a nonchalant look. The Ginger Empress pursed her lips and nodded. Lu Xun understood and turned his head to Shangguan Yun Ao, saying impassionedly, "It is incumbent upon us to add to the glory of the clan." "Good." Shangguan Yun Ao smiled awkwardly. "If I hadn't seen the way you asked for Ginger Mitchum's opinion, I'd almost believe it." Yin Wudao was on the side, secretly poking and prodding to observe Lu Xun and Jiang Yuehan. "I've told the owner that these 2 are here to talk about love. Why doesn't the owner believe me?" Zhang Zhou, Lu Mizhuan and Jiang Mizhuan's high righteousness and single-mindedness for the sake of the clan is really a model for my generation. A model for my generation. Other disciple, Zhang's senior brother, disciple. Lu Mizhuan just finished talking, and Jiang Mizhuan held on to his little hand and whispered, "Why don't you take a closer look at it?" Chapter 113, Comparing Yin? Let's see who can be more Yin than who. It had to be said that Zhang Zhou was extremely obedient to persuasion, and his eyes immediately looked toward the front, where Lu Xun and Jiang Yuehan were. In the line of sight, Lu Xun and Jiang Yuehan were holding hands, ear to ear. Lu Xun seemed to be telling some kind of joke that amused Jiang Yuehan. Suddenly, in full view of everyone, Jiang Yuehan caught Lu Xun off guard and gave him a kiss on the cheek, a sweet smile on her face. LOL. LOL. When the crowd of disciples saw this, their back teeth were about to be clenched. Although Jiang Yuehan rarely left Sunset Peak, but in the eyes of the disciples, it was already the first beauty of the Huaqing sect that deserved it. Good news. The Huaqing sect has produced a stunning beauty that is rare in 10,000 years. Bad news. People are already married. Worse news. People's husbands are also in the Huaqing sect and are still living together. Worst news. People don't care about anyone but their husbands. After observing for a moment, Chapter Boat slowly spoke. As we all know, Lu Mizhuan is an extreme Yang body and Jiang Mizhuan is a Taiyin body. They are practicing to prepare for the upcoming competition, not letting go of the slightest opportunity to cultivate. The two of them are dedicated to the honor of the clan. It is really an example model for us to learn from. The words fell. The crowd of Huaqing sect disciples people were dumbfounded and looked at Zhang Zhou like they had seen a ghost. When he came back to his senses, he realized that Lu Xun and Jiang Yuehan had already disappeared. High above the venue, Lu Xun stood proudly. He wore sunglasses and used his paranoia-breaking god pupil to observe the crowds below. For a moment, he couldn't help showing the same expression as Zhou Sun, exclaiming, "So many people." Jiang Yuehan asked, "You're looking for someone from the Bloodshed Tower?" "It's mainly the Bai Qi sect, and by the way, we'll see where the people from the Blood Fury Tower are hiding," Lu Xun said, his brows gently furrowed. "But after looking around so much, my eyes are almost giving out on me. The only people from the Blood Fury building are Yin Wudo and Hu Wansan in the Wansheng sect's position. Would it be a bit too hasty for Blood Fiend House to rely on these two people and disrupt the Hidden Sword Conference? The people aren't all here yet," the Ginger Empress reminded. Tweedledum. Lu Xun saw that there were still large empty spaces in the four directions of southeast, northwest, and north. Was thinking that it would be those clans that didn't show up. Suddenly, a clatter of iron hooves was heard entering his ears. He hurriedly looked at the sound and saw dust and smoke in the distance. It wasn't long until the other side was close enough to finally see the full picture. It was actually a neatly organized army, clad in iron armor and riding war horses. The one at the head was clearly the Jinnan king of the southern border of Great Yen. Name, Qi Nanfeng. Sex, male. Age, 46. Mandate of heaven, iron bloodstopper body, quality, earth grade upper. Realm, the sixth sky of the illumination realm. Situation, the king of Jinnan of the southern border. Leading the 36 departments of the southern border. Celebrating the Hidden Sword Conference together. Not waiting for Lu Xun to react. The same sounds of iron hooves came from the east, west, and north directions. He hastened to look around and take a condescending look around. Name, Xiao Zhendong. Sex, male. Age, 44. Divine fate, 7-star purging body, quality, earth grade, medium. Realm, illumination realm. Fifth heaven. Situation, the king of Zhendong in the eastern wasteland. Leading the 28 divisions of the eastern wasteland. Celebrating the Hidden Sword Conference together. Name, Yao Ishi. Sex, female. Age, 43. Mandate of heaven, yellow sand 100 refined body, quality, earth grade, medium. Realm, illumination realm. Fifth heaven. Situation, the king of Jinshi of the western regions. The queen of Great Yen. Leading the 34 departments of the western regions. Celebrating the Hidden Sword Conference together. Name, Liang Beichen. Sex, male. Age, 53. Divine fate, Blood Ink Soul Eater, quality, earth grade, medium. Realm, void breaking 3 realms. Situation, one of the 12 masterminds of the Bloodshed building. Second in the ranking of the Heavenly Assassins. Father of Liang Mo. After several years of lurking in the court, he ascended to the high position of Jinbei in the north, led the 42 departments in the north, stirred up the Hidden Sword Conference, and then collected blood to help the master of the Bloodshed Tower to achieve great success in his divine power. By the way, to avenge the death of his son Liang Mo, he is determined to personally kill his son's murderer Hu Wansan. Lu Xun's expression went from calm, to puzzled, and finally shocked. The team, mixed in with something odd. The king who was guarding one side of the town was actually a member of the Bloodshed Tower as well. Moreover, behind this Liang Beichen, 42 sections, adding up to thousands of people. A large portion of them were members of the Bloodshed Tower, the Hidden Sword Conference. I'm afraid it's going to be a big mess. Today, there's bound to be a bloody storm. Observe anything? Seeing that Lucian's expression was not right, Jiang Yuehan quickly asked. Lucian swallowed. Little assassin, have you seen the north side? Are there a lot of people? Jiang Yuehan looked toward the north and nodded slightly. It's quite a lot. Lucian showed a bitter smile on his face and continued. Among them, a large portion, were people from the Bloodshed Tower. Jiang Yuehan's delicate body trembled and her expression became dismayed. The Hidden Sword Conference. It's definitely going to be a big mess. Today, there's bound to be bloodshed. In the last life, was the Hidden Sword Conference also this size? Lucian asked tentatively. The Ginger Empress is still the same, I don't know. Lucian was speechless. I'm afraid something is not wrong. It's the same Hidden Sword Conference. How come there's such a big difference? As things stand, I'm afraid there's only one possibility. Bloodbath House was in a hurry. They're in a hurry. First, it was Qingyo Town, then Donyang Prefecture, and then Huaqing Sect. After several failed attempts to collect blood vampires, the Bloodshed Tower couldn't sit still. That's why it's such a big deal. Thinking about it this way, it seems like I'm inadvertently hindering the plans of the Bloodbath House. But it's not a big problem. The Bloodbath House doesn't know that I'm the one who did the deed. Liang Beichen still thinks that Liang Mo was killed by Hu Wansan even now. The failures of Qingyo Town and Dongyi Yangfu were all counted on Hu Wansan's head. He grew up doing evil, and he deserved it. No need to thank me. As for the Huaqing sect, that was Yin Wudao's unfavorable work, and it has nothing to do with me. Lu, what are we going to do now? Are we going to tell Lu Zhong what happened? Jiang Yuehan sought up Lucian's opinion. No more can be said, too many words will be lost. And again and again and again, too much information will make Lu Zhong suspicious. Lucian calmly analyzed. But there's no harm. When the sky collapses, there's a high one to hold it. On the side of the imperial court, all the major clans, as well as under the three great princes, there are all experts. And even though the Bloodshed Tower has a lot of people, it definitely doesn't dare to act rashly. But then again, it's impossible for the Bloodshed Tower not to know that the Hidden Sword Conference is filled with experts. But since they still dare to come, it means, Empress Zhang's brows knitted. It means, they came prepared. They must have some premeditation. That's right, they're going to play dirty. Lucian sank a dark breath. So, before the words are out, Jiang Yuehan looked at Lucian thoughtfully and said, so, we have to be even more shady than the Bloodshed Tower. Lucian's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but praise. Worthy of being a little assassin, after being with me for so long, nearer to the vermilion is the red. Jiang Yuehan skimmed her lips. I'll take that as a compliment. Bakwas. Lucian said, his eyes narrowing slightly. Isn't it just a comparison of Een? Let's see who can Een over who. Chapter 114, System Upgrade. This doesn't give me a prize? Do you need me to do anything? The Ginger Empress asked in a serious manner. In the past, the Xian Phoenix Empress who was so high and mighty that she didn't bother to use any means. Nowadays, they take the initiative to raise their hands and compete to be Mr. Lu's only third-rate student. How long does it take to practice? Lucian rolled his eyes and pulled out a secret book from his sleeve pocket. The gilt and dazzling lettering on the spine of the book read, The Secret Art, 100 Faces and 1,000 Phases. I'll try. Jiang Yuehan took it and opened the secret book and studied it. A quarter of an hour later. I will. Jiang Yuehan said to Lucian. That fast? Lucian's eyes lit up. Not bad for a little assassin. Things like feats, touch and go. Focus on learning techniques. Jiang Yuehan returned the secret book to Lucian. Well said. Lucian nodded in a serious manner. Can't understand it though, but it feels like it should make sense. After he silently put away the secret art, 100 Faces and 1,000 Phases, he attached himself to Jiang Yuehan's ear and muttered quietly. Jiang Yuehan frowned at times, then her brows stretched, and finally her eyes lit up and said, It's so dirty. Lucian asked rhetorically, Is this routine dirty? Jiang Yuehan nodded. Dirty. That'll do. Lucian sighed in relief. No fear of dirty sets. I'm just afraid the sets aren't dirty enough. Another half hour later, where the Northern Army is encamped. Due to the limitation of the venue, the only ones who entered were the king and more than 100 of his personal guards. The rest of you, wait outside the field. Lu Liangbeichen Shun, strutting toward the military formation. Jiangdan Shang Munchil, followed closely behind. This is the precious elixir I asked the sage of Dan to refine. Everyone pass it around. Hold it in your hands first and listen to my command later. Lu Liangbeichen sank and shouted to the soldiers. The words have just been spoken. Jiangdan Sage Munhan, then opened a sack full of pills. Send it down. Lucian gave a look, and the several soldiers next to him immediately complied. not daring to delay for even a minute or a second. In the blink of an eye, in every soldier's hand, there was an additional drunkenness pill. Lucian was satisfied when he saw this scene. Thanks to the previous misunderstanding that the fog in the forbidden land of the Huaqing sect was poisonous, he had specially refined a large batch of pills, and had almost exhausted all the medicinal herbs that had been looted from the Dandao Peak. Today it seems that this hand is nothing short of godly forethought. Take your medicine, Lucian shouted out after confirming that everyone had the drunkenness pill in their hands. The words fall. The soldiers instantly fell into a heap. Immediately after that, there was the system's stormy beeps. Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to the host. Lucian was forced to mute the system and looked at the soldiers in the end and couldn't help but let out an exclamation. The Northern Realms soldiers are, indeed, well trained, but if one person is half a beat slower, I'm afraid they will also be detected. At the same time, inside the venue of the Hidden Sword Conference, Liang Beichen slowly lifted his buttocks, glanced towards the outside, and said suspiciously to the adjutant beside him, "Did you hear any movement just now?" The adjutant looked skeptical. "Hear that? Like a pill? Taking pills?" Liang Beichen frowned, but was quickly attracted to Lu Zhong's figure. "Forget it, whatever. The Hidden Sword Conference will begin soon. Everything will go according to plan." "Yes," the adjutant agreed respectfully. Lucian and Jiang Yuehan silently returned to the Huaqing sect and took their seats. Jiang Yuehan looked sideways at Lucian with a thoughtful expression. "I didn't expect that the little devil would harbor such secret techniques, the real and fake Dan Shang before, and the inexplicable changes in his path. Now it all makes sense. The most crucial thing was that the little devil had such a powerful secret technique and actually taught it to me without reservation. Sure enough, I had an unusual place in his heart." Thinking about it, her gaze fell on Lu Zhong, who was seated in the uppermost seat. "Not just any sultry can compete with me." Lucian, on the other hand, took stock of the system's rewards. This wave earns hemp. In his heart, he suddenly had the urge to go back and give those soldiers a knife each. Just by giving them the drunken heart pill, they had earned a full 10 million heavenly fate values. Sweepstakes that were previously out of reach are now within reach. In addition to this, there are thousands of years of experience in martial arts. When will it all be spent? Whatever. Let's start with the raffle. Congratulations to the host. He has obtained the Chinese mythology book. The host can use it to realize. Lucian froze. 10 million heavenly fate values. Just for this book? Was about to curse. Suddenly, he found the wa point of it. The book of Chinese mythology? Not something that is in this world. But then again, it can be used for viewing enlightenment. Hiss. It's like, there's something so, and a lot of it. Just as he was thinking, the system's mechanical beep sounded again. Congratulations to the host. The lottery has reached 6 times. 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. System can be upgraded. Is it upgraded? Upgrade. System upgrade in progress. System upgrade completed. The host's next lucky draw requires a destiny value of 100 million. Fusion function unlocked. The host can fuse the studied martial arts secrets or extra martial arts secrets to create a new martial arts technique. The grade of the martial arts feat produced by fusion shall be based on the highest grade of the fused material. Fusion has a certain probability of raising the level of martial arts skills. Fusion function? Creating new martial arts techniques. Lucian slandered in his heart and analyzed with a serious face. But soon, he realized that the inside of his head was empty. There was not even a single thought about martial arts techniques. Even if there is an enemy, the first choice is a dirty trick, disguise and then poison. The only time he throws a punch is when he hits a muffler, and it's still mostly a sneak attack. Hurtingly, he realized that he hadn't even used a single move from either the Tongbei fist or the Qi Tian fist. Even the Gongfu Samadhi True Flame was only used for alchemy to burn the furnace. As for the pure Yang Gong, it is also based on alchemy. Another use, in reverse, would be to think, but there's no real-world opportunity yet. Throughout the 30,000 miles of Great Yen, the villain is actually myself? It's not right. On second thought, the ones I poisoned with the elixir, those were all evil people, with the majority being from the Bloodshed Tower. Even just now, when I poisoned the people of the Bloodshed Tower, fearing that I would hurt the innocent, I used the drunken heart pill instead of the extinction pill, although it was also considered that they could still walk around after using the extinct vein pills, worrying that they would ventilate. But it turned out well in the end. I wanted to stab them, but that didn't happen. A gentleman discusses signs regardless of heart. I can learn martial arts without using it, only to root out the evil. This behavior, where is the villain? It's like a peacemaker. The Imperial Court will give me an award for this? Thinking about. Zhang Yuehan's call rang in his ears. Sunga, wake up, don't think about it, it's your turn to play. Lucian came back to his senses and looked up to find his opponent already waiting in the ring. Behind them were the voices of fellow brothers gnashing their teeth. Did you hear what Ginger Mitsumi shouted? Hear that? She called Sunga. Chapter 115, there are melons. Iron Kidney King? Shouldn't there be another opening session at a convention like this? How did it get to me so fast? Lucian slowly got up while asking Zhang Yuehan suspiciously. Zhang Yuehan was unsure, but still patiently answered. What is the opening ceremony? Just now, Lu Zhong spoke 2 sentences and announced the beginning of the competition. The first match is you against Bai Chi sect's pro-disciple, Bai Yao. The Beecher sect? Lucian's eyes lit up. Just in time. I'll go ask what's going on with the ice heart technique. With that, he strides towards the ring. Zhang Yuehan wanted to say something, but she wanted to stop talking. In fact, logically speaking, with the identity of a personal disciple, one should not yet be able to access the Bai Chi sect's Jinzong technique, the ice heart technique. Well, no. Are we going to fight or not? At this moment, Baguio above the ring had already waited impatiently. Coming. Lucian took a few quick steps and stood on top of the ring. Bai Chi sect. Bai Yao, Baguio said with a twisted eyebrow, staring closely at Lucian. Lucian froze and subconsciously responded. Wing. Huachang sect. Lucian. When he finished, he smoothly put on his sunglasses. The breaking god pupil took a glance. Name, Baguio. Sex, female. Age, 26. Mandate of heaven, Yunsha Bailu body, quality, earth grade upper. Realm, Jedan realm perfection. Situation, Bichi sect's personal disciple ranked first. Strength is not trivial. The underground lover of the master of the Bichi sect. Who thinks she's the master of the Bichi sect's lover? Being coaxed by the sweet words of the Bichi clan head, he willingly hid his identity. Asterisk. This has all melons? The corner of Lucian's mouth curved up in a playful arc. Ben thought, observe to know your enemy. The result was a big bite of melon. Bichi sect patriarch, playing with flowers. It really doesn't dishonor the name of the Bichon sect. Let's see. Where is everybody? Lucian looked around, searching for the location of the Bai Chi sect. He couldn't wait to see the heroic appearance of this Bai Chi sect patriarch. He had a hunch that there was more than just Baguio for something like an underground lover. Maybe. GG. You too. Are you ready? At this time, above the stands, LV Qingxian, who seemed to have assumed the position of referee, asked out loud. Baguio looked towards Lu Qingxian and nodded slightly in greeting. Lu Qingxian nodded her head in response, and then looked at Lucian. Lu Mijuan of the Huaqing sect. Are you ready? The words fall. Lucian did not respond. Instead, he looked towards the audience with an eating face, the direction where the Bai Chi sect was located. Hey, found it. This Bai Chi sect's patriarch looks quite young. Name, Feng Daoran. Sex, male. Age, 34. Divine destiny, green phosphorus snake Dao body, quality, heavenly, lower. Realm, illumination realm. Second heaven. Situation, the head of the Bichi sect, with the bloodline of a green snake. Snake nature is lustful. The former Bichi sect master's lover, who took over the Bichi sect after the unexpected disappearance of the former Bichi sect master. I like to keep a mistress. 40% of the female disciples of the Bichi sect have affairs with them. These female disciples all thought they were their lovers, but they didn't know they were being swindled by them. I'll go. Lu Shen was astonished. What kind of time management guru is this? 40% of the female disciples of the Bai Chi sect. Iron Kidney Man? Lu Mi Tuan? Seeing that Lu Shen did not respond, Lu Qingxian once again opened her mouth to ask. From the Huaqing sect. Are you well? Baguio didn't have the good sense to remind him either. Lucian came back to his senses, first glancing at Baguio and then looking up at Lu Qingxian who was high above him. Alright, let's begin. Lu Qingxian nodded her head and announced the start of the match. The words have just been spoken. Baguio immediately drew her sword, and after casually throwing away the scabbard, her 2 fingers of her left hand wiped along the sword. Above the long sword, there was clearly an additional strand of creepy coldness. Clank! She swung her sword violently, and the sound of breaking air rang out. Immediately afterward, he stepped like the wind and rushed towards Lucian at a fast pace. On the contrary, Lucian stood still without moving. Seeing Baguio arrive in front of him, he lowered his voice and asked, Oi, you're Feng Dare and Stao couple, right? When Baguio froze, she stopped in her tracks and looked at Lucian warily. How did you know? Lucian looked around and furtively walked towards Baguio. Baguio collected the killing aura on her body and greeted Lucian suspiciously. The duo just stood in the center of the ring, talking in a watery voice. Seeing this scene, the entire room whether it was the clan, or the people of the four great princes, were all dumbfounded. What's going on here? Lu Zhong on the high platform looked suspicious. He was still thinking that he would see Lucian's skill. Unexpectedly, Lucian actually chatted with his opponent in the ring. Lu Qingxian stroked her chin and said thoughtfully, perhaps, it's persuading the other party to surrender? This side of the Huaqing sect, Shangguan Yun Ao and Cold Mountain and the others looked at each other. Jiang Yuehan, on the other hand, clenched her pink fists and stared at Lucian's figure. This little devil, and the other party were a little too close together. Also, what are they talking about? Damn, can't hear you at all. Kong Michuan, what are you doing? Shangguan Yun Ao was just wondering, when he suddenly saw Jiang Yuehan get up and walk towards the ring. Jiang Yuehan didn't even look back for a moment and went straight to the bottom of the ring. When she saw that Lucian and Baguio were still some distance apart, she secretly sighed in relief. It turned out that just now, it was just a matter of angle. Under the misalignment, that's why the distance was revealed to be closer. Still, standing at the bottom of the ring, the duo couldn't hear what they were saying. Above the ring, puzzled, Baguio asked Lucian, you said that you're my master's friend? Lucian was serious. That's not good. Old sister. Dao Ran didn't mention you much. You called me sister? Bai Yao frowned as she sized up Lucian. You look like you're just in your early 20s. 19. Lucian calmly said. However, this is not important. The key is that I have a high seniority. Dao Ran and I are good brothers. We grew up wearing the same pants. Wait. Baguio interrupted. The sect master is 34 this year. Although it is in the major sects, one of the few young talents, but with you wearing a pair of pants to grow up? When your boy was first born, the palmist was 15 years old alright. How does this fit into one pair of pants? This. Lucian froze. I didn't realize that this woman had such an odd focus. Shouldn't the point be that I know you're Feng Daeran's Taoist partner and that I'm very unusual? Besides, wearing a pair of pants is just a metaphor. Dao Ren he bitter Chatzi is big. I'm young. Make an effort and put it on. It's only unrealistic if I'm the same age as Doran and wear the same pants. Lucian said breathlessly. Baguio sniffed and nodded her head in disbelief. If you want to put it that way, then it makes sense. Lucian was already about to be unable to hold on, forcibly suppressing the emotion of hitting someone. Once again opened his mouth and asked, you're not small anymore. Haven't you ever thought about it? And Dao ran openly? Chapter 116, finally knowing the rules of the competition. Publicly. Baguio's eyelashes fluttered lightly, subconsciously pursing her lips. Lucian sensed the look of anticipation in the other party's eyes and continued while the iron was hot. Think about it. You and Dao Ran are a match made in heaven. A groom with a concubine. If it becomes public, it will definitely be the envied couple of your Bai Chi sect, and even all the major sects. Just thinking about it makes me look forward to it with a vengeance. Hearing these words, a touch of shyness actually surfaced on Baguio's face. Embarrassed, she said. Dao Ran said that if it was made public hastily, the impact would be bad. I would be envied and become a target. He was protecting me. Lucian had the look of an old man's subway cell phone. Sister, he's not protecting you. He's CPUing you. Not a big problem though. As long as he could rely on Baguio and get close to Feng Daoran, he would be able to ask for the method to lift the cold poison of the ice heart technique. If Feng Daoran didn't say anything, then he would threaten with a handle. Thinking about, Baguio suddenly asked Lucian, Lu Michuan, as a friend of Daoran, how do you feel about this matter? Lucian's eyes narrowed. Good, the woman has bought it. He said calmly, this is your private matter. It's not for me to judge. Wait for a while. You take me to see Daoran. The three of us will sit together and have a good chat. I might be able to help you. Then I'm in your hands. Baguio paused and hinted again. In fact, I kinda want it to be public. I'm not afraid of the pressure or other people's eyes, as long as I can be with Daoran. Understood. Don't worry. I'll make sure it's done properly for you. Lucian patted his chest and assured him. Then Lu Michuan, let's make a deal. Baguio would smile, and then leapt down into the ring with a watery leap. The Lucian people were dumbfounded. The people from the major clans were also dumbfounded. Lu Zhong and the other people from the imperial court on the stands, without exception, were all dumbfounded. No? Just surrender? Just as the crowd had not yet reacted, Baguio turned around and turned back, looking at Lu Xin and shouted, you're helping me so much, how can I take a shot at you? Remember to look for me in a while yo. In other people's viewpoints, they could only see Baguio turning back as if she had said something to Lu Xin. But the ginger empress, who was standing next to the ring, heard it all. She stared at Baguio closely, her beautiful eyes gloomy as if she wanted to kill someone. Sure enough, the little devil was right. There wasn't much difference between the Bai Chi sect and the Harmony sect. The disciples are all demonic. How dare you blatantly seduce someone else's husband in public? It's good. it's very good. The beachy sect is not disciplining well. So I'll do it for you. The whole place is as quiet as a chicken. After a long time, Lu Qingxian, who was the referee, was the first to come back to her senses, remembering her duties and announcing the winner of the first match. Winning is not easy. Winning is not easy. Lucian greeted everyone's puzzled and bewildered probing gazes and walked quickly toward the bottom of the ring. Just as he arrived at the stage, he heard Lu Qingxuan's puzzled inquiry. Lu Mizhuan, is it time for a change? Lucian froze and looked up. A change? What switch? Just as he was wondering, the act of walking down to the ring caused the crowd to murmur. The watching sect has only fought one game, and they've actually changed. He didn't fight at all with that press, and after a couple of chats with the Beecher clan, he forfeited. Did the watching sect and the Bai Chi sect strike some sort of deal? How it looks like there's something shady going on. Lucian pricked up his ears and listened to the voices of the surrounding discussion. Gradually, the drawings were made and the rules of the Hidden Sword Conference were understood. It turned out that the Hidden Sword Conference's tournament was a ring system. The winner of the first match, the ringmaster, would need to be challenged by players from other clans. The clan that is the ringmaster's side has the right to change. However, after the first substitution, there needs to be an interval of at least 3 bouts before a second substitution can be made. So, I'm just going to change this straight away? Lucian's clueless face was all over the place. What a bull ***** rule. No one was informed beforehand. At the same time, Elder Cold Mountain, who was responsible for informing Lucian and Jiang Yuehan of the rules of the Hidden Sword Conference competition, sat upright in his position. At this moment, a few drops of sweat flowed down above his forehead. The instructions with the rules written on them were clutched tightly in his hand. Cold Mountain, how do I see it? Lu Michuan seems confused, like he doesn't know the rules? Shangwan Yunao frowned and looked sideways towards Cold Mountain. Cold Mountain winced and straightened up quite a bit again, asking awkwardly in return, "Ah, have you? You wouldn't have failed to tell Lu Michuan and Jiang Michuan the rules, would you?" Shangwan Yunao's gaze scrutinized Cold Mountain. "I remember what I told. Lu Michuan is uninhibited. Never follow the rules. No rules. It's normal to change after the first game." Han Shan stiffly spoke. Suddenly his eyes lit up, raising his hand and pointing towards the ring. "Look, Senior Sect Master. Jiang Michuan is going to be in the ring. Obviously they know the rules." Shangwan Yunao looked towards the direction of the ring in disbelief, glancing at Cold Mountain with his afterglow. "You'd better be telling the truth." "Package of." Cold Mountain responded in a small voice, clearly with little to show for it. Ringside, Jiang Yuehan didn't rush onto the stage, but came to Lucian's side. Lucian saw his own mother come over and took the lead. "I didn't know the rules before. Little assassin, you go up first, casually deal with a few rounds, and replace me when you get tired." Hearing this, Jiang Yuehan turned her head to look at Lucian and asked quietly, "What did you just say?" Lucian was stunned. The little assassin this is not heard, so he repeated, "I said you go first, wait for a while and then." Before the words left his mouth, Jiang Yuehan interrupted, "What I'm asking is, above the ring, what did you and Baguio say?" Lucian sensed a hint of something wrong. What's with the little assassin somehow? The attitude seems to have cooled down quite a bit. Lucian vaguely sensed something and told all about what he had just discovered, as well as the conversation with Baguio. Jiang Yuehan's eyebrows unfolded, her complexion instantly easing. "So, you're here to obtain information about the Ice Heart technique, or what?" Lucian asked rhetorically, pretending to be puzzled. "I guess so." Jiang Yuehan let out a petulant grunt and brushed past Lucian as she took a step toward the ring. Lucian looked at Jiang Yuehan's back and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Little bundle of jealousy. No wonder he ran ringside earlier. "There's nothing you can do about it." Jiang Yuehan came to the top of the ring. All the great sects, too, were dumbfounded, only to see, in the direction of Liang Beichen's raid department in the North Realm, a big man with a height of more than 2 meters took the lead and stood up, shouting in a strong voice, "I'll challenge." Lucian followed the sound and was stunned. No? A government official can also participate in the competition? Chapter 117, Crickets in the Back or Discussion of Tactics? The brawny man had a big waist, and his arms were thicker than Jiang Yuehan's waist. He was seen leaping and flying high into the air. In an instant, another loud bang was heard. The big man's entire body slammed down on top of the ring and landed firmly on the ground, beneath a pair of big feet. The lapis lazuli slab cracked with a spiderweb-like crack. Lucian looked dumbfounded. "Take the sunglasses. Raise your hand. Put on the sunglasses, and break the divine pupil in one go." Name, Fong Meng. Sex, male. Age, 30. Mandate of heaven, sacred body of bull and horse. Quality, earth grade, lower. Realm, nourishing spirit realm. 6 orifices. Situation: General Huban of the Northland Army, and the 15th ranked assassin of the Bloodshed Tower. Because of his exaggeratedly long face, he was jokingly called Horseface, with the gag Horseface Yama, on the surface of representing the Northland Army to participate in the hidden sword competition, but in reality, as the vanguard of the Bloodshed Tower, to kill the opponent to collect the blood spirit as a signal. If you see the signal, the Bloodshed Building's legions will immediately open the Bloodshed formation and blockade the venue. Hiss. Lucian sucked in a breath of cool air. A heart immediately hung in the air. But on second thought, the Bloodshed Tower legions outside the field had all fallen asleep. There's also a Hook 8 bloodbath. Thinking about it was a slight relief. The heart that hangs in the air, though, still can't completely fall. After all, it was his own mother who was going to compete with this bull and horse. Lucian shouted toward Jiang Yuehan in the ring. Little assassin. At the same time, Lu Qingxian inquired about Jiang Yuehan and Fong Mang's situation. Both of you, are you ready? Fong Mang moved his muscles and said aloud. Alright, let the horses come over. Instead of responding, Jiang Yuehan looked toward Lucian and blinked in confusion. Lucian made a few quick waves. Jiang Yuehan walked over as if no one was there. At the edge of the ring, Lucian and Jiang Yuehan were one at the bottom and one at the top. Little assassin. That person is an assassin from the Blood Fury House. Sixth trick of the nurturing spirit realm, known as Horse-Faced Yama. Lucian instructed with concern. He's harboring evil intentions. He's here to collect blood vampires. Make sure you're careful. And if you can't, abstain. Jiang Yuehan frowned her eyebrows and said thoughtfully, Horse-Faced Yama? You know him? Lucian's eyes lit up. By the looks of it, Jiang Yuehan should have dealt with this horse-faced Yama in his last life. It would be great if he knew, and knowing the enemy and knowing himself, he might be able to defeat him. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yuehan shook her head. I don't know. Lucian was dumbfounded. I don't know. Then what are you looking for? Pust. Jiang Yuehan suddenly burst out laughing. His face is so long, the gag of horse face. So apt. Lucian froze and looked toward Fong Mang. In the next second, one didn't hold back and laughed out too. Holy, I didn't even notice just now. His face is really long. The two come together in front of the ring and have a laugh and a chat. The great sects, the four legions, and Lu Zhong and the others in the stands were all as quiet as chickens. Liang Beichen watched the battle from the stage and clenched his fists anxiously. Every now and then he looked up at the sky. The sun was about to reach the top of his head. How can a martial arts competition be so tedious? What should we do if we delay the Bloodshed Tower's grand plan? He couldn't stand it any longer and stood up, shouting towards the stands. Crown Prince, when does the match start? If the Huaqing sect doesn't want to fight, just surrender. Why delay everyone's time? This, LV Qingxian hesitated and awkwardly looked at Lu Zhong. She also felt that Lucian and Jiang Yuehan were a bit abrasive, but if Lu Zhong didn't open his mouth, she couldn't say anything. Wait a minute. Something's not right. Lu Zhong raised his hand and said to Lu Qingxian with a grave expression. Good. Lu Qingxian nodded slightly and followed Lu Zhong's gaze to Lucian and Jiang Yuehan. Thinking about it, but I don't know what's wrong. Seeing that there was no response from the stands, Liang Beichen shouted again in the direction of the Huaqing sect. What do you guys mean by the Huaqing sect? Are you still fighting or not? The words fall. Shangwan Yun Ao's body slid downward a few points, hiding his figure behind the taller disciple in front of him. You can't see me. You can't see me. Cold Mountain's gaze moved down along with Shangwan Yun Ao's body, still explaining. Senior brother. The rules I really said. Lu Mijuan and Zhang Mijuan know the rules. On the side, Shinying flipped through the medical books as if it had nothing to do with her. Yin Wudao naturally knew that Liang Beichen was someone from the Bloodshed Tower. He followed suit with anxiety, glancing sideways at Zhongli, but did not dare to show too obvious. Had to force a smile and said, Taishan Elder, look at your two disciples. Is it some? Before the words were finished, Zhongli handed up something. It is? Yin Wudao froze and looked at the elixir in Zhongli's hand, a flash of dismay flashing across his eyes. Easy Dan, are you going to eat it or not? Zhongli yawned and asked in a cloudy voice. Thank you Supreme Elder. I don't eat. Yin Wudao sighed and looked towards Liang Beichen's direction, gently shaking his head, indicating that he could do nothing. Asterisk. When did the people of the Huaqing sect become so retarded? Liang Beichen was furious and sat back on his butt. As soon as he sits down, he meets the gaze of Mighty seeking help from above the ring. Liang Beichen gritted his teeth and closed his eyes to cast the Bloodshed Tower's bloodshed transmission technique. In the next second, Fong Mang's voice immediately rang in his mind. Liang Beichen's voice, go, listen to what they're talking about. Fong Mang nodded and moved closer to Lucian and Jiang Yuehan. At this moment, the patience of the people from the various clans had reached its limit. What's going on here? People from the Huaqing sect, Are they still competing or not? These two are so close they're on the verge of ing kissing. Shocking. A disciple of the Hua Qing sect, actually doing this kind of thing in plain sight. The rites of passage are broken. The rites of passage are broken. Huan San, god damn it. Lucian is actually a disciple of Hua Qing sect, and he even found such a beautiful lady. I should have known that I would also worship Hua Qing sect. Xiao Qinglian, Humi Chuan. I do know someone in Hua Qing sect. Do you want me to ask for you? Huan San's face was awkward. Damn, how did he say his heart out? Feng Daren's face changed again and again. What a familiar scene. Just now Lucian from Hua Qing sect also talked with Baguio. What exactly did he talk with Baguio? On the stands, Lu Qingxian really couldn't hold it in and said to Lu Zhong, Imperial brother, it's been almost a quarter of an hour, and they still haven't finished chatting. Should we remind them? Leave them alone. Lu Zhong waved his hand and said with a light in his eyes, I can see it. Lu Mizhuan and Zhang Mizhuan. They are discussing tactics. Lu Qingxian froze and looked at Lu Zhong in surprise. Discussing tactics? That's right. Look closely. Lu Zhong stood up and raised his hand to point. During the conversation between Lu Mizhuan and Zhang Mizhuan, they glanced towards their opponents from time to time, obviously analyzing their enemies. Lu Qingxian came to a realization. So that's how it is. Lu Mizhuan and Zhang Mizhuan are not bad in strength, yet they still treat every battle with caution. They are worthy of being heavenly pride with heavenly qualifications. Lu Zhong nodded appreciatively. In the future, with the assistance of such a heavenly pride, why would I worry about my great yin not prospering? The two were talking. Fang Mang on top of the ring suddenly shouted in the direction of the stands. I'm reporting them. They're cursing me behind my back. Chapter 118, actually discussing tactics. Couple cooperation. Fang Mang pointed at Jiang Yuehan and Lu Shun. His face flushed red as he shouted in anger. The two of them? They've been cursing me behind my back. It's downright deceptive. As soon as he got closer, he heard Lu Shun and Jiang Yuehan making comments about his looks. The words were all sarcastic and offensive. Okay, if you say you're cursed then you're cursed. Lu Shun smiled in a cloudy manner and waved his hand to signal Jiang Yuehan to make preparations. Jiang Yuehan nodded slightly and rejoined the center of the ring, deliberately pulling away from Fang Mang. Crown Prince, Princess, they both scolded me. Fang Mang looked towards the stands, and the big man of more than 2 meters looked like an aggrieved daughter-in-law at the moment. Royal brother. Lu Qingxian looked at Lu Zhong awkwardly, as if asking, didn't they say that Lu Xun and Jiang Yuehan were discussing tactics? Lu Zhong waved his hand in a cloudy manner, slowly got up, came to the edge of the stands, and said to Fang Mang, General Huban, you must have misheard. Lu Mizhuan and Zhang Mizhuan were discussing tactics. They have no grudges against you, so why would there be a reason to insult you? This statement was made. The various great sects that were just about to debate on this matter were instantly silenced. Lucian looked toward the stands in surprise. How did Lu Zhong see that the little assassin and I were discussing tactics? Yes, he was indeed discussing tactics with Jiang Yuehan. Casually cricketing Fang Mang for a couple of sentences is just a cover-up. In reality, he was relying on intentionally delaying time until the people from the Bloodshed Tower were anxious. Once you are in a hurry, all you can think about is inevitably whether the program will be delayed. It will even be in the back of your mind, over and over again, the likelihood that the plan will continue. In this way, he would be able to use his delusion-breaking divine pupil to further learn about the contents of the Bloodshed Tower's plan. This tactic proved to be extremely effective. Lu Xun and Jiang Yuehan already knew the general appearance of the Bloodshed Tower's plan. In the position of the Northern Border Army, more than 100 elites were all from the Bloodshed Tower, just waiting for Fang Mang to give the order. They would take the first step to cast the Blood Fiend formation and surround the interior of the venue. The members of the Blood Fiend building stationed outside would immediately cast a second Blood Fiend formation to block off the outside. The 2 layers of Bloodbane formation surrounded the entire Hidden Sword conference venue. Being in the Bloodbath formation, other than the Bloodbath building's evil technique of using blood to nourish blood, all other techniques could not be used. Guess? Lucian couldn't figure out why Lu Zhong could tell what they were up to. However, what could be ascertained was that the news that the Blood Fiend house would rebel had already been told to Lu Zhong in advance, and the other party must have taken precautions a long time ago. This time, Fang Mang cannot be angry. Want to argue on the basis of reason, Prince? Just now those 2 people are indeed. Liang Beichen got up violently and interrupted sharply. Alright, regardless of cursing or not, grab the start. Fang Mang had a hard time saying it. He really heard that Lu Xun and Jiang Yuehan were cricketing him, but Liang Beichen had said so he couldn't say anything more. I'm ready. After exchanging glances with Lu Xun, Jiang Yuehan shouted to Lu Qingxian in the stands. LV Qingxuan's eyes lit up with excitement. The tournament begins. Mom, yeah, it's finally starting. Dare to curse me, I will make you pay. Fong Mang stared viciously at Jiang Yuehun. Speaking right hand reached into the left hand sleeve pocket. Watery from the sleeve pocket pulled out a handle of warp block swallow mouth 9-petal copper hammer. Only to see his wrist flipping. The copper hammer flipped rapidly in his hand. And at the mouth of the scripture block swallowing, hidden scriptures emerged and floated into mid-air. Seeing this, Lucian hurriedly put on his sunglasses and observed Fong Mang while picking up the branding wall and said softly, "Be careful, this pusher's hammer is quite alive. After being hit by it, it will be bound by the scriptures, and after being hit by more hammers, it will be unable to move, and even the Dantian true chi can be sealed." As soon as the words on this side were finished, the branding wall hanging on Jiang Yuehun's neck made a sound. It wasn't loud, but loud enough for her to hear. "So it is." Jiang Yuehun nodded slightly and took out the Qingyin sword from her Qian Kuan bag, focusing her attention on Fong Mang's hammer. Lucian's voice sounded again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This person is quite real. His mind has already begun to rehearse his moves. I saw his heart. This kid is ready to raid and feint from your right side, then immediately turn back to pull out your left side. Hearing this, Jiang Yuehun already had a decision in her heart. In her line of sight, Fong Mang used 2 dodges to charge head-on, and then as Lucian said, after 2 breaths, he suddenly appeared on her right side and launched a feint attack. Jiang Yuehun completely trusted Lucian's command. Ignoring the hammer that Fong Mang was about to smash on her, she swung her sword and chopped out a harsh sword wing directly towards her left side. The magic happens. Seeing that the hammer was about to hit Jiang Yuehun's body, Fong Mang suddenly withdrew his hand. Immediately after that, a flash disappeared into thin air. The next second appeared on the left side of Jiang Yuehun, and then, it was unbiased, slamming into the Jiang Empress's chopped sword wind. The sword wind whistled, and together with his hammer, he was blown away under the ring. A muffled thud. Fong Mang's back fell heavily to the ground. He looked confused, his eyes blank. No, what just happened? Still, the whole place was dead quiet. A few moments later, there was a shriek like a mountain of voices. "Elder brother, did you just see that? What happened?" "Fast, too fast." In a breath, General Hubin was sent flying and dropped outside the ring. This person is a secret disciple of the Hua Qing sect, named Jiang Yuehun. Strong, just too strong. This side of Hua Qing's own. Yin Wudao had even stood up and was ready to respond to the call of the Blood Fiend Grand Formation. Instead, it turned out that the person who was seconded was Fong Mang. He had to sit back down again awkwardly. "Elder Yin, I thought you were standing up to cheer." Zhang Li ate the easy Dan on the side and said, "How do you, choo choo choo. Sit down again choo choo choo." Yin Wudao was embarrassed to the extreme in his heart, and had no choice but to shout, "It's too powerful ginger secret transmission." Zhang Li glanced at Yin Wudao. The corner of his mouth hooked into a meaningful smile, and he continued to get high as if no one else was around. Above the bleachers, Lu Qingxian was dumbfounded, and it took a while before she came back to her senses. Congratulations to Jiang Yuehun of the Hua Qing sect, for successfully defending the ring. Lu Zhang was at the side, his eyes flashing with surprise. "Awesome. Too awesome." Jiang Mijuan is clearly one small realm lower than General Hubin, yet he was able to defeat the enemy with a single move. Worthy of being a heavenly pride with heavenly qualifications. At the same age as Lone, he's already a god-rearing realm expert. I don't know if I'll be able to have the same strength as her when I reach the god-rearing realm. When Lu Qingxian heard this, her heart was a bit tart and she deflated her small mouth and said to Lu Zhong, "Imperial brother, may I remind you that Jiang Mijuan is already married?" Lu Zhong froze and laughed brightly. "What are you thinking, Imperial sister? I'm just admiring from the bottom of my heart. Besides, it's not like I have the goodness of grinding mirrors. Even if Kong Michuan didn't get married, that's impossible." Ringside, Lucian walked towards Fong Mang with a deep voice. "Are you alright?" Chapter 119, Super Cow Horse. Yin Wu Dao exposed. Fong Mang was in a trance, and in his disorientation, he saw a figure come before him, and asked if he was alright with concern. "Still, not bad, can't die." Fong Mang pretended to be strong, but in fact, the internal organs are raw pain. A few broken ribs, completely unable to make strength. He never dreamed that the power of a Jiang Yuehun move could be so great. Suddenly, saw a hand reaching toward him. The heart was warmed. Even though I'm a member of the Bloodbath House, but one has to sigh, there are still a lot of good people in this world. With that in mind, he slowly reached out as well, ready to pull the hand to his feet. But the next second, he felt himself being pressed to the ground. A pair of large, merciless hands groped wildly over his body. Doctor, Bone Setter, he's dying. Somebody treat him." Lucian's hand was extremely strong, and he shouted out while exerting all his strength to press down on Fong Mang's chest. By the way, he was still on Fong Mang's body, looking for something. Put. You. Fong Mang didn't even have a chance to open his mouth. And just as the words reached his mouth, they were pressed back hard by Lucian. Not long after, Lucian touched something in Fong Mang's arms, taking it out, as expected. It was a token that could prove Fong Mang's identity as a Bloodshed Tower killer. It was about the same as Yin Wudao's good oldest son, the piece of thousand-faced demon Lord Yin Lin. Bloodbath House was inscribed on one side. On the other side, it is inscribed Super Cowhorse. What the hell kind of name is? Lucian was powerless to spit. Give me my stuff back. Realizing that the token had been taken away, Fong Mang felt bad and suddenly exploded his full potential, rising violently to snatch the token back from Lucian's hand. Lucian was staggered by the suddenness of the shock. Look out! The heart of Jiang Yuehan in the ring tightened. In the next second, he saw the token in Lucian's hand being thrown out. The golden token was thrown high into the air and drew a perfect parabola, flying straight toward the grandstand high above. This token attracted the attention of countless people. The great clans, what the hell is that? Liang Beichen, grass, crap. Jiang Yuehan hit the nail on the head. The little devil did it on purpose. Lucian stabilized his stance while pulling away from Fong Mang, and the golden token was steadily caught by Lu Zhong's outstretched hand. She fixed her eyes and her face sank. Lu Qingxian glanced at the side, and she also immediately lost her color. King of Jinbei, the generals under your command. Why are there people from the Bloodshed Tower? Lu Zhong raised his head violently, his gaze locking onto Liang Beichen's body like a falcon as he angrily questioned. The several experts behind her rose up and stepped forward to protect her side. One of the old men, his breath was already in a fighting stance. As the top void-breaking 7th realm expert of the Great Yin dynasty, he had the strength to crush Liang Beichen's void-breaking 3rd realm. Damn! Liang Beichen gritted his teeth and his gaze flinched towards Lucian. In the next second, he realized that Lucian, who was originally by Fong Mang's side, had long since disappeared. He froze, then looked toward the ring. At some point, Jiang Yuehan also disappeared without a trace. Unbeknownst to them, Lucian and Empress Jiang had already run far away and hid in the shadows to eat melon. Lucian, I bet 5 taels of silver that Liang Beichen is going to be in a hurry. He's not going to pretend anymore. Jiang Yuehan skimmed her mouth, and although she wasn't sure what there was to bet on this kind of thing, she still said, then I'll bet 5 taels as well. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Mr. Lu won the bet. Ho ho ho. Liang Beichen stood up, looking towards Lu Zhong, and laughed indulgently. Lu Zhong, I'm not pretending. I am none other than one of the 12 master envoys of the Bloodshed Tower, lurking in the northern border of Great Yen for 20 years. But what if you know? Today, I, Bloodshed Tower, have made all preparations. All of you shall become my Blood Fury House's blood spirits, elite of the Bloodshed Tower. Listen to my order. Bloodbath formation. Rise. The words fall. Behind them, all of his own soldiers stood up. A split second. The whole place was a mess. The great sects were like enemies. A trace of remorse flashed across Lu Zhong's face. It's been prepared for a long time, but I didn't realize that preparation was still not enough. Even in his dreams, he never thought that the king of the northern realm would be a spy of the Bloodshed Tower. At the same time, in the Hua Qing sect's position, Yin Wudao also stood up in a watery manner, ready to cooperate in the execution of the Blood Fiend Grand Formation. Shangguan Yun Ao, Cold Mountain, and Shan Yin's gazes flickered towards Yin Wudao. The three of them simultaneously looked confused. No, what are you standing up for? Ha ha, I didn't expect it, but I'm also from the Bloodshed Tower. Today, all of you will become my Blood Fiend House's blood spirits. Yin Wudao was determined to win, and as he spoke, he was about to flash away. But the next second, Zhongli pulled out a rope from her arms and directly tied Yin Wudao in place. Yin Wudao was stunned, and after breaking free a few times, he realized that he could not exert any strength at all, and it was as if his dantian had been sealed. He suddenly realized that what was binding him was actually a divine magic treasure, the dragon binding rope that had been lost in the ancient times. The magic treasure had the divine ability of capturing a dragon and binding an immortal. Binding him to an illumination realm was tantamount to killing a chicken with a bull's knife. How did you get this? None of your business? Zhongli yawned and looked at the little cutie with a gaze at Yin Wudao. Yin Wudao was momentarily speechless. Seeing the gradually fierce sight of Shangguan Yun Ao and the others again, he stubbed his toe in embarrassment. Do you believe me when I say I'm joking? Just as the words were finished, Zhongli took over the conversation faintly and said, 49 years ago, the 12 master envoys of the Blood Fiend Tower, Yin Wudao, who was ranked 3rd in the heavenly ranking, infiltrated into the Hua Chang sect, with the task of cooperating with the Dongyang mansion and carrying out the collection of blood vampires. Yin Wudao's face stiffened. You already knew? Shangguan Yun Ao, Cold Mountain, and Shang Yin were also astonished. The Supreme Elder already knew? Why didn't you say so? Yin Wudao completely tore his face off and said viciously, even if you know, so what? It doesn't matter if one of me is missing from the Blood Fiend Grand Formation. You guys will definitely die today. I advise you, release me as soon as possible. For the sake of being fellow disciples for so long, I can still spare your lives. Zhongli ignored it, but raised her hand and pointed towards Liang Beichen's direction. Yin Wudao looked along with the pointing and realized that Liang Beichen's situation was even more awkward than his. Liang Beichen along with his personal guards ran their gong methods, but there were pressingly few responses. The Bloodbath Grand Formation that was cast out was completely off scale, not to mention trapping the venue. Even trapping a sect seating area would be a struggle. Where's the ambush around the venue? What about the thousands of elites out there? Asterisk. Where's the old man? Liang Beichen was dumbfounded, anxiously peering out towards the outside of the venue. Outside, it's as quiet as a chicken. Chapter 120, there's a scare. It was the Sage of Dan who protected us? Lu Zhong stared at Liang Beichen in horror. But the expected scene of the roiling blood color blocking the venue did not happen, although it was not clear where exactly Liang Beichen had gone wrong. But what can be known is that the present moment is the best time to deal with Liang Beichen. A wink. The many experts immediately understood and flew off the high platform, attacking Liang Beichen. Mother her. Where is everyone? Liang Beichen was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, his mouth repeatedly opening and closing, asking the vice general beside him, where are the people? Where are the people outside? Where did the old man go? The adjutant general was sweating profusely. You ask me. Who do I ask? The Imperial Court experts were about to attack. The realm of the Imperial Court's top experts was about to unfold. The vice general was also a resourceful person, exploding into a cloud of blood mist in place and utilizing the blood escape technique to escape without a trace. Asterisk. Liang Beichen cursed and didn't dare to delay any longer, slipping away as he did with the blood escape technique. Immediately afterward, one after another blood mist was seen blossoming from the northern realm side's position. Many of those who fled slowly were trapped in the realm of the Imperial Court's illumination. Seen 7 realm experts. The attitudes of the great sects had also changed from being alarmed and panicked at first, to being calm now. Huansan hid amongst the crowd of the Wanxiang sect, cold sweat pouring from above his forehead. Damn, I'm glad I didn't react just now, or else waste away. The evil plan that the Bloodshed Tower had vomited and spent decades to come into being was so dead in the womb. The venue of the Hidden Sword Assembly was once again calm. The remaining members of the Bloodshed Tower were escorted away by the experts of the Imperial Court. Yin Wudao was no exception. 50 years of lurking and it just became a joke. Lu Zhong stood on top of the high platform and announced in a deep voice, due to the suddenness of the incident, the Hidden Sword Conference has been postponed for 1 day, and tomorrow, the Huacheng sect will guard the ring and reopen the challenge. The great heroes of all the great clans can leave first today, so please raise your spirits and fight again tomorrow. Immediately after the announcement, Lu Zhong rushed to one of the attics within the venue to deliberate with the close friends from the Imperial Court. Lu Qingxian said with a grave expression, Imperial brother, outside the venue, thousands of unconscious Northern Realm soldiers were found. Lu Ningxue said, according to my observation, these people should have taken the drunken heart pill, and the grade of the drunken heart pill is very high, at least above 5 lines. Another expert said, Crown Prince, amongst these thousands of people, there are quite a few who carry the Bloodshed Tower's token on their bodies. Hiss. Lu Zhong sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that Liang Beichen had, indeed, gone through some careful preparations beforehand. If these thousands of people were to unleash the Bloodshed formation outside the venue, the consequences would be unimaginable. Intoxicating pill. Thousands of people. It seems that there is someone high up, who has done us a great favor. Lu Zhong said thoughtfully, could such a quantity of drunkenness pills be the work of the Dan Sage? The Imperial Court expert tentatively asked Lu Zhong. As soon as these words came out, someone immediately chimed in. Yes, looking at the entire Great Yen, only the Dan Sage is capable of refining such a high-grade elixir. No, it can't be Wu Daoling. Lu Zhong waved his hand and denied the statement. After all, before the Hidden Sword Conference, he had already known that the Dan Sage Wu Daoling was the person of the 5th Prince Lu Wenshu. Lu Wenshu couldn't wait to mess up the Hidden Sword Conference, so how could he send Wu Daoling to help? But if it's the Sage of Dan, Wu Daoling, who takes the initiative to help? No, it could also be the Sage of Dan. A moment later, Lu Zhong overturned his earlier denial. It suddenly occurred to her that before the Hidden Sword Conference, Lu Xun had said that he had met Wu Daoling by chance and had obtained Wu Daoling's transmission wall. Perhaps the Dan Sage Wu Daoling, through the hands of Lu Xun, is deliberately sending me a message? On the surface, Wu Danshang is LV Wenshu's man, but in reality, he is bent on thinking about Great Yan and is not used to seeing LV Wenshu's sinister behavior. He was also unwilling to show his face, which is why he used the hand of Lu Michuan of the Huaqing sect. Reasonable. Now that makes sense. Lu Zhong's eyes lit up, and he excitedly patted the armrest of the wooden chair. What's reasonable, royal brother? Lu Qingxian looked at Lu Zhong in puzzlement and asked. The puzzled gazes of Lu Ningxue and the others all looked towards Lu Zhong in unison as well. That's right. Lu Zhong informed the crowd of his deduction in full. So that's how it is. It's the Dan sage who was behind this. Guarding the hidden sword conference, Lu Qingxian suddenly realized, the matter may not be until there is proof. Lu Ningxue said with a gloomy expression, how about, I'll divine a fortune and try to deduce it from the Dan sage's side. Maybe I can look up the truth. Lu Zhong nodded. Good. I'm grateful to Supervisor Lu. Lu Ningxue nodded slightly in response, and then she began to perform the family's secret technique of deduction. Accompanied by the crowd's expectant gazes, Lu Ningxue's body emanated lavender true qi around her. Her fingers kept pinching, and her mouth was still chanting. But the change was steep. Lu Ningxue's figure trembled and violently sprayed out a large mouthful of blood. Superintendent Ryu. Lu Zhong was shocked. A look of worry also appeared on Lu Qingxuan's face. The rest of the experts, on the other hand, were dismayed. I figured it was the Sage of Dan. It's not like it's a Dan saint. The Dan sage resembles the Dan sage, and is not the Dan sage, but resembles the Dan sage. The Sage of Dan is in the Huaqing sect and in the Dongyang prefecture. Dan St. Statue is everywhere. No, it seems as if the heavenly Tao is disrupting my deduction. I'm afraid if we carry on, we'll go off the deep end. Lu Ningxue covered her chest and said breathlessly, it went well when she deduced one of the Dan saints, but when he deduced another Dan sage, he suddenly suffered a backlash. It can only be attributed to the fact that heaven prevents it. So complex, so brain-burning. Lu Qingxuan's eyebrows were slightly knitted. Being confused by Lu Ningxue's words, she simply gave up thinking. Oops, Imperial brother. The messenger wall was given by Lu Mijuan. Let's just find Lu Mijuan and ask him directly. That's exactly what I was thinking. Lu Zhong nodded. When the hidden sword assembly is held tomorrow, let's ask Lu Mizan to come above the stands and ask him for the reason. The other side. Dongyang Prefecture main city. 50 miles away. Liang Beichen knelt on the ground, breathing heavily. It took a while to come back to his senses. Damn it. I'm at the void-breaking third realm, but I was forced to use the blood escape technique as well. Falling alive to the shining scene triple heavens. He pounded his chest, never having been so wronged in his life. An unintentional glance revealed a patch of long-dried blood on the ground not far away. Liang Beichen climbed up and moved closer for a closer look. He even detected from it the breath of his son Liang Mo. Liang Beichen was shocked. My son, Liang Mo, has also been here? For a moment, he was reminded of the old feud, the Hidden Sword Conference. I can't stop it, but Huan San, I will avenge the murder of my son. Chapter 121, Monkey, the main city of Dongyangfu, the outskirts. Lucian was lying on the grass of a slope, his hands resting on the back of his head, looking at the turquoise blue sky. Zhang Yuehan sat with her legs curled up to the side, organizing the various types of snacks she had just bought from the market. Little assassin, do you think I'll be targeted by the Bloodshed Tower? Lucian asked with a sigh as a tinge of worry flashed under his eyes. Just after the words were said, a mouthful of osmanthus cake was fed to his mouth, and Lucian opened his mouth and took a bite, chewing and chewing. Zhang Yuehan smiled with satisfaction before she opened her mouth and replied, fear not, the district Bloodshed Tower can't afford to make any waves yet. Lucian's hanging heart dropped quite a bit when he heard this. Chewy, little assassin. You're, Chewy, so confident? Of course, Zhang Yuehan said, removing the blade of grass from Lucian's forehead and gently patting the dust that had stuck to Lucian's chest. When Lucian saw this, he suddenly thought of something and smiled. Little assassin, do you know what you look like now? Like what? Zhang Yuehan asked back calmly. Like a human wife. Lucian couldn't hide his smile, and when he finished, he inexplicably laughed out loud. Zhang Yuehan frowned her eyebrows and asked back suspiciously, wasn't I originally? Lucian froze, his smile ended abruptly, and he was in a trance for a moment. What's wrong, Manfred? Zhang Yuehan asked with a smile. Nothing. Lucian froze in response. He said, rubbing his temples. Lately I've been thinking about all I did in my past life. Mainly, researching the system store research is a bit obsessive. One set of clothes after another for the little assassin to change into. Subconsciously assuming that you can't be married at your current age and still in a relationship with a young assassin. In truth, it's been married for a long time. In the 10 states of the 3 realms and the Great Yan dynasty, there were plenty of people who had children at the same age. In the beginning, My mother thought that she was not the material for cultivation, and she did not urge herself to get married and have a child before it was too late. But then again, even now that they had joined the sect, the other senior brothers and sisters were all cultivating hard. But I have the system. It's not a hassle to practice, and the extra energy to bring up a child or something isn't too much to ask, is it? Thinking about it, Lucian's gaze became a little wandering, landing on Jiang Yuehan's pretty face from time to time, and then immediately moving away. Wait a little longer. Jiang Yuehan suddenly came up with this sentence. Lucian sniffed and instantly became anxious. What words? What are these words? In your eyes, am I someone who can't wait to ***ku? Slander. You are slandering. Jiang Yuehan froze. The action of picking at the dumplings came to an abrupt end. A touch of redness surfaced above her pretty face. Oh, you mean that? Tomorrow it should be clean. Lucian froze and his gaze fell on the dumplings in Jiang Yuehan's hand. Wait a little longer is talking about picking at the dumplings? In the next second, Lucian's expression was embarrassed to the extreme. You'll look like I'm nasty. Oh, Jiang Yuehan responded casually, picking up the dumplings and handing them to Lucian's mouth. Eat? Lucian took a bite and chewed on it while still trying to say something. I also heard Jiang Yuehan say, there's no one else here. So nasty is nasty. You're nasty, aren't you? She thought that in her mind, but her mouth didn't say it, leaving Lucian with a few thinly veiled faces. You say you the man. Lucian swallowed the dumplings and looked at Jiang Yuehan and said helplessly, even if you have a good-looking body and strong strength, your character is still so good. Really? After he said that, he added, sure it'll be fine tomorrow, huh? Sure. Very sure. Satisfied? Kang Yuehan smiled and asked back, knowing that suddenly praising herself would be for a purpose. Satisfied. I've always been satisfied with my mother. Lucian smiled and moved his body closer to Jiang Yuehan. It was natural for the ginger empress to flatten her legs. The next second, Lucian's head was resting on his thigh. Immediately, he took out the complete Chinese mythology from the system space and quietly watched it. There's a tournament tomorrow, so we can't leave the little assassin alone with the burden. Studying and researching the complete book of myths, he might be able to break through to the god-nurturing realm, boost a wave of strength and be prepared. Jiang Yuehan glanced at the complete book of myths and realized that he couldn't read the contents on it at all. When she was bored, she also took out the treasure book of love and studied it silently. A few moments later, Empress Jiang sensed that the aura on Lucian's body climbed steeply. It had actually broken through to the god-nurturing realm without even realizing it. Congratulations to the host, who has broken through to the one hole of the nurturing spirit realm. Lucian secretly smacked his lips as he listened to the system's voice in his head. Just flipping through the mythology book and actually breaking through? Lucian sensed that something was wrong. It felt like there wasn't any difference between itself and when it was at the Jedan realm. What's so strong about the nurturing spirit realm? What happened to the promised ability to cultivate one's own infallibility? I don't see a window, let alone a door. Thinking about it, Lucian continued to look through it with a suspicious mind. Flipping through the pages, his eyes landed on a figure. On the picture, the man was wearing bright golden armor, wearing a light-reflecting golden crown, with an elfin and handsome appearance, his eyes as bright as stars, his teeth as white as jade, and holding a rui stick in his hand, standing proudly on the top of the mountain, in a mighty manner. Figure also wrote a line of small letters next to the book, Huagua Mountain Water Curtain Cave Monkey King Chi Tian De Shang Sunwukong. The Four Seas Qiankuan, the first demon of all times Chixing, **********. Monkey, Lucian exclaimed in shock, as if a fan had seen his idol. He looked at the Monkey King in the picture, his eyes shining with gold. Jiang Yuehan frowned slightly at the side and glanced at the contents of Lucian's book. It's just a monkey. Why are you so excited? Suddenly, the complete book of myths without the wind. Page after page flew by quickly. Originally, on each page, there was a record of a different demon from each path. At this moment, however, all of them were coincidentally an extra figure. As the pages of the book fluttered, this picture, this painting, came to life and moved. Lucian was gradually getting better, and his divine sense seemed to dive into the book. Look around and be in a mountainous woodland. In front of him was a group of demon kings, and behind them was a curtain of waterfalls. Vaguely above the entrance of the cave behind the waterfall, the three big words Waterfall Cave were written. On the side was a couplet that Lucian was too familiar to be true. Blossom Fruit Mountain Blessed Land. Water Curtain Cave Heaven. What kind of demon is it that dares to come to my mountain of flowers and fruits to cause chaos? Suddenly, a shrill, high-pitched and penetrating voice came from the waterfall cave. Lucian's heart tightened, and he busily said, Monkey misunderstood. I am. Before the words were finished, the mighty Chi Tian De Shang flew out of the waterfall on his somersault clouds and faced the group of demons directly. Phew! Lucian breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like Monkey wasn't punching himself. He was relieved and stood in place adoringly looking at the Monkey King's back for a long time. Chapter 122 Breaking Through the Illuminating Scenery. Unfolding the Realm. Lucian was admiring Sun Desheng's heroic posture. Jiang Yuehan, however, looked at Lucian as if he was asleep, sometimes frowning, sometimes stretching, like some kind of nightmare. She put the Book of Love away and gently rubbed Lucian's temples, but gradually, the Ginger Empress sensed that something was wrong. Nurturing Spirit Realm Second Hole. Nurturing Spirit Realm 3 orifices. 9 orifices? Shining View 1 Heaven? Jiang Yuehan opened her small mouth wide, incredulously looking towards Lucian who was resting on her thigh. A nap and a realm breakthrough to the Illumination Realm? She thought to herself that her own cultivation speed was already 1 in a million. This was still, with the cultivation experience of his previous life, as well as the memorized feats added to it. But the little devil, obviously nothing. No, does he really have nothing? System? Jiang Yuehan tried calling out to the system. Host, what's the order? The system, which hadn't appeared for a long time, sounded a little weary. Little devil, is there a system too? Jiang Yuehan asked the conjecture in his heart. If the little devil also had a system boost, it would all make sense. Maybe. I don't know if you're asking me. You don't know? Jiang Yuehan's eyebrows furrowed. It always felt like this system of his. There was something odd. Very much 12% off. Congratulations to the host. You've received the parenting handbook. This system mission has been completed. Goodbye host. As the system's voice fell, a parenting manual was suddenly in Kong Yuehan's hand. The Yin-Yang heart technique, the erotic love treasures, as well as the Yin-Yang healing pill that had not been used earlier, all appeared at the same time beside Jiang Yuehan. Jiang Yuehan called out to the system again, and the system no longer responded, completely disappearing from his mind. Parenting handbook. Jiang Yuehan glanced at the extra books in his hands and a hopeless smile appeared on his face. The system that has been lying to me, guiding me to be a maiden to the little devil and bear him children. Are you? Jiang Yuehan thought everything through in a flash and glared at Lucian angrily. Ghost didn't know about this system, whether it would have anything to do with the little devil. A moment later, she massaged Lucian's head with one hand. The other hand held the parenting handbook and studied it carefully. The mouth murmurs. One should always be attentive to the infants' and toddlers' expressions, sounds, gestures, and emotions in order to understand needs and respond in a timely manner. I don't know how much time has passed. Lucian snapped his eyes open. In his mind, he was still recalling the image of Qi Tian Desheng fighting the Demon King. As the great sage fought, Erlangshan and Neza arrived, was expecting another bad fight. As a result, the three of them worshipped and went to haunt the heavenly court together. The Monkey King had just arrived in heaven, and started to steal the tower for Li Jing. Before Li Jing could react, Neza's demon-slaying sword slashed up. The images are brutal. Awake? Jiang Yuehan looked down at Lucian and asked in a soft voice, am I asleep? Lucian sat up and was about to say something when he glanced at the parenting manual in Jiang Yuehan's hand. Lucian was uncertain. When one thinks that one has not grown up and is still young. I didn't realize that the little assassin was even looking at the parenting handbook. You want, to have kids? Lucian ghostly asked. Jiang Yuehan discovered Huadat and her eyebrows furrowed slightly. Nothing, come on, it's getting dark, go back and rest. Lucian smiled awkwardly and stood up to pat the dust on his body, then reached out to pull Jiang Yuehan up from the ground and cleaned up the weeds on her body again. After packing up their things, the two of them headed towards the main city of the Dongyang mansion. The young couple's site of the age of peace and quiet for most of the day. Dongyang Prefecture City, but killed a blackout. Lu Zhong led the men to behead thousands of people, during which they were met with the remaining party of the Blood Fury Building's resistance. But fortunately, they were suppressed in time and did not lose any soldiers. Yin Wudao took advantage of the lull in the resistance of the remaining members of the Bloodshed Tower, but he took the opportunity to escape. Little assassin, when I guard the ring alone tomorrow, you'll be done watching from below. Walking on the road, Lucian intimately wrapped his arm around Jiang Yuehan's willow waist and said in a serious manner. Jiang Yuehan looked sideways at Lucian, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, and did not say anything more. Lucian bristled. Don't believe me? I have to find a way to show my hand to convince you. As he was speaking, his afterglow suddenly caught a glimpse of a wretched figure. Looking closely, he realized that it was actually Yin Wudao, the elder of Xianfu Peak. Elder Yin? Lucian frowned. Why is he in such a sorry state? Go show your hand. Jiang Yuehan patted Lucian's shoulder and said lightly. Oh. Lucian first froze, then remembered that Yin Wudao, this old Biden, had already been exposed. Yin Wudao is the five heavens of the illuminated landscape. But there are injuries. I'm Shukiai Ichiban. Yes, the advantage is mine. Yin Wudao panted and ran, looking back every now and then. And when he saw that no one was chasing him, his hanging heart was able to fall a little. As long as I leave the Dongyang mansion and enter the mountains, I'll be able to escape. Yin Wudao said and turned around to realize that he was already in the middle of a mountain forest. Looking around, all the trees were sky-high and extraordinarily dense. This is outside the Dongyang mansion? Yin Wudao looked suspicious. Even if this is outside the Dongyang mansion, how is it that the sky was about to get dark just now and then suddenly light up again? It's not right. This is the realm. I broke into someone's realm. Just this realm. Why is it so big? It's so big that it's like another world. The type of realm depends on what is observed during the nourishing God realm. And the size of the realm is determined by the Dantian. Someone who can create such a large realm. Its Dantian is immeasurably large. Yin Wudao couldn't figure out who the other party was, but it was able to affirm that it was by no means an existence that he could provoke. I am Yin Wudao. Dare I ask what great power has manifested itself? Please, mighty one, let me live. I am grateful. If I can escape this, Mr. Yin is willing to work as a cow for a great power. The words fall. Lu Xun, who was hiding behind a tree, lit up. He lowered his voice and said to Jiang Yuehan, who was beside him, little assassin, we can knock off another fortune. Ah, Anan. Jiang Yuehan subconsciously responded. The shock above her pretty face had not dissipated from the moment the realm unfolded. In her last life, she had never seen the realm of Lucian. It was only at this moment after seeing Lucian's realm that she realized with a shock that if the Lucian of her last life had moved to kill her, it would have been absolutely impossible for her to escape. In this side of the realm, it was completely impossible to mobilize true chi, and no matter what realm an expert was in, without exception, they would all become mortal. Just as he was thinking about it, Jiang Yuehan saw Lucian beside him, and the watery spirit operated the 100 faces in 1,000 phases, transforming into an immortal old man. She blinked her beautiful eyes, immediately debunking what she had just thought in her mind. Well, the little devil himself can still call upon his true chi. Chapter 123, Proof of Identity? Oi! Lucian took a big step forward and shouted towards Yin Wudao. Yin Wudao froze and followed the sound, and the moment he saw the immortal Lucian, he directly bent both knees and knelt straight down towards Lucian. Higher man, spare my life. Lucian stroked his beard and asked calmly, do you really honor me? Yin Wudao busily said. 2. Yin Mao most admired. Is you such a powerful high person? If Yin Mao can escape this calamity, we'll certainly give the high person a monument to build a temple, for generations to praise, incense constantly. Personnel. Lucian looked down at Yin Wudao and said bluntly. This old den was so thick-skinned that he was really afraid of chatting for too long and couldn't help but laugh. Personnel? Yin Wudao looked up in dismay, his eyes flashing with stupidity. Personnel costs, Lucian said in a humorless voice. To put it bluntly, it's just taking money. Want money? Good point. Good point. Yin Wudao hastily pulled up his sleeve pocket, and thought that the worldly high people would not eat earthly fire, and therefore said that the monument to build a temple. Did not think that it was just a simple request such as the figure of wealth. It's good to be simple. Soon, Yin Wudao took out all the silver on his body, totaling 3,000 taels of silver bills. In addition to that, there was also an exquisite jade pendant, which could be worth at least a few thousand taels of silver. That's it? Lucian looked at the money Yin Wudao was holding in his hands and frowned impatiently. Higher power. These are all the belongings I have on me, Yin Wudao said apprehensively. However, there is still some money in the Huaqing sect. Why don't you let me go and I'll go get it for you? It's not necessary. Lucian snatched the item in Yin Wudao's hand and slipped it into his sleeve pocket. The corners of Yin Wudao's mouth rose, and just when he thought he had escaped, a thick, black rod swung towards his head. Lucian copied the black iron rod and smashed it towards Yin Wudao's head one after another. Dozens of strikes were made in succession, and it was only after they were sure that Yin Wudao had gulped down his breath that they withdrew their hands. Congratulations to the host, successfully changing Yin Wudao's destiny, brutally killing him, obtaining 2 sets of identification certificates. Demonstrate compliance and legality without any risk. Lucian showed a puzzled look on his face, looking at the 2 second-generation ID cards in his hand. The clueless face became even more clueless. One for him. On the other one, it was written Jiang Yuehan, age 19. ID still starts with 110. This system, I'm afraid it's not messing with me. What the do I need this for? Casually putting the identification away, Lucian returned to Jiang Yuehan's side. This old doggine is at least an elder of the Huaqing sect, but it turns out to be too poor with just this much money. As he spoke, he handed all the money he had scavenged to Jiang Yuehan to be stowed away in his Qiankuan bag. Jiang Yuehan didn't care if it was money or not. At the moment, she just wanted to figure out what was going on with Lucian's realm. As a matter of fact, All the castes of the realm need to consume true qi to sustain them. Moreover, the things in the realm were condensed from true qi. The more refined and delicate it was, the more true qi it consumed. But everything within the little devil's realm, as far as the eye could see, the details were all too real. Every blade of grass and every tree seems like it exists in reality. The most crucial thing was that the little devil's state was cloudy, not at all like he was consuming his true qi. Let's go back to the inn to rest. Lucian smiled and took Jiang Yuehan's hand, taking the initiative to lift the boundary. Jiang Yuehan vaguely glimpsed a few silhouettes, and before he could see them clearly, his eyes suddenly went black, and when his sight gathered again, he had already returned to the outskirts of Dongjiangfu. Little devil, did you see anyone just now? Jiang Yuehan furrowed her eyebrows and asked Lucian suspiciously. What man? Lucian was uncertain. Jiang Yuehan said, it was in your realm that I seem to have seen the presence of others just now. It can't be. Lucian will be skeptical. When releasing the realm just now, the system clearly reminded that nowadays, at the first heavenly level of the illumination realm, one could only bring a maximum of 2 people inside the realm. Moreover, there was a 12-hour cooldown time when the realm was cast. He had brought Jiang Yuehan and Yin Wudao into the realm, and it was impossible for him to bring anyone else. Yes? Jiang Yuehan skimmed his lips. It's hard to believe that I've misread it. Is it possible to see the strange stones in the mountains? As people. Lucian laughed and didn't dwell on this issue much as he held Jiang Yuehan's hand and walked in the direction of the main city of Dongyang Mansion. Maybe. Jiang Yuehan muttered in a small voice. Twisting his head, he looked at the place where Yin Wudao was originally located. The next moment, the heart stuttered. The realm is a scene from the inner mind, mapped to reality, and is ultimately an illusion. After the boundaries are lifted, everything returns to the real world. But how come Yin Wudao's body is gone? Little devil, this realm is really some weird. At the same time, a group of men and women wearing short sleeves and shorts passed by the spot where the two were originally located within the Lucian realm. At the head is a young girl. She holds a small flag in her hand, with a small bee at her waist, and softly shouts, "Welcome to the Huagua Mountain Scenic Spot," which is a national 4A-level scenic spot, with the highest peak being. Ah! A body. There's a body there. Guide. Report. Call the police. Night. Lucian woke up inexplicably in the inn's big bed. The memories of his previous life living in Blue Star became clearer and clearer in his mind. But then there was a feeling, as if I had forgotten something crucial. Especially the memories of his last life as a young child are extraordinarily vague. Hiss. I seem to be forgetting what I experienced in my previous life before I was 4 or 5 years old. I can't remember how I was before I was 4 or 5 years old in this life. Nope. Who the hell remembers as a kid? Lean. I can't believe I almost imploded because of this retarded thing. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Lucian glanced sideways at Jiang Yuehan, who was sleeping sweetly, turned around and wrapped his wife in his arms, and in no time she was asleep again. The other side. Inside the government office of the Dongyang Prefecture, Louis Zhong was resting when suddenly there was a knock on the door of the house. Immediately afterward, Lu Ningxue's voice came from outside the door. It's not good, Crown Prince. Lu Zhong turned around leisurely and sat up to look in the direction of the door. Is Supervisor Lu being outside? What's wrong? Crown Prince, the people we sent out to dispose of the corpses of the assassins of the Bloodshed Tower have all been murdered. Lu Ningxue replied anxiously. Thousands of Bloodshed Tower killers were beheaded during the day yesterday. The bodies are piling up. Lu Zhong sent a team of guards to escort these bodies to the outskirts of Dongjiangfu to be burned. But the group of guards was late in returning, so Lu Ningxue sent someone to find out. As a result, the guards were found dead in the countryside. Moreover, the guards, along with the corpses of those Bloodshed Tower killers, had all the blood drawn from their bodies. Chapter 124, the second strongest person in the 10 states of the 3 realms. Fifth run has no frame. Dawn. Lu Zhong brought a few experts from the imperial court with him, and with the scouts under Lu Ningxue leading the way, he arrived at the location of the incident on the outskirts of the Dongyang Prefecture. The moment he saw a dried-up corpse with only skin left, Lu Zhong's face, instantly, stared at the extreme. The imperial court's void-breaking realm experts saw it at a glance and said in a deep voice, "It's the Blood Fiend House, draining the blood of this group of people." The Blood Fiend House actually didn't even spare the corpses of their own people in order to collect the blood spirit. What a bunch of lunatics. Lu Zhong clenched his fists and looked around. The atmosphere of the suburb was a bit chilly. The Blood Fury Tower's people have come here. Who exactly are they? Lu Ningxue said with a gloomy expression. In the Bloodshed building, the only one who can do all this silently is that one besides the owner of the building. Lu Zhong sank his breath. Blood Fury Tower's #1 ranked assassin, breaking the 8 realms of the void, second only to father within the 3 realms and 10 states. 5th run. 5th gen. Frame? As the Hidden Sword Conference was about to begin, Lucian was called to the stands, and when he heard Lu Zhong say the name Fifth Run, a look of bewilderment appeared on his face. Initiate? On the side, Jiang Yuehan patiently explained to Lu Shun. Fifth is a compound surname. Fifth Ren is an expert of the void-breaking 8th realm, currently ranked 2nd in the 10 states of the 3 realms. He never strikes easily, and only obeys the orders of the Blood Fiend Building Master alone. When Lu Zhong heard this, he said with a smile, Jiang Mijuan, you are really knowledgeable. Jiang Yuehan coldly glanced at Lu Zhong and didn't say anything. Lu Zhong raised his hand awkwardly and eventually touched the teapot, silently pouring himself a cup of tea. Lucian frowned and asked Lu Zhong, in other words, the second-ranked expert, who came to the Dongyang mansion and collected the blood vessel, may still make a move against the Hidden Sword Assembly? Lu Zhong nodded. Yes, extremely. Lucian asked doubtfully. Then, with so many clan experts present, plus the experts from the Imperial Court, can they do a good job against this Fifth Run Wugu? Lu Zhong said with a grave expression. If Fifth Run has any secret techniques in his possession and uses underhanded tricks behind his back, all of us combined may not be his match. Lucian pursued. And what if he doesn't make a dirty trick? Lu Zhong sighed. That also depends on the situation. The chance of winning is not that great. The land's sinker went numb. It's not like you can't beat it. What's with the situation? If it wasn't for the fact that you're the crown prince, I'd just start cursing. It's not right. Lucian suddenly thought of something and looked up at the white-haired old man behind Lu Zhong. What's wrong? Lu Zhong followed Lucian's gaze and looked back, asking in confusion. This one, isn't he an expert of the void-breaking 7th realm? Lucian asked. With him out there, plus the help of so many experts, you can't beat an 8th realm? The words have just been spoken. Jiang Yuehan then faintly explained. The gap between the 8th realm and the 7th realm is separated by a galaxy, and before the 8th realm, the 7th realm is inferior to a dog. The old face of the void-breaking 7th realm expert turned red and glared at Jiang Yuehan. Lucian was shocked, and hastily sidestepped and protected Jiang Yuehan behind him, smilingly placating. Don't be angry, higher person. My mother is not usually like this. She just married me for a long time. Habit-wise it is inevitable that she will be a bit like me, and loves to tell a bit of the truth. Originally, the high number of the 7th realm of void breaking wasn't that angry, but after hearing Lucian's words, he somewhat wanted to hit someone. Lu Michuan and Jiang Michuan are fastidious, so take care of yourself. Lu Zhong smiled and rounded off the conversation. Lucian smiled and nodded. Yes, extremely. Yes, extremely. Jiang Yuehan whispered in Lucian's ear. I'm talking to you, not him. Use him to take the blame? Lucian looked at Jiang Yuehan and nodded with the same smile. Yes, extremely. Yes, extremely. Ahem. Lu Zhong cleared his throat. So the question now is how we should organize and run the Hidden Sword Conference. Lu Ningxue said from the side. In my opinion, we should improve the security of the Hidden Sword Conference, pay close attention to every move around the Hidden Sword Conference, and do it with high efficiency, high standards, and strict requirements, and organize it as well as possible, so that all the major clans will be satisfied with the Hidden Sword Conference. Lucian looked at Lu Ningxue in surprise. TSK. To say that people can be the head of the Qintian supervisor. Open your mouth for words. Can't. So, you all have a solution. So what's the point of calling me? Returning to his senses, Lucian asked with a frown. Lu Qingxian, who was lying on the table, yawned and said breathlessly, naturally, I'm looking for you to discuss this. After all, what Supervisor Lu is saying is all empty words and platitudes, and if you really want to do it, it's another matter. Lu Ningxue's cheeks flushed and she cleared her throat in embarrassment. Lucian was speechless. Lu Michuan, do you have any good ideas? Lu Zhong asked tentatively. Crown Prince, let me say something that may not be flattering. I'm just a new disciple who has just joined the sect. Even though I'm holding the title of a secret disciple, I'm still a new melon ball. Lucian smiled helplessly. Your imperial court has so many experts, so many capable people. If they can't do anything about it, what can I do? Lu Zhong frowned. But Lu Michuan, doesn't he know the Dan Sage? Lucian frowned as well. How is this still about that old den? Lu Qingxian concurred. Yes, Lu Michuan. Before the Dan Sage asked you to show the imperial brother the transmission bit. And only then did the imperial brother realize that Lu Wenshu was going to rebel. Yesterday, Dan Shang saved all of us again. If it wasn't for Dan Shang stepping in and using the elixir to put down those Blood Fury Tower assassins, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lu Ningxue also nodded and said, that's right, once we let those people release the Blood Fiend formation, I'm afraid that we were going to suffer yesterday. Lucian suddenly realized. It turned out that yesterday's incident with himself and the little assassin, putting down the Bloodshed Tower assassin, had caused them to mistakenly think that it was Wu Dowling who had done it. Good lord. Somehow another credit was registered for that old man. This old dang, who has done all the bad things in his life, is somehow going to go down in history? When we return to Hua Chang's sect, we must knock him hard. Really? This is something I didn't know about. The Dan Sage actually did such a big favor. Lucian was smiling on his lips, but in his heart, he was a mum. Although it was very reluctant, it was good to have this matter on Wu Dowling's head. Save yourself and the little assassin from trouble. When strength is not at the top of the heap, enough to justify taking your little assassin without beef. It's still important to follow through on the go route and try to stay out of the way if you can. But I don't know where the Dan Sage is either. That transmission bit, it's just that I met him on the road a few days ago, and he asked me to pass it on to the Crown Prince. So I did a small favor by lifting my hand. Chapter 125, Little Guy Juice. Your dog is blessed. Lu Michuan has a point. Lu Zhong nodded, and in his heart, he also knew that it was indeed difficult for Lucian to help with this kind of thing. Although Lucian and Jiang Yuehan are heavenly qualifications, but it is not because they are still young and the future is promising. It does not mean that now, Crown Prince, since you know that this 5th run is coming, why don't you just cancel the Hidden Sword Conference and let all the great clans go back to their own homes and look for their own mothers? So that's not a bad way to deal with it. Lucian hesitated for a moment before deciding to remind Lu Zhong of one hand. Even if it's not cancelled, can it be delayed? It's better than a hard fight. As the saying goes, if you can fight, fight. If you can't fight, run. And if you can keep the Green Mountains, you're not afraid of having no firewood to burn. The Hidden Sword Conference is about the glory of my great Yin dynasty, and it's the first Hidden Sword Conference organized by this Crown Prince himself, so it mustn't be given up so easily. Lu Zhong said with a gloomy expression. I'd better think of another way. Lucian was speechless. The people of the Great Yin Imperial Court valued face more than life, so how could there be anything left to say? Let's just say that each has their own pursuits, which they don't understand, but respect. Then, Crown Prince, we will leave first. Lucian slowly got up, and Jiang Yuehan immediately stood up as well. Lu Michuan, Jiang Nichuan, slow down. Lu Zhong nodded slightly. Lucian returned an awkward, yet polite smile and turned to leave with Jiang Yuehan. Walking off the bleachers, Lucian looked back and squeezed his eyes hard. What's the matter? Shedding? Jiang Yuehan's ghostly voice rang out from the side. What I have to give up? Lucian gently scraped Jiang Yuehan's agitated nose and said helplessly, Little assassin, I find that you are, now, very prone to jealousy. Jiang Yuehan hummed petulantly and didn't say anything more. Lucian sighed and continued. I just suddenly had my right eyelid jump a few times. Jiang Yuehan blinked her beautiful eyes. Left eye jumps to wealth. Right eye jumps to disaster? Nope. Lucian shook his head and denied with a firm attitude. Isn't that what the saying goes? Kan Yuehan expressed doubt and recalled it, and didn't seem to remember it wrongly. It's a feudal superstition that the left eye jumps for wealth and the right eye jumps. Lucian said, holding Jiang Yuehan's hand. Let's go. Let's hide first. The big deal about the game is that we will abstain. Our little life is important. Jiang Yuehan followed closely behind Lucian and asked quietly, Didn't you say that right eye jumping is a feudal superstition? Lucian said calmly, I've even said before that being careful is a good thing. Jiang Yuehan was unconvinced. You're being sophomoric. Lucian, then I also said that it's impossible to touch you in this life. Jiang Yuehan was not the least bit vain. That's fine. Lucian smiled awkwardly. Pretend I didn't say that. The sound faded as the young couple bickered and left the stands. Lu Zhong stood on top of the stands, looking at the duo who were moving away, his expression grave to the extreme. If he was not the Crown Prince of Great Yin, perhaps he could also live so easily. There was still half an hour before the Hidden Sword Conference began. Lucian took Jiang Yuehan and hid in a place high enough for his eyes to see and ears to hear. He decided that a temporary hold was in order. System fusion function activated. First, he fused the most useless Golden Dipper horizontal exercise technique and the sun, moon, and starry night technique, which he had already comprehended and had no more value. Congratulations to the host. Fusion Blitz. Acquisition of a divine technique, Vajra Unbreakable. System description, consuming true chi to perform, can be invulnerable to swords and spears, invulnerable to fire and water, and protects oneself from damage by martial arts techniques. Resisting martial arts level depends on the current level of Vajra Unbreakable. After practicing Vajra Unbreakable, it can resist all damage from martial arts techniques in the realm of the creation of the ultimate. Note in small print in the bottom row, after practicing him, you may not be the strongest, but you're definitely the hardest. Wonderful. Lucian's eyes lit up. Although Vajra Unchained looks, again, not like something that should be in this world, and the grade was also a divine product that didn't exist in this world, but it looks extraordinarily awesome. The mere fact that it protects against all harm gives one a full sense of security. The most crucial thing was that after the synthesis of this waste, the Golden Dipper horizontal training technique, there would be no side effects. Moreover, the original Golden Dipper horizontal training technique was only a superior martial art. The sun, moon, and stars merit that was synthesized with it. Although it was an extremely high-grade merit, it was only a passive enlightenment merit, empty of the title of extreme. But in reality, apart from conjugating Dan, it was of little use. Superior fusion extreme, which is bound to be excellent and has a probability of storming. Xiaolu's classmates have as little ingenuity when it comes to integration. Grade of martial arts techniques: inferior, intermediate, superior, superb, divine. Lucian continued to fuse, fusing the middle-rank Tongbei fist with the divine product Samsara fire. Unable to integrate, the land-sinking experiment failed. But it was expected. It seemed that there was no way to fuse feats that didn't belong to this world. Or maybe it was that there was no way for a Gongfu that didn't belong to this world to merge with this world's Gongfu. Lucian didn't rush to continue the fusion, but instead spent 200 years of experience in martial arts feats to deduce the pure Yang Gong all the way to the realm of ultimate creation, and then fused it with the extremely high-quality self-created technique, Qi Tian Fist. Congratulations to the host, he has obtained a superb technique, Extreme Yang Divine Refining Technique. System description: a feat that cannot be released actively, but has a strange effect passively. Passive battle spirit raging. When the host first runs out of Qi and Jinqi, it will instantly restore 10% of its Qi and Jinqi. When the host runs out of Qi and Qi for the second time, 50% of the Qi and Qi will be restored instantly. When the host runs out of Qi and Qi for the third time, 25% of his Qi and Qi will be restored instantly, and so on, until the moment of complete exhaustion of true Qi. Qi. Note in small print at bottom row, Gai Juice. Practice it and your dogs are blessed. Lucian saw this and gave Jiang Yuehan a sideways glance. Jiang Yuehan noticed Lucian's gaze and slightly furrowed her eyebrows as she asked suspiciously, "What are you looking at me like that for?" Lucian said meaningfully, "Little assassin, you are blessed." Jiang Yuehan was uncertain. What's gotten into the little devil again? Blessed. Lucian gently patted Jiang Yuehan's fragrant shoulder, and his divine sense once again entered the system space. Before the fusion, 400 years of experience in martial arts feats were spent on deducing the extreme Yang divine refining technique to the realm of creation. Subsequently, it was prepared to push the Vajra unbreakable to the point of creation, but Lucian used up his experience value for a full 2,875 years before he barely deduced Vajra unbreakable to the peak realm. ****** Bottomless pit. Xiao Lu's student's scalp tingled as he gazed around at the sect disciples entering one after another below. A bold idea suddenly came to mind. How much experience in martial arts feats could be given if we pitted this group of people against each other? The people from these clans, together with the people from the 3 major legions, amounted to tens of thousands at least. Did they give enough experience to deduce the Vajra unbreakable to the realm of creation? Chapter 126, The 72 Changes. All things considered. Lucian's afterglow spotted something, immediately looked over. Not far from the meeting place, there was a large wooded area. There are birds in the forest. And, in the little assassin's Qiankuan bag, there were still some remaining herbs. It wasn't much, not enough for alchemy, but remember that it had croton in it. Meanwhile, the little assassin's Qiankuan pouch still contained the pastries that he hadn't finished eating yesterday. It's possible to get a big wave. Jiang Yuehan saw the corners of Lucian's hooked mouth and the gradually perverted expression on his face as she frowned and asked, "Little devil, what bad idea have you come up with to harm others?" "The idea is there, but at the expense of others?" "No. It should be at the expense of others," Lucian said in a serious tone. "I'm also doing this to improve my strength and guard everyone." "Little assassin, give me the bardo in your dry bag, and the pastries for a moment." Although Jiang Yuehan didn't understand, she did as she was told. "Wait here for a moment. I'll be right back," Lucian said, took the bazho and pastries, and flew down from a high place with a long leap, and disappeared without a trace in the twinkling of an eye. As Jiang Yuehan watched the scene, she secretly swore in her heart that the realm had fallen behind the little devil and that she had to rise up to catch up before she could do so. Not much longer. Lucian came back with 2 huge banana leaves in his hands. With one hand, he raised it high above his head, shielding himself and Jiang Yuehan to the death. No way? Jiang Yuehan's beautiful eyes widened as she sensed something in her heart. Would it be too unethical? If I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Lucian said righteously, not forgetting to remind Jiang Yuehan, let's keep our mouths shut. An air raid is coming. The words have just been spoken. A large flock of flying birds swept over the hidden sword assembly. Snap, splat, snap, splat. It's raining? Grass. It's bird. Holy, That's disgusting. There was much grumbling and wailing in the meeting hall. There was a roof over the stands. Lu Zhong and the others escaped. She and the imperial court crowd looked at the scene in front of them in dismay. Wide-eyed. No one could figure out what the hell was going on. Lu Ningxue said from the side, Crown Prince, this is an auspicious sign. An auspicious sign. Lu Qingxian looked at Lu Ningxue with a confused expression. No, that's a good sign? I've been putting up with you for a long time. You'd better say why. It's called flying fortune. A sign of good luck to come. Lu Ningxue said excitedly. Moreover, bird poop is fertilizer, symbolizing that my great yen, in the coming year, will be bountiful and prosperous. Lu Qingxian was speechless. Count your blessings. Lucian took Jiang Yuehan and hid in a high place, which was also covered by a banana leaf, and was saved from trouble. He looked at what had happened to the people in the venue and apologized profusely. But when he heard the sound of the system's constant prompts, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift up again. Changed the destiny of tens of thousands of people, subjecting them to bird poop attacks and staining their bodies with filth. Although, just a small change, but there's a lot of people. Moreover, the most crucial thing was that those present were all the leaders of the major sects, even the elder sect masters, as well as the most capable war generals of the three major legions. In a word, all are masters. As long as you are a master, the rewards given for changing your destiny are generous. Even if they were just allowed to get dirty, they would still have a heavenly fate value or kung fu martial arts experience. A quarter of an hour later, the air raid is over. Lucian tallied a wave and was satisfied. The value of Providence is a full $30 million. There are also more than 3,000 years of experience in martial arts feats. Earn numbness. Without hesitation, Xiao Lu's classmates slammed their experience in martial arts feats onto Vajra Unbreakable. The last realm, Ascension to the ultimate, took a full 1800 years. The good thing, though, is that it's finally pointing it up. There was still some time before the Hidden Sword Conference, and Lucian continued to fuse. He tried fusing the two secret arts, the Secretary 100 Faces and 1000 Phases and the Psychic Skill. Congratulations to the host. You've acquired the secret art 72 Changes. The 72 Changes of the Earth's Fiends is a technique that transcends the realm of disguise and possesses great magical powers. Without observing, it can directly change what is in the mind of the host, and is no longer limited to the human race. Note in small letters in the bottom row, it's good to be a Beishan tiger and a Yiheilong. Lucian's eyes lit up. Then with a thought, his body transformed into a sparrow and flew onto Jiang Yuehan's shoulder. The little ginger Empress' pretty face was greatly shocked, and her beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Lucian on her shoulder. Don't be afraid, little assassin. It's me. As Lucian spoke, he flew down from Jiang Yuehan's shoulder and changed into her appearance in the twinkling of an eye, scaring Jiang Yuehan again. What kind of kung fu is this? Jiang Yuehan asked incredulously. The 72 Changes. Want to learn it? Take the time to teach you. Lucian smiled and changed back to his original appearance, thinking about how to go about using such a divine skill. But in his mind for a moment, all of them changed into eels and loaches or something like that and drilled into the black hole. Thinking about it, Lucian's cheeks flushed, and he hastily shook his head, shaking all those yellow scraps that shouldn't be there clean. In order to meditate, he continued to study the precious function of system fusion, looking for what rare skill could be fused into the 72 Changes and Vajra Unbreakable. Just as I tried, the system reminded me not to be fused. Immediately after that, another sentence appeared, in order to prevent the host card bug. This system has long been upgraded. The fusion of martial arts techniques can no longer be used as fusion material. Lucian could do nothing about it and expressed his sincerest greetings to the system in his heart. After hesitating for a moment, the complete Chinese mythology and the 360 elements, tried to fuse them. 360 has long been a familiar one. The complete book of myths, on the other hand, was a special tome for the nurturing spirit realm, and having already broken through to the illuminating scenery realm, it was no longer of any use. A few moments later, the system prompted, congratulations to the host, for obtaining all things considered. Introduction to the system, full of dry goods. Note in small print in the bottom row, no wonder the older generation always said that reading was useful. So the books they read taught the real thing. Lucian's eyes widened. All things considered was burned right into the mind like the earlier 360 acts was. However, in the next moment he discovered the Wa point. In the 360 acts, it is recorded what is used in the 3 realms and 10 states. But the top of this all things considered is a bit outrageous. All types of appliance repair, hardware welding, fur care. This thing, you can't use it in the 3 worlds and 10 states. Can you? Where can I find electricity? Lucian was powerless to spit, and could only choose to accept it inexplicably. At this point, Only the Tongbei Fist and the Alchemy Mythical Classic remained to be fused, but the time left for Xiao Lu's classmates was running out. On the stands, Lu Zhong announced aloud that the Hidden Sword Conference had begun. Lu Qingxian also urged Hua Qing sect to go on stage to defend the ring. P.S. 2 more chapters in 10 minutes. Chapter 127, The Valiant Bombardier. I'll challenge. Without waiting for Lu Xun or Jiang Yuehan to get onto the stage, Hu Wansan leaped and came directly to the center of the ring. He looked around, arrogance written all over his face. As a three-bore of the god-nurturing realm, he was the best of the best when looking at the younger generation of all the major sects. Just in these few days, the Wanxiang sect had spared no resources to raise his realm from 1 to 3. In order for him to represent the Wanxiang sect and shine on top of the Hidden Sword Conference. Where's Lu Xun? It can't be that he's being a shrunken head turtle and doesn't dare to fight with me, right? A few moments later, Hu Wansan saw that Lu Xun was slow to show up and stood in the ring with his face facing the sky, letting out a loud laugh. Where are Lu Mizuno and Jiang Mizuno? Hearing Hu Wansan's voice in the ring, Cold Mountain didn't bother to deal with the pickle on his body and looked around to ask Shangguan Yun Ao. Shangguan Yun Ao looked at the 2 empty seats beside him, his face helpless to the extreme. Not to mention Lu Xun and Jiang Yuehan, the Supreme Elder Jiang Li and Elder Shangyin of Spirit Hidden Peak were also nowhere to be seen. In the morning, I heard Shangyin say that he went to shout at the Supreme Elder to get up, and finished the 2 of them together without any news. Cold Mountain showed a difficult look. Senior brother, Lu Mijuan and Zhang Mijuan have not been coming. Will they count us? Before the words are out, Shangguan Yun Ao exclaimed out, "Be careful." As he spoke, he operated his true chi protection, enveloping the entire Hua Qing sect seat area. Immediately afterward, a flock of birds was seen sweeping through the air for a second round of furious bombardment. This time, the great clans and the 3 great legions had learned from their previous lessons. They had been like Shangguan Yun Ao that run true chi to protect the body. Most of them were spared, but Hu Wansan was not so lucky. He was so focused on taunting Lu Xun that he didn't notice the impending danger. Moreover, the mouth that opens wide towards the sky to let loose a wild laugh directly becomes a good container, catching a mouth full of bird poop in an instant. Vom dash. Hu Wansan big mouth spit out clean mouth, and then hastily picking the throat to urge vomiting. The taste in his mouth, however, was slow to dissipate, and his entire face was, literally, uglier than if he had eaten, scratched out. That is, if he had eaten. In the middle of the sky, Xiao Lu, who had transformed into a flying bird and hid amongst the birds, had a smooth expression on his face. Tummy finally stops rising. Get energized. Thinking, he looked down again. Don't tell me, it was a pretty good aim just now. Vomit, vomit, vomit. In the ring, Hu Wansan was still puking, his body staggering and looking like he was about to head towards the stage. Man-san, what are you doing? The Wanxiang sect master panicked and hurriedly reminded Hu Wansan. Don't come down. Honestly stay in the ring. As long as the Hua Qing sect's people don't come, it'll be considered that you've won. Pa, I want some water. Something's wrong. This bird is not right. Hu Wansan's face turned blue as he gouged his throat and said with difficulty to the Wanxiang sect's headmaster. Even if it's not right you have to endure it. For the glory of the clan. The Wanxiang sect's headmaster stood up and clenched his fists to give Hu Wansan a boost. The Wanxiang sect's crowd chimed in. Hu Mijuan, for the sake of the clan's honor, you must hold on. Only Xiao Qinglian looked at Hu Wansan with a look of disgust. Originally, she was already torn between rejecting Hu Wansan's advances. Now that he witnessed the scene of Hu Wansan catching bird in his mouth, it reinforced the idea in his heart. Refuse? It must be refused. If you really become a Taoist couple, kissing or something, vomit. Just thinking about it is starting to turn my stomach. Hua Qing sect, are the players ready? At this time, Lu Qingxian in the stands looked in the direction of the Hua Qing sect and helplessly opened her mouth to ask. Just a moment more. Shangguan Yun Ao stood up, his face embarrassed to the core. As soon as possible, I'll give you one more incense stick of time. If you don't come, it'll be considered that your Hua Qing sect has abstained. After finishing her speech, LV Qingxian turned back to LV Zhong, who was resting with his eyes closed on the chair. She quickly walked over to Lu Zhong's side and lowered her voice to ask, Imperial brother, Lu Mijuan and Zhang Mijuan, they wouldn't have left already, would they? After all, Lu Xun and Jiang Yuehan knew about fifth run. There is no excuse for leaving early in order to save one's life. Only, in doing so, it inevitably seems a bit greedy. I'm afraid that I'm going to disappoint my imperial brother, since he's still so optimistic about them. Lu Zhong slowly opened his eyes and ghostly asked, do you still remember? The last time you saw Lu Mijuan and Jiang Mijuan, what realm were they in? Realm? Lu Qingxian froze and said tentatively, Jiadan realm? When I first saw them, Both of them were indeed at the Jiedan realm. Lu Zhong tapped his fingers on the armrests of the wooden chair and said with a grave expression. Yesterday, Jiang Mizhuan was at the fifth aperture of the God-nurturing realm, while Lu Mizhuan was still at the Jiedan realm. But this morning, when Fang met them, Lu Mizhuan was at the first level of the illumination scene, and Jiang Mizhuan was at the seventh aperture of the God-nurturing realm. What? Lu Qingxuan's pretty face was shocked. She had never observed Lu Xin and Jiang Yuehan's realms before. Now that he heard Lu Zhong say this, he only felt that it was outrageous to the extreme. In one night's time, Jiang Mizhuan's realm had risen by 2 stages, and Lu Mizhuan directly crossed a large realm and went straight to Shining View? They did it all last night. I'm afraid. Lu Qingxuan's pretty face blushed as she ghosted out such a sentence. A flash of dismay surfaced in Lu Zhong's eyes as he looked at his royal sister in shock, and for a moment his head didn't even turn a corner. One of them is an extreme yang body and the other is a Taiyin body. So as long as that performs male and female acts, won't they be able to enhance their strength? Lu Qingxian stammered. The realm has been elevated so quickly. Besides that, how can it be? Hearing these words, the confusion in Lu Zhong's heart gradually dissipated, and he actually felt that Lu Qingxian had a point. Before, he was still wondering, puzzled by the rapid increase in strength of Lu Xin and Jiang Yuehan. It was even suspected that the duo had practiced some kind of evil kung fu. Now that he heard Lu Qingxian say this, the clouds were cleared. Lu Zhong couldn't help but exclaim, these two, their physical strength is really extraordinary. Imperial brother, don't talk about this first. Lu Qingxian was shy to the extreme in her heart and hurriedly changed the topic. The priority is what to do about the Hidden Sword Conference. Lu Mizhuan and Jiang Mizhuan are late in arriving. Lu Zhong frowned, a hint of probing color flashing under his eyes. Do you think that they could have gone to cultivate and not finished yet? Lu Qingxian said helplessly. The Hidden Sword Conference is about to begin. What are they cultivating for? Even if they are cultivating, is there something more important than the Hidden Sword Assembly? Can't they just abort it? The words have just been spoken. To the side drifted Lu Ningxue's ghostly voice. Your Highness does not know. Once that kind of thing starts, it is not said to abort it, and it is easy to forget the time. Chapter 128, Lucian participates. This wave of steady profits will never lose money. Above the stands, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Lu Qingxian opened her mouth, wanting to sharply comment a few words, but she didn't know where to start. Lu Xin and Jiang Yuehan have been married. Not only is the Taoist couple a married couple, to do that kind of thing is not wrong. Although there was no precedent amongst the previous clans, there was no provision in the Great Yen laws that said married couples were not allowed to join the clan. People's two couples are just affectionate, and dual cultivation to enhance the power is not illegal. Other people cannot take them, but it's still so enviable to think. Lu Xin and Jiang Yuehan are the same as the Great Yen royal family. Both are heavenly qualifications even if, but also a Taiyin body and an extreme yang body. Meet early, marry early, and the realm can soar as long as they spend time together. Inside the playbook, don't two people who are so well suited to each other have to go through a lot of hardship to get together? Abominable. Talking books are really all mush. Something to rip off silver. Outlaw it. It must be outlawed. Time passes little by little. An incense stick of time was about to pass. Lu Xin, shrinking turtle, I think you're just too wimpy to compete. Your Highness, it's better to announce the results as soon as possible, so as not to delay everyone's time. Hu Wansan stood on top of the ring and shouted with abandon. The people of the Huaqing sect looked at each other, anxious as ants on a hot pan. Lu Qingxian on the stands, seeing Lu Xin and Jiang Yuehan's delayed appearance, and seeing the sounds of commotion coming from all the major clans, she had no choice but to prepare to announce that the Huaqing sect had abstained from the game. But before she could open her mouth, a sneering voice suddenly came from the entrance of the venue. Hu Wansan, with such a foul mouth, have you eaten too much? The crowd followed the sound and saw Lu Xin and Jiang Yuehan striding towards the ring. Lu Qingxuan's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, Lu Xin and Jiang Yuehan actually came. You! Hu Wansan glared fiercely at Lu Xin. His words were hesitant to come out of his mouth. Damn! There's no way to argue with that. What? No more talking. Is it hard to believe you really ate? Lu Xin pretended to be confused as he took 3 steps to the top of the ring, raised his head toward the stands, and asked, Princess, I'll guard the ring. No problem, right? No problem. Lu Qingxian replied without hesitation. In her opinion, it was the same whoever guarded the ring. Lu Xin and Jiang Yuehan, it was even good that the two could come. At this time, Jiang Yuehan also returned to take his seat in the Huaqing sect. Cold Mountain hurriedly asked, Jiang Mizhuan, what did you and Lu Mizhuan do? Jiang Yuehan wanted to speak, and after a few moments of entanglement, he responded in a salty manner. I got up late in the morning. She really couldn't say anything about the matter of the little devil using the tongling skill to confer with the flying birds and indiscriminately bombard the venue of the Hidden Sword Conference. Originally, the little devil had wanted to use these 2 bombings to make Lu Zhong retract his orders and cancel or postpone the Hidden Sword Conference, who had thought that this prince was indifferent. That said, the bleachers were blocked by a roof, and the bird poop didn't poop on the prince, who naturally didn't care. In the end, the little devil decided to come to the Hidden Sword Conference after some agonizing. Before he came, the little devil seemed to have thought of a way to be able to deal with Fifth Run. Look at the corners of his mouth grinning to the roots of his ears. In the ring, Lucian moved his muscles in a cloudy manner. After carefully analyzing the situation, he realized that he didn't need to be vain at all about that so-called Fifth Run, the second expert of the 10 states and the 3 realms. Next, there are just so many possibilities. The first situation, the 5th Ren did not come. Then we will go on with the Hidden Sword Conference as usual. Win the championship to win rewards. Fight for the glory of the clan. And end on a high note. And at night with the little assassin. Ahem. The second scenario is that the 5th Ren came, and then successfully dealt with the 5th Run, saving the lives of 10,000 people in the field, to obtain a wave of rich to bursting system rewards. And by the way, to win the Tibetan Sword Conference champion, to win the rewards of the Tibetan Sword Conference, to fight for the glory of the clan, and the smooth fall of the knight and the small assassin. In the third case, 5th Run came and failed to take care of 5th Run, and all those present GA. This situation is one of the worst, but one has the Vajra unbreakable in one's possession. With such a divine skill of dying a friend of the road, even if all the people present die out, one can take the opportunity to protect the little assassin in full body when the Imperial Court experts come forward, and then at night with her. Even if there is a 90% chance that nothing will be gained, but that leaves a 10% chance of making a killing. To summarize, coming to the Hidden Sword Conference is a solid deal. Hua Chang Sect Lu's secret transmission. Are you ready? In the stands, Lu Qingxian inquired about Lu Shun. There. Lu Shun nodded slightly and gave an okay gesture. Lu Qingxian frowned. Although he couldn't read it, he probably might have guessed what Lu Shun meant. She turned her head to look at Hu Wansan again and asked, Wanxiang Sect Hu's secret transmission. Are you ready? Wait. Hu Wansan raised his hand, and then whirled to point at Lu Shun, asking in dismay, Your Highness, the opening martial arts session of the Hidden Sword Conference is a competition between all the major clans, disciples within 2 sessions, in order to motivate new disciples into the clan, and to exercise the clan's newborn force. Hu Michuan, what are you trying to say? As Lu Qingxian listened to Hu Wansan's uninformed words, her eyebrows knitted tightly. I want to say, this kid shining scenery realm he's in the same realm as the clan elders. Is it appropriate for him to compete? Hu Wansan opened his mouth incredulously, his tone sounding like he was complaining and complaining. This statement was made. The great sects instantly came into the spirit and observed the Lucian realm. For a moment, the whole room was in an uproar. All the disciples of the sect, including the sect leader and elder, were dumbfounded. That's not right. I noticed yesterday that this Lu Michuan from the Huaqing sect is at the Jiedan realm. Yeah, I've observed it as well. Yesterday the Jiedan realm was complete, and today it's a Shine View? This kid is high on drugs, right? What drug is so strong? I want to get high. I guess. He should have obtained some great chance. What's the point of comparing? Just internalize the Huaqing sect. There was a lot of talk in the various clans. Hu Wansan still looked at Lu Qingxian, hoping that her highness would give him justice. Oi! Hu Wansan! Suddenly, Lu Shin shouted. Hu Wansan immediately followed the sound and looked over. Lu Shin's index fingers and thumbs of both hands were in the shape of, and he raised his hand to gesture toward Hu Wansan. If you're a vegetable, you'll practice more. Uing. Hu Wansan was instantly enraged. I tell you, Laozi is not vegetarian. Really want to fight? Not necessarily. Poof. The words have just been spoken. In full view of everyone, Hu Wansan violently spat out a large mouthful of blood and fell to the ground with a thud. Pissed yourself off? Lu Shin froze. Spin realized something was wrong. A bull-thick hole appeared in Hu Wansan's heart. This grandson, he's letting someone get under his skin. Chapter 129, A War of Words. Before the people in the venue could react, Lu Shin turned around at the speed of light and charged towards Jiang Yuehan like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at Jiang Yuehan's side and looked around vigilantly. Unsurprisingly, that 5th Ren should be here. It's in the neighborhood. Wow. The crowd in the venue reacted with a commotion. Dead. Is Hu Wansan dead? What means did Lu Mijuan of the Huaqing sect use to directly kill Hu Mijuan of the Wanxiang sect in seconds? Murder? The Huaqing sect is killing people. Your Highness must do right by our Wanxiang sect. The Wanxiang sect patriarch stood up and shouted towards LV Qingxian in the stands. There was a hint of sadness in his voice. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The Wanxiang sect's elder disciples rose up and shouted to demand a statement. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Your Highness the Princess. You must be the Lord for our Wanxiang sect. ************************************************ retarded. Lucian sighed helplessly, really unable to spit. A bunch of blind people who can't tell who moved the hand. Let the clan go out of business. Just then, Cold Mountain's worried voice rang out from the side. Lu Michuan, did you really kill Hu Wansan of the Wanxiang sect? Lucian froze and looked back at Cold Mountain. Lean, retards are even around me. Shut up. Fortunately, Shangguan Yun Ao is a person with eyesight. He saw the unusual just now and said in a deep voice. It's not Lumi Drive's hand. There's someone else. No surprise. It should be an expert from Blood Fury House. The Bloodshed Tower still dares to come? Cold Mountain laughed, fiercely stood up and said with a proud face, thousands of people died in the Blood Fury building yesterday. If they come back, what is the difference between them and giving away their heads? Before the words are out, Shangguan Yun Ao interrupted. What if it's that fifth run from the Bloodshed Tower who comes? Hearing this, Cold Mountain silently sat back down and, like Lu Shun, vigilantly surveyed the surroundings. Before participating in the Hidden Sword Conference, all the major clans signed a life and death contract. At this time, Lu Qingxian from the stand spoke. Life and death have their own destinies. We can only blame Hu Wansan for his lack of strength. After she finished speaking to the crowd of the Wanxiang sect, she turned her head toward the direction of the Huaqing sect and asked, Lu Michuan, you've gotten out of the ring. Are you going to switch? Lu Xin was speechless. This Lu Qingxian is also a retard. Wait a minute. Only to see that Lu Zhong came behind LV Qingxian and reached out to press his hand on LV Qingxuan's shoulder. Royal brother? Lu Qingxian looked back, a flash of doubt flashing through her beautiful eyes. I'm afraid there's something odd going on. Lu Zhong spoke in a deep voice and gave the experts of the void-breaking seventh realm a look. The other party nodded slightly in greeting, and in the next second, they flew directly into the air above the Hidden Sword Assembly and cautiously looked around. Just as the experts from all the major clans were at a loss for words, he spoke aloud and asked, but the fifth brother has come? Why do you need to hide your head? Why don't you come out and meet me? The words fall. Everyone was struck by lightning. The Wanxiang sect master sat back on his butt. No. Fifth brother? Isn't it the one who was second in the world? Fifth run? Aside from Fifth Ren, who else has made Ling Xiuzi call him fifth brother? Fifth Ren is actually here. Can't it be that he's here to avenge those Bloodshed Tower killers who died yesterday? It is said that Fifth Ren is already at the void-breaking eighth realm, one step away from ascending to the peeping heaven. I'm afraid that all of us combined are not his opponent. The commotion within the venue was constant, and there were already sect experts quietly slipping away. But now to escape, came to the edge of the venue, but it was like hitting a wall of air, hit a bruise, no matter how can not get out. All of a sudden, the whole place was plunged into an atmosphere of terror. Fifth brother, why are you doing this? The Imperial Court's void-breaking seventh realm expert, Ling Suzi, sensed the boundary and shouted hopelessly. At this moment, he was still unable to find where Fifth Run was. Suddenly, a loud laugh came from the upper air. Brother Ling, goodbye. Ling Shuzi's face was grave, and he immediately raised his head to look towards the direction of the sound, and he saw a positive figure with its back to the sunlight, gazing at him from high up in the sky. Fifth brother, let's spare the people. Ling Shuzi turned towards Fifth Ren's figure and spoke once again. If you have any requests, feel free to open your mouth. I only hope that you can be magnanimous and let the Hidden Sword Conference go on smoothly. I want blood. The blood of those of you present to condense into a blood vampire. Will you oblige me? Fifth Ren asked in a cold voice. Fifth brother, you really know how to joke. You know, my great Yan's crown prince is also here. If you make a move, aren't you afraid that my great Yan's emperor majesty will take revenge on you? Ling Shuzi was not the least bit flustered. Even though his realm was inferior to Fifth Ren, his attitude was still not subdued, and he even threatened in turn. My great Yan emperor, who is an expert of the ninth realm of void breaking, wants to execute you. It's as easy as a slap in the face. Moreover, we already know where your Bloodshed Tower's main building is located. As long as you raise your hand today, I can guarantee you that my great Yan Imperial Court will never send troops to crush your Bloodshed Tower's main building. Oh, you know where my main building is? Fifth Ron was unimpressed and asked back with a cold smile. The main floor of the Bloodbath building had always been a place of seclusion. The great Yan Imperial Court had searched for many years and had not been able to find it. How could it be that he, Ling Suzi, could just say that he would crusade against it? The odds are, that's just Ling Suzi bluffing. Liang Beichen is the northern border commander, can lurk in the northern border of Great Yan for so many years, and still be able to develop and grow in the northern border. It's obvious that the main building of your Bloodshed building is in the northern border. Ling Shuzi said blandly. I admit that we don't know the exact location yet, but as long as we search in the Northern Realm, we will definitely be able to find your Bloodshed Tower's main building. The previous unsuccessful search was just Liang Beichen deliberately concealing it. Now without Liang Beichen's cover, the location of the main building of your Bloodshed building can't be hidden. Moreover, while talking to you, my great Yin Crown Prince has already used the branded sound bit to give orders to the Imperial Court, and at this moment, my Imperial Court's army has already dispatched troops to the northern border. Fifth brother, if you leave now, our Crown Prince will withdraw his troops. Speaking of which, the words fall. Fifth Ron was silent. Only after a long time did he reluctantly open his mouth, a trace of hatred coming out in his voice. Ling Shuzi, you are really still so old-fashioned. Well, I'll go. Let's keep the mountains green, and the water green, and you do well. Fifth Ren's voice faded away. Ling Shuzi sensed Fifth Ren's aura dissipate, and his hanging heart finally fell. He returned to the top of the stands and returned to Lu Zhong's side to resume his orders. Crown Prince, Fifth Ren is gone. Lu Zhong held the branded sound jade in his hand, a relieved expression on his face. You've done a great job. P.S. MMP, in the dark room. I don't know when I'll be able to release it. If you remove the bookshelf, you won't be able to see it. If you've added the bookshelf, you should be able to continue reading it. Chapter 130, these two really have something going on. Ling Shuzi wiped his cold sweat, a slight afterthought in his voice. I was once a fellow disciple of Fifth Ren and tried to gamble, and it seems to have been the right gamble. He knew that Fifth Ren had an almost paranoid loyalty to Bloodshed Tower. I don't know why, but it was clear that the Bloodshed Tower's owner was not as strong as Fifth Ren. But Fifth Ren willingly sold his life to the Bloodshed Tower's owner. If you're stubborn, you can't pull back even 8 oxen. Thus, he guessed that as long as he threatened the Bloodshed Tower's owner, Fifth Ren would likely retreat. Took a gamble. As it turns out, the bet was right. Heavy reward. Lu Zhong gave Ling Shuzi an approving look. 1,000 words were no match for a heavy reward. In her heart, she was incomparably fortunate that she had brought Ling Shuzi with her on this trip. Otherwise the consequences are unimaginable. Lucian watched the whole thing and blinked in confusion. No, just leave? How is it different from what was promised? Isn't it my turn to shine? Gone hey. Zhang Yuehan hid behind Lucian and said faintly. Can't kill another one, can we? Lucian said, looking back at Zhang Yuehan. Caught off guard, he turned his head and his nose brushed past the tip of the other man's. Lucian moved and gently pecked the ginger Empress on her lips. Slap. Cold Mountain raised his hand to cover his eyes. No eyes. Shangwan Yun Ao blankly glanced at Cold Mountain. You can shut up now. Lucian glanced at Shangwan Yun Ao and Cold Mountain. Inexplicably, there is a feeling that the sect leader is very favored Cold Mountain Elder. What is going on? Strange CP has increased again. At this moment, there was no one sadder than the Wanxiang sect's headmaster. Not. Fifth Ren came, got my Wanxiang sect's most proud disciple killed, and then left? What's he here for? Is it a deliberate attempt to pick a fight? The Wanxiang sect master was furious. The Wanxiang sect elder on the side hurriedly said, Sect leader, keep your voice down. All of them were afraid of inviting Fifth Ren again. The Wanxiang sect master hurriedly shut his mouth, looking at Hu Wansan, whose corpse was still cold in the ring, with tears welling up in his eyes. Pour it all out. Exhaust the clan. The pills, the divine weapons, all smashed into Hu Wansan's body alone, only for Hu Wansan to win the Hidden Sword Conference Championship and add glory to the clan. As a result, not long after taking the stage, he died. Still, Fifth Ren was busy and came over to get him killed. Thinking about this, the Wanxiang sect master couldn't help but cry out. Wansan you died so tragically. The elder disciples of the Wanxiang sect all wore sad expressions. Only Xiao Qinglian had a complicated expression. When she thought about it carefully, Hu Wansan was quite miserable. Before dying, he also ate bird poop in the ring, in front of all the clan masters. As Fifth Ren left, the boundary around the venue was lifted. Many of the sect's experts, fearing that Fifth Ren would kill back, sneaked out of the venue. The most crucial thing was that the competition had Lucian, a demon of the illumination realm, in it, and they had no motivation to compete any further, than also lose, while staying and possibly dying. But anyone with half a brain knows what to do. However, most of the ones that went were not very large clans. The few clans that ranked high in the 10 states of the 3 realms still remained in the venue with a stiff upper lip. Not that they weren't afraid of death. Rather, they can't let go of their faces. After all, the people of the Imperial Court were still there, and the Crown Prince and Princess people were still there. I'm afraid I'll be slighted by the Imperial Court if I leave like this. It didn't matter that the small clans originally received little in the way of subsidies. The annual subsidy that the big clans received from the imperial court was an astronomical amount, just as the experts of the sects left behind were still in fear. Above the stands, Lu Zhong led the crowd of the imperial court in a heated discussion around whether or not the Hidden Sword Conference should continue, and how to continue it. Your Highness the Crown Prince, Your Highness the Princess, I think that the Hidden Sword Assembly has already achieved a preliminary success, so we can skip the martial arts session next and go straight to the next session. Organizing the current Hidden Sword Assembly, as a small but refined assembly, will not be less successful. The one who spoke was Lu Ningxue, opening her mouth in an official tone. I think that what Supervisor Ryu said is not unreasonable. Lingxiu Zi concurred. The current Hidden Sword Conference happened suddenly, and it's not something we can decide, so for safety's sake, it's better to speed up the progress a bit. Lu Qingxian also said, yes, Imperial brother, in case 5th Ran comes back again. That would be terrible. Good, but it's not good to just skip the bout. We still have to have a bout. Lu Zhong thought about it for a while and spoke faintly. She judged that the great clans no longer had any intention of competing in the tournament, and knowing that they could not defeat Lu Xun, they would all give up. After all, it's one thing not to compare. It's another to lose and be humiliated if you can't. After making the decision, Lu Zhong personally came to the side of the stands, looked down at the experts of the great clans below, and shouted aloud. There were some accidents just now, but things have been properly resolved. Next, the Hidden Sword Conference continues. On the defending side, it's still Lucian Lumichuan of the Huacheng sect. Anyone want a challenge? The words fall. The room was almost silent. There were a few bold ones who wanted to get up, but they were also forcibly pulled back by their sect leader, counting down 10 counts. If there is no one to challenge, then it will be announced that the winner of this year's Hidden Sword Conference competition will be the Huacheng sect. Lu Zhong's eyes scanned the room, and his mouth quickly finished reading out the 10 numbers. The result was, as she expected, no answer. She was, in a way, giving the great sects a step down. By the time the conference was over, the heads of the great sects could say that they were not reacting at the time, not that they couldn't compete. Good. Then I announced that the winning clan is the Huacheng sect. As soon as Lu Zhong's words left his mouth, Lucian immediately stood up and assumed a stance that he was ready to go up and receive the award. Shangguan Yun Ao said indifferently, Lumi Chuan, don't be in a hurry. The rewards will only be awarded after the Hidden Sword Conference is over. Lucian's clueless face was dumbfounded. The end? The match is over. Isn't that the end? What other process is there? Seeing Lucian this puzzled, Shangguan Yun Ao immediately looked towards Cold Mountain. Cold Mountain was shocked, and hastily said to Lucian, Lu's secret transmission. I remember telling you the process before. That. Are you forgetting? Lucian frowned. When was this told? Just yesterday. Cold Mountain squeezed his eyebrows at Lucian one after another. Lu Secret Chuan, you really are a nobleman, aren't you? Oh. Lucian's eyes lit up. Hey. Cold Mountain nodded his head in a hurry. Lucian turned his head to Shangguan Yun Ao and sold Cold Mountain without mercy. You didn't tell. Sect leader. That elder Cold Mountain was bluffing. Shangguan Yun Ao's face showed anger. Cold Mountain. How should you explain? Cold Mountain had a difficult look on his face. Senior sect leader. I probably forgot about it. Shangguan Yun Ao snorted coldly. This will not happen again. Lucian had an expression of eating melon. Tried. Sure enough, there is something wrong with these two. P.S. The little black room is up. No recommendation to hand out. I don't know when it will be released. It could be 3 or 5 days. Or maybe not. But in the meantime, it's ironic that there's no income from Hwa. Updates will continue. Just ask the readers who are still reading to give some gifts so that the humble author can have a mouthful of instant noodles to eat. Chapter 131 Rewards issued for martial arts competition. The Hidden Sword Conference process continued. Lucian looked bored. Now he was cognizant of the Hidden Sword Conference. The so-called bout environment is more like the opening show, the opening dance. After the bout, the rest of the session was extremely boring. The Imperial Court displayed the supreme divine weapons that had been forged over the year. The Imperial Court displayed the new divine pills that had been developed over the year. The Imperial Court displays this year's remarkable political achievements. How many victims have been rescued? How many martial arts practitioners and cultivators have created jobs? How many rebellions have been quelled? How many demonic beasts have been suppressed? And so on and so forth. Lucian looked drowsy. To be exact, he had fallen asleep resting on Jiang Yuehan's lap. I don't know how long it took, but Empress Ginger's nice voice came into Lucian's ears. Wake up, it's time to receive your prize. Ha! Lucian got up in a daze and looked sleepily at Jiang Yuehan. Little assassin, what did you just say? Claimed the prize. Jiang Yuehan raised her hand and pointed towards the ring. one could only see that the center of the ring was already filled with prizes. And LV Zhong LV Qin Xian and the rest of the imperial court had come to the top of the ring. Shangguan Yun Ao, on the other hand, was walking towards the ring, so fast. Lu Xun yawned and got up, ready to walk towards the ring, but Jiang Yuehan tugged on his arm. Xiao Lu's classmate froze, and then he saw Jiang Yuehan slowly get up, raised his hand and gently wiped the side of his mouth with his sleeve a few times, and said faintly, "All right, go." Lu Xun raised his hand and wiped the corner of his mouth. What the little assassin just wiped? It can't be haram, can it? Without being able to think about it much, Cold Mountain on the side urged, "Lu Michuan, go quickly. Don't let the sect master wait impatiently." Lu Xun glanced at Cold Mountain, and a look of "I know what I'm talking about" appeared on his face. Spinning around, he leapt and flew above the ring in the twinkling of an eye. The look in Lu Mijuan's eyes just now. What does it mean? Cold Mountain was dumbfounded as he looked at Jiang Yuehan and asked, "He thinks that you and the sect leader have a broken sleeve." Jiang Yuehan said bluntly without hiding anything. What? Cold Mountain's entire body was dumbfounded. Jiang Mijuan, how can Lu Mijuan think of me like this? This is slander. This is defamation. Besides, I've already started a family long ago. Kong Michuan, say something. Why do you think he misses me so much? Jiang Yuehan frowned her eyebrows and changed her seat to one slightly farther away from Cold Mountain. Cold Mountain wanted to follow the past, but met Jiang Yuehan's icy gaze. He quickly sat back and muttered with a helpless face, "The sect master and I. Clearly nothing has happened." Above the ring, Shangguan Yun Ao used the Qiankuan bag to stow away the clan's rewards. 888 spirit crystals, dozens of top-grade martial arts techniques, 5 top-grade martial arts techniques, and dozens of bottles of 5-stripe elixirs that were helpful for cultivation. Shangguan Yun Ao took a big step back in satisfaction and replaced Lu Xun. Congratulations, Lu Mijuan, for winning the top spot in the Hidden Sword Conference competition. Lu Zhong looked at Lu Xun with a beaming smile and said. Lu Xun was about to open his mouth to reply when he suddenly felt a chill rise behind him. He followed the direction from which the sensation emanated and looked back to see Jiang Yuehan staring intently at him not far away. A question mark slowly hit the head of Xiao Lu's classmate. Immediately afterward, as if he had thought of something, he took a step towards his side. Immediately, he saw that Jiang Yuehan's gaze became softer, and that coldness clouded over at that moment. Holy, Lu Xun said in his heart, that position just now, misplaced in the little assassin's line of sight, made her mistakenly think that Lu Zhong and I were close and intimate? Lu Mituan? When Lu Zhong saw that Lu Xun was slow to respond and inexplicably took a step to the side, he couldn't help but ask awkwardly, "Oh, you're welcome, it's all I should do." Lu Xun came back to his senses and smiled. The voice traveled throughout the entire venue along with a side, a treasure jade that was capable of amplifying sound. When the great clans heard this, they all hated each other. What kind of talk? What kind of talk is that? Taking the top spot in the tournament is what you're supposed to do? Young man, you can't be so arrogant. Lu Xun, besides being stronger and better looking, what are you? You're still a what? Senior brother. It seems like he also has a Taoist who looks like a heavenly fairy. No, people seem to be married. Then he's nothing but a little stronger. A pretty maiden. And, woo 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 woo. The broken thoughts coming from within the various clans were completely inaudible to Lu Xun, who raised his hand, and he only waited for Lu Zhong to continue the next process. Lu Zhong didn't expect Lu Xun's statement to be so bold and was dumbfounded for a while before finally deciding to skim over the topic and go straight to the awards. Lu Michuan, the individual's reward, is to receive 50 spirit crystals, as well as a newly crafted divine soldier from the imperial court. Mother, there are divine weapons. Do you want them? When Lu Xun heard this, he turned his head towards Jiang Yuehan's direction and asked aloud. The voice was amplified countless times through Baoyu, and Lu Xun's voice echoed over the venue. Mother. In an instant, the jealousy towards Lu Xun from the various clans that were already harboring resentment, especially the younger generation, instantly climbed to the top. When Lu Xun saw Jiang Yuehan shake her head, she immediately turned to Lu Zhong and said, "Crown Prince, can you discount it?" Things like divine soldiers were of little interest to him. Also, the fact that the little assassins don't even want it means it's not a good thing. It might as well be discounted. And when the time comes to go back to the sect, look for Elder Duan Tai to ask to buy one. No matter what. Hua Chang's sect that is also a large sect. Elder Duan Tai's divine soldier cave is still not to be underestimated. Discounting this. It was the first time Lu Zhong had heard this kind of request, so he could not help but feel a bit embarrassed. Lu Michuan, the divine soldier is priceless. It's not something that can be measured in terms of money. Lu Xun waved his hand and said calmly, "It's fine. The big deal is that I'll suffer a bit of a loss and you'll just give me more money." Lu Michuan, how can I let you suffer? Lu Zhong exclaimed. with amplified treasure in the room. She wasn't in a position to put words in her mouth too bluntly. Lucian was the one she wanted to pull in, and was going to be the right-hand man in the future. Since this was the case, it was never okay to let Lucian suffer. Your Royal Highness, you don't have to be too truthful. I don't take money at a loss now. If I stay a little longer, my mother should be jealous. Lucian's words spread through the venue again. Zhang Yuehan's pretty face reddened and quietly muttered, "Nonsense. Since that's the case, I have a few increased seals on my side. Consider it as a discount for Lu Michuan. What do you think?" Lu Zhong said, taking out a few four-square seals from the Qinkuan bag in his sleeve pocket. They were the bronze increased seal, the silver increased seal, and the red gold increased seal and the gold increased seal. These are things handed down from ancient times, not very practical, and nowadays only have collector's value. In Lu Zhong's opinion, discounting silver and spirit crystals was too superficial. Moreover, if you want to reward Lucian with money, you don't have to discount it with rewards. Discounting it with an increased stamp is perfect. Chapter 132, The Bloodstain. Lucian's eyes lit up and he immediately pocketed the 4 increased seals of different colors. That's a good feeling. The black iron rod can be upgraded again. Lu Michuan, is it possible to be satisfied with such a discount? Lu Zhong asked with a smile. Satisfied. All received. Naturally. Lucian replied with a smile and asked again. Crown Prince, is there anything else? If there is nothing, I will go down first. Lu Zhong was stunned. Okay, Lu Michuan, go ahead. Seeing Lucian flying down from the ring with a long stride, Lu Ningxue, who was on the side, silently withdrew the aura on the sound-amplifying precious jade and asked Lu Zhong quietly, Your Highness the Crown Prince, will Lucian's move be a bit out of your league? Lu Zhong waved his hand and said with a smile, No, Lu Michuan is straightforward, with a bold nature and no heart. He is exactly the kind of person who deserves deep friendship. Lu Ningxue froze and immediately smiled. Your Highness the Crown Prince, I also think so. Like Lu Michuan, such a forthright person is the talent that my great yen needs. Lu Zhong didn't say anything. Lu Qingxian rolled her eyes at Lu Ningxue. What? Were you testing my brother by asking that? Lucian returned to his seat and sat down, handing 50 spirit crystals to Zhang Yuehan, who turned her hand and put them away in her Qinkuan bag. Lucian, on the other hand, no longer cared about the spirit crystals, and Water Spirit pulled out the black iron rod from the system space. Earlier, the bronze increased seal given by the little assassin was a birthday gift and didn't bother to use it. Now, the bronze increased seal discounted in Lu Zhong's hand could come in handy. He didn't hesitate to use the bronze increased seal on the black iron rod. Immediately afterward, a dazzling white light was seen flashing through the body of the black iron rod. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the magic weapon, lower grade Izumo stick. Not waiting for the white light to dissipate, then came the silver increased seal stamped on it. Congratulations to the host, who has earned red gold increased seal. Congratulations to the host, gold increased seal. Lucian's hand speed is extremely fast. A few increased seals cover down in succession. The stick in his hand is already a golden light. The dazzling light centered on Lucian and spread out in all directions, covering the entire venue in the blink of an eye. Shaolu students were quick on their feet and pulled out sunglasses for Zhang Yuehan to put on. Spinning around, he pulled out a second pair of sunglasses and put them on himself. As for Elder Cold Mountain on the side, he was already shouting, Eyes, my eyes. Several neighboring sects were the first to suffer. Asterisk. Who's pretending to be so prickly? Damn, who else could it be? It must be the one surnamed Lu from the Huaqing sect. In the ring, Lu Zhong narrowed his eyes and smoothly helped Lu Qingxian beside him to shield his sight. Lu Qingxian asked in confusion, Imperial brother, what's wrong all of a sudden? Lu Ningxue's heart tightened. Could it be that fifth run has killed his way back? No, it's the Lumi Pass. Lu Zhong calmly explained. He's using the increased seal to upgrade his weapon. LV Qingxian was incredulous. A few increased seals, and it was used so hastily? Maybe he is carrying a special treasure. Lu Ningxue's heart tightened. Then she pinched her fingers and counted. For the sake of Great Yan's safety, it's still necessary for me to rule out possible risks. Crown Prince, let me do some math. Lu Zhong looked at Lu Ningxue with a helpless face. I use you to forget about it. Why is it so positive? A moment later, Lu Ningxue's face stiffened. A look of incredulity surfaced in her eyes, and she opened her mouth as if to say, *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** excitedly. How about it, Supervisor Lu? Did you figure out anything? Is there some kind of treasure in Lumichuan? Ah. Lu Ningxue wanted to speak, not knowing where to start. Lu Qingxian really couldn't stand the selling of secrets and asked in an urgent voice. Supervisor Lu, but there's no harm in saying it. Tell me quickly. Lu Ningxue smiled awkwardly. I figured out that Lu Mizhuan's weapon is a wooden stick he picked up casually before. LV Qingxian was dumbfounded. Lu Zhong laughed out loud. Lu Nichuan is indeed forthright. After that, she said to Lu Ningxue with a serious face, Supervisor Lu, in the future, don't doubt Lu Mizhuan anymore. I will put my words here today. If you are doubting Lu Mizhuan, then you are doubting me. As long as you dare to open your mouth, no matter what it is, go and receive the punishment yourself. She is a firm believer in employing the best and doubting the worst. Since he was going to bet on Lu Shen's body, there could be no reason to doubt the other party. Lu Ningxue awkwardly asked, that, if there is anything, in Lu Mizhuan. Lu Zhong interrupted, there are no ifs, didn't you hear what I just said? Yes. Lu Ningxue hurriedly responded and raised her hand to wipe away a cold sweat. After so many years of kissing ass, it's clear that you've become very skilled at it. So how can you still kiss a horse's hoof? What if, say, the future counted and Lu Shen made some missteps? In case he's going to be possessed, he can't tell the crown prince? Nope. What was I thinking? How could Lu Shen become a demon? Forget it. For the sake of the future, it's better not to count Lu Shen indiscriminately. Even if he found something, he couldn't just touch the crown prince's mold anymore. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the magic weapon top-grade coiled dragon stick. The golden light lasted for a full quarter of an hour before the light gradually dissipated, and a system beep sounded in Lu Shen's head. Xiaolu student slowly took off his sunglasses and looked at the stick in his hand that was carved with a dragon pattern and had two large golden dragons looking forward at both ends. His heart was surprised to the extreme. The top grade looks that good? What if it escalates again? Thinking of this, Lu Shen weighed the stick in his hand and swung it a few times before violently pestling it towards the ground. Bang! Only a crisp thud was heard. Immediately after, the whole place shook. The ground moved. In the ring, Lu Qingxian stumbled and nearly fell to the ground as she asked in an astonished tone. Lu Yizhong hastily held up a hand and alertly surveyed the surroundings. The people from all the major sects also looked towards the four directions. At this point, Xiao Lu, who was quick to put away the coiled dragon stick, stood up and shouted, Mother, be careful. There's an earthquake. The people from the surrounding clans looked towards Lu Shen, and seeing that the ground movement was only for a moment, they laughed up at Lu Shen. Lu Michuan, it's just the ground shaking. Why are you so nervous? That is to say, it seems that the Lu secret rumor is nothing more than that. Listening to the voices of the crowd, Lu Shen sat back with his deep voice. Bunch of retards. If you knew that the earthquake was due to my stick, you'd be scared to death. Maybe, it will even attract people to grab the treasure. Unexpectedly, this coiled dragon stick is so powerful, it seems that it can't be taken out easily in the future, so as not to cause others to be jealous. Zhang Yuehan looked at Lu Shen and lowered his voice. Just now, Shu, wealth doesn't show. Chapter 133, Shady Dealings? Seeing father and mother again. In the evening, the Hidden Sword Conference was finally over. The moment Lu Zhong announced the end, Lu Shen picked up Zhang Yuehan at the first opportunity and flew outside the venue, heading straight to the inn in the main city of Dongyang Prefecture. So monkeyed up? Zhang Yuehan asked as she lay in Lu Shen's arms, blinking her beautiful eyes. It's not. I'm just hungry, Lu Shen hurriedly explained. Zhang Yuehan skimmed her small mouth. I know you're hungry. Lu Shen froze. What are you talking about? I mean, I'm hungry. Zhang Yuehan smiled sweetly. I know. Are you hungry? What do you think I'm talking about? I'm obscene alright. Lu Shen simply stopped being stubborn and muttered in a low voice. See how I'll clean you up later. Zhang Yuehan smiled in disbelief. It's not certain who will clean up who. In the blink of an eye, the two of them approached the main city of the Dongyang mansion, and from a long distance away, they saw that there was something wrong with the sky above the main city of the Dongyang mansion. A reddish red, not like the evening fire clouds, but rather like the color of blood, through the bloody murderous atmosphere. Asterisk. No good. Lu Shen directly hovered in midair. Zhang Yuehan also saw the clues. Her pretty face shocked. Fifth Ran didn't leave, but slaughtered the civilians in Dongyangfu to collect blood vampires. Go! Lu Shen immediately accelerated and flew in the direction of Qingyo town. With Fifth Ren's strength, it wouldn't take long to slaughter the main city of Dongyang province, and as the Hidden Sword Conference lasted for most of the day, I'm afraid that Fifth Ren would still slaughter other cities in the Dongyang prefecture. Although Qingyo town is far away from the main city of Dongyangfu, but also within the boundaries of Dongyangfu, there is also the risk of being in trouble. Lu Shen flew as fast as he could and swept over the Dongyang mansion in a flash, and the sky over the next city was also crimson in color, with the same solemn and terrifying atmosphere. Lu Shen, the venue of the Hidden Sword Conference is not far from the main city of Dongyang Prefecture. Although we can't perceive it, a void-breaking realm expert like Ling Suzi should. Jiang Yuehan's words came to a halt, and a cold and stern color flashed in her beautiful eyes. Hearing this, Lucian suddenly understood something. Yeah, not to mention having an expert like Ling Suzi perceiving it. There were still people from the imperial city remaining in the Dongyang mansion, so if there really was anything, they should have reported to Lu Zhong in the first place. Unsurprisingly, Lu Zhong should be aware of the situation in the Dongyang mansion, but while the Hidden Sword Conference was peaceful, the Dongyang mansion had become a hell on earth. I am afraid that LV Zhong has acquiesced to Fifth Ren's practice. The lives of the people of the Dongyang prefecture were exchanged for the lives of the great clans, as well as several great legions. Within the Hidden Sword Conference, Lucian didn't know whether it was right or wrong for Lu Zhong to do so. Perhaps different positions, different identities, different perspectives on issues, or perhaps, things are not about right or wrong, only positions. All Lucian knew was that his brain was a little messed up right now. He only wanted to return to Green Ox Town as soon as possible to confirm his parents' well-being. A quarter of an hour later, the sky not far away was no longer ruddy, and it's still some distance from the town of Green Ox. Predictably, Greenbrier should still be safe. Mom and Dad should be fine. Jiang Yuehan spoke quietly and soothingly. Well, but go back and check it out. Lu sank his breath and continued to fly as hard as he could. Another close to half an hour passed. Lucian arrived in the sky above Qingyo Town, looked at his own yard, and landed straight down, slamming his feet on the ground and raising a puff of smoke and dust. Lu Daniu, who was drying clothes in the yard, was startled. Asterisk. What the hell is coming down? Gu Mingyue said excitedly. Child father, meteorite iron. What fell from the sky could be meteorite iron. Grab it and go take a look. That thing is worth a fortune. Lu Dinyo's eyes lit up, and he and Gu Mingyue walked towards the direction of the smoke in unison. The maids and underlings also came forward, wanting to join in the fun. Not much longer. As the smoke cleared, Lucian and Jiang Yuehan's figures appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Lu Dinyo was instantly dumbfounded. Gu Mingyue's face stiffened. It seemed that there was some disappointment in the matter of Lucian not being a meteorite iron. It also seemed to be embarrassed that he had guessed wrong. However, she was soon beaming. Her son and daughter-in-law were still happy to be home. Ms. Gu quickly walked a few steps forward, but on her lips, she said, "You child, why did you come back if you didn't stay well in the sect?" Lu Danio asked worriedly from the side. Was he bullied in the sect? Hearing this, a flash of worry flashed under Ms. Gu's eyes as well. No, I just took the top spot in the Hidden Sword Conference, so I went home to take a look while I had time. Lucian saw that his parents were unharmed, and his hanging heart fell. Jiang Yuehan also got down from Lucian's arms and greeted Lu Danio and Gu Mingyue in greeting. Father, mother, hey! Lu Danio nodded and couldn't help but look at Jiang Yuehan one more time. In his heart, he secretly muttered, girls develop just as fast just a few days of not seeing them, and they have grown so tall. It's the son, on the contrary, who hasn't changed much. The Hidden Sword Conference? Gu Mingyue asked in surprise. Lucian smiled, straightened his back and said, yeah, I know, you probably don't believe it, but, before the words are out, Gu Mingyue asked suspiciously, what is that? Lu Dingyo said thoughtfully, it sounds like a treasure fair, exhibiting treasured swords, right? Gu Mingyue was unsure. How does the fair still have any kaiju? What does it mean? No, it's nothing. Lucian smiled awkwardly and pulled Jiang Yuehan's hand towards the house. We're going to go wash up first. Yell at us when you're ready to eat. Gu Mingyue looked at Lucian and Jiang Yuehan's backs, blinked her eyes, looked at Lu Dinyo, and quietly muttered, child's father, there are many tricks on earth. Today this meeting, tomorrow that meeting. Lu Dinyo nodded deeply. Isn't that right? Hilarious. The maids and servants all went their own way to clean up. The young master and young mistress are back, so they have to clean the house well, especially the young couple's room, which hasn't been picked up for a while. Gu Mingyue and Lu Danio then continued to collect the clothes. Suddenly, a flash of red surfaced in the sky. Fifth Ren's figure appeared in the sky above Green Ox Town. Lu Dinyo caught a glimpse of Fifth Ren in his afterglow and angled his neck to look over. Son of a, what the hell is that? Gu Mingyue's eyes narrowed. I don't know, but there's a murderous aura. It's probably coming for us. The words just fell. Lu Dinyo's figure suddenly disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already high in the sky, behind Fifth Ren. Slap. Lu Dinyo raised his hand and pressed it on Fifth Ren's shoulder. Fifth Ren's eyes narrowed as he looked back. District hardened body. Before the words were finished, he suddenly sensed a hint of something wrong. Hardened body realm. No, the body tempering realm. How did it fly up here? Chapter 134, Father and Mother just gone? Fifth Ren's heart trembled. It's not right. Very much 12% off. It's a masterpiece. You, he just opened his mouth. Lu Dinyo then interrupted. There's no need to say anything. I know what you're here for. Fifth run froze. Suddenly a little less confident. What am I here for? Still pretending? Lu Dinyo's eyes narrowed, and he immediately exerted a slight force under his hands. In the next second, Fifth run exploded into a mist of blood. With a wave of Lu Dinyo's hand, the blood dance instantly drifted away and disappeared into the air. I can't stay here any longer. Lu Dinyo returned to Gu Mingyue's side and said in a deep voice. Then we'll just have to go. Gu Mingyue sighed and turned her head and shouted. Son, daughter-in-law, your father and I are going to travel the world. You don't have to worry about us. We're leaving first. After saying that, Gu Mingyue and Lu Dinyo walked shoulder to shoulder in a hurry towards the outside of the mansion. As they walked, the duo muttered. Lu Dinyo, just leave without your son and daughter-in-law? Gu Mingyue, forget it. Bringing them along will put them in danger instead. Besides, children and grandchildren deserve to be blessed. Lu Dinyo, that makes sense. Hurry up and go. Right, where are we going? Gu Mingyue, there's no way to stay in the 3 realms and 10 states. Let's change places. Lu Dinyo, so where to? Gu Mingyue, randomly. Even we don't know where we're going on our own to be safe. Lu Dinyo, makes sense. Worthy of being my mother. The decisions she makes are never wrong. What? Lucian came out of the house and asked with a confused look on his face. No. What did mom and dad just yell? I'm washing my face. I didn't hear you. Young master. Just now madam said that she and master went to travel the world. A maid came out and said to Lucian. What the hell? Lucian's already dumbfounded face became even more dumbfounded. So suddenly? So hasty? What's wrong? Zhang Yuehan walked out and asked curiously. Lucian turned back to Zhang Yuehan and said. Father and mother have gone to travel the world. Zhang Yuehan slowly typed out a question mark. Lucian said. I just had the same expression as you. Zhang Yuehan blinked her beautiful eyes. So, what should we do next? It's good that mom and dad are gone. Fifth Rin is still around here, so we don't have to put them in danger. Lucian said thoughtfully. Let's stay at home for one night, and in a moment, I'll dismiss the servants at home to give them an inventory, so that they can also move out of Donyang Mansion. And as for us, let's go back to Huacheng sect. Wait, your words are, like, in the order of speech. The Ginger Empress frowned slightly and after pondering for a moment, she came to a realization. This little devil. At such a critical time, the first thing that went through his head was actually the night. So subconsciously, off the top of my head, I emphasized the evening's arrangements first. The words after stay at home for a night first are the correct order of words. As for returning to the Huacheng sect, it was probably something for tomorrow. What's wrong with my word order? Lucian asked suspiciously. Not the slightest hint that there was anything wrong with him. It's a little. Never mind. Anyway, I hear you. Zhang Yuehan said helplessly, striding toward the courtyard and shouting aloud. Everyone, please come over for a moment. Lucian looked puzzled and observed Zhang Yuehan. Then, they saw Empress Jiang gather the servants in her home, gave each of them a few spirit crystals and 200 taels of gold each, and after a few more brief explanations, they were told to leave the Donyang mansion and settle down. The group of servants were all dumbfounded. Young lady, we're not leaving. We're stuck with you for life. Yes, young lady, even if we are asked to go to the Mountain of Swords or the Sea of Fire, we will do whatever we want. As he spoke, the servants all knelt down towards Zhang Yuehan, kowtowing one after another. Zhang Yuehan nervously looked at Lu Shun, a strong look of help in her gaze. What's going on here? Why so sudden? Help! Lu Shun rushed forward and said aloud. If you're not going to leave, return the money. The words fall. One by one, the servants got up at the speed of light, and without even taking their luggage, they scrambled towards the outside of the mansion. In the twinkling of an eye, they all ran away without a trace. Zhang Yuehan breathed a sigh of relief and looked adoringly at Lu Shun. It's still you who has the solution. After saying that, she asked curiously, what happened to them just now? One by one, they were so sudden. Too much money for. Lu Shun smiled helplessly, but it doesn't matter. Just give it. The money is in your hands. Use it however you want. So they are. Zhang Yuehan seemed to have some understanding. As far as I could remember, the disciples of the Moon Palace in her previous life had treated her in the same way, with gratitude and devotion. Turns out it was too much money to pay. The Ginger Empress nodded thoughtfully. Before the Moon Palace collected heavenly materials, spirit crystals, and so on and so forth, she stayed useless. All let the following disciples to distribute themselves, take as much as they want. It seems that in order to establish the Moon Palace again in this life, it is still necessary to do it in the same way as before, so that everyone is motivated. But before that, it has to be taken by the little devil. The little devil took the rest, then let the others take the good ones. What about dinner when everyone's gone? Jiang Yuehan suddenly thought of something and looked at Lu Xun with a resigned expression. I'll do it. Lu Xun immediately walked towards the kitchen. Jiang Yuehan nodded, revealing a satisfied smile. That's right. The outskirts of Green Cow Town. A space-time rift slowly closed. In the next second, several falling thunderbolts descended abruptly, stirring up a large cloud of smoke. One could only see an old man in golden robes in the shape of an immortal, as well as an old man in purple robes in the shape of a devil's father, one after the other, walking out of the smoke and dust. Looking at the rift that disappeared into the void, the two shouted in unison, "Grass! Another step too late." Immediately after that, I saw that immortal, his brows tightly wrinkled, with a face of disdain, look at the demon lord, and after opening his mouth, he finally spat out a sentence feebly. Your daughters are really tea. The devil's father likewise raised his hand, and his features were distorted to the point of disgust. Your son, I see. The two old men were both eager to speak. Elegant words were never spoken. In an instant, the two disappeared again. The moment they disappeared, a book of words with yellowed pages, from the 3 realms and 10 states of the earth, fell abruptly to the ground. The title of the book on the cover of the talking book has long since worn away in the passage of time to the point where the writing is unreadable. Suddenly a breeze blows. The pages of the talking book moved with the wind and the pages flipped. What is told above seems to be a poignant love story of a pair of immortals and demons falling in love, but being opposed by their respective clansmen and even suppressed by forceful means. The two of them are eventually separated helplessly. Chapter 135, Gotta Eat. Lu House, Qingyou Town. Lu Xun and Jiang Yuehan's young couple ate their dinner. Little assassin. Eat more so you can have strength later. Lu Xun took the initiative to give Jiang Yuehan a dish and said with a smile, Little devil, you eat more too. I'm afraid you won't have the strength. Jiang Yuehan backhanded Lu Xun with a chopstick of vegetables, her tone carrying a hint of provocation. You. Lu Xun just opened his mouth. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Yuehan chucked another chopstick of leeks into Lu Xun's bowl. Eat some leeks. It's good for your body. Lu Xun was momentarily speechless. No one's home. This little prick. He just stopped pretending, didn't he? Lu Xun was not willing to show weakness. Looking around, he picked up the large bowl with freshly squeezed juice and placed it in front of Jiang Yuehan. Little assassin. Drink more water. Replenish your moisture. I'm afraid you'll have dry skin. Slap. Jiang Yuehan slammed her chopsticks down and glared at Lu Xun with furrowed brows. If you're angry at me again, be careful of giving me my menstrual cycle. If you can't say it, simply zoom in. Lu Xun was shocked and instantly didn't dare to skin it anymore, and quickly said with a sarcastic smile, Little assassin. I'm joking with you. Change your tune. Jiang Yuehan coldly said. Lu Xun smiled. Mother, you're the best mother. That's more like it. Jiang Yuehan hummed petulantly and picked up her chopsticks to continue eating. Just as the young couple is getting on in years, inside the Dongyang mansion, it was already a mess. Senior sect leader. What the hell is going on? Cold Mountain looked at the mountain of corpses and sea of blood within the main city of Dongyang province, and the man was dumbfounded. Who dash? Shangguan Yun Ao exhaled a long breath of turbid air, and his entire body trembled. He had lived for so long that he had long since lived as a human being, and what Lu Xun and Jiang Yuehan could guess, he could guess just as well. It was only now that Lu Zhong had brought people back to the imperial court, and all the great sects had left one after another, and he, Huachang sect, was the sect of Dongyang province. Where else could he go? It seems that this big pile of mess, the imperial court, is all thrown to the Huachang sect to clean up. Sect master brother, you say something, ah? Cold Mountain looked at Shangguan Yun Ao nervously. The group of pro-disciples who accompanied him also had a look of horror on their faces. After a long time, Shangguan Yun Ao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said, The most urgent thing is to find the Supreme Elder first, as well as Elder Shining. The words fall. The disciples immediately searched throughout the main city of Dongyangfu. Master sect leader, Elder Taishang and Elder Shangyin. Nothing will happen, right? Cold Mountain and Shangguan Yun Ao stayed where they were as he asked worriedly. Shangguan Yun Ao sighed and looked up at the full moon in the sky. Little assassin, look at the moon. It's big and full. Lu Xun lay on the bench, wrapped his arms around Jiang Yuehan, and pointed at the sky. Are you sure you're talking about the moon? Jiang Yuehan looked down at Lu Xun's unfaithful hand and said helplessly, Or else. Lu Xun looked up at the full moon in the sky. It's still so white. Jiang Yuehan was speechless. Can't it be that I'm the one who's thinking the wrong way? However, she quickly dismissed the thought. The afterglow caught a glimpse of Lu Xun, who was looking around as if he was stepping on a spot. What are you looking at? Jiang Yuehan asked. Lu Xun said thoughtfully, I see that the wall of our house is quite high, and the concealment is quite good. Let's go into the house. Jiang Yuehan slowly got up and took the lead towards the house. She knew exactly what Lucian was thinking. No wonder there had been no rush to enter the house. So he was exploring the battlefield in advance. How could he be promised such a thing? Next, on to the marvelous camera switch. Not much longer. Inside the bedroom, Jiang Yuehan was the first to lie down on the bed, gently unclothing her clothes. Xiao Lu, the king of strong mouth, was at the moment sitting nervously beside the bed and kept taking deep breaths. What are you afraid of? Come on, I'm all set. Seeing that Han Shan was breathing heavily, Shangguan Yunao raised his hand and gently patted Han Shan's shoulder, urging him to go and look for Zhongli and Shang Yin together. Ah! Suddenly, a scream of agony rang out. Shangguan Yunao and Cold Mountain froze at the same time and hurriedly rushed towards the direction of the sound. Is everything okay? Lucian was above, asking Jiang Yuehan with concern. He saw that Jiang Yuehan had tears in her eyes. It's okay, carry on. Jiang Yuehan slightly frowned her eyebrows and lightly bit her vermilion lips. If you're in pain, just yell out. Don't force it. It'll pass soon. Cold Mountain looked at Zhang Zhou who was crushed under the collapsed house and said aloud. Don't worry master. I'll be fine. Zhang Zhou calmly waved his hand, and with a slight force, he shook all the horizontal wood and rubble off his body and slowly stood up. Cold Mountain, look at you being nervous. Zhang Zhou is at the Jidan realm. How could he be injured in this situation? Shangguan Yunao looked helplessly at Cold Mountain and said, what senior sect master said is true. I just had a momentary heart attack. Cold Mountain smiled a few times, then turned his head to look at Zhang Zhou and asked seriously, what did you just scream? It caused master to think that something big has happened. The house came down so suddenly. I thought it was the 5th gen attacking. Chapter Boat laughed awkwardly, just taken by surprise. Suddenly, in front of Shangguan Yunao and the others, the ground cracked, and a steady stream of water gushed out from the cracked crevices. Cold Mountain froze and subconsciously took a few steps back. Shangguan Yunao calmly explained, don't panic. There is a dark river underneath the Dongyang mansion, and now that the great True Qi has entered, the surface of the ground has cracked, and the water from the dark river naturally flows out. Cold Mountain was surprised. This is the first time I've known that there are dark rivers in the Dongyang province. I didn't realize that under the surface of the Dongyang province, which looks dry and incomparable, there are so many water sources hidden. At this moment, the thoughts in Lucian's mind can be referred to. The duo is also getting better. Can you do it? Shangguan Yunao urged Cold Mountain. The duo was using their true qi to suppress the underground water from spreading out, so as not to flood the main city of Dongjiangfu. The technique that was being performed required the two of them to have the same frequency of true qi, and Sect Master Shangguan was worried that Cold Mountain wouldn't be able to keep up with him. Cold Mountain was running his gongfu and was already holding his face red, but he didn't want to drag his sect leader brother behind him and shouted, I can. Come on. Ah! The two lasted for more than an hour. The cracks in the ground were finally repaired, and the originally raging water finally subsided. Cold Mountain was panting. Shangguan Yunao raised his hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Seeing a disciple running past in front of him, he hurriedly called out to the other party. How is it? Have the Supreme Elder and Elder Shangyin been found yet? The disciple replied in a helpless tone. Back to the sect leader. Haven't found. Yet. Shangguan Yunao looked grave. Cold Mountain exclaimed out in shock. It's hard to believe that Elder Taishang and Elder Shangyin dropped. Jiang Yuehan, well, is it good yet? Xiao Lu's state of exhaustion dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Extreme Yang Divine Refining Techniques Passive Works. Chapter 136, The Calculating Jiangli, Apprentice. Your mother is pregnant. 3 days later, Jiangli and Shangyin of the Dongyang mansion were still missing. Shangguan Yunao, Cold Mountain and others, but they are already exhausted. Looking for people to use all the means. A lifetime of learning. Lucian and Jiang Yuehan were not looking for someone together in the Dongyang mansion. Though, it's hard to practice though, can succeed significantly. With the special heavenly destiny, Jiang Yuehan broke through to the first heaven of the illumination scene. Lucian had also reached the second level of illumination scenery. Another day later, Jiang Yuehan slept for the whole day before finally slowing down a little from his exhaustion. Having just woken up from a nap, she tried to help sit up, but suddenly felt a twinge of something wrong. Looking down, a large hole was cut out of the sheet. Where it had been stained with blood, it was gone. At this point, Lucian happened to enter the house with his meal. Jiang Yuehan pointed at the bedsheets and asked Lucian suspiciously, what's going on here? Oh, I collect. Lucian said calmly, placing the dishes on the tabletop next to the bed. Are you a pervert? Bookmark this. Jiang Yuehan wanted to say something. She was really powerless to spit it out. She tried to stand up but felt like her bones were about to fall apart. What she regretted the most in the other days was taking the yin-yang healing pill given by the system earlier when she felt like she was going to run out of stamina. She had recovered, but she had also recovered Lucian's physical strength at the same time, and the recovery was still 30% more than her. Unsurprisingly, this wave of maneuvering falls into the category of lifting a rock and stoning yourself. Here, eat this first. At this time, Lucian handed an elixir to Zhang Yuehan. What is it? Zhang Yuehan took it before asking. An elixir to restore the body, Lucian said indifferently. Zhang Yuehan was startled and asked warily. You can't, or at least shouldn't, right? Come what may, Lucian said calmly, totally decent and calm as a Buddha. Zhang Yuehan breathed a sigh of relief. It felt like the cold poison on his body, while his body was recovering, seemed to have been completely eradicated. Zhang Yuehan was puzzled. Doesn't it take 79 days? How come it's only been a day since? Is it hard to believe that I'm remembering it wrong? It's 77 times? If it's the second time, that should be enough. She told Lucian about the cold poison. Good thing. Lucian brightened up and said, in this way, there's no need to go to the people of the Bai Chi sect to ask about the ice heart skill. With that, he nodded again and muttered thoughtfully. Sure enough, it is still necessary to test the truth by practice. That afternoon, Lucian and Zhang Yuehan then prepared to leave the house and head back to the Huaqing sect. But before he could finish packing his things, he heard a knock at the door of the mansion. Knock knock. Mom and Dad are back? Zhang Yuehan looked at Lucian and asked. I'll go take a look, Lucian said, walking quickly out of the bedroom. He had just pushed open the door of the house when he saw Zhongli and Shangyin flying over the wall and into the courtyard. Master? Xiaolu's classmates froze and looked at Shangyin again. Elder Shang, what brings you here? I've come to see the two lovebirds, Zhongli said with a smile. How did you know we were home? Lucian asked with a confused look on his face. Zhongli smiled mysteriously and was about to open her mouth to explain. Shangyin jumped in and said, Elder Tai Shan lost her way. I have been looking for her, and inexplicably came to Qingyou town together. 2 days ago, when I passed by your door, I heard you guys in, and was thinking of coming in to take a look at you guys, but I heard that you guys seemed to be busy, so I didn't have the heart to bother. Zhang Yuehan, who had just stepped out of the door of the house and wanted to check the situation, suddenly blushed at the words and turned around to walk into the house again. Zhongli took over the conversation and continued, so we thought that we would have a meal nearby and come back to you, but we never waited until you were done with your work. After she finished speaking, she looked at Lucian and smacked her lips, and then couldn't help but praise. You're a real cowhide. Shangyin laughed awkwardly from the side. Actually, I think that Zhang Mijuan is also quite bullish, Zhongli said with a laugh. A cow that can't be tired. A land that can't be plowed. Cows. All cows. Lucian was speechless and hastily changed the topic. Master, Elder Shang, did you see 5th Ren when you came? 5th Gen? Shangyin frowned, a heart inexplicably hanging in the air. Him, I see, Zhongli said calmly. A few days ago, I saw him flying in the sky and even said hello to him. Saying that, Zhongli pulled out his sleeve pocket and took out a wine pot from it. Here, you guys, this is the wine that the 5th kid sent me, saying that it's from their Bloodshed Towers collection, so that I can taste and savor it. I tasted it, the flavor is average. Do you guys want to drink it? Hearing these words, Shangyin looked at Zhongli with a horrified face. His entire body was dumbfounded, too stunned to speak. Lucian wasn't much better, staring wide-eyed and opening his mouth for a while before asking. Master, you blow awesome, right? Don't look at everyone as blowing great just because you've been blowing great for a few days. Zhongli blankly glanced at Lucian. What do I have to gain by lying to you? Lucian was momentarily speechless. Supreme Elder, you know 5th Run? At this time, Shangyin asked tentatively. Recognize, about 500 years ago, when this kid was still pissing living mud for fun, I knew him, Zhongli said calmly. Back then, I was in the Dongyang prefecture, moonlighting as a fortune teller, and recruiting talent for the Huaqing sect on the side. He came to me for a fortune, and I figured out that his life expectancy was 505 years, which gave the silly boy a lot of joy at the time. Nope. Saying that, Zhongli suddenly thought of something and muttered quietly. 505 years old. She counted on her fingers. Ouch. The boy is dead. Dead? Lucian was startled. Shangyin also looked surprised. The second best expert in the 3 worlds and 10 states is dead? How is that possible? The first expert who could kill 5th Ren, that emperor of Great Yen, had been in seclusion, been dead for a couple days. Zhongli said in a determined tone. Although I can't calculate the cause of his death, he's definitely dead. There's no mistake. Shangyin nodded his head secretly, deeply impressed by the words of Zhongli, the Supreme Elder. Although he didn't know who could have killed 5th Ren, If the calculating Supreme Elder had said so, fifth run was definitely dead. Lu Xun, however, still couldn't believe it and only thought that Jiangli was either high on drugs or drunk on alcohol. The chances of fifth run being dead are less than the chances of even the little assassin being pregnant right now. By the way, apprentice, your mother is pregnant. At this time, Jiangli said to Lu Xun in a serious manner, I gave her a fortune yesterday. She is already pregnant. Pay more attention to her body. Lu Xun's clueless face was all over the place. What the hell? Chapter 137, The Grasshoppers. Lu Xun, Jiang Yuehan, who was hiding inside the house and was eavesdropping on the conversation outside, froze and looked down at her abdomen. I'm pregnant? So suddenly? Outside the house. Lu Xun looked at Jiangli in a serious manner and said solemnly, Master, things can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. Pregnant in just a few days? I thought there was some kind of safe period or something? That's not safe either. What am I kidding you about something like that for? Jiangli frowned and pulled out his sleeve pocket as he spoke. But if you don't want it, I do have a magic treasure here that can. No. Lu Xun quickly waved his hand. I won't bother, Master. If you're here, you're here. A while ago, I was thinking that I had nothing to do with a baby. I didn't expect Eva to come so soon. Hiss. It was quite a coincidence that Mom and Dad left. It's not like there's an elder to help with the kids, so you have to do everything yourself. At this time, Jiangli said with a smile, since that's the case, let's give birth to it. Once a teacher, always a father. A teacher can help you with the child. All the more reason not to. Lu Xun was shocked and quickly refused. What kind of children can Master? An old poisonous monster bring up? The kids she brought up would have to be 1 year old on drugs, 2 years old on alcohol, and 3 years old on all 5 drugs. If I have a boy, when he grows up, he'll come to me with nothing. Oi, Lao Deng, explode some gold coins. Have a girl and run off with yellow hair. Dad, we're in love. If you stop it, we'll never be the same again. Hiss. Just thinking about it makes me feel like my life is over. Never let Jiangli carry it. When the time comes, they will still have to move out of the Moonwatch Pavilion and can't even play with Jiangli. Whatever. Jiangli waved her hand and said in a disinterested manner, if you want me to bring it, I'd still find it too much trouble. That's good. Lu Xun revealed an expression of relief. Elder Shangyin, who hadn't opened his mouth, finally came back to his senses and awkwardly looked at Lu Xun and asked, then, Lu Michuan, are you guys still going back to Huaqing sect? Back? Why not? Lu Xun asked rhetorically. That's fine. Elder Shangyin was secretly relieved. Elder Shang, why do you ask? Lu Xun asked in a confused manner. Could it be that Shangyin didn't want them to return to the Huaqing sect? It can't be. It's not like they made any mistakes in the Huaqing sect. Instead, he has contributed to the society, scratch that, and to the clan, and made a mark. Let's not talk about the distant ones, but a few days ago, he had just won the top spot in the Hidden Sword Conference, making the Huaqing sect the #1 sect. It would not be an exaggeration to say that himself and the little assassin were a credit to the Huaqing sect. Shangyin smiled awkwardly. I wasn't afraid that you guys wouldn't return to the sect. It wasn't like she was worrying unnecessarily. After all, Lu Xun and Jiang Yuehan had not developed according to the sect's cultivation process at all since they entered the sect. The martial arts hall has not been visited. Martial arts are not studied. Gongfu techniques are not learned. And the secret books in the hidden scripture cabinet are not claimed. All day long, stay in the Moonwatch Pavilion, which only joined the clan for how long, directly created a child out. Such a situation had never existed since the establishment of the Huaqing sect. Looking at all the sects in the 10 states of the 3 realms, it was also unheard of. Even the Acacia sect doesn't bring this kind of game. Originally, the sect leader and the great elders were worried that Lu Xun and Jiang Yuehan had delayed their cultivation and wasted their excellent natural talent for nothing. As a result, people have not delayed at all. Their cultivation level is rising, and they are about to catch up with themselves. In this way, the sect had become a binding for Lu Xun and Jiang Yuehan, and for the two of them, whether they joined the sect or not didn't seem to have much of an impact. That was why she was worried that Lu Xun and Jiang Yuehan would have plans to leave the sect. Don't worry, Elder Shang. One day is a member of the Huaqing sect. One life is a member of the Huaqing sect. Lu Xun said righteously, with an extraordinarily firm attitude. Shang Yin's eyes lit up and he nodded heavily. Lu Michuan, with your words, I can put my heart in my stomach. By the way, Elder Shang, our Huaqing sect's secret book, How? Lu Xun was caught off guard and changed the subject, asking with a smile, you know what I mean, right? Lu Michuan is trying to borrow the secret book? Shang Yin faintly said, secret disciples have the highest authority. They can enter and exit the sect's hidden scriptures at will and go through the secret books to learn at will. This point, Lu's secret disciples don't have to worry. It's not so much borrowing. It's just, how do you say it? Lucian smiled. It's the kind of thing you take straight away and probably won't give back. This, Shang-yin hesitated for a moment. Taking it away directly is not impossible. Some of the secret books are extremely difficult to study. And even the elders and even the sect leader are unable to comprehend them. If Lu Mijuan and Zhang Mijuan learn it and are able to teach, what's the harm in taking it away? It wouldn't be a bad thing. That's a relief. Lucian had a smile on his face. Shang-yin also gave a kind smile. In her opinion, what Lucian was talking about must be the kind of secret book that required great enlightenment to delve into. And as such, of course she needed to take it away and study it carefully. But what she didn't know was that Lucian wasn't picky at all, and came to use even inferior martial arts as synthesized material. Watching sect's hidden scriptures, about to face an unprecedented disaster. The day, Lucian took Zhang Yuehan on the carriage to Huaqing sect. Zhang Li and Shang-yin also traveled together. In the car, Zhang Yuehan was surrounded by cushions, with 5 layers under his butt. Lucian also stretched out his arm in front of Zhang Yuehan's body, disguised as a human safety belt, fearing that she would bump into it. It doesn't have to be so. Zhang Yuehan looked at Lucian and sighed. Protect me, Lucian said with a straight face. It's protected. Don't worry. I mean, there's no need to be so protective. Zhang Yuehan shook his head helplessly. She was also at the illumination realm now, and had originally planned to fly back with Lucian, but was unexpectedly met with Lucian's stern refusal. Said she was pregnant and had to be well protected and never do anything dangerous. No matter how she explained, Lucian wouldn't listen. It's even been said that it's still early for the baby to be a fertilized egg. As a result, Lucian was surprised and said, "Little assassin, you still know what a fertilized egg is? Awesome." In the end, Zhang Yuehan was speechless and could only go along with Lucian's arrangement. Shang-yin sat opposite Zhang Yuehan, thinking that the carriage was too slow, and reached out to lift the curtains to look at the scenery outside the car when he was bored. Suddenly, Lucian exclaimed, "Elder Shang." Wait. Shang-yin was taken aback. "What's wrong, Lu Mituan?" Lucian said in a serious manner. "Don't open the curtain. My mother is pregnant and can't be exposed to wind and cold." Lu Michuan. In fact, Zhang Michuan just had a pregnancy. This time, Shang-yin smiled helplessly, and was about to popularize some general medical knowledge to Lucian when he saw Zhang Yuehan gently shaking her head in a gesture. She first froze and secretly nodded. Once she opened Lucian's box of words, I'm afraid that another round of chatter would be inevitable, so it was better to forget about it. This is a view not to be seen. Bored, Shang-yin turned his head to Zhang Li, ready to chat to relieve his boredom. Taishan Elder. In fact, we can go back earlier. Why did you also follow along in the car? Zhang Li laughed. Why? Hitting a child on a rainy day is idle. Lucian frowned. Master wants to beat a child? Beating whose child? Who else in the Huaqing sect has children? Chapter 138. Something's up with these two. The smell of gossip. Zhang Li wanted to say something. In the end, he helplessly waved his hand. Forget it. Master is too lazy to be general with you. The baby's still a follicle and you're so nervous. I'll see what you do later. Humph. Worry about you. After saying that, her body fell down, turning her back to Lucian and sleeping in place. Ha! Shang-yin smiled awkwardly. Got. Now there's no one left to talk to. Brace yourself. Lucian glanced at Zhang Li and Shang-yin. It's not, is it? I'm being mean and you guys aren't even getting out of the car? Do you have to be the light bulb? How am I supposed to stick it to my wife? Xiao Lu student expressed great helplessness, and with an unintentional glance of his afterglow, he saw that Zhang Yuehan was holding a book in her hand. Upon closer inspection, the cover of the book reads in 4 large letters the parenting handbook. Immediately afterward, he used his delusion-breaking divine pupil to take a look, fearing that this parenting manual was some kind of evil book just like the erotica book. The good thing, though, is that the title of the book hasn't changed in any way. Suddenly, Lucian found the Chinese point. The title of the book is not much changed, but this book actually says Wasia Education Publishing House. There's also a suggested retail price, $69. Booer. There's something odd about this any way you look at it. Where did you get this book, little assassin? Lucian's eyes widened as he asked quietly. Zhang Yuehan looked at the book and then at Lucian. The system gave it to him. Lucian's mouth subconsciously opened wide. What the hell? System? The little assassin just watered it down? Isn't there a saying that if the system says it, it might not work? You have a system, little assassin? He spoke again, surprised by the question. Zhang Yuehan opened her mouth calmly. The main hit 101. Truthfully, before there was, now there is no more. Hiss. Lucian sucked in a breath of cool air. It was there before. It's not there now. I'm afraid it's not because there's no gate on the mouth. Give the system say no. However, this also aroused Lucian's curiosity, and he continued to ask, "Your system, what does it do and what are its functions?" Jiang Yuehan's eyebrows knitted slightly, always feeling that Lucian was asking knowingly. "What does my system do? Don't you know? How do I know?" Lucian asked rhetorically. When Jiang Yuehan thought of that system, she got a little angry and rolled her eyes. "The one that tricked me into being a maiden for you." "Ha?" Lucian froze. "There's such a system?" "However, the system that can give the Phantom's Handbook of Raising, and the Parenting Handbook. It's like they're still deliberately grooming the little assassin to be their wife. Isn't this a proper matchmaker system? Supreme Elder, can you understand what Lu Mijuan and Zhang Mijuan are saying?" At this time, Shangyin looked at Zhang Li with a puzzled expression and asked. She was completely unintelligible. What with the Western unity and Northern unity, and listening to the two speak was like guessing a dumb riddle, but there was no chance that the knowledgeable Taishan Elder knew exactly what was going on. Zhang Li lightly hummed and said, "I can't understand, but if these two youngsters can get together, one is not normal, and the other is definitely not normal either." Shangyin smiled awkwardly again. "I didn't realize that the Supreme Elder's grievances were so great. It seemed to be really irritated by her good apprentice. Elder Shang, are you there? Roger, please respond immediately." Suddenly, Elder Duantai's voice resounded within the carriage. Lucian froze. Jiang Yuehan also looked at the sound suspiciously. The gazes of the two of them landed on Elder Shangyin at the same time. "It's my branded soundbite," Shangyin explained and was about to pull out the branded soundbit from his sleeve pocket. Immediately after, Elder Duantai's voice came from the sleeve again. "Big baby, little heart, where the hell have you been? Answer quickly. I'm in a hurry." Shangyin's old face blushed. Lucian's eyes narrowed slightly, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a meaningful smile. Jiang Yuehan's expression remained calm, but in her heart she was already thinking, "There's a situation." Zhang Li even sat up directly and looked at Shangyin with a surprised expression. And Shangyin, at the moment, couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. She hurriedly took out her branded sound bit and injected her true chi to reply. "Let's talk about something. Don't make any noise. There's someone else beside me," Lucian said to Jiang Yuehan in a serious manner. "What Elder Shang means is that no one can talk about anything." Jiang Yuehan nodded. Understood all. Ahem. Shangyin cleared his throat and forced himself to be calm as he said to Branding Yingbai, "Say what you have to say." "Great. I'm glad you're okay. Where is the Supreme Elder? By your side? Where are you guys now? Sect Master and Cold Mountain are going crazy looking for you. They just went back to the Huaqing sect and said that you guys are missing. I was scared in my heart, so I hurriedly sneaked out and contacted you with the branded sound bit. Don't worry, they don't know anything about us. I have no one here. Things are done in secret." Duantai's continuous voice came out from the branded sound bit. Shangyin took a deep breath, with a faint sense of death on his face. "But I have people here. The Supreme Elder." Lu Michuan and Zhang Michuan all heard it. Duantai was shocked. ********, I thought. You said someone was on the street. Shangyin looked around the circle. His eyes swept over Jiang Yuehan, Lucian and Zhang Li's faces in turn, forcing himself to be calm as he continued. "The Supreme Elder and I didn't go missing. We came to Qingyo Town. We met Lu Mizuniang, Zhang Mizuniang, and now we are riding back together in a carriage. You report for us? We estimate that it will take a few days before we can return to the sect. Riding a carriage back will be a bit slow." "A carriage? What are you guys doing in a carriage for good reason?" Duantai asked suspiciously. Shangyin glanced at Jiang Yuehan. When Jiang Yuehan saw this, her heart tightened. However, Shangyin didn't say anything else, but said lightly, "Look at the scenery along the way. Enjoy life, and take a break from your busy schedule." Duantai sighed. "Alright, then I'll truthfully report to the sect leader, but I advise you guys to come back as soon as possible. Something big might happen to the sect." "What's the big deal?" A bad feeling rose in Shangyin's heart. The East Yang province suffered a great calamity, and the people of several cities in the East Yang province, almost all of them died tragically. The few refugees were received into the Huaqing sect. It is highly likely that this matter was done by Fifth Run, and I'm afraid that the Imperial Court has acquiesced. But something this big. Duantai finished his words and didn't say anything more. Shangyin, however, already knew it by heart. In a matter of this magnitude, with the tragic deaths of people from several major cities in the Donyang prefecture, there has to be someone to take the blame. This is a responsibility that the royal court will certainly not take. Naturally, it fell to Donyang province's clan. Huaqing sect here. Lucian and Jiang Yuehan glanced at each other, and their complexions also became grave. Chapter 139, Future Demon Vice Admiral, Moon Palace Trader. A few days later, the carriage finally arrived outside the Huaqing sect. Lucian was the first to get off the bus and extended his hand towards Zhang Yuehan, ready to give him a hand. I don't use. Zhang Yuehan was a bit embarrassed. He is not injured and disabled. According to the Jingjing realm, how to get off a carriage still need to be assisted. Even if you are pregnant. It's only been a few days. The little devil is really making a big deal out of it. Be careful what you wish for, Lucian said faintly, his hand reaching forward again. Zhang Yuehan was still thinking of arguing a few sentences, but suddenly felt the playful gazes from Shang Yin and Zhang Li. There was no choice but to stiffly hold onto Lucian's arm and get out of the carriage. At this time, Zhang Li suddenly opened her mouth and snickered. Little Jiang is very fragile now. Zhang Yuehan's pretty face reddened as she glared at Lucian angrily. Lucian calmly abashed, faintly opened his mouth. Master, for the last 1,000 years, you should also find a Taoist couple. How come you have not been looking for one? It can't be that you can't find one, right? You. Zhang Li widened her beautiful eyes, clenched her back teeth, and 1,000 words turned into a cold snort. Shang Yin revealed an expression that he couldn't help but laugh, but before he could snicker for long, he heard Lucian's voice come. An elder Shang too. So old. Talking about a Taoist couple is still sneaky. Can't you be more open and honest? Shang Yin looked at Lucian incredulously. The heart was aggravated to the core. It's not. I didn't say anything just now. Why did you get hurt too? Xiao Lu, this child has hardened his wings and drifted. He doesn't even put his elders in his eyes anymore. Let's not be general with him. Let's go. Back to the clan. Zhang Li pulled Shang Yin's arm, blankly glanced at Lucian, and went back and forth with Shang Yin out of the carriage. The Supreme Elder has a point. Shang Yin was smiling, and had just gotten some comfort from Zhang Li, when he heard Zhang Li speak again. We have to hurry. Duan Tai. This kid should also be waiting anxiously. Shang Yin's smile faltered, but it didn't dissipate and shifted to Lucian's face. A few people talked and laughed as they picked their way up the stone steps. After half an hour, they finally arrived outside the main gate of the Huaqing sect. Cold Mountain came face to face and hurriedly arrived in front of Zhang Li and Shang Yin, saying in a panic, Shang Elder, you're finally back. Quickly go to the deliberation hall to deliberate. After saying that, he turned around and took a few quick steps, preparing to fly towards the council hall. Shang Yin and Zhang Li followed close behind. Lucian and Zhang Yuehan were just left on top of the Huaqing sect's main hall square. Come on, little assassin. Let's go back to the Moonwatch Pavilion. Lucian assisted Zhang Yuehan's arm and said indifferently, I can walk on my own. Zhang Yuehan looked helplessly at Lucian and said. Lucian supported Zhang Yuehan and walked slowly, saying bitterly, be careful in everything. I've read some novels before. That is to say, talk books, in which pregnant women casually fall down and the child is lost, and also fall sick. You're all. Zhang Yuehan wanted to speak, but was really unable to argue. I really don't know where the little devil read all this nonsense. The made-up words are a real detriment. In the future, we resolutely can't show that kind of stuff to our kids, or we'll easily be like our kid's father and get our brains dumbed down. Lu Michuan, Zhang Nichuan, you're back. As they walked on the road, a figure suddenly ran quickly towards Lucian and Zhang Yuehan. Lucian fixed his eyes and saw that it was Zhang Zhou, so he lowered his guard and greeted. Senior brother Zhang. What a coincidence, to still meet you here. Zhang Zhou said helplessly. Coincidentally what being dragged here as a hard laborer. I've been in this Great Hall Square for some days. If you don't stay properly at the Dandao Peak, what are you doing at the Great Hall Square? Aren't the chores within the sect all done by the outer disciples and miscellaneous disciples? When did it come to the turn of Zhang senior brother, the pro-disciple? Lucian asked suspiciously. Without waiting for Zhang Zhou to reply, he exclaimed as if he had thought of something. Can it be that the Huaqing sect is going bankrupt? Zhang Zhou froze and laughed awkwardly. That's not true. Lu Michuan doesn't know. Donyang province has suffered, and the people have been slaughtered by the people of the Bloodshed Tower. In the entire east of the Donyang prefecture, within the 4 cities, there are less than 1,000 victims left. Now that these people, all of them, have been received into the Huaqing sect, the sect leader is worried that there are spies from the Blood Fiend house among them, so he's temporarily letting the victims live in shacks in the plaza of the main hall. Elder Cold Mountain is solely responsible for this matter, and our personal disciples of the Dandao Peak, the inner disciples, are naturally tasked with watching over it. But when I say guarding, it's more about taking care of these victims. Hey, it's not easy for these people. The more Zhang Zhou said, the heavier his face became, and he recalled the scene of the mountain of corpses and blood that he had witnessed with his own eyes, and there were hidden tears in his eyes. So, Lucian sighed, and his expression became a bit more grave. He looked towards behind Zhang Zhou, and there were indeed quite a few makeshift wooden shacks in the distance. Let's go over there. At this time, Zhang Yuehan said to Lucian, Since he suspected that there were spies from the Bloodshed Tower among the victims, he might as well let the little devil use his delusion-breaking divine pupil to check it out. If there are people from the Bloodshed Tower, then pull them out. If not, then naturally it's better. After making sure that the victims are clean, we can make further arrangements. It's not like staying in the Great Hall Square all the time. Hearing Jiang Yuehan's words, Lucian looked sideways towards her. Between the four eyes, Lucian immediately understood Jiang Yuehan's intention, and after nodding slightly to express his agreement, he turned his head to Zhang Zhou and said, Senior Zhang, can you let us go over to take a look? Well said. Lu Michuan Zhang Michuan, please follow me. Zhang Zhou nodded and made a pleased gesture before turning to lead the way. Not long after, Lucian and Jiang Yuehan arrived not far outside the wooden shed. Xiaolu's classmates put on their sunglasses and went from one to the other over the victims. Starting from the first wooden shed and walking towards the last one, the sight swept in turn. Less than half an hour later, Lucian took off his sunglasses and lowered his voice to Jiang Yuehan. There are no people from the Bloodshed Tower. However, I did find a few among them. Good seedlings for cultivation. Jiang Yuehan acted as if she hadn't heard him, always slightly frowning her eyebrows, her expression grave to the extreme. Little assassin? Lucian saw that Jiang Yuehan was silent and lightly shouted, Ha! Jiang Yuehan snapped back to her senses and looked toward Lucian. What's wrong? I'd say there's no one from the Bloodshed Tower in here, but there are a few cultivation seedlings. Lucian said, Do you dare to think that amongst these victims, there are actually people with heavenly qualifications? Or two? Well, Jiang Yuehan gave a salty assent. Mentally, he was secretly beating the drum. It's the absence of the bloodbath house. But a few of them, the future is far more terrifying than the people of the Bloodshed building. Under the command of the devil Father Lu Xin, the two vice-generals, who are murderous and the biggest traitor of the future Moon Palace. What's wrong with you, little assassin? Lucian sensed that something was wrong with Jiang Yuehan and asked tentatively, You're coming with me. Jiang Yuehan took Lucian's hand and walked towards an unoccupied corner. Chapter 140 Lucian, after all this, it turns out I'm a great person. What's up, little assassin? Lucian looked at the sneaky Jiang Yuehan and pondered in his heart. Is it possible that this is the legendary hormone disorder or something like that? I don't understand it, but it seems like it would change in temperament and become manic and irritable. Could it be that the little assassin is, now, trying to beat me up? Jiang Yuehan's footsteps were in a hurry. Seeing no one in the four directions, he was about to talk to Lucian about things. Suddenly, he saw Lucian open his arms and close his eyes. Fight! Jiang Yuehan silently typed out a few question marks. What's the nerve of this again? A few moments later, Lucian slowly opened his eyes and saw that Jiang Yuehan was looking at him suspiciously. He was also puzzled. Why don't you hit me? If you keep this up, I really won't be able to resist hitting you. Jiang Yuehan sank her breath and secretly clenched her pink fists. She mentally reassured herself. Forget it, you asked for it, put up with it. So what are you going to do? Lucian asked. Little devil, among these victims, there are a few people I recognize. Jiang Yuehan swept a glance toward the direction of the wooden shed and lowered his voice. Two of them, one called Yun Myrtle and the other called Mu Hitomi, are vice-generals under your future command. Oh, Lucian's eyes lit up. There was some impression of these two. A brief recollection. Information about the duo then came to mind. Name, Myrtle. Sex, female. Age, 14. Mandate of heaven, Hokuto subterranean dragon body. Quality, heavenly upper. Realm, flesh and flesh. Circumstances, Dong Yangfu was in trouble and was fortunate to receive relief from the Huaqing sect. Name, Mu Hitomi. Sex, female. Age, 13. Mandate of heaven, Hokuto subterranean dragon body. Quality, heavenly upper. Realm, flesh and flesh. Circumstances, Dong Yangfu was in trouble and was fortunate to receive relief from the Huaqing sect. Jiang Yuehan continued. There is another person. A future traitor of my moon palace. Named Yi Mu. Lucian frowned. A moment later also recalled. Name, Yamu. Sex, female. Age, 15. Mandate of heaven, purple obsidian peacock body. Quality, earth grade upper. Realm, flesh and flesh. Circumstances, Dong Yangfu was in trouble and was fortunate to receive relief from the Huaqing sect. Lucian froze. These three people, aren't they exactly what they just said? Good candidates for cultivation. Two of them, such as heaven, were said to be Mu Shi and Yun Myo. I didn't realize that they were actually inextricably linked to themselves and the little assassin in the future. It's just that, vice-generals are okay, but what about traitors? Thinking, Lucian could not help but ask, little assassin, this Yi Mu, why betrayed you that moon palace? Jiang Yuehan sighed and said, to say that this matter is not unrelated to you, future me. Lucian hastened to add a very strict sentence. Okay, Jiang Yuehan continued. It has nothing to do with you in the future. Yi Mu betrayed the Moon Palace by going to join you. Lucian secretly nodded and blurted out a sentence. Abandoning the darkness. What are you talking about? Jiang Yuehan frowned. It's nothing. Slip of the tongue. Lucian smiled awkwardly. To this day, he still couldn't believe that he would be a demon lord in the future. But this kind of thing, he cannot say. After all, it is the future. The past memories can recall. The future things, then there is no way to know. Little assassin. One thing I would like to know is whether the future demonic father has done anything to harm the heavens or the earth? Lucian asked tentatively. Jiang Yuehan took Lucian's hand and softly said, I told you, but don't be angry. Remember that it was the future you who did that. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lucian smiled and said calmly, if there really was a mistake, isn't it not happening now? Jiang Yuehan nodded. You slaughtered the Xian Phoenix, massacred the 4 divine beasts of the Daiyu dynasty, and destroyed thousands of temples in the 10 states of the 3 realms, causing the people to live in poverty. And then what? Lucian frowned. Killing countless people. The entire civil and military court of Daiyu was killed by you by more than 40%. Jiang Yuehan gently slid her thumb on the back of Lucian's hand and said in a soothing tone, however, this is all for later, so don't be psychologically burdened. The more Lucian heard, the more wrong. Asked, that I kill the people? Jiang Yuehan frowned her eyebrows and after a moment of reminiscing, she said, that's not true, it's also considered a blessing amongst misfortunes. Hiss. Lucian sucked in a mouthful of cool air and muttered quietly, is my future awareness so high? Killing the beasts and destroying the temples. Isn't that breaking the feudalism? Kill the civil and military officials of Daiyu. Those officials may not be clean. This point is not good to judge right or wrong. But if you don't kill the people, then, after listening to Jiang Yuehan's narration, Lucian had only one thought right now. Future me. What a ing great guy. What devil father. That's the feudal dynasty that put a cap on me. The odds are it's a smear. I can't believe I'm that responsible. Not ashamed of me. The good thing is that it's you now. And you won't go down the wrong path again. Jiang Yuehan looked at Lucian and smiled sweetly. Lucian didn't say anything more to explain, but instead looked towards the direction of the wooden shed and said indifferently, little assassin. Those people you just mentioned are still young. They still have bright futures. There's no need to deny their present just because of what's going to happen in the future. There's no need to worry. Didn't you say that Great Yen still has more than 70 years to go before the country is destroyed? The era that belongs to that Great Yu is yet to come. At least for now. It seemed that Great Yen did not exist so many temples, nor were there any offerings to the so-called divine beasts, and even the Xian Phoenix was an evil being for Great Yen. Lucian guessed that future Daiyu, the remnants of the former Desu, should be compelling the people through the temples and divine beasts, and use this to achieve the purpose of domination. In that case, Desu and Daiyu are not as good as the current Dayan, and Desu Daiyu are all surnamed Jiang. Hiss. Thinking of this, Lucian glanced at Jiang Yuehan. My wife's the bad guy after all? Even if they weren't direct rulers, they were still being used by the ruling class of Daiyu, being used as a gun, looking for a devil to fight, losing and crying, reborn back. When you think about it, the little assassin is really stupid. It's almost stupid to cry. What are you looking at me like that for? Jiang Yuehan sensed the pity in Lucian's gaze and couldn't help but ask. Lu sank his breath and said in a serious tone, it's nothing, don't worry little assassin. I won't let anyone treat you like a little cutie anymore. Bullying. Who else would treat me like a cutie but you? Jiang Yuehan asked with a puff of anger. After saying that, she realized that it was not rigorous enough and hastened to add, besides you, there is also that peddler selling sugar gourds, as well as those servants in the house, the great aunt who sells osmanthus cakes, the proprietor of the Yu Lai Inn in the Dongyang mansion. Jiang Yuehan gave up her memories and skimmed her lips. Forget it, I won't tell you. You won't understand even if I tell you. Chapter 141, First Visit to the Scripture Pavilion. Fine, I don't get it. Lucian smiled. You know best. You're just big smart. Count on you having some eyes. A smug look flashed across Jiang Yuehan's eyes. Intelligent would already be describing someone as highly intelligent. Great intelligence. How high that intelligence must be. I didn't realize that in the eyes of the little devil, he was actually the image of a wise man. That being said, he had come back reborn and knew some things about the future. Could give the little devil quite a bit of guidance. In his eyes, he was too smart for his own good, and rightfully so. Come on, back to resting. Lucian looked at Jiang Yuehan with the eyes of a caring retard and said indifferently, that afternoon. Moonwatch Pavilion. Backyard. Jiang Yuehan looked at the boulder and fumed. Lucian, on the other hand, was refining pills on the side. Cold Mountain and the sect leader and the other elders were meeting in the council hall. Most of the Dandao Peak disciples were in the square in front of the temple guarding the victims. Dandao Peak is naturally empty. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Lu's classmates went on another looting spree, scavenging back quite a few cherished medicinal herbs, in order to refine a batch of body-strengthening pills for Jiang Yuehan. By the way, it can also be used for birth control. By the way, little assassin, you don't need to take the sacred fire pill now, do you? Lucian suddenly thought of something and turned his head to look at Jiang Yuehan and asked. Jiang Yuehan came back to her senses and replied indifferently, no need. Are you planning to sell those pills? Brilliant. Lucian smiled and said, there's no point in keeping it. Why don't we just exchange it for some silver? Those sacred flame pills are all 7-stripe, so I guess they can be sold for quite a lot of money. When Jiang Yuehan heard the word smart, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and he was immediately about to take the several boxes containing the sacred flame dan out of his Qiankuan bag. There's no hurry first, give me 1 or 2 instantly. When Elder Cold is free, I'll first take the elixir and ask him to estimate the price. Lucian hurriedly said, it's not too late to ship after confirming the price and finding a good seller. Jiang Yuehan nodded slightly and took out 2 sacred flame pills and handed them to Lucian, while asking suspiciously, what's the point of you earning so much money? And I don't see you spending it. When the time comes, there is money to spend. Purchase a mansion and family property, and do some business when you have time, and it is best to have an official position in the court. Lucian said in a serious manner, when the child is born, I have to let him be the second generation of rich people. We can't lose at the starting line. When he finished speaking, a furnace of pills happened to finish refining. Lucian extinguished the fire, bottled the pills and handed them all to Jiang Yuehan. These pills, they are all for strengthening the body. There are no side effects. You should take a few every day. Just stay at the Moonwatch Pavilion and rest well. While the sect master and the others are having a meeting, I'll go back to the scripture pavilion to take a stroll. If there's anything, just contact me with the branded sound bit, and I'll be right back. After saying that, Lucian rose up in the air and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Kan Yuehan looked up thoughtfully. It always felt like, after returning to the sect this time, the little devil had become quite diligent. In a way, the system really didn't lie before. After reading the erotica, and implementing it, the little devils did get busy running around. The book depository. Lucian swaggered into the hall. Shu Wenchang, the disciple in charge of managing the scripture pavilion, brightened up and greeted Lucian with a smile and greeting. Secret Chuan Lu, rare guest, you recognize me? Lucian followed the sound, sizing up the handsome-looking youth in front of him, and asked suspiciously, Lu Mijuan is a heroic figure of the Hua Cheng sect. Who in the entire Hua Cheng sect doesn't know about him? Shu Wenchang said with a smile, although I wasn't able to go to the Hidden Sword Conference, I have heard of Lu Mijuan's mighty reputation. Standing proudly above the ring and looking down on the great clans, Lucian calmly waved his hand. Low key, it's all about everyone lifting up. Lu Mijuan is indeed as humble and courteous as the legend says. Shu Wenchang arched his hand. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Shu Wenchang, a disciple of the scripture guardian of the Tibetan scripture pavilion. Lucian arched his hand and returned the salute. Senior book brother. Then, he looked around the hall at the dozens of columns of neatly arranged bookshelves and asked, Senior book brother, I asked Elder Shangyin before that I could borrow and take all these feats in martial arts at will. Is there such a thing? Naturally, according to the rules of the Hua Cheng sect, secret disciples have the highest authority to enter and exit the sect's hidden scriptures at will, and to flip through martial arts techniques to learn at will. Shu Wenchang's face showed difficulty. As for taking, this is actually not true. The hidden scripture cabinet is divided into 5 layers. The bottom layer is placed in the lower multiplication martial arts techniques. The second layer is the middle multiplication martial arts techniques. The third layer is the upper multiplication martial arts techniques. The fourth layer is the extremely high-quality martial arts techniques. And the fifth layer is the techniques that have not yet been enlightened by any one martial arts. The first 4 layers may not be taken out of the scripture pavilion. Only the 5th layer's texts can be taken out and borrowed. Hearing this, Lucian frowned. It's not right. How come it doesn't match what Elder Shangyin said? Lu Michuan, are there any more doubts? Seeing Lucian frowning, Shu Wenchang very sweetly took the initiative to ask. That means, the first 4 layers are fine as long as you don't take out the hidden scriptures, right? Lucian asked tentatively. That's right. Shu Wenchang nodded. Then it's done. Lucian smiled. You're busy, senior book brother. I'll wander around casually. Lu Michuan, go ahead. Shu Wenchang made a gesture of please, and as he watched Lucian's back as he walked into the scripture collection pavilion, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Worthy of being a secret disciple of the Hua Cheng sect, handsome in appearance, strong in strength, just entering the sect, already at the illumination scene realm. What kind of heavenly pride is this? On the contrary, he had been in the sect for 5 years, but only at the Jedan realm. Can't compare. Really can't. Lucian ascended the stairs and looked back at Xu Wencheng. Seeing that the other party did not look at him anymore, he casually shunned a copy of the inferior martial arts, and then went straight to the second floor. The ape stick? Lucian looked at the martial arts in his hand. I didn't expect to touch a random book and find a stick figure. It seems like there are quite a few secret stick techniques within the hidden scriptures. It's really the right place. It just so happened that the vast majority of one's current Gongfu martial arts were passive. The only two offensive martial arts were still both punches. Research and study infuse a book of superb stick skills out of it. Coming to the second floor, Lucian flipped through the index of the entire floor of martial arts techniques, and after searching around, he didn't see any secret manuals for stick techniques, so it's back up to the third and fourth floors. As a result, the superior and extreme martial arts techniques, the same one-stick techniques were not available. Lucian looked at the ape and monkey stick in his hand, and his entire body was in a daze. He quickly descended the stairs and returned to the first floor, flipping through a floor of indexes to look around. This is to realize that the hidden scriptures in the cabinet of 10,000 volumes of books, ape stick is actually the stick law only seedling. Lucian couldn't help but sigh. Boor. These days, aren't there many stick players left? Xu Wencheng heard Lucian's voice and said, Lumi Chuan, you're looking for stick techniques. Ha, if I remember correctly, there are a few stick magic books on the 5th floor, so you can go up and take a look. Chapter 142, I thought it was a silly fool, but it turned out to be a great fool. Xu Wencheng couldn't help but mutter as he watched Lucian turn around and go upstairs. Lumi Chuan is really a maverick. Isn't something like martial arts practiced in the body-tempering realm? The nascent soul realm gathering soul realm occasionally practiced it, and after Jindan, they practiced Gongfu. Now that Lu Mijuan is a shining king powerhouse, he actually has to look for martial arts. Can it be that this is a master, returning to the basics? However, Lu Mituan practicing martial arts is just practicing stick skills. The world of the masters is so hard to figure out. On the 5th floor of the hidden scripture pavilion, there was only one wooden table, alone in the center of the place. Xiao Lu's classmates walked up to take a look. There are only 10 secret books on the shelf and 7 of them are stick skills. Shi Mei stick technique, Jin Shan stick technique, Pan Long stick technique, 6 harmonies stick technique, Windstorm stick technique, Splitting mountain stick technique, and Wolf tooth stick technique. I go. Feelings no one practiced, all through the 5th floor right. Lucian was speechless and swept with his delusion-breaking divine pupil. From it, he picked out the only superb martial art, the Pan-Dragon stick. Afterward, he touched up a nearby book, an extremely high-grade technique named Lotus Xiangong. Fuse these two books. Congratulations to the host, who has acquired the divine martial art Shaolin stick technique. System introduction. This is a collection of stick skills. Practicing stick? This one is enough. Note in small print in the bottom row, Shaolin Kung Fu is good. Really good. Shaolin Kung Fu is great. Really great. Lucian put the Shaolin stick technique into the system space, straight up smashing 100 years of martial arts experience. Congratulations to the host. The Shaolin stick technique has reached the realm of ultimate creation. Returning 90 years of experience in martial arts to the host, Lucian sort of found out. Owners have a bond with the stick. The district is 10 years old, but it is directly made. Martial arts are not about quantity, they are about precision. Use Vajra Unchained for defense. Use the Shaolin stick technique and Samadhi True Fire as a means of offense. Run away with the 72. These are almost enough. It was unknown if the imperial court would make a move against the Huacheng sect next. We have to leave the Huacheng sect with some family money. Thinking of this, he took out his branded sound bit and injected his true chi to shout, little assassin, what are you doing? Soon, Zhang Yuehan's voice came out of the branded sound bits. Looking at the stone. What's so great about rocks? Lucian smiled helplessly. What feats do you want? I'll give you a few back along. Zhang Yuehan said calmly. No need. All my techniques are in my head. I can teach you whatever you want to learn. There's no need to go to the hidden scripture cabinet. Lucian froze. So pretentious? Zhang Yuehan, I'm not pretending. I'm really dropping the stream batch. You know I know 90% of the martial arts techniques in the 10 states of the 3 worlds. The remaining 10% are evil and crooked. That's why I didn't learn them. Shouldn't you praise me for being smart? Lucian sniffed. Directly Wang Bashi walk reading. Cannot hold back the laughter. Then you still cannot beat me. This is not reading dejected? Zhang Yuehan's voice was cold. You come back. I have something to say to you face to face. Bad signal. Hanging up first. Lucian withdrew the true chi in the branded sound bit. He said to himself that the little assassin was really getting better at witticisms now. Doesn't seem to be stealing from his own side much. Thinking about it, Lucian headed downstairs. figuring out what he should bring back to make Jiang Yuehan take the heat off. Just as he returned to the first floor of the scripture pavilion, he saw an old man in a golden robe walk quickly into the lobby of the scripture pavilion. This elder was not seen often, but when he first came to the Hua Cheng sect, he had met him a few times. The elder of the scripture collection peak, Shu Tongshan, the sixth heaven of the illumination realm, was in charge of the scripture collection pavilion of the Hua Cheng sect, and all kinds of documents of the sect were also issued through his hands. The disciples in the hidden scripture peak practiced the sect's great formations, which were used to protect the law and defend against the invasion of demonic beasts and the incoming of foreign enemies. When looking at the sect, they were the elite among the elite, and their status was slightly higher than other peak disciples. Wen Chang quickly returned to the hidden scripture peak for a meeting. Something big is about to happen within the sect. Just as soon as Shu Tongshan entered the room, he said to Shu Wenchang in an urgent voice. Yes. Shu Wenchang respectfully agreed and turned his head to look at Lucian. Lu Michuan, I have something temporary to do. The scripture pavilion will have to be closed for the time being. I hope for your understanding. Lucian said indifferently. There's no harm in it. I've already finished reading it. Shu Tongshan followed Shu Wenchang's line of sight and couldn't help but froze. Lu Michuan, why are you here as well? Lucian smiled. Oh, elder book. I've come to borrow a martial art. In that case, you quickly go back to Fallen Cloud Peak. At this time the Supreme Elder is probably looking for you as well. The situation was urgent. Shu Tongshan did not care to find out why Lucian, who never came to the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion, suddenly came to the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion, and after watching Lucian and Shu Wenchang leave the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion, he personally closed the door of the house of the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion, and took Shu Wenchang with him as he flew towards the Tibetan Scripture Peak. So flustered, Lucian frowned. No surprises. Surprises are coming. Ah. He didn't delay much, and immediately headed back to Sunset Peak, Moonwatch Pavilion. Inside the Moonwatch Pavilion, as soon as Lucian returned, he saw Zhang Li's figure. Jiang Yuehan was also inside the lobby. The two seemed to be waiting for Lucian. Lucian frowned and looked at Zhang Li. Master, the meeting is finished. How? Before the words are out, Zhang Li pointed to the melons and fruits on the table and interrupted. Finished? This is the melons and fruits that I shunned back in the council hall. Xiao Jiang ate them all and said yes. Come and taste them. Lucian was dumbfounded. Master, don't you have anything important to tell us? Something important? Zhang Li asked back. What's so important? You asked me? Lucian said helplessly. What did you all say in the meeting? Tell us instead. The book elders of the hidden scripture peak were all anxious as ants on a hot pan. How come? On the contrary, his own master is still like a nobody? The meeting didn't say much. Zhang Li frowned as if she was thinking. It was said that the imperial court might want to find trouble with the Hua Cheng sect, and punish the Hua Cheng sect for lax guarding. However, isn't this not yet a punishment? What exactly is the situation is still uncertain. What's the point of being anxious now? It's not urgent? Lucian asked back in surprise. Rush the hammer. Zhang Li gave Lucian a blank look. Why are you like the old Shangwan kid? You're in a hurry when it comes to something. Are you King Gigi? Think about it. What is the status of the Hua Cheng sect now? It just won the Hidden Sword Conference, and Crown Prince Lu Zhong has hand-picked it as the #1 sect. At this time, convicting the Hua Cheng sect, wouldn't that be slapping Lu Zhong in the face? It's just a factional struggle between the imperial court, wanting to use the Hua Cheng sect to start a fight and put pressure on Lu Zhong. For this matter, it should be Lu Zhong who should be in a hurry. It's useless for the Hua Cheng sect to be in a hurry. Hearing this, Lucian's brows stretched and he was impressed with Zhang Li. Master. I always thought that you were a stupid fool, but I didn't think that you were actually as wise as a fool. Zhang Li blankly glanced at Lucian again. If you praise me like that, you actually don't have to. Chapter 143, for the ginger cutie. Go buy melons. Alright, you two play. I'm going to the back of the mountain to check on Wu Dowling. That old kid hasn't eaten in a while. Don't feed him to death. Zhang Li slowly got up and waved his hand before leaving the Moonwatch Pavilion in large strides. Lucian smiled awkwardly, listening to Master's words. It seemed like he was keeping Wu Dowling as a pet. Nope. Saying pet is lifting that old guy up. He should be kept as livestock. Thinking about it, Lucian frowned slightly and turned his head to look at Jiang Yuehan. Little assassin. I remember Wu Dowling. It seems like he's that fifth prince's man. Earlier, that fifth prince named Lu Wenshu was planning to make a mess at the Hidden Sword Conference. It was still thanks to the fact that he had passed information to Lu Zhong that the Hidden Family Assembly was saved from a disaster, and Lu Zhong had also picked up a life. Otherwise, Lu Zhong would have GA'd long ago. Yeah, what's up? Jiang Yuehan nodded and asked rhetorically. She remembered that Wu Dowling had a piece of transmission jewel. It was still because of that jade piece that he knew. By mistake. The black hand behind the intention to make trouble at the Hidden Sword Conference. Isn't that kid dead? Lucian stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, but listening to Master's meaning, how is it that there are still people in the Imperial Court who are not dealing with Lu Zhong? It's hard to believe that the situation in the Imperial Court is even more complicated than we imagined. Little assassin, do you have a clue? After saying that, Lucian looked at Jiang Yuehan. Yes. Jiang Yuehan agreed directly without even thinking about it. She was clear that Lucian was asking about the news of his last life. It's also a great opportunity to prove that you're too smart for your own good. Lucian's eyes lit up. Tell me about it, M. Jiang Yuehan narrowed her beautiful eyes. Lucian waited on the sidelines for the good news. M. Jiang Yuehan's beautiful eyes continued to narrow. Lucian's heart shook and began to doubt. M. Don't M. Little assassin, did you not know? Lucian said with a speechless face. Quiet. I'm thinking. Jiang Yuehan waved her hand, her beautiful eyes about to narrow and close. Lucian was speechless and touched the melons and fruits on the table and ate them. Not to mention, it's pretty juicy. A quarter of an hour later, Jiang Yuehan brightened up and said, my guess is that there is still a mastermind behind the scenes in the Imperial Court. And LV Wenshu is just a pawn of that mastermind. And once LV Wenshu dies, the real traitor will emerge. You guess? Lucian found the flashy point. It's not about knowledge of the future. Just a guess? Ah, did I say I guessed? Jiang Yuehan looked at Lucian and blinked her beautiful eyes. That's because you misheard me. Okay. Lucian smiled helplessly and pursued. In that case, why did the so-called black hand behind the scenes choose this moment to appear? Little assassin, please answer. Jiang Yuehan smiled confidently and said, stupid. You don't even know this? Lu Zhong has just successfully organized the Hidden Sword Conference. He is in the midst of his popularity. If he continues, his prestige will surely rise, and his position as the crown prince will become more and more secure. And that traitor, if he continues to wait, he will only be a sitting duck, which is why he jumped out and did his best to stop Lu Zhong. The best way to do this is to discredit the Hidden Sword Assembly, deny Lu Zhong's merits, or even make the original merits a stain. Hearing this, Lucian's eyes flickered. Hiss. That sounds like it's got a few things going for it. However, a mere Hidden Sword Conference can be so important? Lucian expressed his lack of understanding. After all, he looked at that Hidden Sword Conference. It was organized in a very haphazard manner. Important. Of course it's important. That's an event led by the Imperial Court and attended by all the sects, representing the Imperial Court's absolute say over the clan. All the clans, all know that Great Yan has LV Zhong as an imperial son, and LV Zhong has been able to establish his authority among the clans. The Hidden Sword Assembly, so to speak, is a major endorsement of successive crown princes in addition to jurisprudence. Jiang Yuehan narrated and explained to Lucian. Lucian nodded slightly. In that case, little assassin, your guess is at least 90% likely. Jiang Yuehan's face showed her displeasure. It's not a guess. It's a fact. Well, the truth. Lucian was also too lazy to carry on with Jiang Yuehan, but he still had a point that he couldn't figure out, so he simply asked Jiang Yuehan directly. Little assassin, didn't you say before that Lu Zhong would die at the Hidden Sword Conference, and that in the future, Lu Wenshu would succeed the throne and become a tyrant? In that case, that so-called black hand behind the scenes is not utilizing Lu Wenshu, which has the reasoning of letting the pawn be the emperor and the black hand behind the scenes keep hiding behind the scenes. Can't it be that he's afraid of the dark and doesn't dare to come out? Jiang Yuehan was momentarily speechless. Wait, I'll think about it. Lucian said thoughtfully. Are you trying to say that Lu Wenshu later broke away from the mastermind behind the scenes? Jiang Yuehan's eyes lit up and hit the snake. Yes, how did you know? That's a possibility. Lucian smiled, then looked outside the Moonwatch Pavilion, his expression becoming grave again. Let's hope that these are true. If the person targeting the Huaqing sect is Lu Zhong, then it will be difficult. After all, Lu Zhong was now a veritable crown prince, and if Lu Zhong targeted the Huaqing sect, it meant that the Imperial Court was targeting the Huaqing sect. In that case, it would be difficult for the Huaqing sect to turn around. If Lu Zhong could protect his hand and let the Huaqing sect carry through this calamity, the Huaqing sect would still be able to borrow Lu Zhong's momentum and become the veritable #1 sect in the 10 states of the 3 realms. Why don't you compliment me? At this time, Jiang Yuehan frowned her eyebrows in a displeased manner. Lucian came back to his senses, smiled and came to Jiang Yuehan's side, wrapped an arm around the fragrant shoulder and pecked her on the cheek. The little assassin is too smart and has a superior IQ. She is the world's #1 smartest. That's more like it. Jiang Yuehan smiled sweetly and said, wise, little assassin. You are nothing short of wise. The crouching dragon and the phoenix coexist. Show, Lucian said in rapid succession. Zhang Yuehan couldn't stop the corners of her mouth from rising. It's not very listenable, but it's all good words. Not bad, not bad. Bonus for you. Zhang Yuehan kissed Lucian on the cheek and said with a smile. Seeing his wife so innocent, a trace of guilt suddenly rose in Lucian's heart. People are already stupid and they tease her. Hey, it's really a bit inappropriate. What's wrong? Zhang Yuehan could see a hint of inexplicable heaviness on Lucian's face and couldn't help but ask curiously. Lucian sighed. Little assassin. I suddenly want to buy you melons to go. Buy melons? Zhang Yuehan tilted her head. But I don't want to eat melon seeds. Lucian tightened his embrace. Nothing, don't want to eat then don't buy it. Lu. At this time, Zhang Zhou's voice suddenly came. He walked into the Moonwatch Pavilion. And when he saw Lucian and Zhang Yuehan hugging each other, he hurriedly turned his body and turned his back to the two of them. Lucian slowly loosened his embrace and stood up. What's wrong, Senior Zhang? Chapter 144, Cheating a Handful of Gift Money. Lakha Sect Disaster Victim Quota Chop Chop Chop. Lu Michuan. Zhang Nichuan. Is it convenient for you now? Chapter Boat said awkwardly. I can wait outside for 5 minutes for you guys. Lucian frowned at Zhang Zhou. Done. The kids learned the hard way. 5 minutes is not enough. Waiting 3 days is more like it. Alright, Senior Zhang. There's no harm in saying what you have to say. Lucian said calmly. Hey. Zhang Zhou turned to look at Lucian, smiled and said. It's like this. The victims have been staying in the square in front of the temple is not so much. And the people of the Dan Dao Peak are all in front of the temple. The Dan Dao Peak guard is empty. No one is keeping an eye on the medicinal herbs of the Dan Dao Peak. Those medicinal herbs are whatsoever. It is easy to be blown away by the wind. So, Lucian cleared his throat and heard that Zhang Zhou was pointing at himself. I didn't expect that the matter of going to get the medicinal herbs by himself would be discovered by the Dan Dao Peak so quickly. Elder Cold is still sharp, Lucian said in a serious manner. The wind at Dan Dao Peak is strong. You guys have to keep an eye on the herbs. The main event is a bite that doesn't let go. Zhang Zhou nodded. Yes, Lu Michuan has a point. We at Dan Dao Peak will definitely strengthen our precautions. And in the future, we definitely cannot let the wind roll away the herbs for no reason. Elder Brother Zhang said it well. Let's dark people not state words. Lucian narrowed his eyes and asked. Senior Zhang, coming to the Moonwatch Pavilion is not as simple as just talking about the wind, is it? What my master means is that the wind blows, and the herbs have been blown away by the wind more than once anyway. Zhang Zhou smiled and said, the key lies in the issue of those victims. After a unanimous discussion between my master, as well as the sect leader, and several other elders, it was decided to divide these victims into various sects. In proportion to the number of people, each peak claimed a portion of the victims. In this way, it reduces the pressure on our Dandao Peak, and the victims won't gather in the plaza in front of the temple. And the major clans claiming a portion of it won't delay much, and it will also allow these victims to participate in the construction of the various peaks. Of course, how to manage these victims is up to each peak to decide. Hearing these words, Lucian suddenly realized, that is to say, Senior Zhang came to inform us, Sunset Cloud Peak, that we also need to claim a portion of the victims, right? Yes, that's right. Even though there are only Lu Mijuan and Zhang Nijuan, as well as the 3 supreme elders at the Fallen Cloud Peak, but no matter what, is it still a part of the Huaqing sect? Zhang Zhou smiled and said, the sect leader's intention is that there should also be a few claims, but according to the ratio, there aren't many people who always need to be claimed by the Fallen Cloud, and this is something that Lu Mizuno and Zhang Mizuno can rest assured of. The key point, which Zhang Zhou did not say, was that according to Cold Mountain's intention, he would stuff a few victims to the Lakha sect, and in this way he would be able to distract Lucian and Zhang Yuehan's energies. The most important thing was to distract Lucian's energy so that Lucian wouldn't go to the major peaks to pit himself. According to statistics, just the effort of the great elders having a meeting, the Dandao Peak was missing a few acres of medicinal herbs. The hidden scriptures are also missing 2 secret books. Very scary. According to those in the know, Lucian had frequented the Dandao Peak and the Pavilion of Hidden Scriptures. It's easy to see whose little hands aren't clean. However, in the way that Lucian had just made a great contribution to the clan, the sect leader said that he would not pursue the matter. Not many. How many is that to be claimed? Lucian asked tentatively. Those victims? There are at least 1,000 of them. Even if we were given a few dozen of them, our Sunset Cloud sect wouldn't be able to handle it. Zhang Zhou said with a smile. Not dozens, just a dozen. A dozen. Lucian frowned. In this case, Senior Zhang, I'll do some math for you. Supreme Elder, is it true that you have shed blood and sweat for the sect? Chapter Boat froze. Isn't it? Lucian pursued. Zhang Zhou froze and nodded. Yes, over the centuries, the Supreme Elder has indeed paid a lot for the clan. It can be said that without the Supreme Elder, there would be no Hua Qing sects present. It's all recorded in the Hua Qing sect's history. Look at that. Look at that. Senior Zhang has awareness. Lucian's eyes brightened up and said with a smile, "You say, the Elder Supreme has worked so hard. It's the right time to enjoy the happiness. You guys still let the Elder Supreme lead the victims. Isn't this destroying my master's happiness in his old age?" Hiss. Zhang Zhou sucked in a breath of cold air. There seems to be some truth to it, and surprisingly, it's impossible to argue against it. Calculating like this, there are only 2 people left in the Sunset Cloud sect. A dozen victims does seem a bit much. Zhang Zhou analyzed while speculating. Where are the 2 from? Lucian continued. Elder brother Zhang, my mother is pregnant. It is the time when she is weak and frail. Where can she bring the victims? Kong Michuan is pregnant? The chapter boat people were dumbfounded. Looking at the history of the Hua Qing sect, there had never been a case of a female disciple becoming pregnant. There were very few people who had just formed a Dao couple, let alone those who had gotten married. Even if there were a very small number of people who got married, it was only after they left the Hua Qing sect that they considered having children. Lucian and Jiang Yuehan had only been in the sect for how long? This year's current year's disciple. This is pregnant? Yes, pregnant. What is that? Chapter brother gift gold and so on. If I do not want, that is to refute your face, but by virtue of our relationship, you just look at casually give some is. Lucian said fervently, his eyes glancing one by one into Zhang Zhou's sleeve pocket. Oh yes, 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 look at my brain. Zhang Zhou hurriedly took out the money bag from his sleeve pocket. Lu Mijuan, you see I didn't bring much money. All I have is this 500 taels. Okay, is the gift light? Lucian snatched the money bag, poured the silver into his hand, and shoved the money bag back to Zhang Zhou. The chapter boat people were dumbfounded. He thought of giving a 50 or 100 taels, but he did not expect Lucian to directly rob in the open. Lucian said with a smile, it's fine. I'm not too little. Anyway, there is still a child full moon and weekly age behind. Chapter senior brother, do not need to blame yourself. There are many opportunities in the future. Anan, okay. Zhang Zhou laughed awkwardly. Then in that case, the Lakmi Chuan sect is alone in Lakmi Chuan. Hello? Lu nodded heavily. I can't see much by myself. The key is that I still have to take care of the pregnant woman. But as a part of the Hua Qing sect, I can't lose my part either. How about this? Arrange 3 for me. That Mu Hitomi, Yun Myrtle, and Yi Mu. Have them come to the Fallen Cloud sect. Zhang Zhou nodded. Okay, then I'll go back and inform Master and also the sect leader. Lu Michuan worked so hard and shared 3 people. It's indeed not easy. It's really a model for our generation. Lucian sighed. AI. Who made me a part of the Hua Qing sect? It is incumbent upon my generation to serve the sect. Great justice. Great justice. Zhang Zhou arched his hand. Then, Lu's secret transmission. I will leave first to inform Master and sect leader. Lucian wore a smile on his face. Take care, Senior Zhang. Zhang Zhou nodded and turned to leave. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong again and muttered in a small voice. No. Gifts for marriage and gifts for the birth of a child on the full moon. Do I need to give a gift for pregnancy too? Hiss. Not right. Shouldn't have to give it. Chapter 145, Motherly Love. Lucian watched Zhang Zhou leave and suddenly heard Jiang Yuehan's mournful voice ringing out behind him. Your father was a bad man, and when mother got pregnant, he started looking for other women. Jiang Yuehan touched her flat belly, lowered her head and sighed repeatedly. Quite good. At least it proves that your father's memory is strong. Just listening to it once, he remembers people's names clearly. Lucian froze, looked back and said awkwardly, Little assassin, what do you take me for? I let the 3 of them come to the Sunset Cloud sect in order to stay around for easy supervision. Moreover, the 3 of them are extremely talented, so cultivating them from a young age and keeping them loyal will also make it convenient to plot great things in the future. Jiang Yuehan looked up at Lucian. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. What great things do you want to plot? Lucian returned to Jiang Yuehan and sat down beside her, reached out and wrapped her in his arms, and said meaningfully, establish your own force. One that will make all the major clans and the imperial court fear. What do you want? Jiang Yuehan's heart trembled. Did it mean that the little devil was going to take the same old path of wreaking havoc on the world? Lucian said indifferently. I don't want to do anything. I want to live in peace. Is there not peace now? Jiang Yuehan skimmed her small mouth. What kind of person talks about living a peaceful life and builds up power behind his back? That's what you don't understand. Lucian said with a straight face. My idol once said that if you seek peace through struggle, peace will survive. And if you seek peace through compromise, peace will die. In the face of the enemy's suppression, in the face of the crisis that may come, if one is tolerant, it will only allow the other side to gain an inch. Only the wrist is strong enough to qualify for the negotiating table. Dignity is only above the blade of the sword, and truth is only in the range of the cannon. Jiang Yuehan listened with a seeming understanding and blinked her beautiful eyes. Then what do you need me to do? Aren't you worried about me messing around? So you'll be the one to train those three and make them worship you, Lucian said in a serious manner. You'll do the front of the stage and hold up the facade. What about you? Jiang Yuehan asked in disbelief. I'll do the behind-the-scenes work and keep the general direction, Lucian calmly said. Until we establish the strongest force in the 3 realms and 10 states. Until even the imperial court fears us. Until we are completely victorious. Jiang Yuehan was unsure. These words of yours? Where did you learn them? Why are they one set? I have long said that I am an aspiring young man born under the red flag and raised in the spring breeze. Lucian laughed. On the contrary, some people don't believe it, so believe it or not. What's with the more Jiang Yuehan listened, the more confused she became. Be more specific and directly say what I should do. Lucian pondered for a moment. The priority now is to go back to the house first to sleep and relieve yourself. Jiang Yuehan froze, and before she could react, Lucian directly got up and picked her up in a princess carry, heading upstairs. The duo slept like this until evening, until they heard Zhang Zhou's voice coming from the first floor hall. Taishan Elder, Lu Mijuan, Jiang Mijuan, are you there? Hearing the commotion, Lucian slowly opened his eyes and patted Jiang Yuehan, who was sleeping on his arm. Little assassin, raise your head. I'll go take a look. Jiang Yuehan raised her head in a daze. Lucian pulled his arm out from under her head, got up and put on his clothes, and headed out of the house. Just after arriving at the first floor, he saw the figure of Zhang Zhou standing in the doorway. Behind Zhang Zhou there were also 3 girls, none other than Yun Miao, Mu Shi and Yi Mu. Lu Michuan. Zhang Zhou also saw Lucian and immediately greeted him, saying with a smile, Lu Michuan, I've brought you the people, and in the future, I'll be counting on you to take care of these 3 girls. Lucian smiled faintly. Thanks for the chapter. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Zhou turned around and left, afraid of letting Lucian blackmail him again. Lu Michuan, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. As he spoke, he had already scurried out a dozen meters away, disappearing without a trace in the twinkling of an eye. Lucian shook his head helplessly and his gaze fell on the 3 girls. Looking at the trio's grimy appearance, he yawned in disbelief. Feel free to wander around here and familiarize yourselves with the environment. I'll go back to bed first. After saying that, without waiting for anyone to respond, Lucian directly turned around and went upstairs. The 3 girls looked at each other, standing in the doorway with their large bags in a formal manner, not knowing how to conduct themselves for a while. They were told to wander around, but they didn't have the guts. What's more, Zhang Zhou had introduced to them when he came that Lakha Peak was where the Huaqing sect's Supreme Elder resided, and that the 2 disciples of the Supreme Elder had a status equal to that of the Elder. Zhang Zhou also emphasized in particular that Lu Mijuan of the Sunset Peak had an eccentric personality and repeatedly reminded them not to provoke. Cloud Myrtle bravely and quietly said, Kong, the one just now, is Lu Michuan, right? Mu Hitomi swallowed her saliva in fear. Should be Lu Mijuan. The kind big brother who brought us here said that Lu Mijuan is the only man in Lu Xia Peak. Yi Nur was about to cry. Didn't that big brother also say that Lu Mijuan has an odd character? The Taishan Elder's character is even more odd than Lu Mijuan's. And that Jiang Mijuan's character is unknown because Jiang Mijuan has never spoken to anyone else? Woohoo! The 3 were already beginning to despair of the future. Until a figure appeared in their line of sight. The 3 of them looked up in unison. And the moment they saw Jiang Yuehan coming down the stairs, their eyes all lit up. What a beautiful sister. Wow. This sister is, at first glance, a sister with a good heart. Great. It's pretty sister. We're saved. Jiang Yuehan heard the voices of the 3. Her heart suddenly became a little embarrassed, and beckoned. Don't just stand at the door, come in and sit down. Thank you, sister. The 3 of them scrambled inside the lobby and sat upright, each one obediently looking at Jiang Yuehan. A spring-like smile appeared on Jiang Yuehan's face. Are you guys thirsty? Do you want some water? Is it okay with my sister? Cloud Myrtle asked tentatively. Sure, I'll get you guys some water. Jiang Yuehan smiled faintly and turned towards the tea room. Mu Hitomi asked cautiously. This sister, could it be a ginger secret transmission? How is it different from what that brother described? Yi Mu was thoughtful. Perhaps, that big brother doesn't understand Sister Jiang. Yun Myrtle said, or perhaps, this sister is not a Jiang Michuan, but just a servant at the Sunset Peak. At the same time, Lu Xun, who was hiding in the shadows and observing, had a dismayed expression on his face. I go. When did the little assassin become so gentle? Hiss. This is starting to radiate motherly love? Chapter 146, The Great Memory Recovery Pill. The next few days, Jiang Yuehan fought with the 3 little girls. She also followed Lucian's wishes and took the 3 as her disciples, and began to teach them how to harden their bodies. Xiao Lu is only responsible for cooking every day, reducing his presence as much as possible for fear that Jiang Yuehan will be jealous. However, after a few days, he made an unexpected discovery. Ever since Sunset Peak received the trio, the system reminded of changing the fate of an important mission. 3 new system stores in a row, changing the destiny of Yemu. The system store adds a new category of purchasable props: logistics, rice, corn, grain, wheat, beans, potatoes, peppers, various vegetables and meat, cotton clothes, cotton jacket, quilt. Lucian suspected that in his last life, Yimu was managing the logistics in the little assassin's moon palace. Changed the destiny of the cloud myrtle. The system store added a new category of purchasable props: ordnance, swords, spears, swords and halberds, axes, hooks and forks, and other 18 cold weapons, siege equipment, ladders, bed crossbows, catapults. Lucian sat on the chair. His divine sense looked at the column and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Torture. The system is really getting penalized. Change of Mu Hitomi's destiny. New category of purchasable props in the system store: medicine, various types of herbs, gauze, splints, and other assistive devices. There's even amoxicillin, sedatives, anesthetics, and such outrageous modern drugs. One of the following medicines attracted Lucian's attention: the Great Memory Recovery Pill. Lucian scrutinized the notes. After taking it, it can restore memories hidden deep within the mind. Xiao Lu's classmates couldn't figure it out, but this stuff can work wonders in certain situations. For example, the little assassin one day, because of some doggone thing, lost her memory and was so stupid that she didn't even recognize her husband. A large memory recovery pill went down. Straight up eliminates the dog and pony show development. Wonderful. Husband, it's almost winter. It's time to prepare some thick clothes for them, as well as bedding. At this time, Jiang Yuehan's voice entered his ears. On the rattan chair in the backyard, Lucian snapped back from his thoughts, and his gaze went to Jiang Yuehan, who was teaching 3 little girls to cultivate not far away. Good point. He promised and directly spent 60 heavenly fate values to buy 3 sets of cotton clothes and 3 sets of quilts at the system store. After taking it out, he piled it directly on the open space to the side and said calmly, "Let them use these for the time being, and look for me when there is a need." Jiang Yuehan froze, her face grew cold, and a touch of probing color surfaced in her gaze towards Lucian. Unexpectedly, the little devil even prepared this kind of thing in advance. "That's pretty sweet. Mother, what are you looking at me like that for?" Lucian's face showed embarrassment, and a trace of ominous foreboding rose in his heart. Jiang Yuehan took a few quick steps to Lucian's side and lowered her voice to ask, "When did you buy these?" Lucian was uncertain. "Just bought it just now." Jiang Yuehan narrowed her beautiful eyes. "You've been sitting here the whole time. When did you leave? Don't think of lying to me. I'm smart. Be honest." Lucian's face was difficult. "It's really bought just now, but this is not a good thing to say. It's not a good thing to say. Little assassin, do you not even believe me anymore?" "You." Jiang Yuehan wanted to speak, and after a moment, he tentatively uttered 2 words. "System?" Lucian was startled and nodded in a hurry. Then he mumbled in his heart, "It's the little assassin's own guess. It's none of my business. You're scared less." Lucian froze. "Isn't the system something that you can't just talk about? If you say it, won't it disappear?" "Won't. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? I've been so worried." "You didn't ask either." Lucian suddenly thought of something. Own system that seems to be able to talk, but just a couple of words about just showing up. Then I've been so in love with the system that I haven't paid much attention to it. Now that I think about it, damn. System, this one wouldn't have been spying on me. Don't think nonsense. I'm a system. I don't have eyes. I can only hear your heart. I can't see what you're doing. I can't possibly spy on you when you're doing business with your mother. Just put your heart in your stomach. Holy. Lucian was shocked in his heart. The system, this one, actually predicted even my thoughts. I can't see, but I know what's in your heart. Every time you're thinking of a good schwang, I know what you're doing. In the future, try to be a little more restrained. Not so much mental activity. And, I suggest you don't act rashly. The first few months of pregnancy are still dangerous. Lucian was speechless. This system of his own is a little too intelligent. It's like a living, breathing human being with a mind of its own. When he thought about it, he actually started to get a little scared. This system, I'm afraid it's not inherited anyone's consciousness and forcefully implanted into one's mind, right? What are you thinking, little devil? At this time, Jiang Yuehan couldn't help but ask when she saw that Lucian had been staring blankly. Talking to the system? That's all you found out. Lucian came back to his senses and said with a grave expression, "Little assassin, you can talk to these disciples of yours first. I seem to have discovered something extraordinary. Continue to line up with this system." Zhang Yuehan nodded and whirled around to greet the three girls. Seeing that there were new clothes and quilts, the girls were overjoyed and excitedly thanked Lucian. "Thank you, Master Teacher. You're so nice." Shifu. Lucian slowly got up and walked awkwardly to the side. The title of Master Mother. In fact, it is not necessary. He wasn't bothering with a couple of little girls and went back through the backyard to the front house and found a place to sit. The divine sense entered the system space and asked, "System, who the hell are you?" "I am you." "You're me?" Lucian vaguely sensed something. "And your name is?" "My name is Lucian." "Your name is Lucian? You're the last me? You're the ING demon? You've been misled by Zhang Yuehan. I'm you. You're me. We don't have a previous life in this life. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I knew it. I said something's not right. Lucian trembled slightly. Tapping on the system store, he bought a great memory recovery pill with 5,000 heavenly fate values. If I eat him, will you still be there? Is the system still functional? I'm me. I'm you. The function of the system is just a means for me to save my power. When Lucian heard this, he understood the situation in his heart, and with his heart crossed, he ate the great memory recovery pill. Chapter 147, Recovering Memories. The moment the pill was taken, Lucian's eyes abruptly widened, and then the leg stumps. A flutter. His whole body fell straight down. Zhang Yuehan, who was chatting with the three little ones in the backyard, heard the commotion and rushed to check the situation. The moment she pushed open the door and saw Lucian, who had collapsed on the floor, her entire body panicked. "Little devil. Husband." Zhang Yuehan came to Lucian's side in a fiery hurry. A couple of the little girls followed suit. "Master, what happened to him? He wouldn't be." "Shoo." Zhang Yuehan made a silent gesture. "He's just sleeping." "Sleeping? Sleeping?" The three little ones were all a little dumbfounded. Is Master's wife in such good health that she falls asleep? Well, Zhang Yuehan couldn't figure out what was going on and picked up Princess Lucian in her arms and headed towards the bedroom. At the same time, in Lucian's vision, he was floating in a void. Missing memories flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. Gradually, his expression became bewildered, then dismayed, and finally became incredibly grave. This father helped that woman go back in time and didn't die after encountering the Heavenly Dao's attack. Instead, by mistake, you came to a place called Blue Star? Lost his memories and abilities because of the long river of heavenly paths, turned into a baby and was adopted by an orphanage. Recovering missing memories and abilities after 18 years on the blue planet. Another reversal of the Heavenly Dao. Reborn back to the 3 worlds and 10 states. Back to infancy. But due to the influence of the Heavenly Dao, he lost all his previous memories. After another 18 years by order, due to the rebirth of that woman, this honored one accidentally recovered part of the memory of the time in Blue Star and mistakenly thought that he was a Blue Star person, and Blue Star's previous ancient memories, abilities, were sealed away in the form of a system. Now the missing memories, all of them, have returned. Lucian remembered everything, whether it was Blue Star, or the future. It was him alone from the beginning. There is no crossing over, no so-called rebirth, but just memories missing and retrieved in the fight with the Heavenly Dao over and over again, and all the abilities, feats, and secrets of the past were sealed in the form of a system. The so-called intelligence of the system, the dialogue of the system, is nothing more than a conversation between oneself and oneself across the length of time. Now that the memories had been retrieved, the system had become a cold machine that would only operate according to the settings from the very beginning. As a tool to help Lucian retrieve his abilities, Lucian floated in the void, slowing down for a long time before finally accepting it all. Only, things seemed to be a bit beyond his expectations. Originally, helping that woman to be reborn was based on the fact that that woman had a good heart and wanted her to save my parents and save the Lu family. But how did she just marry? Straight away? Became my father's maiden and became pregnant. What step went wrong? Lucian had a bit of a headache for a while, trying desperately to recall. A few moments later, he blushed and remembered why. When he helped Zhang Yuehan resist the Heavenly Dao's attack, he had planted a wisp of intent in her, turning it into a system that took root in her heart. That wisp of intent was for Zhang Yuehan to not be able to kill herself painfully after she was reborn. But after being reborn on the blue planet, the obsession of wanting to fall in love arose because of maternal singleness. Went in the Blue Star to retrieve the moment of memory, back to the 3 worlds before the 10 states, put to Zhang Yuehan's intention, enriched a little. Therefore, the system given to Zhang Yuehan has also become strange. It's just that, combined with the experience with the little assassin, she's still a good fit for a wife. Not much of a downside other than being dumb and stupid. That's it. Half a day later, Lucian woke up leisurely, and just as he opened his eyes, he saw Jiang Yuehan, who was guarding the bedside with a worried face. The next second, Lucian's gaze dodged to the side. It always felt that there was something that I was sorry for this Empress Xian Huang. The behavior is under memory breaks, though, but anyway, it still sets people up. Cheating on a wife when you're not sure. Little devil, why did you suddenly fall asleep? Kang Yuehan asked worriedly. Is it because of that system? Lucian was embarrassed. This father. That. Nothing, just sleepy to sleep. The present? Ginger Empress has found Wa point. You may be a little disbelieving when I tell you that I actually. Lucian forced out a smile and stiffly twisted his head toward Jiang Yuehan. Actually, before the words are out, Jiang Yuehan's small mouth steeply opened wide as she exclaimed in shock. Your demon lord Lucian. Lucian was startled. It's all discoverable. By what means did Empress Xian Huang discover this? How do you know? Lucian asked tentatively. You have the wrong eyes. My husband's eyes are either shrewd or dull. And your eyes? With a murderous and unruffled look. Why are you in my husband's body? Could it be, you've been reborn too? Jiang Yuehan dodged alertly and subconsciously took out the Qingyin sword from her Chenkuan bag, pointing it at Lucian on the bed and said in a continuous stream, Master? At that moment, the three little ones heard the commotion and came to the house to see what was going on. Jiang Yuehan was alert. It's dangerous here. You guys get out. The three little ones were unsure, but they obeyed and ran out of the room apprehensively. Calm down. Don't be so nervous. Lucian slowly sat up and gently ruffled his robe. I'm still me. It's just that I remembered something. Jiang Yuehan looked at Lucian nervously. What is it? Here's the deal. After Lu sank his breath, he took some time to tell Jiang Yuehan about the few times he had fought against the heavenly Tao, but didn't say anything about that wisp of consciousness and obsession. So it's been you all alone since the beginning? Jiang Yuehan said, pursed her lips, and once again opened her mouth to ask. So, then the one who slapped me. It's you too. It was me. But when I slapped you that time, I was just trying to get you to know better. Lucian sighed and patiently explained. Think about it. You're not even a match for me, and you're still tigerishly trying to fight with me. If you really want to fight, it won't just be as simple as getting a slap on the face. You're going to die in my hands. That. Jiang Yuehan was momentarily speechless, and finally gave a delicate snort and said, It's just that you're a bit stronger than me. What are you proud of? Give me some more time. It's not certain which one of us is stronger or weaker. Lucian smiled. Mother, there's no point in talking about this now. Jiang Yuehan raised her eyebrows. What? Are you being sensitized by me? Giving up on harming the earth and wanting to be a good person? The corners of Lucian's mouth curled up in helplessness. Calling her stupid is not an injustice at all. The Xian Phoenix Empress, who had spent hundreds of years mastering the world's techniques and martial arts, with her natural talent and hard work, as well as the establishment of the Moon Palace, it was enough to unify the 3 realms and 10 states. No more. You can still dominate. And in the end, it turned out to be used as a gun. Chapter 148. Another way of thinking. Yes, you have sensitized me. My mother is intelligent and worthy of being the only female emperor in the 3 realms and 10 states. Lucian smiled and said in a doting tone, Just being with you makes me feel like a spring breeze, and the evil thoughts in my heart are gone. I'm actually not that good. Jiang Yuehan's small face blushed and silently put away the Qingyin sword, quickly came to sit beside Lucian and carefully observed. What? Lucian smiled and asked, Does it look good? Jiang Yuehan said thoughtfully, You've gotten a lot smarter since you got your memories back, but I still find it a bit strange. What's strange? Lucian frowned. The corner of Jiang Yuehan's mouth hooked up with a touch of bitterness. You've become unlike the you I'm familiar with, as well as the experience between us. It's become a bit unreal. Little assassin, I'm just coaxing you. You still. Lucian's face was speechless. Do you want me to just say you're stupid? Jiang Yuehan's eyes lit up. I'm much more familiar with you when you're like this. Asterisk. You're really. Lucian was speechless and a bad smile flashed in his eyes. There are more familiar ones. After saying that, he directly pounced Jiang Yuehan on the bed and embraced as a kiss. The 3 little ones were outside the door, delayed in hearing Jiang Yuehan's movement, and could not help but worry. Yun Myrtle said apprehensively, Didn't Master said that there is danger? Why hasn't she come out yet? Mushi's heart trembled. It's hard not to be. Master teacher Yimu's small face turned white with fear, and tears instantly flowed out. If Master has a long or short life, what should I do? Yun Myrtle's heart crossed. Let's go save Master. Mushi and Yimu looked at each other and also secretly clenched their fists. Just like that, the 3 little girls who had just stepped into the body-tempering realm rushed towards Lucian and Jiang Yuehan's room with a death wish. Bang! Cloud Myrtle kicked open the door to the house. Mu Hitomi shouted, "Master, we've come to save you." Yi Mu echoed, "Master, you go quickly." Gradually, the trio's voices grew fainter and fainter. The disheveled Lucian and Jiang Yuehan looked up in horror. With 10 eyes, the atmosphere was awkward to the extreme. Senior mother. So what? You guys are busy. We'll leave first. Yimu was the first to come back to his senses and pulled Yun Myrtle and Mushi out of the room, not forgetting to close the door. Jiang Yuehan's eyebrows knit tightly as she nervously looked at Lucian and asked, "They won't misunderstand, right?" Lucian smiled awkwardly. "What do they have to misunderstand? We are not just." Jiang Yuehan was speechless, and finally said helplessly, "You're bringing down little kids in the middle of the day." Lucian bristled. "Who isn't a child already? What kind of child is there like you, who has lived for over 1,000 years? Jiang Yuehan rolled her eyes. "Your child is almost there. You still have children. Then I don't care. Men are teenagers until they die." Lucian rolled over and with a bad smile, he pressed Jiang Yuehan underneath. Jiang Yuehan was shocked. "What do you want? You don't want a child." Lucian's eyes narrowed. "I have another thought that we can discuss together." Jiang Yuehan froze. What train of thought? In a little over an hour, Jiang Yuehan finally realized Lucian's new idea. She flopped down on the bed, her beautiful eyes glaring at Lucian with anger. "Shameless." Lucian bought a tube of Ma Ing Long from the system store and held it in his hand before preparing to medicate Jiang Yuehan. "What are you doing?" Jiang Yuehan was shocked. "Still coming?" Lucian said in a serious manner. "Give you some medicine as a precaution." Jiang Yuehan was unsure. "Prevent what?" Lucian faintly said. "Hemorrhoids." "Oh, it is hemorrhoidal disease." Jiang Yuehan's pretty face reddened and she raised her foot to kick Lucian's body in anger. "You get out." In the evening, Lucian, Jiang Yuehan, and the 3 little ones sat around the table and ate their dinner. The 3 children hung their heads low, too shy to look up at master and mistress. Jiang Yuehan noticed the trio's abnormality. Her beautiful eyes glared at Lucian angrily, and her hand, under the table, pinched towards Lucian's thigh. Hiss! Jiang Yuehan sucked in a breath of cool air. It was like pinching on a rock, and it made her fingers hurt. Seeing this, Lucian said awkwardly, "Little assassin, you can do it again." Just now, sensing a danger, he subconsciously vajrad a bit, which would have thought that it was Jiang Yuehan who was sneaking in. Jiang Yuehan shook her head. "Not coming. It hurts." This statement was made. All 3 kids sitting across the room coughed like crazy. Jiang Yuehan froze and reacted to the fact that it was a few children who had misunderstood. Lucian glanced at Jiang Yuehan as if to say, "The words are yours, but I didn't say anything." Jiang Yuehan glared back as if to say, "Eat your food. I didn't say anything about you." The 2 made eye contact and looked at each other, which made a few of the kids a little embarrassed. Yun Myrtle thoughtfully rounded up Jiang Yuehan and Lucian and changed the topic. "By the way, Master Teacher, how come we don't see the Supreme Elder?" Mu Hitomi chimed in. "Yes, doesn't the Supreme Elder live here?" Yimu also looked puzzled. "I heard that big brother who sent us here before say that Elder Tai has always stayed at the Sunset Peak, but we've never seen her since we came." Hearing these words, Jiang Yuehan's embarrassment was relieved as she looked at Lucian suspiciously and asked, "Yes, where is Master?" Lucian frowned. "It's a bit odd, huh? Previously, Master Teacher had always stayed at Sunset Peak, but he had never stayed out at night. Is it hard to believe that there is some kind of trouble? I remember when Master left, he said he was going to look for Wu Daoling." Jiang Yuehan pondered. "It's hard to. You guys eat. I'll go check it out." After Lucian finished speaking, he transformed into a flying bird and quickly flew towards the outside of the house. The scene stunned the 3 girls. "Whoa! Master Teacher. Master Teacher has turned into a big bird." "Really? It's turning into a big bird? What a big bird. Did you see it, Master G?" Words have no heart. The listener has the intention. A few children's voices, in Jiang Yuehan heard, but changed a little flavor. She awkwardly poked the bowl of rice with her chopsticks. "Well, look, see, let's eat." "Big bird. Is pretty big." Jiang Yuehan thought and took a deep breath. "Finished. The Hall Xianwang female emperor. When did the head become? It's all because of the little devil." "No, now it should be called the big devil. When he gets back, he'll clean up." "Forget it, don't clean it up. It's easy to clean up a mess, and in the end, you're the one who suffers." This asshole, how could he even think that way? It's hard to believe that he's also read the Book of Love.